Teacher, I want to transfer to the Battle Profession Academy. Chen Fan, holding an application form, walked straight to the admissions office teacher at Tsinghua University. Lin Shueyo adjusted her glasses on the bridge of her nose and carefully examined the student in front of her. Although he looked a bit immature, his eyes radiated determination. The problem was, every year, thousands upon thousands of people wanted to switch from support professions to battle professions. Chen Fan was definitely not the first, nor would he be the last. Lin Shueyo wore a smile on her face, her voice carrying a hint of allure that captivated the students waiting in line. Young man, are you really this foolish? Though her words were sweet, her tone was icy. There are indeed historical cases of support professions switching to battle professions, Chen Fan said with firm determination. I want to make the switch. Tsinghua University's rules are as follows: you must first awaken your spirit mark at the temple, then achieve excellent results in the Gaokao secret realm. Only then will the school consider your transfer application, Lin Shueyo replied, looking at Chen Fan with a hint of regret and disapproval. She removed her non-prescription glasses, instantly transforming from a gentle and intellectual teacher into an enchanting beauty. Outwardly calm, Lin Shueyo had already made up her mind. Tonight, she was going to give Chen Fan a comprehensive psychological counseling session. Even if it meant getting him drunk, she would make sure he gave up on the idea of going to the Battle Academy. What was going on here? A support talent with such strong potential, wanting to switch to battle? Dream on. The spirit mark on Chen Fan's palm glowed with a dazzling golden light. In this world, the brightness of a spirit mark indicated one's potential in their field. Everyone was born with a spirit mark on their palm. Gold represented support, red represented battle, and blue represented tank. After awakening the spirit mark, one's talent determined their career path. You need to understand, Tsinghua offers special privileges for support professions. As long as you're in support, you can enter Tsinghua directly. But for battle professions, you must first awaken your spirit mark and then take the Gaokao, Lin Shueyo said in a seductive tone. You should think it over carefully. Lin Shueyo was right. But she had to make sure this support talent gave up. Gold spirit marks were mostly unsuitable for combat on their own. The Gaokao secret realm was a solo challenge. Even battle professions often failed, let alone support. Lin Shueyo was determined to keep Chen Fan in the support academy, even though he hadn't yet awakened. Why? Because support talents were incredibly rare. Among the 1.4 billion people in Longwa, fewer than 10,000 had golden spirit marks. This was why other spirit mark colors had to take the Gaokao, while golden spirit marks could go through an exclusive pathway. Once you had a golden spirit mark, your life path was almost predetermined. Top universities or military academies, a well-designed career plan, step by step. The nation would even assign you excellent teammates to challenge secret realms and grow together. Even if some support talents switched to lifestyle professions, there would always be battle professionals willing to bring them along, as lifestyle professions contributed to society. However, Lin Shueyo had not expected that Chen Fan would simply not listen. I want to switch to battle. I don't want to be in support. If necessary, I can change my profession. Lin Shueyo gritted her teeth, unable to suppress a sharp intake of breath. How did she encounter someone so stubborn? Student, your golden spirit mark is very deep in color, which means you will be an incredibly powerful support. You really should reconsider. Chen Fan was a stubborn guy. Once he made up his mind, no one could pull him back. Persuasion was useless. Chen Fan was a transmigrator. When he first learned that everyone in this world would awaken a talent and profession, he was thrilled. But the shocking realization was that he turned out to be a support. A profession as rare as a giant panda but just as unimpressive. Everyone had high expectations for him, thinking he would become an exceptionally powerful support. A bright future lay before Chen Fan. But he was naturally rebellious, loved adventure, and hated the idea of being confined in a secret realm like some rare animal, carefully protected by others. That kind of life felt like everyone was afraid the support might fall, turning them into a burden. Since he had come to this world, why should he settle for being a support role? Charging on the front lines was thrilling and exciting. Support roles were like delicate flowers? What a joke! Chen Fan had already made up his mind. He silently pulled back his application form. But as he was withdrawing it, his hands suddenly froze. Lin Shueyo, enraged, gritted her teeth. Student, once the application form is handed to me, it cannot be withdrawn. From now on, you're officially a student of Tsinghua Academy. Fearing Chen Fan might escape, she waved her hand. Two tall, burly security guards immediately rushed over and flanked Chen Fan, one on each side, holding him by the arms. "Take him away," Lin Shuao commanded, hands on her hips, waving decisively. Chen Fan thought, "Are you guys stealing students now?" Watching Chen Fan being taken away, Lin Shuao immediately made a phone call. "Yes, it's that Chen Fan. The golden spirit mark on his hand shines like the sun, it's impossible to hide. His talent must be off the charts. Keep a close watch on him. Do not let him awaken any special talents, and absolutely do not let him enter the Gaokao secret realm. He wants to transfer to the Battle Academy. Battle Academy spots are as rare as endangered species. We must keep him here." Chen Fan, still restrained by the two security guards. He arrived at the student dormitory. It was a single room. Before he could react, his luggage and student registration were already taken care of. Late at night, Chen Fan tried countless times and finally managed to slip past the security guards silently and sneak out of the dormitory. "Since I know how to transfer, no one can stop me." The first step, head to the temple to change his profession. The secret realm had appeared 500 years ago, and the temple was established. During that time, simultaneously, spirit patterns appeared on people's palms, allowing them to enter the temple and change professions. Chen Fan put on isolation gloves. These were temple-made and cost him a month's worth of part-time earnings. They could conceal the spirit patterns on his hands. He quietly made his way to the temple. Each city had a portal to the temple, providing a clear and unobstructed route. 20 minutes after leaving the dormitory, Chen Fan was lying inside the temple's awakening chamber. Beep beep beep, awakening your talent. An electronic voice sounded in his ears. At the same time, a fresh and lively voice entered Chen Fan's mind. Ding! Detected that the host has an unyielding spirit and loves adventure. Conditions for awakening this system met. This is the surprise treasure box system. Through it, you can obtain various treasure boxes and rewards, experiencing thrilling excitement. Ding! A beginner treasure box has been issued. Congratulations on acquiring an SSS-level talent. Chen Fan was dumbfounded. Is this an auditory hallucination? Before falling asleep, the only thought in his mind was, it must be a hallucination, right? As his consciousness gradually returned, 2 hours had passed. In the dead of night, Chen Fan was still wide awake, not the least bit sleepy. Did it just say I awakened some SSS-level talent? He muttered to himself, but the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. SSS-level talent. This was incredible. Stepping out of the awakening chamber, Chen Fan headed straight for the detection device. The machine, resembling a tablet, could detect information simply by placing one's hand on it. Beep beep beep. Your personal information is as follows. Detected SSS-level talent. Reported to the Dragon Nation's Professional Association. The machine even printed out detailed personal information. Chen Fan was fine with the initial part, especially the phrase SSS-level, confirming he truly had a system now. But the last sentence made his pupils shrink sharply. What? What are you doing? Why report it? Is there a problem? Fearing that Lin Shuao, that woman, might catch him and drag him back, Chen Fan quickly pocketed the printed personal information and rushed out. He had to enter the college entrance examination's secret realm before dawn. Who knew what would happen if Lin Shuao found out he wasn't in his single dorm room? He hopped into a cab and headed straight for the secret realm. Along the way, he glanced at his personal data and almost exclaimed out loud. Name, Chen Fan. Gender, male. Age, 17. Profession, musician. Attribute ratings. Strength, 3 stars. Stamina, 8 stars. Intelligence, 12 stars. Spirit, 23 stars. Agility, 4 stars. Talent. Talent 1, SSS level all skill special effect durations extended by 10 times. Skills. Music performance, a musician can casually play a tune to paralyze the enemy for up to 30 seconds, affected by the talent. Skill cooldown, 17 seconds. After reading this, Chen Fan fell silent. This was too outrageous. Especially the spirit attribute. Normally, someone who had just awakened their talent and spirit patterns would never have such high attributes. Having a single attribute exceed 20 stars was already remarkable, let alone spirit. For support professions, spirit was different from other professions. The crucial aspect of support was their ability to maintain a mental connection with teammates. Support roles weren't just protected members of the team. They were also responsible for overall command, especially musicians, who could attack, defend, provide buffs for allies, or debuffs for enemies. Why does it have to be a musician? Chen Fan disliked this profession the most. It was known as the boss of support roles, the strongest support profession. However, among the hundreds of existing musician skills, only one or two could be directly used for combat. Most were about applying various buffs. Teams always wanted a musician, but Chen Fan had no interest in being support. He wanted to face the secret realm monsters head-on. He didn't want to hide in the center of a team, mentally connecting everyone while buffing them. Why can't I just be a frontline warrior? Chen Fan gritted his teeth. But when he saw the SSS-level talent, his eyes lit up. Maybe I can use this talent to dominate with control effects, long durations and short cooldowns. Chen Fan started to understand his profession and even grew eager to try it out. Isn't this basically infinite control? Keep the enemy immobilized until they die. He excitedly said, paralysis can render enemies motionless, like wooden dummies. At that point, any attack will work. Even basic attacks can finish them off. All I need to do is kill them. When I enter the secret realm later, I must test this out. Chen Fan's eyes gleamed with anticipation. In the cab, he had already mapped out his professional path. Be support? Absolutely not. I, Chen Fan, will smash enemies to death with weapons if I have to. On improper assistance. Moreover, that woman Lin Shuya once said that transferring to another college only required two conditions: awakening and participating in the college entrance examination Mystic Realm with a sufficient score. The competition for combat positions at Tsinghua University was incredibly fierce. If Chen Fan wanted to transfer, he would have to give it his all to secure a good score. Otherwise, he'd have to consider attending another university instead. Going to another school isn't a problem, Chen Fan thought to himself as he got out of the taxi. Actually, the first military academy is pretty good too. Although it was the middle of the night, there were still plenty of people lining up. After all, June, July, and August were the college entrance examination months. Students could enter the college entrance examination Mystic Realm on any day during these 3 months. The Mystic Realm was a place where individuals faced challenges alone, and each entrant was provided with a unique revival item. If someone accidentally died in the Mystic Realm, they could use the revival item to resurrect, though they would face a week of weakness after resurrection. This world was similar to a game, but not entirely the same, as monsters and humans didn't have health bars. Therefore, finishing off an enemy required a decisive killing blow, a skill every student needed to master. Many people lost their lives because they failed to deliver the finishing blow. The revival item specific to the college entrance examination Mystic Realm was free, but other Mystic Realms didn't have such benefits. There existed another type of revival item that was extremely expensive, costing 6.48 million to purchase just one. After preparing everything, Chen Fan spent 5 yuan at a nearby store to buy a beginner's kitchen knife, then went to the entrance to queue. Around him, many people were selling items from the temple. These items often dropped in the Mystic Realm and could be brought to the temple to have their attributes identified. Chen Fan's actions caught the attention of quite a few vendors, who quickly tried to persuade him. Young man, you should really buy a temple item. A kitchen knife just won't cut it. This is the college entrance exam, and you're bringing a kitchen knife in? Aren't you a bit overconfident? Handsome guy, check out this large machete. Dropped from a first-tier Mystic Realm temple. It'll let you dominate the Mystic Realm for just 9,998. Absolutely worth it. Hey cutie, one machete isn't enough. You need the full set. I'll give you a discount, 6 pieces of temple equipment plus the machete for just 100,000. Totally worth it. Chen Fan smiled bitterly to himself. You guys are really overestimating me. Where would I get that much money? Chen Fan and the vendors exchanged glances. Of course, there were quite a few people like Chen Fan who went straight to the queue with just a kitchen knife. Most of them were confident in their abilities. Anything cheaper? Actually, Chen Fan also wanted to buy temple equipment. Everyone knew that carrying more temple equipment significantly increased survival chances. Although the college entrance examination Mystic Realm provided revival items, the period of weakness afterward was still quite troublesome. The vendor closest to Chen Fan quickly switched the large machete in his hand for a pitch-black stick and said, "How about this?" Only one. The vendor held up one finger. Chen Fan took the black stick, weighed it in his hand, and scanned it with the smartwatch on his wrist. Immediately, the watch displayed the stick's attributes. Temple Made, a weapon dropped from a first-tier Mystic Realm. Slightly increases attack power. Everyone had a smartwatch. After awakening his talent, all of Chen Fan's professional data was uploaded to the cloud and linked to his watch. The smartwatch could also intelligently recommend equipment. This equipment is better than the kitchen knife you're holding, the watch prompted. Hearing this, Chen Fan was delighted. How about 100 yuan? The vendor immediately snatched the stick back. 100 yuan? Do you take me for a fool? At least 1,000. Chen Fan's reaction was even more exaggerated than the vendor's. 1,000? Why don't you just go rob someone? The vendor gave him a disdainful look. You've probably never entered the college entrance examination Mystic Realm before, have you? Just started your profession? No matter how good your talent is, you still need equipment. You clearly don't know anything. Once you've entered the Mystic Realm a few times and failed a few times, you'll understand. Stop wasting my time and let me do business. Chen Fan could only touch his nose and obediently stay in line. Temple-made equipment was indeed expensive. After listening to several vendors, there wasn't a single piece below 1,000. That ugly stick just now didn't even have good attributes, it only slightly boosted attack power and wasn't as sharp as a kitchen knife. And yet, it dared to sell for 1,000 yuan. Truly outrageous. As Chen Fan's thoughts wandered, someone suddenly appeared behind him. Wow, that person was dressed in a temple set worth 100,000 yuan and held a large machete. Truly a rich person. Chen Fan couldn't help but feel an itch in his heart. If it weren't for the crowd, he'd consider robbing the guy. He wanted to mug him so badly. But that idea could only stay in his head. He wouldn't dare act on it. The Dragon City Guard wasn't to be trifled with. Fighting in the city would get anyone arrested. If a fight resulted in death, it would lead to the death penalty. In Long Country, professional combatants were strictly prohibited from private fights. Even justifiable combat had to stop short of serious harm. Professionals could only die in the Mystic Realm, not from internal conflicts. The death rate in the Mystic Realm was extremely high. Without a revival item, the soul and body of a deceased person would be devoured by the Mystic Realm, turning them into vengeful spirits within. These vengeful spirits would then attack humans. If too many vengeful spirits accumulated in the Mystic Realm, the Secret Realm will lose its balance, triggering the summoning mode, which summons all professionals of the same level into the realm, with a limit on the number of participants. If the summoned professionals fail to clear the Secret Realm, the monsters will break out and attack nearby cities and nations. So far, the Dragon Nation has not experienced a Secret Realm breach, but there have been incidents abroad, resulting in the destruction of several neighboring countries. Chen Fan's thoughts drifted, but he faintly heard many people praising that rich guy. The rich guy looked so smug, his eyes were practically on his forehead. Will Divine Temple gear drop in the college entrance exam Secret Realm? Logically, it should, and Chen Fan thought that selling Divine Temple gear would definitely make a fortune. But everyone knew that the drop rate for Divine Temple gear was extremely low. Let alone clearing the college entrance exam Secret Realm once, even multiple clearances might not yield a single piece. Soon, Chen Fan queued up to enter the college entrance exam Secret Realm. As soon as he entered, he was met with blinding white light. When he reopened his eyes, he found himself seemingly back in his high school days before crossing over. Everything was exactly as he remembered. When Chen Fan first opened his eyes, he thought he had really traveled back. No way, did I really go back? He looked puzzled, reaching out to check his hand, which was wearing isolation gloves. He hesitated for a moment, then took off the gloves. Sure enough, a dazzling, sun-like spiritual mark appeared before his eyes. Alright, not back after all. Chen Fan sighed helplessly as he put the gloves back on, feeling exasperated. Just as he was staring at the gloves, a piece of chalk suddenly flew toward his forehead. In this world, although Chen Fan had not fully awakened his spiritual mark, his previous training and reflexes allowed him to instinctively dodge the chalk. Immediately after, the homeroom teacher roared, "Chen Fan, are you growing flowers on your hands? Focus in class. Are you listening or not? Why are you staring at your hands?" Chen Fan stood up, smiling. "Homeroom teacher, long time no see." In Chen Fan's original world, during his third year of high school, his old homeroom teacher, Mr. Li, had passed away due to illness. Even though this was within the Secret Realm, seeing Mr. Li's face again made Chen Fan feel especially nostalgic. Mr. Li, however, was baffled by Chen Fan's gaze. "Chen Fan, why are you looking at me like that? You're giving me goosebumps. Get out of the classroom. Now." Chen Fan lazily stood up, and as he passed by the class beauty, he suddenly stopped. Since this is just a secret realm, why not? Back then, he had confessed to the class beauty countless times, only to be rejected every time. Now, knowing this was all an illusion, he walked up to the class beauty, grabbed her face, and gave her a hard kiss. The classroom erupted in chaos. The classmates widened their eyes in shock. No one expected Chen Fan to be so bold. The homeroom teacher's eyes bulged with rage, his voice almost shattering the ceiling. Chen Fan, are you insane? Stop it. No, stop kissing. And what's with the tongue? 3 minutes later, after a furious scolding from Mr. Li, Chen Fan reluctantly stopped while shielding the class beauty. Mr. Li's eyes were bloodshot. You. The class beauty, teary-eyed, shyly called out, Dad, before burying her face in her arms and sobbing. Chen Fan froze. Oh, right, I totally forgot about that. It turned out the class beauty was Mr. Li's daughter. No wonder Mr. Li had hit so hard earlier. Watching the class beauty cry with her shoulders trembling, Mr. Li looked like he was about to explode with anger. Chen Fan even heard the system quietly praising him. Ding, host, you're incredible. Chen Fan, thanks. Although Chen Fan had stopped kissing, the class beauty's tearful state only made Mr. Li's blood pressure skyrocket. Chen Fan couldn't understand why, if this was all an illusion, Mr. Li's gaze was so fierce. The atmosphere became extremely awkward for a moment. Even though Chen Fan knew it was all fake, he had to act as if everything in the secret realm was real. Mr. Li's furious roars echoed throughout the classroom, practically shaking the roof. Chen Fan, get out of here immediately. Chen Fan walked out of the classroom with his head held high. Around him were envious stares, and some even shouted, Brother Fan is so bold. That's a real man. We support you. Mr. Li slammed the desk in anger. If it weren't for the sturdy construction of the school desks, the one he hit might have already been reduced to rubble. What kind of attitude is this? Pay attention in class. Do you all want to be kicked out too? Under Mr. Li's powerful suppression, the classroom finally quieted down. For the entire lesson, Chen Fan stood outside the classroom listening. The blue sky, white clouds, and vibrant campus were exactly what he had longed to see in his countless late-night dreams. Student life truly was beautiful. After class, Mr. Li directly called Chen Fan into the office. The office, being Mr. Li's domain, had a thermos cup with goji berries steeping in it. For 2 whole periods, Mr. Li lectured Chen Fan non-stop. Chen Fan's head was spinning from it all. Perhaps because this was a secret realm, Mr. Li's scoldings were even harsher than usual. Some of his words were downright outrageous. I know you like my daughter. Liking her is fine, but can't you express it in a more subtle way? Secret admiration is the most beautiful, don't you understand? Who gave you the right to treat my daughter like that? Where do I even stand in all this? Even if you have feelings for her, you can't do those things right in front of me. Chen Fan listened and couldn't help but retort, not in front of you? Then should I do it secretly? Old Li slammed the table in anger. Don't even think about it. That's just how it was. How could a father-in-law be so tolerant? Kissing his daughter in front of him? It was simply too provocative. Of course, this was still in the secret realm. If it were in reality, Chen Fan wouldn't dare. Old Li, furious, scolded Chen Fan for several rounds, leaving Chen Fan's head spinning. If this were a college entrance exam secret realm, monsters might have appeared by now. But Chen Fan had been here for so long without seeing even a single hair of a monster. Instead, he was being scolded by Old Li so much that it felt like traveling back in time. It must be time travel. Old Li couldn't possibly be this long-winded. Chen Fan's head was about to explode, unable to distinguish between reality and the secret realm. It was almost time for PE class. Old Li took a sip of water, realizing his thermos was empty. Meanwhile, the young man in front of him, who had started out full of spirit, was now doubting life. Old Li decided he'd had enough. After all, they'd have to head to the cafeteria for lunch right after PE class, and if they were late, the braised pork would be gone. Old Li waved dismissively, alright, that's it for now. Call your parents this afternoon. You're dismissed. Sure enough, he still needed to call his parents. Chen Fan returned to the classroom helplessly, seeing many people heading toward the playground. Right, PE class. Chen Fan followed the group outside. At that moment, his deskmate, Li Chang, approached him with a cheeky grin. Fan bro, you've got guts. Old Li didn't kill you, huh? Chen Fan looked confused. Before he could say anything, Li Chang understood his expression. Seeing that look on your face, I know what happened. Didn't sleep well today, huh? And you still dared to pull such a bold move. Seriously though, kissing your girlfriend in front of your father-in-law, wasn't it thrilling? When Chen Fan heard the word thrilling, he finally snapped back to reality. He exchanged a glance with Li Chang, and the two buddies immediately understood each other's thoughts. They shared a sly smile, saying nothing, but their meaning was clear. The hulking guy sitting behind them leaned over. You guys playing basketball later? I'll go borrow a ball. Why are you two grinning so mischievously? Chen Fan frowned. Do you even know what mischievous means? The hulking guy shook his head. He was always near the bottom of the class, not because he was truly dumb, but because he was slow to react and struggled with certain subjects. Chinese was the only one he could pass, the rest of his grades were in single digits. You don't even know, but you're using it anyway? Chen Fan scolded with a straight face. The hulking guy was startled. So, are you still playing basketball with me? Li Chang chuckled, patting the guy on the shoulder. We're friends, of course we'll play. Chen Fan's group of buddies had turned his earlier actions into a heroic feat in their eyes. When he walked over, the guys on the basketball court were still grinning at him, thinking he was pretty cool for what he'd done. To be honest, Chen Fan hadn't seen these guys for a long time. Even though this was the secret realm, he felt a warmth in his heart. Their faces gradually became clearer, carrying memories filled with nostalgia. Just then, Chen Fan suddenly felt a warm liquid splash onto his face. In an instant, everything before him turned red. A red sky. A red ground. Faces filled with panic. The sound of terrified screams surrounded Chen Fan, nearly engulfing him. He froze and turned his head, only to see the hulking guy standing to his left. The warm blood just now had sprayed from the hulking guy's chest. There was a black triangular object lodged in his chest, and behind him stood a giant scorpion larger than a car. The hulking guy opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood, which splashed onto Chen Fan's face, mixing with his tears. A piercing buzzing sound rang in Chen Fan's ears, rendering him unable to hear what his classmates were shouting. The hulking guy weakly said, Chen Fan, I don't want to die. No. Chen Fan, consumed with rage, immediately activated his skill, musical performance. The sound of knives clanging rhythmically echoed in his ears, and arcs of electricity burst from the giant scorpion's back, immobilizing it in an instant. But staring at the hulking guy, Chen Fan dared not move a muscle. Even the slightest touch might cost him his life. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The sudden alarm blared, a sound that shouldn't exist in the school. Chen Fan noticed the surroundings gradually losing their color. Perhaps it was the blood, or perhaps some other reason, he could no longer see clearly. All that remained was a vivid red. Don't fall asleep, stay with me. Chen Fan and Li Chang were too anxious to touch him. The hulking guy smiled weakly at Chen Fan. Even though Chen Fan knew this was the secret realm and everything before him wasn't real, that his classmates and friends were alive in another world, seeing the hulking guy in this state, he felt like the guy couldn't hold on any longer. The hulking guy looked up at Chen Fan, his gaze seeming to pierce through everything. Chen Fan, I really envy you. You're smarter than me, braver than me. I wouldn't dare chase after the school belle like you. With every word he spoke, blood gushed from his mouth. Before long, he looked like he'd been fished out of a pool of blood. Chen Fan calculated silently it was about time to hit the giant scorpion with another round of musical performance. He casually struck the knives twice, and a glowing orb flew out from his body. The giant scorpion was struck. Blue arcs of electricity continuously crackled across its body, leaving it paralyzed and unable to move. Stop talking about that. At a time like this, you're still thinking about it? Chen Fan's face was covered in blood and tears. The big guy gave Chen Fan a faint smile, his eyes gradually dimming, turning from the most beautiful glass-like gleam to a dull gray. Chen Fan's heart tightened. He knew there was no saving the big guy now. The big guy barely managed to smile at Chen Fan one last time before his head slowly drooped. Don't fall asleep, don't sleep. Chen Fan slapped the big guy's face, shouting desperately. The playground had turned into a sea of blood and a mountain of corpses. On the ground and in the sky, countless insect-like monsters larger than cars swarmed forth. Flying and crawling, they all charged straight at the crowd, slaughtering mercilessly. Chen Fan glanced at the big guy who had just greeted him moments ago, talking about playing basketball together. Now, he was a cold corpse, and Chen Fan felt utterly empty inside. Li Chang and Chen Fan both cried, losing all sense of reason. Chen Fan quickly snapped back to his senses. Suddenly, a massive insect leg appeared right in front of him, nearly crushing Li Chang. Chen Fan immediately grabbed Li Chang and began running for their lives. On the playground, 4 fully armed soldiers appeared, methodically clearing the insects. However, the soldiers' speed couldn't match the ferocious attacks of the insects. Chen Fan gave it his all, saving as many people as he could. Whenever an insect got close, he used his skill to paralyze it, dragging Li Chang along as they fled. Along the way, they came across the class beauty. Her face was streaked with tears and blood, her friends had just been killed by the insects. Before she could even process what was happening, Chen Fan grabbed her and pulled her along. Leading this many people to safety, Chen Fan's performance skill inevitably hit its cooldown. After paralyzing 4 insects in a row, another one suddenly emerged, a massive centipede. Chen Fan's skill was still cooling down, leaving him helpless. The centipede quickly grabbed Li Chang and dragged him away. Chen Fan chased after it, desperately stabbing at the centipede's hard shell with a kitchen knife, but it had little effect. Why is the skill cooldown so long? Chen Fan was frantic. As soon as performance could be used again, he could paralyze the centipede and save Li Chang. But each second of the cooldown felt like an eternity. Li Chang's scream suddenly rang out. Chen Fan's heart sank, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, staggering as he shouted, "Li Chang, are you alright?" There was no response. The centipede, over 100 meters long, dragged Li Chang out of sight. Chen Fan kept shouting, but Li Chang didn't reply. Deep down, Chen Fan knew the situation was dire. At that moment, a system notification sounded. Ding! Intense emotional fluctuations detected in the host. Skill, performance, has undergone a change. Chen Fan didn't have time to think and instinctively made the motion to activate his skill. This time, it was different. Countless light orbs, the size of ping-pong balls, flew out from him, targeting all the insects on the playground. In the next second, every insect was paralyzed, unable to move. Chen Fan froze. He had been so consumed by panic that he forgot this was a secret realm and thought he was facing reality. His watch beeped. Beep beep. Skill change detected. Your skill has been upgraded to Musician. Simply play any tune to paralyze all hostile targets within a 1,000-meter radius for 30 seconds, affected by talent. Skill cooldown, 17 seconds. The skill had transformed into a large-scale group paralysis. Chen Fan snapped out of it. From a distance, he heard the sound of Li Chang falling to the ground after being paralyzed, and he felt a wave of relief. At last, he had a chance to fight back. Chen Fan quickly ran over and saw Li Chang sitting on the ground, rubbing his rear with a helpless expression. Damn it, that centipede's mouth stinks. Only then did Chen Fan breathe a sigh of relief. Even though this was a secret realm, Chen Fan couldn't bear the thought of anything truly happening to Li Chang. System, can this skill be upgraded further? Chen Fan was full of questions. He had never heard of such a thing before. Ding! That has nothing to do with me. I'm just a treasure chest system. Your rage unlocked your full potential, so the skill upgraded. Ding! In this world, it is possible for skills to upgrade. However, it is extremely rare and has been witnessed by very few. Ding! It's said that everyone has the chance to create new skills. Honestly, seeing Li Chang being dragged away by the insect had truly made Chen Fan furious. From then on, things became simpler. When insects appeared, four fully armed soldiers would help Chen Fan clear them from the playground. Chen Fan unleashed his area of effect paralysis skill freely. Any insect entering the playground was instantly controlled. More students and teachers flooded onto the playground. Chen Fan felt heartbroken seeing the brutal slaughter taking place outside the playground. At the same time, he noticed a small scoreboard appearing in front of him. Initially, it was no larger than a palm and transparent, so he hadn't noticed it at all. When he reached out to touch it, the scoreboard immediately expanded. It turned out to be a high school exam results sheet, appearing directly before Chen Fan's eyes. Name, Chen Fan. Gender, male. Age, 17. Profession, musician. Score details. First, emotional fluctuations are too severe, deduct 100 points. Second, losing control due to anger, deduct 50 points. Third, excessive. Negative emotions when facing attacks from secret realm monsters, deduct 100 points. Fourth, falling into self-doubt, deduct 10 points. Seeing all this, Chen Fan almost broke down. This was the scoring standard that determined his college entrance exam results. The test hadn't even started yet, and he'd already lost a huge chunk of points. Ridiculous. But on second thought, it seemed reasonable. This secret realm was too realistic. It made Chen Fan relive the most precious moments of his high school days before he transmigrated. One by one, vivid lives disappeared before his eyes. Even after transmigrating and experiencing 2 lifetimes, it was still unbearable. Naturally, his emotions fluctuated greatly. But in the secret realm, such emotional fluctuations could be deadly. The college entrance exam secret realm was the simplest type. If it were a team secret realm, where teammates died right in front of him, emotional reactions like Chen Fan's earlier would definitely lead to major problems. Chen Fan looked at the report card expressionlessly. Fifth, currently 201 secret realm monsters killed, earning 2010 points. Each monster is worth 10 points. No problem here. Let the deductions be, it wasn't a big deal. The last item on the report card was still being updated, summarizing the number of monsters Chen Fan had killed. In reality, Chen Fan hadn't done anything. He'd just paralyzed the monsters, he hadn't personally killed a single one. All the kills were handled by 4 fully armed soldiers. These 4 soldiers were like teammates in other secret realms, automatically added by the secret realm for the college entrance exam. Naturally, the monsters they killed were credited to Chen Fan. Now he felt much more at ease. He continued to precisely unleash paralysis, ensuring that every monster was immobilized the moment it entered the playground. Just waiting to wrap things up. The college entrance exam secret realm lasted a full 4 hours. After the test ended, Chen Fan had a severe headache because he had to maintain the paralysis state and control the timing with precision. There was no chance to rest midway. Not only was his head hurting, but he also had to provide musical accompaniment for his skill. Without a proper instrument, all he had was a kitchen knife. So, he used the sound of slapping the knife as accompaniment, which was utterly exhausting. The report card appeared before him. He directly ignored the deduction items. The points panel had also changed, with new scoring options appearing from the 5th item onward. 5th, so far, 10,000 secret realm monsters killed, earning 100,000 points. 6th, detected as a support role, points multiplied by 1.5. 7th, no damage sustained by the candidate, bonus of 5,000 points. 8th, no damage sustained by the candidate's 4 teammates, bonus of 20,000 points. Your current ranking: number 1 in Longcheng, number 1 in Dragon Country, number 1 in Asia, number 1 globally. These rankings are calculated based on the total scores from all previous college entrance exam secret realms. Congratulations, you may choose any ideal university. Due to your exceptionally high score, for protection purposes, the Professional Alliance will conceal your detailed score. Dear candidate, to avoid causing you unnecessary trouble, you may use the teleportation array to directly transfer to a location near your city. You will automatically leave the secret realm in 5 minutes. Chen Fan stared at the densely packed report card before him, utterly stunned. He hadn't planned to move, but now he had to sit up. First? Global first? The first global first from Dragon Country since the college entrance exam secret realm began? Am I really that incredible? Weren't there still deduction items? He stared at the report card in disbelief. No one in the secret realm responded to him. Only the system's voice suddenly sounded, ding dong. Detected that the host has completed the college entrance exam secret realm and achieved global first place. You may claim a supreme treasure chest. Would you like to claim it or try again? The system's voice carried a hint of temptation. Chen Fan froze for a moment. What does try again mean? Why? Can't I just get the treasure chest directly? The system voice sounded again, ding dong. Trying again means that the next time you enter another secret realm, regardless of your score, you will receive a supreme treasure chest. Ding dong, if you choose to try again, the next time you enter a secret realm, regardless of your score, you will receive 2 supreme treasure chests. Ding dong, host, would you like to open the treasure chest now? Chen Fan asked, do I only get 1 chance to try again? What if I don't take the chest the second time and choose to try again? The system voice replied once more, ding dong, you only have 1 chance to try again. The next time, you must claim the treasure chest. Then I'll choose to try again. Chen Fan made the decision without hesitation. Ding dong, understood. This reward will accumulate for the next time. Next time, Chen Fan planned to choose a simple secret realm, pass it casually, and collect the rewards to get the 2 supreme treasure chests. Regardless of whether he could achieve the highest score, obtaining 2 treasure chests was too tempting to pass up. Chen Fan thought this decision was pretty clever. He opted to use the teleportation array to transfer directly to a location near his rental apartment. He didn't even want to go to Tsinghua University. Right now, he just wanted to go home and sleep. He was exhausted. What he didn't know was that, from the moment he turned, since the beginning, the Dragon City Professional Alliance has never had a moment of peace. Not to mention, the title of global top scorer in the college entrance exam has now fallen into his hands. Ever since Chen Fan left the secret realm of the college entrance exam, no one could sleep the entire night. Shocking news broke out suddenly. The story flashes back to when Chen Fan had just changed his profession. In the dead of night, the Dragon City Professional Alliance was suddenly alarmed by the awakening of an SSS-level talent. The president of the Dragon City Professional Alliance, Sun Mingze, had just gone to bed when he was startled awake by the piercing alarm. For a moment, he couldn't quite process what was happening. Rubbing his eyes as he woke from his dreams, Sun Mingze looked confused. What's going on? Could it be that a secret realm has suddenly appeared in Dragon City? In this world, secret realms don't always appear outside cities. Although most of them are distributed outside due to special protective measures implemented around cities, the entrances to secret realms are usually very dangerous. If a secret realm did indeed appear within the boundaries of Dragon City, the entire professional alliance might be on edge tonight. This alarm sound is quite unique. I've never heard it before. Sun Mingze, feeling a headache coming on, turned off the alarm. At this moment, the AI butler in the room suddenly spoke, "Master, this alarm is because someone in Dragon City awakened an SSS-level talent during their profession change. You're unfamiliar with it because Dragon City hasn't seen a talent above SS level in 5 years. The alarm sounds for SS level and SSS level are different. What we usually hear are the alarms for S-level talents. They sound like this." Already annoyed from being woken up, Sun Mingze's head was buzzing. To make matters worse, the AI butler kept explaining, forcing him to endure a segment about the differences between S-level, SS-level, and SSS-level alarms. Stop, stop, stop. Sun Mingze, overwhelmed and unable to stop the AI, straightforwardly unplugged its power source. "What kind of thing is this?" Rubbing his temples, Sun Mingze muttered, "It's just an SSS-level talent, isn't it?" As soon as he said that, he froze. His mind finally cleared a bit. SSS-level talent. It appeared in Dragon City. My god. Ring, ring, ring. The phone rang abruptly. Coming back to his senses, Sun Mingze quickly answered the call. On the other end was headquarters. Dragon City really produced an SSS-level talent? Could it be a false alarm? Rubbing his forehead, Sun Mingze couldn't help but smile with excitement. "That's right, we indeed have an SSS-level talent here. Are you headquarters envious?" Headquarters replied helplessly, "Have you confirmed it yet? Shouldn't the resource package related to SSS-level talent be issued by us? Shouldn't you be submitting a report right now?" Sun Mingze. Dragon City has an SSS-level talent, but this isn't the time to be proud. You need to first confirm the authenticity of the report. If it's true, immediately apply for resources and deliver them to him. Are you planning to boast here and let the talent slip away? Though headquarters was irritated, their suggestions were extremely critical. Sun Mingze's mind, dulled by indulgence in wine and pleasure, began functioning rapidly. Right, I'll submit the report immediately and contact the SSS-level talent at once. This concerns the future development of Dragon City. SSS-level talent is no joke. Even for the most ordinary combat profession, awakening an SSS-level talent would significantly enhance their strength. He must quickly find this person. Sun Mingze acted swiftly. Before long, he had detailed information on Chen Fan. However, to be honest, Sun Mingze was no longer as excited as when he first received the call from headquarters. He even felt a bit of a headache. How could it be a support profession? Sun Mingze shook his head helplessly. Although support professions are extremely rare. Although every support profession is crucial to Dragon Country. Although there are many welfare policies specifically tailored for supports. Supports are inherently fragile. If the awakened SSS-level talent isn't strong enough, that would be a big problem. Sun Mingze's headache deepened. Next to Sun Mingze was a young secretary. The secretary, puzzled, looked at Sun Mingze. "But, isn't it an SSS-level talent? How could there be a weak one?" Sun Mingze sneered, "No weak ones? The support profession has a huge range of capabilities. Top-tier supports can stand against entire armies, mediocre ones might struggle to chop vegetables in a restaurant. The nation has always protected supports because they are so rare. But globally, truly powerful supports are very few and far between." The secretary, sensing something off with Sun Mingze, couldn't help but retort, "Boss, didn't you see Chen Fan's profession? He's a musician. Apart from a few attack skills, the rest are all about enhancing teammates' abilities. Musician is the most powerful among all support professions, practically the king of supports. A seasoned musician, armed with numerous buff skills, can lead 4 teammates to conquer secret realms and still emerge victorious." This indeed made sense. Sun Mingze stopped in his tracks and stared at the secretary. The secretary displayed an awkward but polite smile. "Chen Fan has already entered a high-level secret realm. Once he comes out, then, we will naturally know his strength." Sun Mingze did not answer but instead asked lightly, "Xiao Gao, I remember you were just recently promoted, right?" Xiao Gao's face darkened, sensing the danger in Sun Mingze's thoughts. "But that's a headquarters certified SSS-level talent. Boss, you need to think this through carefully." Sun Mingze looked up at the sky with a somber expression. "Do you know, I just checked the gift pack headquarters provides for SSS-level talents. The items inside are astonishingly abundant. My son is about to challenge a Tier 3 secret realm, but the resurrection item alone costs 6.48 million. There are only 3 resurrection items in the pack. I take one, isn't that fair? Xiao Gao felt something was off. His face turned grim as he forced a bitter smile. Boss, why are you telling me this? The gift pack is yours. Who knows what's inside? Before he could finish, his expression froze, revealing a painful smile. Blood gushed from his chest as Sun Mingze plunged a hand directly into his heart, crushing it. Only the dead are worthy of knowing so much. Sun Mingze nonchalantly removed the invisibility talisman affixed to himself. Under the protection of this special item, no one could see his actions. He effortlessly cast a flame skill, instantly reducing Xiao Gao and his clothing to ashes. Sun Mingze casually drank the atonement potion issued by the temple. As a high-ranking official, I receive a list of traitors every year. Xiao Gao, by tomorrow, your elderly mother will be expelled from Dragon City. Xiao Gao was dead. The corner was spotless. Sun Mingze's words seemed as if he were speaking to himself. Dragon City had indeed been impoverished in recent years. Due to the lack of top talents, they hadn't applied for any gift packs from headquarters in a long time. This time, an SSS-level talent emerged, and the appearance of SSS-level talent brought glory to Sun Mingze's face and joy to his heart, especially since the individual turned out to be a support role. Everyone knew that while support roles were rare, an SSS-level talent in a support role was far inferior to one in a combat role. Even someone like Chen Fan, a big name in the support world, had an SSS-level talent that couldn't compare to the SSS-level talents of the weakest combat roles. This wasn't an exaggeration but a fact. Sun Mingze didn't think he was in the wrong at all. Headquarters gave him a big gift pack with everything on the list, even 3 resurrection items. He hadn't stolen or robbed, he simply took what he needed from the pack. What's wrong with that? Sun Mingze felt he had been very considerate. Moreover, heaven and earth only knew, and now he was the sole living witness. Xiao Gao, the only one who knew, had already been silenced. Even if the SSS-level talent received the gift pack, what difference would there be between getting 2 resurrection items and 3? They probably wouldn't even notice, right? The more Sun Mingze thought about it, the more flawless his plan seemed. After all, his son was about to enter a Tier 3 secret realm. If something happened to him in there, it would be a huge problem. The dangers of a Tier 3 secret realm far exceeded those of Tier 1. Sun Mingze figured that taking 1 resurrection item from the gift pack wasn't a big deal. Consider it the labor fee for helping the support talent access the gift pack. Late at night, as the president of the Dragon City Professional Alliance, Sun Mingze suddenly appeared at the entrance of the Gokao secret realm, causing quite a stir. After all, he frequently appeared on Dragon City TV, so many people recognized him. However, they could only watch from afar, no one dared to approach him. Sun Mingze felt that he had arranged everything perfectly. After all, Xiao Gao was dead. Xiao Gao had been his protege, whom he had helped get promoted. During that time, he had exploited Xiao Gao in every way possible. Now that Xiao Gao had finally been promoted, Sun Mingze had personally dealt with him. While he felt a twinge of regret, disappointment overshadowed it. If only he had been smarter. Sun Mingze sat at the entrance of the secret realm, his expression vacant, sipping on a cup of milk tea. If Xiao Gao had been smarter, things wouldn't have escalated to this point. What Sun Mingze didn't know was that someone had already leaked the news about the emergence of an SSS-level talent in Dragon City to the Dragon Nation Professional Alliance Forum. Many well-informed individuals frequented the forum. They even posted the complete list of items Chen Fan could receive in the gift pack. The entire forum was abuzz with heated discussions about the appearance of Chen Fan, the new support powerhouse. I heard that Dragon City has an SSS-level support talent. Oh my god, it's been 5 years since Dragon City produced anyone above SS level. Finally, something to be proud of. Don't get too cocky. If it were an SSS-level combat talent, I'd be impressed. But support? Meh. Do you dare say that with your real name? Would you say it in front of your support boss? If he dares, that'd be great. Honestly, the skill gap among support roles is immense. Our team just switched to a top-tier support, and the previous one was worse than having none. Don't celebrate too soon. What if Chen Fan's profession isn't up to par? I recall there being quite a few SSS-level talents among support roles. Wasn't there an SSS-level chef last year? His dishes caused enemies to bleed every second. Sounds impressive. Do you think that talent is weak? Someone has already. Chen Fan was cultivated by Longwei to become a generation's poison king, and you're still mocking him here? I'm telling you, an SSS-level talent is absolutely extraordinary. I found out Chen Fan's profession. He's a musician, a top-tier expert among support roles. I remember us saying, if a musician can master all their skills, they could clear a secret realm even with just 4 dogs. A musician? Oh my god, that's truly a big shot. Are you all still discussing this? I've already headed to Dragon City. Chen Fan just changed his profession, and I must get him into my team. Support big shots like this are out of reach for ordinary people. Even the state would directly assign teammates for them. Breaking news! Chen Fan has entered the college entrance exam secret realm. Following a series of question marks under the post, someone questioned, as a support, Chen Fan's process is wrong. What exactly is he trying to do? A student from Tsinghua said he wants to transfer colleges from the support academy to the combat academy. The teacher said he has to follow the rules, first change professions, then enter the college entrance exam secret realm, and only with good results will he be allowed to transfer. What the heck? Are your teachers crazy? If this support bigshot really transfers to the combat academy, I will never touch Tsinghua University again, nor will my descendants. Me too. I agree plus 10,086. Lin Shuya woke up, realizing she was the one being played. She had thought that with a few security guards and Chen Fan's weak support physique, he definitely wouldn't be able to escape. Moreover, she had heard that Chen Fan had been busy all afternoon, so how could he possibly have the energy to escape at night? Even the 2 bodyguards watching over him had gone to rest. But no one expected Chen Fan to be so determined, sneaking out of school in the middle of the night to awaken his profession. After awakening, he directly rushed into the college entrance exam secret realm. About an hour later, Lin Shuya received a call from the school, stunned. How is this possible? She cried, feeling like her career was about to be ruined. In the dead of night, what is he doing in the college entrance exam secret realm? Although the secret realm allows resurrection, the psychological impact is enormous. The college entrance exam secret realm is specifically designed to train mental resilience, and everyone experiences it differently. Before entering the real secret realm, all participants must undergo mental training. A newly awakened rookie has never faced life and death trials. If something happens to their teammates, many people will collapse, even lose their sanity. The college entrance exam secret realm is the first place to temper one's mental state. Don't be fooled by the resurrection items inside. Most people can't recover within a week. Many require a month or even a year of psychological therapy. Chen Fan completely disregarded all this and rushed in. Directly? If something happens, I'm finished. Lin Shuya got out of bed, not even bothering to change her clothes, and dashed out. After talking with Lin Shuya for half an hour, Sun Ming's expression was serious, but inwardly he was overjoyed. He truly hoped Chen Fan would suffer greatly in the college entrance exam secret realm. Because if that happened, the country wouldn't pay much attention to Chen Fan. After all, Chen Fan was too reckless. As a support, he didn't need to participate in the college entrance exam secret realm at all. Most newcomers in support professions have limited endurance. They usually stay obediently at school for training and only attempt the secret realm when they're ready. But Chen Fan was different. He chose hell-level difficulty right from the start. If he accidentally failed in the college entrance exam secret realm, the psychological shadow would be unimaginable. Students like this wouldn't be prioritized by the country. Sun Ming's calculated in his mind, perhaps he could deduct a few more items from Chen Fan's gift package. Lin Shuya, standing before him, was truly a headache. Lin Shuya, with tearful eyes, said, "How could I have known he would sneak out in the middle of the night to change professions?" Changing professions is one thing, but he even rushed straight into the college entrance exam secret realm. He wants to explore the secret realm. Couldn't he have asked me first? He insisted on sneaking in. Could I have stopped him? Now that he's being so secretive, what if something happens? Sun Ming's comforted her verbally but was indifferent in his heart. There's no need to worry too much. He might give up and quit soon. The psychological pressure in the college entrance exam secret realm is too intense. Many students can't handle it. In the middle of the night, more and more people gathered around the college entrance exam secret realm. In addition to Tsinghua University's teachers and professors, various reporters arrived upon hearing the news. They came fully equipped with cameras and gear. Even a popular internet celebrity with millions of followers started a live stream. Despite the late hour, the live stream still attracted millions of viewers. We are now at the entrance of the college entrance exam secret realm where Chen Fan entered. He is from Longcheng, Everyone can see that the area around the secret realm is completely surrounded. To be honest, there's no need for everyone to be so excited. Support professions are inherently eligible for exemption from the exam. This isn't discrimination, it's a practical necessity. Friends who have just changed professions must undergo psychological training, otherwise the experiences in the secret realm might harm your mental health. I don't approve of newcomers in support professions recklessly rushing into the college entrance exam secret realm. If something goes wrong, it won't benefit them either. Before the popular influencer could finish speaking, Lin Shuiao slapped the back of his head hard. Her eyes were red, glaring fiercely at the influencer. Who told you to film here? Take your equipment and get out of here. The influencer was startled. I was just trying to remind global professionals I didn't do anything wrong. Why are you hitting me? Without another word, Lin Shuiao pulled out a long spear from her personal space. Professionals of Tier 2 and above all have their own personal space. A beginner's space is about 10 cubic meters, and it expands as they level up. The influencer, with millions of followers, never expected Lin Shuiao to be so fierce, suddenly pulling out a weapon. Who could handle that? He quickly slinked away. Lin Shuiao, her eyes still red, held the long spear and addressed all the reporters. Today's report: if anyone dares to say a single negative word, don't blame me for being rude. Her aura was overwhelming, clearly a Tier 6 professional. The highest professional tier in this world is Tier 9. Even Sun Mingze was only Tier 5. Seeing this, Sun Mingze was startled, thinking he couldn't be too harsh on Chen Fan's gift package. If this Tier 6 combat professional found out, it would be trouble. Taking one resurrection item should be fine, after all, it's just one. Everyone was waiting for Chen Fan to emerge from the college entrance exam secret realm, but instead, they received another shocking piece of news. The global college entrance exam rankings had changed. Almost everyone on site, including Sun Mingze, Lin Shuiao, and professors from Tsinghua University, received a text notification. However, due to the protection of the Professional Alliance, only a few high-ranking officials in Longhua could see the detailed global rankings and Chen Fan's specific score. The current global college entrance exam rankings were as follows: name, hidden, ranked first. Score, hidden. Details of the first place: Global first, Asia first, Longhua first. Apart from knowing he was from Longhua, all other information was confidential. This was truly frustrating. After seeing the message, all professionals checked their watches to confirm the change in the first place ranking, and they were stunned. In the past, anyone who made the list would proudly show off their background. No one had ever been this low-key. To block all information, even the score, how unusual. Actually, it wasn't that Chen Fan wanted to keep a low profile, but because he had just changed professions and immediately participated in the college entrance exam secret realm, the Professional Alliance had to protect him. After all, he had only just begun his new professional journey. At this moment, the area in front of the college entrance exam hall was dead silent. No one dared to speak. After a long time, someone gasped, and the hall erupted into chaos. Everyone began discussing excitedly. Our Longhua actually produced a global first in the college entrance exam. And it's the highest score since the secret realm appeared. How high must that score be? This is the first time I've seen such a low-key top scorer, hiding all their information. Could it be someone who just changed professions? That's possible, the timing matches. Maybe it's Chen Fan, who just entered the college entrance exam instance and is about to come out. Brother, don't joke around. Chen Fan is in a support profession. Even with SSS-level talent, support isn't that strong, right? Not necessarily. This must be a combat profession. Only combat professions can be this powerful. What I'm most proud of is that the person is also from Longhua. Our Longhua is rising. In the college entrance exam secret realm hall, everyone was staring at their messages. Meanwhile, discussions on the Longhua Professional Alliance forum were heating up, with most people feeling proud. Oh my god, today is such a good day. We discovered an SSS-level talented support professional who also took first place globally in the college entrance exam. And the top scorer is from our country. That's right, today is definitely worth celebrating. But why would the top scorer hide their name? If I were at the top, my ancestors from 18 generations back would be on the list. I think he just changed his profession not long ago. Aren't all participants in the college entrance exam newly transitioned? Why hide the name? Have you forgotten? The college entrance exam secret realm can be repeatedly challenged. Some people just want their name to stay at the top of the leaderboard forever. There's no need to repeatedly challenge it. I remember there's a rule in the secret realm: if you keep challenging, you have to remain a first-tier professional. Do you really want to stay at the first tier forever? Only support classes would say something like that. For us combat professionals, repeatedly challenging the college entrance exam secret realm is actually quite useful, as it mainly trains psychological resilience. I heard everyone's secret realm for the college entrance exam is different. Mine was a warm family scene. I was having dinner with my parents in the dining room, and everyone had happy smiles on their faces. But then, monsters suddenly appeared, and my dad was killed right in front of me. Ha ha ha, when your dad died in front of you, were you scared? Panicked? Did it hurt? Honestly, the college entrance exam secret realm can be really cruel sometimes. My scenario was similar: friends and family dying one by one in front of me. I almost broke down. Who didn't go through that? My dad died in front of me, and I completely lost it emotionally. As a result, I was deemed unqualified and immediately teleported out of the secret realm. Newcomers really need to work on their psychological resilience. By the way, how many points did the global first place get? The second place has been on the leaderboard for 10 years now. The second place killed all 10,000 monsters in the secret realm, and I heard he comes from a family of assassins. He had no emotional fluctuations in the secret realm, so he didn't lose any points and ended up with a perfect score of 100,000. If I were the second place, I would have lost it by now. Do you even need to guess if he lost it? Check the forums. The second place just posted something. He must have lost it. I heard the second place has been stuck at the first tier professional level for 10 years just to maintain his secret realm score. I thought he could keep it up forever, but it seems he finally broke down this time. This is hilarious. It's just a record. Is it worth staying at the first tier for 10 years? Is he out of his mind? I heard the first place even gets a special gift package from the temple every year. The top 10 all have to stay at the first tier so they can re-enter the secret realm and refresh their scores at any time. The global second place in the college entrance exam secret realm rankings had held the top spot steadily for 10 years. The third place only had a little over 80,000 points, a significant gap from the second place. The third place had been trying hard to re-challenge the secret realm to improve their score but always failed. The reason was severe emotional fluctuations, heavy point deductions, and operational mistakes. The college entrance exam secret realm is a very unique secret realm. It not only tests psychological resilience but also generates random content based on each individual's circumstances. The scenes are extremely realistic, and once inside, you feel completely immersed in the environment. Very few people can remain calm. The second place is an exception. It's said that the second place comes from a family of assassins, where almost all the elders are assassins. To cultivate talent, the family uses extremely cruel training methods. For this 20-something second place, surviving to this point is already very fortunate. Recently, he posted a long thread, mainly wanting to know more details about the first place, getting such a high score but choosing to hide it. Am I wrong to want to see if he's really better than me? I've always been the first place, frequently re-entering the secret realm to refresh my score and stay ahead. Suddenly, someone surpassed me and even blocked their information. And they're from Long Country. Everyone knows people from Long Country are cunning and smart. They must have used some special method to get their person on the leaderboard. It seems this guy is very unconvinced. But there are many comments from people in Long Country under the post, fiercely refuting him. Are you kidding? The college entrance exam leaderboard is published by the temple. If we in Long Country could influence the temple, we would have made all the secret realms in our country different a long time ago. Your country is so embarrassing. Yeah, everyone knows what you're thinking. You just want to know the detailed information about the first place, right? The first place just changed professions. And you want to snatch them away? He broke down mentally, stuck at the first tier profession level for 10 years, just to keep refreshing his scores. Because the global top 10 in the college entrance exam secret realm receive gift packages from the temple every year, earning a fortune. From first to second, he can still make money. There's no need to be so upset. I'll take it as you complimenting us Dragon Nation people for being smart. If you're stupid, then cry over your stupidity or collapse from anger at your own stupidity, but don't insult us Dragon Nation people. Don't think that just because you're a first-tier professional, I wouldn't dare to challenge you one-on-one.
Yes, even though I'm already 5th tier, I shamelessly challenge you.
Dare to accept? Domestically.
Only a very few people know the detailed information about the first place through special connections.
Lin Shuayo is one of them.
The global college entrance
exam secret realm ranking data displayed on other people's phones isn't as detailed, but Lin Shuayo has already seen it. This is Chen Fan's score. This kid is really serious. Lin Shuayo didn't expect that the rule she casually mentioned would actually be followed by Chen Fan.
And he did it so beautifully.
It's infuriating. Lin Shuayo, with a head full of black lines, thought bitterly and helplessly, what am I still doing here?
After scoring, Chen Fan might have directly
teleported back to school.
I need to find him quickly. Otherwise, this guy might really go to the combat academy.
This is absolutely possible. Moreover, it's even
more likely that the old folks at the combat academy, seeing Chen Fan's impressive scores, might try every means to recruit him into the academy.
Why can't a support profession become a combat profession? Of course, it can. There are historical precedents. But a support with SSS-level talent, regardless of how strong Chen Fan's SSS-level talent is, such a person going to the combat academy, although Lin Shuayo herself is a 6th-tier combat professional, she absolutely won't allow this to happen. Absolutely not.
Lin Shuayo glanced at her phone and hurriedly left, not even bothering to greet Sun Ningzi.
Sun Ningzi watched the direction Lin
Shuayo left, and although he didn't speak, he thought to himself, probably, Chen Fan really has no chance.
Good news, whether it's the SSS-level talent gift
package from the temple or the one from headquarters, they might end up with me.
What great news, the global college entrance exam first place, such an amazing talent actually appeared in our country. If it's in Dragon City, who would care about an SSS-level support profession? Everyone, step aside. Originally, the Dragon Nation Professional Alliance had no intention of disclosing detailed information about Chen Fan.
But the pressure from the temple kept increasing more and more people were incited by the 2nd place, collectively signing petitions to the temple to report.
Ultimately, under pressure, the Dragon Nation Professional Alliance could only disclose partial information. Detailed information about Chen Fan remains confidential, with only his scores revealed. Scored details: first, excessive emotional fluctuations, -100 points. Second, loss of rationality during rage, -50 points.
Third, too many negative emotions when facing
secret realm monster attacks, -100 points.
Fourth, self-doubt, -10 points. Fifth, killed 10,000 secret realm monsters so far, score 100,000 points. Sixth, candidate is a support, score multiplied by 1.5.
Seventh, candidate did not sustain any injuries, bonus 5,000 points. Eighth, none of the candidates' 4 teammates sustained any injuries, bonus 20,000 points. Seeing this score sheet, the Global Professional Alliance Forum exploded. After deducting these penalties, he still scored over 174,000 points? Actually, rounding up, it's 175,000 points.
Those deductions are negligible, completely ignorable.
Judging from the
deducted points, this person should be a novice. I think he just recently changed professions.
Do you even need to say that? If he hadn't just changed professions, why would he hide his personal information?
The rule of the temple is that those who have been in their profession for less than a year do not display their
names.
Only those seasoned veterans who deliberately stay at the 1st tier without advancing reveal their names.
This is also to protect newcomers. After all,
it's normal for emotions to fluctuate right after transitioning.
The college entrance exam secret realm is no joke. Exactly. Although the college entrance exam secret realm is a solo challenge that every professional must go through, it's truly torturous. Even after all these years since I graduated, I still occasionally dream of being back in that secret realm. 175,000 points? Can a normal person even achieve such a score? And the report shows he's a support, completely uninjured throughout. What kind of profession is this?
I guess it's a tank-type support, maybe with extraordinary recovery abilities.
His talent must be SSS level.
Right, the kind of super durable support.
Otherwise, how could he make it through unscathed? The problem is, this score is way too exaggerated. A support getting such a high score?
It would only make sense if it were a combat or tank profession.
Don't talk nonsense.
A support is a support, their position is solid. Who would give up being a support to switch to combat or tank?
Don't destroy my faith. Regardless, he's one of us, a citizen of the Dragon Nation. I'm proud of him. The second place person already deleted their post. I'm dying of laughter.
Actually, the second place is impressive too, but that first place support
completely crushed everyone. A bunch of combat and tank professionals losing to a support, isn't that embarrassing? Stop focusing on farming points and level up already. The Dragon Nation Professionals Alliance forum was in an uproar.
Sun Mingze also received the report card.
When he saw it, an indescribable feeling
of disbelief surged in his heart.
Could the one who achieved such a high score really be Chen Fan? Chen Fan's conditions did match recently transitioned, possessing SSS-level talent, and just entered the college entrance exam secret realm. Judging by the secret realm's timeline, he should have already come out. So, was this score really Chen Fan's? Sun Mingze's eyes lit up, suddenly not daring to withhold anything from Chen Fan. Just a support, yet achieving such a high score. In the college entrance exam secret realm. Who would dare provoke someone like that? He could only go along with him.
The more Sun Mingze thought about it, the
more uneasy he felt. I need to use my authority to check and see if it's really him.
After all, it was just his speculation earlier.
What if it wasn't true? Could he miss out on these resources because of an uncertain thought?
Moreover, Sun Mingze originally just wanted to get a 6.48 million resurrection item.
He made a few calls.
The responses were all that it was inconvenient to disclose. Finally, an old friend spoke up. Old Sun, stop thinking about it.
There's no way it's someone from your Dragon City. If it really were Chen Fan, could your Dragon City still be calm?
The military academies and universities would have already started
fighting over him. What does it mean for a support to participate in the college entrance exam secret realm?
It means he has to transfer schools.
If his current school doesn't agree, he has to transfer. Do you think those universities can hold back?
Even if he's a support, with a global first-place score, they'd
definitely take him. Isn't your Dragon City still peaceful right now?
These words made sense.
Sun Mingze thought carefully.
Chen Fan was from Tsinghua, and Tsinghua had indeed been quiet recently. Then there was nothing to worry about.
Since Chen Fan wasn't the global college entrance exam champion, and as a support, he dared to enter the secret realm.
Maybe he had already failed by now, and his mood must be shattered. Something must have gone wrong, which is why Tsinghua University had become unusually quiet. Thinking of this, Sun Mingze breathed a sigh of relief, humming a little tune as he stood up and walked toward the door.
He needed to retrieve the SSS-level talent gift package that the headquarters had sent to Chen Fan. He also couldn't forget the SSS-level talent package from the temple.
Gift package?
What gift package?
The day before, Chen Fan was so exhausted that he fell asleep as soon as he hit the bed, sleeping for nearly 10
hours straight, only to be woken up by the system. Ding dong, hello, host. I am the treasure chest system. Every time you enter a secret realm or level up, you will 100% receive a treasure chest. Moreover, I can detect treasure chests that appear around you every day. Treasure chests appearing around me? Chen Fan's whole body ached, lying on the ground unwilling to move. System, I don't understand this. Don't lie to me.
There's no treasure chest in this world.
There is.
Because you are bound to me, the map you are on has a chance to refresh a big treasure chest. Take today, for example, there's a diamond treasure chest in the
Temple of Dragon City. I know the exact location. The system's childish voice sounded very excited. The map I'm on? Are you talking about Dragon City? Chen Fan immediately woke up. That's right.
And host, I found that you still have 2 gift packs unclaimed.
You are an SSS-level talent, and the Professional Alliance
Headquarters has already sent you a gift pack, and there's one at the temple too.
Bring your ID card, and you can claim it at the temple. No wonder Chen Fan kept
hearing the system's childish voice muttering about gift packs in his dreams earlier.
Unexpectedly, the system could even monitor these things, truly impressive. Afterward, Chen Fan chatted with the system.
It turned out this system had 2 functions. First, it could detect treasure chests on the map where Chen Fan was located, but the appearance of these treasure chests was probabilistic, not guaranteed daily. For instance, last time when Chen Fan entered the college entrance
examination secret realm, no treasure chest appeared there.
The system said that every day Chen Fan went to different maps, there was a chance for treasure chests
to appear.
Fortunately, it was only a possibility, and the probability was quite low.
Otherwise, Chen Fan could wander aimlessly around Dragon Country every day. Second, the system was particularly interested in various gift packs and treasure chests.
As long as Chen Fan was about to receive a reward, the system could
detect it in advance.
Finally, as long as Chen Fan cleared a secret realm or upgraded his professional level, he would definitely receive a treasure chest.
These treasure chests were distributed after being evaluated and scored by the main system. For example, last time, Chen Fan cleared the college entrance examination. Secret Realm is the global first place and directly received a supreme treasure chest.
The system also said that this time, as long as Chen Fan casually entered an ordinary secret realm, he could get 2 supreme treasure chests after clearing it.
Truly a great deal.
For the sake of that supreme treasure chest, Chen Fan decided to temporarily postpone transferring schools.
He didn't want to go to school right now.
After all, Tsinghua University normally starts in September.
In mid-August, new students have to participate in psychological training. Regarding transferring schools, Chen Fan had his own plans. If Tsinghua University doesn't
agree, I'll take my transcript to the first military academy.
I don't believe I can't get into the combat academy if I don't want to be a support. What's so good about being a support?
Chen Fan thought to himself. The system heard this but didn't care. To it, treasure chests were the most important.
Ding dong, host. It doesn't matter where you go. I think there's no difference. You should hurry up and find that treasure chest and open it.
When you open treasure chests, I can also upgrade, and we can both benefit.
Once I upgrade, there will be more functions.
This childish voice system had given a big temptation from the start.
However, Chen Fan was quite curious about what the system would be like after upgrading. In his view, the current system was already powerful enough. The system was gradually growing from Chen Fan's hands. Chen Fan discovered in the system that he still had 2 SSS-level talent gift packs hidden in the temple. Dragon
City's professional alliance and the temple had both sent him messages, reminding him not to miss out. The system was particularly interested in these gift packs and treasure chests because a super treasure chest had just refreshed at the temple. Without hesitation, Chen Fan rushed directly to the temple.
Every city, even every village and town, had a temple. Temples appeared alongside secret realms.
Initially, people thought temples were troublesome things like secret realms.
Later, they realized that temples were actually a lifeline for humanity.
Without the help of temples, the death toll when facing secret realms would have been
unbearable.
Every city had temples, and every temple had temple envoys. Temple envoys were special individuals chosen by the temple. From birth, they were recognized
by the temple. Their palms wouldn't grow spirit patterns, and they couldn't change professions to become professionals.
They were very special, able to communicate
with gods in the temple, listen to divine teachings, and guide people. Dragon City's temple had 10 floors. First-tier professionals could only go to the first floor. Second-tier professionals could go to the first and second floors. Third-tier professionals could access the third floor, and so on. But the highest
level is only a 9th-tier professional, so no one can enter the 10th floor.
The entire temple is made of special obsidian, appearing as if it were carved from a
single massive stone, with no visible seams from the outside. When Chen Fan arrived at the temple entrance with his ID card and text message, he saw a familiar
figure, Lin Shuao.
Even the system couldn't help but complain, "Run, host, that crazy woman is here again." Chen Fan remembered it clearly.
Back at Tsinghua University, Lin Shuao deliberately had a group of bodyguards keep an eye on him. Even his enrollment was forcibly arranged by her. This woman had issues. Chen Fan's first instinct was to turn around and leave. But behind him came Lin Shuao's voice, tinged with a sob. "Where are you going? We can discuss any concerns you have." Chen Fan glanced back at her.
"You said before that if I successfully changed my profession and did well in the college entrance exam, I could transfer schools." His eyes sparkled as he spoke.
Lin Shuao took a deep breath. Transferring schools is not an option.
Chen Fan knew full well that this crazy woman had changed
her mind again.
"Then I'll just switch schools altogether."
With his grades, what school wouldn't want him? Even if Lin Shuao had already sorted out his academic records, as long as a school was willing to accept him, the records wouldn't be an issue. Lin Shuao took another deep breath, her face softening into a kind smile. "You can choose to dual major at 2 academies. I know you want to pursue a combat profession, but your profession is very special, it's top tier among support roles. The school can offer you 2 options, dual majoring in the combat academy and the support academy. The knowledge from both won't conflict. Really?
Plus, you scored first place globally in the college entrance exam.
Don't look at me like that. I have my ways of knowing these things. You can also claim another mysterious reward from the temple. Without Tsinghua University's help, that reward would be hard to obtain. But Chen Fan felt as cold as if he'd been frozen for 10 years. I just want to go to the combat academy.
Lin Shuao immediately seized the opportunity. If you follow my advice, with your first place exam results, you can claim 2 sets of academy rewards, and as a support professional claiming the global first place temple reward, you'll also
get an additional bonus.
Support professions are extremely rare in this world, so they enjoy certain resource privileges. Had he known this earlier, Chen Fan wouldn't have been so fixated on the combat academy.
Alright, let's do it your way. I'll go claim the SSS-level talent reward first.
Chen Fan, holding his ID card, prepared to rush into the temple.
Lin Shuao quickly followed, persuading him with great effort until he finally calmed down.
What happened next would depend on how the teachers from each department performed. Once he saw the luxurious environment of the support academy, he would surely feel the stark contrast with the simplicity of the combat academy. Lin Shuao believed that some things needed to be guided gradually. She took Chen Fan to claim his reward while revealing her identity. I'm a 6th-tier combat professional.
Honestly, I don't recommend you go to the combat academy.
6th tier, and a genuine combat professional at
that. Chen Fan hadn't expected Lin Shuao to be so powerful.
It seemed she had been holding back with him before. If she had been serious, she could have taken
him out in one move. Chen Fan looked at Lin Shuao curiously, his tone carrying a hint of admiration.
What's so special about combat professions? Combat professions are poor, my friend, Lin Shuao said helplessly, summoning a spear from her combat space. The spear was incredibly cool, entirely red, as if flames were
burning along its shaft.
The alloy material even had cracks, making it look extremely impressive. This thing, a weapon, is like a wife to a combat professional,
Lin Shuao said, pointing at the spear.
If you go to the combat academy, you'll understand just how important weapons are, so important they're like a wife.
Chen Fan laughed. Is it really that exaggerated? Just check out any combat professional forum, even the Dragon City Professionals Alliance forum. Weapons and equipment for combat professionals are the most expensive among the 3 professions, Lin Shuao said bluntly.
She wasn't exaggerating, everything she said was true. At this moment, the resentment emanating from her was enough to nurture an evil sword immortal. Especially weapons, every combat profession's wife.
Wouldn't you buy a beautiful appearance? Wouldn't you equip gems that can be enhanced?
Lin Shuao grew angrier as she spoke. Chen Fan seemed deep in thought.
After all,
his current skills allowed him to paralyze indefinitely, making weapons extremely crucial for him. As a musician, he had few attack skills. Despite his 23-star mental power talent, he still needed to develop into a strength-based type.
After controlling the enemy, it was all about continuous basic attacks. A powerful weapon was a must. A weak weapon wouldn't even scratch the surface.
Support professions are particularly popular in the early stages.
If you don't want to bind
yourself to a team, you can join those wild teams in charge per session. Lin Shuao revealed the money-making strategies of top-tier supports.
Generally, top-tier
supports would form teams with 4 members, seeking partners with compatible mental power.
Fixed teams were crucial for growth. However, not everyone could encounter top-tier supports.
Early on, even top-tier supports rarely bound themselves to teams. Hence, the term Wild Dad emerged, referring to top-tier supports who charged per session to lead teams.
Chen Fan looked completely bewildered. Isn't it combat professionals who lead me?
Yes,
they even pay to lead you.
If they take you to clear secret realms, they have to give you money, provided your talent is strong enough, Lin Shuao explained, then curiously asked about Chen
Fan's talent. So, what talent did you awaken? Chen Fan, what exactly is your SSS-level talent?
Every professional had a chance to gain talent during advancement, though it was also possible to gain nothing. The talent obtained during the first job change determined the future potential ceiling.
If someone directly awakened an SSS-level talent, their future strength ceiling would be SSS level.
Of course, it was also possible for subsequent awakenings to maintain SSS level,
or even downgrade. Chen Fan didn't think his SSS level talent was particularly special.
It just makes all my skills with special effects last a little longer.
What?
Lin Shuya was so shocked she couldn't speak, even storing her spear into her spatial inventory. Her face was filled with disbelief. Chen Fan was startled by her reaction and tentatively asked, "Is there something wrong with my talent?" Lin Shuya quickly recovered from her shock but didn't directly ask for specific values. In truth, Chen Fan was very kind to many people. He could have chosen not to answer Lin Shuya's question, but not only did he answer, he explained in detail. Lin Shuya smiled and said, "Your talent is truly powerful." She didn't ask for specific values, assuming the talent merely extended skill durations slightly. For example, a skill originally lasting 8 seconds could become 12 seconds with the talent. Don't underestimate those mere 4 seconds. 90% of a musician's skills were various buffs, either enhancing teammates or applying debuffs to enemies. This talent affected all of a musician's skills, practically, making it a destiny-bound exclusive talent for musicians. No wonder it was rated SSS level. Lin Shuya reminded Chen Fan, "If someone asks about your talent in the future, never explain it in such detail, or better yet, don't tell them at all." Chen Fan nodded without saying much. His expression grew more serious, resembling a child pretending to act mature. Although he was only a few years away from adulthood, Lin Shuya found him particularly adorable. Soon, the two arrived at the place to claim their gift packs. Unexpectedly, they encountered Sun Mingze, the president of the Longcheng Professionals Alliance. At this moment, Sun Mingze looked extremely angry. As they approached, they could hear him arguing with the staff. "Explain this to me, what exactly is going on? I am the president of the Longcheng Professionals Alliance. Do you think I would embezzle this gift pack? This gift pack was sent from headquarters. I'm helping to claim it and will hand it over to Chen Fan afterward. What's the problem? Did I do something wrong? Is there an issue with the process?" Chen Fan hadn't paid much attention to Sun Mingze initially, but upon hearing his name mentioned, he curiously looked over. Sun Mingze's face turned red with anger, clearly furious. He never expected to be stopped by a staff member of the temple. Moreover, the person wasn't even a temple envoy, just a first-tier professional, likely with mediocre talent, working at the temple as a job. The stern-faced professional showed no expression, his demeanor as cold as ice. He tapped the camera on his work window, gave Sun Mingze a disdainful once-over, and said, "I didn't say you were trying to steal the gift package. But you're not Chen Fan himself, you have nothing to do with him, and you don't have his ID. Why should I give such an important gift package to you? You want to take photos or videos with Chen Fan? Honestly, I'd like to do that myself. If you've got nothing else, don't block my way." The Dragon City Professionals Alliance might seem impressive to ordinary people, but to me, it's nothing at all. Chen Fan and Lin Shuya, standing nearby, couldn't help but want to applaud this first-tier professional. What a brilliant response! The professional seemed ready to continue his tirade, clearly having a lot more to say to Sun Mingze. If it weren't for the cameras all around, Sun Mingze might have already lost his temper and acted out, just as easily as he had dealt with Xiao Gao in the past. Although this first-tier professional wasn't strong in combat, his sharp tongue was unmatched. Once he started talking, Sun Mingze couldn't get a word in edgewise. Just as Sun Mingze was about to explode, a familiar voice came from behind him. Lin Shuya greeted him with a smile. "Oh, President Sun came to pick up the package himself? I heard you were going to help our Chen Fan claim the gift package." "No need, we're here ourselves." Sun Mingze froze instantly. What made it even more awkward was that the first-tier professional, who had just spoken to him so rudely, immediately leaned his head out of the collection window upon hearing Lin Shuya's words. Although the window was much larger than a typical bank counter, the sight of him sticking his head out was still a bit startling. However, he quickly pulled his head back, his face lighting up with excitement. As he pushed the door open with a bang, the door opened outward. This first-tier professional was likely a strength type, or perhaps Sun Mingze was just too weak. Either way, when he excitedly pushed the door, Sun Mingze stumbled from the impact, but the professional didn't even notice. He rushed straight to grab Chen Fan's hand and said, "You're Chen Fan, right? The one who awakened the SSS-level talent? You're the king of support. I've been waiting for you for so long. This guy actually wanted to claim the gift package for you, but I flat out refused." As he boasted about his actions, his face was full of an expression begging for praise. "Big brother, you're my idol. Let's add each other on WeChat, okay? Can you give me an autograph? And maybe even take a photo with me?" His expression
was that of a crazed fan? Even Chen Fan was taken aback.
Lin Shuiao simply smiled without saying much. But when she looked at Sun Mingze, her expression darkened. She had a gut feeling that Sun Mingze had been up to something shady just now.
Chen Fan, having just transitioned into his profession, might not fully understand yet.
Gift packages issued by the Alliance headquarters or rewards from the temple must be claimed in person by the professional with their ID.
The process was strict, involving a set of identity verification procedures.
If a professional unfortunately passed away, these packages would be distributed to their
family members by temple staff to ensure every family member received their due.
In the past, there had been cases of people fraudulently claiming resources, so
the management was particularly stringent.
However, Sun Mingze was one of the few people with the authority to intercept such packages.
But nothing like this had ever happened before. Lin Shuiao checked her phone and asked a few questions, finally understanding what Sun Mingze was trying to do.
She was a freshman counselor
at the support academy.
Logically, Chen Fan's case should fall under her jurisdiction. Tsinghua University had a unique culture where everyone fiercely protected
their own students. Lin Shuiao would never let Chen Fan suffer any losses.
Now, it was just a matter of seeing what Sun Mingze was planning. The staff member enthusiastically guided Chen Fan through a full celebrity experience, even asking him to sign her tank top and take a photo together.
The two of them even added
each other on WeChat. The staff member was so moved that their eyes turned red, almost like a fan meeting their idol. They even posted several updates on their social media.
I won't wash this tank top for a month. No, I've decided never to wash it. I'm going to frame it and hang it on the wall. Chen Fan listened on the side, feeling utterly awkward.
Before his transmigration, he knew some young girls could go to extremes when idolizing someone.
But he never imagined that such fanaticism would be directed at him.
And he was the one being idolized.
The feeling was both novel and surreal. Of course, Chen Fan didn't say much. After all, the
young girl in front of him, a first-tier professional, didn't seem very old. After taking a photo, the first-tier professional pulled Chen Fan directly into the
studio behind the counter. Do you have your ID? We need to verify your identity before we can give you the gift package. Chen Fan understood. The identity
verification was simple. The staff used a device similar to a thermometer to scan Chen Fan and the watch on his wrist, confirming his identity.
Identity confirmed. Please collect your gift package. The staff was thrilled and took out two large red gift packages in front of Chen Fan.
They were square, solid, and heavy.
Chen Fan heard the system's prompt in his ear. Ding. Host, walk about 1 meter west, and we'll be able to get the diamond treasure chest. You don't need to stand in
a fixed position, just get close to the chest.
This treasure chest is visible only to us, others can't see it.
The system's childlike voice chimed in at this
moment, adding to the chaos. Holding the two large gift packages, Chen Fan followed the system's instructions and took 2 steps toward the window. He had already noticed the massive diamond treasure chest floating above the window.
The chest's surface was encrusted with countless diamonds, shining so brightly it almost
dazzled the eyes.
However, the office staff didn't see it at all and continued working as usual.
When they noticed Chen Fan, they became excited, with a few
people rushing over to ask for a photo, just like the young girl earlier.
Chen Fan naturally didn't refuse.
For him, taking photos was no trouble at all.
Ding!
Congratulations, host, on obtaining the diamond treasure chest. The system's excited voice rang in his ear.
Chen Fan also noticed that the diamond treasure chest,
floating above the window, had disappeared. If it weren't for the enthusiasm of the first-tier professional, he might have only been able to complete the procedures
at the window and wouldn't have been able to reach the chest.
The chest was about 5 meters away from Chen Fan, so it seemed that only within this range could
he claim it. Ding!
Host, stop dawdling and go check what's inside the chest.
When you open the diamond treasure chest, I can gain experience points. The system's excitement was practically overflowing. Chen Fan felt the same way.
Holding the 2 large gift packages, he was about to leave when Sun Mingze stopped
him. Sun Mingze extended his hand toward Chen Fan and said, "These are pretty heavy. Let me help you carry them."
Headquarters is really generous. Discovering an
SSS-level talent definitely warrants such a large gift package.
Indeed, they were heavy, but the 2 packages were well wrapped and wouldn't hurt Chen Fan's hands. That won't be necessary. Lin Shuiao easily took the gift packages from Chen Fan's hands, vigilantly watching Sun Mingze.
I'm his counselor, responsible for escorting him back. So close. Sun Ming's face turned green. If he could get his hands on the packages, he'd have a way to quietly take out the contents or even swap them. But he was thwarted at the last moment by this seemingly ordinary counselor. Sun Mingza was seething with anger. He vaguely sensed something. When Sun Mingza approached, he felt as though the other party was trying to activate a skill. As a top-tier support specialist with 23-star mental strength, he was highly sensitive to any unusual movements. People with high mental strength could detect the subtle changes in the air when a skill was about to be activated. By the way, mental strength cannot be increased. Other attributes can be improved through leveling up, consuming potions, or equipping items, but mental strength is an exception. No matter how much one advances, mental strength cannot be enhanced. Chen Fan had looked into it before. His 23-star mental power was unparalleled globally. When Sun Mingza approached just now, he immediately sensed something was off. So, he pulled Lin Shuya back a few steps, squinting his eyes and staring at Sun Mingza seriously. What skill were you trying to use just now? Lin Shuya was astonished. He was trying to use a skill? Were you planning to steal the gift pack? With so many cameras around, and me standing right here, you've got some nerve. Sun Mingza's face darkened. What skill could I possibly use? I was just trying to help. Lin Shuyo sneered. Support class professionals have particularly strong mental power. If he could sense it, it means you did try to use a skill just now, but the distance wasn't enough for it to succeed, right? You're the president of the Longcheng Professionals Alliance, and you're doing something like this? Are you that desperate? Hearing the commotion, a staff member by the window felt uneasy. A young woman stepped out of the office. I was wondering why you were so insistent on helping someone claim their gift pack. Turns out you had ulterior motives? Sun Ming's face turned red. I just used an appraisal skill to see if there were any resurrection items in the gift pack. I just wanted to buy one, that's all. His excuse sounded flawless. Even he thought it was incredibly clever. Appraisal was indeed a skill, but he hadn't expected Chen Fan's mental power to be so high that he could detect even the use of a skill. It seemed this guy wouldn't be easy to deal with. Sun Mingza had no choice but to switch tactics. He decided to play the pity card. Tears welled up instantly, and his eyes reddened. My son is at Tier 3. He's been stuck as a Tier 3 professional for a long time and has already reached the maximum age for conscription mode, 45 years old. Chen Fan hadn't expected that Sun Mingza, who looked to be in his 40s, would have a 45-year-old son. How old are you? Your son is 45? After becoming a professional, both age and appearance could change. I'm a Tier 5 professional. The age limit for Tier 5 is 500 years. I'm in my 60s, which is considered young. Kid, you wouldn't understand these things. You'll only learn about them after advancing tiers. Sun Mingza quickly added. Chen Fan couldn't help but glance at Lin Shuyo beside him. Lin Shuyo reacted like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Why are you looking at me? I'm only 25. Unlike this loser, I advance quickly. I'm already Tier 6. Being called a loser, Sun Ming's face twitched, but he couldn't argue. Compared to Lin Shuya, his aptitude was indeed inferior. A 23-year-old Tier 6 expert either came from a powerful family or was exceptionally talented. In either case, Sun Mingza couldn't compete. From Tier 3 onward, you can choose your appearance, Lin Shuya whispered to Chen Fan. This guy must have set his image early on, so he looks. It's not that simple. Chen Fan understood the rules of conscription mode. In all secret realms, whenever there were casualties, the deceased would turn into monsters within the realm. When the number of monsters became uncontrollable, the secret realm would activate conscription mode. But Chen Fan had never known who would be recruited in conscription mode. Now, he finally understood. Sun Mingza was crying so hard he was gasping for breath, almost spilling his entire story. My son is already 45 and still hasn't advanced to Tier 4. The age limit for Tier 3 conscription mode is 45. If a Tier 3 secret realm activates conscription mode, all Tier 3 professionals over 45 will be forcibly teleported in. The difficulty of conscription mode is random, but no matter what, it's always much harder than a normal secret realm. Recently, a Tier 3 secret realm in the Dragon Kingdom is on the verge of collapse. It's already at the critical point and could erupt into conscription mode at any moment. My son is getting older and has been stuck at Tier 3 for a long time. He's very likely to be recruited. Although that secret realm can only accommodate up to 100,000 people. So I have to prepare resurrection items for him. One isn't enough, I'm practically bankrupt. Chen Fan, you awakened an SSS-level talent. Both the temple and headquarters gave you big gift packs. Check if there are any resurrection items in them. If there are, I'll buy them at market price. How about it? After hearing this, both Chen Fan and Lin Shuao understood. Lin Shuao spoke up at this moment. The usual price for a resurrection item is 6.48 million. But it's definitely different now. I just checked the auction house in Longwa, and there's no stock at all. It seems a lot of people are in urgent need of this item. Since you said you'd buy it at market price, I need to understand the current price first. By the way, Chen Fan, do you want to sell? There should be resurrection items in those two big gift packs of yours. I advise you not to sell. This thing is equivalent to a life. What's more important, life or money? Lin Shuao said as she took out her universal phone to check the market price. Normally, resurrection items are 6.48 million, but now everyone is scrambling to buy them, and the price has risen to 18 million. Chen Fan was also too shocked to speak. The price increase was outrageous. But thinking about it carefully, it made sense. The recruitment mode was too dangerous. Sun Mingzi said that as long as someone was a third-tier professional and over 45 years old, there was a high probability they would be forcibly drafted into the secret realm. Although there were only 100,000 slots, no one knew if they would be among them. If there weren't many third-tier professionals meeting the criteria, would those close to 45 years old also be pulled in? A shortage of slots would inevitably cause panic. Those who had reached the third tier were generally wealthy. What was 6.48 million? What was 18 million? One resurrection item was far from enough. What if they died and someone else looted their corpse? So, the safest approach was to buy several as backups. Under such circumstances, it was no wonder the price skyrocketed. In front of Lin Shuao and Sun Mingzi, Chen Fan opened the two gift packs. The temple's gift pack was relatively simple. After all, there were quite a few people who awakened SSS-level talents, so the items in the temple's gift pack were naturally limited. There were only 3 items in the pack, 2 books produced by the temple, which Chen Fan hadn't had time to look at yet. His attention was drawn to the resurrection talisman inside. The resurrection talisman, also known as the legendary resurrection item. Although he knew it was valuable, Chen Fan had never seen one before because he hadn't changed professions previously. This thing had a market price of 6.48 million. It was just casually placed in the package. It looked quite ordinary too. The paper used for the talisman wasn't even high grade, it was yellow, and the runes were drawn with cinnabar. Chen Fan picked up the talisman, spread it out, and stared at the runes on it for a moment before saying, I feel like I could draw this myself. Lin Shuao couldn't help but laugh. Don't mess around. Do you see that seal in the bottom right corner? That's the temple's certification. Even if you tear it into pieces, each small piece can still be used once. We've tried drawing it ourselves, and it was completely useless. Only the ones issued by the temple are effective. So far, only those who receive rewards from the temple can get this kind of talisman. The market price is usually 6.48 million, but recently the price has gone crazy. To be honest, almost all the talismans that could be sold have been snatched up. No one is willing to sell this thing easily. Don't be fooled by the fact that it's just a piece of paper, it can save a life. As Lin Shuao spoke, she cautiously kept an eye on Sun Mingzi beside her. To be honest, when Sun Mingzi saw the talisman, his eyes nearly popped out. This was truly a resurrection talisman. The temple actually gave such a precious item to someone with an SSS-level talent. Was SSS-level talent really that powerful? Why? Sun Mingzi thought of his daughter. If she had had a resurrection talisman back then, she might not have died in the second-tier secret realm. I've already prepared 5 resurrection talismans for my son. This thing is getting more and more expensive. Even as the president of the Longcheng Professional Alliance, it's hard for me to buy them. Sun Mingzi couldn't help but say. There's no stock on the market at all, and the ones that occasionally appear are at sky-high prices. But the high price doesn't matter, as long as you can buy it. There should be more in the gift pack. Can you sell one to me? Sun Mingzi originally planned to buy Chen Fan's talisman at the low price of 6.48 million. Unexpectedly, Lin Shuao suddenly intervened. He was caught in a dilemma. 18 million per talisman was indeed a bit expensive. But having One was better than having none.
Who knew, the price might rise to 24 million tomorrow. The market had already been drained, and many people were waiting outside. The temple.as long as someone receives a reward or gift. Sun Mingze was just thinking when the little girl who had just taken a photo with Chen Fan asked, Chen
Fan, are you really going to sell the resurrection talisman? Sun Mingze knew that this first-tier professional was quite bold and had a sharp tongue. He had already witnessed it earlier. Hearing her question, Sun Mingze's face darkened. What do you mean? Sun Mingze looked quite intimidating.
The first-tier professional. Young lady seemed a bit scared, shrinking her neck and appearing nervous, but her words were still sharp. It's normal to sell things at a high price.
I'm just asking. Isn't it better for sellers to sell at a higher price? There are cameras here. Are you really planning to make a move on me? Lin Shueyo stepped in front of her. Mr. Sun, don't forget I'm still here. If Chen Fan doesn't want to sell to you, he can sell to someone else. I suggest that if you really want to sell the resurrection talisman, just put it up in the auction house for a 24-hour bid. The final price will definitely be higher than 18 million. I've checked. This talisman is extremely valuable. To be honest, Chen Fan had the same thought. In front of everyone, he opened the second gift pack. The second gift pack contained quite a few items: 3 books, a small box made of special material with storage bag written on it, auxiliary materials for second-tier awakening, and 3 resurrection talismans. Including the resurrection talisman given by the temple, there were a total of 4. Lin Shueyo glanced at the contents of the gift pack and solemnly said to Chen Fan, although 18 million seems like a lot, if you really plan to sell the resurrection talisman, I suggest you sell at most 1. In case you need money. But it's best not to sell it. Who would complain about having too many resurrection talismans? The headquarters even gave you a storage bag. As long as you put the resurrection talisman inside, it will take effect. I'll teach you how to use the storage bag and bind it with blood later. Who doesn't need money? But Chen Fan had already figured out his own way to make money, so there was no need to sell the resurrection talisman. Now was definitely not the right time to sell. This wasn't something he came up with himself, it was Lin Shueyo who reminded him. Lin Shueyo texted Chen Fan, now is not the right time to sell. Don't sell it to that Sun Mingze. I always feel there's something off about him.
Chen Fan asked her what would be considered the right time to sell.
Her answer was, if the secret realm really activates the recruitment mode, the entire Dragon Nation will be notified. Once the recruitment mode is activated, alarms will sound across the Dragon Nation, and an hour later, the secret realm will officially start recruiting without any warning. Anyone who meets the criteria could be pulled in. Didn't Sun Mingze mention earlier that a third-tier secret realm in the Dragon Nation was on the verge of collapse? If it really holds up, the recruitment mode won't appear. Right now, everyone is betting on this outcome.
Although the price of resurrection talismans has already increased several times.
That's nothing. Sometimes, even without recruitment mode, as long as the 5th-tier PK mode starts, the price of resurrection talismans will skyrocket. It's completely normal. Lin Shueyo summarized that the hour when the secret realm alarm sounds in the Dragon Nation is when prices rise the most dramatically. If Chen Fan still needs money at that time, he can sell it. But her advice was not to sell. After all, this item represents a life. As long as it's placed in the storage bag and carried, it will take effect immediately. After listening to Lin Shueyo's advice, Chen Fan decided to obediently store the resurrection talismans. When the time comes and he really needs them, they won't be available on the market. The normal price is 6.48 million, but with any disturbance, the price skyrockets. It's already 18 million now, and Lin Shueyo still said this was normal. I'm not selling. After thinking for a long time, Chen Fan finally said this. After he spoke, he noticed that both Lin Shueyo and the young lady who had taken a photo with him earlier breathed a sigh of relief. But Sun Mingze's voice suddenly rose several octaves, shouting angrily, "You're not selling? Why not?" As soon as Sun Mingze finished speaking, a sharp clang was heard. Lin Shueyo had already summoned a spear from her space and unhesitatingly placed it horizontally between Sun Mingze and Chen Fan. It seemed that if Sun Mingze said one more word, Lin Shueyo would use her spear to split his head open. He said he's not selling. Do you have any objections? Lin Shueyo's spear was almost poking right in front of Sun Mingze's face. Only then did Sun Mingze realize what profession Lin Shueyo belonged to. Anyone who could wield such a spear was either a knight or a dragon knight. This profession was particularly powerful, capable of tanking damage, dealing output, and even healing. If she was a dragon knight, this girl might even have a 6th tier dragon, most likely a Western-style lizard dragon. Regardless of the profession, it was not something Sun Mingze, at tier 5, could handle. Sun Mingze took a step back, his face darkened. Although he said nothing, the hatred in his eyes was unmistakable. Lin Shuao glanced at him, tilted her head, and smiled slightly. She could already see many students vomiting under this tree. It was truly a unique tradition. Chen Fan listened, feeling both sour and amused, never expecting this tree to have such a strange history. He leaned against the trunk, slowly regaining his composure. Lin Shuao glanced at him indifferently, her tone carrying a hint of teasing. Next time you ride in my car, you better fasten your seatbelt. Don't let your soul run off too fast. Chen Fan smiled wryly. Your driving skills really make people both scared and impressed. Lin Shuao smiled faintly, her gaze firm. Who says quiet girls can't drive fast cars? Sometimes. Don't be fooled by appearances. Chen Fan secretly admired her. This girl not only had outstanding driving skills but also acted decisively and efficiently. Meanwhile, turmoil erupted within the Dragon City Professional Alliance. Sun Mingze's faction was suddenly completely purged, with all key members falling from power, and newcomers swiftly taking their places. These newcomers were even directly teleported from other provinces and cities, moving so quickly it seemed premeditated. Sun Mingze's boss made a phone call, his face ashen, utterly baffled. What the hell is going on? The power we painstakingly built is gone overnight? Who on earth did Sun Mingze offend? As for Sun Mingze himself, he was being taken away by the emissaries of the Dragon City Temple. The temple emissary, dressed in a white robe, with long black hair draped over her shoulders and slightly parted red lips, said, Sun Mingze, our investigation has found you involved in multiple crimes, including murder and embezzlement. Come with us. Sun Mingze tried to resist, channeling his energy to release skills, but no matter how hard he tried, he was completely locked down by the temple emissary, unable to act. The temple emissary sneered, don't think that temple emissaries are powerless. Even though you can't see spirit marks on my hands, within the temple, I am invincible. You haven't even stepped out of the temple yet. As soon as she finished speaking, the temple emissary waved her hand lightly and took Sun Mingze away directly. The development of this drama was earth-shattering. Within just an hour, the entire Dragon City Professional Alliance was turned upside down. Sun Mingze's faction was completely wiped out, and newcomers swiftly filled the vacancies, moving as if they had been pre-arranged. Behind all this, Chen Fan was completely unaware. He was now sitting in Lin Shuao's car, his heart racing, gripping the handle inside the car tightly, afraid that if he let go, his soul would fly away. Lin Shuao appeared quiet on the surface, but her driving was like a tiger descending the mountain, so fast it made one's scalp tingle. Chen Fan secretly vowed that next time he rode in her car, he would definitely be mentally prepared. As the car came to a steady stop at the entrance of Tsinghua University, Chen Fan finally breathed a sigh of relief, directly hugging the ancient tree at the entrance and vomiting. Lin Shuao stood nearby and said indifferently, this tree was planted by an old principal of Tsinghua 500 years ago. Legend has it that when a secret realm descended, he specifically planted this tree, hoping it would protect the school from danger. She looked at Chen Fan with a helpless expression. This tree has witnessed the vomiting history of many students. I wonder what that old principal was thinking back then, choosing such a spot. Chen Fan looked up at the tree and thought, this school really is full of oddities. Lin Shuao smiled and said softly, alright, you've rested enough. We still have a lot to deal with. Chen Fan nodded, knowing that the road ahead was still long, but at least now, he had a reliable partner. When the flowers bloom, many people end up leaning against the wall to throw up. And quite a few get carsick and throw up, just like you. Lin Shuao was truly a chatterbox, constantly chattering on and on. By the way, you didn't apply for that global college entrance exam top scorer package. Lin Shuao's voice drifted over. I've already applied for you. Your transcript has been sent back to the school, and the professors should all be able to see it. Even if the little guy tries to hide it, we can still see it. Lin Shuao suddenly remembered something and teased. Chen Fan finally snapped out of Lin Shuao's relentless chatter. I didn't intend to hide it at all. It was the Dragon Country Professional Alliance that automatically hid it for me. I'm the top scorer in the college entrance exam. I should be able to apply to 2 academies. Right? Lin Shuayo glanced at Chen Fan. You can, but before that, do you want to visit the academy with me?
Chen Fan was puzzled.
Is there really a need to visit?
Your Tsinghua is open, I've already been around before.
Chen Fan didn't understand what Lin Shuayo meant by visiting.
Tsinghua was an open campus, anyone could
enter.
What you've seen is only the outer part, you haven't seen the inner courtyard.
Lin Shuayo smiled at Chen Fan. You can choose either the Combat Academy or the Support Academy as your main academy and live there. If you want, you can even study in all three academies. That shouldn't be a problem, right? Support who doesn't want to be a tank isn't a good combat professional, right?
Chen Fan felt there was something hidden in Lin Shuayo's smile, but this freshman
counselor didn't seem to have any bad intentions.
Thinking about Sun Mingze earlier, Chen Fan was a bit puzzled and asked directly, that Sun Mingze is pretty
powerful. Was it worth it for you to go against him for me? He's the president of the Dragon City Professional Alliance, after all.
Lin Shuayo blinked, her eyes
glinting as if she was about to cry. Sun Mingze was startled by the sight. Before he could say anything, Lin Shuayo burst out laughing. I really want to cry. But I can't. The school's power is far stronger than you imagine. Sun Mingze is nothing. He's probably already been dealt with by now.
Lin Shuayo waved her hand
casually. But to be honest, I do have a bit of a selfish motive.
When you reach the 6th tier, I need to reserve a spot in his secret realm for you.
You'll have to take me and my teammates with you.
Of course, I'll pay you at market price.
Chen Fan nodded instinctively. No problem.
Lin Shuayo clapped her hands.
All right, let me show you around the campus. Chen Fan felt that there wasn't much need for Lin Shuayo to show him around.
It wasn't like he hadn't been to Tsinghua
before.
Before he transmigrated, he had some feelings for Tsinghua. Back then, he had only been admitted to an ordinary 985 university and hadn't even come close to touching Tsinghua's gates. After transmigrating, he discovered that Tsinghua was completely open to someone like him, a support with golden spirit patterns.
But, deep down, Chen Fan was more interested in combat. Even so, he still came to Tsinghua.
Of course, before coming, he had already explored every corner of Tsinghua.
The campus was incredibly beautiful. This time, Lin Shuayo took him straight to the district where the support academy was located. The three academies of Tsinghua stood like a tripod on the school map.
Each academy's gate was particularly grand and magnificent. The support academy's gate was the most luxurious, with a frame
inlaid with gold, real gold.
An old man guarded the gate. Every day, many students came to visit Tsinghua, walking excitedly through the gate.
Chen Fan had been here before and didn't find it particularly special. I'd been here before. Because of the golden spirit pattern on his hand, Chen Fan always moved freely within the support academy. It was smooth sailing.
At the entrance of the support academy, it was mandatory to remove the shielding gloves produced by the temple. This was a rule of Tsinghua Academy. As a result, everyone could see the golden spirit pattern shining on Chen Fan's hand.
Without the shielding gloves, the glow of the spirit pattern couldn't be hidden. However, with Lin Shuayo accompanying him, she didn't want Chen Fan to stand out too much just yet. After all, his
appearance had already made the staff and professors quite fond of him.
At this moment, Lin Shuayo was very grateful that the Dragon Kingdom Professional Alliance
had helped Chen Fan hide his detailed information on the global college entrance exam rankings, protecting his privacy.
Follow me. With Lin Shuayo leading the way,
Chen Fan didn't even need to show the golden spirit pattern in his hand to prove his auxiliary identity. Chen Fan, however, followed behind Lin Shuayo with a casual demeanor. I've been here so many times, even the security guards outside almost recognize me.
If the school didn't agree to Chen Fan transferring, he would likely be assigned to the auxiliary academy. The single dormitory Lin Shuayo had prepared for Chen Fan earlier was actually in the villa area where the teachers lived.
It was estimated that once Chen Fan officially entered the auxiliary academy, his dormitory would be reassigned.
What you're seeing is the outer
academy, the inner academy is off limits to outsiders.
Lin Shuayo smiled and led Chen Fan toward a rockery and bonsai not far from the entrance. The rockery and bonsai didn't look particularly special, except for the small ingots in the bonsai.
Those were real gold ingots
and gemstones. If the entire bonsai and rockery weren't connected, Chen Fan would have definitely tried to dig out those small ingots the first time he saw them. The auxiliary academy could be described as understated luxury with depth.
And this understated luxury was all hidden in places no one paid attention to. Perhaps the students who designed the auxiliary academy thought no one would notice these details, but Chen Fan, who grew up in a financially struggling household, immediately spotted these hidden luxurious decorations.
However, for safety reasons, these decorations were made very sturdy, such as the gold ingots embedded in the rockery bonsai. This is every student's favorite place. Do you know why?
Lin Shuio pointed at the rockery bonsai, tilting her head slightly, looking genuinely adorable.
If one didn't know she was a strong-willed girl, it would be easy to be deceived by her appearance. Chen Fan looked helpless, because it's rich, right? Quite a few of the small ingots in this bonsai are real gold. But I've tried, you can't take them off.
Lin Shuio shook her head helplessly, feeling the need to instill the right values in Chen Fan.
She gently patted Chen Fan's shoulder.
Although Chen Fan was taller than her, she had to stand on tiptoe to reach. She said seriously, "Big brother, in the future,
you'll be a revered auxiliary master. Don't let these small amounts of money weigh on your mind."
Chen Fan grabbed Lin Shuio's playful little hand.
To be honest, this girl was skilled with guns, but her hands were delicate and smooth, small and exquisite, easily covered by one palm. When the two looked at each other, a subtle hint of ambiguity filled the air. Lin Shuio's face turned red,
but Chen Fan's gaze held no trace of desire, his tone as cold as ice. "Big sister, you
should know my family situation. My parents sacrificed themselves in the South Sea battle secret realm. What I lack most is money. I really lack money." As he
spoke, Chen Fan pulled out a small saw blade from his pocket. "The academy doesn't care about the little things in this bonsai, but I do.
Otherwise, I'll..."
Before he could finish, the small saw blade was snatched away by Lin Shuio. Lin Shuio was speechless, but she understood that the boy in front of her was, after all, the son of martyrs. The activation of the conscription mode in the South Sea battle secret realm was a pain for the entire Dragon Kingdom.
The Dragon Kingdom is currently the only country in the world that has never allowed a secret realm to fall. But is it really because the Dragon Kingdom is so strong? The number of professionals in the Dragon Kingdom is not high in this world, especially high-level professionals, who are even rarer. When the 6th tier South Sea battle secret realm entered conscription mode, it was suppressed by the powerful professionals of the Dragon Kingdom, but at an extremely heavy cost. That battle was won
at the expense of all 6th tier professionals at the time. Since then, the Dragon Kingdom has faced a professional gap, with no successors, lasting for 30 years. After all, 6th tier professionals were already few in number, and the conscription mode of the South Sea battle secret realm required the direct conscription of 300,000 people, while at that time, the total number of 6th tier professionals in the Dragon Kingdom was only 280,000.
All 6th tier professionals were
forcibly conscripted, sacrificing their lives to bring peace to the secret realm. This became the most painful lesson in the history of Dragon Nation's resistance
against secret realms.
Every 6th tier professional who participated in that battle was admirable, and even their descendants received national privileges.
At that time, Chen Fan was sent to an orphanage.
The original Chen Fan had already been killed, and the current Chen Fan had just transmigrated into this world.
The
assassin only managed to kill the original host once. During the second attempt, they were discovered and committed suicide on the spot.
Since then, no assassins
ever appeared during Chen Fan's growth, and to this day, he still doesn't know who was behind the attempt on his life.
The orphanage director told Chen Fan
that the matter had been mostly resolved.
However, Chen Fan remained very curious about the South Sea battle. Lin Shuio took a deep breath and said no more.
Suddenly, she pulled out a long spear from her spatial storage and struck the rock garden bonsai with it.
"Don't destroy the rock garden bonsai. Even if you won't let me cut the gemstones in small ingots, you can't ruin the school's property." Chen Fan's eyes widened. The next second, he noticed a crack appearing where the rock garden bonsai had been split.
Aha!
What the heck? Chen Fan and Lin Shuio were sucked into the crack. Lin Shuio had a smile on her lips, while Chen Fan kept screaming.
But when he saw everything in front of him clearly, he was left in awe. No wonder they say support roles are the key to all professions. No wonder they say a powerful support can lead 4 rookies into a secret realm and still succeed.
The support academy was truly unimaginably wealthy. The azure
sky contrasted sharply with the white clouds, and sunlight bathed the clean and bright buildings. A wide road stretched out before them, with colorful ornamental trees lining both sides. These were strange trees Chen Fan had never seen before. This place used to be a secret realm, Lin Shuiao explained beside Chen Fan.
Every secret realm is essentially a unique small world.
If you can fulfill the wish of that secret realm, it might stabilize and turn into a small world. This might sound a bit complicated, but in short, this place was once a secret realm.
After being subdued by a former principal of Tsinghua University, it was placed in the support academy. The plants here are unique to this small world.
These colorful ornamental trees are not only beautiful, but their leaves and bark can
also be used to make potions.
Some support professions specialize in potion making, and they can turn these trees into powerful potions.
By the way, don't touch the flowers and plants here. What if they're materials for your senior brother's or sister's graduation theses? Seeing Chen Fan about to pluck a branch from a colorful ornamental tree, Lin Shuiao quickly warned him in alarm. Even the ornamental trees can't be touched? Chen Fan asked curiously.
They're just
growing by the roadside. If there's a name tag on the tree, it means someone is researching it. Don't mess with it, Lin Shuiao said with a helpless smile. Let me take you to visit the cafeteria and study area. Chen Fan nodded.
Along the way, they encountered various senior brothers and sisters, each specializing in
different support professions.
Some focused on medicinal herbs, others on food ingredients, and still others on other areas of expertise.
Looking at this, the
conditions in other academies are far inferior, Chen Fan thought as he glanced around, his heart filled with awe.
The luxury of the support academy far exceeded his imagination.
Even the road surface was paved with transparent gemstones, with a complete gemstone embedded every meter, dazzlingly radiant.
Beneath each gemstone, its unique color and texture were clearly visible.
As he walked, he read the description plaques next to the gemstones. Flame stone, embedding it into a weapon can release flames, causing burn and bleeding effects.
Ice stone adds a freezing effect to attacks, slowing down enemies.
The higher the purity, the stronger
the effect. Lightning stone releases lightning during attacks, paralyzing the target. The effect varies with purity.
This gale stone has a strange name, but embedding it into shoes can increase movement speed, making running easier.
Just don't run against the wind.
Chen Fan suddenly stopped and turned to Lin
Shuiao. How much does such a large gemstone cost to buy?
Lin Shuiao replied calmly, the stone itself isn't expensive, about 1 million or so.
But the cost of an inlay master isn't cheap. Each inlay costs 100,000, regardless of success or failure.
If it fails, the stone is gone.
After inlaying, it still needs refining and polishing, which are processes you haven't encountered yet.
After speaking, she summoned a long spear from her space. The spear's body was entirely engulfed in flames, with cracks on the handle where fire faintly flickered, making it extremely dazzling. Lin Shuiao touched the spear's body, and a virtual display platform suddenly appeared on the spear, showcasing 8 colorful gemstones.
These are the gems I inlaid, she explained. Although the inlay master's fee is as
high as 100,000 per attempt, you have to pay regardless of success or failure. If it fails, the stone disappears.
Of course, the ones I'm showing are top-tier gems.
The gems on the ground are all top quality, each worth over 1 million.
You can also use ordinary gems for inlaying, but the inlay fee is the same. Look at this shining purple gem. I failed over 600 times to inlay it.
Its quality still doesn't match the gems on the ground, and a single piece costs 500,000.
Chen Fan was dumbfounded.
Over 600 failures, 100,000 per attempt, 500,000 per gem, not even counting the cost of the failed gems.
His head was about to explode. You really put a lot of effort into your weapon.
Of course, Lin Shuiao said matter-of-factly, putting away the spear in her hand.
For combat professions, weapons are as important as a wife.
You could choose a support profession, earn money with support skills, and then use the money to upgrade your weapon.
Aren't you planning to go to the combat academy? It's a complete industry chain. Chen Fan frowned and asked, isn't the success rate too low?
Lin Shuiao replied helplessly.
It's the same everywhere. You'll understand once you get to the combat academy.
Our support academy already has the best conditions, and you'll soon see.
I can see that. Indeed, he could see it.
The inner courtyard of the support academy had a total of 24 cafeterias, spread throughout the area. The buns at the third cafeteria are the best, made with fresh and tender meat from secret realms. The owner of the third cafeteria is a 5th-tier combat professional who personally gathers materials from secret realms, Lin Shuiao explained in detail to Chen Fan, as if talking about her treasures. The noodles at the 6th cafeteria are
the most authentic.
Their family used to run a noodle shop in Dragon City with a history of hundreds of years.
The spicy hot pot at the 7th cafeteria is famous far and wide. I can't resist craving it even in the middle of the night. The candied hawthorn at the 8th cafeteria is absolutely amazing. The 9th
cafeteria. The 9th cafeteria is a bit strange.
Don't go there unless you have to. Chen Fan didn't react much when Lin Shuiyao talked about how delicious the
other cafeterias were, but when he heard that the 9th cafeteria was strange, he immediately became interested. He asked about it, and Lin Shuiyao's expression
darkened.
The last time I went there, I saw them stir-frying mooncakes with leeches.
Stir-frying what with what?
Chen Fan thought he had misheard.
No, he hadn't. Mooncakes stir-fried with leeches. The 9th cafeteria was simply a disaster. The food at the cafeterias is really good. Except for the 9th cafeteria.
The other cafeterias were quite delicious.
Chen Fan had a hearty lunch at the Support Academy. After touring the Support Academy, Chen Fan followed Lin Shuiyao to the Combat Academy. I've been to the outer courtyard of the Combat Academy before. Honestly, I think the outer courtyard is similar to the Support Academies.
Outer courtyard, just not as luxurious. Chen Fan shared his thoughts. I've loved combat professions since I was a child.
If I could stand on the front lines and fight monsters from secret realms, I would be so happy.
As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Fan noticed Lin Shuiyao looking at him with a complicated expression.
What's wrong?
Chen Fan didn't think there was anything special about what he said, but he felt her gaze was strange.
Lin Shuiyao found it hard to understand. As a support, isn't it better to stay behind combat professionals?
The country is in dire need of support professionals, the whole world is.
If support professions weren't so scarce, I wouldn't be trying so hard to persuade you to become one.
Although there have been cases in Tsinghua University's history where someone switched from support to combat, they still ended up as support after graduation.
After you visit the inner courtyard of the Battle Academy, you'll definitely want to return to the Support Academy, Lin Shuiyao said confidently. Chen Fan couldn't help but feel curious about what the inner courtyard of the Battle Academy looked like.
Just like last time, they entered the Battle Academy from the outer courtyard, passing through a rockery and a small pond to reach the inner
courtyard.
However, this time Lin Shuiyao added an explanation. Actually, every time we come in, there's no need to use weapons to hack the rockery. We just swipe a card. As she spoke, instead of summoning her spear like before, she revealed a pass card from her palm.
Chen Fan was stunned. So earlier, you were just showing off? Yeah, so what? Lin Shuiyao flicked her hair. Alright, no problem at all. It turned out there was an invisible access machine in front of the rockery, and swiping the card was all it took to pass. The rockery at the Battle Academy wasn't as luxurious as the one at the Support Academy. It wasn't inlaid with gold, ingots or gemstones and looked quite ordinary. Lin Shuiyao swiped her card, and a crack appeared in the rockery.
Just like before, it sucked both her and Chen Fan
inside.
This time, Chen Fan wasn't scared anymore. Instead, he was much calmer. But upon landing, he was truly shocked.
Was this really the inner courtyard of the Battle Academy? The entire inner courtyard of the Battle Academy looked desolate. In front of Chen Fan and Lin Shuiyao was just a single road. However, this road was no longer a jade-paved brick path but an ordinary cement road. There were no colorful ornamental trees on either side of the road. The buildings in the distance were all made of red bricks, far from the luxurious structures of the Support Academy, and they even looked somewhat dilapidated. These buildings had clearly been around for a long time, with walls full of cracks. Walking through the campus with Lin Shuiyao, Chen Fan felt uneasy. Before long, he saw other combat professionals passing by.
Most of them were burly men, many shirtless, with solid muscles. They wore tattered clothes, and some didn't even have shoes, with holes all over their socks and footwear. However, the weapons in their hands gleamed brightly. Chen Fan and Lin Shuiyao happened to pass by a chubby boy with glasses. Among the people around, this chubby boy's clothes were the best, at least they didn't have patches. He held a wooden stick in his hand, and his eyes lit up when he saw Chen Fan. Chen Fan didn't know him, but the chubby boy approached him familiarly. Hey, bro, you're a new student, right? Here for a tour? I've seen this counselor next to you several times. Lin Shuiyao had no impression of this chubby boy at all, but the boy still stood in front of them confidently, proudly raising his wooden stick. Take a good look, this is my weapon. My dad gave me 1 billion during the summer vacation, and I spent it all on this.
Chen Fan was speechless. You spent 1 billion and dress like this? Shouldn't people have some standards?
Wearing such shabby clothes while holding such an impressive weapon doesn't
he find it ridiculous? Do you think it's amazing? Seeing Chen Fan's dumbfounded expression, the chubby boy said smugly, I think so too.
This was the most valuable thing I did during the summer vacation. Let me tell you, this weapon is made of a particularly rare alloy from a third-tier secret realm.
It can only be
found in third-tier secret realms of hard difficulty or above, and it's a product of the temple. What followed could be summarized in thousands of words.
The chubby boy kept rambling about his weapon.
Strangely, once the topic started, the surrounding combat professionals all put down what they were doing and gathered
around.
At that moment, Chen Fan felt like he was at the center of village gossip. It was just like before he transmigrated, when villagers loved to sit under the old locust tree and chat. Whether it was 30-something housewives or 70 to 80-year-old grandmothers, they all loved gossip.
At this moment,
Chen Fan was the center of attention. Everyone seemed particularly satisfied seeing his bewildered expression.
Chen Fan could still hear their whispers. They thought their voices were low, but everything was clearly audible. This kid looks like a newbie, completely clueless. I should show off my weapon and enjoy his envious look. Being clueless is good. Being clueless is like a blank slate. Back in the day, I knew nothing, but now I only love my wife. The man speaking pulled out a peculiar large machete from his space and even kissed it. This little guy's expression is so amusing, showing off in front of him feels especially satisfying. I really want to chat with someone about my painstakingly crafted big wife. Finally, someone who understands. Sigh, I wonder which class this freshman got assigned to. I need to add him on WeChat. My wife is the most powerful. All of you, step aside. I spent 3 billion on her. Chen Fan. Lin Shueya. Do you think speaking softly means no one can hear you? However, Chen Fan himself had a question, so how can I craft an especially powerful wife? Lin Shueyo looked puzzled. Why was Chen Fan suddenly asking such a question? Sure enough, the students of the Combat Academy all looked at Chen Fan with bright eyes, as if seeing a lifeline in the desert. Even Lin Shueyo couldn't help but take a few steps back. What followed was that this group of combat students, like a living Q&A encyclopedia, answered Chen Fan's questions one by one. First, you need to choose a design, something that feels natural for you to use. Never listen to the temple's suggestions, those traditional weapons are too outdated. We're not ordinary people, we're students of Tsinghua University's Combat Academy. That's right, we need our own style. For example, my weapon, doesn't it look like the Infinity Gauntlet from that foreign comic? I call it the Infinity Gauntlet. Foreign stuff is all trash. Look at mine. This is my self-crafted windfire wheels, like the ones Neza rides, but I use them differently. I just smash people with them. Smash directly? That's so crude. Look at my design. What is this? It's the Eastern Emperor bell I crafted. That's just a bell. Stop kidding yourself. Do you also want to be a teacher? However, Chen Fan was genuinely interested in the Eastern Emperor bell. It was truly a brilliant design. Ding dong, host, your profession is musician. Upon hearing this, Chen Fan raised an eyebrow. Isn't the Eastern Emperor bell essentially a chime bell? Isn't that a musical instrument? Oh, even the system's ding-dong sound seemed to freeze in shock. The Combat Academy students were incredibly enthusiastic. Chen Fan, a complete novice in weaponry, was forcibly taught into a beginner-level weapon master by them. He thought to himself that he needed to study weapons thoroughly when he got back. Beside him, Lin Shueyo listened with a mix of fear and trepidation. She suddenly realized she might have made a huge mistake. She had inadvertently led a top-tier support specialist astray. However, the rest would have to be corrected gradually during actual combat. For now, Lin Shueyo had no better solution. The food at the Combat Academy's cafeteria was notoriously bad. There were 24 cafeterias in total. Almost all the combat students spent all their time training. Although the Combat Academy wasn't as flashy as the Support Academy, every corner was a training ground. Many students were sweating profusely there. When Chen Fan passed by, they even wanted to challenge him to a duel, but Lin Shueyo immediately declined on his behalf. PK between students is their way of interacting. That's just how the Combat Academy is. Lin Shueyo hurriedly defended the Combat Academy,
afraid that Chen Fan would develop a bias against it. Although she was a counselor from the Support Academy, she still felt the need to say a few good words for the Combat Academy. To save time, the Combat Academy's cafeteria only offered one type of food, which looked like small compressed biscuits packed with various nutrients. These were meticulously crafted by the cafeteria chefs. Each piece, weighing about 50 grams, provided the energy of a full meal. Everyone called them energy blocks. They were cheap. The only difference among the 24 cafeterias was the taste. Chen Fan bit into one with a blank expression and almost spat it out. The taste was both awful and bland, but it did fill him up. After eating it, Chen Fan didn't feel hungry until the next morning. Lin Shuao smiled and explained, Combat Academy students are different from those in other academies. They generally think eating is a waste of time, so most of them just eat energy blocks. Cafeteria. Actually, you can order dishes here too, and the cafeteria chefs will cook for you. Moreover, combat professionals need to spend more money on equipment, so everyone is quite poor. Eating these energy blocks is actually the most cost-effective choice. You're still in a support profession now, and although you've already transitioned and gained your talent, your physical fitness is still at the support level. One energy block is enough to fill you up, but high-level warriors need to eat an entire plate. Lin Shuao is truly adaptable to any environment. Back when she and Chen Fan ate at the Support Academy, the meals were so rich and delightful. At that time, Lin Shuao ate with a big smile on her face. Now, faced with these unappetizing energy blocks, she still placed them in front of her and ate cheerfully. Chen Fan began to suspect that Lin Shuao might not have a sense of taste. After trying all kinds of delicious food, how could she eat this stuff? Initially, Chen Fan thought the Combat Academy's environment was pretty good, but the cafeteria food was a bit unbearable. He couldn't possibly go to the Support Academy to mooch food every time. Then I'll major in the Support Academy, Chen Fan decided, his eyes full of reluctance. Actually, he quite liked the atmosphere of the Combat Academy. Lin Shuao achieved her goal and felt that the energy block in her bowl didn't seem so bad anymore. Don't worry, I'll help you handle all the paperwork in a bit. Do you want a single dorm or a 5-person dorm? Single dorms are specially prepared for support professionals with special talents and are in excellent condition. But Chen Fan had his own thoughts. Of course, a 5-person dorm. Living alone is too lonely. Lin Shuao, who was in charge of freshman affairs, immediately had an idea when she heard this. Among this year's freshmen, there were indeed a few students with good support talents, and they all chose 5-person dorms. She decided to group them together. Outstanding students should stay together to influence each other and progress faster. Alright, Lin Shuaya clapped her hands, I'll arrange the dorm for you right now. She had already handled Chen Fan's academic matters earlier, and now only the supplementary procedures were left. Then, Lin Shuaya took Chen Fan to the boys' dormitory. The boys' dormitory in the Support Academy was much better than the Combat Academies, at least without so many cracks. Honestly, the Combat Academy's dormitory looked like a centuries-old building, gloomy and eerie during bad weather, like a haunted house. You'll stay here, Lin Shuao led him into room 401. Someone was already inside and nodded in greeting when they saw Chen Fan. Currently, the dorm only had Chen Fan and that student. You can organize your bed yourself. I have other things to do, so I'll leave first. Lin Shuao casually placed the bedding she got from the student management office on a chair and left after a simple arrangement. The student management office provides each student with bedding and toiletries, and living supplies can be collected monthly. The quality of the school's supplies was quite good, even better than Chen Fan's own toiletries. Of course, Chen Fan wouldn't let the counselor make his bed for him, that was something he had to do himself. All the beds in the dorm were designed with desks below and beds above. There were 5 beds in total, placed face to face. The extra space was occupied by large cabinets, a refrigerator, and a washing machine. The dorm also had a bathroom and a small balcony. The living environment was already quite good, much better than the house Chen Fan had rented near Tsinghua University before. Wu Zihua, the roommate who had been playing games, suddenly asked, tilting his head to look at him, "What's your name?" Chen Fan. Chen Fan gave his name and glanced at the other's computer. The computers in this world were far more advanced than those he had seen before his transmigration. Chen Fan stared at the game on the other's screen and froze. South Sea Battle? Wu Zihua nodded. That's right, it's South Sea Battle.
This was the most devastating battle in our country's history, which is why there are so many game versions on the market. By the way, before officially enrolling, we have to pass similar virtual training levels. There are countless people who fail every year. Virtual training is completely different from formal assessments. In virtual training, death doesn't matter, as you can revive at any time, but for beginners just starting to engage in real combat, this kind of training is extremely overwhelming. The school aims to train every student's psychological resilience. Those with unstable mental states often collapse directly. There are quite a few such students. They eventually get expelled and sent home. If they recover, they can take the college entrance exam again and choose another school. If not, they might remain like this for life. Wu Zihua held a gaming helmet and looked at Chen Fan, who was making his bed. How about a round after you finish? Chen Fan agreed without hesitation, as he was curious too. Wu Zihua invited Chen Fan because he saw the counselor personally escorting him over, which made him a bit puzzled. This seemingly ordinary boy, what kind of ability did he have to warrant being personally brought here by a level 6 counselor? So Wu Zihua directly adjusted the game to the most intense part of the South Sea battle. After finishing his bed, Chen Fan put on the helmet and entered the virtual world of the South Sea battle with Wu Zihua. The gaming helmet provided an incredibly immersive experience. This set of equipment cost quite a bit. Although Chen Fan lived worry-free under government care, buying such a thing was still a luxury. If students from the combat academy saw it, they'd definitely call it wasteful. With so much money, you should spend it on your wife, not on some computer. In the game, Chen Fan opened his eyes to deafening shouts of battle and a blood-soaked battlefield before him. A man covered in blood was screaming madly in front of him. However, Chen Fan couldn't understand a word he was saying. Just as he was about to speak, the man was suddenly entangled by a massive tentacle, like that of an octopus, and was brutally torn in half. Blood splattered everywhere, including on Chen Fan's face, cold and wet. Chen Fan looked up. Not far away, a gigantic sea monster, as tall as a 50-story building, appeared on the shore. It resembled an octopus but had 3 heads and countless tentacles. As soon as the monster landed, its tentacles seemed to shed, falling to the ground, where they quickly transformed into smaller monsters identical to it. The man earlier had been torn apart by these smaller creatures. On the battlefield, many people were utterly exhausted, unable to use their skills. Occasionally, someone would cast a skill, only to attract even more sea monsters. The entire coastline was filled with various alien creatures, with few survivors. Recovering from his shock, Chen Fan picked up the large blade, dropped by the man and flicked it lightly. Clang, the crisp sound of the blade echoed across the battlefield. At the same time, all the sea monsters' bodies trembled slightly. Blue arcs of electricity appeared on them, flickering continuously. The monsters' heads were paralyzed for 21 seconds. Chen Fan noticed the paralysis duration was a bit odd. System notification: advanced sea monsters have certain resistance to negative effects, so the duration may vary. The system's notification sounded somewhat gleeful. Quite the calculated support. Melody. This skill originally controlled targets for 30 seconds. But now, facing the special aura of advanced sea monsters, the control duration was reduced to 21 seconds. The cooldown time was 17 seconds. This meant Chen Fan had to be even more focused than before. As soon as the cooldown ended, he had to use it again immediately. In this world, there was no skill panel, timing had to be manually calculated. System, help me keep track of the time. Chen Fan rolled his eyes, he couldn't calculate it accurately himself, so the system had to assist. Ding, time's up. Chen Fan activated the skill again. This skill required playing music, and the large blade in his hand became his instrument. The melodious tune sounded once more. On the other side of the battlefield, Wu Zihua, who was trying to buff others, froze. My roommate is incredible. Isn't this infinite control? Wu Zihua reacted quickly. Although Chen Fan's control range was limited, as long as the sea monsters near him were affected, they all stood dumbly, flashing blue arcs of electricity. This was the paralysis effect. The sea monsters were extremely curious. Chen Fan controlled these creatures, and the nearby monsters quickly ran toward him. As long as they were within 1,000 meters of Chen Fan, all the sea monsters would freeze. They formed a circle of paralysis within the 1,000-meter range of the monsters in front were immobilized, while those behind, curious, tried to squeeze in. They even started fighting each other. The people within a kilometer
Radius of Chen Fan were on the verge of collapse. They closed their eyes, ready to give up. Unexpectedly, Chen Fan's skill was so powerful that they reopened their eyes. They grabbed with their hands, bit with their teeth, and swung their weapons wildly, but refrained from using skills. They wanted to eliminate the monsters in front of them. Since they didn't know how long Chen Fan's control would last, no one dared to stop and rest. They could only instinctively wave their hands. Wu Zihua quickly approached Chen Fan. He discovered that as long as he stayed within Chen Fan's 1-kilometer range, he was absolutely safe. Roommate, you're amazing, Wu Zihua said as he approached, throwing Chen Fan a skill to restore energy. Chen Fan clearly felt his energy slowly recovering. In gaming terms, this was a mana regeneration skill. Unexpectedly, despite Wu Zihua's tall and robust figure, he turned out to be a healer. Chen Fan was surprised, and Wu Zihua smiled and said, "My profession is support, specializing in recovery. Whether it's energy or wounds, even friends with incurable diseases, the energy buns I make can help them escape their pain." "You can cure any disease?" Chen Fan asked curiously. Among support professions, some healer roles were recruited by the state for specialized research. Their research aimed to tackle humanity's incurable diseases. The pills they created could make pain disappear. "I can cure all diseases, including cancer that couldn't be treated hundreds of years ago. Just eat a few of my energy buns, and you'll be fine." Wu Zihua proudly patted his chest. This was indeed something to be proud of. Such a powerful healer wasn't suited for the battlefield but was better for maintenance and research. Then, Chen Fan saw Wu Zihua pull out a large machete from his backpack, even bigger than the one Chen Fan was holding. Chen Fan looked puzzled. Wu Zihua picked up the machete, his face full of excitement, and said, "A support who doesn't want to be a combat profession isn't a good support. You're truly a great help, brother. Thanks to your skill, I'm fired up for battle. This is the true spirit of youth." Chen Fan nodded, 6 points. Now he finally understood why he was assigned to the same dormitory as this guy. It seemed there wasn't a single normal support in this dormitory. As for what the other three were like, Chen Fan had no idea. Chen Fan and Wu Zihua fought fiercely on the battlefield. Chen Fan mainly focused on control skills, while Wu Zihua charged forward. The dashing young man wielded his large machete, covered in blood. Chen Fan sat at the rear, his fingers sore from continuously using skills. He initially wanted to find an excuse to say his energy was running low. But the healer wielding the machete in the distance always accurately calculated Chen Fan's energy deficit, replenishing it in time and instantly restoring him to full energy. Chen Fan smiled wryly. "Why do I feel like I'm being drained and then refilled again?" Ding, 6 points. The South Sea battle involved wave after wave of endless sea monsters. Everyone was forced to stay near the coastline. They had no chance to dive into the sea to explore what was happening. After all, the sheer number of sea monsters was staggering. Some sea monsters clearly seemed like puppets created through fission. The higher-ups suspected there was a greater secret hidden underwater. But no one could dive in, they could only hold the coastline firmly. After 3 hours of fighting, Chen Fan's hands were sore, and he couldn't hold on any longer. He and Wu Zihua saved their progress and left the battlefield. After leaving, Wu Zihua said to Chen Fan, "The South Sea battlefield can never rest. Everyone must remain highly vigilant at all times. Although some people inside are similar to you, and some are like me, in the end, the entire army was wiped out. What we just encountered were the most ordinary monsters. There are even more terrifying enemies later, completely immune to damage and any control skills." Chen Fan nodded in understanding. He had also noticed that while the monsters near the coastline weren't particularly strong, they had caused the entire 6th-tier profession army of the Dragon Kingdom to be wiped out. After the secret realm was controlled, the full video of the South Sea battle was restored using the power of the temple's emissaries through temple inheritance. People also used these videos to create virtual secret realms and games. Participating in these games truly made one feel how terrifying the scenes were at the time. Those 6th-tier professionals were the heroes of the Dragon Nation. Without their defense, if the South Sea battle had been lost, most of the Dragon Nation would have suffered. "You also fought in the South Sea battle?" "That battle was incredibly tough," greeted a short-haired girl with ear-length hair. She was accompanying her childhood friend. "My name is Yu Mingni, and this is my childhood friend Suze." Suze, who was quietly tidying up his bed next to Chen Fan, nodded in greeting when he heard Yu Mingni's words.
After the four introduced themselves, they all showed great interest in the South Sea battle and began chatting excitedly. During the conversation, Chen Fan found that Yu Mingni was a lively and cheerful girl with a bit of a tomboyish personality, but she was both pretty and adorable. Yu Mingni was a support class, a druid, which is one of the standard support roles, possessing an S-level talent. Her talent made her particularly strong in physical enhancements. Druids specialize in providing buffs to teammates, such as increased physical attack and critical hit rates. Her talent perfectly matched her class, which earned her admission to Tsinghua University. Unlike Chen Fan, who was an all-around support, Yu Mingni was best suited for a blade team. A blade team refers to a team that focuses primarily on physical attacks. The advantage of a blade team is obvious: every strike hits hard, making it incredibly satisfying. However, their weakness is also apparent: some monsters in secret realms are only vulnerable to magic attacks, rendering physical strikes ineffective. Nevertheless, for certain secret realms, blade teams are still quite effective. Overall, if Yu Mingni grows in the future, she should become an excellent support role. In contrast, Su Zhe's support attributes were a bit unique. If one had to categorize him, he would be a poison specialist, a ruthless and merciless one at that. He had no positive buffs, only debuffs like defense reduction and poisoning effects. All his skills revolved around reducing defense and inflicting poison, and his support class was called strategist. Chen Fan had previously studied combat classes extensively but knew little about support classes. After all, he had always dreamed of entering the combat academy. Hearing Su Zhe's explanation, the strategist class reminded him of historical figures like Jia Su, a character that made others uncomfortable to deal with. Su Zhe possessed an S-level talent, which doubled the effects of all poison attributes. Wu Zihua, on the other hand, had a double S-level talent. He could make energy buns, which could cure all kinds of ailments. Two other roommates had not yet arrived, and it was already close to 8 p.m. Yu Mingni suggested that the four of them go to the cafeteria for some barbecue, and the others were naturally happy to join. Having a late-night snack was no problem. It's worth mentioning that the barbecue at Tsinghua University's cafeteria was exceptionally good, far better than outside options. They went to the nearby 8th cafeteria, where the barbecue meat was made from special ingredients collected from secret realms. According to this world's logic, items from secret realms could be brought out, such as meat and materials from monsters. The Dragon Nation had many research departments dedicated to studying items from secret realms. Collecting these meats and materials was a skill every student had to master, as these items could be sold for money. Joining them for the meal was another student from the Combat Academy named Lin Shushi, who was also a childhood friend of Yu Mingni. Lin Shushi, Yu Mingni, and Su Zhe all came from Shandong and shared a straightforward personality, though Su Zhe was more reserved, while Lin Shushi was talkative and had a strong accent. By the end of the meal, even Wu Zihua's accent had been influenced. Lin Shushi was a warrior from the Combat Academy, the most standard class, but he had a powerful S-level talent with a 50% lifesteal probability. This meant he could both deal damage and tank. Lin Shushi had always wanted to join the Tank Academy but was forced into the Combat Academy, much to his frustration. As they ate barbecue and drank a little wine, Lin Shushi excitedly said, "Honestly, I've always wanted to join the Tank Academy. It's so frustrating that they made me go to the Combat Academy, it's so boring." Chen Fan said enviously, "I actually want to go to the Combat Academy, but the counselor wouldn't let me and only allowed me to minor in it." "You can minor in it?" Chen Fan's words made Wu Zihua's eyes light up. As a restless support, she excitedly said, "Do you think I can do it?" Although Yu Mingni was a support in the Cleaver team, as a druid, she had quite a few attack skills, seemingly over a dozen. "Can I go?" Su Zhe's eyes also sparkled. As a poison king, he naturally wanted to go to the Combat Academy. Just hearing the name was thrilling. Chen Fan burped, almost forgetting that each of these people had their own plans. They were not traditional supports in the usual sense. By the end of the meal, Chen Fan made a phone call and called Lin Shuiyo over. Facing a group of unconventional supports, Lin Shuiyo was utterly speechless. In the end, she had no choice but to agree to their request, allowing them to minor in Combat Academy skills. Even Lin Shushi, who wasn't under her jurisdiction, got the opportunity to study at the Tank Academy. Lin Shuiyo finally got to rest but reminded them before leaving, "Don't forget the class meeting in 3 days. A week later, the Tsinghua University training camp will begin.
According to Wu Zihua, the training camp was a critical test. Passing it meant staying at Tsinghua University, failing meant going home.
Don't worry, the training camp is actually quite relaxed. Plus, I have
a simulation game of the South Sea battle.
If you want to experience it, you can come to me and play it to mentally prepare yourself. I've rarely seen anyone completely break down. Wu Zihua comforted everyone like a seasoned veteran. He made a good point.
After all, those who could get into Tsinghua University were
already the elite of the elite.
When Chen Fan and the others returned to their dormitory, they found two new roommates.
One was Rong Jinhui, a fair-skinned boy whose
profession was sword dance.
Sword dance was the exact opposite of Su Zhe's strategist profession.
Strategists applied negative effects to enemies, while sword
dance skills provided positive effects to teammates.
Rong Jinhui needed to wield a sword and dance simultaneously to release his skills.
Chen Fan, as a musician,
had to play music to activate his skills. Seeing Rong Jinhui, Chen Fan couldn't help but think that if the two of them were on the same team, the scene would
probably be chaotic, like a wild dance party. However, Chen Fan envied Rong Jinhui's talent. He had an S-level talent that could provide buffs to all teammates. Moreover, Rong Jinhui could hide in a corner to release his skills, benefiting all his teammates. Ding! Don't be envious, host.
If you open more treasure chests,
you'll find that SSS-level talents are as common as dirt.
Oh, right, Chen Fan still had a diamond treasure chest he hadn't opened.
Just as he was envying Rong
Jinhui, the system kindly reminded him. The other new roommate was Meng Ling, a man of few words, a tank-type support, also with an S-level talent.
His talent allowed him to provide 5 seconds of invincibility to all teammates in critical moments.
Although it was only a brief 5 seconds, it was enough for teammates to hold
on during the most dangerous moments and seize the opportunity to counterattack. If teammates launched a frenzied counterattack within those 5 seconds, combined
with healing support, it might turn the tide of battle and save lives. The class meeting was 3 days away, and many people chatted that night, but Chen Fan
didn't join in.
He hadn't drunk much alcohol that evening.
Chen Fan's mosquito net was thick and opaque. Once drawn, it became his private space. The mosquito net was provided by the temple and included soundproofing, ensuring everyone had their own secret space. Once the net was down, all outside sounds were completely blocked.
At this moment, Chen Fan took out the diamond treasure chest he had previously obtained from the temple.
I love opening blind boxes, he said as he opened the chest. Ding!
Congratulations, host, for obtaining a subtalent copier.
Subtalent copier allows the user to copy S-level or lower talents from others onto themselves. Wow, what a coincidence! Except for Wu Zihua, the other 3 in the dormitory all had S-level talents. What Chen Fan wanted most was Rong Jinhui's team-wide group buff talent, which even covered the entire map.
Chen Fan's biggest headache right now was the limited range of his skills. Previously, in the college entrance examination secret realm, he unleashed his potential and expanded the range of the music performance skill to a radius of 1 kilometer centered
on himself.
At the time, he thought the range was large enough. However, after entering the South Sea battle virtual game with Wu Zihua, Chen Fan realized that
this distance was actually not far. If he had been able to control the entire coastline and dominate the entire South Sea battlefield, the tragedy of the South Sea battle might never have occurred. Of course, many things happened afterward. The sea monsters that appeared later, if there were creatures capable of removing
their own negative states, it wouldn't be surprising. But at least during the time Chen Fan and Wu Zihua were fighting, they wouldn't have been so exhausted
or miserable. This was because Chen Fan could only control the sea monsters within a 1 kilometer radius.
Within this range, he had all the sea monsters firmly under control, and they were all eliminated by Chen Fan and his nearby teammates. However, they could only watch helplessly as their teammates outside the range were killed one by one. To be honest, when Chen Fan heard that Rong Jinhui's skill range could cover the entire map, he was truly envious.
So, when he obtained the level 4 talent replicator, Chen Fan didn't hesitate. He immediately pulled open the curtain on his bed and used it on Rong Jinhui. Rong Jinhui didn't feel anything, but Chen Fan's talent gained an addition. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully using the subtalent replicator to replicate Rong Jinhui's talent. Ding!
The host has acquired an S-level talent. All of the host's skills will take effect across the entire map.
Unless there are special restrictions from
enemies or the map, they will generally be effective.
Chen Fan was very satisfied and immediately checked it with his watch. The detailed panel on the watch now included this new talent. In fact, under normal circumstances, everyone could acquire multiple talents as they leveled up. However, leveling up only guaranteed that 90% of people would gain talents. Some unlucky individuals leveled up many times without obtaining any. Since talents had an element of probability, Chen Fan didn't want to take that risk. Even if 99.9% of people could acquire talents, he felt that his atypical luck might make him that 0.1%. The talent replicator was different. I'm quite satisfied with this talent, Chen Fan said as he quickly took out 2 gift packs he had previously received from the temple. He stored everything from the gift packs into his storage bag without examining them closely. Aside from the expensive resurrection items, the rest were books and a small metal box. Chen Fan opened the metal box, which was filled with liquid metal. Through conversations with enthusiastic students from the Combat Academy, Chen Fan learned that this liquid metal was actually the basic material for crafting any equipment. On the market, this stuff sold for 500 yuan per gram. However, the better the equipment, the more liquid metal it required. This liquid metal only dropped in secret realms and was a product of the temple, known as mimetic metal. Chen Fan looked at the box in his hand, which contained about 500 grams. He immediately asked the system, calculate for me how big of a how big of a weapon can I craft with this box of mimetic metal? Influenced by the weapon enthusiasts at the Combat Academy, Chen Fan had even started referring to weapons as wives. Ding, calculating now. Chen Fan had just lifted the curtain and glanced at Rong Jinhui, leaving Rong Jinhui a bit confused. Rong Jinhui, who was on the phone, quickly said a few words to the other party before hanging up. He squinted at Chen Fan and asked, Chen Fan, why were you looking at me just now? Chen Fan felt a bit awkward. Rong Jinhui spoke slowly and deliberately, but his tone had a slightly feminine quality. Considering that he had just copied Rong Jinhui's talent, Chen Fan felt a bit guilty. I wasn't looking at you. I just suddenly thought of something and didn't feel like getting out of bed to deal with it. What is it? Rong Jinhui hadn't finished asking when Wu Zihua, standing nearby, curiously interjected, have you ever thought about crafting your own weapon? Making one with your own hands? Chen Fan was quite curious about what these support players thought. After all, combat professionals valued their weapons more than their wives. Of course I have thought about it, Rong Jinhui mentioned the topic and immediately forgot about the previous matter, his eyes lighting up. I want to create an unparalleled weapon. Who says weapons are exclusive to combat professions? We support professions also need good weapons. Some people neglect weapons and equipment just because they are in support roles, which is completely putting the cart before the horse. Everyone in this dormitory was determined to pursue combat professions, and almost no one genuinely wanted to be in support roles. Their thoughts were also not very aligned with those of support professions. After Rong Jinhui finished speaking, everyone unanimously agreed. But this stuff is really expensive, Chen Fan added. Spending money is spending money, but we have credits, Rong Jinhui explained. Every freshman entering Tsinghua University receives 100 credits. As long as you accumulate 200 credits within the year, you pass. Credits can be exchanged for items in the school mall. In other words, credits are money. As long as we earn 200 credits, we can advance to sophomore year. Extra credits can be used to buy things or saved. 200 credits is just the passing line. I plan to save up a bunch of credits to create weapons. The liquid metal needed for weapon crafting can be exchanged for credits in the mall at a cheaper rate. Usually, 1 credit can buy 1 gram, and sometimes the mall offers discounts, with the lowest being half a credit for 1 gram. We support professions aren't as busy as combat professions, so we can craft our own weapons. But I heard crafting is very complicated. Rong Jinhui spoke enthusiastically, not feeling tired at all. Only then did Chen Fan understand that credits were not just a symbol of academic achievement but could also be exchanged for various items. As long as there were 200 credits in the account by the end of the semester, there was no need to worry about being held back. There were many ways to earn credits, such as completing school tasks, exams, or winning special honors. These honors included achievements from arena battles and secret realm challenges. Although secret realms had existed for 500 years, not all difficulty levels had been conquered. While this world had various secret techniques, it didn't mean all challenges in the secret realms had been solved. If a student completed a new difficulty level in a secret realm, they could also earn credits. Chen Fan interrupted Rong Jinhui and asked an unrelated question. The topic had
already shifted to crafting their own wife, a highly sought-after weapon. I want to ask, if my account doesn't have 200 credits by the end of the semester,
but I once earned 200 or more, will I still be held back?
Chen Fan's voice was moderate.
Rong Jinhui answered confidently, yes.
You must control your shopping
desires.
Controlling shopping desires is a necessary path to becoming strong. This statement sounded somewhat philosophical.
Chen Fan hadn't reacted yet when Wu Zihua next to him couldn't help but laugh.
From my experience, controlling shopping desires is secondary. The key is that credits are too hard to save.
We freshmen
all get 100 credits, but you need 200 credits to ensure you won't be held back.
Do you know how hard it is to earn those 100 credits?
As soon as these words were spoken, the dormitory fell silent. Rong Jinhui didn't think earning credits was difficult and was about to refute, but Chen Fan stared at Wu Zihua and asked,
experienced? What do you mean?
Wu Zihua sat up straight.
I have been held back twice. Rong Jinhui's eyes widened. Then you should technically be a third-year student. Wu Zihua didn't feel embarrassed at all.
Yes. The previously silent Meng Ling suddenly chimed in. From now on, if we have any questions,
we'll go to him. Wu Zihua shook his head.
Forget about academic questions.
Although I've been held back twice, each time the school gave me 100 credits again.
But up to now, I still owe the school 5,000 credits. His tone carried a hint of helplessness. If I can't repay the credits this semester, I'll be expelled from
the school. Wu Zihua owed the school 5,000 credits. Wait, credits can be owed?
Chen Fan was browsing the school mall on his phone, casually glancing at it, and then looked at Wu Zihua with a puzzled expression.
Did you commit some major mistake?
Wu Zihua pulled a long face and said, credits are not easy to earn.
Don't think that just because we're in support professions, we can easily carry others through dungeons. Support professions can only earn high credits when teaming up with the same profession. Otherwise, it's just 1 or 2 points.
You can check the forums to see for yourself.
He continued with resentment. The school deducts credits for all sorts of reasons. There are some assignments that can earn credits, but not many. And don't even get me started on the fact that I still have to support my wife. Rong Jinhui couldn't help but curse. Your brain only knows how to think about relationships. Before he could finish, he saw Wu Zihua pull out a particularly flashy weapon from under his bed.
Wu Zihua was in the healer profession. A typical healer's weapon was a short staff. But the short staff in his hand was glittering and looked like a fairy wand. Wu Zihua said, bro, in the academy, when we say wife, we're referring to this.
If you say wife
to someone from the combat academy, they'll think you're crazy and might even draw their sword to beat you up.
Chen Fan found this perfectly normal. In the academy, wife refers to weapons. If they actually have a girlfriend, the weapon is still considered the main wife. Rong Jinhui clearly hadn't thought of this. You guys can just buy ready-made weapons.
We're in support professions. There's no need to go all out like combat professions and get some flashy weapon.
Chen
Fan glanced at Rong Jinhui and finally understood he was probably the most serious about being a support in their dorm. Just as he finished speaking, a few voices
echoed in the dorm, sounding lifeless like zombies.
Meng Ling said, of course, it's best to craft your own wife.
Su Zhe concluded, buying weapons dropped
from the temple as your wife is ultimately not the right path. If it's not self-crafted, it will never compare to one you make yourself.
Wu Zihua was more straightforward. Do you even know what custom-made means?
As he spoke, he let go of the weapon, and the fairy wand-like staff floated in mid-air, radiating a rainbow
glow. The entire dorm lit up instantly.
A gentle female voice came from the weapon, and a voluptuous woman in a pink nurse outfit appeared before everyone.
Master,
what are your orders?
Chen Fan was stunned.
Rong Jinhui was so startled he rolled off his bed. Meng Ling glanced at it, his face full of understanding.
I finally get why you repeated a year. For materials like this, it'd be worth it even if you got expelled. Wu Zihua nodded. Exactly, you've got good taste.
While chatting in the dorm, Chen Fan had been asking his friends from the combat academy about this.
There were 2 ways to anthropomorphize a weapon. The first was to craft a divine weapon.
If it was a divine weapon certified by the temple, it would have a weapon spirit.
Weapon spirits were naturally born and could turn a
weapon into a talking, sweet companion, though it could also be a male spirit.
Most weapon spirits didn't have a fixed gender and required guidance from their owner.
However, there was a special case in history. A foreign 9th-tier master finally upgraded his weapon to a divine weapon with a spirit. But he had a jealous girlfriend who misled the weapon spirit, causing it to turn into a burly man with a full beard and a chest covered in hair, someone he couldn't get rid of.
Weapon spirits had very distinct personalities and couldn't be recreated once formed. If you angered them, they might even refuse to cooperate. In the past, Chen Fan always thought that such weapons and spirits were only important to combat professions, like their wives. But he was starting to realize, having someone help you craft an amazing weapon was truly satisfying. Although Wu Zihua's fairy wand wasn't a divine weapon, its advanced magic patterns gave it anthropomorphic abilities. While this anthropomorphism was just mechanical and couldn't compare to the intelligence of a true weapon spirit, it was already a rare achievement for everyone. This made the students from the Combat Academy envious.
Wu Zihua was from the Support Academy, so he could afford to repeat 2 years and focus on
crafting his weapon.
If he were a student from the Combat Academy, he would have been expelled after failing the first year.
On the campus forums, there were even
rumors about him signing a gambling agreement with the school and using all sorts of methods to cheat for credits. 2 years had passed, and the credits still
weren't paid off.
If they weren't cleared this year, he might really get expelled. Chen Fan looked at Wu Zihua, who was wholeheartedly focused on crafting weapons,
feeling both admiration and concern.
This guy had come to Tsinghua Academy with a clear goal, to create a weapon of his own.
Truly impressive. After everyone
finished admiring Wu Zihua's weapon, the dorm room quickly reached a consensus. In the first academic year, they must craft a powerful weapon.
At that moment, Chen Fan's system chimed in with a notification, ding. Scan complete. Crafting the divine-grade Donghuang bell requires approximately 5 tons of mimetic metal. Chen Fan had just seen Wu Zihua's fairy wand and was filled with envy.
That thing could transform into a nurse-like form, as if adding another team member.
It could release skills from a distance and was highly flexible in operation. Although the anthropomorphic feature wasn't overwhelmingly powerful, it was clear that Wu Zihua aimed to cultivate his weapon into a divine artifact. Who wouldn't want a divine artifact? As Chen Fan was still envious, the system chimed in again, 5 tons? Isn't that too much? Did you calculate it wrong?
The system responded indignantly, Host, I am the most advanced system.
How could I miscalculate? Host, if you
want to enable anthropomorphism early like Wu Zihua, it will cost even more.
Shall I calculate it for you?
Host, I have already scanned all the mimetic metal
on you and crafted a weapon for you. It's in that small box over there. Take a look yourself. As long as you follow the route I've set and craft according to the blueprint, it will definitely become a divine artifact in the end.
Chen Fan was almost driven to a headache by the series of ding sounds, but fortunately,
the system's soft, childlike voice quickly disappeared. He collapsed back onto his bed like a zombie, while the room echoed with his roommate's mischievous laughter. Wu Zihua, your wife is so pretty. I want a wife as amazing as yours.
Having a wife to help craft weapons is just too awesome.
Can I touch her?
Just a little. That way, I'll know how to craft my own wife.
The Combat Academy guys described it perfectly.
I've decided not to use those wives issued by the
temple anymore.
Even us support classes need to craft a beautiful wife for ourselves.
Amidst the lewd chatter, Wu Zihua's anthropomorphic weapon chimed in. Yes, Master, I'll cast a healing spell right away. No problem, Master, this is a piece of cake for me. Alright, Master, let your classmates touch me next. Chen Fan, however, didn't get out of bed.
The system was sulking. It had crafted a growth-type weapon for him. The system claimed that as long as he followed its route and added materials and forged step by step, it would eventually become a divine artifact. But when Chen Fan saw the small bell in his palm, his face
twitched uncontrollably. This thing can be called the Donghuang bell?
Chen Fan was utterly incredulous. Host, this is a miniature version.
Don't be picky.
Once there are enough materials, it will gradually grow larger.
Perhaps feeling guilty, the system didn't make its usual ding sound this time. Chen Fan could hardly
imagine himself playing music every time he cast a skill. After all, he was a musician.
Carrying such a small bell, walking down the road, gently shaking it, with 4 or even 9 teammates following closely behind, wasn't that just like a corpse driver from Xianxi?
At this thought, Chen Fan felt the guys downstairs
laughing even more obscenely.
The dorm next door also belonged to the support academy, though they weren't in the same class.
The people in the neighboring dorm were all terrified. The dorm leader touched his face, looking shocked. What the hell? What's going on next door? They're going so wild, and it's so late already. Wu Zihua kept tinkering until very late, eventually falling asleep hugging his fairy wand. In fact, the anthropomorphic form could last a long time. But, after all, it was a boys' dormitory. None of them had crafted their own wives yet. Wu Zihua had already managed to turn his weapon into a woman and was sleeping with his wife. Who could stand that? So Wu Zihua was forced to retract the fairy wand. Chen Fan also noticed that Wu Zihua's fairy wand was inlaid with many gemstones. Gem inlays were the most expensive. Even Lin Shuayo had spent a lot on them. Chen Fan felt that the entire dormitory's atmosphere had been influenced by Wu Zihua. Now, everyone was full of confidence, wanting to create their own weapons. Yesterday, instead of checking his own weapon, Chen Fan had been studying Wu Zihua's fairy wand, mainly to learn his thought process. The fairy wand was engraved with magical runes and embedded with 5 gemstones. For a freshman and a first-tier professional, Wu Zihua was surprisingly extravagant. Even as a support role, his family was clearly wealthy. Chen Fan had some thoughts in his mind. Wu Zihua looked at students from ordinary families, who even relied on the school for daily necessities. Unlike Rong Jinhui, who was obviously from a wealthy family, with branded clothes, shoes, and toiletries bought from outside, all ridiculously expensive. Chen Fan asked Wu Zihua, "How many credits did this fairy wand cost? Can we still take the same path you did back then?" Hearing this, Rong Jinhui and Su Zhe were stunned. On the other hand, Meng Ling's eyes lit up, she understood. Wu Zihua smiled, "No, you can't. Back then, I exploited a loophole during the training period and gambled with the school because, at the end of the training, we had to compete against another school. The school that challenged us was the first military academy, and I led the freshmen to victory. But the academy issued 5 new rules specifically because of my actions, to restrict me. Also, I did borrow a lot of credits at the time, and I haven't paid them off yet. I still owe about 500,000 credits." Hearing this, Su Zhe couldn't help but exclaim, 500,000 credits? That's insane. Rong Jinhui finally realized what Wu Zihua was talking about, his face full of curiosity. "You won the competition, so why did the school target you with 5 new rules and make you owe so many credits?" The rich kid particularly loved gossip. Wu Zihua looked a bit embarrassed, rubbed his nose, and said, "I won against the first military academy, but the method I used wasn't exactly honorable." "You poisoned them?" Rong Jinhui's eyes lit up. Wu Zihua hesitated and nodded. He couldn't quite explain whether it counted as poisoning, but the effect was similar. "So, let's just call it poisoning." Rong Jinhui slapped his thigh. "It must have been spectacular. If only there were videos from back then." "There used to be, but they were all deleted." Wu Zihua rubbed his nose, feeling a bit guilty, as if he had led the entire dormitory astray. "I've repeated 2 grades before. Let me take you all out for a meal. I know which cafeteria has the best breakfast." Of course, everyone was happy to go. Having just started university, who wouldn't be curious about the campus? Chen Fan squinted slightly. What Wu Zihua did was definitely more than just poisoning. For Tsinghua Military Academy to issue 5 consecutive rules targeting him and to block all loopholes, this was no ordinary matter. This kid really had some skills. After breakfast, Chen Fan went straight back to the dormitory. He thought the next 3 days would pass uneventfully, but unexpectedly, he received a text message from Yu Mengni. "Chen Fan, can you come out and help me with something? There's a reward." Chen Fan curiously glanced at Su Zhe. But Su Zhe clearly had no idea what was going on. He was holding a gaming helmet, pestering Wu Zihua to play a naval battle game with him. Yu Mengni was Su Zhe's childhood friend. Chen Fan had only met her for the first time yesterday, and their relationship was still distant. Why would Yu Mengni ask him for help instead of Su Zhe? Chen Fan was a bit puzzled. But curiosity drove him to agree. Yu Mengni arranged to meet him at the first-floor restaurant of the 3rd cafeteria. Although Chen Fan had just eaten, he still went on time. Yu Mengni was already waiting for him at the cafeteria entrance. When she saw Chen Fan, she enthusiastically waved from afar. She was wearing white shorts, and under the sunlight, her white clothes and legs were dazzling. Chen Fan squinted his eyes, feeling a bit uncomfortable from the glare. As soon as he walked up to Yu Mengni, she suddenly grabbed his shoulders, and a unique feminine fragrance wafted over. Let me check, okay? Her voice was quite loud, drawing the attention of many passers-by. Chen Fan quickly stepped back and asked warily, check what? Check your body. Yu Mengni's face was innocent, but her words carried a hint of mischief. Chen Fan protected his chest with both hands. What exactly do you want to do? All the eyes around them were fixed on them, full of gossip. Chen Fan felt that his face would soon become famous on the campus forum. Yu Mengni squinted her eyes, like a cat that was both cute and fierce, staring at Chen Fan and saying, so you're feeling guilty? Guilty about what? Chen Fan was baffled by her. I didn't do anything wrong. What exactly do you want? He knew in his heart that he hadn't done anything wrong, but Yu Mengni dragged him to the entrance of the third cafeteria, leaving him even more confused. What was she up to? Yu Mengni had just finished speaking and was seriously staring at Chen Fan. If you have nothing to hide, let me check. The counselor said so. In our batch of assistants, everyone has special talents, especially you. You know what I mean, right? You don't want to expose yourself, do you? Chen Fan was completely puzzled. Yu Mengni must be referring to his identity as the top scorer in the college entrance exam. Since the Professional Protection Alliance decided to hide his personal information, even Lin Shuayo couldn't possibly leak this matter. Could this woman be trying to trick him into revealing something? Chen Fan made up his mind not to fall for it. What are you talking about? Chen Fan noticed that more and more people were gathering around to watch. Just as he was looking for an opportunity to escape, Yu Mengni suddenly said something that almost made him lose his balance. You have extraordinary talent. The counselor also said that among our batch of assistants, there's a student with a special eye on the back of their head, called the Heavenly Eye. The counselor said whoever finds the student with the Heavenly Eye can become the class monitor. Yu Mengni stared at Chen Fan, thinking he was particularly strange and guilty. So, you must have a heavenly eye on the back of your head. If not, I'll compensate you. If you do, then I'll be the class monitor. Chen Fan's scalp tingled, and he blurted out, even if your brain gets fixed, you'll still drool. Seriously, who would believe such nonsense? Who on earth has an eye on the back of their head? Who? Everyone originally thought this was just a little romantic drama between boys and girls in their adolescence. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be two immature kids fooling around. Is the rebellious phase of college freshmen getting too long? And lasting way too long? Gradually, the crowd dispersed. Chen Fan, feeling helpless, didn't want to get entangled with this woman anymore. I really don't have a third eye. I do have extraordinary talent, but not in the way you think. Alright, if you're fine, I'll leave now. I want proof. I can pay. Didn't I say that before? It's paid. Yu Mengni was getting anxious. Chen Fan suddenly stopped in his tracks. Then what if I say I want to check you as payment? Yu Mengni froze. Why are you not playing by the rules? My two childhood friends just arrived at school and already ran out of living expenses. The cafeteria food is too delicious, they ate a lot, and they also bought various materials to craft weapons, which they call their wives. Do you still have living expenses? Yu Mengni thought the money was already tempting enough. Your attitude is also suspicious. Maybe you have an eye on the back of your head too. I need to check you. Chen Fan stepped forward, his shadow enveloping Yu Mengni. Yu Mengni froze, her face turning red, unsure how to respond. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from the side. Deal, let's check each other. Chen Fan followed the voice and looked over. It was a fair-skinned girl with a ponytail. Her eyes were full of cleverness and calculation. Such a person, Chen Fan originally didn't want to deal with. But he thought, if she and Yu Mengni could be friends, their IQs shouldn't be too far apart. He was about to refuse, but on second thought, Chen Fan unexpectedly agreed. Check each other? All right. Chen Fan felt that his mind might have been a bit muddled just now. It seemed like the girl in front of him had used some kind of skill. Ding. Host, the girl in front of you is a merchant, her profession is merchant. She has an S-level passive talent that increases her success rate in negotiations by 50%. Just now, your conversation with her was judged as a negotiation, so you impulsively agreed. Chen Fan, as expected, you can't underestimate any support role. Yu Mengni was very happy to see that girl. This is my roommate Yuzuki, her profession is merchant, and she's best at negotiation and discussion. You can't outtalk her, so you'll definitely agree to our plan. Chen Fan gritted his teeth, trying to fight for his own huge potential benefits, and began to make things up. After all, even the counselor could say something as absurd as someone having an eye on the back of their head, so how could Yu Mingni not believe it? In this world, what could she possibly not dare to believe? Do you know why the counselor insists on you finding that special classmate with the heavenly eye on the back of their head? Chen Fan slowly started fabricating a story. You're not making things up again, are you? The newly arrived merchant Yuziki stared at Chen Fan with some suspicion. Have you checked the professional alliance forum? Some professionals awaken special abilities during their job transition. It's not just talent, some abilities manifest directly on their bodies. Chen Fan racked his brain and actually came up with a very reasonable sounding explanation. Have you two checked? Some advanced information is beyond your access, but I have the clearance. The counselor must have also told you about my special status, right? My college entrance exam score was the highest in the class, wasn't it? Chen Fan had previously learned a bit about this. The freshmen of Tsinghua Support Academy were divided into two classes. Each class had about 20 students. The distinction was that one class consisted of students who had taken the college entrance exam, while the other class was directly admitted without taking the exam. The directly admitted class was now being gradually arranged for job transitions. Regardless of their talents, they would stay at this school. Meanwhile, those who entered the support academy through the college entrance exam all aimed to transfer to other academies. Each of them had unique skills and was far from being ordinary support roles. Chen Fan figured the counselor probably hadn't told Yu Mingni that he was the global top scorer in the college entrance exam, only that he was the top scorer in the class. That was certainly true. After all, being the global top scorer naturally made him the class top scorer. Sure enough, Yu Mingni nodded and said, yes, you're the top scorer, so we think you must be especially amazing. You probably have an eye on the back of your head. But having an eye on the back of your head isn't a good thing. Chen Fan's expression was calm and indifferent as he said, saying I have an eye on the back of my head is actually an insult to me. At this moment, Chen Fan was furious, as if he had truly been offended. The real heavenly eye is on the forehead. An eye on the back of the head is the devil's eye. The person the counselor wants you to find is the one consumed by darkness. Of course, if you catch them, you can naturally become the class monitor. I won't even ask for a reward. Let's check each other. The counselor fears the devil, and so do I. As soon as he said this, the two girls visibly tensed up. What Chen Fan said matched some scattered information they had seen on the professional forum, and it seemed somewhat plausible. We do need to check each other, but how do I know you're telling the truth? A voice of doubt came from not far away. Chen Fan turned his head and saw two beauties. One had striking features, a tall and perfectly proportioned figure, with her hair down but an innocent look in her eyes. Although she was extremely attractive, her aura was filled with hormones and desire. As she approached, her appearance resembled a goddess on a mountaintop, her figure enchanting, yet her demeanor was like a soul-stealing enchantress. Two completely opposite temperaments merged in her, yet they harmonized in a strange way. Ding dong, host, please note, a charmer has appeared before you. Charmers are a very special support profession. They are highly controversial in the West because Westerners consider charmers to be a dark profession. This is mainly because the ultimate form of a charmer is a succubus. They lose their sanity, become controlled by desire, and completely turn into demons. In the West, people who transition into this profession are exiled. However, there is no such notion in the East. In the East, charmers are classified as a support profession, with all their skills carrying charm and control effects. Charm, in a sense, is a form of control. It can make enemies involuntarily approach the enchanter. This is essentially direct control, so why is it considered a demon profession? However, enchanters are usually exceptionally beautiful. The heavily made-up beauty in front of them must be an enchanter. Their aura is unmistakable, and after transitioning to the enchanter profession, their presence undergoes a dramatic transformation. She walked closer from afar, attracting quite a few gazes. Her stunning aura formed a sharp contrast with the pure and elegant girl beside her. One was heavily made up, the other fresh and refined. Who is she? Chen Fan asked curiously. He knew there were 4 girls in the support class this time. These must be the 4. They're my roommates. And of course, also in our class, Yumeixin and Wenmingyu. Yu Mingni introduced. Yumeixin was the enchanter, possessing an S-level talent that increased charm-related skill effects by 100%. Wenmingyu, on the other hand,
was the pure and elegant one, with the profession of shapeshifter. All her skills were transformation spells. She could turn teammates into various monster races, granting them the core abilities of those monsters. Naturally, she could also use these skills on enemies. She also had an S-level talent, which enhanced her teammates' skill effects by 100%. Chen Fan and the 4 girls found a private room on the first floor of the 3rd cafeteria. They ordered 5 cups of soy milk. The soy milk was ordered by Yumengni, the slightly scatterbrained girl. Chen Fan thought this silly girl was almost corrupting the entire dormitory. Clearly, Wen Mingyu and Yu Meixin seemed very smart. Wen Mingyu, though pure and elegant, gave off a cultured and refined vibe. Yu Meixin's enchanting aura needed no further explanation. As for Yuziki, her profession was merchant, smart and capable. Yet she also believed Lin Shuia's nonsense and even fell for Chen Fan's fabricated lie about an eye growing on the back of someone's head, calling it the demon eye, which would affect the entire school. Come on, this is the top-tier Tsinghua school, and it's the support academy. The support academy doesn't even consider college entrance exam scores when admitting students. They only select people with impeccable character. Their admission to this school means their family backgrounds have been thoroughly investigated by the state. How could someone have an eye growing on the back of their head? Before undergoing Yumengni's inspection, Chen Fan made a request. You couldn't even figure out whether an eye growing on the back of someone's head is a demon eye, so how can I trust you to inspect me? Why don't I demonstrate for you first? Yumengni initially didn't want to agree, but after thinking about Chen Fan's words, she found them reasonable. You're right. Chen Fan nodded. So, which one of you 4 wants to go first? Yumengni was the most straightforward and tomboyish among the 4 girls. With short hair, you demonstrate. On me first, inspect me. Chen Fan didn't hesitate. No problem. So Yumengni turned her head, exposing the back of her head to Chen Fan. Chen Fan gently pressed his large hand on her head, moving it lightly here and there. As Chen Fan's breath drew closer, Yumengni's ears suddenly turned red. She began to doubt whether this method was reliable and even questioned whether Lin Shuiao's claims were true. But she had to admit, Chen Fan's inspection method was very meticulous and gentle. He carefully examined for about 10 minutes, parting all of Yumengni's hair and checking every strand thoroughly. Although Yumengni couldn't see exactly how Chen Fan was inspecting her, after the demonstration, Chen Fan spread his hands. See? This is the proper inspection method. The demon eye is different from a normal eye. Whether it's a heavenly eye or a demon eye, they are vertical. Moreover, if a demon eye grows on the back of the head, it usually remains closed. Its eyelashes grow very long, almost blending in with the hair. This is a special disguise. When the eye is closed, it's hard to detect. But with my method, gently pressing specific acupoints, you can feel it. Yumengni listened in disbelief. We've already checked before, there's no eye on the back of the head. But you might have just taken a quick look. In fact, you need to carefully feel around. Some demon eyes grow out without even being noticed. They're like parasites, hiding at the back of your head, making you unaware of them. Chen Fan's lie became more and more fluent. I think you definitely can't check yourselves properly, so let me do it for you. Yumengni asked unwillingly. Then who will check you? You can check me. Chen Fan knew Yumengni was the most gossipy person in the dorm, and getting her on board meant getting everyone on board. Or all of you can check me together. Chen Fan gently moved his hand away and looked at the other 3 girls, who were already shocked. Who's next? Finally, the enchantress Yu Meixin stood up. I'll do it. Wen Mingyu and Yuziki grabbed Yu Meixin's hand, with Wen Mingyu even shaking her head seriously, clearly not agreeing with her decision. But Yu Meixin smiled. If there's anything wrong with Chen, I should be the first to notice. What she said was true. Everyone knew Yu Meixin's profession. She was an enchantress. Enchantresses always exuded a powerful charm, attracting men and women around them to unconsciously show loyalty. They couldn't hide secrets in front of her. At the same time, the system issued a warning to Chen Fan. Ding dong, host, a reminder not to embarrass yourself. Facing an enchantress, ordinary professions like yours are prone to unconsciously showing loyalty to her. Do you need me to help you keep your mouth shut? The system seemed very nervous. Chen Fan replied helplessly, just shut up for now. Ding dong, host, by the way, the enchantress has a golden treasure chest in her backpack. To get it, it's best to make her open the backpack voluntarily. The system's treasure chest hints were getting stranger and stranger. After some understanding, Chen Fan knew, although Yumeshin's backpack was very close to him. If she didn't open it voluntarily, he couldn't directly take the treasure chest from it. The golden treasure chest might contain a talent replicator or other strange items. The system's items were never simple. Chen Fan was very interested in this treasure chest. Yumeshin walked over, but her backpack was still on the seat. Chen Fan wasn't in a hurry. He calmly turned around and said in a steady tone, "You can check the back of my head, feel carefully, and don't miss any gaps. I guarantee you won't find any demon eyes." These words immediately caught the attention of the four girls. Thinking of the soft touch they felt earlier, although Mengni blushed a little, she still rolled up her sleeves, ready to check personally. "You said it, don't blame us if we're not gentle." Chen Fan almost couldn't hold back his laughter. How ungentle could their methods be? For small hands climbed onto the back of Chen Fan's head. To him, it felt like being gently tickled. They had learned very seriously earlier, as they carefully checked him using the same method Chen Fan had used to check Yumengni. They almost turned over every strand of Chen Fan's hair, meticulously looking for the so-called eyelids. The result, of course, was disappointing. The inspection lasted a full half hour. Yumengni became more and more anxious as she checked. How is it possible that there's nothing? You're just a support profession. How could you get such a high score in the college entrance exam secret realm all by yourself? Chen Fan smiled helplessly. Hearing you say that, it sounds like you're not a support profession yourself. Yumengni puffed up her cheeks and sat back in her seat, drinking a cup of soy milk in one gulp. I'm a druid. Druids naturally have quite a few attack skills. We're actually more like an offensive profession. I clearly am a druid, with combat skills, and I passed the college entrance exam smoothly, scoring even higher than those pure combat professions. But I can only stay in the support academy. Although I can register in the combat academy, take combat courses as a minor, or even attend their classes, I feel like it's useless. She looked completely deflated. Useless? Why? Chen Fan asked curiously. Being able to take courses at the combat academy is already pretty good. Yumengni stood up, her face full of defiance. Brother, don't you want to participate in the battle academy rankings? Don't you want to fight in the arena, PK, and see your name on the battle academy leaderboard? Chen Fan nodded and said seriously, I do. That's why I chose a minor. At this moment, Yumeshin, the one who was best at exploiting others' vanity, immediately sat down beside Chen Fan. Her hair cascaded like a waterfall as she turned her head and said to him, check me too. If the eye of the demon is really parasitizing me, what should I do? She pretended to tremble slightly in fear, as if facing a terrifying threat. Her trembling appearance stirred something in Chen Fan, making him feel an itch in his heart, unable to resist the urge to protect her. While checking the back of her head, Chen Fan said, this is simple, just pull it out. Find a priest of the light element to help. Or if you trust me, I can handle it too. In truth, the story about the eye of the demon growing on the back of the head was entirely fabricated by him. But one lie required more lies to sustain it. With his strong willpower and mental talent, Chen Fan managed to act convincingly. Even though the enchantress Yumeshin sat beside him, exuding her natural charm with an almost fatal allure, Chen Fan held himself back. After all, they still had 4 years to spend together, and he couldn't afford to mess things up. The faint fragrance from the girl wafted over, but Chen Fan relied on his strong mental discipline to control himself and avoid any inappropriate thoughts. Yumeshin's enchanting talent made every movement and breath of hers radiate the allure of a mature woman. To avoid being bewitched and saying something he shouldn't, Chen Fan had to maintain extreme focus. Yumeshin leaned closer to Chen Fan, trying to see if he was lying. The other girls in Yumengni's dormitory understood her intentions and quietly observed the two of them. Even though Yumeshin's small hand was touching the back of Chen Fan's head, he remained expressionless, his ears not even turning red. Instead, he began telling everyone a story about the eye of the demon. When I was researching, I found out that the eye of the demon originated in the West. A secret realm with a Western medieval style appeared in a certain city. You all know, not all secret realms are about fighting and killing. Some require finding key clues to clear them, like puzzle games. That time, a Western medieval-style secret area suddenly appeared in a city in the Dragon Kingdom. The mission was to find the witch inside and kill her. But the witch had a special box in her possession, called Pandora's box. Someone released the eye of the demon from the box, and it attached itself to someone, even being brought out. What's more terrifying is, that the eye of the demon can reproduce. They often attach themselves to someone, and the host doesn't even feel it.
You can only check the scalp crevices bit
by bit, confirming it's not an eyelid, to determine if someone is truly possessed by the eye of the demon.
Chen Fan's storytelling ability grew stronger, even showing a ruthless streak of indifference to others' reactions.
Since Yumei had transitioned into an enchantress, she found that no one could resist her charm, regardless of gender. But this was the first time she had been so close to a man, and yet the boy showed no reaction.
He was even explaining the knowledge about the eye of the demon to everyone, revealing more details. What was most chilling was that the boy's details became increasingly intricate. If it was all a lie,
his meticulousness was terrifying. Creating one lie required more lies to cover it up. But for him, it seemed effortless. If it truly was a lie, this narrative was
too logical.
The lie sounded flawless. So it was very likely not a lie. The eye of the demon was indeed the thing everyone feared most.
No wonder the counselor secretly assigned this special task to Yumei.
Chen Fan carefully examined the back of Yumei head, his gentle hand occasionally brushing against her
swan-like white neck.
His voice was cold, devoid of any emotion, as if inspecting pork in a supermarket. Next, Yumei hadn't reacted yet when she switched
places with Wen Mingyu. Wen Mingyu and Yumei were two completely different types of beauties.
Yumei stared at Chen Fan. The boy's eyes were bright, but there was no trace of her in them.
Interesting. Yumei's interest grew. No one has ever been able to resist the effects of the enchanter's skill.
This is truly a challenge worth pursuing.
This is a peak worth climbing.
She became increasingly intrigued by Chen Fan. Chen Fan carefully checked each young lady.
None
of them felt he was taking advantage. Instead, they all seemed quite worried. The most honest one, Wen Mingyu, looked at him with a face full of concern.
Can the demon eye you mentioned be defended against?
From what you said,
it seems like it can possess someone effortlessly. Chen Fan frowned, trying to think of a way to brush her off, when Wen Mingyu continued, does this demon eye have an incubation period? How can we check if it's in the body? Could it be located in some part of the body? Why don't you just give me a full body examination?
Chen Fan couldn't help but burst out laughing, especially since Wen Mingyu said it with such
an innocent expression. Chen Fan felt a headache coming on, realizing he couldn't keep making things up.
Apart from Wen Mingyu, the other three were all quite
sharp, especially Yumei. Hearing Wen Mingyu's words, Yumei even seriously considered it. Xiaoyu, leave the body check to me. I'll help you. Yumei
smiled knowingly at Chen Fan, feeling that his words had already given him away and that everyone had seen through his intentions.
Chen Fan was clearly not someone to be trifled with.
If it were just him and Wen Mingyu, Chen Fan might have agreed. But he still cared about his reputation and looked at Wen Mingyu helplessly,
clearly not wanting to continue the topic. However, Chen Fan quickly came up with a solution. Actually, the demon eye can be detected. There's no need to go through so much trouble.
As he spoke, he had the system modify a small bell he had made earlier. The bell was crafted from mimetic metal.
Initially, he had
planned to make it into a large item like the Eastern Emperor bell. But the system said there wasn't enough mimetic metal to make something that big, so it could only be made into a miniature version. The small bell was about the size of the handbells used by corpse herders. Even Chen Fan found it ridiculous.
But that didn't
stop him from having the system remake it. With a wave of his hand, he pulled out a compass made from mimetic metal from his storage bag.
This is no ordinary
compass, it can detect the demon eye. As Chen Fan spoke, he picked up the compass, and the needle began to sway slowly.
This is made of mimetic metal.
Mei had originally wanted to see how Chen Fan would be exposed, but she hadn't expected him to pull out such an item.
The compass didn't look like something
casually made, it was likely a tool from the temple.
Only items from the temple would be so unique. Yumei eyes lit up. This is from the temple, isn't it?
So what you said is true. Chen Fan had anticipated that someone would doubt him, and fortunately, he hadn't gone too far and had kept a trump card.
Although the compass didn't seem very useful, it could help him unlock the golden treasure chest in Yumei's backpack. This compass can sense demonic energy, Chen Fan casually made up a reason.
The term demonic energy was something he had just thought of.
The needle swayed and slowly moved, eventually pointing in Wen Mingyu's direction. Wen Mingyu, seeing the needle approach, became so nervous that she quickly hid behind Yumei. But it was no use. The needle continued to point in her direction. when Mingyu's eyes were brimming with tears. Yu Mengni shielded her. Don't be afraid. If you really have the demon eye on you, I'll help you find it. When Mingyu timidly glanced at Yu Mengni, her face full of tears, utterly terrified. In truth, all of this was Chen Fan's deliberate setup. The compass had no magnetic properties, Chen Fan was controlling it with his mental power. When Mingyu believed she truly had the demon eye, which was why she was so nervous and scared, the needle quickly moved past her and pointed toward Yu Meixin's backpack. It seems we need to open your backpack, Chen Fan said. There might be something in your bag causing the compass to misjudge, possibly a tool from the temple. In Yu Meixin's backpack, there were indeed items from the temple. She was startled and quickly opened her bag. Inside were some things girls typically use, along with a storage pouch crafted by the temple. Occasionally, first-year students might own a temple storage pouch. It wasn't expensive, you just needed to buy it. By the second year, students could generally unlock their own space, whether they were in combat or support professions. The size of the space varied to combat professions usually had smaller spaces, just enough for weapons, while support professions sometimes had larger, more specialized spaces. However, temple storage pouches were still popular. After all, who wouldn't want to carry more stuff? To others, there was nothing unusual in Yu Meixin's backpack. But when Chen Fan saw her open it, a dazzling golden light flashed from inside. That's right, Yu Meixin's backpack contained a massive golden treasure chest, visible only to Chen Fan. As Yu Meixin opened her bag, Chen Fan immediately instructed the system to retrieve the chest. As long as Yu Meixin opened her bag, Chen Fan could take out the chest at any time. The compass swayed slightly, then slowly turned in another direction. A few girls stared at the compass, which seemed to go crazy, swaying here and there. Chen Fan then put the compass away and seriously told the girls, "You saw it, right? There's no danger now, and no demonic energy. This thing is small, uses minimal mimetic metal, and is one of the cheaper models from the temple. Sometimes it has slight errors." Chen Fan's explanation was logical, and no one argued. He smiled at the girls and naturally asked, "So, do you still want to check for the demon's eye? Who wants to be the class monitor?" Yu Mengni immediately answered, "Of course I do. Being the class monitor is so cool." It seemed Lin Shueyo was looking for a class monitor who was hardworking but not too clever. After all, if they were a bit smarter, they wouldn't believe Chen Fan's nonsense. Chen Fan looked seriously at Yu Mengni and said, "Then you'd better work harder." Under the girl's insistence, Chen Fan had another breakfast. Yu Mengni begged him to keep everything confidential and even borrowed the compass, hoping to find traces of the demon's eye on someone else. Although Chen Fan planned to craft his own weapon, the mimetic metal used in the compass was relatively rare, so lending it out wasn't a big deal. To him, the compass was still just a prototype. So, Chen Fan lent it to them. Yu Mengni was extremely grateful. However, the compass had no magnetism and, without Chen Fan's mental control, the needle spun wildly, making it impossible to locate demons. Chen Fan reminded them, "Handle it carefully. This thing is very fragile. When there are no demons, the needle spins randomly. Once a demon is detected, the needle will point directly to it." Yu Mengni thought Chen Fan was so kind, completely considerate of them, and even explained the compass's usage in detail. After giving these instructions, Chen Fan returned to his dorm. With nothing to do these days, he spent time on the school forum, researching various professions. Most of the posts on the forum were from students in combat or tank professions, planning to go to a Tier 1 secret realm. Any support pros want to join? Looking for a support pro, preferably one who can buff, with at least 3 skills. First-year support pros, don't bother. Too few skills, can't carry the team. Who dares to go to a secret realm now? Train first, don't drag us down. Where are the 4th-year support pros? Seriously need a carry. Of course, there were also posts from 3rd and 4th-year students sharing their experiences in clearing secret realms. Chen Fan was so engrossed in reading these posts that he completely forgot about the girls. However, on the morning of the class meeting day, Lin Shueyo had said the meeting would be in the evening. Chen Fan's morning routine remained unchanged. He planned to go to the 3rd cafeteria with his dorm mates for breakfast. Just as he was about to get out of bed, he saw Suze holding his compass, cautiously wandering around the dorm like a fortune teller. Chen Fan's heart skipped a beat. Why does this scene feel so familiar? Suze saw Chen Fan coming down and suddenly raised one hand in a sword gesture, shouting dramatically, "Demon, don't run!" Chen Fan almost went up to give him a beating.
Suze held a compass and walked up to Chen Fan, carefully examining him. Rong Jinhui, standing nearby, was extremely curious and couldn't help but ask, "How is it?
Does he have it?"
He deliberately lowered his voice as he spoke. Chen Fan wasn't stupid, of course, he heard everything clearly.
Wu
Zihua, who had a bit of common sense, though not much, crossed his arms and shook his head. "You two are really hopeless. You're supposed to be support, but you
don't have a shred of intelligence. Who would have eyes growing on the back of their head? And you believe this nonsense?"
Rong Jinhui shushed him, as if speaking too loudly would scare away the demon eye, and said seriously, "You're talking nonsense." This was personally said by the teacher.
If there wasn't some basis for it, why would Lin Shuao mysteriously assign us this task?
Wu Zihua was initially skeptical, but both Rong Jinhui and Su Zhe were dead serious, even holding the
compass and turning it around everywhere. Su Zhe even called out to Chen Fan, "Chen Fan, you need to cooperate too. I heard you Mingni looked for you before, but I think we need to check again." Rong Jinhui looked at Chen Fan in shock. "This isn't right. You knew it was such a serious matter and didn't tell us?" Chen Fan was dumbfounded. This thing had spread so seriously? And so many people actually believed it? But at this moment, Chen Fan couldn't refute it. After all, the
compass was something he had given them himself.
He could only nod seriously. "Indeed, you Mingni did look for me before. The demon eye is terrifying, with a long
incubation period, and it could be hiding on any student." He spoke slowly, masking his inner helplessness. Wu Zihua's face changed, clutching his chest and
exclaiming, "Chen Fan, that's not fair. You should have told us earlier about something this big." It seemed Wu Zihua believed it too.
Chen Fan rubbed his temples.
"I really didn't think it would be this serious. Wasn't the demon eye completely eradicated back then? If Lin Shuao hadn't insisted on checking, I wouldn't have discovered it at all."
He shifted the blame to Lin Shuao again. After all, it was her prank, and Chen Fan had merely figured it out.
Wu Zihua quickly rushed over. "Hurry, check me. Is there a demon eye on the back of my head?"
Su Zhe exaggeratedly pulled out the compass and even asked Rong Jinhui for help, leaving Chen Fan
utterly speechless. He looked up and happened to meet Meng Ling's gaze. He thought Meng Ling would be rational, but unexpectedly, she said, "Do you need my help?" Chen Fan was speechless. "You guys actually believe this nonsense?"
As the instigator, Chen Fan could only cooperate helplessly.
Thus, with an hour left before the class meeting, the students had already started seriously checking the backs of their heads, fearing even the slightest trace of the demon eye. Lin Shuao, the counselor, genuinely wanted to bond with everyone, so she arrived early. But seeing everyone looking so tense, she was stunned. "What are you all doing?" Chen Fan felt guilty and didn't dare to look her in the eye. After hearing about the inspection operation, he felt like the class had turned into a demon eye. Investigation team. Lin Shuao's face carried a faint smile. She knew very well that the absurd idea of eyes growing on the back of one's head was something only someone as naive as Yu Mingni would believe. Even if Yu Mingni was fooled, Lin Shuao didn't think it was a big deal. However, she was a bit surprised that after Chen Fan exaggerated the story, it had spread even more wildly. Just as Lin Shuao was about to approach Chen Fan to see the results of the students' inspections, the principal suddenly rushed in with a group of people, each holding detection equipment. Chen Fan was dumbfounded. Lin Shuao was dumbfounded too. "Ding! Host, the system has detected a golden treasure chest hidden in the third folder of Lin Shuao's D drive. You haven't opened the treasure chest you got last time. If you open them together, the chance of obtaining advanced items will be higher." Chen Fan was speechless. "Did you even listen to what you just said? The system's treasure chest settings were getting stranger and stranger. Previously, treasure chests were at least visible either in someone else's backpack or on a temple window. Now, the system claimed the treasure chest was hidden in the third folder of Lin Shuao's computer D drive. It didn't even have a physical form and could appear anywhere at any time. It was simply too abstract." Thinking about this, Chen Fan couldn't help but stare at the computer Lin Shuao had brought. Why bring a computer to the class meeting today? What exactly was hidden in the third folder of the D drive? But he couldn't ask these questions, and Lin Shuao probably wouldn't let him touch it either. Chen Fan just kept staring at Lin Shuao, wondering whether he should snatch the computer later or do something else, when he suddenly felt a chill down his spine. He looked up and locked eyes with Lin Shuao. Lin Shuao squinted, and both of them felt awkward. After all, the whole third
Eye on the back of the head incident had escalated into the demon's eye rumor, and the two of them were at the center of the storm.
Not to mention, even the principal had shown up this time. Lin Shueyao quickly forced a smile and turned to ask the principal, "Principal, is there something you need today? Our class is about to start the meeting." The principal glanced at the nervous students, waved his hand, and called Lin Shueyao into the hallway. Lowering his voice, he asked, "Has the demon's eye really appeared?"
Lin Shueyao was momentarily stunned.
"Ha!"
The principal spoke earnestly, "I know you told the students that the demon's eye is just a third eye on the back of the head to keep them from being scared.
But shouldn't you report something like this to the school? Is it appropriate to keep it from us?"
Lin Shueyao was at a loss for words.
What she found most absurd was that the demon's eye actually existed. Could it be that Chen Fan hadn't been lying to her?
It all seemed like a child's nonsense.
Third eyes didn't exist in the first place. It was just that Yu Mengyi had taken it seriously. The principal's expression was serious. "Don't worry about this for now. We'll send people to investigate. If someone really has the demon's eye, there should be traces of demonic energy. After checking your class, I'll head to the next class. The entire school needs to be inspected." What else could Lin Shueyao say? This was truly a beautiful misunderstanding. She could only stand there and nod respectfully. "Understood, I'll let you handle it." The principal was somewhat satisfied with Lin Shueyao's attitude but was clearly displeased with her previous actions. He began to lecture her. "I know you're from a combat profession and feel resentful about becoming a counselor at the Support Profession Academy. But wasn't this your own request? These support students are the future of the school. You know how important support professions are to the entire professional community. If anything unusual happens, you must report it to me immediately. This needs to be documented.
There are quite a few talented individuals in your class, including the top scorer from the college entrance exam.
It's really the school's achievement that the kid didn't go to the combat academy. If he had, it would have been our loss."
The principal rambled on, but Lin Shueya's mind had
already gone blank. The reason was simple.
After all, the person who had firmly kept Chen Fan in the support academy was essentially her.
What did it have to do with the principal?
Even though Chen Fan had wanted to go to the combat academy, she had helped suppress that idea.
The team the principal brought came and went quickly. They still had to conduct inspections in the next class. After Chen Fan's class was inspected, there were, of course, no issues. Once the principal left,
the classroom erupted into chatter.
"Someone actually has a demon's eye on the back of their head? I thought you guys were joking. When I first heard Lin Shueyao say someone in our class had a third eye, I thought it was nonsense. How could a third eye grow on the back of someone's head? It must be something else. I didn't expect it to actually be a demon's eye." You guys actually believe this nonsense? Haven't you been reading your books properly? Dude, the principal just personally inspected it, and you still don't believe it? Chen Fan was dumbfounded as he listened.
Sitting next to him was the enchanter, Yu Meixin.
At
first, Yu Meixin had somewhat believed in the so-called demon's eye. After all, Chen Fan had been acting completely normal. To support this lie, Chen Fan had even gone out of his way to fabricate a detailed backstory that seemed flawless. Who would have thought it was fake?
But as a master of charm, Yu Meixin was best at seeing through people's hearts. At first, she believed it, but when she saw Chen Fan and Lin Shueyao exchange glances, the strange atmosphere made her certain
that the so-called devil's eye was nothing but a lie. This lie influenced the principal, even prompting him to send people to inspect the entire class, something
neither Lin Shueyao nor Chen Fan had anticipated.
Chen Fan was initially nervous, thinking of getting a treasure chest from Lin Shueyao, but Yu Meixin kept staring
at him.
Her gaze carried a half-smile and mockery, making his skin crawl. "Why are you staring at me?" he asked. Yu Meixin smiled sweetly and whispered, "Devils.
I was made up by you and Lin Shueyao, wasn't it?"
Her words hit the mark directly, without any detours.
Chen Fan's face turned green with embarrassment. Unsure how he had been exposed, he could only grit his teeth and say, "It wasn't made up, it's real." Even the principal came. "Don't you believe it?" Yu Meixin smiled meaningfully and said no more. At this moment, Lin Shueyao didn't dare bring up the matter either.
The students in the classroom were still discussing it, but
she pretended not to hear and took out her laptop. She planned to connect it to the classroom's multimedia equipment. She had brought the laptop for this purpose, intending to talk to everyone about the training camp.
After all, Xinhua hadn't officially started classes in the past few days, and some students hadn't
arrived yet. As long as they made it to the training camp, it would be fine. Wu Zihua had said that some people would be eliminated during the training camp.
However, Wu Zihua also mentioned that the elimination rate was very low, as they were all in support professions.
Support talents were scarce worldwide. If Xinhua didn't want them, other schools would be eager to take them.
Lin Shuya was particularly nervous, but her laptop just wouldn't connect to the multimedia.
At this moment, Chen Fan's eyes lit up.
Ignoring Yumeishin's strange gaze, he dashed to the podium like a leopard.
I can fix the computer. Lin Shuyo squinted.
Her eyes, ready to give Chen Fan a hard time, but he had already rushed up on his own. Fortunately, the classroom was noisy, and no one heard what they were saying. Lin Shuya lowered her voice and said, Chen Fan, you sure have guts. She thought Chen Fan would be scared, but he showed no fear and even retorted, Counselor.
That's an interesting comment.
The nonsense about having eyes on the back of your head was originally made up by you.
How can you blame me? Lin Shuyo felt a bit uneasy.
The students and teachers now were completely different from what the handbook described. She had initially wanted to use a small trick to achieve
her teaching goal.
If someone truly believed the absurd idea of having eyes on the back of their head, they would definitely observe every classmate carefully. If this person could organize inspections, they would be a qualified class monitor. After all, Lin Shuyo herself had been selected this way back then.
The
counselors and teachers at the Combat Academy had very straightforward thinking, and the students were the same. She felt there was nothing wrong with doing this, but she never expected the matter to escalate to the principal. Even stranger, the Devil's Eye actually existed.
Have you ever seen the secret realm of the Devil's Eye? Lin Shuyo asked Chen Fan with a helpless expression as she thought about it. But as soon as the thought crossed her mind, she quickly dismissed it. How could it be possible?
The story of the Devil's Eye sounded like something Chen Fan made up, but the version given by the principal was even scarier.
If someone
from the school administration was really involved in this, it would be a big deal.
Chen Fan looked innocent as he quickly opened Lin Shuya's laptop.
While they were talking, they didn't notice that the laptop had already connected to the multimedia, and the screen behind them was clearly displayed.
But Chen Fan's actions were swift. While answering Lin Shuya's questions to divert her attention, he quickly opened the D drive on her laptop. This isn't entirely my fault.
The main issue is that no one expected Yu Mingni's words to be believed. I thought it was ridiculous too.
Besides, who would want Yu Mingni to conduct inspections?
Chen Fan added fuel to the fire as he spoke. It almost led to a fight, so I had to use this method to smooth things over.
As for the secret realm of the devils, I've indeed heard of it. Otherwise, I wouldn't have described it so vividly. Lin Shuyo raised an eyebrow. Really? Truer than gold. Chen Fan opened
the D drive. From his perspective, all he could see was a dazzling golden light.
It was the golden treasure chest hidden in Lin Shuya's D drive.
The system suggested that treasure chests were best opened in batches of 5 or 10.
Last time, Chen Fan had opened one and got a secondary talent replicator, which was just his luck.
But opening them randomly could also yield a pile of junk.
Chen Fan certainly understood the tricks of opening treasure chests. After all, that's how games were played. He didn't plan to open this treasure chest for now. After taking the golden treasure chest, Chen Fan felt satisfied.
Suddenly, Lin Shuyo screamed
sharply, "What are you doing?"
Her voice trembled slightly.
Chen Fan was dumbfounded. He hadn't done anything just now.
At this moment, he could already hear the
whispers of many classmates in the room. Oh my god, Lin Shuya, the counselor, is so extravagant, hiding so many novels. The things I can't help but say about
my handsome master, the Cold Master, Interstellar Beast World, me and 5 male gods. The ones you're talking about are still normal, the folders further
back are top-tier smut. Miss Counselor, can I copy the second row of folders? I just want to copy one. Miss Counselor, the website collection of comics is quite extensive. We want to take a look too. If I had known you were showing me this, I wouldn't be sleepy anymore. I thought you were here to tell us about training precautions. Chen Fan did a great job. But how did you know Miss Counselor had these things on her computer? Listening to the string of
questions and calls around him, Chen Fan was completely stunned. He hurriedly closed the D drive. Beside him, Lin Shuya was so angry she was about to explode.
Her voice sharp, Chen Fan, what exactly are you doing? I'm asking you. What, exactly, are you doing? Each word seemed to be squeezed out from between her teeth,
as if she was about to tear Chen Fan apart. No wonder she was a level 6 professional.
With just a few glances, she made Chen Fan feel like he was being stared down by a ferocious beast.
But on the surface, Chen Fan remained calm, quickly adjusted the computer, and said to Lin Shuiao with composure, "I fixed your
computer for you. Actually, you should check other drives for viruses."
I didn't expect to accidentally click the wrong thing.
Chen Fan apologized sincerely,
but his expression carried a hint of mischief. "But it's no big deal, I restored it quickly. There's nothing wrong with the counselor liking novels, comics, and
various little movies. Who knows, you might even blend into the student circle because of this and see how many people ask you for links. By the way, about the seeds in that folder just now. Can I save a copy? I don't think I've seen them before."
Despite his inner panic, Chen Fan glanced at the contents of the drive and basically knew what treasures were inside. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Shuiao screamed again, "Get out of here!"
Of course, Chen Fan didn't dare linger on the podium.
The counselor was already furious with him, and if she really tore him apart, it would be disastrous.
Back at his seat, Yu Meixin quietly
leaned closer to him, her voice as soft as a mosquito's.
Can you copy the counselor's The Cold Master for me?"
Chen Fan replied helplessly, "I'll find a
chance later." He knew it was practically impossible to get close to Lin Shuiao's computer again, but opportunities could always be found. Yu Meixin silently gave Chen Fan a thumbs up. Clearly, Lin Shuiao was already fuming, but Chen Fan still dared to think about accessing her computer again.
His courage was commendable
and deserved some encouragement.
As the two were talking, Yu Mengni patted Chen Fan's shoulder. "You've really offended the counselor this time. Look, her
face is all red." Chen Fan glanced at Lin Shuiao's flushed face from afar, feeling a bit puzzled.
"I think her face is red because we discovered something she didn't
want us to know." Yu Mengni's imagination ran wild. "What kind of thing?" "Clearly, it's because you made her angry." Chen Fan was speechless. "Alright, whatever makes you happy."
Lin Shuiao already didn't know how to face this group of students. Now she was even more speechless. She really hadn't expected to let Chen Fan, this troublemaker, fix her computer. A group of students below were chattering noisily, each one eager to stir up trouble, trying to snatch the link from Lin
Shuiao's hands.
Lin Shuiao remained silent for a long while, which only made the students more excited, especially some of the boys, who seemed particularly
thrilled, constantly bringing up things like seeds.
Yu Meixin watched these boys, her face growing darker and darker, ready to step in and teach them a lesson. Suddenly, Lin Shuiao on the stage seemed to muster her courage, raised her head, and said, "Are you all after something on my computer?"
"No problem." She glanced at the roster in her hand and fixed her gaze on the boy who was shouting the loudest, saying, "Your name is Tu Wenli, right? I can introduce you to some really explosive stuff." Tu Wenli grinned, trying to tease Lin Shuiao. "Teacher, there's no need for that. You downloaded so many things because you're lonely, right? If you were with me, you wouldn't feel lonely anymore." Lin Shuiao replied coldly, "Why would I be with you? You were just desperately asking me for a link, weren't you? Isn't it because you're looking for Nan Nan ceiling?"
"I know, your boyfriend sent you here to make your life more interesting."
Tu Wenli froze completely. "My boyfriend?" Originally, Tu Wenli and his dorm mates were still jeering, but Lin Shuiao outright claimed he had a boyfriend. Tu Wenli was furious. "I'm a guy, how could I have a boyfriend?" Lin Shuiao looked puzzled. "You really don't have a boyfriend?"
"Of course not," Tu Wenli hurriedly defended himself, almost
blurting out his words. But in the end, he couldn't say it. Lin Shuiao's expression darkened. "Then you're two-timing." The entire class erupted in an uproar. Tu Wenli's face turned bright red.
The redness that had been on Lin Shuiao's face earlier now all transferred to Tu Wenli's.
He was completely at a loss. Lin Shuiao, however, remained calm and composed. "What? Am I wrong?
Your boyfriend even specifically asked me to take care of you."
"It seems you like to mess around with all sorts of things. That link? Forget about it for now." Tu Wenli was dumbfounded.
This counselor, how could she speak so bluntly?
Lin Shuiao scanned the class and said lightly, "Want to get valuable resources from me? Show me your grades first."
Training starts in 3 days, but only if everyone passes the preliminary
training camp assessment first. If you fail the assessment, go home immediately.
Now, I'll select the class officers. Lin Shuiao's demeanor suddenly changed. Earlier, her soft and gentle appearance made it seem like anyone could bully her. Now, she was like a sharp sword, standing there, making it hard for anyone to breathe. The entire classroom fell into an eerie silence, and no one dared to utter a word. The oppressive aura of a sixth-tier professional spread instantly. The students who had been joking earlier were now as silent as cicadas in winter. They were nothing more than a group of weak support professionals. In front of this sixth-tier expert, they were like sheep. Lin Shueyo swept her gaze across the room and said lightly, "The principal was here earlier. This was actually a test I set for you. I've already chosen the class monitor, and I'll appoint them myself. As for the other officers, you can choose among yourselves." As soon as she said this, Yu Mingni became visibly excited. Back then, Lin Shueyo had promised her that as long as she helped identify the person in the class with the heavenly eye, she could become the class monitor. Now, it was time to fulfill that promise. Yu Mingni's eyes sparkled, and she was overjoyed. Others might not have figured it out, but Yu Mingni's thoughts were written all over her face. There was no need to guess. Chen Fan, on the other hand, had no interest in being the class monitor or any class officer. Being the class monitor meant being responsible for the entire class. What a hassle! Who wouldn't want to quietly finish their studies? Who wouldn't want to slack off in peace? Besides, Chen Fan still had to attend the combat academy to learn skills and courses. Where would he find the time? Just as Chen Fan was zoning out, Rong Jinhui, who was sitting behind him, lightly patted his shoulder. "Congratulations." Chen Fan immediately felt a burning gaze fixed on him. If looks could kill, he would have been killed countless times at that moment. Chen Fan was stunned. He looked at Lin Shueyo in shock, only to see that she had already written on the blackboard, "Class Monitor, Chen Fan." Why me? Chen Fan's eyes widened in disbelief as he stood up. At this moment, Yu Mingni snorted angrily, "You're really good at pretending." What exactly had Lin Shueyo said earlier when Chen Fan was distracted? "Ding dong, nothing much, just that I think you're capable." After all, the inspections of the boys' dormitory were almost entirely done by your dorm mates. The system silently watched the drama. Hearing this, Chen Fan felt completely defeated. It was true that the boys' dormitory inspections were handled by his dorm, but the credit mainly belonged to Suze and Rong Jinhui. Suze, being Yu Mingni's childhood friend, had the highest execution rate for anything she said. Rong Jinhui, on the other hand, was driven by curiosity. Together, they managed all the inspections of the boys' dormitory. As for Chen Fan, apart from the rumor about his so-called demon's eye, he had actually done nothing. Chen Fan looked utterly surprised. "I really don't want to be the class monitor, Lin Shueyo, I object." Lin Shueyo glanced at him indifferently, a mysterious smile appearing on her face. "Objection is useless. The position of class monitor is for me to decide. In this demon's eye incident, no one contributed more than Chen Fan. Back then, I told you Mingni about the heavenly eye just to keep her from panicking. I didn't expect someone among the students to be so observant, notice something was off, and even come up with the term demon's eye. That person was Chen Fan." Chen Fan's scalp tingled instantly. The term demon's eye was something he had made up on a whim. But how could this all be blamed on him? If Lin Shueyo hadn't been bored and randomly mentioned something about a heavenly eye on the back of the head, none of this would have escalated. Lin Shueyo continued to praise Chen Fan, her words pouring out like a flood. "I think Chen Fan is knowledgeable and has good character." After discovering the demon's eye, he immediately asked Yu Mingni to continue investigating and even provided a compass. Lin Shueyo took out the small compass. With this, everyone participated in the inspection, even the principal was alarmed. In the end, it turned out our class had no issues, but Chen Fan's keen insight and ability to rally everyone for the investigation were remarkable. Just for that, he's qualified to be the class monitor. Yu Mingni, who had been very angry, was completely convinced by Lin Shueyo's words. Indeed, it was Chen Fan who first noticed the demon's eye. Moreover, he had others carry out the investigation while he stayed out of it, showing commendable behavior. Yu Mingni couldn't help but reflect, perhaps she had been too harsh on Chen Fan? The young girl thought for a moment, then turned to Chen Fan and apologized. "I'm sorry, I just wanted to be the class monitor too much. You really did better than me." Chen Fan was on the verge of tears. The room was filled with voices praising him, but he didn't want to hear any of it. "No, if you want to be the class monitor, just take it. I really don't want it." Unexpectedly, right after apologizing, the guilt-ridden Yu Mingni turned around and said, if you want it, just take it.
Why pretend to be modest? Chen Fan was dumbfounded. I don't want it. At this moment, Chen Fan was surrounded by voices of praise, each more creative than the last.
Rong Jinhui's eyes sparkled.
I say, Chen Fan, stop declining, okay? What's wrong with being the class monitor?
Wu Zihua suddenly had a bright idea and said, if our dorm can produce a class monitor, that would be amazing.
Su Zhe immediately
felt as if he had been enlightened. Having his childhood friend as the class monitor would indeed fulfill his wishes.
Wu Zihua's point was also valid. The dorm really needed a class monitor.
So, he firmly said, I support Chen Fan as the class monitor.
Although Yu Mingni was convinced by Chen Fan, she didn't expect her childhood friend to change sides so quickly.
She felt a bit upset and glared fiercely at Su Zhe.
Su Zhe quickly avoided Yu Mingni's gaze. Class monitor or childhood friend?
Of course, the class monitor was more important.
As long as the class monitor was from their dorm, it would be much easier to approach Chen Fan for anything.
Su Zhe calculated in his mind that he should also aim for a class committee position.
If the entire dorm was filled with officials, things would be much
easier to handle. Even Meng Ling, who usually didn't talk much, nodded in agreement. Yes, Chen Fan is suitable to be the class monitor.
I want to run for vice monitor. Yu Mingni was furious.
She could accept Chen Fan as the class monitor, but she absolutely wouldn't allow anyone else to take the vice monitor position. She raised her hand and said, Teacher, I want to run for vice monitor. Yu Meixin squinted her eyes, usually quiet, but now her voice was as sweet as honey.
Then let's vote. I also want to run for vice monitor.
Tu Wenli, who had just been opposing the teacher, was flustered upon hearing Yu Meixin's soft voice.
Meixin, if you want to be the class monitor, we will definitely support you.
Tu Wenli was the leader of the dormitory, and no one dared to oppose him.
Yu Mingni
immediately shot a warning glance at Chen Fan and Su Zhe. Chen Fan, I've already let you be the class monitor, so you have to vote for me as vice monitor.
Chen Fan couldn't get a word in.
The class monitor position seemed settled, and now everyone was vying for vice monitor.
Chen Fan hesitated whether to vote for Yu Mingni or Yu Meixin.
Yu Mingni turned to stare at Su Zhe. You're my childhood friend, you have to think carefully and support me. Su Zhe knew how fierce Yu Mingni could be, so he didn't dare to argue and could only nod and bow. Don't worry, I'll vote for you. At this moment, just as Chen Fan thought no one was paying attention to him, Yu Meixin grabbed his arm. Her fair, delicate fingers gently pinched his arm, her voice soft and alluring like a cat's purr, carrying an irresistible
charm. Chen Fan, could you really bear to see me not become vice monitor? I want to be vice monitor entirely because of you. When Lin Shueyo assigns tasks, we complete them together.
The class monitor and vice monitor working together makes things easier. You're a good person, and we can cooperate without feeling
tired, right?
Yu Meixin's sweet voice echoed in Chen Fan's ear, making him feel intoxicated.
Even the system couldn't help but exclaim, Ding dong, host, this girl's voice is so sweet, it's really pleasant to hear.
In such a small class, the system had become a bystander, listening and laughing heartily.
Chen Fan was speechless.
Tu Wenli's eyes were practically bulging out as he stared at Chen Fan's wrist, as if Chen Fan had done something shameful.
Chen Fan was helpless.
Yu Meixin herself had grabbed his arm, and he hadn't made a move.
No matter how much Tu Wenli glared, it was useless.
Not to mention his murderous gaze, which seemed like he wanted to tear Chen Fan apart.
The atmosphere in the classroom had already exploded.
Chen Fan's face was numb, and he silently thought to himself, the
class monitor position is indeed not simple. The vice monitor position was finally decided.
The contenders were three, Yu Meixin, Yu Mingni, and Meng Ling Meng.
Ling's decision to run for vice monitor shocked the seasoned Wu Zihua. Old Meng, what are you thinking?
You usually can't even speak clearly. Teaming up with Chen Fan would just cause trouble for him.
Meng Ling calmly responded, can't I run for vice monitor? His expression was as composed as a capybara that never panics. Wu Zihua was left speechless and had to quickly concede, no problem, I think it's great.
And so, the competition for vice monitor ended pleasantly. The class had been noisy for nearly 3 hours, with constant campaigning and debates. However, in the race for vice monitor, neither Meng Ling nor Yu Mingni could
beat Yu Meixin.
The reason was simple, Yu Meixin's professional advantage was too obvious. As someone naturally charming, if she couldn't outshine others in this regard, how could she be considered a true enchantress? After all, entering the secret realm was dangerous, and she needed to establish her position firmly.
Thus, Yu Meixin naturally became the vice monitor. Meng Ling became the study committee member. In fact, Yu Mingni and Meng Ling also competed for the study committee position. But Meng Ling's college entrance exam scores were slightly higher, so he won. Wu Zihua, owing to his lack of school credits, was assigned as the psychological counselor. After all, he was an experienced veteran who had participated in various training sessions. Moreover, becoming a class committee member could earn extra credits. Wu Zihua, being the oldest, was most suitable for psychological counseling. The work of psychological counseling might even be busier than that of the vice monitor. The recently argumentative Tu Wenli, who had a spat with Lin Shuiyao, was elected as the sports committee member. Yu Ziki took on the role of life committee member, responsible for managing class funds. Rong Jinhui snagged the position of arts committee member, leaving Chen Fan utterly confused. Yu Mingni became the secretary of the youth league branch. Su Zhe was elected as the organization committee member, tasked with arranging secret realm schedules for everyone in the class. Since the entire class consisted of support-type roles, teachers and students from other departments often sought them out to form teams for entering secret realms. The organization committee member had to ensure everyone had time and could also help decline unsuitable invitations. As soon as Su Zhe was elected, Tu Wenli jokingly said to him, "Brother, if someone invites me to a secret realm, please help me decline. I don't want to die too early." Wu Zihua scoffed, "Can someone afraid of death even be called support?" Unexpectedly, Tu Wenli retorted fearlessly, "Do you think we have as many resurrection items as you? Poor people have their own way of living. Truly, poverty with dignity." When Mingyu, who had always been quiet and demure, didn't run for any position. In the end, Lin Shuiyao suggested that every girl in the dormitory should have a role, so when Mingyu was assigned as the second study committee member. After all, based on the college entrance secret realm rankings, Chen Fan was firmly in first place, Meng Ling second, and Wen Mingyu third. Wen Mingyu was undoubtedly the studious type. The class meeting started at 8 p.m. and didn't end until nearly 11 p.m. Wu Zihua was ecstatic, as everyone in the dormitory had a class committee position, and he himself became the psychological counselor. Every Wednesday, he would go to the counseling room to provide guidance for everyone. He was overjoyed. "Let's drink tonight to celebrate. Tomorrow afternoon, we'll participate in the beginner's practice. It's simple," Wu Zihua said, acting like a seasoned veteran. Chen Fan was a bit worried about the beginner's practice room. The counselor just said that if you fail the beginner's test, Xinghua will advise you to drop out. "If I'd known, I wouldn't have run for arts committee member." Chen Fan said helplessly, "You're already thinking of giving up before the test?" Rong Jinhui looked puzzled. "I heard the beginner's test mainly assesses mental strength. What's your mental strength level? Isn't it tiring to stand here talking?" That was all the information he had managed to gather. Wu Zihua already had an idea. "Let's drink a little of the academy's wine, sleep in tomorrow, and go in the afternoon. Mental strength will improve slightly. 23 stars. Chen Fan directly reported his mental strength level while Wu Zihua was making his suggestion. "What?" Wu Zihua was joking at first, but upon hearing the number, he was stunned. "Say that again?" 23 stars. Is there a problem?" Chen Fan was startled by his reaction. Although Chen Fan knew his mental strength was quite high, this was Tsinghua Academy, full of talented individuals. Among support roles, 23 stars might not be that rare. 20 stars is already extremely rare. What kind of monster are you with 23 stars? Rong Jinhui's eyes turned red with envy. Before Chen Fan could react, Rong Jinhui suddenly knelt down. "What are you doing?" Chen Fan was startled. "You're the god of mental strength. I must worship you." Rong Jinhui, both superstitious and desperate, cowed out several times and clung to Chen Fan's leg. "You must bless me to pass the beginner's test." Su Zhe was speechless. "This isn't that strange. Support roles generally have decent mental strength. I have 12 stars myself." Rong Jinhui immediately looked up, his face full of excitement. "Then I'm fine. I have 13 stars. The anxious one suddenly became Su Zhe. Su Zhe wasn't as thick-skinned as Rong Jinhui. With people coming and going around them, he hesitated for a long time but didn't have the courage to kneel before Chen Fan. Chen Fan didn't intend to accept it either. "Think it through. I'm not the god of mental strength." Both of them breathed a sigh of relief. Meng Ling looked at Chen Fan with a peculiar expression. "Your mental strength is truly astonishing. At 23 stars, You should be able to connect with 20 people simultaneously. Connect for what?
Chen Fan asked, realizing something. There's no need for that many people.
It's not necessary for entering the secret realm.
It is, if it's a special omen mode.
The more people you can connect with, the stronger your command ability.
That way, we can safely exit the secret realm, Mengling explained excitedly. A few people chatted as they headed to the cafeteria.
Following Wu Zihua's suggestion,
they ordered the cafeteria's special small liquor.
After drinking, one's mental power would randomly increase slightly. Chen Fan checked his attributes after
drinking, and his mental power rose from 23 stars to 25 stars.
It actually increased by 2 stars, amazing.
Chen Fan's eyes lit up as he checked the values on
the watch issued by the school. What? You gained 2 stars, and I didn't move at all?
Su Zhe was so frustrated he was about to explode.
Your base value is
too low, Rong Jinhui said, taking a sip of the liquor, his tongue slightly tied. This star rating is just a reference, we can't see the specific base value, and
the watch can't detect it either.
Indeed, these watches were issued by the temple, and even they couldn't see the exact values.
After all, this wasn't a game
world but a real existence, somewhat like a spiritual energy revival.
Chen Fan waved his hand indifferently. Wu Zihua also waved his hand, saying, "It's fine, as long as we can participate in the beginner training tomorrow."
Chen Fan looked at Wu Zihua and asked, "Wu Zihua, can you tell me what beginner training is all
about?"
Wu Zihua casually waved his hand. "It changes every year, but it's basically a small game. You have to wear a helmet and use mental power to play.
If your mental power rating is low, tomorrow will be tough." Rong Jinhui exclaimed in surprise, "Your mental power rating is 19 stars? Wu Zihua nodded, and Rong Jinhui immediately felt uncomfortable. "How do you have 19 stars? Does that make me second to last? What about Mengling?" Rong Jinhui started comparing with others.
Mengling confidently replied, 20 stars.
Rong Jinhui's jaw dropped in disbelief. "I checked the data, in this world, people with mental power reaching 20 stars are extremely rare."
Mengling added, "You're right, 20 stars are very rare. I only reached 20 stars after drinking, normally, I'm at 18 stars.
Wu Zihua also said, "I'm at 17 stars.
Rong Jinhui felt slightly better but still thought of himself as useless. However, he soon got drunk, and in the end, Wu Zihua had to
carry him back.
The next day, as Wu Zihua had said, everyone woke up in the morning. The mental power boost from the liquor was still there.
Wu Zihua informed everyone, this boost lasts for 24 hours. In the afternoon, everyone lined up to enter the beginner training room at Tsinghua University. As long as they completed the test and uploaded their scores before midnight, it was fine. Chen Fan was very curious about the beginner training. Everyone put on helmets and lay down in a coffin-like pod.
Then, he saw a classic minigame, Minesweeper. Using mental power, they lightly tapped the squares on the Minesweeper board, opening them and
judging the location of mines based on the numbers. Losing didn't matter, it wouldn't affect them in any way.
The scoreboard next to them only recorded the number
of clicks. Chen Fan found the game extremely simple.
He kept playing Minesweeper, one board after another, until midnight, when the scores were calculated. Chen Fan took off his helmet and found himself surrounded by a crowd.
Tu Wenli even took out a camera to photograph him.
Chen Fan felt like he was lying in a coffin,
being photographed, completely bewildered. "What are you guys doing?"
Before he could finish speaking, Yu Meixin gave him a thumbs up in amazement.
Following her
lead, the entire class gave Chen Fan a thumbs up. If it weren't for the coffin-like pod, Chen Fan might have started cursing.
"Are you all crazy?" Chen Fan asked.
Before he could finish, his classmates all took out cameras and started snapping photos like mad. The place instantly turned into a hotspot for social media. After Wu Zihua and the others had taken enough photos, they finally pulled the nearly furious Chen Fan out of the pod.
"Brother, are you okay? If it weren't for
your face staying so rosy, I was almost worried enough to send you to the hospital." Rong Jinhui's voice was hoarse, but he was extremely excited, his face
glowing red. "Chen Fan, you're practically a god in the field of mental power. Do you know how long you stayed in that mental space?" Hearing Lin Shuiao's words, Chen Fan misunderstood and raised an eyebrow. "Can you exit early?"
Rong Jinhui was momentarily at a loss for how to respond, but Wu Zihua beside him raised
an eyebrow sharply. "So you were just kicked out?" Chen Fan nodded. "Yeah, I was forcibly kicked out." "What's so strange about that? Didn't they say there would be a forced settlement at midnight?"
Rong Jinhui immediately understood, his voice hoarse, and quickly picked up his phone to start a livestream. My dears, oh my
God! This is my classmate Chen Fan, look at how amazing this guy is. If he hadn't been kicked out at midnight, he probably wouldn't have felt tired all day. He started with 23-star mental strength. That's incredible. Everyone, send rockets quickly, remember this face. This face will be the mental strength god in the future.
As he spoke, Rong Jinhui pointed the phone at Chen Fan and whispered to him, the rockets are all for you.
Chen Fan raised an eyebrow and flashed a perfect
smile at the livestream audience. That's right, I was forcibly kicked out.
The livestream chat instantly exploded, a living, breathing first-tier professional with over 20-star mental strength.
This is a real-life textbook-level miracle. Quick, take screenshots, ladies.
Isn't this the kid who ranked first in the college entrance exam? I can't believe I'm seeing him in person.
23-star mental strength is impressive, but it doesn't mean he's the global top scorer.
The Professional Alliance hasn't released his information yet, and even if he's from Tsinghua, it doesn't necessarily mean he's the top scorer. Stop joking, Tsinghua's support recruits are all top-notch. Tsinghua doesn't even look at entrance exam scores when recruiting support, don't forget that. Stop arguing, the point is a first-tier support with 23-star mental strength. This guy is definitely going to be a commander in the future. I really want to connect mentally with him. With him in the secret realm, survival is guaranteed. This is Commander-in-Chief material, send those rockets. I'm curious, though, why only support can be commanders. Why can't combat professions? Don't be ridiculous, everyone knows combat professions are impulsive. I can't even imagine a combat professional as a commander. I can imagine it.
A support commander makes detailed plans, while a combat commander only has 2 words, charge.
Combat professional, raise a 50-meter-long blade and let you run 49 meters first.
A first-tier support with 23-star mental strength indeed attracted a lot of attention.
Many people were
still waiting for Chen Fan's results to be released, and Rong Jinhui was excitedly live-streaming the whole time. Speaking of which, Chen Fan had been carefully helped out of that coffin-like pod by Wu Zihua.
Chen Fan himself seemed indifferent, but Wu Zihua and Su Zhe were extremely nervous.
Even when Chen Fan was just standing there stretching, Wu Zihua and Su Zhe stared at him without blinking.
Why are you all staring at me? Chen Fan felt a bit puzzled. Don't you feel anything unusual?
Wu Zihua, being an old hand, knew that others who came out later would usually have some reaction, like a headache, dizziness, or physical discomfort.
My body. Chen Fan felt a slight numbness in his head.
He thought about it carefully, then shrugged it off and said, mainly, I think I was lying in there
for too long. The game's settings are just problematic. Wu Zihua paused for a moment. What's problematic about it?
Su Zhe excitedly chimed in, I told you, this is clearly a beginner's test, but they used such a simple game.
There must be something wrong.
When I first started using mental strength to control things,
my head went numb.
Wu Zihua ignored Su Zhe and said directly, your head went numb because your mental strength isn't strong enough.
Chen Fan said, I didn't feel my head go numb.
Hearing this, Wu Zihua gave a "see, I told you so" expression.
I just think the duration was too long. It should have ended after a few hours, but instead, I was dragged to the settlement before being kicked out. Good thing the settlement was at midnight. If it had been at noon tomorrow, would they have made me wait until then to come out? Are they trying to starve me to death?
Chen Fan found this aspect the most unreasonable. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone around him, whether watching the live stream or talking, fell silent. Wu Zihua said in frustration, Big brother, this isn't a problem with the
school's design, it's your own problem.
The barrage in Rong Jinhui's live stream room exploded. Listen to this bragging.
It's really infuriating. Exactly, if
it weren't for the settlement issue, this guy wouldn't have made it out. Under normal circumstances, even with 20-star mental strength, it's impossible to stay in that minigame for so long.
The longer you stay, the more likely you are to feel dizzy and eventually get kicked offline. How could this guy last so long? Does he really have 23-star mental strength? Or 53-star? It must be that the instrument couldn't detect it, otherwise, it wouldn't be this strong. Even with 30-star mental strength, there would be some reaction.
When he came out, his eyes looked clear, not like he was feeling unwell.
The score is about to come out. Let's see how many points this guy actually got. This bragging is just ridiculous.
These comments made sense.
Many people even suspected that Chen Fan was just holding on. Maybe he was actually feeling terrible but pretending to be fine. Anyway, the score was about to be revealed.
At this moment, the big screen started. Scrolling through everyone's scores, first place, Chen Fan, total score, 98,733.
Second place, Meng Ling, total score, 932.
Third place, Wen Mingyu, total score,
894. Chen Fan was dumbfounded. Wu Zihua and the others were completely shocked. Everyone present was stunned, and even the self-proclaimed veteran viewers
in Rong Jinhui's live stream room were at a loss.
For a moment, the live stream room was eerily silent, with no comments at all. Rong Jinhui shook his phone, thinking it might have broken. Soon, the barrage exploded again. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The score display must be wrong, right? Even with 30-star
mental strength, it's impossible to score this high.
I'm losing my mind. Did I see this wrong? Who hasn't attended Tsinghua? Could it be that Rong Jinhui isn't? Even from our school? Is everything I'm seeing right now real? Impossible, absolutely impossible. I've already checked the scores on the official website. I don't believe this is fake.
I suspect the display screen or system has an issue.
This is hilarious.
First place has over 90,000 points, while second place
only has 900 something. The gap is way too big. What's even funnier is that I remember the score is supposed to be an average, with 90,000 points pulling the average so high, everyone from second place onward is going to get eliminated. The score is just absurd. I think when calculating the average score, the first place should be excluded.
This kind of anomaly can't be compared to regular students.
The barrage was in chaos, and even the teachers who announced the scores were baffled. They immediately began checking the system.
The score announcement system had no issues.
It was likely that the machine Chen Fan used had a problem.
As Chen Fan was surrounded by classmates bombarding him with questions, a dozen teachers approached the machine he had used. The classroom fell silent. The teachers specifically inspected the machine Chen Fan had just used.
Tu Wenli couldn't stand Chen Fan. He had originally wanted all the students from his dormitory to get class committee positions.
In the end, only one person from his dormitory made it, while almost everyone from Chen Fan's dormitory became class
committee members.
Seeing Chen Fan score so high, Tu Wenli felt a bit scared. After all, who wouldn't fear such a strong mental strength assistant?
But then he thought Chen Fan must have exploited a loophole.
Seeing so many people checking Chen Fan's machine, Tu Wenli smirked smugly. I told you, there's no way he could
score that high.
Meng Ling scoring that much is understandable. He brags about having over 20-star mental strength.
But since the school's founding, it's been
impossible for anyone with over 20-star mental strength to score this high.
Over 90,000 points? You can check the school's history to see how many mental strength levels have ever scored that high. He definitely exploited a loophole. Tu Wenli's analysis sounded convincing.
His dormitory brothers nodded and clapped.
In agreement.
That's right, I support him.
Teachers, you must investigate thoroughly. He definitely cheated. 100% cheating, definitely exploited a loophole. Jealousy was at play. Tu Wenli incited other classmates. Many looked at Chen Fan with suspicious eyes and whispered, "This is just too outrageous. I even suspect that 23-star rating is exaggerated. Even if you want to stand out, you can't go this far. Over 90,000 points? If the teacher hadn't been alert, wouldn't everyone else have suffered? If you calculate the average score, the second place would have to go home. The school must provide a reasonable explanation. This is Tsinghua University. How could something so questionable happen? If others don't get angry, they'll think we're fools, right? I'm sure Chen Fan cheated. Let's wait for the teacher to investigate.
Even if you want to show off, a few thousand points would be enough.
Is 90,000 points aiming for the stars?
It looks like a Minesweeper game, but in reality, using mental power to clear a block, whether it explodes or not, makes my head buzz.
Your mental power is already high. If I hit a bomb, my head feels like it's exploding. I only scored 123 points. I hope I won't get eliminated. You 3-digit scorers don't need to worry. We 2-digit scorers are already crying.
I heard there's a last-place elimination system before the semester starts.
I'm so nervous. Will I be asked to leave?
The dozen or so teachers surrounded the machine Chen Fan had used, carefully inspecting it.
The murmurs around grew louder. Chen Fan, however, remained silent. He felt there was nothing to worry about.
It's not like he'd lose a piece of himself. As for the truth, the teachers would eventually uncover it. But Wu Zihua, standing nearby, grew anxious and couldn't help but speak up. You all saw Chen Fan's mental power level.
This isn't fake. Just because Chen Fan's score is ridiculously high, you suspect him of cheating? If the teachers investigate and find he didn't cheat, will you apologize?
Wu Zihua's gaze swept across the crowd, and the students who met his eyes involuntarily lowered their voices.
He was right. After all, Chen Fan's mental power level was indeed evident.
It was just that this time, Chen Fan's performance was a bit exaggerated, scoring 90,000 points. But that didn't mean there was an issue with his mental power
level, right? Wu Zihua, Tu Wenli wasn't buying it at all.
He had already decided there was something fishy about Chen Fan.
Don't get it twisted. Chen Fan's
mental power level is what you saw on the wristband, but that's just a display, not an on-site test.
Besides, even if the wristband shows that, the machine might have had issues before. Ha, you didn't even check the previous records.
Forget 90,000 points, even scoring over 10,000 isn't something an average person can
achieve.
It requires a mental power level exceeding 25 stars. Tu Wenli's words quickly swayed the previously uncertain classmates to agree with his perspective. They were convinced that Chen Fan must have cheated to achieve such a score. Tu Wenli couldn't find a better excuse for the moment, but just then, Lin Shuiao's
voice suddenly came from the doorway. Lin Shuiao stormed in with an imposing presence.
Have you ever heard of people with mental power levels of over 20 or 30?
Stars not playing for that long?
As soon as Lin Shuiao entered, her first reaction was to urge Rong Jinhui to quickly shut down the livestream.
Although Rong
Jinhui promptly ended the stream, many in the livestream had already recognized Lin Shuiao. After all, she was one of the few geniuses in the Dragon Nation system who had reached a 6th-tier professional level in her 20s.
Lin Shuiao also had an account on Douyin, with millions of followers.
Although the livestream was
turned off, many people frantically left comments under Rong Jinhui's video. Little brother secretly started a livestream? That's my goddess. Lin Shuiao actually became a counselor? She's already 6th tier, why would she become a counselor? Haven't you heard about what happened last October?
Her teammate had a mental
breakdown, and they still haven't found a suitable support replacement. Lin Shuiao came in and the first thing she did was shut down the livestream? There must be some inside story. Chen Fan might actually be legit.
I heard that minigame is just for testing support mental power, and no one has played from the
afternoon until the final calculation like Chen Fan did, so the scores are usually low. Why are you only saying this now?
In the future, Tsinghua will definitely
protect him.
During our 4 years of university, we never had the chance to team up with such an amazing support player.
I've been stuck at the 4th tier for so long.
Lin Shuiao had Rong Jinhui turn off the livestream, and the test results from over a dozen teachers were also out.
They nodded at her. Lin Shuiao knew how to handle it. You're right, before the official opening ceremony, the school will implement a last-place elimination policy. This time, the bottom 3 in the preliminary test will be directly eliminated.
Congratulations, you can go home and pack your things. Of course, you can also choose to go to another
school. Everyone present today must sign a confidentiality agreement. As for Chen Fan's score, there is absolutely no issue.
You must swear to the temple and sign the confidentiality agreement.
Chen Fan's score will also remain confidential. And you, kid, don't be so foolish in the future. Playing for a few hours is enough. Why play until the final settlement? Come here. Lin Shuiao came over to wrap things up.
The teachers checked Chen Fan's machine and found no problems. Their gazes toward Chen Fan softened. Seeing Lin Shuiao handle things so decisively, the teachers even spoke up for Chen Fan. Shaolin, don't scare people.
This matter isn't that serious.
It's just that our threshold might be overwhelmed in the future.
I've already received several invitations. Right now, we can't let these kids go to the 1st-tier secret realm. What if they die? I actually don't agree with the school's rules. They can totally go for some training. If
any student wants to try the 1st-tier secret realm, I can spend 6.48 million to buy resurrection items. The teacher's words became increasingly absurd.
Lin Shuiao was exasperated. Enough, my students won't die in the secret realm. Stop bringing up resurrection items, it's too unlucky.
Unexpectedly, Lin Shuiao was quite superstitious about luck. Chen Fan was speechless. The most speechless of all was Tu Wenli. Tu Wenli was so scared he couldn't say a word.
Although Lin Shuao didn't directly target him, she gave him a fierce glare when she entered. Tu Wenli naturally didn't dare to make a sound. When he heard they had to sign a confidentiality agreement and swear to the temple, he was trembling all over. In his dormitory, there was another student who ranked third from the bottom, full of resentment. Although Lin Shuao said the bottom three would be eliminated, they had to sign the agreement before leaving. Lin Shuao quickly finished handling everything, clapped her hands, and told everyone to go to sleep, announcing the next day's schedule. Training starts tomorrow. Just bring yourself, don't bring anything else. Gather at the school auditorium around 6 p.m. I'll take you there via teleportation. Teleportation? Chen Fan's eyes lit up when he heard the word, a bit excited. Su Zhe had already started imagining, could the place we're going to be the secret realm? This kind of thing had to be asked to Wu Zihua. After all, he was the only veteran here. Having repeated 2 years, Wu Zihua was particularly smug. He puffed out his chest and lowered his voice. Don't believe what Lin Shuao says. For training, don't listen to her about not bringing anything. You must bring one very important thing. Wu Zihua spoke seriously, attracting the attention of the entire dormitory. Even Yu Mengni came over. What should we bring? Wu Zihua didn't expect his tip to spark such interest. But he couldn't care less, afraid others might overhear, so he quickly said 3 words, Lao Gan Ma. Chen Fan was baffled. How much is Lao Gan Ma paying you? Our stinky tofu will double it. It's just some hometown pickles. Your parents' homemade ones will do too. The stronger the flavor, the better. Bring some stinky tofu if you can. If you can eat it, it's best to bring some snack packaged chicken legs or chicken meat. Does anyone here know how to open a space? Wu Zihua rattled off everything he knew in one breath, his last question particularly loud. Chen Fan gave him a helpless look. Dude, we just reached the first tier. Who knows how to open a space? I do have a storage bag, though. Right, you have a storage bag. Wu Zihua's eyes lit up, patting Chen Fan on the shoulder. We're counting on you, bro. Chen Fan frowned. Didn't you say you could open a space? You have a weapon. What kind of joke is that? Wu Zihua took a step back, crossed his arms, and struck a protective stance. That's where our fairy wand treasure lives, and you want me to put pickled vegetables and stinky tofu in there? Fine. A typical case of better you than me. But it was understandable. Anyone with a weapon they treated like a wife would act the same way. A wife-obsessed man, truly. Speechless. However, Chen Fan was still thinking about when he would. He needed to forge a weapon of his own. The compass he had handed over earlier was now back. With the system's efforts, it had reverted to its small bell form. But honestly, this handheld little bell looked just like the kind used by corpse drivers in Xiangxi, which was a bit odd. Although the system had helped shape it into a small bell, it still wasn't a true weapon, so Chen Fan couldn't fully activate the weapon space. But that wasn't a big deal. The storage pouch could still be used to carry some snacks and pickled vegetables. As everyone waited for Chen Fan in the auditorium, the atmosphere was a mix of tension and excitement. Under Wu Ziahua's lead, Chen Fan's dorm mates, along with Yu Mengni and her friend Lin Shushi, had prepared all sorts of pickled vegetables and snacks. These items were packed to the brim and stuffed into the storage pouch. Chen Fan was the only one with a storage pouch, so his pouch was crammed full, almost to its limit. Stop stuffing things in, Chen Fan said, pinching his nose and stepping back helplessly as he looked at Lin Shushi. Even if the storage pouch can preserve freshness, putting in stinky snail noodles is really going too far, isn't it? Wu Zihua also pinched his nose and said, I disagree, I strongly oppose this. Even though the items in the storage pouch are sealed, can you guarantee your snail noodles won't mix smells with my stinky tofu? Shut up! Yu Mengni exploded. How can you put stinky tofu in the storage pouch? I even bought durian with the shell on. Chen Fan was speechless, veins bulging on his forehead. And you're proud of that? Aren't your skincare products and sunscreen a bit over the top? We're support characters, not sunbathers. Lin Shushi pulled out a stack of 100 yuan bills from his pocket. Come on, help me out. I know too many girls, and they all asked me to bring stuff. I had no choice. As they argued heatedly, they didn't notice Lin Shuao quietly approaching with a strange device in her hand, aiming it at Chen Fan. Hand over the storage pouch, she said. Chen Fan froze when he saw Lin Shuao. What is this? Chen Fan felt like he had been caught red-handed, as his storage pouch was packed with all sorts of things. It could be said that almost everyone's belongings were in there.
And now, he was being caught on the spot. Not only was Chen Fan embarrassed, but Wu Zihua was also dumbfounded. Everyone silently turned to look at Wu Zihua.
Wu Zihua looked uneasy. No one ever checked like this before. Indeed, this inspection was a bit excessive. Lin Shuayo wasn't alone.
She had brought over a dozen teachers, the same ones,
who had been present during the initial testing to check the equipment.
They were holding special devices that looked like oversized temperature guns.
Lin Shuayo
scanned Chen Fan with the oversized temperature gun. The device immediately emitted a series of alarms. As it got closer to the storage pouch in Chen Fan's arms,
the alarms grew louder.
Lin Shuayo had been eyeing that storage pouch for a while. She did it on purpose. She pointed the device at Chen Fan and said, "Are you
going to take it out yourself, or should I do it for you?" Chen Fan felt a headache coming on. "We can't bring anything at all?"
He was still trying to salvage the
situation. Lin Shuayo nodded firmly. "Nothing at all."
"Fine." Just as Chen Fan was about to hand over the storage pouch, Wu Zihua suddenly stopped him.
Even Lin Shuayo hadn't expected Wu Zihua to be so bold.
This was practically challenging her authority. Lin Shuayo narrowed her eyes and looked at him coldly.
"Wu Zihua,
if you fail again this year, you'll be expelled."
Wu Zihua was startled and quickly said, "Don't rush, let's discuss this first.
There are still some essentials in the storage bag, like toilet paper and such."
"You can't expect me to bring nothing at all, right?"
Lin Shuayo replied coldly. "Then take them out and put them
in your backpack."
She had long suspected Wu Zihua was up to some trick. After speaking, she turned to check on the other students. After all, this storage bag
belonged to Chen Fan. Chen Fan was the most skilled person in the support department.
He had an agreement with Lin Shuayo, and she was counting on him to take her
into the secret realm of 7th-tier professionals.
Therefore, Lin Shuayo didn't want to show leniency to Chen Fan over such a trivial matter.
After Lin Shuayo
walked away, the 10 people on Chen Fan's side finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Stop dawdling, quickly take out the items and distribute them properly." Yu Mengni, quick-witted as always, immediately sprang into action without wasting a moment.
Her reminder snapped everyone back to reality.
They swiftly began pulling items out of the storage bag, creating a lively scene. With 10 people gathered together, no one paid attention to what exactly they were taking out, only the
smell. It was indescribable. "What about my snail noodles?"
Lin Shushi hadn't expected there to be an issue with Chen Fan's storage bag.
"They never checked these things before." Wu Zihua quickly explained, "Don't look at me like that. They really didn't check before." Who knows what Lin Shuayo suddenly decided to do?
Hearing this, Chen Fan and Su Zhe finally relaxed.
"So, can we trust you for the upcoming training?"
Su Zhe patted Wu Zihua's shoulder.
"Of course, I've been through
training twice already," Wu Zihua replied confidently. But Meng Ling revealed the truth. "Our support department this year is much stronger than the previous years."
During your earlier training sessions, was there anyone who could score 90,000 points in the beginner training? This question left Wu Zihua speechless.
The silence was almost deafening. "First, take out the essentials.
Snail noodles, stinky tofu, whatever you can eat it quickly." Wu Zihua reacted swiftly, reaching
into the storage bag and pulling out a bottle of Laoganma chili sauce, which he quickly hid in his weapon space.
Chen Fan's eyes lit up. Wu Zihua explained, "I can only store a small amount of items."
He felt the surrounding gazes on him, like hungry wolves.
"Don't stare at me like that. My weapon space really isn't
big," Wu Zihua said awkwardly.
"At least I won't bring stinky tofu. As for whether the temperature gun can detect my weapon space, I think it shouldn't be able to, right?"
Lin Shushi's eyes sparkled. "How big is your weapon space, exactly?" As soon as she finished speaking, Yu Mengni pushed Lin Shushi aside.
"Don't interfere. We haven't finished storing our items yet. Aren't you from the Combat Academy? Why are you meddling here?"
Lin Shushi was helpless.
"Sis, you forgot we're childhood friends." Yu Mengni ignored her. Su Zhe didn't even glance at Lin Shushi.
"Your childhood friendship ends today, at least for 24 hours.
Good luck."
Lin Shushi was speechless.
Today's silence was truly deafening.
Lin Shushi hadn't brought many items herself. She was mixed in with the girls from the Combat Academy, and most of the items she held belonged to them.
Wu Zihua's weapon space was limited and couldn't hold much.
They could only proceed step by step.
Soon, they
finished organizing and quietly went to find Lin Shueyo for the teacher's scan. When scanning the others, no one was nervous.
But when Lin Shueyo pointed the temperature gun at Wu Zihua, everyone's eyes focused on him. That day, everyone clenched their teeth, fearing discovery. Fortunately, the temperature gun could only locate the storage bag's position and couldn't detect the already activated weapon space. Moreover, the teachers all knew that students who loved weapons would never casually put miscellaneous items in their weapon space. First, weapon space was inherently small. Second, for those kids, their weapons were like treasures. Would you use stinky tofu or durian to stink up your precious weapon? Perhaps other professions wouldn't care, but Wu Zihua, having undergone 2 rounds of brutal training, knew he had to bring some items in his weapon space. However, he couldn't bear to use stinky tofu to smoke his sparklers. So the items in his space were all the last reserves everyone had saved: various pickled vegetables, vacuum-sealed braised meat, and seafood. Everyone quickly realized that this was truly their last life-saving food. The Support Academy, Combat Academy, and Tank Academy were training together. At first, the Support Academy didn't participate in physical training but started with mental power training. In terms of mental power, Chen Fan was practically a top scorer, always full of energy every day. They, along with Lin Shueya, were teleported to a place similar to a secret realm, divided into 3 zones, each occupied by a different academy. Under normal circumstances, crossing the spatial barriers to meet other academies was almost impossible. So, the 2 classes of the Support Academy were essentially just training their mental power in a different location. The training content was similar to the basic training Chen Fan had done before, consisting of small games. However, these games had to be operated using mental power. Those with weaker mental power, like Su Zhe, often felt dizzy during class. After more than 2 hours of practice, even Meng Ling couldn't hold on. Over the past few days, except for Chen Fan, everyone else was mentally exhausted, even coughing up blood. But they ate the same food as the Combat Academy. No vegetables, no fragrant rice. Every day, they could only eat 2 things. One was a pill that expanded mental power range and ensured mental stability, and the other was energy bars in various flavors: cucumber flavor, crab roe flavor, beef flavor, and even snail noodle flavor. On the first morning, Chen Fan ate energy bars with mental power capsules, and the same for lunch and dinner, for 3 consecutive days. He didn't feel hungry, but he had a strong craving for food. When the bell rang on the 4th day, Chen Fan was still lying in bed, unable to get up. "I don't want to eat energy bars today," he said slowly, lying there like a walking corpse. Wu Zihua, on the bed opposite him, said lazily, "Why not dip them in Lao Gan Ma? We need to save this stuff. If nothing unexpected happens, we'll be eating it for 3 months. Rong Jinhui, who had just gotten out of bed full of energy, froze when he heard this. "What did you say? 3 months? Su Zhe, having heard clearly, exploded. 3 months? I'll lose it. Get it straight, Meng Ling said helplessly, though her eyes were hollow. I heard that apart from us in the Support Academy having food, the Combat Academy, compared to the Tank Academy, they've been surviving on energy bars for 4 years. How can they endure it? Then why don't you just transfer to another academy?" Rong Jinhui snapped, his temper flaring. "Didn't we all agree when we joined the Support Academy? If you didn't want to come to the Support Academy and wanted to learn something else, why didn't you say so? Now, aren't you especially glad that the lines on your palms are golden?" That was true. For Chen Fan, there was indeed a tiny bit of relief. Thankfully, the lines on his palms were golden. If he had directly become a student of the Combat Academy, he wouldn't have had a choice and would have been completely cornered. "I still think energy bars dipped in Lao Gan Ma taste awful," Chen Fan recalled the strange and monotonous flavor, almost gagging. At this moment, Wu Zihua, full of energy and excitement, said, "I know. Don't worry, I'll make you something at noon that you've never tasted before. Back when I was in training for 2 years, everyone loved it." Rong Jinhui couldn't listen anymore. "At this point, I feel like it would be better to be eliminated. I really envy those classmates who went home." Su Zhe, however, was quite interested in the special recipe Wu Zihua mentioned. But Chen Fan's eyes were vacant, staring intently at the 2 golden treasure chests in his mental sea. It was as if the 2 golden treasure chests had turned into 2 tempting hamburgers. He really wanted to open them and see what they tasted like. "Ding dong, the system reminds you, I have no objection to opening the golden treasure chests, but if you swallow them directly, opening 5 in a row might yield better items. Stop painting me a pretty picture, just hearing that makes me choke, Chen Fan said with a grim expression. Otherwise, I'll open them now. What if I get a Ruji ammo? He no longer expects anything valuable from the golden treasure chest. Just getting some food would be enough. Ding dong. Friendly reminder, the skill books you obtain from the temple and the SSS-level talent package contain what you're looking for. Skill book? Chen Fan blurted out. Wu Zihua was still introducing his exclusive formula to the mentally exhausted Su Zhe and Rong Jinhui. Hearing Chen Fan's words, he froze for a moment, then quickly said to him, "You need to be careful when learning skills. Skills nowadays are hard to learn. It's best to start with green-level skills, even though your mental strength is strong." Learning skills is related to mental strength? Chen Fan asked in confusion. Of course. If your mental strength is too low, you won't even understand the skill book. Just looking at it could make you cough up blood, Wu Zihua said seriously. Why do you think the school makes us train our mental strength? After all, before his job transition, Chen Fan knew nothing about the process. He had thought this high martial world was like the games he used to play, where you could learn skills just by tearing open a skill book. He hadn't expected that he would need to use his own mental strength to learn them. Since the system had reminded him, he naturally had to comply. He quickly searched through the system's small space. The system allowed storage of treasure chests and skill books, but not food, as space was limited. From the temple rewards and the SSS-level talent package, he had a total of 4 skill books: Vine Bind, 1,000 Miles of Ice, Theoretical Applications of Time and Space, and Thunderous Might. After reading the titles, Chen Fan fell silent. There was no need to guess. The answer was definitely in Theoretical Applications of Time and Space. He hurriedly opened the book. Instantly, he felt as if he had entered a trance. The book was filled with complex patterns and symbols, making his head feel like it was about to explode. Chen Fan felt as though he was caught in a vortex, rising and falling, unable to distinguish between reality and dreams. Wu Zihua's voice reached his ears, but it sounded as if it was coming through a thick layer of water. Chen Fan felt like he was trapped underwater, with Wu Zihua's voice coming from the surface, muffled and unclear. Wu Zihua grew increasingly anxious. No matter how he called out to Chen Fan, there was no response. Chen Fan, what's wrong? Wu Zihua began to panic but didn't dare to shout loudly. He could only observe cautiously. He noticed that Chen Fan seemed to be holding a book. Although he couldn't see clearly what it was definitely not an ordinary book. It had to be a skill book. Interrupting Chen Fan now would be disastrous, so Wu Zihua held back his anxiety and tried not to disturb him. Suddenly, Chen Fan spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed backward. Oh my god! Rong Jinhui jumped up in fright. What on earth is going on? The school's training over the past few days had been like hell, pushing all the support students to the point of coughing up blood. But Chen Fan had always been fine. His mental strength was so strong that while others were on the verge of collapse, he showed no reaction at all. This was the first time they had seen Chen Fan cough up blood and faint. At the moment Chen Fan fell, the book Theoretical Applications of Time and Space, which had been on his bed, suddenly turned into a beam of light and entered his mind. The others had no idea what Chen Fan had been doing. Wu Zihua suspected that Chen Fan had been studying a skill book. But even with high mental strength, the training over the past few days would only allow him to handle low-level skill books. What had Chen Fan just looked at? If it was an advanced skill book, that would be a different story. Wu Zihua searched Chen Fan's bed thoroughly but found no trace of any skill book. It seemed Chen Fan hadn't been holding a book at all. Rong Jinhui was completely panicked. What should we do? It was his first time seeing Chen Fan in such a state. Meng Ling glanced at Chen Fan, then suddenly rolled his eyes and fainted on the spot. Rong Jinhui screamed in panic beside him. Wu Zihua looked at Meng Ling helplessly. Old Meng, you're acting is way too fake. Meng Ling, lying on the ground, opened his eyes slightly and said calmly, you two go call a doctor. Chen Fan and I need to rest today. Chen Fan really fainted, Wu Zihua said, half laughing, half crying. As soon as he finished speaking, he heard Chen Fan weakly calling out from the bed, quick, call the doctor. I want beef today. Chen Fan had indeed fainted after coughing up blood earlier, but he recovered quickly. When that book turned into a beam of light and entered his mind, Chen Fan suddenly learned a special skill. Strictly speaking, it was an escaped skill. The book contained theoretical knowledge, and mastering it granted A minor skill, spatial leap. However, this skill had limitations. If the area outside their secret realm was the real world, like now, the skill could be used to escape. But if the outside was another secret realm or spatial turbulence, the skill couldn't be used recklessly. Misuse could be fatal, either getting lost in spatial turbulence or entering another secret realm, never to return. Right now, the skill was usable.
Chen Fan speculated that there must be a more advanced version of this theoretical blue skill book. Generally, such skill books weren't meant for musicians, but it didn't restrict professions, so anyone could learn it. Thus, Chen Fan boldly started learning. He hadn't expected the skill to have such a strong aftereffect. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have been so impulsive. However, the result was still decent, albeit a bit frightening. Earlier, Meng Ling had gone to observe Chen Fan and keenly noticed that he was already awake. So, Meng Ling assumed Chen Fan was pretending to be sick. Since everyone was pretending to be sick, they might as well all pretend together. After all, no one wanted to train today, nor did they want to eat those energy blocks again. Wu Zihua, with 2 years of training experience, looked at them speechlessly. Are you
sure you don't want to eat the energy fruits I made? Don't forget, my energy fruits can cure any illness. I can help you recover. If you go to the medical room and something happens, don't blame me for not warning you. Chen Fan didn't even open his eyes. Tell Lin Shuiao, I'm resting today. Meng Ling lay on the ground, opened his eyes, and weakly raised a hand. I agree. We agree too, Su Zhe and Rong Jinhui chimed in, as if enjoying the drama.
The two of them directly
lay down on the ground.
In the dormitory, only Wu Zihua remained standing.
Wu Zihua shook his head helplessly. What is going on here? He sneered. Don't blame me for not warning you.
The teachers have sharp eyes and will see through this immediately. Meng Ling remained indifferent. This is hopeless for me. Only those two should be worried.
Su Zhe confidently said, I'm hopeless too.
My mental strength has always been weak, and the training these past few days has almost drained
me.
Wu Zihua knew he couldn't persuade them, so he decided to confirm the situation himself.
He reported the matter to Lin Shuiao. Lin Shuiao was drinking a cold beverage in the office when she heard the report and exclaimed, What did you say? Chen Fan coughed up blood? After hearing Wu Zihua's account, Lin Shuiao was stunned. The teachers in the office began discussing fervently. I've always said the mental training intensity for those students is too high. Apart from Chen Fan, everyone's mental strength is overdrawn.
Chen Fan's mental strength reached 23 stars, but you still pushed him so hard.
Exactly, Shaolin, that kid is really suffering in your class. Your class's training intensity is too exaggerated.
Even 23-star mental strength was pushed to the point of coughing up blood.
You need to seriously reconsider your plan. Lin Shuiao was particularly nervous when she went to the medical room.
She was worried that her training plan had caused problems. After all, it was Chen Fan, who had just been selected as a musician's assistant and possessed a rare 23-star mental strength talent globally. If her training had truly caused Chen Fan to cough up blood, she would have to take responsibility. As for Chen Fan fainting, she had no doubt it was an act. The reason was simple. The timing of Chen Fan's fainting was too strange. If he had fainted and coughed up blood after yesterday's training, it would indicate the training was too intense. But if it happened this morning, it could only mean there was an issue with the training plan. Besides, if Chen Fan wanted to fake being sick, why not collapse during training? Many people did that. On the morning after the training ended, he suddenly fainted and vomited blood, which clearly indicated a problem with the training plan. Lin Shuiao was contemplating resignation all the way. However, before she even entered the infirmary, she heard Meng Ling's calm voice, as if nothing had happened, and saw him using his left hand to check the pulse on his right wrist while saying, This illness is incurable. The young lady in the infirmary stared at Meng Ling with a composed expression. Although she said nothing, both Wu Zihua, standing in the corner, and Lin Shuiao, at the door, felt that the young lady was on the verge of losing her temper, almost ready to punch Meng Ling away. This kid, who told you to act so recklessly? Lin Shuiao stood at the door, quietly watching this group of troublemakers perform. Chen Fan was lying on the bed. As soon as she arrived, she scanned Chen Fan with her mental power. As a 6th-tier professional, scanning a 1st-tier individual was effortless. After a thorough scan, she basically confirmed that Chen Fan was fine. The only anomaly was that there had been mental power fluctuations in Chen Fan's mind before. Lin Shuiao thought it would be better to use instruments for a more precise examination.
She thought so and did so.
The young lady in the infirmary glanced at Lin Shuao indifferently, as if she had seen through everything.
Lin Shuao smiled at her.
The young lady said, "This kid's mental power had fluctuated violently before but has returned to normal now.
Is there a problem with your training plan?"
Previously, someone in the office had also questioned Lin Shuao's training arrangements. Now, not only were others doubting her, but she herself was starting to doubt them.
Lin Shuao nodded, then let Chen Fan rest for a day today and continue observing. If his mental power stabilizes, we can resume training tomorrow.
Chen Fan was naturally happy to hear this news.
Wu Zihua, standing in the corner, widened his eyes.
He truly hadn't expected Chen Fan to
fake illness and fool the young lady in the infirmary.
Moreover, everyone agreed that Chen Fan's mental power had fluctuated violently, a situation that required rest. As for Meng Ling, the young lady in the infirmary pointed at him lying on the bed and said coldly, "He does have some issues, but I heard there's someone in the dormitory with a special talent for producing mental power fruits.
Eating 2 fruits should be fine, right?" Wu Zihua raised his hand. "That's me." The young
lady and Meng Ling simultaneously stared at Wu Zihua.
Wu Zihua suddenly understood Meng Ling's intention.
He clutched his chest, pretending to be very weak.
"My talent requires particularly abundant mental power to activate. But with daily training recently, my mental power isn't full."
Before he could finish speaking,
the young lady nodded. "I understand, but this is easy to solve." She deliberately took out a pile of medicine, ground it into powder, and kneaded it into a large pill the size of a bun. Meng Ling's eyes lit up when he saw the pill. Even Chen Fan was speechless, suspecting the young lady was doing this on purpose.
For the sake of his pride, Meng Ling continued to feign illness, lying on the bed with a weak expression. The young lady handed the pill to Meng Ling. "Eat it."
"As a meal?" Su Zhe asked in surprise, looking at the pill. The young lady expressionlessly glanced at Su Zhe and Ron Jinhui, the 2 onlookers, then at the others nearby.
Lin Shuya widened her eyes. "Your students, take them back yourself." She immediately saw through that Su Zhe and Ron Jinhui were clearly faking
illness. Meng Ling, however, had a plausible excuse. Wu Zihua didn't seem to lack mental energy either.
As for Chen Fan, he was probably the only one genuinely
sick. "What are you all standing around for?"
Lin Shuao's tone suddenly became particularly stern.
Su Zhe and Ron Jinhui had never seen such a fierce counselor before and were instantly too scared to move. "Go back and join the training." Lin Shuao didn't want to say more and then looked at Wu Zihua. "As for you, Wu." Zihua quickly seized the opportunity. "Teacher, I'm a healer, I have special support skills."
"Then you stay and take care of them," Lin Shuao ordered, grabbing Su Zhe with one hand and Ron Jinhui with the other, carrying them out like 2 chicks. The young lady in the infirmary said coldly, "Some people, pretending to be
sick, won't end well."
This remark was clearly directed at Meng Ling. As soon as she finished speaking, the young lady smiled and looked at Meng Ling in the corner.
"If you don't want to take this big pill, we can give you an injection. Injections are quick." Wu Zihua immediately perked up upon hearing this. "Injections are good, injections are quick."
But when he saw the young lady take out a syringe as thick as an arm, he immediately shut his mouth. He suspected that if such a thick needle were injected into Meng Ling's butt, Meng Ling might end up paralyzed. Even with such a terrifying threat, Meng Ling remained expressionless, stubbornly using his fingernail to scrape the pill bit by bit, slowly putting the medicine into his mouth. At first, the bitter medicine almost made him choke and he nearly spat it out. The young lady smiled and said, "If you spit it out, then you'll get the injection."
How could Meng Ling dare to spit it out? No matter how
uncomfortable it was, he had to swallow the medicine.
At first, Meng Ling was just expressionless, stubbornly scraping the pill.
Later, tears started streaming down his face like a faucet, flowing continuously as he scraped the pill.
Wu Zihua watched the scene and thought that playing the moon reflected on the second spring would be the perfect accompaniment. Chen Fan couldn't help but feel uneasy as he watched.
Originally, he just wanted to fake being sick to skip training once.
But things kept getting more complicated.
Just like the previous lie about the devil's eye, one lie required more lies to cover it up. He heard that the school was now in a state of panic, with checks at every entrance and exit.
No one could say when it would end.
Chen Fan buried his head in the blanket, not daring
to make a sound. "Miss, my friend isn't feeling well."
At that moment, Chen Fan heard Yu Mingyi's voice at the door.
Everyone turned to look at the entrance. Wu Zihua was dumbfounded.
No wonder they were childhood friends, they were both so bold.
One fake illness after another. Beside Yu Mingni was Wen Mingyu, the usually
quiet and well-behaved girl, who had also been coaxed by Yu Mingni into pretending to be sick.
It was truly overwhelming. Yu Mingni hadn't expected so many
familiar faces in the infirmary, and her eyes were full of helplessness, thinking that forming a group to fake illness was really too much.
The young lady in the infirmary interrupted her. Is there something wrong?
Yu Mingni was about to say there was, but then she felt Wen Mingyu pinch her.
She wanted to persuade Wen
Mingyu, but following her gaze, she saw Meng Ling lying on the bed, holding the big pill and scraping it bit by bit.
Yu Mingni was startled. No, nothing. She thought to herself, in this situation, it might be better to just say there's nothing wrong. She ran back. The sudden mental outburst was something that had no real cure, not even a specific medicine to deal with it. Even the mental fruit Wu Zihua had made couldn't help Chen Fan's mental outburst. The young lady in the infirmary had no other solution, the only treatment was rest. Actually, Chen Fan had already recovered. He knew in his heart that all of this was because of that damned skill book.
Now, the contents of that skill book were deeply engraved in his mind. Everything else wasn't as important, a bit of rest would suffice.
Meng Ling, with tears streaming down his face, finally finished eating the big pill, and it was about lunchtime.
Wu Zihua cheerfully went to the cafeteria to get lunch.
For the two of them. I brought you tasteless energy blocks. You should take the mental medicine first. Wu Zihua brought them back to the dormitory and handed over the mental-related medicine. Actually, Chen Fan didn't want to eat lunch at all. Energy blocks again, who would enjoy eating those? He planned to try out the new skill he had just learned.
As long as he left this training secret realm, even if he ended up in the Gobi Desert, Chen Fan had a way to leave this wretched
place and find somewhere to eat.
Wu Zihua had mentioned before that this training ground was a secret realm. In reality, it was built behind Tsinghua School's
mountain.
Last time, Lin Shuio had transported everyone there, and while it looked impressive, it was really just to give everyone a sense of grandeur, nothing
more.
So Chen Fan guessed that if he used spatial traversal, he would definitely end up in the mountain behind the school. Once he was at the mountain behind the
school, he could eat whatever he wanted, buy whatever he wanted.
Then he could use spatial traversal to return, problem solved, but Chen Fan never expected Wu Zihua to be so concerned about his illness.
Wu Zihua actually dragged two patients back to the dormitory and even said he was going to make them a pot of a loving lunch. Wait, a pot? Cooking? With what? Chen Fan was utterly confused.
At this moment, Wu Zihua had his back to them and seemed to be really making something.
In a pot. A pot of steaming, oddly scented stuff.
From Chen Fan's angle, he couldn't see what Wu Zihua was doing at all.
But Meng Ling's angle was slightly better,
and he could vaguely see something. However, Chen Fan felt that from his perspective, Meng Ling's expression looked rather unpleasant. After all, Meng Ling's
complexion had been bad ever since he took that big pill from the infirmary. What exactly is it? Chen Fan didn't realize he had asked this question out loud,
his voice trembling slightly. He was a bit scared. Wu Zihua turned around, beaming with excitement. This is the essence of my 2 years of training, specially
designed to cure anorexia. Chen Fan was startled by his enthusiasm. Before he could say anything, Wu Zihua served up a bowl of black soup. Just one look at it was enough to kill anyone's appetite. Chen Fan? Meng Ling.
Originally lying weakly on the bed, Meng Ling suddenly seemed like a completely different
person.
He jumped up from the bed at lightning speed and dashed toward the door like a shadow.
But before he could reach the door, Wu Zihua grabbed him and pulled
him back. You already took the big pill from the infirmary nurse earlier. Even if you cried, you still had to swallow that pill.
So why can't you eat my food? This is the essence. Meng Ling struggled desperately. When Wu Zihua dragged him to the door, he clung tightly to Rong Jinhui's bed leg. Big brother. What's in that black pot of yours? The smell is so weird it's unsettling. Are you trying to poison me? You must have put poison in it.
Wu Zihua rolled his eyes helplessly.
I wouldn't poison you. Am I crazy?
Who knows if you're really crazy or not, Meng Ling shouted loudly, his voice sounding like a pig being slaughtered.
Chen
Fan thought the possibility of Wu Zihua poisoning someone was low, but the black soup in that pot looked so untrustworthy. Be honest, what exactly did you
put in there? Wu Zihua froze for a moment, realizing that if he didn't explain, neither of them would dare to eat it. So he listed the ingredients one by one. Since it's for the two of you, I added 2 energy bars. Chen Fan nodded. What else? Old Godmother chili sauce. Snickers chocolate. Dove chocolate. The pufferfish meat Meng Ling brought. The Changbai Mountain ginseng Suze brought.
Wu Zihua took out all the ingredients one by one in front of Chen Fan, originally,
based on my 2 years of training experience.
Before he could finish, Meng Ling interrupted, I brought pufferfish meat, not dolphin meat.
Oh, right. Pufferfish meat. Wu Zihua quickly nodded. Chen Fan's face instantly turned horrified. Pufferfish meat? Back when they were organizing things in the auditorium. How did they not notice that they had brought something so dangerous?
Meng Ling nodded beside him. Don't worry, it's been cleaned thoroughly and is safe to
eat. He even added, it's especially delicious.
Chen Fan had always known Meng Ling's mind was a bit unusual, but he didn't expect it to be this unusual.
After hearing all the ingredients Wu Zihua listed, Meng Ling brought up his pufferfish meat and even said he was hungry.
By the way, with my pufferfish meat added, this mix should taste pretty good. As Meng Ling spoke, he walked over to Wu Zihua, stopped struggling, and directly snatched the pot of black soup from his
hands. He picked up a bowl, raised it, and took a sip. Licking the chocolate still stuck to his lips, Meng Ling nodded, the taste seems pretty good. This time, Chen Fan was truly shocked, his voice trembling slightly, the taste, good? Meng Ling was definitely not a weirdo. Meng Ling's thought process wasn't broken. This kid probably just didn't have taste buds, right? With so many strange things mixed together, how could he still have an appetite? Do you want to try a sip? 2.
Chen Fan, sitting on the bed, had a flicker in his eyes.
Meng Ling, holding that strange pot of soup, said, it's actually pretty good. Once the energy blocks are diluted in water, the taste disappears, and it's not so unpleasant to drink.
Wu Zihua, hearing Meng Ling's evaluation, chimed in, exactly.
Do you even know who I am? This is the result of 2 years of training experience.
Chen Fan was about to shake his head and refuse when the system suddenly popped up
with a message, ding.
Host, the system has detected a hidden golden treasure chest near the bowl in Meng Ling's hand.
Just one sip will trigger the collection. Condition. Chen Fan? This situation, this thing, do I really have no choice but to take a sip?
Meng Ling racked his brain to persuade him, besides,
there are 2 energy blocks in the bowl.
I can't finish it all by myself.
How about you?
Before he could finish, both Meng Ling and Wu Zihua saw Chen Fan
obediently get up from the bed. He snatched the bowl from Meng Ling's hand and took a sip.
The taste was strange, but tolerable. After drinking it, Chen Fan felt as if waves were churning in his stomach. Of course, he knew that even if it were poison, it wouldn't take effect so quickly.
The taste is okay, Chen Fan muttered to himself.
In the end, he mustered the courage to swallow the strange concoction. Giving a thumbs up, he lay back on the bed.
I think I need to rest for a bit.
After Meng Ling and Wu Zihua left, he planned to sneak out for a walk.
Ding! Congratulations, host, on obtaining the golden treasure chest. Chen Fan felt a strong mental pressure. Do I have to collect this treasure chest? Ding! Please make every effort to collect treasure chests. Collecting 5 consecutively
offers a high chance of obtaining a powerful item. Treasure chests are rare in the secret realm, so encountering a golden one is a must-collect opportunity.
Ding! To be honest, the strange soup Wu Zihua made does contain immense energy.
After drinking it, you won't feel hungry for hours.
Apart from the odd taste, it should be non-toxic. As the system mentioned the blackish concoction, even it seemed unsure about its toxicity. Chen Fan muttered to himself, I hope it's fine. Why do I keep feeling like throwing up? Meng Ling couldn't finish the pot of soup either and only drank half. I can't take it anymore. You finish the rest, he said to Wu Zihua. The pufferfish meat was shared between Meng Ling and Wu Zihua. Chen Fan only had 1 sip of the soup and didn't touch anything else. In the afternoon, Wu Zihua and Meng Ling were called away for training by Lin Shuya. Lin Shuya told Chen Fan to rest well and not wander around. Of course, Chen Fan had no intention of staying obediently in the dormitory.
For him, the time from this afternoon until the next morning felt like it had vanished.
Seeing Wu
Zihua and Meng Ling being forcibly taken away, Chen Fan breathed a sigh of relief. Taking advantage of the lack of attention, he sneaked out of the dormitory.
The
training ground was vast, shrouded in a thin mist at the edges, as if the space hadn't fully unfolded, making it impossible to see anything clearly.
That area seemed to be the boundary of the training ground. Theoretically, using spatial jumps at the boundary could allow one to escape. The next step was to test it.
Unexpectedly, at the edge, Chen Fan saw someone he didn't expect, the most eccentric merchant of the support class, Yuzuki, who was supposed to be in the training
ground. Yuzuki was startled to see Chen Fan as well.
As Chen Fan approached, he noticed that Yuzuki was holding a bunch of skill scrolls.
This made Chen Fan feel something was off. Why was Yuzuki holding skill scrolls? Are you trying to escape? Chen Fan preemptively asked. Yuzuki hadn't expected Chen Fan to be
so sharp, nor did she expect herself to lose control of her mental power and sneak out, only to be caught red-handed.
Yes, Yuzuki admitted. I have a way to get out of the training ground and come back. I can escape. Chen Fan squinted. You're planning to go out and buy food, then sell it to us? Yuzuki was annoyed by Chen Fan's sharpness but could only nod. Yes. But since you've caught me, you have to keep it a secret. I'll give you a 20% discount. Don't underestimate
me, Chen Fan said confidently.
Do you think you're the only one who can get out? I can too. If we cooperate, I want 80% of the profits. You can't do it alone. You're dreaming. Yuzuki was surprised, asking for 80% right away. Is that appropriate?
Of course, it's appropriate, Chen Fan said confidently.
I can easily go in and out, plus I have a storage bag. Yuzuki didn't back down. Wasn't your storage bag confiscated?
Ron Jinhui left it at the school, in her office.
Can't we just steal it back?
It's mine anyway, and it has my mark on it, Chen Fan explained.
The dormitory market.
If not for this, she wouldn't have cooperated
with Yuzuki.
When it came to snacks, girls were much better than boys. Moreover, Yuzuki herself was a girl, so she naturally understood their needs.
She was convinced by Chen Fan.
After all, if Chen Fan could really help both of them pass through the spatial barrier of the secret realm, the deal was quite worthwhile. This was because Yuzuki's method of passing through the spatial barrier relied on skill scrolls. Skill scrolls were blank scrolls used by professionals to replicate their skills.
These things were expensive and single-use. Yuzuki used them sparingly.
In fact, she had already awakened her weapon space long ago. These skill scrolls were all secretly taken from her weapon space. She also followed Wu Ziao's advice and brought some Lao Gan Ma and other special foods.
But the problem was with things like energy blocks.
Even with special snacks and seasonings, it was far from enough. She had heard before that Western food was bad,
but she hadn't expected energy blocks to taste even worse.
I need to see if you can take me through the spatial barrier, if you can get me out of this secret
realm. I need to know if you have the ability, Yuzuki said cautiously.
If you can solve this problem, you can take 90% of the profit, and I'll take 10%.
The
most expensive thing was the spatial skill scrolls, as they were extremely rare. Even first-tier spatial skills were shockingly expensive.
Moreover, first-tier
spatial skills didn't include spatial jump. That skill could only be learned at third tier. A third-tier spatial jump skill scroll cost 100,000 on the market and
came with many restrictions.
The school's training secret realm was quite special, just meeting the conditions for a third-tier spatial jump skill scroll.
It wouldn't work in other places.
As for things like storage bags, Chen Fan, being a merchant, had plenty of them.
Of course, if Chen Fan was willing to cover the major
cost of the spatial jump, Yuzuki had no objections. Chen Fan gave her a deep look and suddenly leaned in, startling Yuzuki.
What are you doing? Chen Fan
gently wrapped his arm around her waist, bringing them very close. At this moment, Yuzuki could even feel Chen Fan's breath lightly brushing against her arm.
The distance was too close. She felt a bit embarrassed, her face instantly turning red, and she stammered, what are you trying to do? Using a skill, Chen Fan said with a smile. You don't really plan to get separated from me in the spatial turbulence, do you?
As soon as he finished speaking, Yuzuki felt a dizzying
sensation, almost making her faint.
But after the spinning stopped, she was surprised to find herself already at the back mountain of the school.
Yuzuki looked at Chen Fan in astonishment, full of delight. Are you the legendary spatial mage? Don't joke around.
I'm a support, a musician, Chen Fan rolled
his eyes. We're out, aren't we? How can a support learn a skill like spatial jump?
Even spatial mages need to be third tier, Yuzuki scrutinized Chen Fan.
I get it now. Chen Fan? Get what? Chen Fan couldn't understand Yuzuki. Yuzuki seemed quite excited as she explained.
I've always said that people with strong mental power can learn cross-class skills. Although my mental power isn't as strong as yours, I'm considered strong in the support profession.
After all, I have 18 stars.
I've always believed that with enough mental power, you can learn skills from other professions. That's also why I insisted on participating. In the college entrance exam's secret realm, Chen Fan suddenly realized he had met a kindred spirit.
So you originally wanted to join the Combat Academy? The Combat Academy didn't want me. Speaking of this, you Ziki. Ziki said indignantly, why can't a merchant take on a combat profession? I think if my talent could level up one more time, it would be words become reality. That is to say, whatever I say, others will believe it, and whatever I say, others will follow me.
Chen Fan checked Yuzuki's talent. It was an S-level talent, capable of increasing the success rate in business negotiations by 50%.
Words become reality. What a bold concept.
However, Chen Fan didn't argue much with her because he realized that partnering with Yuzuki was the wisest choice. She also had a special
passive skill, Master Bargainer. So Chen Fan proposed, how about this? Shall we go to the temple to sign a cooperation contract? Let's just go to the branch temple. At school, it's quick and convenient.
You handle the bargaining, and I'll go steal the storage bags.
We'll split it 80-20. Yuzuki pressed Chen Fan's hand. I didn't expect you to be so capable. Since you're letting me take 20%, you don't need to pay for the storage bags. As a merchant, I have plenty of storage bags on me.
I also have a friend whose talent is making storage bags. Although they're not as big as yours, they should be sufficient.
Chen Fan didn't expect things to progress so smoothly and naturally agreed.
Next, the two quickly signed the contract at the branch temple on campus.
When they came out, both had made some disguises.
In fact, only Chen Fan needed to disguise himself. After all, the last time Rong Jinhui's livestream made Chen Fan a campus celebrity, his face
was highly recognizable. Students might forget, but teachers certainly wouldn't. Moreover, all the students in auxiliary professions were currently training in the secret realm, so Chen Fan's sudden appearance would seem odd.
Since you're using your skill to teleport directly, we should make multiple trips to buy things. I originally planned to use a skill scroll to buy everything at once, Yuzuki said, her eyes sparkling. Chen Fan learned that the spatial skill scroll cost 100,000. He suddenly felt that coming out to buy food wasn't a big business. He should be selling spatial skill scrolls instead.
But that was just a thought. Since he had agreed to do business with Yuzuki, he couldn't slack off.
Yuzuki immediately took out 100 small storage bags, each capable of holding about 1 cubic meter. Though not large, having 100 of them showed that her friend who made storage bags was quite skilled. Chen Fan was in charge of bulk buying, while
Yuzuki handled price negotiations. They first cleared out the supermarket and then started buying various snacks. The space inside the storage bags was completely
static, meaning only inanimate objects could be stored, no living things.
It could be understood as a completely vacuum-sealed space. For example, if you put in
a bowl of snail noodles, it would come out exactly the same, no spoilage, not even a change in temperature.
While shopping, Yuzuki muttered, originally, we could
bring storage bags to the training grounds, especially in our auxiliary academy, where the rules weren't so strict.
You've seen it too, the auxiliary academy
has the best and most luxurious cafeteria on the Tsinghua campus.
This time, for some reason, the checks are so strict. We can only eat energy blocks every day. And I'm about to throw up. Despite her complaints, Yuzuki's business skills were quite impressive. As the class life committee member, she managed to cut all food prices in half. This time, they didn't bring too many storage bags. After filling them with various snacks, Chen Fan suggested buying some temple products. Everyone's mental training is exhausting every day.
I heard there's someone selling snacks near the temple, and they taste pretty good.
Yuzuki's eyes lit up. I've heard about that too. Those things are quite expensive.
No problem, Chen Fan said with a smile, holding up the hamburger in his hand.
This hamburger, I want to sell for 80 each? Yuzuki was so shocked she couldn't speak. Wasn't that way too overpriced? But Chen Fan didn't find it strange at all.
We'll give our classmates a small discount, another discount for our dorm, but elsewhere, no way.
If I can teleport across spaces, of course, I can go to the Combat Academy. And the Tank Academy. Chen Fan's eyes lit up. The food at the Combat Academy and Tank Academy is completely different from ours. I heard they get way more energy blocks than we do. Don't they crave something better? Who doesn't crave good food when they first start school? Although Chen Fan had previously visited the Combat Academy and found the food in its cafeteria truly unpalatable, mostly energy blocks, there were still some who craved better food and would sneak
into the cafeteria to cook dishes or simply go to the support academy to steal food. Chen Fan glanced at Yuzuki, who looked like her brain was about to overheat, and asked, "How's your relationship with the girls from other academies? Didn't you say you're a very capable businesswoman?" Yuzuki straightened her expression and replied, "Of course, I have a great relationship with them. Don't worry, I'll handle the girls' side. But I get to decide what goods we bring in. And I want a 30% cut of the girls' side profits." When it came to business, Yuzuki's merchant instincts immediately surfaced. She even unconsciously leveraged her advantages during negotiations. Fortunately, Chen Fan had been tricked by her before and had gained some experience. After several rounds of discussion, the two finally finalized a more detailed profit-sharing agreement and went to the temple to re-sign the contract. For the boys' side of the business, Chen Fan would take 90% and Yuzuki 10%. For the girls' side, Chen Fan would take 60% and Yuzuki 40%. Chen Fan felt this was quite reasonable. After all, Yuzuki was the one negotiating prices, and she was solely responsible for developing the girls' market. Chen Fan had no chance of entering the girls' dormitory, even though he wanted to, he'd most likely be kicked out. By the time the two returned to the dormitory, it was already 8 p.m. At this hour, everyone was supposed to rest, especially the students of the support academy. The training at the support academy was very unique, focusing primarily on mental strength, which caused significant physical strain. In the first few days, many students would vomit blood after training and had to be carried away on stretchers. Although the situation had improved, resting by 7 or 8 p.m. was still mandatory. According to Lin Shueya, the best practice was to meditate. But in reality, everyone in the dormitory, including Chen Fan, had tried meditating, only to fall asleep within a minute. Meditation? Not a chance. This time, Chen Fan brought Yuzuki to the spot they had marked earlier. When they had ventured out before, they had made marks on the ground. Both believed that using spatial traversal at this spot would allow them to return. After all, the principle of spatial traversal scrolls worked the same way. Chen Fan felt a bit nervous, as the secret training realm was quite unique, with the positions of the three academies changing daily. The coordinates they had noted earlier might no longer be valid. But Chen Fan was reassured by the fact that the spatial traversal skill had no cooldown time, as indicated on the interface. At most, they could use it multiple times. After all, this wasn't a scroll, so it was much more convenient to use. As Chen Fan was contemplating whether they could return to their original location, he suddenly felt a pair of small hands grab his waist. Then, a soft sensation pressed against his back. Chen Fan was dumbfounded. He froze. The fragrance from Yuzuki surrounded him, carrying a warm feeling, like the sunlight of spring, enveloping him completely. Chen Fan's face turned slightly red. Yuzuki, on the other hand, was completely motionless, tightly hugging Chen Fan and savoring the reassuring aura he exuded. Her ears were as red as cooked crayfish. The scent on Chen Fan's body made her feel particularly comfortable, like the aroma of pine needles in a forest. Although she was usually very talkative, now, holding Chen Fan, she was completely at a loss for words. Yuzuki could even feel the firm muscle lines on Chen Fan's back, their perfection leaving her momentarily speechless. After a while, she said shyly, "Why are you just standing there? Hurry up and use the skill." When girls are embarrassed, they often act stubborn. Her tone carried a hint of annoyance, but it couldn't hide the coquettish undertone. It sounded less like anger and more like playful teasing. Yuzuki cleared her throat and said, "Didn't you say we need to stay close? To ensure we don't fall into spatial turbulence?" After saying this, she felt she was completely justified. Yes, it was Chen Fan who had said it. Now Chen Fan had to use the spatial traversal skill, so her hugging him was perfectly reasonable. After speaking, she deliberately tightened her grip on Chen Fan's waist, pulling them even closer together. Yuzuki had initially done this out of spite. Chen Fan didn't respond for a long time, making her feel like a little rascal, which was pretty much the case. But in a fit of pique, she froze as well. Too impulsive, she shouldn't have acted like that. The two became closer. Yuzuki's face turned even redder, flustered as if she had made a misstep on stage. She stammered, why aren't you leaving yet? Are you out of mental energy? Do you need to rest for a bit?" The first sentence carried a hint of irritation, but then she felt like she was just hitching a ride. She shouldn't be angry, so her voice softened, sweet like a zonzi wrapped in bamboo leaves, with a faint fragrance. Chen Fan was a head taller than her.
His voice came from above her, with a smile at the corner of his mouth. Then you'd better hold on tight. But Chen Fan didn't hug her back. Thinking about how she almost got dizzy earlier, Yuziki clung to Chen Fan like a koala. Chen Fan had no choice but to hold her waist firmly with one hand, or she would definitely fall. Actually, it didn't need to be this tight, just holding hands would have been enough to ensure they wouldn't separate. Chen Fan brought Yuziki back to the place where they had appeared earlier. Perhaps it was because Yuziki was holding on tighter this time, or maybe Chen Fan had become more skilled. This time, Yuziki didn't feel dizzy at all. No discomfort whatsoever. But she was still so nervous that she clung tightly to Chen Fan. A minute later, she opened her eyes and found that the scenery around her had changed. She finally understood that she had truly crossed into another space. Yuziki quickly let go of Chen Fan, stumbling as she jumped off him. Why? Didn't you tell me in advance that we had arrived? In fact, Yuziki had maintained that position for almost half a minute just now. Chen Fan, with his hands in his pockets, calmly said, "We just arrived. I didn't expect you to wake up so quickly." Yuziki took a deep breath. "I must have been too nervous to notice. Your skill level is pretty high. I didn't even get motion sickness this time. Maybe it's because we just ate, so we didn't feel dizzy," Chen Fan said, rolling his eyes and coming up with a more reasonable explanation. Yuziki thought it made sense. After all, the school's food was practically inedible. Speaking of food, Yuziki perked up again. "Then let's split up now. I'll go to the girls' dorm to promote our business, and you handle the boys' side." Chen Fan appreciated her sudden burst of energy and nodded. "Don't worry, leave it to me." To be honest, when Chen Fan first returned, Wu Zihua was almost losing his mind with worry. "Chen Fan, you're finally back." Wu Zihua let out a sigh of relief when he saw Chen Fan and even patted his bed. At this moment, Chen Fan noticed a furry head poking out from the bed, Meng Ling. However, Meng Ling's face was a bit pale, and his mental state seemed unstable. Chen Fan's mental energy was stronger than others, and sometimes he could sense the fluctuations in his companion's mental energy. "What's wrong with you?" Chen Fan noticed that Meng Ling was wearing his clothes, as if imitating him. He didn't expose it but instead asked with concern. Wu Zihua quickly explained, "You were gone for so long, and we were worried something had happened to you. We couldn't reach you, so we had Meng Ling pretend someone was on your bed." Chen Fan understood. Was today's training very intense? Strangely, Meng Ling's mental energy was usually quite high, but now he looked exhausted. The others in the dorm didn't seem to have this issue, especially Su Zhe, who looked rosy and healthy. Meng Ling didn't answer the question but got off the bed and carefully tidied it up. Wu Zihua remained silent, but Rong Jinhui laughed. "You should know, didn't you notice you had no mental fluctuations this afternoon?" Chen Fan shook his head. Rong Jinhui smugly said, "But Meng Ling threw up this afternoon, and it was a puddle of black water. The counselor already sent it for testing, suspecting food poisoning." Wu Zihua was so angry his teeth itched. There's no way it was food poisoning. Su Zhe, who had apparently heard Wu Zihua talk about the recipe before, was speechless on the side. "Dude, your recipe is terrifying. Lao Gan Ma, Snickers, Dove chocolate all mixed together, what won't you add? You even added pufferfish meat." Su Zhe patted Wu Zihua's shoulder. "You should study medicine, you could definitely concoct super poisons." "I'm just here to enhance the toxicity." That's right, Su Zhe was born with double poison attributes. Even he admitted he couldn't create something this toxic. Wu Zihua helplessly covered his face. "Old Meng, I didn't mean to harm you." The pufferfish meat was added at Old Meng's request. It wasn't part of my original happy formula. Meng Ling finally got up slowly from the bed, preparing to freshen up. He picked up the basin on the floor and gave Wu Zihua a weak smile, his face full of exhaustion, pale, and looking particularly frail. "Yeah, the pufferfish meat was my insistence." After saying this, Meng Ling slowly floated out of the dorm room, literally floating out. Chen Fan raised an eyebrow. "Why does it feel like you forced him?" Wu Zihua looked at Chen Fan with gratitude. "This afternoon, you two were clearly grateful for drinking my happy water." Remove the word grateful. "Thanks," Chen Fan recalled the taste at the time, his face turning green. "Your happy water formula must have issues, or maybe it's your batch of people that has issues." Wu Zihua's face turned pale. "Luckily, Old Meng is fine, and later checks didn't find food poisoning. Otherwise, I would feel so guilty." "Hey, what's this pleasant stinky tofu smell?" Su Zhe and Rong Jinhui, who were originally enjoying the drama, took out their phones to record Wu Zihua's pale and regretful expression.
They were truly the type to stir up trouble when others were in distress. But as they were filming, they suddenly felt something was off. Wu Zihua
started drooling. Wu Zihua, Suze said discontentedly while filming, if you're repenting, do it properly. Don't exaggerate like this. We're recording a video. Here, why are you drooling? What smell did you catch?
Wu Zihua kept swallowing his saliva, his eyes fixed on Chen Fan. Rong Jinhui's phone fell onto the bed, and
he looked at Chen Fan with a puzzled expression.
Suze was even more direct, almost rushing over to grab it but held back, continuing to swallow his saliva.
Bang! A loud noise came from the doorway as a basin hit the floor. Meng Ling's basin had an intimate encounter with the floor, spilling water everywhere, but Meng Ling couldn't care less.
Her eyes were fixed on the bowl of stinky tofu in Chen Fan's hand.
It wasn't because everyone in the dorm liked stinky tofu. In fact, Wu Zihua was the only one in the dorm who liked it.
But Chen Fan had actually taken out a bowl of stinky tofu from his storage bag in front of everyone.
This bowl
of stinky tofu had clearly been treated beforehand, so it wouldn't emit its smell while in the storage bag.
But now, Chen Fan had taken it out and even removed
the packaging that prevented the smell from spreading.
Instantly, the dorm was filled with the strong aroma of stinky tofu.
Although the others didn't particularly like it, they had been eating energy blocks for days and were utterly fed up. Chen Fan wanted to explain, but when he looked up, he saw 4 pairs of eyes
staring at him like hungry wolves. He quickly flipped his hand and put the stinky tofu back into the storage bag. Suze immediately lunged forward but obviously missed.
He wasn't embarrassed at all and directly grabbed one of Chen Fan's legs. The other 3 quickly reacted. Rong Jinhui grabbed Chen Fan's other leg, being
the fastest.
Wu Zihua squeezed in and hugged Suze and Rong Jinhui. Meng Ling had no space to squeeze in, so she knelt on one knee behind Wu Zihua and Rong Jinhui,
staring longingly at Chen Fan.
4 pairs of eyes conveyed the same message: Dad, we're hungry, we want food.
Chen Fan was startled. You guys? Before he could finish, Wu Zihua interrupted. Adoptive father, I bow to you.
He solemnly performed a bow, and Chen Fan raised an eyebrow.
Wu Zihua looked at him with admiration. Brother Fan, you're so bold.
You even dared to steal back a storage bag. Rong Jinhui rolled his eyes. Big brother, please take a closer look.
That isn't even Chen Fan's previous storage bag.
This gossip prince had sharp observation skills.
Hua noticed it too. The 4 children stared eagerly at their newly appointed godfather.
Chen Fan couldn't stand their intense gazes and simply said to them, stay away from me.
I can't tell you everything, but I can get stinky
tofu, snail noodles, beef noodles, hamburgers. He listed all the goods he could acquire, even including braised meat, like braised beef.
That day, Chen Fan had bought quite a lot of things with Yuziki. Now, everything was laid bare.
With each item he mentioned, the eyes of the 4 godsons lit up a little more. By the end, everyone's eyes were sparkling.
I can give you a 20% discount. If you're willing to help me sell the goods, these foods can be your wages, or I can
just pay you directly. Chen Fan shared his idea. Rong Jinhui was practically glued to the sight of the dozen storage bags in Chen Fan's hands, his eyes almost
popping out.
Earlier, when Chen Fan was pulling out storage bags, a few had even fallen from his pocket.
They didn't dare pick them up because only Chen Fan could open these storage bags.
After Chen Fan finished speaking, Rong Jinhui was the first to respond. I don't want money.
Who needs that stuff? Just exchange it for
food at the wholesale price. Mentioning the wholesale price made the others' eyes light up. Chen Fan nodded. No problem, let's make sure our own people eat first. But I'll set the selling price high, and you have to ensure it gets sold. No problem, Wu Zihua said casually, waving his hand.
You brought these from
outside, so I know you must have your own methods, and those methods definitely aren't cheap.
The price has to go up. Chen Fan then took out a bowl of stinky tofu,
and the 4 sons nearly drooled at the sight. For example, this bowl of stinky tofu, I bought it for the cheapest price, 8 yuan per bowl, with 10 pieces
in each bowl.
Chen Fan pointed at it. I originally planned to sell it for 40 yuan. He thought his pricing might be a bit high.
Unexpectedly, Wu Zihua immediately said, that's too low. You bought it from that shop in the alley behind the school, right? Chen Fan nodded. That place sells cheap but authentic stinky tofu. However, this batch is different. I think 50 yuan per bowl is more appropriate. Wu Zihua glanced at the others. What do you guys think? Makes sense, Suze said, pretending to be deep in thought. Do you have my favorite potato and beef brisket rice? Suze was truly a character. Everyone was sick of eating energy blocks every day, especially since the food was always the same, which was unbearable. But Suze was different. He loved potato and beef brisket. For example, he'd eat potato and beef brisket noodles in the morning, potato and beef brisket rice at noon, and potato and beef brisket with rice in the evening. It was as if potato and beef brisket had saved his life. He just loved eating it. When Rong Jinhui heard potato and beef brisket, he frowned and said, "Brother, look at your face, it's almost the same color as a potato. Why not eat some stinky tofu instead?" Saying this, he grabbed a piece of stinky tofu and stuffed it into Suze's mouth. Suze felt a bit disappointed not to get his beloved potato and beef brisket, but eating energy blocks every day wasn't a solution either. He didn't spit it out. Instead, he swallowed it in a few bites. Wu Zihua loved stinky tofu the most. Usually, when he ate it in the dormitory, he'd be banished to the balcony. Now that someone acknowledged his love for stinky tofu, he was thrilled. "I've always said stinky tofu was delicious, right? Honestly, I can't believe you'd give up energy blocks. After all, your frequency of eating potato and beef brisket is about the same as eating energy blocks every day." "I've got it all," Chen Fan ignored their banter and continued pulling items from the storage bags. "I bought everything delicious from the cafeteria." Suze, Wu Zihua, Rong Jinhui, and Meng Ling simultaneously clasped their fists and shouted, "Godfather!" Chen Fan said helplessly, "Stand up, all of you. Next, we'll start the sales plan." Actually, Chen Fan had already thought it through. He planned to get everyone in the dormitory to help sell the goods. As for the meals for those 4 guys, he'd cover them. Even if they had big appetites, they couldn't eat that much. Besides, Chen Fan's initial idea was either to pay them wages or to give them meals as their wages. After all, Tsinghua School has 3 major academies and 3 major male dormitories, so it's impossible for one person to cover everything. Chen Fan thought that in the end, he might have to involve the entire class to help. Of course, for now, 1 dormitory was enough, as these 4 people were quite loyal. Chen Fan originally thought that once these 4 got his permission, they would immediately start eating. Unexpectedly, they first sorted and categorized all the supplies they brought, then repriced them. Finally, they grabbed a few storage bags and rushed out. Soon after, all the male dormitories in the support academy began to celebrate. Actually, there weren't many people. After all, the 2 support classes combined had just over 40 people, and 6 were eliminated in the first round of the basic test. Although the number was small, their purchasing power was astonishing. Because the support academy had its own cafeteria with particularly delicious food, everyone was used to eating well. Suddenly being limited to energy bars, who could stand that? Eating energy bars every day was only acceptable to the lunatics in the combat academy and the muscleheads in the tank academy who loved physical training. In fact, even in the combat and tank academies, many couldn't endure it, especially since they were just freshmen. The support academy students united and quickly consumed a significant portion of Chen Fan's supplies. The main issue was that most of them didn't have storage bags and couldn't preserve food. Otherwise, Chen Fan's supplies wouldn't have lasted at all. He had no choice but to let everyone buy everything. This sales frenzy lasted until late at night. Everyone ate until they were stuffed and could barely move, while Chen Fan's dormitory stayed up late calculating their earnings, feeling very satisfied. The girls' dormitories were a bit different from the boys'. Chen Fan and his group had no idea that there were so few girls in the support academy that their dormitories were connected to the combat academy girls' dormitories. For example, the laundry room and dryers were only available in the combat academy girls' dormitory. The school had divided the training secret realm into 3 zones, but some areas were still interconnected. This wasn't apparent on the boys' side. There were many male students in the support academy, but only 8 girls, so 2 dormitories were enough, and they shared facilities with the combat academy girls. Chen Fan could technically exploit this loophole to access the combat academy girls' dormitory, but he hadn't discovered it yet. Yuzuki had a similar idea to Chen Fan, using dormitory distribution as a strategy. Especially Yu Mingmi, who now called Yuzuki sister. "Yuzuki, don't worry. If anyone bullies you, I'll definitely help you." Yuzuki found Yu Mingmi's boldness both amusing and endearing. "Alright, from now on, you're my big brother. You have to help me, okay?" The girls' dormitory was more reserved, unlike the guys in Chen Fan's dormitory, who would shamelessly hug someone's leg and call them dad over a disagreement.
Chen Fan's market was gradually expanding, but he hadn't expected these people to have such astonishing appetites. In less than 3 days, all the goods were sold out. What gave both Chen Fan and Yuzuki a headache was the announcement that the Support Academy would merge with the Combat and Tank Academies for physical training. This was a bolt from the blue for all the support students. Rong Jinhui lay sprawled on his bed, holding a burger in one hand and a soda in the other.
We support students have to do physical training? Why? And they're saying the 3 academies will compete. What's the point? Let's just admit defeat already. Chen Fan nodded. Yeah, what is the school even thinking? Wu Zihua did a few push-ups before standing up. Guys, haven't you always wanted to go to the other academies? Chen Fan froze for a moment. It was true, he had thought about it before.
Hanging out with Support Academy students every day, combined with the ridiculously easy training, he had almost forgotten his desire to return to
the Combat Academy.
Clearing his throat, he said, I used to think that way, but not anymore.
We will definitely defeat the Combat Academy. Rong Jinhui glanced at him. Fan, don't you feel a bit uncomfortable saying that?
Even if the few of us are talented, there are still 40 others.
On average, we're not that strong. He wasn't wrong. Wu Zihua straightened up. Even so, we can't just give up, right? A little more training won't hurt. Moreover, if you really encounter danger in the secret realm, being in better physical condition gives you a higher chance of survival.
These words were quite practical.
Although no one in the dormitory
was interested in physical training, Lin Shuio had encouraged them during the meeting to surpass the tank and combat academies, which sounded a bit unrealistic. The next morning, as soon as the morning exercise bell rang, everyone discovered that the school had cancelled the separation of the 3 major academies. In the secret realm, the 3 academies were merged. The playgrounds were also combined. The 2 classes from the Support Academy were not very noticeable on the field, but when they appeared, many students from the Combat Academy frequently turned their heads to look.
After all, someone from the Support Academy might
become a major ally for the Combat Academy, and in the next 4 years, all Secret Realm missions would likely rely on their help.
Not to mention, the recent gourmet food coming out of the Support Academy had made the Combat Academy students extremely grateful.
Although most of the time the Combat Academy students ate energy bars, they were still freshmen, and some of them had cravings. The big shots in the Support Academy had somehow managed to get their hands on delicious food, and the Combat Academy students were very appreciative. Rong Jinhui rubbed the goosebumps on his arms and whispered to Suze, why do I feel like they're
looking at me weirdly?
Suze, being slow to notice, replied, no, I don't think they're looking at you.
Rong Jinhui got anxious, who says they're not looking? They're practically eating me alive.
Especially that big guy over there, he's staring at me while raising his eyebrows.
What's that supposed to mean? Wu Zihua laughed, I'm normal, though.
When I team up with the Combat Academy in the future, I'll definitely pick a group of girls.
As he said this, Wu Zihua patted their shoulders, the second row of the neighboring team, that tall girl, what do you think?
Chen Fan glanced over and immediately said, top-notch.
Wu Zihua responded casually, good taste. I think she's top-notch too. Just as they were admiring the beauty, Lin Shuio suddenly appeared in front of them. What about me? Chen
Fan asked, and the surrounding people immediately fell silent.
Lin Shuio glanced at them sideways, you 2 classes, follow me to the corner. In the corner
stood a man in military uniform, who was the instructor specifically assigned to the Support Academy. Once everyone had gathered, the man spoke calmly, from today
on, I am your instructor, Mu Yanming. Some of you may have heard of me.
I am the captain of the Dragon Nation's launching guard team. If you encounter trouble
after graduation, you can come to me, and I will help you.
I will lead you on the physical training field to defeat the students of the Combat Academy and the
Tank Academy.
These words sounded a bit exaggerated. Chen Fan couldn't help but interject, Captain of the guard team, do you really think this group of? He paused, looking around at the group of people who couldn't even stand straight in a military posture. After thinking for a moment, he blurted out, this
messy bunch can beat the students of the Combat Academy? This remark made the surrounding students burst into laughter. They didn't think Chen Fan was wrong, as he had a good relationship with them.
Wu Zihua, half laughing and half crying, said, Chen Fan, you really dare to say it.
Although messy bunch isn't a good term, I think it describes us perfectly. I'm dying of laughter.
That description is too accurate. Suze also laughed, instructor, look at the Combat Academy.
They're so well trained. Aren't we far behind? Mu Yanming, though reluctant to admit Chen Fan's words, couldn't help but frown helplessly.
The students in front of him were all key figures for future support roles, and he couldn't afford to offend them. However, their physical fitness was indeed terrible.
I can help. You reach second-tier job transitions. Mu Yanming thought about the training plan and suddenly revealed the ultimate goal. The entire support academy fell silent. In an instant, Mu Yanming spoke slowly. We currently have 40 people. After the physical training, only 30 will remain. These 30 people, I will personally lead you into the first-tier secret realm and guide you through it.
The more difficult the first-tier secret realm, the more people will enter.
You've participated in the Gaokao secret realm, so you should know it provides special bonuses for support professions. Other secret realms are the same. Since you're in support roles, there are plenty of special benefits. If the difficulty of a Tier 1 secret realm is high, the rewards you receive will also be better. Many people
remain stuck at the Tier 1 profession stage without advancing, mainly because they haven't obtained good rewards.
To advance from a Tier 1 profession to a Tier 2 profession, you must drink a Tier 2 advancement potion. This potion cannot be purchased, each bottle is custom-made by the temple based on your physique. Only by drinking it can you advance. Of course, for those with weaker physiques, one bottle might not be enough. At this point, someone couldn't help but laugh.
Mu Yanming ignored it and continued, if you can obtain a good advancement potion, you'll gain a special ability called a second talent.
I can help you.
I have a special method here that can improve your physical fitness. For a fragile support role, having a strong body is the most critical.
In the secret realm, those with better physiques have a higher chance of survival.
A strong body allows you to buy more time to forcefully exit.
Although forcefully exiting the secret realm comes with certain penalties, it's better than dying in there, right?
I know some of you don't like physical training, but I've made myself
clear. If anyone still doesn't want to participate, you can quit now. After all, some people will be eliminated. After finishing, Mu Yanming sat directly on a
nearby chair and started playing a mobile game. The phone chimed Timmy, and he immediately became engrossed, completely ignoring everyone else.
Su Zhe looked at
Wu Zihua with a face full of helplessness.
You knew about all this already? Then why haven't you advanced to Tier 2 yet?
Wu Zihua looked confused.
Although I
participated in the previous 2 physical training sessions, there weren't such requirements.
Honestly, advancing to Tier 2 is pretty great. At this point, Wu
Zihua's expression became a little unnatural, but he quickly recovered.
Even Rong Jinhui, who was usually very observant, didn't notice.
Rong Jinhui smugly said,
so that means our cohort is special? I knew it, I'm a one-of-a-kind support.
Chen Fan frowned and lowered his voice to ask, do we really have to follow him?
Into that 30-person secret realm?
You can go on your own too. Wu Zihua suddenly became excited.
Secret realm ratings have bonuses for support professions. The fewer people there are, the higher the bonus, and the greater the difficulty, the more bonuses you get.
He gave an example, for instance, the secret realm. The instructor mentioned if the 5 of us challenge a catastrophe-level difficulty and achieve a Hall of Fame rating, the Tier 2 advancement potion we receive will be
the best.
As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Fan began seriously considering the possibility.
Rong Jinhui, standing nearby, couldn't take it anymore. Dude, you're thinking way too far ahead.
I'm just giving an example. Wu Zihua's face showed a hint of embarrassment, but he still tried to promote the idea.
Really?
If we, a group of supports, go together, there will definitely be special bonuses.
Chen Fan looked at Wu Zihua's expression, seemingly understanding something, and speculated, you've done something like this before, haven't you? Wu Zihua's expression changed. He thought he had hidden it well, even pretending not to
recognize Mu Yanming when they met earlier. But when Mu Yanming saw him, there was a flash of surprise in his eyes, as he remembered this student.
Back then,
he had done something that shocked everyone. Later, the school discovered that supports had special rewards and growth bonuses in secret realms.
During the first, second, and third advancements, the school tried to let supports enter secret realms on their own. Unfortunately, this student hadn't succeeded back then. Chen
Fan noticed something was off, stared at Wu Zihua, and directly guessed, you did something similar back then.
I remember your credits were negative, so you
must have organized something and made a bet with the school but failed.
Was it taking support students into a secret realm? Rong Jinhui, as if receiving some explosive news, lit up with excitement and stood up. Zihua, this is big news. Wu Zihua was speechless at this gossip-loving guy. What news? Alright, I did try. But the conditions back then weren't as good as now, and I failed. Wu Zihua knew he couldn't hide it, so he confessed, this time is different. With you here? As long as you use your skills, we can even beat a dog. Hearing this, Rong Jinhui's eyes lit up.
The dormitory atmosphere had been getting more intense in recent
days.
Everyone in the room had played the South Sea battle game. They all basically knew that Chen Fan had a unique talent. As long as Chen Fan was present,
none of the surrounding monsters could move.
Previously, Wu Zihua and Chen Fan played the game together, but at that time, Chen Fan's skill range wasn't as large. Now, after Chen Fan copied Rong Jinhui's talent, as long as he appeared on the map, no matter which corner, he could control all the monsters. If Chen Fan led the team, as long as they didn't encounter monsters that could break the control, there would be no problem.
That makes a lot of sense. Rong Jinhui also got excited,
forgetting the previous idle chat, and looked at Chen Fan with full expectation, thinking he was the key to their success.
Chen Fan joked, since I can even manage with a dog, wouldn't I score higher if I went alone? Wu Zihua gave a mysterious smile, you can't do it alone. There are so many monsters here, like hares on a cow. Can you finish them all by yourself? It might take a month, and time is limited, brother. That was indeed a problem. Just as they were chatting, Lin Shueyo suddenly appeared. What are you guys up to? Lin Shueyo had been keeping an eye on Wu Zihua. This kid had always been a bit unruly. The last failure hadn't
taught him a lesson. Instead, he became even more reckless.
Wu Zihua even specifically downloaded the South Sea battle game and often indulged in it alone. Lin Shueyo had seen Wu Zihua's records and videos, discovering that he acted like a lone wolf, venturing into secret realms solo, seemingly researching how to clear them alone. She felt Wu Zihua was a bit obsessed.
Lin Shueyo scanned the 5 people in the dormitory, her face darkened, and said, all of you in this dorm,
behave yourselves. Don't mess around with those chaotic things. I'm watching you.
Hearing this, both Chen Fan and Wu Zihua became particularly obedient, like
frightened quails.
Chen Fan even solemnly said, Counselor, you really said it.
We are quite well behaved. Lin Shueyo suspiciously stared at Wu Zihua, feeling he might still lead everyone into the secret realm. Last time, it caused a big mess. Although, in a way, they won, Wu Zihua had psychological issues. It wasn't apparent on the surface, but Lin Shueyo was very worried.
When Lin Shueyo became the assistant class counselor, the previous counselor specifically warned her to keep a close eye on Wu Zihua and never let him take risks again.
After Lin Shueyo left, Chen Fan became very interested in Mu Yanming's suggestion to take them into the secret realm and help everyone advance to the second tier.
Mu Yanming kept them in suspense and said casually, this time, the school has implemented
a new talent cultivation plan.
Based on each of your different attributes, different development routes have been arranged.
However, some routes are the same. For example, physical training.
In this training field, you are no different from the students of the Combat Academy and the Tank Academy.
Because we have
activated the interference formation, during this period, no one can use skills.
Of course, some people with special talents can still use them, but most talents rely on skills. Without skills, talents can't be used either.
You all have to undergo the same physical training.
Now, gather. Stand at attention. In reality,
the so-called physical training was just military drills and endurance training.
Everyone had to carry a 5-kilogram load and then follow the instructor to run 5 kilometers on the track.
They said it was just to whet their appetite.
Everyone's faces instantly turned grim. Instructor. After just one lap, Yu Meixin's face immediately showed a painful expression. I'm on my period.
As soon as she said this, the painful look instantly shifted to Mu Yanming.
Girls often used
this excuse to avoid physical training during military drills. There was no room for doubt, only agreement.
What if it was true? After all, this was the support academy. If a female student really had an issue, the instructor would bear significant responsibility. You can rest, Mu Yanming said, a vein throbbing on his forehead as he nodded.
The male students of the support academy didn't think much of it, though some were a bit envious.
Yu Ziki and Wen Mingyu exchanged glances,
but hadn't spoken before Yu Mingni jumped in. Instructor, I need to rest too.
I'm the same as her. Mu Yanming waved his hand. Anyone else need to rest? Sure. Enough. Yu Ziki and Wen Mingyu followed suit, saying they needed to rest as well.
When Mingyu, being shy and the gentle, obedient type, wasn't one to lie. Ziki tugged her along, and the two headed to the rest area together. Suze watched with envy. Whether his brain short-circuited or he was just too jealous, he blurted out, "Instructor, I also." Before he could finish, Chen Fan immediately stopped him, looking at Suze with a face full of horror. Only then did Suze realize what he had said. Mu Yanming's face darkened. "Get lost. You're a guy. How could you have a period?" Suze quickly corrected himself. "No, I mean, I've never run 5 kilometers with a load before." Mu Yanming shot him a fierce glare, then ran to the front to continue leading the team. Chen Fan didn't think it was a big deal. Wasn't this just military training? Hadn't he encountered this before crossing over? It was just that the intensity wasn't this high from the start. This weighted training was brutal. You had to understand, students at the support academy, born with golden spirit patterns, had rarely undergone systematic training. Society was also lenient toward support roles. Whenever a support entered a secret realm with their teammates, the teammates would do everything to protect them, regardless of the type of support. Some supports were even pampered by their teammates to the point of being overly delicate, even the men. But Tsinghua Academy seemed intent on breaking this norm. Support students had to participate in physical training? This was unheard of before. As a result, everyone was running out of breath, and the team was in complete disarray. Among this group of panting individuals, one person stood out by running particularly fast, Wu Zihua. Even though no one could use their skills under this special formation, Wu Zihua could still use his innate ability. His talent allowed him to create special spiritual energy pellets that could heal. When he got tired or felt unwell from running, he'd make one and eat it. Not only did he eat them himself, but he also shared them with Chen Fan, Suze, and Meng Ling. He seemed to be having a great time, happily making and eating his own creations. As they ran, Chen Fan and the others noticed that Rong Jinhui was missing. Chen Fan went to the track to look for him and found Rong Jinhui standing with Yu Mingni and the others. By now, the students of the support academy were scattered all over the place. The track was filled with people either walking or running slowly, burdened by their weights. Mu Yanming couldn't push them too hard and could only watch as the group moved sluggishly, resembling zombies. He didn't dare say much, so he couldn't really manage the students. Chen Fan ran over to Rong Jinhui and gave him a once-over. "You on your period too?" Rong Jinhui firmly denied it. "No. Then why are you resting here?" Chen Fan asked. "How many laps do you have left? Hurry up and finish them. Let's go eat instead." "I can't run anymore," Rong Jinhui said smugly, lifting his foot to show Chen Fan. "See this? Blood's already coming out." When no one was looking, I took a brick out of my weight pack and smashed my foot with it. Chen Fan was stunned, his mind full of complaints but unable to voice them. This guy was ruthless. Rong Jinhui's bloody foot was soon discovered by Lin Shuiao. The young instructor immediately scolded him sharply. Then, Rong Jinhui was forced to eat one of Wu Zihua's energy pellets. The recovery speed of the energy pellet was astonishing. Within minutes, Rong Jinhui's foot was as good as new. He stared at Wu Zihua with a face full of grievance. Wu Zihua looked a bit awkward. "Staring at me won't help. It's not like I forced you to eat it." Lin Shuiao glared at Rong Jinhui. "Your foot's fine now? Then get back to running. I'm watching you. If you don't finish your laps, don't even think about eating." Rong Jinhui was on the verge of tears, wiping away tears, carrying a heavy backpack, and heading out for a run. Time flew by. Several days of physical training had all the students in the support academy groaning in pain. However, the training proved effective. At first, everyone struggled to adapt, but gradually they found their rhythm. One morning, Rong Jinhui suddenly shouted, "My physical rating has gone up. From 5 stars to 6 stars. I'm not useless anymore." Physical training was undoubtedly the most exhausting. Everyone else was still lying in bed. Chen Fan turned over and asked, "Bro, aren't you tired?" Although Chen Fan started with a high rating of 8 stars, much stronger than Rong Jinhui, his rating had skyrocketed to 12 stars with the intense training. But getting up every morning for exercises was still the hardest part for him. The others in the dorm felt the same. The once weak Rong Jinhui had surprisingly endured and even grew more determined with each setback. Now, every morning, it was Rong Jinhui waking everyone up. "Stop sleeping. Get up and run. Today, we're competing against the Combat Academy. Rong Jinhui said excitedly, if we win, each of us will get 10 pounds of third-tier secret
realm Mei beast meat. This meat is somewhat like lamb, but more tender and without the gamey taste. I guarantee you'll love it.
On the market, this meat sells for 20,000 yuan per pound.
Each person gets 10 pounds.
A full 10 pounds.
Hearing this, everyone in the dorm sat up straight. Mei beast? Chen Fan had
wanted to buy it during his previous stock runs, but it was too expensive, 20,000 yuan per pound, and he couldn't afford much.
However, this rare delicacy greatly boosted the students' enthusiasm. More and more people came to Chen Fan to buy snail noodles and snacks. They didn't even need to advertise. Every night, students would sneak over to buy from him. Since the three academies merged, students could visit each other's dorms. Sometimes, Chen Fan even found himself cornered in a dead-end alley by a few girls asking if he had any good snacks.
While the snacks were decent, they were still ordinary.
Mei beast meat from the secret realm was no ordinary thing. It was the creme de la creme.
To be honest, if Chen Fan encountered a Mei beast in the secret realm, his first instinct would be to take it down and sell it for money rather than eat it directly. The value of the Mei beast wasn't just in its meat.
An adult Mei beast could weigh over 100 pounds.
Its most precious part was its horns. High-quality horns could be made into accessories, which were highly sought after in the market.
While these
accessories weren't as crucial as weapons, they were still decent equipment for boosting attack power. Motivated by Rong Jinhui, everyone stood up, their faces full of excitement, and rushed to the training field.
Today was an outdoor drill.
Each person had to carry a 10-kilogram load and run a lap in a simulated wilderness
created in the secret realm. The round trip was about 20 kilometers.
This simulated wilderness was essentially a small artificial mountain.
This time, the competition was between the Combat Academy and the Support Academy. The Tank Academy had other training tasks. The Support Academy had recently eliminated quite
a few students, leaving fewer than 40, making them look sparse. Meanwhile, the Combat Academy had at least 4,000 students. When Chen Fan and his group walked over, they felt small and helpless, surrounded by 4,000 people, an unsettling feeling in their hearts.
Seeing the Support Academy students arrive, the Combat Academy students burst into laughter. This 10-kilogram load is too easy for the Support Academy. They might as well give up. A bunch of pampered supports were embarrassed to even compete with them.
Exactly, my physical rating is 14 stars. I could take down 3 of them with one punch.
Stop laughing. This competition is a no-brainer.
If our Combat Academy loses, it would be the ultimate disgrace. I wouldn't even want to stay in college for 4 years.
Wu Zihua, with his fiery temper, exploded upon hearing someone say one punch for 3.
My physical rating is 18 stars.
You say you can take down 3 with one punch?
You're not even as strong as an average support. Wu Zihua had recently seen a rapid increase in his physical rating during training and felt particularly proud.
Chen
Fan also understood what exactly is a healer. A healer's strength isn't determined by their healing capacity but by their ability to withstand damage.
Wu Zihua's
strong physique indicates he's more resilient and less likely to die, which is a significant advantage for a support role.
How can a support have such a high physique rating? It must be fake.
The skinny, yellow-haired punk from earlier was unconvinced, his exaggeratedly dyed yellow hair making him look more like a street thug. If you don't believe me, check my wristwatch. Wu Zihua proudly displayed his physique rating. The students from the Combat Academy were stunned.
A support student could actually have such a high physique rating? How bizarre.
But no matter how impressive you are, after graduation, no one will want to team up with you, or they'll just ignore you completely, the yellow-haired punk sneered, trying to mock Wu Zihua. A nearby Combat Academy student was dumbfounded.
Such audacity to argue with a support student.
These supports might be the key to helping them complete the graduation secret realm.
In other words, these supports were like big bosses. How could anyone dare provoke them?
However, the yellow-haired punk clearly had backing, as his dorm mates cheered him on from the side.
Chen Fan sneered, Mu Yanming, aren't you going to clarify the rules? How are we competing? Our support academy has fewer than 40 people in total. Mu Yanming
scratched his head helplessly.
Chen Fan continued, didn't we activate the formation during the training? In this small mountain wilderness, we'll encounter first-level secret realm monsters, right? Mu Yanming nodded, yes.
So, what are the rules?
Chen Fan asked with a smile. Mu Yanming explained directly, since the
Support Academy has fewer people, as long as 5 of you complete the entire course, you win. For the Combat Academy, you must kill 1,000 first-level secret realm
monsters to complete the task. This condition was actually quite fair for the Support Academy.
The Combat Academy students didn't find it strange.
The Support Academy only had about 40 students in total.
Carrying 10 kilograms of equipment and running 20 kilometers, if 5 out of these 30-something students could
finish, that would already be impressive.
As for the Combat Academy students, since the formation restrictions were lifted and everyone could use their skills, it was naturally time to kill monsters.
Killing monsters was just part of their daily training.
Chen Fan and Wu Ziwa exchanged a glance, and Chen Fan spoke up. I
propose changing the rules. If all the Support Academy students complete the run, we win. Instructors, what do you think?
The Support Academy students remained
silent.
Chen Fan had previously given them plenty of good food. In a sense, he had already become their big backer. With such a reliable figure saying this, he
must have confidence.
They simply waited quietly without causing trouble. However, the Combat Academy students were all stunned.
Some even took out their phones
to start recording videos, while others tried to persuade him, as they all knew Chen Fan, you're being foolish.
Want me to beat up that yellow-haired punk for you? The instructor's original conditions were fine, don't change them. Chen Fan, what are you trying to do? If you don't want the lamb meat, I'll eat it for you. You're just handing us points. You're not usually like this. Even Mu Yanming didn't quite understand Chen Fan's move.
But Chen Fan spoke with such confidence
that Mu Yanming became curious. You. Chen Fan didn't let him finish and countered, can we do it? Mu Yanming hesitated. The yellow-haired punk sneered. If he wants to hand us points, let him. I haven't had lamb meat in ages. Even if I don't eat it, I can sell it back at the academy and use the money to support my big wife. Isn't that great? The yellow-haired punk had already pulled out his weapon, a dagger. It seemed he was an assassin. Combat Academy students were particularly obsessed with raising weapon wives.
Initially, they wanted to persuade the yellow-haired punk, but hearing him say this, they immediately shut up.
If you don't eat it, you can sell it, and the money can be used to upgrade your weapon and support your wife. Many people even started thinking about socketing gems or enchanting their weapons. Thinking about this, everyone was thrilled.
Mengling watched them with a cold expression. In the South Sea battle game, he had
personally witnessed Chen Fan's prowess. This group of people was like lambs to the slaughter. It was very likely that these 4,000 people would be ridiculed for years. With Tu Wenli stirring up trouble, the atmosphere became even livelier. Several people from Wu Ziawa's newly formed team immediately left. Chen Fan, are you really confident? That's the Battle Academy we're talking about. Although the students from the Battle Academy usually take good care of us, that's only when we're exploring secret realms. Now there's a 200,000 reward. For the sake of their main wife, they'd do anything. This is so hopeless. I suddenly don't want to participate anymore.
Chen Fan, don't make things difficult for us.
I still believe in Chen Fan. Amid the voices of doubt, Yu Mingni's voice stood out with particular determination. Why don't you believe in him? You don't believe, but I do. You don't support, but I will. Yu Mingni not only supported him
herself but also pulled others to support him.
She grabbed Yu Meixin beside her and asked seriously, you support him too, right? Yu Meixin's eyes sparkled as she replied sweetly, yes, you may not believe in him, but I do.
She was quite famous in the Support Academy. As soon as she spoke, many people turned to look at her.
Tu Wenli lamented bitterly, Yu Meixin, don't be fooled by Chen Fan. He doesn't seem like a good person to me. Chen Fan remained calm. All right, I know some people are unwilling to support me. No problem, the teams can switch. Those Support Academy students who don't believe in me can go to the Battle Academy. I don't mind. Is that even allowed? Tu Wenli stared at Mu Yanming in surprise. Mu Yanming was already a bit stunned. He couldn't understand how, after unlocking skills and talents, Chen Fan could say something so bold. But since the students wanted to play, they might as well play big. Mu Yanming nodded, sure. As soon
as he finished speaking, Lin Shushi, a childhood friend of Su Zhe and Yu Mingni from the Battle Academy, immediately stepped forward. I'm willing to join the
Support Academy and team up with Chen Fan. Are you kidding?
Lin Shushi had grown up with Yu Mingni and Su Zhe. They were well informed about each other.
Lin Shushi.
was well aware of Chen Fan's capabilities.
Go against Chen Fan?
Especially in this situation, Lin Shushi thought he'd have to be crazy to do that.
So, without
hesitation, he joined Chen Fan's team. The people from the Battle Academy were dumbfounded. Many of them knew that Lin Shushi, Su Zhe, and Yu Mingyi were childhood
friends. Seeing him do this, they started cursing. Lin Shushi, have you thought this through?
Even though Su Zhe and Yu Mingyi are your childhood friends, you can't
trust them completely.
They're just support. I admit that the support students are indeed impressive in secret realms, but I don't believe they can be this strong.
Now, this weighted training is exclusive to the Battle Academy. Do you really think we'll lose to fewer than 50 people? Lin Shushi, whose side are you on?
Although 10 pounds of mutton isn't worth much, the 200,000 reward is enough to enchant my wife's gear again.
Isn't that tempting? Lin Shushi, don't regret this.
People kept switching sides between the two teams, but Mu Yanming never stopped them. What was even more shocking was that after discussing with Lin
Shuao, Mu Yanming announced to everyone, it seems no one wants to switch teams anymore. The team switching is over.
The 10-person team led by Chen Fan will
represent the Support Academy, while everyone else is willing to join the Battle Academy, correct?
Indeed, those willing to team up with Chen Fan included the 5 people from dorm 6201, the 4 girls from Yu Mingyi's dorm, and Lin Shushi, making a total of only 10 people. Everyone else was pragmatic,
with 2 Wenli fanning
the flames and calculating the pros and cons. Most of the support students chose to join the Battle Academy.
Initially, they were determined to follow Chen Fan, but 2 Wenli's persuasive power was too strong.
Coupled with the persuasion from many in the Battle Academy, the majority of the support students eventually switched
to the Battle Academy.
Chen Fan, however, seemed completely indifferent previously. When someone said they wanted to follow him and make him their leader, he
didn't say much. Now that everyone had left, he didn't care either. Alright, the teams are divided. Considering the special circumstances of this division, I'm
adding a new rule, Mu Yanming said with a mischievous smile.
If the Combat Academy loses, their reward share, 10 kilograms of lamb meat, will be entirely given to the 10 students from the Support Academy.
You Combat Academy students have over 4,200 people. This share will be deducted from each of your personal resource
plans at Tsinghua.
Simply put, your resources will be transferred to others.
If the Support Academy loses, each of you will be rewarded with 10 kilograms of lamb meat.
However, the Support Academy won't face any penalties, since you have fewer people and are all support roles. Also, in the jungle training, none of you are allowed to attack the Support Academy students, but the Support Academy students can attack you.
Do you accept this rule? Mu Yanming's expression was calm as
his gaze swept over each student.
The Combat Academy students were stunned at first, then burst into laughter. Instructor, are you trying to kill us with laughter? This isn't a fair competition at all.
Even if we win, it doesn't feel like much of an achievement, but it's pretty fun.
The Support Academy people are actually going to buff us? That's quite considerate.
Don't worry, I definitely won't lay a hand on these support students.
After all, we're professional combat specialists with ethics. Ha, such a special request, what's the big deal? This competition was never fair to begin with. Even a fool can tell we'll win. In truth, Mu Yanming thought the same.
But the team leader was Chen Fan. Others might not know, but he was well aware that Chen Fan was the global top scorer in the college entrance exams.
Although Chen Fan hadn't achieved anything particularly
remarkable after entering Tsinghua University, he did score over 90,000 points in a small test thanks to his extraordinary mental strength. It was said that in Tsinghua's mental strength training, he was among the top few, but none of
this proved anything. Could it be that Chen Fan still had some hidden cards he hadn't played?
Mu Yanming was at a loss, completely unable to understand Chen Fan's intentions. But Chen Fan had adjusted his strategy.
These people were too arrogant? Fine, he wouldn't use any skills at the start. He planned to make his move midway. Let's begin, instructor, Chen Fan said casually to Mu Yanming, as if it was no big deal.
Over on the other side, Wu Zihua had already assembled his
team. Mu Yanming could only wave his hand. Begin.
As soon as the words left his mouth, the Combat Academy students charged into the training forest like cannonballs.
2 Wenli laughed loudly at Chen Fan. Chen Fan, it seems you really don't want to taste that lamb meat. You're killing me with laughter. You'd better leave quickly, don't force us to take action. Don't forget, we from the Support Academy are allowed to beat you up. Rong Jinhui rolled his eyes dramatically. Tu Wenli's face darkened. But I'm a student of the support academy. As soon as he finished speaking, Wu Zihua cracked his knuckles. Not yet, you're not. There were 10 people on this side, while Tu Wenli's side, including his dorm mates, only had 5. How could they fight? Tu Wenli couldn't be bothered to argue further and directly dashed into the forest. Meanwhile, Chen Fan and his group, under the helpless gazes of Mu Yanming and Lin Shuya, leisurely followed the main group into the training forest. Mu Yanming and Lin Shuya were completely baffled. These 10 people looked like they were taking a stroll, trailing behind the main group. Lin Shuya even thought Chen Fan might have some special buff, like making these 10 people fly or move as fast as the wind. But to her surprise, Chen Fan did nothing. Could they still win like this? Young people are really bold, Mu Yanming remarked as he watched Chen Fan leave. He's definitely going to lose this match. It wasn't fair to begin with. I heard he wants to transfer to the combat program? Can he handle it? Won't this affect him psychologically? If this ended up making Chen Fan depressed, Mu Yanming wouldn't even know what to say. Lin Shuyo pondered. After all, he's the global top scorer in the college entrance exams. He must have some unique skills. Our victory condition is for the Combat Academy to kill all the monsters. Maybe he can stop them from killing the monsters. Upon hearing her words, Mu Yanming's eyes lit up. If this really works, he might have a chance to win. The two chatted for over 20 minutes, and finally, Chen Fan and his group were out of sight. The training forest was filled with the constant roars of children, indicating they had already encountered the monsters in the secret realm. Just as Lin Shuyo and Mu Yanming were about to check the surveillance footage, a strange fluctuation suddenly emanated from deep within the forest. Both Lin Shuyo and Mu Yanming were paralyzed. Paralysis lasts for 30 seconds. A full 30 seconds of paralysis. What kind of monster is this? Lin Shuya and Mu Yanming were speechless, exchanging glances, not daring to make a sound. They couldn't move or communicate through the chat box. The only thing they could move was their eyes. Through their eyes, they clearly saw that all the staff and others around them were affected as well. Everyone stood there dumbfounded, as if under a spell, unable to make a single move. Lin Shuya's mind was ringing with alarm bells. Something was definitely wrong in the forest. A monster capable of controlling people for such a long time was no ordinary creature. How could such a monster appear here? Who let it in? And for what purpose? Lin Shuya desperately wanted to regain control of her body, sound the alarm, and alert everyone in the secret realm. But she couldn't move. Mu Yanming had the same thought, but the two could only watch the countdown above their heads. The paralysis effect was about to end, with only 2 or 3 seconds left. They were desperate to regain control of their bodies. But just then, the paralysis effect on their heads refreshed. 3 seconds turned back into 30 seconds. What was going on? The 30 seconds were back again? Lin Shuyo and Mu Yanming could only look at each other, their eyes filled with shock. They had no idea what was happening. What kind of monster was this? How could it control people for so long? Was there a glitch? Or had a new monster appeared in the secret realm? Or had someone secretly released a new monster? This was the future of Tsinghua Academy. This batch even had a student as talented as Chen Fan. Were all these students going to die here? Lin Shuyao's face was filled with despair. Mu Yanming was equally helpless. They racked their brains for solutions but couldn't contact the outside world. In the small forest, Chen Fan couldn't see Lin Shuyo and Mu Yanming, those two troublesome individuals, and gently shook the small bell in his hand. The sound of the bell rang out. Apart from the members of Chen Fan's team, everyone else stood there dazed. A group of Combat Academy students had already spotted the secret realm monsters and charged forward like hungry tigers. But in that instant, all the students' time froze. The airborne students fell to the ground, looking bewildered. The running students maintained strange postures, losing their balance and falling, while those who could stand steadily were also filled with confusion, unable to move. Rong Jinhui and his group had been waiting for this moment. Weren't you all so impressive just now? Weren't you all boasting just now? Why can't you move now? He said as he walked over to Tu Wenli. Tu Wenli's face was filled with terror, especially when he saw the control time above his head was actually 30 seconds. A full 30 seconds. This was too outrageous. What kind of support skill could last this long? And it was a negative effect. No. Tu Wenli felt his brain was malfunctioning. How could Chen Fan, a support, release such a terrifying control skill? Chen Fan had barely made a move.
The only explanation was that Chen Fan and his team had spent money to buy skill scrolls.
That's right. To win, they were using every method available. Each person only received a 200,000 reward. How many scrolls could that buy? Even if they wanted to win, there was no need to go to such extremes, right?
As Tu Wenli was pondering the outcome, a sudden sharp pain
completely disrupted his thoughts.
Rong Jinhui, that guy, had unexpectedly launched a sneak attack from behind, using a move called Thousand-Year Kill.
Wu Zihua was dumbfounded. He was just wondering, what profession was Rong Jinhui again?
All right, Rong Jinhui was a sword dancer, specializing in providing various buffs to teammates, and he used a long sword. Rong Jinhui could stab Tu Wenli with a sword or even cut off his arm.
For Wu Zihua, such injuries were trivial and could be healed with a wave of his hand.
But Rong Jinhui couldn't use the 1,000 Years of Death technique, it was too visually shocking.
Even Wu Zihua couldn't help but feel tense. Rong Jinhui, what are you doing? He asked nervously. Rong Jinhui almost seemed like he was performing witchcraft. Who told this guy to incite others to leave? Who told him to be so annoying? I just want to teach him a lesson. Can't you heal injuries?
Go ahead and heal him, Rong Jinhui retorted.
Wu Zihua refused. Even if I can heal his injuries, I can't heal his heart.
Deep down, he knew that from now on, Tu Wenli would have a psychological shadow. When it came to Rong Jinhui,
just seeing him would make him ache.
Fortunately, Rong Jinhui wasn't crazy enough to use 1,000 Years of Death on everyone.
To be honest, watching Tu Wenli get beaten like that, even Chen Fan couldn't help but take a step back. Although everyone's current miserable
state was caused by him, he didn't want to see them end up like this, especially when Rong Jinhui directly used the 1,000 Years of Death. Rong Jinhui, satisfied, withdrew his hand and stomped on the paralyzed Tu Wenli a few more times.
Tu Wenli was completely immobilized.
His retaliation was so brazen
that even Yu Mingni was watching in alarm.
Although she found the 1,000 Years of Death quite thrilling, as a girl, using such a move seemed a bit inappropriate.
Rong Jinhui, aren't you afraid he'll come looking for trouble after this? Yu Mingni asked curiously.
After speaking, she suddenly thought of something and turned to stare at Chen Fan.
Is this your skill?
At this moment, the most shocked person was Yuziki. She had seen Chen Fan's skills before.
Everyone was just a first-tier professional, and she
had always thought Chen Fan only had that one space warping skill. She never expected him to reveal another skill, and such a powerful one at that.
A full 30 seconds of strong control, 30 seconds. In a wild encounter with monsters, that amount of time would be enough for teammates to clear out all the enemies.
Wait. Ziki suddenly realized with horror that the paralysis mark on Tu Wenli's head had refreshed. Originally, it was just about to fade away, but now the timer had restarted.
What did this mean? Could it refresh endlessly?
This was infinite control.
My God! A professional who could control infinitely, and you call him a support? How could this possibly be a support? No wonder Chen Fan planned to attend the Battle Academy.
He was more than capable. But what worried Yuziki more was Chen Fan's future.
Chen Fan was still just a first-tier professional, yet he already had 2 professional skills. What did this signify?
It meant that Chen Fan had incredibly strong mental power. A support professional with such powerful mental strength and abnormal skills would undoubtedly become a top-tier resource coveted by various factions.
Entering secret realms.
Chen Fan himself was the most valuable resource.
Yuziki understood that she had to maintain a good relationship with Chen Fan.
At this moment, most of the team members already knew this was Chen Fan's skill because they could feel it every time he activated it. However, the students from the Battle Academy generally assumed it was a skill scroll thrown by Chen
Fan.
They never imagined that such an overpowered skill could come from Chen Fan himself, nor did they think a group of supports could unleash such a powerful ability. They simply thought it was a boring scroll used by the supports. If you ask who among all professionals had the most money, it was undoubtedly the supports. Every team's support was the soul of the group, and no one dared to cross them. Since they all graduated from the same school, they might even help each other in future secret realms.
Being teammates with top-tier supports would be incredibly exciting.
But the Battle Academy students never expected the supports to want victory so badly. They even used skill scrolls to cheat. Of course, when the race began earlier, Mu Yanming had already mentioned that support professionals were allowed to take action against them.
The Battle Academy students, being simple-minded, couldn't understand Chen Fan's approach.
If Chen Fan had fought them head-on or directly used his skills, they could have accepted it. But Chen Fan used skill scrolls. and kept refreshing the debuffs on their heads. This was just too much. Chen Fan now made everyone numb, unable to hear each other's thoughts, so naturally, he didn't know what the students of the Combat Academy were thinking. Rong Jinhui, however, kept causing trouble, either patting someone's head or kicking their leg. Was it you who just laughed at us, saying we couldn't win the match? Was it you who said our support was useless? I'm asking you now, are you capable or not? Rong Jinhui then walked up to the blonde-haired guy. You, with the yellow hair, think you're so great? The blonde-haired guy's face turned pale. Earlier, he had clearly felt Tu Wenli's pain. He was extremely scared, worried that Rong Jinhui might target him next. The blonde-haired guy tried to warn him with his eyes, but it was useless. Rong Jinhui had already gone mad and directly gave him 1,000 years of death. Even Chen Fan couldn't bear to watch. In the future, if you're angry, just use your skills directly. Don't use 1,000 years of death, it's too cruel. Rong Jinhui looked up, a meaningful smile on his lips. Don't worry, I won't use this move on other enemies, only on those I particularly dislike. Wu Zihua, Chen Fan, and Su Zhe all took a step back in unison, unwilling to agree. However, Meng Ling unexpectedly stepped forward and seriously discussed the hand gesture 4,000 years of death with Rong Jinhui. Actually, I think if you changed the hand gesture just now, and then adjusted the angle, suddenly, you know what I mean, right? Rong Jinhui's eyes lit up, showing a look of eager anticipation. The blonde-haired guy closed his eyes, unable to move, his face full of tears. If he could speak, he would definitely beg for mercy. These two guys were actually discussing the hand gesture 4,000 years of death right in front of him. Haven't they played this game before? So childish. As the blonde-haired guy thought this, he opened his eyes and happened to meet Rong Jinhui's excited and slightly flushed gaze. Rong Jinhui's hands formed a strange gesture, one that even Chen Fan and Wu Zihua found difficult to replicate when they tried to imitate it. At this moment, Chen Fan and Wu Zihua were particularly impressed by Meng Ling, as the hand gesture Rong Jinhui was using was personally taught by Meng Ling. If I bent my fingers like that, they'd have broken long ago, Chen Fan said while practicing the gesture with Wu Zihua. Suddenly, they heard a scream from the blonde-haired guy's direction. Curious, Chen Fan glanced over and found that the blonde-haired guy was still in a paralyzed state, completely unable to understand how he managed to scream. Rong Jinhui excitedly looked at Meng Ling beside him. This move really works. Meng Ling crossed his arms and nodded. This angle is the most effective. Chen Fan smiled helplessly, a black line forming on his face, worried that Meng Ling might break the blonde-haired guy. Let's just keep moving forward and finish the mission quickly so we can go back and eat. Wu Zihua quickly agreed. Yes, let's stop thinking about 1,000 years of death, seriously. Originally, the support role was supposed to have a positive image, but Rong Jinhui had completely messed it up, diverting everyone's attention. Chen Fan and the others leisurely strolled through the forest. Because all the enemies here were paralyzed, they couldn't move at all. Not just this forest, but actually all the enemy units in the entire secret realm were the same. Previously, the instructors had divided the secret realm into 3 areas for training. Now, these 3 areas had been merged into 1. Everyone alive in the secret realm stayed still, maintaining their previous postures and movements, only able to communicate with each other through eye contact. Everyone hoped the paralysis status above their heads would disappear soon. But they found that not only did the status not disappear, it kept refreshing. Isn't this just infinite control? My goodness, what kind of monster has such strong control skills? If humans really encountered this monster, could they leave alive? Time rewinds to over 10 minutes ago. The Combat Academy's dean was a charming red-haired woman. At this moment, she was coldly rejecting the advances of a bald man. The bald man carried a massive shield on his shoulder, looking like a giant door. He was the dean of the Tank Academy, exuding a heavy dark attribute aura, appearing gloomy. Ahon, since there's nothing going on today, how about we go out on a date, the bald man said with a smile. The Combat Academy's dean rolled her eyes, not in the mood. Suddenly, the defensive artifact on her body activated automatically, and a light screen enveloped her. The bald man standing next to her was already stunned, his body surrounded by electric arcs. Who made a move? The Combat Academy's dean stood up, noticing a long-lasting control skill on the bald man's head. It was paralysis from lightning attributes. As the dean of the Tank Academy, this bald man had a strong physique, high health, and defense. At level 7 and above, there was another crucial factor: resistance. Resistance to various attributes. The bald man belonged to the dark attribute, so he had maxed out his resistance to light attributes. capable of withstanding double damage.
However, his lightning
attribute resistance was not maxed out, especially immunity to lightning attribute control. This was usually studied and adjusted only during PK battles. Recently, the bald man had been busy secretly training students,
and had no time to fine-tune his lightning attribute resistance.
Now, the paralysis control on his head still had 24.8 seconds remaining.
An enemy attack?
The Combat Academy's dean became alert.
The situation was
dire, and her first reaction was to rush toward the small grove. After all, the skill's perception was coming from there. But there were students fighting in that grove.
It must be those dark faction people causing trouble. The Combat Academy's dean immediately sent out a distress signal and prepared to charge forward, but the next second, she was immobilized.
This was because Chen Fan had a habit of refreshing his skills in advance. As soon as the cooldown time was up, he would instinctively ring the bell. Back during the college entrance exam Secret Realm, he had developed this reflex. Whenever the time was up, the bell would ring.
However, Chen Fan didn't know that the Combat Academy's dean's distress signal had already been sent out.
When the senior management of Tsinghua University saw the message, they were completely baffled. Did we see that right?
The Combat Academy's dean actually sent a distress signal? Did she press the wrong button? If she's asking for help, what are we supposed to do? Can we even beat her? She's an 8th level expert. Unlikely to press the wrong button. There must be an issue in the training Secret Realm. Quickly find someone to help. Where can we find someone?
In the training Secret Realm.
Isn't that guy from the Support Academy also inside? With him there, it should be fine. Right, the Support Academy's dean is there too. Who doesn't know him?
Wherever he goes, he always has a lively group of teammates. Although there were doubts, the Combat Academy's dean had sent a distress signal,
and the senior management couldn't just sit idly by. The vice principal immediately contacted the Dragon City Guard. Soon, the guards surrounded the entire training Secret Realm. The deputy captain looked helpless. What do you mean the training Secret Realm's defenses are fully activated? What kind of protective array are they setting up in their own secret realm? Are they bored?
Just that. Group of first-level professionals, who could possibly escape?
This is hilarious. So what now? Should we call an array master to break it? An 8th level one? Should I call the neighboring school and ask for their 9th level array master?
The deputy captain had a sharp tongue, especially since their captain was also inside the secret realm.
An 8th level female demon asking for help. What on earth was happening in the secret realm? These university professors, if they don't make a sound, it's fine, but when they do, they cause a big mess. Everyone was staring at the Support Academy's dean.
He was a mixed blood from the Vatican and the
Dragon Kingdom, with a noble profession, angel judgment.
But at this moment, he looked embarrassed. He was lying on the bed, his 2 pairs of white wings fully spread out. If the bedroom weren't big enough, the wings
would have already extended outside.
He turned to look at the werewolf behind him, whose forehead was covered in cold sweat, unable to move.
The passive skill of angel judgment, control immunity, had automatically activated.
The Support Academy's dean glared at the werewolf with a dark expression. Hurry up and get out.
The werewolf said nothing, still entangled in electric light.
The dean tried to kick the werewolf out, cursing inwardly that he shouldn't have listened to that woman. He had trusted the wrong person.
Where did this junk come from? It hurt like hell. And it was electrified.
The immunity control skill could only be triggered
once every 30 minutes.
When Chen Fan used the skill again, the poor Support Academy's dean hadn't even had time to remove the item before being forcibly controlled by that strange skill. He was so angry that he cursed, wondering where this monster had come from, randomly using long-duration control skills for no reason. What's even more frustrating is that he found his teammates standing around cluelessly, with no one helping to
break the control. These fools, bringing them into the secret realm is less reliable than tying up a dog. Such a critical attribute like thunder control immunity, and no one values it? At the very least, they should have enchanted their equipment to enhance it. The problem now is that everyone's perception is skewed.
The students from the Battle Academy in the forest all think Chen Fan and his team used skill scrolls.
Even for Chen Fan, wanting to win with such a method seems overly extravagant, doesn't it? However, it seems everyone has been misled by Chen Fan. From the initial anger upon hearing they used scrolls, to later thinking it's actually reasonable. After all, they're facing an all-support lineup. To defeat combat professionals, you have to bring out something special, like using skill scrolls. They're rich, they're powerful, and they're using Money to trap everyone here, unable to move.
The students from the Battle Academy can only stare blankly and silently send out 666. But whether it's Huang Mao or Tu Wenli, their eyes were fiercely fixed on the
direction Chen Fan's team left. If looks could kill, Tu Wenli and Huang Mao's gazes would be enough to instantly eliminate anyone in Chen Fan's team. Unfortunately, Chen Fan didn't notice at all. He led his teammates,
rushing toward the finish line without stopping. I'm telling you, move faster. Although I've developed muscle memory now, if I forget to control it, the people behind us might catch up.
Chen Fan stared at Rong Jinhui, seemingly wanting to remind them to quickly deal with the monsters hidden in the forest.
Prompted by Chen Fan, Rong Jinhui and Wu Zihua instantly became serious. Don't worry, we'll definitely reach the finish line
as soon as possible.
While the people in the forest thought this way, those outside the forest were extremely tense. Outside the forest, besides the instructors, there were also the deans of various academies and
teachers invited from outside. Among them, the highest ranked was an 8th-tier professional.
These people had seen many secret realms but had never encountered a situation like this.
The entire training secret realm
was eerily quiet, and it seemed everyone had been controlled.
But what kind of monster was controlling them?
They had never seen anything like it before.
In this world, there are currently only 8th-tier secret realms. Although 9th-tier professionals have appeared, 9th-tier secret realms have yet to emerge.
However, many have predicted that 9th-tier secret realms will soon appear, and when that happens, 10th-tier
professionals will also emerge.
But this is Dragon City, the training secret realm of Tsinghua Academy.
Could a 9th-tier secret realm appear in such a place? A monster capable of controlling people for an extended period. If it's not from a 9th-tier secret realm, then what is it?
Ordinary secret realms don't have such monsters. Although these people were paralyzed by Chen Fan's skill and unable to speak, they communicated through
their eyes.
Through eye contact and mental exchanges, they had already imagined the terrifying level of the big monster in the secret realm to an absurd degree.
The people inside the secret realm were anxious, and those outside were equally so.
The deputy captain of Dragon City's guard team looked grim, waiting obediently for the 8th-tier formation master to break the formation. The deputy captain's face was as green as a field
of crops. Are you really an 8th tier? You're way too slow. This 8th tier formation master was transferred from a neighboring academy, surnamed Yin. He had white hair and thick glasses. I've participated in the design of formations for 2 academies, but I can't do it alone. When this formation was designed, it involved 12 8th tier formation masters and 1 9th tier. It's embedded with many complex formations. I can't handle it alone. Don't you have any other solutions?
Our school's training secret realm isn't like this. To be honest, if something happens in the training secret realm, this year's batch is done for.
After all, he's a formation master, sent by another school, clearly not concerned about Tsinghua University.
Just listen to what they're saying, it's infuriating. The principal of Tsinghua University's face turned dark. Nonsense.
Old Li, can you do it or not? If not, call your master. Here, I'm not afraid of losing face. Stop bragging about how great your school is. Everyone knows why they chose us. Isn't that because our school is better? Don't tell me those useless things. I almost got sidetracked by you. Right now, I'm asking you to open the secret realm and break all the formations.
My only request is to make a small opening in this training secret realm, just a small one, so I can let my pet in.
The president of Tsinghua University was a summoner. He had countless pets under his command. Moreover, in this world, the summoner profession was particularly powerful.
They could not only summon pets for themselves but also provide them for others.
Ordinary professionals could have at most 1 pet, but summoners could have a whole group.
Not to mention, this president also had several highly intelligent humanoid pets.
The formation master, upon hearing this, laughed so hard he couldn't close his mouth. Why didn't you say so earlier? That's so simple. Despite the disapproving looks from everyone, the formation master quickly made a small opening at the entrance of the secret realm. It was only thumb-sized, but it was enough. The summoner's staff could pass through, allowing the president to release a humanoid pet.
However, as the formation master opened this small opening, the 8th tier formation master suddenly froze, his body covered in electric sparks, and fell straight to the ground.
Stop pretending, the president was startled. It's just opening a small hole. How hard can it be for you? Stop playing tricks.
The vice president's face darkened as he stared at the fallen formation master.
Judging by his condition, it doesn't look like he's pretending. He's really injured. The president
squatted down to examine him carefully.
Damn it, the paralysis effect lasted 12 seconds?
Some people had high immunity to lightning, so Chen Fan's skill control duration would be shortened.
He was just electrocuted. What kind of electricity hit him?
The deputy captain of the Dragon City Guard was shocked.
Is your school's formation master out of his mind?
You're way too harsh on your own students.
The people in the training secret realm just want to come out to buy some food.
They're
all freshmen. How could they have any malicious intent? Do you think they'd cause trouble if they came out? You actually set up such a strong lightning formation with a paralysis effect?
You really don't care about your students at all.
It's truly impressive. The president's face turned red. If this incident got out, who would dare to enter Tsinghua?
Stop talking nonsense. I'll let my pet check what happened first.
The president solemnly took out his staff. Sure enough, someone nearby gasped.
No joke. This was an 8th-tier summoner's staff, a semi-divine artifact with a spirit, and it had just been imbued with mythical attributes last month.
It sparkled as soon as it was taken out. This was the president's most prized possession, cultivated with countless effort.
Under everyone's envious gaze, the president elegantly raised his staff and reached his hand into the small opening of the training secret realm. As soon as his hand went in, the president suddenly rolled his eyes, started convulsing, and began chanting a strange rap: urgent, 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 north, 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 urgent, north, urgent, north, urgent. The deputy captain of the Dragon City Guard was dumbfounded.
What on earth is going on? The vice president of Tsinghua University was even more confused. Does this mean I'm about to get promoted?
At this moment, a teacher in the crowd directly revealed the truth. This is bad.
The president is allergic to lightning.
Immediately, the crowd took several
steps back. The president actually started dancing wildly on the spot. Strangely, no one stepped forward to help pull him away.
Fortunately, the president eventually broke free from the secret realm entrance and collapsed on the ground, just like the
formation master earlier. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief.
The vice president walked over with a grim expression to check and found that the president's head was marked with a paralysis status, which lasted for 35 seconds.
In addition to paralysis,
the president was also afflicted with another status, lightning curse. The cursed individual becomes extremely sensitive to lightning, involuntarily convulsing upon contact, and all lightning damage is doubled.
In fact, Chen Fan's skill wasn't fundamentally related to lightning, it just had effects similar to lightning paralysis. So it was classified as a lightning attack.
After all, the result was the same: electric arcs jumping all over the body, leaving the victim incapacitated. Speaking of it, the principal's collapse looked even worse than that of the previous formation master. The formation master merely fell and couldn't speak, but the principal kept twitching, with a crooked mouth and slanted eyes, his movements bizarre, making
it awkward to watch. The vice principal's face turned red for a moment, but fortunately, there were no outsiders present.
Looking at the entrance to the training portal, the deputy captain of the Longcheng Guard sighed helplessly. You professors
really have too much free time. If you're so idle, why not go help on the front lines instead of messing around in this secret realm?
The vice principal's face darkened further as he made a call to summon the 9th-tier formation master.
What exactly happened? I've never heard of this kind of lightning control before.
In fact, this was all because Chen Fan had copied Rong Jinhui's talent, but it was only effective within the boundaries of this map.
If they were to fully open the training secret realm, Chen Fan's influence would extend across the entire Tsinghua and even all of Longcheng.
However, they hadn't done so, mainly because the training secret realm was difficult to open.
Outside, people were overwhelmed with work. The gap
created by the 8th-tier formation master was still there, but anyone approaching the secret realm would be paralyzed. For some, the paralysis was immediate, while for others, it was delayed.
Doesn't the Dragon Nation have an artifact that can resist control effects? What's it called? Can we borrow it?
The vice principal was panicking and turned to the professors behind him. The deputy captain of the Longcheng Guard was even more bewildered. Is it really necessary to borrow an artifact?
For this? The Dragon Nation had few artifacts, all stored in the national treasury.
One of them was a luxurious garment that, when worn, generated a shield capable of immunizing all control effects for an hour, with a cooldown period of 1 month. This item could indeed be borrowed to investigate what was going wrong in the training secret realm. After all, this year's Combat Academy and Support Academy had many outstanding students, not to mention the global top scorer of the college entrance exam was also inside.
They absolutely couldn't let anything happen to them.
For Chen Fan's sake, the vice principal felt it was worth trying his luck at the National Treasury to borrow the artifact. But as for the professors present, none of them made a move. Not that they lacked influence, they were all very well connected. Upon hearing the vice principal's words, all the professors immediately pulled out their phones and began making calls in a hurry. The deputy captain of the Longcheng Guard was at a loss for words at this point. The professors of Tsinghua University truly had such extensive connections. Not long after, the negative effects on both the Tsinghua University principal lying on the ground and the 8th tier formation master from earlier had already dissipated. Yet, the two of them continued to play dead on the ground. The vice principal, who had always disliked dealing with such troublesome matters, grew anxious seeing the principal still pretending to be dead. Principal, get up and help us come up with a solution. Stop playing dead. We all saw your performance earlier, it wasn't that impressive. The principal, of course, was too embarrassed to stand up, feeling humiliated. Hearing the vice principal's words, his face darkened as he got up from the ground and glared at him fiercely. However, the principal was indeed thick-skinned. Despite the earlier embarrassment, he continued, "You need an artifact? No problem, I'll contact them right away." The vice principal's eyes lit up with hope. Once the principal spoke, the matter was as good as settled. The principal had an extensive network. Sure enough, within half an hour, the National Treasury responded. They agreed to lend the artifact to Tsinghua University, but the proper approval process had to be followed. The entire approval process would take about 2 hours. During these 2 hours, the professors and the principal of Tsinghua University would have to guard the campus themselves. Currently, all the danger was concentrated in one training secret realm, and no one knew what was happening inside. 2 hours is manageable. I'll send my pet in to investigate first. I have a pet that can be invincible for 6 seconds, the principal said as he cautiously approached the entrance to the training secret realm. He extended his staff into the small gap opened by the formation master, moving with extreme care to avoid touching the spatial barrier of the secret realm. He vividly remembered that it was his accidental contact with the spatial barrier earlier that had caused him to get electrocuted. The principal speculated that there must be something wrong with the spatial barrier, and that the 9th tier array master had installed a special device in the secret realm. The pet was successfully released. It was a humanoid pet. The principal was waiting for the pet to send back information when he suddenly felt it was unresponsive. Helpless, he had no choice but to summon the pet back. As a summoner, no matter where or how far the pet was, he could summon it back. When the principal summoned the humanoid pet, Big Baby, back, he was startled. Big Baby had a paralysis effect on its head. Wait, isn't this paralysis coming from the spatial barrier? The principal looked at his pet with a puzzled expression. The pet could only stare back at the principal, as it was completely immobile. When the paralysis took effect, Big Baby shrieked sharply. Although humanoid, its head was that of a parrot, and its voice was piercing and shrill. Master, master, bad news. There's a terrifying monster in the training secret realm. Its control skills can cover the entire secret realm. What? No one had expected such a situation. The captain of the Dragon City Guard had already started making calls to higher-ups. This was a big deal. Honestly, no one had anticipated it would be this serious. After the principal's pet returned, the news it brought back left all the professors and guard team members in a panic. Phones rang incessantly. Even the artifact that originally required a 2-hour approval process was quickly borrowed. The principal of Tsinghua University donned the artifact, preparing to charge in directly. Of course, the 9th tier array master first had to enlarge the small opening that had been previously created. Just because the pet could enter didn't mean humans could. Over the past few days, the school's training results had gradually started to show. Honestly, Chen Fan and the others were running impressively fast. Especially Chen Fan, who was always at the front. Even Wu Zihua, who had decent physical fitness, couldn't keep up. Chen Fan, slow down. Why are you running so fast? Chen Fan's response made Wu Zihua speed up. I heard that if we run back, the school cafeteria chef will make us 10 pounds of lamb meat. Why didn't you say so earlier? Wu Zihua asked in surprise. Rong Jinui drooled as he said, didn't Mu Yanning mention earlier that the 4,000-person share from the combat academy is all ours? There are only 10 of us. Yumeixin said modestly, but I'm on a diet right now, so I can't eat that much. Yumingni's eyes lit up. Sell it to me, I can eat it. Chen Fan shook his head helplessly. You eat so fast, that meat would last you a year. Actually, it was just talk. Yu Mingni calculated that if there were 4,000 people on the other side and the resources were evenly distributed, each person would get the
equivalent of 40 people's share. That's 400 pounds of lamb meat.
Eating that much at once was unlikely. If Yu Mingni really finished it all, she probably wouldn't want to touch lamb meat again in the future.
The best approach would be to keep some
for herself and sell the rest, which could earn her quite a bit of money. Each pound of meat sold for 20,000 yuan. As Yu Mingni calculated her profits, she drooled, "I feel like I can build my big wife during my freshman year."
Every professional player's big wife referred to their weapon. Do you have any special requirements for your big wife?
When Mingyu, who looked delicate but had kept up with the pace of the 10-person group, asked.
Of course, I want to personally craft my big wife, Yu Mingyi said boldly, grabbing Wen Mingyu's hand and asking, "Xiaoyu, what about you?" Wen Mingyu froze for a moment and didn't answer. In fact, her family had already prepared a weapon for her. It was a weapon obtained from a second-tier secret realm. Weapons for support professions weren't as important as those for combat professions.
Most support professions used equipment dropped from secret realms, and rarely crafted their own.
Chen Fan glanced at Wen Mingyu and directly suggested, "Wen Mingyu, you should definitely craft your own big wife like us." Wen Mingyu's eyes lit up.
To her, Chen Fan was very special, he was the strongest among them. She admired Chen Fan a little, like a fan idolizing a star. To be honest, Wen Mingyu
didn't expect Chen Fan to encourage her like this. Curious, she asked, "Can I really do it?"
Chen Fan was somewhat puzzled by her lack of confidence.
"Why not?
You can definitely create your own main wife.
We are the most powerful support profession."
The young girl's eyes sparkled, and a bright smile appeared on her face.
"Yes, I want to have my own main wife too." Ding dong, dear host. Run quickly, keep running until the finish line. Do you see the red light in the distance? That's
the supreme treasure chest.
Chen Fan?
To be honest, this useless system hadn't spoken for a long time.
Treasure chests were extremely rare in this training secret realm, making them even more precious.
Suddenly, the system's reminder startled
Chen Fan. Following the prompt, he looked over and indeed saw a dazzling red light in the distance.
This light had just appeared. Chen Fan hadn't noticed it while running earlier. He suddenly remembered the supreme treasure chest he had obtained in
the college entrance exam secret realm.
Can the supreme treasure chest be opened 5 times in a row? He wondered.
The system immediately responded, theoretically, yes.
But the supreme treasure chest is the most powerful chest.
As long as your
luck isn't bad, the items you get will definitely be top-notch, so there's no need for 5 consecutive openings.
Don't forget, we are fused together. As soon as you open this chest, I can upgrade. After upgrading, I can automatically help you find treasure chests once a day, with a maximum of platinum-level chests. However, diamond and supreme treasure chests will still require you to retrieve them personally. Chen Fan didn't expect the system to have this function. After organizing his revival
talismans, he quickly accelerated, his speed more than doubling compared to before. He even shouted to the supporting players behind him, who has a speed boost skill.
"Use it on me quickly." Although everyone didn't quite understand his urgency, they were all support players, so they immediately provided skill assistance. When Mingyu gently waved her hand, and a dialogue box popped up in front of Chen Fan, "Transform into Swift Wind Rabbit?" Chen Fan was dumbfounded. Oh right, Wen Mingyu
was a shapeshifter. All her skills were transformation spells, and transformations could also grant talent bonuses to others.
Since she herself possessed an S-level talent, the effects were doubled. Chen Fan hesitated for a moment and clicked yes.
Instantly, a large, plump rabbit appeared, about the same height as Chen Fan.
Its crimson eyes exuded a murderous aura.
A buff notification appeared above Chen Fan's head. Transformation, Swift Wind Rabbit, movement speed doubled, agility increased by 50%, dodge rate increased by 10%, duration 20 minutes.
Chen Fan's eyes lit up. Amazing, my Wen Mingyu. Wen Mingyu's cheeks flushed slightly. I didn't do much.
When she looked up, Chen Fan had already disappeared. That large, plump
rabbit shot out like an arrow, vanishing in an instant. Rong Jinhui still wanted to mock Chen Fan's bizarre appearance, but it was too late. He shouted enviously, "Make one for me too."
Although it looked like a monster, standing over 1.8 meters tall. With crimson eyes that made the rabbit seem deranged, it was undeniably fast. Transformation spell, Swift Wind Rabbit. Shapeshifter skills were all single target, but their cooldowns were extremely short.
For example, Swift Wind Rabbit had only a 4-second cooldown. Who wouldn't want a traveling frog? That's right. Once this treasure chest was opened, the system would become something akin to a traveling frog. According to the system, every 24 hours it would venture out, bringing back a maximum of platinum-level treasure chests, along with various other chests. Over the course of 24 hours, it would certainly wander to more than one place. The rewards would undoubtedly be abundant. With Wen Mingyu's support, Chen Fan soon reached the Supreme Treasure Chest. The entire chest radiated a mysterious red glow. Embedded with various dazzling gemstones, it looked stunning from afar, making one's heart race. Chen Fan tightly hugged the Supreme Treasure Chest and opened it directly. At the same time, when Mingyu's transformation spell effect ended, and he transformed from a crazed, large rabbit back into a human form. Ding dong, congratulations on obtaining the Supreme Treasure Chest. Ding dong, Supreme Treasure Chest successfully opened. You have obtained a god-level pet. A pet? A pet? Chen Fan looked down and found nothing. Wasn't it supposed to be a god-level pet? Where did such a large pet go? Just as he was puzzled, he felt something unusual on his arm. Looking down, he saw a transparent little dragon coiled around his arm. Sensing Chen Fan's gaze, the little dragon's body gradually became clear, revealing a pure white color that shimmered brilliantly under the sunlight. Ding! This is a god-level pet. Host, would you like me to help you check its attributes for free? After checking the attributes, I will begin upgrading. To view the pet's attributes, Chen Fan would need to visit the temple and even register the pet for identification. A god-level dragon would undoubtedly attract a lot of attention. For now, Chen Fan didn't want to draw too much attention before the dragon matured. Since the system could directly detect the attributes, he agreed. Ding! Host, I'm about to upgrade, which will take 36 hours. To make things easier for you, I've created a small program that allows you to check the pet's attributes and evolution paths at any time. Alright, I'm upgrading now. Bye-bye. Chen Fan still wanted to see how the system detected attributes. But the system disappeared abruptly, leaving him behind. No matter how he called out, the system didn't respond. However, a golden book suddenly appeared before his eyes. The pages turned automatically, and soon, the pet's information was displayed. On the pages, species, Dragon Kingdom Divine Dragon, qualification level, God level, qualification levels from low to high are, ordinary, excellent, elite, general, king, emperor, God level. Note 1, the first 4 levels are easy to obtain and can be cultivated using temple items. Note 2, the last 3 levels are extremely rare, with no current upgrade methods, they rely solely on the pet's innate qualifications. Attribute ratings, strength, 29 stars stamina, 34 stars intelligence, 88 stars agility, 24 stars, level, tier 1, skills, basic charge, 0/1000, basic tail whip, 0/1000, basic fireball, 0/1000, basic concealment, 1/1000, basic transformation, 1/1000, several skills yet to be unlocked. Note, this small program digitizes all pet attributes. Training pets requires significant time and effort. You should prioritize upgrading all skills first, advancing tiers can wait. You need to motivate your pet to actively train its skills. Evolution path, Dragon Kingdom Divine. Dragon attribute Dragon includes attributes like gold, wood, water, fire, earth, thunder, ice, wind, darkness, light, etc. Note, each evolution may result in mutations. After mutation, the evolution tree will branch into entirely new paths, and the training direction will be entirely up to you. How to evolve depends on your own exploration. Overall, this pet is incredibly powerful. Chen Fan also noticed that the dragon's concealment and transformation skills already had experience points. When the little dragon turned transparent earlier, it had used the concealment skill to wrap around his arm. If not for the unusual sensation on his arm, Chen Fan might not have even noticed its presence. Quite interesting. More importantly, its qualification level was God level, the highest tier. Truly a supreme pet from the treasure chest. To find such a rare treasure was remarkable. However, with the system upgrading, Chen Fan couldn't ask any questions for now. Still, the small program seemed quite useful. Although ordinary professions couldn't have as many pets as summoners, they could usually have one or a few companions. Besides summoners, some professions could also have multiple pets. However, for a profession like a musician, it was generally limited to one pet unless they acquired special skills or talents. For every profession, pets were the most reliable companions, almost like a second partner in their work. However, pets still didn't hold the same status as weapons. Weapons could be used by anyone,
but pets were a luxury only the wealthy could afford. Pets were sold at very high prices in the market, because only summoners can capture monsters in the secret realm and turn them into pet eggs to sell. Summoners monopolized the market, selling average quality pet eggs for 50,000 each, and even turned them into blind boxes for random draws.
Most of the time, people couldn't get good pets. Occasionally, the temple would drop pet eggs. But the choices of pets that could be hatched were limited. This world even had a gambling game involving pet eggs, similar to gambling on jade stones. Chen Fan was staring at the little dragon he had hatched when suddenly, he heard Wu Zihua's breathless laughter from afar. Turning his head, he saw a big fat rabbit directly pulling out the flag at the finish line. Chen Fan, you've been here for half a day and still don't know you need to pull the finish line flag? Only pulling it counts as winning, Wu Zihua said smugly, holding the small flag. Now it's our win.
Actually, when Chen Fan reached the finish line, he had stopped using skills and was entirely focused on the little dragon.
No problem, the championship is definitely ours.
Another big fat rabbit rushed over, its transformation skill about to expire. It was clearly Meng Ling. Everyone was panting but had smiles on their faces. Yu Meixin's big fat rabbit looked particularly energetic, possibly due to her passive charm. Skill, making it appear more spirited than the others.
I feel sticky all over. How about we take a bath first?
Give the cafeteria chef some time to prepare the barbecue, Yu Meixin suggested seriously as she reverted to human form.
Chen Fan nodded. All right, let's notify the cafeteria chef first.
As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Shuya and Mu Yanming hurried over. Lin Shuya was still unclear about what had happened in the forest, but seeing Chen Fan and the others return to their normal
forms, she breathed a sigh of relief. Are you all okay? Did you complete the mission? Did you encounter any attacks?
Before Chen Fan could answer, Mu Yanming explained for them, impressive performance, using transformation skills to make the opponents mistake them for allies. Lin Shuyo sighed in relief, feeling very appreciative.
Chen Fan was a bit confused. What are you talking about? By the way, we won the match. Can we take a bath first? And what about our resources? When will the barbecue be ready? Our lamb must be made into Xinjiang-style barbecue. Jokingly, if the lamb wasn't made into skewers, it wouldn't taste right. I want lamb soup with bread. I want lamb-stuffed flatbread.
I want charcoal grilled lamb with fat. I
don't like pure lean meat.
Alright, this group of students was lively and excited, one more animated than the other.
Lin Shuyo thought, truly, fools have their blessings. Chen Fan and the others successfully entered the bathhouse. Of course, men and women were separated.
This time, Chen Fan had exerted the most effort and enjoyed his bath thoroughly. There were only 5 of them in the bathhouse, and they splashed water at each other while soaking, having a great time.
After leaving the forest, everyone could no longer use their skills. However, Chen Fan discovered that his pet dragon wasn't affected at all.
The little guy could activate its invisibility skill and hide in the water, making it impossible for anyone to find it.
Even more
amazing, when Chen Fan checked using the system's mini-program, he found that the little dragon's invisibility skill experience was slowly increasing.
Invisibility +1, invisibility +1. Although he didn't know what upgrading these skills would do, he knew it would become more powerful after leveling up.
So, he decided to train it slowly, occasionally letting the little dragon try other skills.
Time rewinds to the moment Chen Fan stopped releasing skills. To be honest, when Chen Fan stopped using skills, the others didn't even react immediately.
The quickest to react were Lin Shuyo and Mu Yanming, who were closest to the forest. Although they had been controlled for a long time, they had been trying to break free from the restraints. So, when Chen Fan stopped using skills, Lin Shuyo, who was the first to collapse, suddenly touched her face and realized she could move. Other students from the battle academy in the forest also collapsed, and some regained their senses.
Damn, they finally stopped using that skill scroll? I can talk now? I don't think it was a scroll. Could it be their own skill? Are you kidding? What kind of support has such a skill? We've been restricted for almost an hour. Yeah, if there really is such an assist, wouldn't exploring secret realms become easy? It's practically a treasure.
Impossible for it to be a skill, most likely it's a skill scroll.
These assists are really rich. Of course, students from the Assist Academy are wealthy. Taking someone into a secret realm costs a lot of money.
Don't forget, we still have to cooperate with them for first-tier secret realms.
What should we do? I really want revenge. They won so unfairly, I want to fight back. They can use talent too.
suppress us, skills to crush us, and even physical attacks like the 1,000 Years of Death.
But they can't just throw money at us. Everyone knows our combat academy is broke. Who just said that? If you really want to experience the 1,000 years of death, go ahead and try. I've been stabbed before.
There was no doubt that this was said by Tu Wenli. For a moment, everyone fell silent. That's right, they had all forgotten. Among this group of over 4,000 people, someone had indeed been stabbed
before. Although Rong Jinhui from the Assist Academy used despicable methods, the results were undeniable.
When those people got up, their legs were all limping.
Tu Wenli and Huang Mao exchanged glances. Huang Mao immediately snapped back to reality and shouted to the Combat Academy students behind him, "Are you just going to accept this? Those people from the Assist Academy are too much.
They use such dirty tricks to win matches.
Don't they feel ashamed? I bet they're either in the
cafeteria or the bathhouse right now, most likely the bathhouse.
If you want revenge, follow me."
After saying this, Huang Mao stormed off in the direction of the bathhouse.
Many people responded, mainly those from Huang Mao's class and some who followed Tu Wenli. About 100 people followed them.
The remaining Combat Academy students stood up one after another.
Without Chen Fan's special skill restrictions, everyone could move freely now. Are you planning to go with them for revenge? The crowd
began to gather, and the atmosphere suddenly became tense.
Many started asking around for information.
In fact, someone in the group had already rushed out in a hurry. Upon closer inspection, it was Lin Shushi, Yu Mingyi's childhood friend.
This guy was off to tip them off.
He even took a shortcut and would likely reach the bathhouse before Tu Wenli and the others. Of course, Lin Shushi was also frantically messaging Su Zhe along the way.
But Su Zhe hadn't responded. Who brings their phone to the bathhouse anyway?
The Combat Academy students looked at each other, discussing among themselves, and finally reached a consensus. It's just contributing 10 pounds of lamb meat per person, right?
Consider it my treat for these Assist Academy students. They really went all out to win.
Yeah, I think the whole skill scroll thing can help them cover it up. After all, they have the backing of the big shots from the Assist Academy.
So what? Only an idiot would compete with them. They want to win so badly. What's wrong with throwing money at it? They're rich. I'm so jealous. Why wasn't the spirit mark on my palm golden when I was born? I heard the treatment for golden spirit marks is indeed different.
Even the milk powder they drank as
kids was more expensive than ours.
Of course, they're the big shots of the Assist Academy, the ones we look up to.
But I think our Combat Academy is pretty strong too. Why do we have to have an assist in the team? Once you add an assist, you'll
understand how powerful it is. I heard the skill scroll they used must belong to some big shot assist.
When will they reveal it?
I want to form a team to explore secret realms. With such a big shot, entering a secret realm is like standing under
a spotlight. The monsters are all dumbfounded and can't move at all. This isn't just an assist, it's divine support. Forget it.
It's probably because they have a lot of skill scrolls that they can achieve such amazing effects.
In reality, there's
no way a skill could have such a short cooldown and such a long control duration.
I lost to an assist. I can't show my face anymore.
Today, I must finish running through this forest, even if I have to crawl.
Wait for me, I want to train too.
The students of the Battle Academy are mostly training fanatics.
Upon hearing about training, no one complained.
They all turned and ran, their speed astonishing.
When Lin Shuao and Mu Yanming arrived at the
forest, they found these people still running. Mu Yanming's eyes were moist. The students of Tsinghua University are so diligent. The people from the Battle Academy are still running.
We need to quickly search the entire forest, find that monster as soon as possible, and prevent it from launching another attack. Lin Shuao nodded, raised her hand, and with a wave, a red spear appeared. Let's go, let's investigate. Instantly, the small forest became chaotic.
Besides the two of them, almost all the professors and the deans of the three major academies had arrived. Especially the dean of the support academy, who brought his 10 teammates, those legendary 10 wives, charging in grandly. Huang Mao led a large group of people, aggressively heading toward the bathhouse.
Their momentum was like a gang of street thugs taking to the streets.
The old man guarding the door was a 5th-tier professional, though it was unclear whether he specialized in combat or support.
He was usually lazy. Seeing a group of young people rushing over, he said indifferently, "Bathing requires queuing." Huang Mao snorted coldly, "Cue my foot," and led his people straight in.
The old man squinted, pulled out a long smoking pipe. From his pocket, slowly lit it, exhaled a smoke ring, and his expression became meaningful. This smoke is really good, so I must remind you all.
Over 100 people charged into the bathhouse, but no one could enter directly. At the door stood a burly man. His muscles were well developed, and his medium-length hair was casually draped. Hearing the commotion behind him, he turned to glance back, his gaze sharp. To enter the bathhouse, you must undress. The burly man held 2 iron chains as thick as arms, slamming them onto the ground with a deafening sound. He exuded a gloomy aura. Indeed, this guy didn't seem human at all, more like a humanoid pet. Moreover, he was the pet of the old man outside. The students had given him a nickname, the undressing hero. The girls' bathhouse was guarded by a gentle and beautiful girl, but the undressing hero in the boys' bathhouse was terrifying. Some students had tried to resist before, only to be stripped naked by him and thrown out of the bathhouse. So no matter how arrogant Huang Mao and Tu Wenli were, they could only obediently undress when facing the undressing hero. Fortunately, they were prepared. They weren't just here to teach Chen Fan and his group a lesson, they also planned to take a bath. After all, there were over 100 of them. Could they possibly lose to Chen Fan's group of 5? Especially since those 5 were all from the support academy. Under the fierce gaze of the undressing hero, the group quickly stripped naked and rushed into the bathhouse. The bathhouse had a special barrier that only opened when approached. A thick white mist quickly spread, making it almost impossible for anyone to see what was happening inside. Oh my, this mist is too thick. What are those people from the support academy doing in the bathhouse? This is ridiculous. Just 5 people, how did they make the entire bathhouse full of mist? So impressive, I really want to ask them about it. Who hit me? With visibility this low, you're still fighting? Are you starving? Who hit me? Have some decency, will you? Weren't we supposed to gang up on the support academy people? This smell. Who wet the bed? Ah, my butt. Screams echoed one after another. Tu Wenli couldn't help but cover his butt. After all, it had just been severely beaten before. Damn it. This familiar feeling. This familiar smell. If it weren't for Rong Jinhui, he'd rather wash his hair upside down. Rong Jinhui, have some self-awareness, will you? You're a professional targeting the lower body, that's just shameless. Tu Wenli roared, as if that would ease the pain. In the thick mist, Tu Wenli seemed to hear Rong Jinhui's response, you over 100 people ambushed us, and you have the nerve to talk about shame. Chen Fan and his group had indeed received Lin Shushi's message early on and had prepared in advance. The key was the pet Chen Fan brought along, occasionally swinging its tail. With one swing, a large group of people fell to the ground. After all, that pet's power level wasn't low. The bathhouse instantly turned into chaos. Everyone was cursing, but most of them had been tricked by Chen Fan and his group. Rong Jinhui somehow got hold of a toilet plunger and started poking anyone he saw. Wu Zihua and Chen Fan couldn't figure out how this guy had such good vision in the thick fog. How did he manage it? Truly a talent. Could this be a gift? Su Zhe had gone mad as well. He was already a poison expert and usually enjoyed using poison. His skill was mostly passive. Anyone harmed by Su Zhe, whether by knife or fist, would be poisoned. Huang Mao and his group were truly miserable. Rong Jinhui only poked someone's butt, but if Su Zhe casually slapped someone, Huang Mao's chest would definitely bear a mark. A green or purple handprint would appear, and the poison inside would slowly seep through, spreading to the entire nervous system. Chen Fan looked at the purple handprints on everyone and felt a pang of worry. Can this poison kill people? Su Zhe shook his head and said, my dad guessed I might develop that ability in the future, but I'm not that strong yet. For now, the poison is chaotic and causes hallucinations. If untreated, it lasts for 2 hours. Wu Zihua silently took a step back. He hadn't expected Su Zhe's skill to be so powerful. Su Zhe noticed Wu Zihua's reaction, and his expression dimmed slightly. People usually reacted this way upon learning about his skill. That's why he cherished the few friends he had grown up with. Only Yu Mengni and Lin Shushi stood firmly behind him. Just as Su Zhe was feeling a bit down, Wu Zihua and Rong Jinhui somehow ended up standing behind him. Chen Fan and Meng Ling were still nearby, kicking away students from the combat academy who tried to approach them. Wu Zihua and Rong Jinhui's eyes sparkled. They patted Su Zhe on the shoulder. Anything you touch or harm gets poisoned, right? Then can you poison this plunger for me? Even just a scratch would do. Rong Jinhui's eyes lit up. Poison my big wife too, just a scratch on her nail,
Don't hurt her. Wu Zihua and Rong Jinhui simultaneously came up with a mischievous idea. Su Zhe was speechless and silently took a step back. Poison is the real deal. Outside the bathhouse, an old man took out an old-fashioned radio from decades ago. The black-clad stripping expert, exuding a gloomy aura, obediently sat beside the old man. The old man tuned to a channel, and the sound of Peking opera immediately blared, loud enough to drown out the cries of agony from the bathhouse. Rong Jinhui, you've gone too far. Who told you to bring poison? I'm asking you, who told you to bring poison? Let's meet properly next time. We just came to take a bath, not to fight, really. If you have grievances, find the right person. If you have debts, go to the debtor. Go after Tu Wenli and that Huang Mao. Ah, my innocence. Over 100 people had fallen. One by one, they lay sprawled on the ground. The bathhouse was filled with people lying down. Their faces were covered in bruises, some had injuries all over, but their faces twitched, their eyes dazed, as if trapped in hallucinations. It was clear. They had been poisoned by Su Zhe. Chen Fan patted Su Zhe on the shoulder. Brother, you should have told us about this skill earlier. Wu Zihua's eyes sparkled. In a situation where no one can use their skills, you actually have a passive skill. This is your trump card. Su Zhe frowned. My passive skill only adds poison to normal attacks, and the poison isn't particularly strong. Back in the global college entrance exam secret realm, I had to put in a lot of effort to clear it with 4 NPCs. Wu Zihua waved the fairy wand in his hand. Who hasn't? Let's go, we've won, time to eat. Chen Fan led the group to the bathhouse entrance but suddenly stopped. Do you have something else to do? Meng Ling also stopped, her face instantly turning grim. Are you hurt? Did those sneaky guys who approached you earlier injure you? Chen Fan shook his head then, he slowly looked at locker number 100. At this moment, 5 people had already changed their clothes. In the bathhouse, the person in locker 100 was still writhing and groaning in pain, not yet dressed. Wu Zihua and Su Zhe's gaze fell on the clothes of the person in locker 100, and they revealed knowing smiles. Rong Jinhui looked at them, full of confusion. We just beat them all down. This grudge is huge. Even if we help them put on clothes, they won't be grateful. Chen Fan said indifferently. Who said we're helping them put on clothes? We're taking all their clothes away. Wu Zihua instantly understood. Just leave them a towel. Saying this, he gathered up all their belongings. However, Chen Fan didn't leave through the regular entrance, as the old man and the undressing hero were guarding it. He directly used spatial teleportation to instantly transport the clothes and toiletries of over 100 people to the back mountain. Although the training camp prohibited the use of everyone's skills and talents, spatial teleportation, being a non-combat skill, was allowed. It could be understood that this skill wasn't a combat skill, nor something a musician should learn. Chen Fan speculated that combat skills were banned, but life skills were permitted. After all, the chefs in the cafeteria still relied on skills to handle ingredients. Otherwise, the food wouldn't be so delicious. After clearing out those people's belongings, Chen Fan and his group swaggered out of the bathhouse. The old man at the entrance didn't even glance at them, just immersed in listening to his radio. But as Chen Fan and his group approached, the humanoid pet holding a thick chain suddenly jumped in fright. This was the first time Chen Fan saw fear on the face of the undressing hero. The undressing hero quickly hid behind the old man. The old man asked in confusion, "What? You want to go in and take a bath too?" After Chen Fan and his group walked away, the undressing hero finally dared to come out from behind the old man. Always so jumpy. The old man couldn't help but complain, then pulled out a book from his storage bag. Back when I went to the National Library to research, I thought of raising you with love and caring for you wholeheartedly, but you turned out like this? The undressing hero answered. Honestly, that student just now had a pet aura on him. The old man rolled his eyes. Stop it. What are they? They're the nation's most valuable resources, all support-type talents. It's normal for support types to have pet auras, they're inherently fragile. Others have money to raise pets. I raised a big wife. I don't have money to raise you, so you better toughen up. Next time you awaken, can you choose a good-looking branch? Otherwise, we'll both end up guarding the bathhouse. I was originally guarding the school gate. Me and Auntie Lee. From cleaning. At this point, the old man waved his hand. Forget it, Auntie Lee already ran off with old Zhang. The undressing hero tilted his head and said playfully, weren't you recently thinking of getting together with Auntie Zhang? The old man almost picked up the
Radio on the table to smash it on the undressing hero's head. Who told you to mention Auntie Zhang? Who told you to tilt your head and act cute? With your figure, even I can't stand your attempts at being cute. Chen Fan and his group arrived at the cafeteria. Yu Meixin was already waiting there. Why are you so late? Did you fall into the bathhouse? Chen Fan's face changed. Are there troublemakers from the combat academy in your girl's bathhouse? As soon as he finished speaking, Yu Meixin didn't answer, but Yu Mingni, who was already sitting in the cafeteria with a table full of food, excitedly said, yes, and it was Lin Shushi's ex-girlfriend. Lin Shushi, a student from the Combat Academy, although a childhood friend of Su Zhe and Yu Mengni, was infamous and unforgettable to everyone. He had pursued almost all the female students in the Combat Academy, whether they were beautiful or muscular enough to knock out 3 Lin Shuxis with one punch. Basically, he had flirted with them all. Up to now, he was already dating 3 girls. Chen Fan and his group came to this training camp to strengthen their mental power. Mu Yanming said that through the training here, they could all complete their second transition. But Lin Shushi was really here for romance. Hi! A loud voice greeted them, coming from a girl as strong as a gorilla. After greeting, she gazed affectionately at Lin Shushi. Lin Shushi could only turn his head and ignore her. Not only Lin Shushi, but even Chen Fan's expression was awkward. This girl was truly bold, daring to talk about anything. Don't worry, the students of our battle academy aren't fools. We're just here to take a look, the girl, who resembled a gorilla, quickly explained. Besides, we're friends with Yu Meixin and Yu Mingni. Chen Fan raised an eyebrow and glanced at Yu Meixin. Yu Meixin said proudly, I'm quite the heartthrob, you know. Her charm skills worked on both men and women. The gorilla-like girl had already considered Yu Meixin her best friend and even invited her to eat together. What did you order? Chen Fan curiously looked at the large hot pot on the table. 120 plates. Since the girls arrived first, they had already ordered. After Yu Meixin finished speaking, she felt it wasn't enough. Is 120 plates enough? Chen Fan nodded, definitely not enough. These past few days, Chen Fan had been in charge of supplying snacks for the academy. He was well aware of the appetites of the 3 hungry wolves. In the dormitory. Chef, sorry to trouble you. Slice 1,200 plates of lamb for us, we're having hot pot. Rong Jinhui, who cared most about the way food was prepared, cheerfully went to inform the chef. The chef rolled up his sleeves and said loudly, I want to see which big eater can finish this much. The cafeteria chef, carrying his treasured knife, walked to the front. His mouth fell open as he looked at the 10 children who resembled starving wolves. Just eating lamb would be too monotonous, so the cafeteria also prepared various vegetables and fruits. These were all arranged early in the morning through a phone call between Lin Shuayo and Mu Yanming. The children had almost been affected by monsters in the forest, but they were lucky. Letting them eat more and fill their stomachs was the most important thing. Although half of the 10 had astonishing appetites, the girls were relatively reserved. Even so, the cafeteria chef looked at Chen Fan and the others with a loving gaze. They couldn't possibly finish all the lamb at once. The leftovers were stored in the cafeteria's storage bags, which could keep food fresh. It wasn't convenient for Chen Fan and the others to carry them themselves, as revealing storage bags wasn't a good idea. Outside the training secret realm, the principal brought a 9th-tier formation master, who had participated in designing the Tsinghua training secret realm. The formation master's skills were exceptional, and he quickly expanded the small opening that had been created earlier. At least now, the principal could teleport directly inside. At this moment, the principal donned the Dragon Nation's artifact, the Cloak of Stealth. Once worn, the cloak could activate a shield, granting immunity to all special effects. It lasted for 1 hour, and had a cooldown period of 1 month. Fortunately, when Tsinghua borrowed the cloak, the cooldown had just ended, otherwise, it would have been useless. According to the principal's pet, a terrifying monster had appeared inside the training secret realm. This monster had a frightening ability. It could control everyone, forcing them to act continuously. Although it sounded a bit twisted, it was indeed terrifying. After preparing everything, the principal turned to look at the team behind him. I'll go in first to see what's happening. Stay in. Communication. The vice principal nodded. Don't worry, principal. At your command, we'll charge in immediately. As he said this, a trace of complex emotion flashed in the vice principal's eyes. The principal thought the vice principal was reluctant to let him go. In reality, the vice principal felt he had missed a golden opportunity. When the principal had fallen earlier, he could have taken the chance to act and, perhaps, claimed the principal's position. When the principal stepped into the secret realm, Chen Fan had just stopped releasing his skill. The principal was wearing a cloak, thinking it was an artifact. Soon, he saw several academy deans flying toward a small forest within the secret realm. Aren't they all capable of flying? The principal finally realized. He removed the artifact and placed it back into the storage bag. Has that monster disappeared? Not sure either, I'll go take a look. The principal said, his gaze directed toward the direction. The deans had flown. Their target was the same, the small grove. However, the principal's mental power was exceptionally strong. He scanned the entire grove with his mental power but found no trace of the monster. A monster capable of controlling others for such a long time couldn't possibly be an ordinary creature from a level 1 secret realm. Those ordinary monsters were specifically captured by the 3 major academies from the secret realm to train students. The monster must be elsewhere. These deans can't even figure out where it's hiding? The principal rolled his eyes helplessly. I want to see how you train your students. After speaking, the principal waved his hand. A teleportation array appeared not far away, its intricate and luxurious patterns clearly indicating it was a summoner's exclusive teleportation array. Combat skills were restricted within the secret realm, but such restrictions didn't apply to 9th-tier experts. A large white tiger appeared on the teleportation array. This wasn't the mythical white tiger, just an ordinary white tiger. The white tiger unexpectedly spoke. What do you want? Don't interrupt me chasing girls. The principal sighed. Use your talents and skills to find the monster that's using area paralysis control in the secret realm. The one that got old 3? The white tiger laughed loudly. Alright, I'll help you. Find it and avenge old 3. Transparent ripples spread from beneath the white tiger's feet, affecting all creatures within the secret realm. The principal reminded softly, don't kill the others. I know. The white tiger nodded. Are you interested in that? Monster? Makes sense. If we can tame a monster capable of controlling others for so long, even if the 9th-tier secret realm refreshes, we might have a chance. The bond between pet and master was strong. The principal didn't need to explain in detail, as long as the white tiger understood. The white tiger seemed to have discovered something and suddenly disappeared. The principal didn't pay much attention and continued walking deeper into the secret realm. I remember when I trained here, the food made by the cafeteria chef was especially delicious. But the first month was particularly tough. During that time, we only had energy blocks, no proper meals, specifically to eat people out. Chen Fan and his group devoured their food like beasts, eating for a full hour before finally feeling full. The cafeteria chef looked at the pile of pots and pans and fell into deep thought. He was quite familiar with Chen Fan. The chef secretly wondered if he had been giving this kid too little energy on a regular basis. As students of the support academy, the appetite of these dozen students was truly astonishing. Oh, right, a few of them were from the Combat Academy. However, the Combat Academy students couldn't compare to Chen Fan's group. The 5 people from Chen Fan's dorm were practically champions of the foodie world. The cafeteria chef's expression changed as he checked the time and shouted to everyone, "Are you full? If you're full, hurry up and leave. It's time for the Combat Academy and Shield Academy students to eat." Speaking of the Combat Academy students, Chen Fan and Wu Zihua exchanged a glance. The two supported each other. As they walked, they had eaten so much that even Yumeixin had to hold onto Chen Fan's arm to stand up. Chen Fan looked at Yumeixin's noticeably rounded belly and asked worriedly, "Can you still walk? Do you want me to take you back to the dorm? What if your dress bursts?" Such blunt words made Yumeixin's face turn red with anger. He actually dared to say in front of a girl that she had eaten too much and that her dress might explode. Yumeixin's gaze instantly turned murderous. Chen Fan, however, was completely oblivious. He carefully supported Yumeixin and escorted her to the cafeteria door. "Come on, stop staring at me." Yumeixin was speechless toward Chen Fan. Whether it was passive or active skills, although the school prohibited the use of active skills, her passive talent made her a natural charmer. Both men and women would have a favorable impression of Yumeixin. But why did she feel like her charm skill was ineffective when standing in front of Chen Fan?
She couldn't shake the feeling that her allure seemed to have no effect on him. I can walk back by myself, no need to see me. Off. Thinking of this, Yumei withdrew her hand. At this moment, when Mingyu slowly walked over, her steps unhurried.
She saw Yumei pull her hand back, looked at Chen Fan, and blushed as she asked, "Can you walk me back? I feel like I ate too much." Chen Fan readily
supported when Mingyu, and nearby Wu Zihua and Rong Jinhui were both stunned.
"Of course, I'll walk you back." Chen Fan supported when Mingyu,
his movements resembling someone helping an injured person, with no hint of ambiguity. Yumei regretted it deeply.
Look at that, even one. Mingyu had taken Chen Fan's support, when Mingyu could get Chen Fan's help.
If she had known, she wouldn't have let go of Chen Fan's hand.
Earlier,
watching how Chen Fan supported when Mingyu, just like helping an injured person, she knew Chen Fan wasn't overthinking it.
But, being supported by Chen Fan, wasn't that a good thing?
Just as Yumei hesitated, when Mingyu was already being supported by Chen Fan.
At
that moment, Chen Fan felt another arm lightly rest on his, and Yuzuki had walked over at some point.
"Help me too, I ate too much as well."
Rong Jinhui's mouth dropped open, his jaw almost hitting the ground.
He had a look of pure amusement.
Rong Jinhui and Wu Zihua exchanged
glances, neither knowing what to say.
Su Zhe looked helplessly at his childhood friend Yumei.
"Can't you act a little more delicate? Let someone help you too?"
Yumei, dressed in a loose t-shirt and jeans, turned around with a puzzled expression.
"Dressed like this, my waistband isn't even tight. Honestly, I don't even feel full yet."
Aside from the few big eaters in Chen Fan's dorm, Yumei and Lin Shushi
were also veritable champions of appetite.
It made sense that she and Su Zhe were good friends, they were truly kindred spirits.
The group
supported each other as they slowly made their way back to the dorms. Chen Fan and the others escorted Yumei and the other girls all the
way back.
Wu Zihua smirked mischievously. "I heard the students from the combat academy still haven't come out of the bathhouse."
Wrong.
Jinhui immediately remembered his own heroic deeds from before, his eyes lighting up.
Chen Fan raised an eyebrow. "I'll go take a look."
Bye. Take a look. He actually meant using spatial teleportation to directly pass through the back of the bathhouse and check out the situation.
Inside,
Lin Shushi excitedly said, "Then I'll go in too. I'll walk in openly from the front, I'm a combat academy student too."
Chen Fan nodded. "All right, I'll take you in."
With the help of Wu Zihua and Rong Jinhui, Chen Fan and Lin Shushi found a corner where no one was paying attention and used spatial teleportation to enter an unnoticed spot inside the bathhouse.
This area had already been scouted by Chen Fan, there was no one around.
In fact, the entire bathhouse was empty. Lin Shushi was puzzled.
"Where is everyone? Did they all leave?"
Chen Fan made a shoe gesture and pointed ahead. Only then did Lin Shushi understand Chen Fan was referring to the changing room outside. Everyone was there because their clothes were missing. The two of them quietly took off their own clothes, pretending to be combat academy
students, and quickly walked forward with their heads down.
Ahead was a group of shirtless guys. At this moment, they were passionately
discussing a dilemma: cover the top or cover the bottom?
No one noticed that two more people had suddenly joined the group.
Among the shirtless
guys, Huang Mao was speaking fervently.
"I think we must cover the top.
Everyone's face is different, and at least we each have a small
towel. But our lower halves are pretty much the same, right?
As long as we cover our faces, we can run straight back to the dorms from the
bathhouse without a problem. The girls should all be done eating by now, so the women's bathhouse should be empty. I think this plan is feasible, and the school won't punish us. It's just streaking, right?"
Huang Mao's words left Chen Fan stunned.
He hadn't expected him
to make such a reasonable argument.
But opposing Huang Mao was too Winley and his group.
They were supporters of the auxiliary academy.
In truth, they already regretted it.
Normally, they were polite and gentlemanly in their own academy, but now, do I really have to lose face
with this group of hooligans? Absolutely not. Tu Wenli angrily retorted, "What nonsense are you talking about?
If we cover our faces and run
out, we'll definitely become famous, and it'll be a huge problem.
Cover your waist, at least it counts as shorts.
Even if we go back like this, it won't look too bad.
But if you cover your face, the instructor will definitely scold us to death tomorrow."
Huang Mao glanced at Tu Wenli with disdain, sizing him up and asked with a grim expression, "You're not too small, are you? You've been covering yourself all along, but I can see it clearly."
As soon as he said this, the students from the Combat Academy burst into laughter.
They even mocked.
Tu Wenli, I think you're just shy.
You've been covering yourself since you entered the bathhouse.
We're all men here, what's
the big deal about looking at each other? I think some people are just shy. Honestly, the boys from the Support Academy do seem a bit effeminate.
Tu Wenli's face turned red, his neck stiffened, and he didn't know what to say. This time, Tu Wenli was truly speechless. The key issue was that these Combat Academy students had no sense of boundaries and even reached out to grab his towel.
The entire bathhouse was suddenly filled with Tu Wenli's miserable cries. What are you doing? Don't touch me. What does this have to do with you? Fine. Why don't you all join Huang Mao and run out naked? If the instructor gets angry, don't blame me. Stop it, don't pull. Just as Tu Wenli
was surrounded by a group of playful boys, Chen Fan suddenly called out softly from behind, I support Huang Mao as the leader.
We all look different, and that's reason enough.
A man should lead the charge. As soon as he said this, Lin Shushi was stunned.
Chen Fan had a towel
covering his face, and no one knew where he got it from. He rushed forward directly, seemingly about to charge out. At this moment, Huang Mao waved his hand and pulled Chen Fan back. Brother, I know you support me, but the first man to charge out has to be me.
Chen Fan used
his t-shirt to cover his face, and Huang Mao probably didn't notice that Chen Fan's towel was much larger than everyone else's, making
it impossible to see who he was. Sorry, brother Huang Mao, I forgot. You go first. Being the first man to charge out is truly impressive. Honestly, what man could refuse being called truly impressive? Huang Mao certainly couldn't. Huang Mao valued brotherhood. He led a few people from his dormitory and charged ahead.
Each person used a towel to cover the area below their eyes, ensuring they were completely
covered.
Then, with Huang Mao's command, everyone rushed out in unison. Lin Shushi stared in shock as Chen Fan seemed to charge out as well.
But in the next second, Chen Fan suddenly appeared behind him.
Like carrying a chick, he grabbed Lin Shushi and returned to the spot where they had first entered the bathhouse.
After changing clothes, Chen Fan quickly pulled Lin Shushi out. The two used spatial jumps to leave the scene and even managed to catch a good show. By this time, Wu Zihua had already heard the commotion outside, but he obediently stood at the spot Chen Fan had designated for him. Even Rong Jinhui, who usually loved to join in the fun, didn't run outside. You're finally
out, Wu Zihua said, faintly hearing voices from the bathhouse but unable to make out the words.
What's going on? Why is it so noisy outside?
Lin Shushi, just pulled out by Chen Fan, instinctively started running outside and even dragged Wu Zihua along. Stop dawdling, hurry up.
And watch the commotion. Watch the commotion? Wu Zihua asked curiously, what commotion?
Without turning his head, Chen Fan replied.
Watch people streaking. They arrived just in time for the spectacle.
When Chen Fan dragged them to the bathhouse entrance, they saw Huang
Mao and his group rushing out. Chen Fan glanced back at Wu Zihua. Wu Zihua understood immediately.
He quickly pulled out a gadget from his bag, a device previously used in the bathhouse to create white mist, called the Wulala White Mist Bomb.
This thing was similar to a smoke bomb but much more powerful. Just a small piece the size of a fingernail could explode with earth-shattering effect. The white mist could fill the entire bathhouse, even more effective than dry ice. Wu Zihua took it out and threw it toward the door. This was to cover
for Huang Mao and the others as they made their escape, since the old man and the undressing hero were still standing at the entrance.
The undressing hero was the first to sense something was amiss.
The old man had stationed him at the door to watch every person entering the
bathhouse, ensuring they all undressed. Behind every strange school rule, there was an even stranger story.
The undressing hero's task was also tied to some bizarre past event. Just as the undressing hero and the old man looked toward the door, thick white mist suddenly enveloped them, preventing the old man from stopping the group of crazed streakers in time. From the mist, a person dashed out quickly, fanning the air with one hand and covering his nose with the other, afraid the towel on his face might fall off.
It happened to be mealtime for the students.
4,000 students from the Combat Academy had just finished their forest training.
Meanwhile, students from the Tank Academy had just emerged from a special training secret realm.
The bathhouse was located behind the cafeteria.
Whether heading to the
bathhouse or the cafeteria, everyone had to pass through this road.
The road was crowded with students, both male and female. Naturally, the
principal, shocked by the scene, was also present.
Suddenly, a cloud of white smoke emerged from the bathhouse entrance, and a group of naked lunatics charged out. Their faces were covered with towels, making it impossible to identify them. However, they seemed to believe that these small towels could hide their disgrace. The principal, furious at the sight, shouted, "These scoundrels!" His ninth-tier professional aura instantly suppressed the entire scene. Even so, Huang Mao and the others were unafraid, as they had already made their escape. Human shame might only exist momentarily. Once that moment passed, the sense of shame completely disappeared. In fact, Huang Mao felt a bit exhilarated as he ran, though it sounded a bit odd. As the group burst out of the mist, the surrounding male students whistled and cheered. The female students shyly closed their eyes, not daring to look, but some bold ones sneaked a glance and happened to see Tu Wenli. These daring girls were muscular female warriors from the combat academy, and one of them loudly mocked Tu Wenli, "You still have the nerve to come out? You look like a silkworm baby." The male and female students on the road burst into laughter. Tu Wenli wished he could find a hole to crawl into. Several male students rushed forward, even pulling down the towels covering their faces. Chen Fan and the others hid in a corner, laughing so hard their stomachs hurt. Rong Jinhui, laughing while taking out his phone to record, smugly said, "Later, I'll upload all these videos online. The student forum will be in stitches." Lin Shushi laughed so hard he was gasping for air, tears streaming down his face. "Honestly, who's worse, Chen Fan or you?" Wu Zihua keenly sensed something was off. "What exactly did you guys do in the bathhouse to make this group suddenly rush out?" Lin Shushi vividly described the events. After hearing the story, Wu Zihua slapped his thigh and laughed uncontrollably. "Is Huang Mao brainless? He actually believed him?" Meng Ling suddenly chimed in with a comment that made everyone burst into laughter. "Actually, whether you cover your face or your lower part, I think covering the lower part looks better. It at least looks like you're wearing underwear." Unexpectedly, Meng Ling seriously considered this issue, which ended up diverting Wu Zihua's thoughts as well. Wu Zihua countered, "But Huang Mao's reasoning also makes sense. Everyone looks different, so as long as you cover your face, it's true that no one can recognize you, especially with over 100 people." Chen Fan was both amused and exasperated. "If you were in this situation, would you also cover your face and dash out like Huang Mao?" Wu Zihua thought about the scene and helplessly nodded. "What else could I do? Do you have a better idea? Don't even mention using spatial teleportation. Who has that kind of life skill?" Actually, Wu Zihua didn't understand why Chen Fan's spatial teleportation was classified as a life skill. Clearly, it was a signature move of spatial mages. Chen Fan shrugged. "Actually, the smartest move would have been to block the lower part first, that way the charges would be lighter. Now they've been caught for disrupting the campus and streaking. Let's hurry and leave." "Didn't you see the face of that fifth-tier professional old man watching the bathhouse? He looked like he was about to explode." This made a lot of sense, though the students were laughing uncontrollably. Many had already stopped Huang Mao and his group, leaving them with no escape and forcing them to take photos. It was clear that the old man watching the bathhouse and the guy who stripped had faces darkened with anger. Huang Mao's original plan wasn't actually wrong. He wanted to cover his face and quickly run back to the boys' dormitory from the bathhouse. Given the physical fitness of the students at the combat academy, this distance was considered short. But Huang Mao forgot one crucial point. As soon as they rushed out, they ran straight into the combat academy students who had just returned from the woods. These students were heading to the cafeteria for dinner. Huang Mao never expected to be completely blocked by this group of troublemakers. It could be said that none of the streakers managed to break through the students' defenses. They were all stuck halfway, surrounded by flashing cameras. Many people were taking pictures of them. To be honest, it was the first time Huang Mao hated his friends so much. "What are you doing? Let me go!" Huang Mao shouted in frustration. "What do you want from me?" His troublemaker friends all raised their phones. "Don't rush, Huang Mao, you're the first Tsinghua student to streak in the training camp. You'll definitely go down in history. We need to take more pictures." Yeah, taking a few more pictures isn't a big deal. "Huang Mao, give us a smile, just like that. You're amazing." Huang Mao was initially angry, but with all the compliments, he slowly lost himself. He started to feel more and more proud. Although streaking now was indeed not very dignified, so what? He was the first in Tsinghua. Thinking this way, Huang Mao began to cooperate with his troublemaker friends, striking various poses. Not only Huang Mao,
but the others as well. Tu Wenli, who was originally very self-conscious, especially about streaking with this group, was afraid of being recognized. But unexpectedly, the Combat Academy students were very cooperative.
Their constant compliments made Tu Wenli forget his embarrassment. He even stood there and started posing, until the pressure of a 9th-tier professional swept across the entire scene. A bunch of degenerates. The pressure of a 9th-tier professional was not something ordinary people could withstand. Only someone like Chen Fan, with strong mental strength, felt unaffected. Chen Fan and his group reacted quickly. As soon as the principal got angry, they had already reached the boys' dormitory entrance. Chen Fan didn't show much reaction, but Meng Ling beside him almost fell on the dormitory steps. Rong Jinhui wasn't much better off. He was a foodie and had packed some lamb from the cafeteria in a lunchbox. On the way back, he had been carefully protecting the lunchbox. But upon hearing the principal's roar, Rong Jinhui couldn't help but drop the lunchbox on the steps, and before he could react, he was already sitting on the ground. Su Zhe and Lin Shushi leaned against the dormitory wall, avoiding falling. The only one still standing was Chen Fan. Originally, Chen Fan wanted to help Meng Ling beside him, but unexpectedly, Meng Ling directly fell flat on the ground. As he fell, Meng Ling couldn't help but glare in the principal's direction. Chen Fan followed his gaze. The white-bearded old man was furious, his roar echoing across the entire campus. Who told you to run around the school naked? Did your parents send you to school to mess around like this? How did those 3 idiots manage the training camp? Such a big incident happened today, and they still let students streak around the school? Are their brains full of water? The old man's anger was off the charts. With every word he shouted, the powerful aura around him grew even more oppressive. Chen Fan and his group were relatively fine, possibly because the old man's fury was mainly directed at the streakers. So Chen Fan and the others weren't too affected. At first, their legs felt a bit weak, but later, they supported each other and slowly walked back to the dormitory. From a distance, they saw Huang Mao and his group, and the scene was too miserable. Chen Fan and his group all sat down on the ground from afar. Huang Mao and his group were the first to bear the brunt of the powerful aura of that top-tier professional. They were the first to collapse to the ground, spitting blood from their mouths. After all, they were merely beginner-level professionals, completely unable to withstand the oppressive force of a top-tier professional. Under such circumstances, the fact that they only spat blood and didn't pass out was already fortunate. However, they couldn't even stand up. After the old man finished venting his anger and saw them all spitting blood, some even reeking of urine, it became clear that someone had lost control of their bladder. The principal's expression finally softened slightly. Have each academy send someone to pick them up. The deans of the 3 major academies, return to your offices immediately. The old man standing in front of the bathhouse was dumbfounded, and only after hearing the principal's words did his expression ease. All right, I'll contact them right away. Someone had to bear the brunt of the principal's fury. It seemed that one of the 3 academy deans was bound to take the fall. After all, such a major incident at the training camp was indeed shocking. Chen Fan and his group, on the other hand, had nothing to do and returned to their dormitory. But whenever Huang Mao and his group's miserable state was brought up, everyone couldn't help but burst into laughter. Huang Mao really has a knack for it, full of creativity. Rong Jinhui quickly uploaded the video of Huang Mao to the Tsinghua campus forum. The result was predictable, the post shot straight to the trending list. Not just the campus forum's trending list, but the national professionals forum's trending list. Rong Jinhui read the comments below the post word for word. Tsinghua University students are truly full of energy. I remember there's an unwritten rule at the training camp, you must undress in the bathhouse. There's even a pet guarding the bathhouse called the undressing hero. Decades ago, someone caused trouble by entering without undressing, and that's how the rule came about. I didn't expect someone would actually streak. Every strange school rule has a story behind it. This group looks like they were set up. That was over 100 Combat Academy students, and they got outsmarted? I heard there's a super powerful monster at the Tsinghua training camp that can directly control people to their deaths. Is that true? If such a monster exists, does that mean a 9th-tier secret realm is about to open? This information hasn't been fully confirmed yet, it's just a rumor for now. I bet Huang Mao has become a hot topic among this year's Tsinghua students. That's basically being nailed to the pillar of shame, haha. The principal has every reason to Be angry. These useless fools should just drop out and stop wasting resources.
I heard combat profession students actually lost to support
academy students today. Don't joke around.
I admit that support professionals are rare and valuable, and the benefits they receive in
society are reasonable. I can understand that.
But if you're saying support is stronger than combat professions, that's just nonsense. All the combat academy students breathed a sigh of relief. The focus of the professionals forum wasn't on them losing to the support academy.
Everyone only remembered that afternoon, the image of Huang Mao running out of the bathhouse shirtless under the sunlight. That was already the best possible outcome.
The counselors and instructors of each academy called their students back and
gave them a harsh scolding.
Huang Mao, in particular, was used as a prime example for education. There was no other choice. When Rong Jinhui filmed the video, it was almost entirely focused on
him. This left Huang Mao deeply resentful. The video was also uploaded online. With Mu Yanming's help, Huang Mao returned to the dormitory, but before he could rest, his family's phone calls came one after another. He was scolded like a grandson. Of course, it wasn't just him. Huang Mao's dorm mates didn't fare much better. Among them, little brother number 4 began to have doubts about Huang Mao.
This guy was indeed a second-generation rich kid, but that didn't mean he would necessarily be more successful than him in the future.
They hadn't even officially entered Tsinghua
yet, and they were already burdened with such a major disciplinary action.
It was possible they might all have to leave the school. No wonder the principal had personally come. Little brother
number 4, with a grim expression, said, "Brother Huang Mao, I know your family background is strong, but our video has already been uploaded online.
If I'd known, I would have listened to Tu Wenli."
As he spoke, he didn't even notice the murderous look on Huang Mao's face. The younger brother hadn't finished speaking when Huang Mao slammed the table. "Go to the principal for you?"
Say what? At the time, you all agreed to block the bottom, not the top. Why didn't you persuade me earlier? Huang Mao questioned angrily.
Younger brother number 4 still held on to a glimmer of hope and quickly said, "Brother Huang Mao,
your family must have a way.
We can't be expelled from Tsinghua because of this." Hearing this, the other younger brothers quickly surrounded Huang Mao, showering him with flattery. "Brother Huang Mao, you're famous
now.
No other combat academy students are as smart as you.
Only you can solve this problem.
Your family must have a way to keep you in Tsinghua, and help us too. Although this incident has a bad impact,
it wasn't caused by us.
Our clothes were stolen, and we found them in the back mountain.
It must have been Chen Fan's dormitory."
The younger brothers chimed in one after another, making valid points.
Huang
Mao remained indifferent, completely unconcerned about expulsion. "Don't worry, my uncle is the vice principal of the school.
He definitely won't let us be expelled."
The 4 younger brothers immediately started flattering him, making Huang Mao feel elated. "Brother Huang Mao is truly amazing.
I knew you'd have a way. We're just victims. How could we be expelled from school? The ones who should be expelled are Chen Fan's dormitory. So what if they're from the support academy? Support students actually dare to do such despicable things? I think the one who filmed Brother Huang Mao today must be Rong Jinhui. Otherwise, how could it suddenly trend online?
Every day, so many people die in the secret realms, and new secret realms appear daily. The Dragon Country Professional Alliance is so busy, how could they
specifically focus on our little scuffle? I think it must be the support academy students who did something to make the principal so angry. Brother Huang Mao, you absolutely can't let them off.
Our clothes were
stolen by them."
Under the instigation of the younger brothers, Huang Mao's thoughts became clearer.
He slammed the table hard, almost breaking it. After all, he was a student of the combat academy, with extraordinary physical strength. You're absolutely right. This must have been done by Chen Fan's dormitory. If this has nothing to do with Chen Fan, I'll eat this table. It must be their doing. Huang Mao
grew angrier as he spoke, and the younger brothers felt it wasn't stimulating enough. Younger brother number 1 suggested, "Tonight, let's go to the support academy to teach them a lesson. The moon is dark, the wind
is high, and the surveillance won't catch us. I have an invisibility cloak here, made by the temple."
Hearing this, Huang Mao looked at him curiously. "I didn't expect you to have such a treasure.
How did the training not find it on you?"
The younger brother smiled. "I hid it in my weapon space, sacrificing my wife."
Huang Mao glanced at his younger brother. "Take out your wife and let us see." Younger brother number 3's face turned ugly. He was the most cunning of Huang Mao's 4 younger brothers and usually didn't talk much.
Boss, that's my weapon, my wife, younger brother number 3 said tremblingly.
Huang Mao's expression immediately darkened. Before he could speak, younger brother number 2 slapped younger brother number 3 across the face. What nonsense are you talking about? Your wife is brother Huang Mao's wife, your weapon is brother Huang Mao's weapon. Do you still want to attend Tsinghua University? Younger brother number 2 knew the principal would definitely catch someone as an example, and that someone might be him. After all, Rong Jinhui's video focused on Huang Mao and those around him. What if Tsinghua University expelled him? Younger brother number 2's face turned ugly as he summoned his weapon. So it's just this little machete. Huang Mao casually picked up younger brother number 2's knife and tapped it on the table, producing a piercing sound. Before younger brother number 2 could react, Huang Mao summoned his own weapon, which was crafted with the help of his family and was incredibly sharp. When younger brother number 2's knife touched Huang Mao's blade, a crack appeared. Younger brother number 2 looked aggrieved, although his weapon wasn't particularly powerful. It was something he had put a lot of effort into crafting. And now, it had been damaged just like that. Huang Mao grinned. It's no big deal, just a broken knife, right? And that shabby invisibility cloak? You dare show off in front of me with that? What's so impressive about it? Huang Mao smirked and painted a grand picture. Stop crying. I'll take you to a secret realm someday and get you something from a divine temple, way better than this junk. With that, he casually handed the knife back to his underling. The faces of the underlings around Huang Mao turned green. What bad luck to have encountered someone like this. But they had no choice. They had more important matters to ask Huang Mao for help with. At the very least, they couldn't lose their chance to study because of this streaking incident. After all, this was Tsinghua University. Underling number 3 put away the weapon, but his face still showed defiance, mixed with a fawning expression. That subtle look made underling number 2 beside him admire him greatly. Despite the hatred boiling inside, he managed to hide all his emotions. Truly a talent. Underling number 3 kept flattering Huang Mao. Brother Huang Mao, we suffered a big loss this time. We can't let Chen Fan and his group get away with it. He was deliberately stirring the pot. In truth, he didn't even need to say much. Just the thought of Chen Fan made Huang Mao's blood boil. That's right, we can't let them off so easily. Who do they think they are? What's so great about being a support class? Exactly, underling number 3 brought up an old topic again. I know support classes are rare, but the privileges they enjoy in this world are just too much. Does Chen Fan think he's all that just because he's a support class? Tonight, we'll go mess with them. They're just a bunch of support students. Even though we can't use our skills, we still impossible. The female demon's first reaction, Principal, did you see it wrong? Those students are training like crazy, some might even be exercising in the campus wearing only underwear. I've said it before, those students from the Combat Academy live too crudely. Angel Judgment sneered, his voice carrying a hint of etherealness. Once, when I went to the Combat Academy, all I saw were rows of muscular men, not even wearing their uniforms. Principal, I think we must address this trend. We can't let them be so unpolite. If Yinbei School next door comes to compete with us, our school will lose face. Completely. The female demon from the Combat Academy usually particularly disliked Angel Judgment. Although Angel Judgment was just a support, the female demon might need his help to enter the secret realm in the future. But looking at Angel Judgment made her angry. What nonsense are you talking about? Didn't you come from the student era? Don't you know what the students of the Combat Academy are like? I grew up in the Support Academy. Angel Judgment said with a slightly effeminate tone, oh my, I'm not like you, living like a big brute. When will you ever get married? The bald-headed principal of the Tank Academy was originally smiling while watching them argue, but when he heard the principal of the Support Academy say this, his face immediately changed. What nonsense are you talking about? The principal of the Combat Academy is mine. When did I become yours? The female demon's face turned ugly. All right, the three of you stop arguing. The principal rubbed his temples in frustration and said helplessly, I know sometimes students train shirtless, but absolutely no bare chests. This trend must be controlled. This matter has even made it to the trending searches. You may not care about your reputation, but I do. Those students who made it to the trending searches will all be punished. If their subsequent training doesn't meet the standards, send them home. Although Tsinghua won't expel students just for being shirtless, failing to meet standards will definitely lead to expulsion. Don't you all agree? The The female demon, the bald-headed principal of the Tank Academy, and Angel Judgment from the Support Academy all nodded. The principal nodded in satisfaction. Good, follow my instructions and give me a reply within 3 days. At this moment, the principal felt everything was under control. He even planned to tame that monster that could only use control skills as a pet. He was full of confidence. But he encountered an old fox. Chen Fan. I say, tonight those students from the Combat Academy will definitely come to retaliate against us. While everyone was washing their feet in the dormitory, Chen Fan suddenly said. Wu Zihua paused his movements. No way, we're just support. Oh my, Rong Jinhui couldn't help but laugh. Do you think being support gives you a death exemption card? Back then, who didn't say they didn't want to be support and wanted to take on combat roles? Wu Zihua coughed and explained, I repeated 2 years, and I've never seen students dare to confront our support academy. In the future, we'll definitely have to cooperate with other academies. Whether it's entering the secret realm or the training grounds, the students of the support academy need to collaborate with other academies. Although we technically defeated them this time, it wasn't excessive. We relied on real skills. The students from the Combat Academy value strength highly. They definitely won't retaliate against us for no reason. Chen Fan interrupted Wu Zihua, but they always think we used skill scrolls, not real skills. Mangling also said, to be honest, Fan's skills are indeed peculiar. I checked all the records of professionals and couldn't find any similar skills or talents. Suze gave a thumbs up. Of course, look at who Fan is. It's definitely because Fan has unique skills that others don't have. Chen Fan turned to look at Suze and said sincerely, thanks for the compliment, but actually, your ability is truly unique. Wu Zihua was still boasting, our dormitory is truly full of talent. Rong Jinhui quickly reminded, but now we should think about how to guard against the Combat Academy students sneaking an attack on us in the middle of the night, right? This is very likely to happen. Chen Fan's expression was serious. Others might acknowledge our strength and not cause trouble, but those streaking guys might not. After all, if they dare to streak, what wouldn't they dare to do? Suze lowered his head and pulled out his phone. I'll call Lin Shushi right now and ask if they really plan to retaliate. Lin Shushi was their informant at the Combat Academy. The reply came quickly, the main force doesn't plan to bother you, but I don't know those streaking guys well, so I can't say. It seemed they needed to be prepared tonight. Wu Zihua excitedly suggested, how about we take turns keeping watch? Switch shifts every 2 hours? Rong Jinhui's eyes lit up. Chen Fan, don't you have a pet? That pet just hatched, it's not enough. Ultimately, it still depends on me. As Suze spoke, he suddenly stood up, walked to the window, and brought over a giant cactus. Seeing him holding a huge cactus, Chen Fan was dumbfounded. What are you planning to do? Rong Jinhui asked curiously. Suze smiled mysteriously, no need to hide it anymore. I have a special constitution, my blood is toxic, and my normal attacks carry poison. I mentioned before, this poison lasts for 2 hours. But we're all exhausted from the day. Who can stay up all night watching? So, as long as I smear my toxic blood on the door, even if diluted, it will still work. Wu Zihua's face changed. What kind of effect? Are you some poison king? Dude, don't get hurt, or our team is done for. Are you planning to team up with me? Suze was momentarily stunned. Wu Zihua rubbed his hair. Dude, you're missing the point. Our dorm is full of pros, of course, we'll form our own team, with support buffs off the charts. Chen Fan nodded as well. Exactly, we could even pull in the girls' dorm. With 9 supports, our secret realm score would be sky high. Suze's eyes lit up. I get it. Now. Everyone was about to ask what he understood when Suze unexpectedly pulled out a big red plastic bucket, filled it with water, and added a few drops of his blood. The water, which was originally transparent, shouldn't have changed much even with the addition of blood. But as the blood dripped in, it turned into a glowing bright purple. Even more bizarre, the liquid in the red bucket slowly turned light purple. In front of everyone, Suze added 3 more drops of blood. The bucket of water immediately turned deep purple and started bubbling. Although there was no noticeable smell, the color the door of the auxiliary academy glowed with an eerie purple, always giving people a strange feeling. The blonde-haired guy was busy complaining and didn't notice that the face of his underling number 1 behind him had already turned green. Little brother number 1 was speechless, his eyes filled with purple illusions. Everything before him had changed, completely different from before. In his eyes, Blondie had somehow turned into his long-admired first love. Little Brother number 1 looked at Blondie with a flattering expression. "You're absolutely right."
His tone gave Blondie goosebumps, and his gaze felt strange, but Blondie didn't think much of it. He continued to ram the door with his hands
and feet.
"This door of the support academy is really sturdy.
Looks like the three of us will have to ram it together."
After 2 failed attempts, he felt a bit awkward, but the awkwardness quickly faded.
Blondie, thick-skinned
as ever, continued to lead his little brothers in ramming the door. The little brothers got up to help, except for little brother number 1, who staggered like a drunk. None of them realized how serious the situation was.
The moment
they touched the door, the scene before them suddenly changed. The door seemed to open, but in reality, it hadn't.
They were all poisoned. Each of them saw different illusions.
Blondie saw the door open, revealing Chen Fan dressed
in a purple gauzy dress, hazy and beautiful. Blondie, being a rough and simple guy, didn't understand the concept of hazy beauty and just found it funny. "Ha, Chen Fan, even you have a day like this." Little brother number 2
sought his weathered parents, who had sent him to college and returned home shortly after. His parents were dressed in tattered clothes but had given him all their money.
Little brother number 2 hugged little brother number 3 and cried out, "Mom."
The cry was so heart-wrenching that anyone who heard it would feel like crying. Little brother number 3, on the other hand, sought his favorite tropical jungle behind the door. He saw his favorite elephant and excitedly
hugged its neck, his face full of joy.
In reality, little brother number 3 was hugging little brother number 1 tightly. Little brother number 1 clung to little brother number 3, tears streaming down his face.
"Xiaohong, I shouldn't have broken up with you. My heart hurts so much." To put it bluntly, it was nothing short of a chaotic farce. The noise was so loud that the boys in the neighboring dormitory heard it, and someone even opened the door to take a look.
5 guys were tangled up in a heap, pulling at each other's clothes.
The sight scared the neighboring boys into quickly shutting their door. "This is too much. Those lunatics from the combat academy actually came to the support academy dormitory entrance. What are they trying to do?" one of the neighboring boys said fearfully. Gossip is human nature.
Soon, the doors of the entire floor's dormitories were opened, and everyone secretly recorded this crazy
scene. It was truly shocking, like a wild party.
Meanwhile, Chen Fan's dormitory remained completely silent, the door never opening from start to finish. The other dormitories assumed they were scared, but in reality, Meng Ling had pasted a talisman he had researched onto the door.
"We're too tired today and need to rest," Meng Ling said.
He often researched various life skills that could make money.
"This is a soundproof talisman I made. No matter how noisy it is outside, we won't hear it."
Rong Jinhui was terrified.
"But if we can't hear the morning exercise bell tomorrow, we're doomed."
Chen Fan pointed to the corner of the dormitory where a loudspeaker was placed.
"Brother, look over there.
The bell sound comes from that." Rong Jinhui finally relaxed.
"That's good, let's sleep." Thus, Chen Fan's dormitory didn't hear a single sound from outside and naturally had no idea what was happening.
Sharing their troubles was also the white tiger.
The white tiger relied on its skills to quickly lock onto the person, releasing the infinite paralysis skill.
But it sensed a dragon nearby that person.
Although the dragon's level was very low and it seemed to have just hatched, its aptitude was extremely high, a divine level existence.
In front of this little dragon, the white tiger was nothing.
The pressure from the dragon's species made
the white tiger feel uncomfortable all over.
In the end, the white tiger locked its target on Chen Fan's dormitory.
In fact, it had been hiding in the flower bushes beneath Chen Fan's dormitory for a long time, waiting for the right opportunity to enter.
No matter what, that's a dragon. And
the aura of the skill release is mixed with the dragon's aura.
It might even be the little dragon releasing it.
A newly hatched dragon having
such powerful skills is normal.
This also explains why the other side only used a paralysis skill and didn't pursue. A newly hatched dragon having
even one skill is already impressive. But how do I get into their dorm and get that dragon out? This dorm is full of support types. Forget it, the lights are out.
I'll climb in through the window, it should be fine. With this thought, the white tiger swiftly climbed up to the windowsill
and thoughtfully used an invisibility skill. At least the students wouldn't see its shadow.
After all, a big white tiger would be quite terrifying. Just as the white tiger placed its soft pink paw on the windowsill, its eyes froze, and its pupils instantly turned into vertical cat-like slits. Suddenly, everything changed. The white tiger fell into a flower bush. The white tiger was strong and immediately sensed something was wrong. as if it had been poisoned. It shook its head, but the dizziness only worsened. At the same time, countless illusions appeared before its eyes. The white tiger soon saw a massive dragon, over 100 meters long, flying out of Chen Fan's dorm. Pets could usually communicate remotely with their summoners, even across maps. The white tiger urgently reached out to its summoner, who was also the principal of Tsinghua University. In its mind, "Boss, I just saw a giant dragon." The principal was overwhelmed, busy handling the procedures for borrowing an artifact. Even borrowing an artifact from the National Treasury required going through formalities, and returning it was even more troublesome. The chaos caused by the events in the training secret realm had drawn in the Dragon City Guard, wasting manpower and resources. The principal had to handle a mountain of follow-up work alone. He had even left the 8th tier formation master next door and the newly hired 9th tier formation master to carefully inspect the protective formations outside the training secret realm. He was swamped. At that moment, the big white tiger suddenly blurted out, "I think you're just a big bug." "Do you know what big bug means?" The principal gritted his teeth in frustration. This white tiger might look impressive, but its intelligence was a bit lacking. When he first encountered it in the secret realm, a few words were enough to convince it. Although it was white, it had nothing to do with the mythical white tiger. The white tiger quickly corrected itself. "Boss, I found a dragon in the secret realm. An ancient, divine dragon with incredible potential. It just hatched and can already use terrifying skills to control everyone. That's also why it only used control skills and didn't follow up with an attack, because it's just hatched, still a baby divine dragon. In this situation, it's normal that it didn't launch further attacks." The white tiger rambled on, only to realize that the principal had already severed the mental connection. "No way, boss," the white tiger panicked. "Everything I'm saying is true. You have to believe me." No matter how much the white tiger called out, there was no response from the principal. However, the white tiger noticed that the dragon was not a righteous one. Its attribute was darkness. Even among Chinese divine dragons, those with dark attributes were never good. All dark attribute creatures were evil. This evil divine dragon blotted out the sky, casting the entire training secret realm in a purple shadow. The white tiger opened its mouth wide, staring at the full moon in the sky with a face full of confusion. It's over," the white tiger muttered gloomily. The scene suddenly shifted. The white tiger took a few steps and found that the training camp had disappeared. It had somehow returned to its homeland. In reality, this was all an illusion caused by the poison and not real at all. But the white tiger was utterly convinced. "How did I suddenly return to my homeland? It must be that divine dragon's doing." Among all pets, the divine dragon held the highest status, unique and unparalleled. The white tiger found it reasonable to be sent back to its homeland, though it might have been slightly disoriented from Suzai's poison. It staggered toward the direction of the dormitory. But in its eyes, it wasn't a dormitory, it was a treehouse. And there, its cubs were waiting. Tigers are part of the feline family and can climb trees. Although most tigers don't enjoy climbing as much as leopards, the white tiger's clan had a habit of placing their cubs in trees for care. The big white tiger fixed its gaze on a purple tree, one specifically used in its homeland to house cubs. And its cubs were hidden in that tree. It charged into the dormitory in one breath, throwing the entire room into chaos. After all, this was a massive white tiger, seemingly an 8th or even 9th tier powerful beast. No one could tell whether it was a pet or a monster. It appeared dazed, as if drunk. The big white tiger ran straight to Chen Fan's dormitory door. It remembered that Chen Fan's room housed a divine dragon and monsters capable of releasing skills. At that moment, the doorway happened to be occupied by Huang Mao and his group, stark naked and pulling at each other, creating an awkward scene. The big white tiger let out a mournful cry, "My children." If the principal were present, he would surely scold it. "You single tiger who's lived for 900 years. Where did you get children?" The white tiger ignored this entirely and directly grabbed the 5 naked people lying at the door into its mouth. "These are my children, I must protect them." It moved swiftly like the wind, leaping from the building and disappearing into the night with 5 human figures, as fast as a flash of white light. Everyone in the dormitory building was stunned. The events of tonight were utterly surreal, like a dream. Had the tiger gone mad? Was it poisonous? No, it actually took people and fled. For a moment, everyone started reporting, gossiping, and even filming videos.
Of course, some bold individuals directly followed it. The big white tiger fled desperately with the 5 people. It seemed to still see the sinister grin of the evil dragon in the sky. That was a mighty being of the dragon clan. The white tiger's hind legs were trembling. The ones it had just saved were its only children. Where should it go now? The bewildered white tiger stepped out of the dormitory. Then, it saw the envoy sent by the dragon clan, holding bricks and charging toward it. In reality, those were just students holding phones, ready to film the scene. The white tiger's body expanded, and with a flick of its tail, it sent all the students flying. These annoying guys dare to follow me. The white tiger roared angrily. It turned out that Suze's poisonous blood was too sinister. Initially, it only affected the white tiger's vision. Later, the toxin corroded its sense of smell, taste, and even all its senses. However, with its resistance, the toxin could only torment it for a day, and it should recover after 24 hours. The white tiger took a deep breath. The scent of the holy spring? Yes, my children are weak now, they need the holy spring the most. Its eyes lit up, and it instantly dashed in a certain direction. If anyone were present, they would find that the place it ran to was the septic tank of the entire training camp. Chen Fan woke up groggily, feeling as if he were gravely ill, and sat up in shock. He repeatedly dreamed of being late. Dazed, he asked, "What time is it now?" Then he looked down at his watch. "It's only 9 in the morning." He said this and prepared to go back to sleep. Across the bed, Mangling suddenly sat up, looking at Chen Fan with a puzzled expression. "It's already 9 o'clock. Chen Fan responded sleepily, But actually, we were supposed to start drills at 8. Mangling painfully pulled out his phone. At this moment, Chen Fan was fully awake, his eyes wide open. What the heck? Why didn't the drill bell ring? Where's Lin Shui? Yao didn't come to bother us, right? What about the other students? Could it be that they were all poisoned by Suze's toxins? After all, Suze had smeared poison all over the doorway. Chen Fan quickly jumped out of bed and opened the door, but outside was eerily quiet. There was no one collapsed at the door, nor anyone poisoned. When he opened the door, a commotion could be heard in the distance. The sound was far away but very lively. What's going on? Rong Jinhui sat up groggily, quickly grabbed his phone, and swiped a few times. Oh my god, a pet was found in the back mountain. Whoever can tame it will be its master. They say it's an 8th tier monster, I have to go check it out. With that, he immediately jumped out of bed, got dressed, and ran out. The others quickly followed. Wu Zihua shouted worriedly, "Huir, slow down. Can you handle an 8th tier pet? Besides, there are so many powerful 8th tier experts in the training camp, why aren't they going?" This clearly seemed a bit off. 5. Bewildered students quickly ran toward the back mountain of the school training camp. The back mountain was essentially a wasteland, with a septic tank. Hardly anyone ever went there. Last time, Chen Fan had thrown the clothes of those lunatics from the Battle Academy onto the back mountain, just leaving them there haphazardly. He had no idea if they would be discovered. But right now, no one had time to care about such things. The first to rush out was, of course, Rong Jinhui. He was extremely interested in all kinds of gossip, and Chen Fan suspected he was a typical air sign. However, gossip is human nature, some people love to talk about it, while others keep it hidden. Chen Fan arrived relatively late and missed the opportunity. When he and Wu Zihua finally ambled over, they saw Rong Jinhui, Meng Ling, and Suze with terrified expressions, clinging to a tree beside the septic tank. The tree was crowded with students, and even the deans and professors of the 3 major academies were hiding there. What on earth was going on? Seeing Chen Fan, Tu Wenli, who was hanging on the tree, shouted, "Chen Fan, do you see that immortal lock rope on the ground? Throw it toward that big white tiger, whoever grabs it will become its master." White tiger? Could it be the legendary white tiger? Chen Fan looked doubtfully at the big white tiger by the septic tank. Its color was a bit odd, white gets dirty easily, and it looked rather filthy. Chen Fan thought, this might actually be a good thing. Wu Zihua, however, was unimpressed. "It's just a white tiger. You guys are scared silly. This isn't the mythical divine beast white tiger, it's just an ordinary tiger. Taming it should be simple, right? As long as you grab the immortal lock rope, you can control it? This is practically made for me." Rong Jinhui shouted so loudly he almost broke his voice. Wu Zihua, don't believe him. That big tiger just crawled out of the septic tank. Chen Fan and Wu Zihua were dumbfounded. What?
At that moment, the big tiger by the septic tank suddenly
spoke. My cubs! My cubs! Quick, climb the tree, my cubs! There's a dragon in the sky. A big dragon. Can't climb trees? Let me help you. After
saying this, the white tiger suddenly gathered its strength and charged toward Chen Fan and Wu Zihua.
Reacting quickly, Chen Fan and Wu Zihua,
with the help of Rong Jinhui and Meng Ling, swiftly climbed up a nearby tree and found a suitable spot.
The two cubs successfully climbed the tree.
And the big white tiger, upon charging forward, stumbled and fell directly into the septic tank.
Ugh! Rong Jinhui couldn't take it anymore,
and almost threw up, mainly because he hadn't eaten anything in the morning and his stomach was empty.
Chen Fan's face turned grim. Who can deal with this thing?
Forget it being an 8th tier beast. Even if it were 1st tier, I wouldn't dare go near it.
This thing is clearly enchanted.
Meng Ling, who had arrived earlier, quickly explained the situation to everyone. This tiger seems to have gone mad, completely out of control.
As long as someone isn't on a tree, it tries to drag them up. We can only stay far away, and luckily everyone is on a tree now. When Rong Jinhui and I arrived, the tiger was already in the septic tank.
Huang Mao and his gang were also inside.
Upon hearing this, everyone looked toward the septic tank.
Although they didn't want to, they still spotted Huang Mao in the corner.
Huang Mao and his 4 lackeys were huddled in one corner, looking utterly helpless.
They couldn't care about the filth and stench anymore. Whenever they tried to escape, the big white tiger would chase them
like a lunatic.
Even more absurdly, the tiger claimed the septic tank was a holy spring and soaking in it was good for the body.
What kind of benefit was this? Huang Mao's stomach was about to empty itself completely.
The surrounding stench invaded his nose, and after a while, his sense
of smell became numb.
Now Huang Mao couldn't even tell if it stank or not. He just wanted to leave as soon as possible. Seeing the big white tiger shift its attention to the new cubs, Huang Mao quickly instructed his lackeys to climb the tree. He took the opportunity to slowly swim toward the edge of the septic tank, planning to escape while the tiger wasn't paying attention.
Unexpectedly, the big white tiger turned back and slapped
Huang Mao on the head, directly knocking him back into the septic tank, where he swallowed several mouthfuls of dirty water.
Drink up, my cubs. I told you this is the sacred spring. Drink more and grow strong.
The big white tiger spoke as it took a large gulp of water from the septic tank. The students and teachers hanging on the trees felt their hearts sink at the sight.
Those who initially planned to sneak down immediately froze in their tracks, their faces turning ashen.
Rong Jinhui felt nauseous but didn't dare climb down.
He whispered, doesn't anyone know how to deal with this thing?
This immortal lock rope should be something the temple uses to catch pets, which means this tiger has an owner.
Whose is it? The rope had effectively restrained everyone.
Wu Zihua, half laughing and half crying, said, there's no way to deal with this thing.
If this tiger were just an ordinary 8th tier beast, it'd be manageable. But it's enchanted like Lu Bu wielding a dung stick.
Who dares get close?
Chen Fan calmly
added, a Fontian halberd smeared with dung, whoever it stabs is doomed.
The students' discussions were easily overheard by the teachers, who
were all high-level professionals. The Battle Academy's female demon sneered, sending a message to the principal while saying, the students aren't
wrong.
This thing is like a dung-smeared Fontian halberd, whoever touches it dies.
Baldy, why don't you go down and deal with it?
The bald tank academy teacher, who had a bit of a cleanliness obsession, looked grim as he clung to the tree.
I'm not going.
That tiger seems bewitched. Every time it sees me, it calls me darling and says I'm its favorite baby.
Damn, I've seen this tiger before. Isn't it a male tiger? Could it be single for 900 years, never having been in a relationship? Has it ever held a tigress's paw? Does it even have babies?
With every sentence,
the fat on his face jiggled. It was clear he was both agitated and angry.
Beside him, the angel of judgment frowned deeply, remaining silent.
This situation was truly hopeless.
Even if they were to challenge a 9th tier secret realm, they wouldn't dare face this big white tiger lightly.
Meanwhile, the big white tiger below was in high spirits, still arrogantly declaring, my babies, stay obediently on the trees today. I'll definitely keep you safe.
Just as it finished speaking, it felt a powerful oppressive force descending from the sky.
It's here. The big white tiger looked up, its face full of excitement.
That shameless guy. Before it could finish, a thunderous roar interrupted it. Beast.
The principal appeared before everyone. The Battle Academy's female demon let out a sigh of relief. Finally, he's here. I thought he wouldn't dare show up. The principal's shout of beast was earth-shattering. But after saying it, he froze. He stared in shock at the big white tiger rolling around in the septic tank. Was this his pet? The one he sent out last night? What kind of monster was this? But since it was the principal's pet, the big white tiger had a deep impression of him. After the principal spoke, the tiger's eyes sparkled as it called out, "Master, I missed you so much." It then patted the septic tank, splashing water everywhere, and excitedly said, "Master, this is my sacred spring, and those on the trees are all my babies." The usually calm, composed, and invincible principal was dumbfounded on the spot. The Battle Academy's female demon urgently shouted, "Principal, there's no other way now. Just take it back, I'm begging you." The principal was reluctant. As a summoner, all pets had to be stored in the pet space, where they shared the same space. Taking in such a filthy creature would contaminate the entire space. However, he quickly noticed that the pet seemed poisoned, and his temper flared. "Angel of Judgment, your class skills include detoxification and purification. Do something." The Angel of Judgment looked grim. "I can't bring myself to do it." The principal grew even angrier. "We can't just let it keep acting crazy like this." The Angel of Judgment coldly replied, "Then just kill it. After all, it's your pet. It won't resist you." What a terrible suggestion. The principal's face turned pale. The Angel of Judgment didn't feel he was wrong at all and said slowly, "I can't stand dirty things. That big tiger of yours. Ugh." As he spoke, he saw the big white tiger stick half its head into the septic tank and, as if drinking delicious nectar, gulp down 3 mouthfuls. The Angel of Judgment's face darkened. And the principal didn't look much better. What was wrong with this guy today? What kind of poison had he eaten? Such strong toxicity? The Angel of Judgment had a cleanliness obsession and couldn't stand disgusting things, so he didn't dare to act. The professors at the school were the same, especially those in the support department, particularly those who could evolve. Most of them had cleanliness obsessions. The big tiger's behavior was too terrifying. If anyone approached recklessly, they might get contaminated by something. It was unthinkable. In the end, the principal, with a stern expression, suppressed the scene with his authority and ordered all students and teachers to leave. Training was suspended for the day, and everyone was given a holiday. Meanwhile, the big white tiger was still reluctantly splashing around in the septic tank. "No, no, no, master, you can't do this. It's not safe outside. My cubs need to stay in the trees. You should have visited my habitat. Back home, all the cubs must obediently stay in the trees. There's also an evil dragon outside." The principal snapped angrily, "Shut up." If this guy weren't so filthy, the principal would have fought him long ago. The other students and teachers dispersed, leaving only Yellow Hair and his 4 underlings behind. As soon as they left the septic tank, the big white tiger went crazy, pouncing on them and hiding them in the softest fur on its belly. To the big white tiger, this was an extremely gentle and protective gesture. But to Yellow Hair and his group, it was like being directly pressed into the septic tank to drink dirty water. Seeing this, the principal took several steps back and silently prayed for those students. "Don't be afraid. Just be the big white tiger's little darlings for now. Once it returns to normal, I promise to let you out." Then he added, feeling it wasn't enough, "Don't worry, I'll compensate you." The female demon of the Combat Academy hadn't left yet. She raised an eyebrow and said, "Principal, I suggest you check the big white tiger's brain properly in the future. We've already unlocked the immortal binding rope and promised that whoever can tie it up will be in charge of it." The bald head from the Tank Academy immediately said under the principal's strange gaze. In the end, no one dared to act. Everyone was afraid of getting dirty. The Angel of Judgment finally came down from the tree. With his combat power, even if he couldn't kill the white tiger, he could have helped his teammates or the bald head from the Combat and Tank Academies take it down. But this big white tiger belonged to the principal. More importantly, the big white tiger was covered in filth, and no one dared to approach. He said nothing, turned, and left. The principal's face was grim. As the bald head from the Tank Academy left, he said to the principal, "I think this is a new idea. What if a 9th-tier secret realm suddenly descends upon our country? If we bring the septic tank and the big white tiger together, could we achieve the effect of a weapon contaminated with filth? Whoever it touches falls?" The principal squinted his eyes. "Your brain, your plan, you. Actually, it's not wrong." The female demon from the Combat Academy couldn't help but laugh. "If the opponents in the 9th-tier secret realm are Humanoid, this trick would work.
Especially for those clean freak races.
The principal's expression stiffened, but the big white tiger itself is a clean freak. The female demon shrugged helplessly, then that's too bad. Right now, its brain isn't working well. Once it's back to normal, it probably won't do this anymore.
As they spoke, none of them dared to look at the big white tiger splashing in the septic tank or listen to Yellow Hair and his group's voices. Their hearts were filled with guilt. Fortunately, the big white tiger's madness only lasted 24 hours.
By evening, it returned to normal. However,
after recovering, it was said that all its fur was shaved off, it was washed countless times, and for an entire month, its mouth still carried the smell. Of course, after that day, the school implemented 2 new rules.
First, all septic tanks on campus were to be protected by the highest level defensive
formations set up by 9th-tier formation masters, making them indestructible. Second, students were prohibited from streaking on campus. It really proves the old saying, behind every bizarre school rule, there's a bizarre story and a group of bizarre seniors. This time, there's also a bizarre white tiger.
The 9th-tier formation master was already exhausted, busy inspecting the defensive formations around the training secret realm.
Then the principal assigned a new task, asking him to set up the highest level defensive formations on all the septic tanks across the Tsinghua University campus.
I want to ask, the 9th-tier formation master helplessly vented on Weibo, is Tsinghua University really so high and mighty, yet all muddy underfoot? You actually want to install the highest level defensive formations around septic tanks? Why so nervous? Afraid someone will steal something? After careful consideration, the principal liked the post and calmly replied, afraid.
That white tiger had been soaking in the bathroom for an entire day and night, even
threatening to shave its fur.
The principal, thinking about its struggle in the septic tank, felt the tiger was almost done for.
Shaving its fur? It didn't even want to consider skin grafts anymore.
Days without training are the best, Chen Fan said contentedly, lying on the bed. Luckily, the girls' dormitory wasn't as exaggerated as Rong Jinhui, who insisted on joining the commotion. After all, it was a septic tank. No matter how gossipy Yu Mingni was, she wouldn't go there. I heard the upcoming physical training will be doubled, Wu Zihua said, turning over, clearly unable to sleep.
The good news is we'll get to eat meat from the secret realm.
Lin Shueyao just messaged saying we can check out the first-tier training secret realm.
What's a training secret realm? Chen Fan asked curiously, sitting up.
Don't move, Su Zhe beside him shook his head, crawling up like a zombie and taking a bite of the
potato and beef noodles next to him.
I don't want to go anywhere right now, let alone some secret realm.
The training secret realm is similar to the
first-tier secret realm, like simulated scenarios and games, Mangling explained.
I think we should give it a try. If the whole team is made up of
support roles, we'll earn more credits and get higher evaluations. That way, the temple rewards we receive will be even richer.
A perfect career change. Won't just be a dream, Wu Zihua said excitedly to everyone.
Wu Zihua seemed particularly thrilled. Chen Fan looked at him curiously, so you were also a
student from the support academy back then and entered the first-tier secret realm?
But everyone else achieved a perfect career change, and only you didn't.
Succeed?
Rong Jinhui had long wanted to ask about this, but Wu Zihua had never mentioned it.
As soon as Chen Fan brought it up, Wu Zihua directly admitted.
Yes, they all achieved a perfect career change, but I didn't succeed.
But I believe this time I can achieve it with you all. Can you tell us why?
Rong Jinhui's eyes sparkled, as if chasing gossip.
Wu Zihua looked a bit confused. When I first entered Tsinghua, I decided to make a big move. He said
that when he first entered Tsinghua, he planned to lead all the support roles into the secret realm. If there were more than 8 support roles in the team, the secret realm score would reach the highest level, doubling the points, with a maximum bonus of 1.5 times.
Back then, Chen Fan managed to rank first
in the college entrance exam secret realm and first globally in the college entrance exam, mainly because his points were multiplied by 1.5 times, which was the highest reward. Wu Zihua said frankly, I've always wanted to lead everyone to achieve a perfect career change.
Last time, I didn't succeed.
Because of a girl. As soon as he said this, everyone in the dormitory became alert.
Chen Fan raised an eyebrow. You fell for her? Don't talk nonsense,
Wu Zihua said helplessly. Our relationship was the purest between a man and a woman.
Rong Jinhui squinted. You're already talking about a man-woman relationship, and it's still pure?
Everyone in the dormitory burst into laughter.
Wu Zihua angrily knocked on the bed. No, our battle record was public, the performance was perfect, and I also met the perfect clearance standards. But in the end, he paused and didn't continue. Rong Jinhui got anxious. What happened to you? Hurry up and tell us. Wu Zihua suddenly said, anyway, it wasn't an operational mistake or a theoretical error. Actually, I succeeded last time and even led everyone to the path of a perfect career change. It's just that I didn't change. And also owed the school not enough points. After all, it was a betting agreement, and the promise at the time was that everyone would achieve a perfect career change. Chen Fan and Rong Jinhui exchanged a glance. Rong Jinhui stroked his chin and said, Hua, you need to think this through. If we find out about this, you won't be able to complete the mission. Wu Zihua held back for a long time, gasping as he said, actually, I don't understand what happened either. We operated the same way, but the results were evaluated differently. At the time, I promised someone that I would ensure everyone could achieve a perfect class transfer. One of the girls didn't meet the standard, so I had no choice but to tell the temple to use my perfect score for her. So, she achieved a perfect transfer, but I didn't. Chen Fan raised an eyebrow. Is this the pure love war god? Rong Jinhui sneered, modern-day simp, huh? Su Zhe widened his eyes. You're not joking, right? What era is this, and you're still playing this game? Meng Ling glanced at Wu Zihua without saying a word, but her gaze was meaningful. Wu Zihua shouted, stop it. I already said it was because of the agreement that I gave her the chance for a perfect transfer. Besides, I can get another perfect score after completing one. Do you want to come with me? If not, I'll find someone else myself. After revealing the truth, Wu Zihua felt much more relieved. Chen Fan squinted and smiled. Who can you find? Other than us, who else do you have? Wu Zihua let out a sigh of relief. His roommates were really decent, willing to accompany him on this risky venture. The others in the dorm didn't say much but exchanged glances. Rong Jinhui had already figured it out. Wu Zihua had really been screwed over back then. When Chen Fan received the first-tier training secret realm materials from Lin Shueyao, he fell silent. He first sent Lin Shueyao a message. Lin Shueyao quickly replied, the materials have been delivered. Please check. Chen Fan thought. Lin Shueyao was in a nearby dorm, which was why she was so fast. Unexpectedly, there was a sudden knock on the window. Wu Zihua hurried over to open it. Outside the window floated a chubby orange tabby cat with an orange bow tied to its tail. The fat tabby had two small wings on its back, flapping continuously, creating afterimages that allowed it to hover steadily in midair. Seeing this strange scene, everyone in the dorm was stunned. Meow. Cat. Courier, mission guaranteed. A voice came from the cat by the window, carrying a peculiar tone that gave everyone goosebumps. The orange tabby scanned the entire dorm with its round eyes, took a deep breath, and spat out a transparent sphere with a diameter of 0.5 meter. Inside the sphere was a thick bundle of materials, thicker than 3 English-Chinese dictionaries stacked together. Such heavy materials felt like a deadly burden to everyone in the dorm. After spitting out the sphere, the orange tabby continued to fly steadily to the next dorm, repeating the knocking and sphere spitting process. Could this be Lin Shueyao's pet? Chen Fan's eyes widened. It's not a pet, it's a servant. The contract is different, Wu Zihua explained in a low voice, familiar with such matters. A servant? Chen Fan recalled the relevant descriptions. Servants don't have much combat power, they can only help with simple tasks. Usually, they're contracted by low-tier professionals and high-tier professionals, or by humanoid secret realm monsters and humans. This cat is really cute, Wu Zihua said nothing, just pointing at the orange tabby that hadn't gone far. It is pretty cute, Chen Fan had to admit. And it can help with small tasks. I kind of want to contract one too. Servants are quite expensive, Rong Jinhui interjected. He poked the transparent bubble spat out by the orange tabby. With a pop, a pile of materials scattered in front of everyone. Rong Jinhui's face immediately showed a pained expression. Can I pretend I didn't see this? Chen Fan shook his head. No. As a transmigrator, he had hated reading in his past life, especially difficult materials. He hadn't expected that in this life, he would still have to read, and it was these tough-to-digest documents. Wu Zihua picked up his phone and waved it. The group chat says that if we study the materials and enter the first-tier training secret realm, we can skip physical training for a week.
Chen Fan immediately felt his fear of the materials lessen significantly.
Then why? Don't we study the materials first and then head to the first level training secret realm? That makes sense, Rong Jinhui nodded. Seriously. But we've been overexerting ourselves the past few days. I suggest we rest today. Suze agreed, I second that. Everyone lazily lay on their beds. Wu Zihua wanted to say something, but seeing everyone so relaxed, he decided against it. He felt that not lying down would make him seem out of place. At that moment, the little dragon inside Chen Fan's body poked its head out. It spoke in Chen Fan's consciousness, I'm hungry. I want to go out and find something to eat. This little dragon, adept at foraging for food, left Chen Fan unsure of what it wanted to eat, but it would decide for itself. Go ahead, eat whatever you like, Chen Fan said. The little dragon turned transparent and flew out. As a proud dragon species, it only consumed one thing: energy. Food from the secret realms contained energy, such as lamb meat and various items or artifacts produced by the temples. As long as it had energy, the little dragon could eat it. Taste was irrelevant to it. The temples even specifically produced pet food, categorized into low, medium, and high grades, with excellent flavors that were beloved by pets. However, when the little dragon signed a contract with Chen Fan, it discovered that Chen Fan was not wealthy and hadn't even prepared the most basic pet food. Life was truly tough, the little dragon sighed. Fortunately, the little dragon had marked the dirty tiger from yesterday. That tiger's owner had a large stock of pet food, enough to feed the little dragon until adulthood. Moreover, the tiger's mark and scent were still present, indicating that its owner was still in the training camp. So, the little dragon immediately requested to go out and find food, which Chen Fan approved. After becoming invisible, the little dragon flew straight to the principal's newly built office. From a distance, it could already smell the rich aroma of pet food. Sneaking in to eat its fill wouldn't be a problem. Even if it got caught, the little dragon could remotely contact Chen Fan, who could summon it back. This was the tacit understanding between a pet and its owner. The principal happened to be out. He had specifically set up an office in the training camp for his pet, so he could stay there and avoid the students causing trouble. With a 9th level powerhouse overseeing the place, other monsters wouldn't dare to intrude easily. In fact, as the little dragon approached the principal's office, the principal's pets had already sensed it. But they were not on the same level. Although they were high level, the little dragon was a divine dragon with god-tier potential, and it was still a newly hatched baby dragon. While they had owners, they were helpless against this gluttonous divine dragon. Out of care for the baby dragon, the principal's pets even prepared a can of premium food for it made from the meat of the 8th level secret realm's Tunton beast. Tender and juicy, it was a favorite among carnivorous pets, though it came at a steep price. At Tsinghua University, students could exchange 250,000 credits for 2 cans, equivalent to 1 kilogram. Outside the university, 1 kilogram cost a staggering 5 million yuan, an astronomical price. Using it just to feed pets was the epitome of extravagance. Of course, if one could enter the 8th level secret realm and catch a Tunton beast, the processing cost would only be 25 yuan per kilogram. The little dragon left Chen Fan and ate to its heart's content. In the afternoon, Chen Fan was woken up by a phone call from Yu Meixin. When he woke up, he could already feel the happiness transmitted by his pet. Where did you sneak off to for food? Chen Fan felt a bit envious of the little dragon, living such a carefree life. When he answered the call, he accidentally turned on the speakerphone. On the other end, Yu Meixin's anxious yet sweet voice came through. Chen Fan, can you help us with something? The pets, who had been sleeping, all opened their eyes. Rong Jinhui raised his eyebrows, sensing the scent of gossip. His ears perked up, and he whispered to Chen Fan, say yes. If you don't, I'll be so anxious. Rong Jinhui's talent for gossip and matchmaking was truly hard to ignore. Of course, Chen Fan agreed, especially since everyone in the dorm was urging him to. On the other end of the line, Yu Meixin excitedly said, Chen Fan, I'm so glad you're willing. Can you come to the training room? Tu Wenli is being too arrogant. Hearing the first part, everyone thought Chen Fan was about to go on a date. Upon hearing the latter part of the sentence, Chen Fan immediately couldn't sit still. What's he being so arrogant about? If he needs to be taught a lesson, then so be it. What? Yu Mengni is already going at it with him? I'm heading over right now. With just a few words, everyone in the dormitory became excited.
Yumengni was Suze's childhood friend. Back then, Suze even brought a big jar of Lao Ganma chili sauce, insisting on taking it with him, and Lin Shuao secretly added water to it before finally letting it pass.
Probably because Lin Shuao knew that once these support players entered the training camp, they'd definitely break down. After all, no one wanted to chew on energy blocks every day. But Chen Fan and the others discovered that Suze had actually taken out a bottle of black poison from that jar. Everyone immediately became tense, and Chen Fan pressed down on Suze's hand. "Don't rush, let's go in and check the situation first. If it doesn't work, we'll start a fight directly." Wu Zihua was also worried, although the training secret realm has formation restrictions and skills can't be used, forced PK is still possible. Once we enter the PK interface, I'll definitely beat him to the ground. Suze looked like he wanted to bring all the poison with him, ready to pour it on Tu Wenli as soon as he saw him. Rong Jinhui also advised, "Don't waste time, hurry up and check it out. Those 4 girls can't handle Tu Wenli, he's got a sharp tongue too." Suze's expression soft. Isn't this training realm just about who kills more monsters? What's the big deal about 1 or 2 extra points? What are you so proud of? After saying this, Tu Wenli fainted. Chen Fan glanced at Wu Zihua behind him. Wu Zihua immediately understood and conjured a spiritual energy bun, as large as half a soccer ball. Normally, spiritual energy buns are only the size of a small steamed bun, but this one was intentionally made larger. Wu Zihua walked up to Tu Wenli and unceremoniously stuffed the large bun into his mouth. Spiritual energy buns are not like regular buns, they are more like energy constructs. Once solidified, they resemble regular buns but can morph as needed. Wu Zihua's rough handling of the bun scared all the classmates into stepping back. Although Tu Wenli was unconscious, Wu Zihua revived him, causing him to roll his eyes in pain. Seeing his predicament, Tu Wenli wished he could faint again. Wu Zihua said calmly, "Hurry up and eat the spiritual energy bun. We classmates should be united and caring. I don't want you dying here." Nearby, Suze said sarcastically, "If he's going to die, he should at least die in the realm. It'd be a contribution to humanity." Tu Wenli shivered and said nothing. At this moment, Yumeixin supported Yumengni as they approached and asked Wu Zihua if he could spare some buns. Her hand seems to be sprained. Chen Fan widened his eyes. "Seriously, big sis, if you're going to hit someone, at least control your strength. Don't hurt yourself." Yumengni coughed, the usually strong girl looking a bit embarrassed. To divert Chen Fan's attention, Yumengni handed him her phone. "Here's the data from the first-level training realm we just cleared. Take a look, and by the way, can we form a team?" Chen Fan took the phone, glanced at it, and froze, reading aloud the content. "Don't trust anyone?" Yumengni's face flushed slightly. "Yes, this realm is widely recognized as the simplest among all first-level realms, the most suitable for freshmen to advance. Almost every school participates." Looking at the information Yumengni provided, Chen Fan's initial thought of brute forcing through the realm instantly vanished. It turned out to be a puzzle-solving type of realm. In the college entrance exam realm, Chen Fan had relied on brute force, directly controlling monsters and sweeping through them effortlessly. But looking at Yumengni's notes, he was dumbfounded. The notes were scattered, filled with various entries, resembling a diary. The first sentence read, "Don't trust anyone." The second sentence, "Don't trust anyone." The third sentence, "Do not kill the town residents, or you will fail." The fourth sentence, "Who am I?" The fifth sentence, "What is real?" Chen Fan was utterly confused. The notes contained all sorts of random content, even recipes. Curious, he asked Yumengni, "What exactly did you experience? Did you read the information Lin Shuao provided?" Yumeixin explained from the side, "This realm is called Border Town. Everyone who enters gets a new identity, a town resident. We did read Lin Shuao's information. To put it simply, the flow of time in the realm is different from outside. 1 minute in the realm equals 1 day outside. I can't explain it well, but we really spent 30 days in the realm, while only 30 minutes passed outside. That's not the important part. The key is that within 30 days, all team members must survive, and the monsters in the town must be killed. It's a bit like a battle royale. You can't kill the wrong residents. If you do, you'll be ejected. It took us 26 days to find all our teammates and then start killing those strange town residents. We've killed 15 so far, but the 16th one exploded. And this is just a training realm. If it were a real realm, killing the 16th incorrectly would trap the entire team in the town forever, unable to escape. After hearing this, Chen Fan
marveled at the people who managed to read through the thick 3-volume English-Chinese dictionary worth of information.
But in his mind, he had only one thought: how is this realm simple at all? Isn't it exhilarating to clear the level with brute force? That's what he thought, and that's what he said. I heard there's a type of secret realm where monsters attack a city, and all you have to do is help the townsfolk defend it. Isn't that much simpler? Why bother with riddles?
I still prefer clearing levels with brute force. Tu Wenli, who was receiving treatment, heard Chen Fan's complaint and laughed. Oh, is
someone thinking of relying on skill scrolls to clear the level? I have to admit, that long-term control skill scroll is impressive, but how many times can you use it?
Rong Jinhui rolled his eyes, snatched half of the mental power bun from Wu Zihua's hand, and stuffed it directly into Tu Wenli's mouth, scolding as he did. Eat it, eating will shut you up, won't it?
Wu Zihua glanced helplessly at Chen Fan.
Clearing levels with brute force is certainly satisfying, but in reality, these puzzle-solving secret realms are what professional players love the most.
This secret realm is quite special. Wu Zihua thought for a moment and said, it was created by the Vatican and controlled by the Church.
You can think of it as a special benefit prepared specifically for freshmen.
This secret realm seems simple, but it's actually a bit complex. The materials Lin Shuye gave us should include a guide on how to identify the monsters.
Of course, you can also skip reading those and directly experience the secret realm.
It's said that this training secret realm was also designed by the Vatican. Once inside, you can die as much as you want, since you won't actually die. When we reach the second transition stage, the secret realms for that stage will involve real death.
By then, there won't be any training secret realms, so this one is relatively easy for us.
Wu Zihua clearly explained the pros and cons. Chen Fan nodded in understanding. Alright, let's form a team and go in now. Wu Zihua didn't expect Chen Fan to decide so quickly. Aren't you going to study it first? Study what? Death is the best teacher. Chen Fan waved his hand casually. By the way, is this training secret realm difficult?
Wu Zihua's eyes lit up. It is, don't worry.
Although the secret realm isn't simple, if we can establish a mental connection, it won't be a big problem.
At this moment, Tu Wenli, whose throat was almost pierced by Rong Jinhui, still couldn't help but sneer when he heard this. Rong Jinhui tried to stuff another mental power bun into Tu Wenli, but his hand came up empty, so he grabbed the ashtray nearby and shoved it into Tu Wenli's mouth instead. This time, Tu Wenli couldn't say a word.
Wu Zihua glanced at Tu Wenli, thinking this wouldn't kill
him, so he left him alone for now and turned to Chen Fan. You should be able to establish a mental connection since your mental power rating is quite high.
Give it a try first. Wu Zihua looked at Chen Fan expectantly. For example, connect with me. Chen Fan frowned. Didn't you say mental connections have to be with other professions? Support works too, it's all about coordination anyway. Wu Zihua spread his arms. Come on, use me as a test subject. I won't resist.
Just release your mental power, and try to extend it like tentacles.
Whoa! Wu Zihua had done mental connections before. His bet back then was
that he had to establish a mental connection with the support in his team, so he had experience.
But he didn't expect Chen Fan to act so quickly. Sure enough, Chen Fan's voice was already echoing in Wu Zihua's mind. Like this? Pretty simple. This voice wasn't just echoing in Wu Zihua's mind. Rong Jinhui, Su Zhe, and the others also received it. You connected all of us at once?
Yu Meixin, sharp-eyed and observant, noticed the change in everyone's expressions and immediately understood what had happened.
She widened her eyes and asked, how is that possible?
Tu Wenli sat up straight, his face full of disbelief.
Impossible, absolutely impossible. Is it hard?
Chen Fan's voice resonated in the minds of everyone in the girls' dormitory and his own dormitory. It just consumes some mental power, no big deal.
After
saying this, Chen Fan withdrew his mental power, rubbed his temples, and looked at Rong Jinhui with a complicated expression. Rong Jinhui, when I connected with you mentally, you are really noisy. Rong Jinhui froze on the spot. Indeed, his mind was entirely preoccupied with how to deal with Tu Wenli.
Wu Zihua burst out laughing. It must be because Rong Jinhui's mind is full of nonsense. What exactly were you thinking just now?
Rong Jinhui sighed helplessly. Nothing much, just random thoughts.
Wu Zihua then taught Chen Fan some techniques.
Since they could establish a mental connection, even a single connection would leave a mark, allowing them to directly build a mental palace in their spiritual mind and create a roster for everyone they had connected with. All of this had to be done within the spiritual
mind. Following Wu Zihua's instructions, Chen Fan began constructing a mental palace in his spiritual mind. To be honest, it went quite smoothly.
In less than a few minutes, Chen Fan had used his mental power to create something in his spiritual sea that resembled a QQ chat software.
Wu Zihua was astonished.
I only taught you how to build a mental palace, but I didn't expect you to make it so complex. People with naturally strong mental power are indeed incredibly formidable.
Next, Wu Zihua truly realized the importance of talent.
After hearing Chen Fan describe the platform he had built in his spiritual sea, Wu Zihua was momentarily speechless. Nearby, Tu Wenli found it increasingly amusing as he listened. By now, he had almost recovered, though his voice was still hoarse and his lips were slightly red. If it weren't for Su Zhe holding him back, Rong Jinhui would have already stuffed an ashtray into his mouth. Chen Fan, don't exaggerate too much, Tu Wenli said.
As soon as he spoke, Rong Jinhui immediately looked eager to act. Tu Wenli was startled. What, now I can't even speak the truth? I've never heard of anyone building a platform in their spiritual sea. You're just making things up.
Rong Jinhui had a blind trust in Chen Fan. No matter what he says, I believe him.
Tu Wenli sneered. That secret realm isn't that simple. Even if you have a mental connection, so what if you enter the secret realm? One day in the secret realm equals 1 minute outside.
We spent nearly half a month inside just to gather everyone together.
After gathering everyone, we started clearing out those suspicious residents one by one. It's certain
that the residents and monsters you see each time are different. There are some strategies online, but none of them make much sense. So far, our team has discovered the most secrets.
Chen Fan, don't just look at the 23 points and think it's low. Look at the entire class. Has any team scored over 20 points? 23 points on the first try, that's real talent. Our team is the strongest in the support class.
The more Tu Wenli spoke, the more confident he became.
This kind of confidence was truly inexplicable.
Chen Fan listened halfway through and then turned to Wu Zihua. Ready for me to connect with you a
second time? Wu Zihua was curious. Why? Shouldn't the second connection be easier than the first? What the hell? This time, Tu Wenli's shout was even louder than before. Yu Meixin couldn't help but cry out, it hurts.
Yu Mingni directly punched the ground. Damn, it hurts.
These two extreme reactions made Chen Fan frown. Is this the legendary difference between a goddess and a tomboy? Yu Mingni
rolled her eyes at him, annoying. Yuziki took a step back, clutching her head and frowning. Oh my god, this is unbelievable. When Mingyu said nothing, she was always gentle, but when Chen Fan connected with her, her brows also furrowed slightly. At this moment, Su Zhe, holding a bottle of poison, accidentally smeared a large amount of it on Tu Wenli's hand. Originally, the dosage prepared for poisoning Tu
Wenli was minimal, specially prepared by the Su family elders, and it was highly effective.
This time, Su Zhe did it unintentionally, mainly because Chen Fan's sudden mental connection caused a chat interface
resembling a QQ group to appear in his mind, startling Su Zhe.
Although the Su family had commanders with strong mental power, none of them had ever created something like this when connecting with Su Zhe. The sensation just now was like someone had installed a QQ chat group in Su Zhe's head, which was quite uncomfortable. However, he got used to it after a while. Su Zhe noticed that his classmates had already started chatting in that QQ group. Especially Rong Jinhui, he was practically a chatterbox. No wonder Chen Fan said earlier that he was a bit noisy.
Rong Jinhui was chatting enthusiastically in the group. Oh my, I've never experienced this before.
The elders have a mental connection, but Chen Fan, this is too much. There's even a chat box.
Isn't this like having a chat channel in everyone's mind? It's like having an extra QQ group.
Rong Jinhui's brain seemed to be on overdrive, with his words flowing non-stop. However, after a few sentences, he quieted down. Meng Ling glanced at him, as if she had figured
something out. What's wrong? Running out of mental energy? Rong Jinhui nodded weakly. Talking here requires mental energy. Talking too much gives me a headache. I need to rest for a bit.
As he said this, the chat box in everyone's mind suddenly changed, and Rong Jinhui's status turned to offline. Yu Mingni widened her eyes and stopped using the chat box, speaking directly. It hurt a bit at first.
Yu Meixin nodded. It did hurt a bit, but it got better quickly.
When Mingyu finally spoke, her gentle voice carrying a hint of sharpness, it did hurt at first, but later it felt really good.
Rong Jinhui couldn't use mental energy to speak but could still talk aloud. Why does that sound so weird to me? Yuziki quickly covered Wen Mingyu's mouth, but the young girl looked innocent and confused. Yuziki sighed.
Helplessly, stop talking, or we'll all end up in the little black room for thought education.
Yumei still hadn't caught on. I actually think Yuzuki has a point. Chen Fan's forehead twitched. Seriously. Stop talking.
Tu Wenli widened his eyes, glancing at Chen Fan and then at the others. At this moment, he didn't dare say anything, trembling all over, feeling like he had stumbled upon some big secret. Since the mental connection is sorted, Wu Zihua rubbed his temples. Chen Fan's trick of suddenly adding a channel in everyone's mind is indeed a bit uncomfortable.
Although when Mingyu's words sounded tough, they weren't wrong. Now, almost everyone had adapted. Moreover, not using mental energy to speak in the chat box actually saved effort.
This way of communicating felt more relaxed than direct connection.
However, Wu Zihua didn't know how much mental energy Chen Fan had expended to set up this system. He instinctively didn't dare ask, as the answer might hurt his self-esteem. Geniuses and ordinary people are just different. Since the mental connection is fine, let's head straight into the training secret realm.
Wu Zihua felt there was no issue and immediately formed a team, assigning the captain role to Chen
Fan.
Chen Fan selected the difficulty level and instantly led the team into the secret realm. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared. However, Tu Wenli noticed that when Chen Fan and the others vanished,
green light glowed on their bodies. A green beam of light appeared on each of them. Wait, isn't the beam of light in the training secret realm supposed to be golden? Tu Wenli looked puzzled. Not only was he
confused, but he also felt an unbearable itch all over his body, scratching until his skin turned red.
Could it be that the big white tiger last time splashed something dirty on me? I've showered, so why am I still itchy? Tu Wenli looked bewildered.
Meanwhile, the teacher responsible for monitoring the training secret realm quickly checked all entry records, his expression complicated, and urgently called Lin.
Shuao, Instructor Lin, something's wrong.
Give me full observation permissions. A team of students from our class suddenly disappeared.
Lin Shuao was baffled but quickly reacted.
Within a minute, she rushed into the training room, holding a long spear in her hand. The spear emitted a faint red glow as it followed her silently. Lin Shuao exuded a strong killing intent, startling the teachers monitoring the
training room.
When she entered, her long, shoulder-length hair was still loose, but her spear, her old companion, was already floating in mid-air, silently accompanying her. She casually tied her hair up, pulling out a rubber band from her storage pouch to make a simple ponytail, revealing her slender, fair neck. Efficient yet stunning, Lin Shuao strode into the training room and immediately granted the monitoring
teacher full access.
At the same time, she activated the entire surveillance program, and 3 floating virtual screens instantly appeared before her. One of them displayed the surveillance footage from
before Chen Fan and the others left. The playback rewound to a few minutes earlier, showing the group of kids seemingly engaging in a mental connection. What surprised Lin Shuao was how effortlessly Chen Fan completed it. However, what made her frown slightly was Chen Fan's comment. Mental connection is supposed to be a senior year course.
The monitoring teacher was somewhat astonished.
He had been focused on the training realm's situation and hadn't noticed what was happening in the hall. They actually managed to complete it ahead of time? The teacher noticed Wu Zihua and couldn't help but comment that
kid seems fairly normal, but Chen Fan truly surpasses expectations.
Lin Shuao calmly evaluated, to complete a mental connection with just a few pointers and even set up a chat room. This isn't just talent. It's extraordinary talent.
In auxiliary professions, command talent is extremely important.
However, not every commander can proficiently establish a chat room.
Most commanders, after completing a mental connection, can only issue instructions passively, with no real-time feedback from team members. Being able to set up a chat room in the mental domain, allowing everyone's mental power to communicate directly,
is an exceptionally rare skill. It requires immense mental strength.
Chen Fan's mental strength was already high, but his star level hadn't been fully activated yet. For him to establish such a massive chat system, if true, indicated his mental talent was astonishing.
Maybe the kids were just exaggerating. After all, neither the training room teacher nor Lin Shuao had personally experienced a mental connection with Chen Fan. They had no idea what kind of chat room the kids were referring to. But when Chen Fan teleported, both the teacher and Lin Shuao's expressions changed. Why is it a green light beam? Lin Shuao pointed at the surveillance footage while opening the training realm's back-end system.
This back-end, also created by the temple, clearly displayed the teleportation pathways.
The footage showed a new teleportation array appearing. Is this also something from the temple?
The monitoring teacher rubbed his eyes, full of disbelief.
I've never seen this before. Did they trigger a new condition and enter a new training realm? The teacher checked Chen Fan's last teleportation record. First tier training realm, catastrophe level?
Such boldness, directly choosing the highest difficulty.
But even those who entered
the highest difficulty before have never seen this kind of teleportation array.
No, that's not it. Lin Shuiya's mouth twitched. This isn't an ordinary teleportation array. This is an international teleportation array. A green light beam only appears during international teleportation. Lin Shuiya's heart trembled.
She prayed desperately in her mind, please don't let it be what I think it is.
It absolutely can't be. International teleportation?
The monitoring teacher was startled.
If it's really international teleportation, then they might have entered. The teacher was so shocked he couldn't finish his sentence. They entered the real first-tier realm? Impossible. How could this happen?
Lin Shuiyo stormed out in frustration.
She had to report the situation to the principal immediately and personally. Confirm it at the Vatican headquarters. This realm belongs to the Vatican. If they really to enter the first-tier realm, one must use an international teleportation array. The straight line distance from Longway to the Vatican crosses several countries, requiring the use of the temple's international teleportation array for each country passed.
The training room teacher muttered this common knowledge under his
breath, scratching his messy hair in disbelief. But they left from the training room. How could this happen?
Of course, traveling from Longway to the Vatican by sea would be shorter, but without teleportation.
Coordinates, the straight line distance had to be used. Each country crossed required the temple's international teleportation array. First-time users of the international teleportation array would always feel disoriented. But that wasn't the most important issue. The key was, why did these people leave from the training room and end up in the official first-tier realm? This most likely means they won't be coming back.
Lin Shuiya rushed out of the training room urgently, issuing orders at the same time, seal off the entire training room. Every student who hasn't come out yet must be checked, no exceptions.
If I find anyone secretly causing trouble, don't blame me for being ruthless.
Your family, friends, and loved ones will all be implicated.
Standing at the training room entrance, Lin Shuiao declared with
great authority, in ancient times, there was the saying of exterminating 9 generations.
Now, if I discover someone tampering, I'll make sure 10 generations suffer. Originally, Tu Wenli was about to leave.
But he hadn't expected such a major incident. Now his whole body itched, and he was stopped, feeling utterly confused. Counselor, we have no idea what's happening. If they had known this would happen, Wu Zihua, who scored 23 points, should have continued leading the team to explore.
Now Chen Fan and the others might be in danger.
The students remaining in the training room hall were in greater peril than
those in the secret realm. Wasn't this essentially a thorough investigation into their family backgrounds? Tu Wenli felt like crying.
Just as Lin Shuiya was calling the principal, she noticed something unusual.
In the sky,
the once clear blue sky suddenly revealed a black sphere the size of a basketball at the highest point of the temple in the center of each city.
It quickly ascended into the sky and then exploded. At its peak,
like brilliant fireworks, it blossomed across the entire sky. Lin Shuiyo held her phone, her hand trembling. The call was filled with chaotic busy signals, making it impossible to hear the other side clearly. As the massive fireworks dissipated, a very familiar face appeared in mid-air, the Pope of the Vatican. This image, like a giant screen, was projected over the city, visible from every corner. The Pope of the Vatican looked kindly at everyone. The teachings of the God of Light are that we will select the chosen ones of the God of Light in the border town of the special first-tier secret realm
of the Vatican.
Thus, the God of Light will select 10 people from each country to enter the border town of the first-tier secret realm. These individuals are especially valued by the God of Light. Their performance in the secret realm will earn rewards, which will be converted into national fortune rewards for their respective countries. These 10 individuals will be closely tied to their nation's destiny. Their life, death, and victories will directly impact the nation's fortune. This is the right granted by the God of Light, and it is his most merciful love. The Pope made the gesture of the God of Light as he spoke, "May the God of Light be with you." You can watch the entire process of these 10 individuals clearing the border town either in the sky above your city or through live television broadcasts. May the Lord bless you, and may the God of Light protect you. He will turn those he favors into his chosen ones. Good luck to you all. As soon as the Pope finished speaking, his figure disappeared. At this, moment, information appeared on the giant screen floating in midair. Country, Dragon Country Secret Realm, First Tier Secret Realm, Border Town Objective, the God of Light seeks his chosen ones. Those who successfully clear Border Town will have the chance to receive great honors. Members from Dragon Country participating in Border Town: Captain, Chen Fan. Team members: Wu Zihua, Su Zhe, Rong Jinhui, Meng Ling, Yu Mingni, Lin Shushi, Yu Meixin, Wen Mingyu, Yu Ziki.
Lin Shushi? Lin Shushi, I really have to thank you. Since the appearance of secret realms in various countries, along with the emergence of temples, each nation has also seen the rise of its own deities. So far, over 100 deities have appeared. Among them, the most famous are the 9 major deities, who have the largest number of followers. These 9 deities are the God of Light, the God of Darkness, the God of Chaos, the God of Order, the God of Freedom, the God of War, the God of Love, the God of Life, and the God of Luck. The God of Light is
essentially the God referred to as God by the Vatican, and he has the most followers. All the countries in Western Europe worship him.
Across the entire European continent, apart from the Bear Country, which
worships the goddess of war, almost all other nations have chosen the God of Light. These 9 mainstream deities claim to be righteous gods, while all others are considered evil gods, and those evil gods are vast in number. Even the Buddha from the Elephant Kingdom has been classified as one of them. As for the Dragon Kingdom, not a single deity has appeared. Now, almost all secret realms are territories of the gods, and the temple rewards people receive in these realms come from various deities. Therefore, everyone must choose their faith after reaching the 3rd transformation.
A person can have many beliefs in their lifetime.
If one is bold and daring, they can even choose to follow the 9 major gods or all the gods simultaneously.
However, one can only specialize in one. Only through specialization can one truly gain the power of a deity. As for the followers of the gods, they can only obtain a portion of the deity's authority.
These followers can be considered the closest assistants to the gods.
The God of Light has many followers. Each follower holds different authorities, and currently, 11 are known. The God of Light particularly enjoys selecting young individuals from various secret realms to become followers. There's no way to resist. It's rumored that a dark mage was chosen as a follower by the God of Light, and as a result, he became useless because he could no longer connect with dark elements. Now, he can't cast a single dark element spell, even though he's still a dark mage.
These gods truly act on their whims.
When Chen Fan and his group entered the first-tier training secret realm, they immediately felt
something was off because they passed through too many teleportation arrays,
one after another. At first, Chen Fan could still use his mental power to sense, but later he started feeling nauseous. After the teleportation ended, they found themselves in a small dark room with a 2-hour countdown displayed above them.
Besides Chen Fan's team, Lin Shushi was also there. However, apart from Chen Fan, everyone else was retching.
Rong Jinhui was the worst, looking utterly drained as he vomited. We just went through over a dozen teleportation arrays. Even for a training secret realm, this is way too complicated.
Ugh.
Chen Fan regretfully said, I'm afraid we can no longer enter the training secret realm. After so many teleportations, it's clear we've
been sent to a real secret realm.
Meng Ling, feeling slightly better, raised her eyelids. A real secret realm? That's impossible. We came from the training room. How could we end up in a real secret realm? Though skeptical, the reality was undeniable. Wu Zihua, pale-faced, said, we haven't even finished reading the 3 English-Chinese dictionary-sized materials Lin Shuiao gave us. Although I've cleared one before with a perfect score, that wasn't a catastrophe level one. Is it too late to regret now? Do you think it's still possible?
Lin Shushi, gradually recovering, said, I'd been in that secret realm all along. We only chose the standard version.
Can someone tell me why I was teleported here?
With that, everyone fell silent. Yu Mingni helplessly patted Lin Shushi on the shoulder and said, although we were also dragged here inexplicably, I have to say, you're the unluckiest one. Lin Shushi responded with a trembling voice.
Thank you.
Just as everyone was recovering from their shock, a table suddenly rose in the small darkroom. Originally, there was no furniture in the room, but now, a white table slowly emerged from the ground, illuminated by a beam of light in the center. On the table was a piece of paper. Chen Fan walked over, picked up the note, and read it aloud. Welcome to the world of the God of Light. The God of Light will select one beloved follower from 10 first-tier professionals from each country. You will form a team and head to the first-tier secret realm Border Town. The Border Town Secret Realm you've entered has the highest difficulty level, Catastrophe Level. If you are lucky enough to survive and achieve an S-level or higher rating, congratulations, you will qualify to become a follower of the God of Light.
Your actions are now closely tied to the fate of your country.
Completing tasks in this border town, modified by the God of Light, will earn you National Fate rewards.
National Fate.
Rewards are uniformly distributed by the temple and are of great importance.
Of course, aside from the national mission, there are other hidden
surprises waiting for you to discover yourselves.
High rewards come with high risks.
The basic rules of the border town remain unchanged.
You must find the 100 monsters hidden in the town.
If you kill the wrong monster, sorry, your entire team will sleep here forever.
If you fail to find
all 100 monsters within 30 days, the mission fails, and the entire team dies.
Killing the wrong monster also results in the entire team's death.
If anyone is eaten by a monster, the team is deemed to have failed, and the entire team dies.
Good luck, my lucky ones. After reading this, Chen Fan couldn't help but feel it was utterly absurd. What is a national destiny mission? Rong Jinhui's face turned pale. Aren't we supposed to be going to a training secret realm? How did it suddenly turn into a real secret realm? And not only that, it's tied to the nation's destiny?
His voice trembled slightly.
Yu Meishin's face darkened. Could this be a live broadcast? I think something similar happened before. This statement hit the key point. Yu Ziki's eyes sparkled.
I remember the National Destiny Secret Realm is linked to live broadcasts, which means our every
move is being broadcasted? Chen Fan pondered for a moment. If we win and come out successfully, who knows what embarrassing moments will be magnified
and turned into a public joke.
A social death scene. Wu Zihua waved his hand. It can't be that bad.
Chen Fan glared at him, his tone venomous.
Then you better pray you don't enter the secret realm dressed like a chicken, duck, goose, fish, or dog. Even if we complete the mission, you'll definitely be ridiculed when we return. Wu Zihua was speechless.
What they didn't know was that the live broadcast had already started the moment they entered the small black room. The broadcast was being looped in the skies of every city, with three-dimensional images visible to anyone
who looked up.
Additionally, the temple's exclusive channel was open to everyone, allowing people to watch via their phones or computers. With such a massive virtual screen in the sky, it was hard not to watch.
As a result, almost everyone put down what they were doing and flooded into the live broadcast room.
In places unseen by Chen Fan and the others, the live chat was scrolling non-stop.
To be honest, most of the comments
were positive, with everyone discussing how to complete the mission.
Just as they were talking, another piece of paper appeared on the table, materializing out of thin air without any warning.
Chen Fan picked up the note and read aloud. The secret realm will officially open in 2 hours. During this time, all participants can choose to withdraw, but once you withdraw, you will be cursed by the God of Light.
The curse is as follows. You will forever remain at a first-tier profession and cannot advance. Class transfer. When Chen Fan read out the curse, everyone couldn't help but curse out loud. Rong Jinhui was so angry he couldn't speak.
The border town is already difficult, and we don't even have a guide.
We're just barging in blindly.
It was fine in the training room, but this is a real secret realm.
If we die accidentally, there's no way to revive. And now we can't even quit. When Mingyu asked in confusion, why can't we revive? Aren't there revival items? Chen Fan shook his head. I'm afraid there's really no way to revive.
He picked up another piece of paper. It says here that those who die will be trapped in the secret realm
forever and cannot leave.
At this point, Chen Fan asked, I remember, if too many people die in his secret realm and cannot be revived, the entire realm will lose balance.
The dead will turn into monsters within the realm. When the imbalance reaches its peak, the secret realm will activate a
summoning mode, forcibly summoning a group of professionals of the corresponding level to enter.
Of course, if the summon group fails to resolve the secret realm, it will become a gateway to another world. Then a large number of powerful monsters will pour into the city. There are 3 recorded instances in human history where secret realms were breached. But none of that matters. I just want to say, if we accidentally die in there, there's really no way back.
The only option is to wait for the summoning mode and have others come to collect our bodies.
There's no other way.
Although he was stating a harsh reality, Chen Fan's face carried a smile. After hearing this, Yuziki was so worried she was about to
cry. What's so funny? I'm feeling terrible. Terrible? You still have 9 people with you, don't you?
Chen Fan patted her shoulder.
It's
not at the point of despair yet.
Besides, with your strong talent, are you really willing to remain a first-tier professional forever? The curse of the God of Light will probably be hard to remove. Yu Ziki gritted her teeth.
In that case, we can only force our way through.
Wu Zihua also nodded. Don't worry, I've cleared Border Town before. Although it was on master level difficulty, the basic logic shouldn't be too different. We have such strong talent and the amazing Chen Fan. We can definitely clear it. Wu Zihua encouraged himself.
Rong Jinhui also slowly regained his composure.
We can only charge forward.
That damned God of Light, that stupid curse, it's really disgusting.
Yu Meixin chuckled softly at this moment. I think someone among us might gain the favor of the God of Light and become his chosen one.
Before she could finish, Chen Fan and the others already understood her meaning. Chen Fan immediately stated, people from Longwood don't believe in foreign gods.
Rong Jinhui widened his eyes. Actually, I've always found it strange.
Up until now, we haven't seen any native gods from Longwa.
We have so many myths in Longwa. Where are our own gods? I don't like the God of Light either. I prefer the God of Life. Who wouldn't want immortality?
Chen Fan rolled his eyes
helplessly. So Rong Jinhui's favorite was the God of Life, and he even wanted immortality. Wu Zihua's expression turned a bit awkward. My cousin believes in the God of Life.
Every year when he comes back, he streaks, saying it's to unite with nature.
I don't know if he unites with nature or not, but every time I have to bail him out. His parents are so embarrassed. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but laugh. The atmosphere lightened up. However, the comments in the livestream chat were completely different.
As their conversation continued, the comments scrolled rapidly.
What a bunch of naive kids. If it were me, I'd have quit long ago. Even being a first-tier professional for life is better than dying in there and never coming back.
The God of Light is truly disgusting this time.
We people of Longwood don't believe in foreign gods. Who wants to be the God of Light's chosen one? Who cares about his power? Did anyone ask what the people of our country think? I can tell these kids don't want to become the God of Light's chosen ones. I'm both angry and amused. Their parents must be heartbroken. Don't lose hope. They might not necessarily die. Maybe they'll complete the national mission and even return safely. The chances are too slim.
I heard that this time, all the people Longwa sent are students from Tsinghua, and they're all support professions except for one combatant.
What? 9 supports? The God of Light did this on purpose. Our country already has so few support professions, and now we're losing 9 at once? Don't be too pessimistic. Maybe they'll really come back. These kids are too naive. We adults should stay more realistic. They're going to their deaths this time. Whether they complete the national mission or not doesn't matter. This kind of resource isn't that important.
Is Tsinghua University planning to release the profiles
of these 10 people? Whether they release them or not doesn't matter.
I heard they're all rookies who've never been to a first-tier secret
realm.
They originally planned to try out the first-tier training secret realm provided by Tsinghua University, but they were taken by the God of
Light instead. The God of Light is such a scumbag. Enough, I'm heading to the Vatican now. Calm down. What are you planning to do? You're not going to cause trouble, are you? Cause trouble?
I'm going to the temple to give the God of Light some problems.
At Tsinghua University, the
deans of the 3 major colleges, the class advisors, and the principal all silently stared at the big screen. On the screen, the 10 students appeared very optimistic, confident that they could complete the challenge.
The principal remained silent for a long time and then looked at Lin Shueyao, who was lost in thought. Shaolin, do you think they can come back? Almost everyone present knew that Chen Fan was the global top scorer in the college entrance exams, the one who somehow scored over 90,000 points to become the global first. Perhaps he really could create a
miracle. This unexpected action by the God of Light caught everyone off guard. Many were so furious that they directly stormed towards the Vatican. They just wanted to make the other side uncomfortable. Helplessly, the Vatican had to urgently shut down the teleportation array.
After the live
broadcast began, they had already captured hundreds of people attempting to cause trouble. If the teleportation array wasn't closed, even more people might have rushed in. At this moment, Tsinghua University could only choose to watch the live broadcast. The principal suddenly stood up. Does
Your family have any other divine experts?
We could ask them to bestow divine blessings, especially from the goddess of luck.
As soon as he said this, the meeting room became lively. Lin Shuayo looked at the dean of the support academy, who was also the legendary Angel of Judgment. Dean, you are one of the 11 followers of the God of Light. Could you plead for mercy and give these children a chance to survive, so they can return safely?
The principal's eyes lit up and also turned to the Angel of Judgment. However, the Angel of Judgment remained expressionless and shook his head, saying, "This is the will of the God of Light. I cannot defy it, even as a follower."
You're not even willing to grant blessings? Lin Shuayo suddenly drew her spear and pointed it at the Angel of Judgment. Just this once, please. The Angel of Judgment's face darkened. Do you want to fight me? The principal quickly pulled Lin Shuayo back. She didn't mean it that way. You are a follower of the God of Light and have a closer relationship with him than we do. Could you please plead for mercy?
These children are still so young, just new to Tsinghua.
They shouldn't be sent to take such risks.
They've just changed professions, they're all prodigies. They shouldn't die in that place.
Can't you plead for them?
The principal's persuasion finally made the Angel of Judgment close his eyes and begin communicating with the God of Light in his mind.
Soon, he brought back the result. No. The God of Light says this is both a trial and a judgment. Lin Shuayo raised her spear, but the principal grabbed her like a chick, rendering her unable to move. She struggled and shouted, "Don't stop me! Judgment, my foot! What kind of God of Light is this, grabbing people without their consent? This is completely unreasonable."
The Angel of Judgment's face turned grim, but he still forced himself to say, "The God of Light's attitude is but these gods couldn't be too sinister." The principal not only helped Chen Fan find gods willing to take the job but also rallied the entire nation to assist. Chen Fan and his team only had 2 hours before the secret realm would open.
During
these 2 hours, they received various blessings one after another.
Each time they received one, a row of golden text would suddenly appear in the
small dark room, like a barrage of comments, visible to all team members.
Of course, the live stream viewers could see it too. Blessing from the brownie, everyone will have a little luck in the secret realm. Chen Fan read it aloud, looking puzzled. What's a brownie? It seems to be a kind of
Wu Zihua, recalling some information he'd heard, continued, a kind of spirit from the west that specializes in cleaning, similar
to the snail girl. Yuziki frowned. It's probably already being live-streamed. This must be the result of the nation's collective effort. But the one we encountered is the God of Light.
The God of Light dragged us into the secret realm, and the ones helping us are some minor gods.
Chen Fan, not very knowledgeable about gods, curiously asked after hearing this, why doesn't our dragon country have gods? Even if it were just a
monkey, it could beat the God of Light to death.
At a time like this, the ones helping us are.
As time passed, more and more gods came to help Chen Fan and his team, but these gods all sounded a bit odd. The God of Housing blesses all dragon country people entering the first-tier national Fortune secret realm with a stable place to stay in the secret realm.
The God of Cleanliness blesses dragon country people entering the secret
realm to maintain physical and mental health and cleanliness.
The God of Beautiful Eyelashes blesses dragon country people entering the secret realm with long eyelashes.
Hearing the blessing from the God of Beautiful Eyelashes, Rong Jinhui frowned and said, "What if we turn into
men when we go in? Do we still have to grow long eyelashes?" Yumeixin nodded, yes.
To comfort Rong Jinhui, Yumeixin patted his shoulder. "I
think this might be a fresh experience for you." Rong Jinhui just wanted to cry. This kind of experience was the last thing he wanted. The blessings
from dozens of gods filled up the list, and not a single one was practical.
Even the live stream viewers were laughing hysterically. I think the only useful one is the brownie's luck. Although luck sounds intangible, at least it works.
So funny, one side is in trouble, and the other
side adds chaos. Can't the gods you worship give some practical blessings? What kind of nonsense are these? Mainstream gods don't take jobs at all. Some followers have already asked, but the God of Light is so domineering that he doesn't allow mainstream gods to help. Too overbearing.
I see none of these 9 support and combat professions want to enter this damn secret realm.
They just changed professions and entered the training secret realm, and the God of Light directly dragged them in. So disgusting. Look at these kids. If they don't complete the national fortune task, Dragon Country's luck might be gone. If the luck is gone, so be it. We have plenty of people in Dragon Country. I just hope they come. Back safely. Yes, as long as they return safely, who cares about anything else? Stop arguing. The secret realm is about to start. Everyone, think about your talents and skills. Can you give the kids some buffs, even a little, to give them a chance to survive? What other random gods are there in this world? Worship them all. Just because mainstream gods don't take jobs doesn't mean other gods won't help. Why haven't we seen any dragon country gods? The secret realm has been around for so long, and not a single god related to dragon country has appeared? I believe the dragon country gods might be hiding deep, like in the 9th tier secret realm, which ordinary people can't access. Right, the gods and myths and legends are all very powerful. Impossible. I think dragon country doesn't have any gods at all. Stop arguing and quickly think of a way to give the kids buffs. I don't trust any of those 100+ foreign gods, so I haven't joined any faction. Those of you who joined factions, think of something. The evil god of death said he could give Chen Fan and the others a very strong buff, but it was rejected. Stop talking. What kind of buff does the god of death offer? Enhance combat power and finally take away souls? An evil god with followers? What a joke. The barrage was in an uproar over Chen Fan's situation. Believers of various deities were attacking each other, but actual heated arguments were rare. This was because the Dragon Nation's deity had never been seen, and its believers were divided into 3 major factions. The first group refused to worship any deity or join any faction, such as the principal. Although all professionals could choose their faith target upon their 3rd transition, once chosen, they would receive a slight blessing from the deity. However, they could only focus on cultivating one in the end. If someone could become a follower of a deity, they would gain special powers from that deity. The specific powers obtained depended on personal talent and the deity's mood. The second group consisted of mixed believers who worshipped all deities, aiming to collect blessings from all of them without focusing on cultivation. These individuals frequently switched factions in secret realms, using any means necessary to win. The third group were the dedicated ones, focusing on cultivating a single deity or directly becoming a follower of one. As mentioned earlier, there were over 100 publicly known deities in this world, representing all kinds of strange forces. After receiving various blessings, Chen Fan and the others fell silent. This secret realm doesn't allow any supplies, it's purely puzzle solving, and the monsters won't be particularly strong, Chen Fan began analyzing after sitting for a while. Once we enter the secret realm, we must stay in contact, find everyone first, and then establish a unique marker. As he spoke, Chen Fan suddenly snapped his fingers. The people in the livestream had no idea what he had done, but the classmates sitting around him immediately clutched their heads and cried out in pain. The pain felt like a needle prick, but it quickly disappeared. Upon closer inspection, the pain was completely gone. Rong Jinhui stared at Chen Fan with wide eyes. What is this? Can you change it? The people in the livestream still didn't understand, but everyone who had connected mentally with Chen Fan felt a jolt. Chen Fan had assigned each person a mental avatar in their minds. These avatars appeared very clear and large in their consciousness. Instantly, everyone could use their mental power to see the markers above others' heads. Even Lin Shushi, who had just joined the mental chat group, could feel it. Lin Shushi's headache lasted longer and was more intense than the others because Chen Fan not only added an avatar for him but also created a chat group in his mind and modified his mental imprint. Rong Jinhui's mental imprint was a toilet plunger, just like the ones used in bathhouses. Alright, I'll change it for you, Chen Fan said, snapping his fingers again. The marker above Rong Jinhui's head turned into a beautiful yellow chrysanthemum swaying in the wind. Wu Zihua almost burst out laughing, but Rong Jinhui was quite satisfied. You don't understand. This is called better to die fragrant on the branch than to fall in the north wind. This flower has integrity. You've watched too many TV dramas, haven't you? Wu Zihua smiled helplessly. My fairy wand is much prettier. Lin Shushi remained expressionless. I understand the logic, but can someone tell me why there's a big pancake above my head? It's making me hungry just looking at it. Seeing the countdown nearing its end, Chen Fan waved his hand casually. The markers were randomly assigned. Once we're in the secret realm, just use your mental power to check the markers above people's heads to identify allies. It's super simple. As soon as he finished speaking, the countdown ended, and everyone entered the secret realm. The people in the livestream saw Chen Fan's move and immediately exploded with excitement.
They couldn't see the mental markers above the kids' heads, but they didn't need to see a pig run to know what pork looked like. Listening to the kids' conversation, the audience quickly deduced that these were mental markers.
That simple? How strong was Chen Fan's mental power? How high was his talent? Could ordinary support roles achieve this kind of mental marking? Could ordinary commanders? The barrage in the livestream exploded the moment Chen Fan said, "It's super simple, I'm about to be shocked to death. I suddenly understand the intention of the God of Light." The God of Light must have discovered that certain people possess exceptionally strong mental power, which is why he wants to pull them into his camp and set up such a difficult challenge. Speaking of which, the previous followers didn't receive this kind of treatment. If Chen Fan becomes a follower, he would definitely be the strongest one. No wonder the God of Light is putting in so much effort. It's all for Chen Fan. This kid is really extraordinary. When I was a commander, people only understood mental imprints at the 6th tier, and Chen Fan has already mastered it at such a young age? Could it be an exaggeration? They're using mental imprints outside the secret realm. Will this still work inside? Brother, you must have never teamed up with experts. You don't know how amazing high-tier support is. Do you? High-tier support is almost always the commander, and those above the 6th tier are the most powerful. The feeling of being mentally connected is incredibly satisfying, and commanders who understand mental imprints are extremely rare. This is the secret weapon for solving puzzles in the secret realm. Exactly. The most annoying thing about this first-tier secret realm is that once you enter, you merge with the residents of a remote town and can't figure out who you really are. Their mission time is only 1 month in the secret realm, and if they don't complete it within that time, they'll be stuck there forever. Actually, the time flow in the secret realm is quite advantageous. 1 minute equals 1 day. Outside, if used for skill or pet training, it's incredibly effective. Right, the secret realm is only open to certain universities because of its accelerated time. Some universities specifically use it as a training ground and have even created training secret realms based on it, where dying doesn't matter. No wonder Tsinghua is so powerful. The students from those top schools keep their mouths shut about it. Such a great secret realm, and they don't say a word. Great? It's now become a national fortune secret realm controlled by the God of Light. How can it still be great? I think the worst part is that this secret realm is controlled by the Vatican. They can manipulate the secret realm at any time, otherwise, this situation wouldn't have occurred. So who exactly has the God of Light set his sights on? Could it be Chen Fan? The live stream chat was scrolling non-stop. As soon as Chen Fan entered the secret realm, everything went pitch black, as if he had been locked in a small darkroom with no trace of light. Strangely, he could still see the chat messages. The messages scrolled rapidly before his eyes, gradually becoming blurry, until a blinding light flashed from the darkness, forcing Chen Fan to close his eyes involuntarily. At this moment, he couldn't see his surroundings clearly. His mind began to feel chaotic, as if he had forgotten who he was. Chen Fan opened his eyes. Sunlight streamed through the window, shining on him. He moved his body slightly, only to find himself tied up. The ropes were tightly bound, with several knots, clearly to prevent him from escaping. He was lying on a bed, without any clothes on. If not for the blanket covering him, he would have been completely exposed. Right, this is the secret realm, Chen Fan thought to himself. He struggled desperately against the ropes, gritting his teeth in frustration. Damn it, the live stream. In his current state, it was practically a social death scene. Worse still, he could still see the chat messages flashing above his head. This kid actually awakened in the secret realm so quickly? No wonder his mental power is the highest. While others haven't even reacted, he already thought of the livestream. That's not the main point. Didn't you notice something strange about the place where he woke up? Does a remote town have such a scene? It does. Don't forget it's a small town, all kinds of people exist there. When professionals are transported into the secret realm, they randomly become one of the town's characters. This kid is tied up so tightly, is he not wearing clothes? Could it really be what I'm thinking? I just heard the sound of a whip cracking earlier. Starting off this intense? Reading the chat messages required some mental effort. Chen Fan watched for a while, feeling a bit dizzy. However, he caught a key sound, the sound of a whip cracking. What did this mean? As Chen Fan pondered, he indeed heard the sound of a whip cracking and chains dragging on the ground from afar. He immediately
Entered his mental sea and saw a chat group constructed with mental power. However, in the group, apart from himself, everyone else's avatars were
gray. Chen Fan sent a message, "Wake up, everyone." As soon as the message was sent, all the team members in the border town instantly woke up, hearing his message clearly and loudly in their minds, echoing repeatedly. Thus, everyone woke up. In the mental chat group, all the avatars lit up instantly, and messages started popping up one after another. The message closest to Chen Fan made him pause. "Oh my god, it's so eye-searing. You'd never guess where I got teleported to a bridal chamber on a wedding night." Chen Fan thought to himself, in this mental group, messages could basically be converted into voice. The volume was about the same for others, but he could judge someone's proximity by the loudness of their voice. That voice sounded very close to him. He stopped struggling, looked around, and finally saw a stunningly beautiful woman tied up in the corner. She exuded an enchanting aura, and the mental voice was coming from her. But she wasn't Yu Meixin, she was Yu Mengni. Gossip truly is human nature. Yu Mengni noticed Chen Fan staring at her and started sending mental voice messages even faster. "Oh my god, you guys would never believe how crazy this border town is. I got thrown into a bridal chamber on a wedding night. The groom is tied to the bed, and half the room is filled with torture devices. They're really into some wild stuff. The bride tied me up. She seems to have gone to change clothes," according to him. That was the Eastern Emperor Bell, though it looked a bit small on the map. "Chen Fan, you're right next to me." "Yes." Chen Fan could only respond. Rong Jinhui was quite optimistic, "So Brother Fan is right next to that tomboy. Hurry up and save her. If it's a psychopathic killer, our whole team is doomed. I'm heading over now. It seems I'm the closest," Rong Jinhui said while running, "but you might not recognize me. I've transformed into the appearance of a secret realm resident, looking quite masculine." At this moment, Chen Fan's voice drifted over. To Yu Mingni, it was a combination of mental power and real sound. Chen Fan, lying on the bed, directly said, "Could it be that I'm the groom tied to the bed?" Yu Mingni and the Chen Fan on the bed locked eyes. "What the?" Yu Mingni exclaimed, her eyes greedily scanning Chen Fan up and down. Chen Fan already felt a chill. Being stared at like that by Yu Mingni, he felt as if his thoughts were being seen through. "Stop staring. Quickly figure out a way to untie both of us. There's a sharp stone over there on your side." "Yes, that pointed one. Use it to grind off the ropes on you, or we're both doomed." Chen Fan didn't use mental power but directly spoke to Yu Mingni. Yu Mingni hurriedly followed his instructions. The mental sea chat group exploded. Rong Jinhui even joked, "You two are starting off so intense? Hold steady, don't die on us." Yu Meixin was amused and exasperated. "Be careful. If it really is a psychopathic killer, stay calm. But if it's related to the letters, Chen Fan, I suggest you just sacrifice yourself. After all, it's not your real body in the secret realm." Seeing this reply, Chen Fan was speechless. Merchant Yuziki analyzed the pros and cons. "If it really comes down to it, just make do to save your lives. Don't lose your lives. If the whole team is wiped out, there's nothing to be ashamed of. It's the secret realm, after all." When Mingyu held back for a long time before saying, "Be careful, it's a global livestream after all." Chen Fan, who was just about to convince himself to sacrifice, froze. Global livestream? That would be social death, he'd be finished. Lin Shushi was almost in tears. "Chen Fan, you must hold on. I'm almost there, I'm rushing to your location. Let me tell you, I'm the mayor of the border town." "Wow, you're amazing." Suze shouted enviously, also quickly moving toward Yu Mingni. "You two must hold steady." Ah. At this moment, Yu Mengni and Chen Fan nervously stared at the door. Whether it was the sound of chains dragging on the ground or the sound of a knife being sharpened, all the noises came from the door. Soon, the sound of high heels slowly approached. A pair of red high heels appeared in front of the two. The woman didn't look old, but the most striking thing was that her face was identical to Yu Mingni's. That's right, it was Yu Mingni's own face. Yu Mingni never imagined in her life that her face would appear on someone else, and this face carried a calm and noble aura, making the person look exceptionally elegant. The woman was dressed in a black leather jacket, paired with black short leather shorts, her long, straight legs particularly eye-catching. She held a long whip in her hand and, upon seeing Chen Fan, smiled and said, "Xiao Lang, today, whether you want to marry me or not, you will marry me. I've even tied up your favorite white moonlight to watch us complete the ceremony and applaud us. What do you think?" There was a lot of information hidden in that sentence.
Trying to buy time, Chen Fan blurted out, I think it's great.
The woman was stunned. Chen Fan's eyes lit up, great idea. This makes me even more excited. Right, White Moonlight? Since he didn't know Yu Mingni's identity in this
secret realm, Chen Fan could only refer to her this way. The usually carefree Yu Mingni glanced at the surroundings, and a thought instantly popped
into her mind. Isn't this just like the female lead in a tortured romance novel?
She misunderstands him, he's forced to be with her, he loves someone else, she insists, and after overcoming countless hardships, the two finally end up together.
Clap, clap, clap. Yu Mingni's hands were
tied behind her back, yet she still managed to clap.
Yes, 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 just like that. I'll clap to keep the rhythm for you. 1, 2, 3, 4. 2, 2, 3, 4. Chen Fan thought Yu Mingni's description was a bit odd.
The woman standing at the door was stunned.
She thought she was ruthless enough, but this White Moonlight was even crazier than her. Was her mental state too advanced?
She asked for cooperation, not for random
responses.
Chen Fan was at a loss, not expecting Yu Mingni to be this wild, even leaving the bride from the secret realm dumbfounded.
However, this kind of shock was actually a good thing.
Chen Fan quickly nodded and played along with Yu Mingni's words, making up nonsense. That's right, we
like it this way. Sweetheart, you're just my type. Come on over. Yu Mingni's mouth twitched. She even saw Chen Fan awkwardly throw a flirtatious wink. Truly a Dragon Country native, born stubborn.
Even when trying to act seductive, he did it with such confidence and presence.
The bride
stared at Chen Fan with a complicated expression, suddenly losing interest.
She said coldly, why should I satisfy the two of you? She threw the prop in her hand to the ground, her face full of anger. Why should I use my marriage to satisfy you? You're too much. Chen Fan glanced in Yu Mingni's direction, quickly sending a message in his mind. What do we do if she's angry?
Yu Mingni carefully observed the other party's thin arms and legs while struggling to loosen the rope behind her. She said, I think, with her build, she probably can't beat you.
Chen Fan? Yu Mingni continued, why don't you just tough it out a bit? It's no big deal, you won't die anyway. Chen Fan felt utterly defeated. But Yu Mingni kept trying to comfort him, or you could focus all your attention back into your mind and shut off your 5 senses. That way, when someone hits you, you can distract yourself and it won't hurt as much. As she spoke, she even demonstrated, look at me. I've completely withdrawn my consciousness into my mind and can't feel any external pain. I really can't feel it. Chen Fan looked at Yu Mingni's state and couldn't help but laugh in exasperation.
At this moment, Yu Mingni had her eyes tightly shut, slumped on the ground. Her left hand was gesturing the number 6, while her right
hand gestured 7.
If she started twitching on the spot, she would look like she was having a seizure. Chen Fan shook his head helplessly.
I really can't deal with you like this. You look like a fool.
Although Chen Fan knew that after entering the secret realm, he was no longer his old
self, he still wasn't used to acting recklessly with his current body.
Being tied to this bed was already the greatest humiliation for him.
Yu Mingni's consciousness was immersed in the virtual group chat, but she gave up after a short while. She opened her eyes and complained, it's so mentally exhausting.
Chen Fan replied in the group, it's not exhausting for me. The key is that when I immerse myself, I can still sense the
outside world. Externalizing my mental power has become instinctive. Wu Zihua immediately responded, Fanji, you're amazing. People with strong mental power are like that. Externalizing mental power becomes a habit. At this moment, Su Zhe's mental power imprint appeared near Chen Fan, seemingly separated by a wall. Su Zhe inspected for a while and asked uncertainly, are you guys in this building? This place looks like a prison. Can I come in?
Yu Mingni's voice was excited, you're mistaken.
This is our wedding night. How could it be a prison?
Su Zhe was unsure, but I
followed the mental power location, and the imprint is right near you. Wu Zihua reassured, I'm almost there too. Let's wait until we're all together to figure it out.
The group continued chatting in their minds when suddenly Yu Mingni's voice became urgent, the bride has transformed.
Fanji, think of something quickly. Chen Fan was both amused and exasperated. What do you think I can do in my current state? He looked toward the
bride and saw that she had already changed her appearance. Her previously sleek, shiny black hair adorned with ancient hairpins, looking stunning, was now completely standing on end, making her head resemble a giant sea urchin. While chatting in the group earlier, Chen Fan had already sensed the dangerous aura around them, and now he realized that the bride's killing intent had almost materialized. Her hair exploded, and the strands, resembling sea urchin spines, began to wriggle, transforming into snake heads. The bride looked like Medusa, her hair entirely composed of snakes, stretching out in all directions, flicking their tongues. Her eyes gradually became bloodshot, turning into two red bulbs, with fresh blood streaming from her eye sockets. Suddenly, numerous barbs emerged on her pale arms, piercing through her skin and growing thicker and stronger. Finally, her limbs transformed into thick spider legs, increasing from 4 to 8. The bride had turned into a gigantic human-headed spider monster. Delicious, delicious, delicious. Her raspy voice was an unpleasant mix of male and female tones, with a metallic echo that pierced the eardrums. So delicious. The voice rang in Chen Fan's ears. I'll eat you, eat you. Once I eat you, you'll be mine. Once I eat you, you'll stay with me forever. The Spider-Woman excitedly spun and danced in place with her 8 legs, forming a lantern-like shape as she twirled. Even Yu Mengni, standing nearby, was dumbfounded. At that moment, a rhythmic knocking sound came from the bedframe where Chen Fan was tied. Music playing. Even though Chen Fan was bound, as long as he could make a sound, he could activate his skill. The Spider-Woman danced in place, her 8 legs forming a lantern shape, spinning and leaping with excitement. Then, the sound of the bedframe being knocked echoed. The Spider-Woman suddenly froze. Her entire body was surrounded by electric arcs, and the paralyzing effect immobilized her, making her look like a round, glowing lantern. Both Yu Mingni and Chen Fan breathed a sigh of relief. Hurry up, Chen Fan urged Yu Mingni beside him. Untie the ropes and apply that stuff on your neck. Come on, save me. I'm on it, I'm on it. Yu Mingni quickened her pace in cutting the ropes. Chen Fan periodically knocked on the bedframe to ensure the skill's effect persisted. As long as the skill remained active, the Spider-Woman couldn't move. This gave them enough time to escape. Yu Mingni, can you go any faster? Chen Fan urged anxiously. All right, Yu Mingni replied as she sped up. A woman can't admit she's not capable. Chen Fan sighed heavily, exasperated. Be serious, we're live streaming, don't say stuff like that. In the live chat, no one paid attention to their banter. Everyone was amazed by Chen Fan's skill. That guy just used the musician's skill, but I didn't entirely understand it. There's nothing strange about it. Musicians naturally have skills that can control enemies. Can it last this long? Does your control skill last this long? Didn't you notice? Chen Fan keeps knocking on the bedframe, which is why the control persists. This support is incredible. With this skill, they can dominate in the secret realm. If Chen Fan dies in the first-tier secret realm, it'll be such a waste. If Chen Fan has a special talent, like extending the control time of his musical skills, then it makes sense why the God of Light is so eager to recruit him. Chen Fan's talent isn't that bad. Could it be that all his control skills have extended durations? Impossible. That type has never appeared before. It's probably an S-grade music enhancement talent. There was someone like that before, and they were very strong. You're talking about the Eastern Qin Emperor? Six-fingered demon of the zither? Yeah, his talent was music enhancement, allowing him to extend control durations, even achieving infinite control. But he only had one skill. If the opponent was immune, he'd have to wait a long time before using it again. Hey, stop being salty upstairs. If you ran into the six-fingered demon of the zither in the PK arena, wouldn't you run? If you don't, I would. Our Qin Emperor, Qin Feng, has more than one skill. Chen Fan has just had his first-class advancement. With this skill, Chen Fan's chances of clearing the secret realm are much higher. Chances, my foot. Before the bride transformed into a spider, could you tell she was a monster? If you kill the wrong target, the entire team gets eliminated. Honestly, before the bride transformed, no one could tell she was a monster. This is the difficulty of a first-tier secret realm. Humans and monsters are indistinguishable. Chen Fan and his team were really lucky this time, otherwise such a good thing would never have happened. Soon, Yu Mengni managed to break the rope. She staggered a bit as she got up, eventually finding a fruit knife in the room. She rushed to Chen Fan's side and freed him, casually, handing him a towel. Chen Fan wrapped himself in the towel, sat on the bed, and then got up holding the fruit knife. As he walked, he complained, "You're really something. I can't believe you actually wanted to kill that bride. Then why did you untie me?" Yu Mengni's logic was a bit odd. Should I tie you back up? Stop talking nonsense. Chen Fan shook his head helplessly. Help me find some clothes first. To be honest, Chen Fan didn't even know how to proceed with the knife. He first stabbed all 8 legs of the Spider-Woman, then cut her body into several pieces. Blood splattered everywhere, and the air was filled with a pungent metallic smell.
But at this moment, Chen Fan couldn't care less. He had to eliminate the monster in front of him. He had no idea where its weak points were, so he resorted to the simplest method, dismembering it into as many small pieces as possible. This way, it shouldn't be able to get back up.
Throughout the process, the Spider-Woman remained stiff and motionless, completely incapable of resistance. Finally, the fake head, the bride's head, slowly closed its eyes.
At that moment, Chen Fan saw a notification pop up on the screen. Congratulations, the professional has successfully killed a monster.
The Spider-Woman's dismembered body gradually disappeared, turning into a puddle of black liquid.
Chen Fan still carried a foul smell on him.
Yu Mingni didn't think there was anything wrong with Chen Fan's actions, it was just that the process looked too gory. Standing at the door with a ruthless expression, she handed Chen Fan a set
of clothes. I think Su Zhe was right. It really feels like we're trapped in a prison.
Because the clothes Yu Mingni handed Chen Fan turned out to be a prison uniform. Getting married in a prison was indeed a bit crazy.
And the bride herself was a monster. Killing monsters in real life is completely different from killing them in training mode, Yu Mingni remarked.
In training mode, monsters have health bars, and everything is clear when you attack. In real life, you don't even know where their weak points are.
Chen Fan walked to the bathroom to take a shower. To be honest, she looked like you, so I hesitated a bit.
Yu Mingni rolled her eyes speechlessly.
But you still did it, didn't you? The most pressing issue now was, how are they going to get out of the prison? Do we have to investigate everyone in the town one by one? Yu Mingni asked in the group chat in her mind while Chen Fan was showering.
Wu Zihua offered a suggestion. Although I don't know how you provoked that monster, Chen Fan just used a skill.
Guess what?
Some people on the street were affected, while others were fine. Su Zhe nodded in agreement.
That's right. Chen Fan's skill is still active.
I saw someone on the street surrounded by electric sparks, standing there dumbfounded, while others were completely unaffected. Chen Fan, reading the group chat while showering, said,
"Does that mean I have the ability to identify monsters?" This seemed much more reliable than those random online guides. Wu Zihua remained cautious. Let's regroup first, then test it on someone. Use the method you just used to provoke them. Let's raid the prison.
They're definitely inside. Su Zhe, standing next door to Chen Fan and Yu Mingni, thought for a while before finally blurting out.
Did you all forget about me?
Lin Shushi gritted his
teeth. I'm the mayor, remember? Wait, I'll come and get you out. No, wait. I'll bring you all into the prison. Let's start searching from there.
Lin Shushi said as he ran. This idea actually seemed quite feasible.
In the
live stream, each person had their own small room. When the viewers switched to other rooms, they could see that some people on the street were completely motionless. This indicated that Chen Fan's skill might cover the entire map. Even more likely, it could automatically distinguish between friend and FOE. In an instant, the live stream's comment section exploded.
Viewers from Longwei excitedly shouted insider info and cursed, "It's all foreigners causing trouble."
Two types of opinions emerged, one full of praise, and the other dripping with jealousy. Oh my god, Chen Fan's music is even more powerful than that six-fingered demon.
Its influence is so vast, could it affect the entire map? Impossible.
It's just because those people were close enough to have a mental connection with Chen Fan. With the conductor's help, they were able to gradually move toward the direction of the conductor.
Exactly.
They did get closer to Chen Fan, which is why the skills range seems so wide. Speaking of that bride earlier, I just can't see how she was related to the monster.
She acted completely normal. How could she have been provoked? By those two people? Those two are real perverts. I can understand the bride's feelings.
On her wedding night, her husband's old flame was tied up, and they did those things right in front of her.
That was already enough to push her over the edge.
Then those two went even further. No wonder this young lady's psyche collapsed.
If you all can understand that, what kind of lives do you usually live? Am I the only one envious of Chen Fan's skill?
With this ability, they can practically conquer the secret realm with ease. It seems certain that the followers of the God of Light will be chosen from these 10 people.
I'm really curious who it will be. Do you even need to ask? Of course, it's Chen Fan. So envious. I want to become a follower of the God of Light too. You people from Longwei are cheating, aren't you? How could a first-tier professional have such a powerful skill? It's definitely cheating. I protest.
The followers of the God of Light must be from our country.
You people from Longwood don't even have gods, what makes you think you can become followers of the god of light? Ha, so many foreigners are upset. It's hilarious. Can't our country have someone with strong talent?
Lin Shushi soon entered the prison with a determined demeanor. The entire team finally regrouped inside the prison, in the very room where Chen Fan had
just gotten married.
Before Chen Fan could speak, Yumingni hugged Yu Meishin, her voice soft and sweet. Meishin, you have no idea how scary it was just now.
That spider was huge and tall. Its furry claws were terrifying, and it had long, sharp barbs.
If they were still in their original bodies, the scene might have been pleasing to the eye. But now, Yu Meingni swayed like a fragile willow in the wind, looking incredibly delicate.
Meanwhile, Yu Meishin
had transformed into a muscular man, her body packed with bulging muscles. Her arms alone were thicker than Yu Meingni's waist, and she had at least 400 pounds of strength. Not to mention, her charm or special passive abilities
were now displayed on her. Wu Zihua, dressed in women's clothing, couldn't help but stare at Yu Meishin.
Yu Meishin was having a great time, comforting the delicate Yu Meingni while flexing her arms. I must be the strongest man among
you now.
Rong Jinhui, who had just been boasting about his masculinity, fell silent and took a step back, crossing his arms. You really are the strongest among us.
Even I can't compare to you.
Wu Zihua rubbed his temples.
Don't let your roles affect your mindset. Don't forget, it's Chen Fan who connected us mentally and kept us clear-headed. We need to hurry and complete the mission. That made a lot of sense.
Chen Fan glanced at Lin Shushi.
Lin
Shushi had turned into a middle-aged man in his 50s, his hair neatly combed.
He patted his chest. Leave it to me.
Then, he led Chen Fan on a tour around the prison.
There were over a dozen people affected by Chen Fan's music, the most notable being the warden.
Lin Shushi directly brought the warden to the room where Chen Fan and the others had been earlier. Chen Fan's skill only controls people, it doesn't cause harm, Lin Shushi said, stroking his chin.
The problem is how to make this guy reveal his true form. Wu Zihua circled the warden. I can't see any flaws. There's no way to tell if he's a monster.
Wu Zihua looked at Chen Fan curiously. What exactly did you guys do
to push that bride to such an extreme? Chen Fan and Yu Meingni exchanged a glance. To be honest, they didn't quite understand it themselves. The warden looked at Lin Shushi, full of grievance. Mayor, what did I do wrong?
That's
right. Yu Meingni decided to speak up herself.
The others remained silent, letting her give it a try first. After all, Yu Meingni's way of thinking was rather unique, completely different from ordinary people.
If she couldn't
handle it, then someone else would step in. We just discovered some issues that we must tell you about. Yu Meingni began to make things up. The warden immediately sat upright, thinking that everyone here was a friend of the mayor. And in this small town, everyone had to show the mayor respect. What issues? The warden asked urgently. Yu Meingni said seriously, we found out your wife is cheating on you.
The warden froze. What? It's true, Yu Meingni said earnestly.
As soon as she said this, the others instantly understood and began reciting life's major challenges to the warden: healthcare, education, and retirement. These words left the warden at a loss, completely shaken. Before long, he was crying uncontrollably, feeling that life was hopeless.
This all happened in just over 10 minutes. Wu Zihua, standing nearby, was sweating profusely. He suddenly remembered his position in the class psychological counselor. He had thought it was just an easy way to earn credits. But after seeing his friend's performance, he decided he'd have to be cautious when counseling them in the future, lest he be led astray. Their brainwashing skills were too strong. Those three major challenges, healthcare, education, and retirement, were enough to make anyone's heart explode with pain. Not only was the warden collapsing, but the viewers in the livestream were also feeling down. Oh my god, I'm 45 years old and just an ordinary worker. Hearing this makes me feel like I've accomplished nothing. I'm 57 years old and still just an ordinary worker. I haven't solved any of those three problems. I feel worse than the warden. How are you all getting brainwashed? This shouldn't be happening. Wah, I'm doomed. These kids are way too scary.
Chen Fan and the others had no idea what the people in the livestream
were thinking. They only saw the once confident warden now full of resentment, clutching his head and sobbing. His mental state had completely collapsed. Wu Zihua quickly stepped back, distancing himself from Yu Meingni. He had seen it clearly just now. The warden, who had been full of confidence, had talked with Yu Meingni for less than 10 minutes before clutching his teacup and crying uncontrollably, his mental state utterly shattered. Wu Zihua decided that he would never let Yu Meingni into his counseling room in the future.
Otherwise, Yu Mingni might become the biggest disaster of his career. Although Wu Zihua wasn't particularly professional in psychological counseling, he couldn't let his career go off the rails in his freshman year. The warden, brainwashed to the point of tears, couldn't hold on any longer. He clutched his head tightly and shouted, "It's all my fault. I shouldn't be alive in this world." Wu Zihua wanted to comfort him, but suddenly noticed several tentacle-like appendages resembling octopus arms emerging from the warden's back.
Chen Fan immediately pulled out his secret weapon, a palm-sized bell, and shook it at the warden. This move caused the livestream audience to explode. Is this kid from Tsinghua?
I heard that students at Tsinghua Battle Academy all love crafting their own weapons.
Almost everyone in the school is passionate about it. Let the kid make a custom weapon. This little bell is so small, what's its purpose? I remember musicians' weapons are instruments. Any instrument can be used, even a melodica is better than this bell. Although I only caught a glimpse, you guys didn't see it wrong, did you?
That thing is really something the kid made himself.
I know this sounds absurd, but it's true.
The kid crafted it with his own hands. There's no temple insignia on. It's normal for students from the support academy not to craft their own weapons. You people change your attitude so quickly. You weren't saying this just now.
To be honest, this little bell is quite unique and surprising. When the skill is activated, you can't tell at all.
The poor warden only transformed halfway, with tentacles spreading out from his back like seaweed, making him look more like an octopus.
Honestly, his tentacles were
quite disgusting, with cauliflower-like growths at the ends, colored deep purple. However, the warden's body was paralyzed at this moment, completely immobile and unable to continue transforming.
After releasing his skill, Chen
Fan charged directly at the warden.
But was there even a chance to attack?
Wu Zihua initially thought the warden was quite pitiful, but upon seeing the tentacles on his back, he summoned his weapon without hesitation, a beautiful
fairy wand.
Among the support students present, he was the only one with a proper weapon. Chen Fan's weapon could only be considered a semi-finished product. Yu Mingni was much more decisive. She picked up the whip the bride had thrown on the ground earlier and rushed out without hesitation. Yu Meixin, at some point, had also picked up a brick. Even when Mingyu, the gentle's Wu Zihua, thought to himself, being a psychological counselor really has no future.
It turns out that Chen Fan's psychological tactics are indeed formidable. He insists on portraying himself as a fortune teller. The next person brought into the small room was a female prisoner who had taken the blame for her husband. To better manipulate her emotions, Lin Shushi even had the prison guards bring her detailed information. Chen Fan chatted with her for a while and told her that her husband was living a comfortable life outside. He said that because she took the blame for him, her husband not only got involved with another woman but also spent her money and even abused her child. Of course, all of this was fabricated by Chen Fan. But with Lin Shushi, the mayor, backing him up, the lies sounded particularly convincing. As a result, the woman broke down instantly, and her arms turned into vines. If Chen Fan hadn't reacted quickly and used a paralysis skill to control her, Lin Shushi might have been entangled by the vines.
Lin Shushi stepped back in fright, exclaiming, "Oh my god, that scared me to death.
What are you standing there for? Hurry up and clean this up." Chen Fan suddenly found it amusing. Being able to break someone down with nonsense was incredibly satisfying. They hadn't looked up any guides for this secret realm beforehand. Although Wu Zihua had been to the secret realm before, the difficulty wasn't as high back then, and it was still possible to discern the monster's weaknesses. Now, with this disaster-level difficulty, the monster's flaws were completely indiscernible. They could only figure things out on their own. Unexpectedly, they managed to find a way through. Everyone was having a great time. The atmosphere in the livestream was also light and cheerful, and the principal and teachers of Tsinghua University finally breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Shuiyo was reassured, saying, "Chen Fan and the others have good adaptability and handled it well." The principal also relaxed, saying, "I thought these kids were unreliable, but it turns out they can find their own way. Maybe they really can clear this." Lin Shuiyo smiled and said, "Of course, they must clear it. If they didn't, they would all be doomed." The school had already started contacting the parents of these 10 students. Coincidentally, some students had particularly hidden backgrounds. Take Su Zhe, for example. Although his surname was Su, when Lin Shuiya was the admissions director, she never associated him with the Su family of Harbin. After all, Su is a common surname, and no one would think he was related to the Poison King family. But when she contacted Su Zhe's parents, she was shocked.
The person who answered the phone was one of the few ninth-tier professionals in Longwa, known as the Poison
King, Su Tianzi, Su Zhe's grandfather.
It is said that the blood of the Su family members carries poison.
Their blood is toxic.
They use a special secret method to seal the talents of professionals into their blood.
When they reach the third transformation stage, each of them can feel the power passed down by their ancestors.
They can use their own blood to create great achievements.
However, because their blood is poisonous, this trait manifests even in
their childhood, causing Su family members to have almost no friends growing up. However, Su Zhe's branch of the family had moved to another place early on.
This was because Su Zhe's father wanted him to attend Tsinghua University instead of a military academy.
Su Zhe's father had a natural yearning for freedom and hated military academies. In the military academy, the Su family had practically established their own specialized department, with extremely
harsh training methods that were unbearable for ordinary people.
He didn't want his son to go through the same painful childhood, youth, and even middle age as he did.
So he secretly sent Su Zhe to Tsinghua University, and it went very smoothly.
After all, as the admissions director, Lin Shuao didn't take the Poison King identity seriously at all.
Now, Su Zhe had entered the National Destiny's secret realm.
Meanwhile, the God of Light, that cunning old fox, had sent people to monitor the skies over various cities. This time, there was no way Su Tianzi could escape the truth. He was already on his way here.
Whenever Lin Shuao thought of Su Tianzi, she felt a headache coming on.
Among them, the one with the simplest background was probably Chen Fan, because he was an orphan.
But that was just the information in his file.
Recently, Tsinghua University had received numerous private messages from people
claiming to be Chen Fan's parents.
There were all kinds of people, with all sorts of claims. Lin Shuao never expected that as soon as Chen Fan started livestreaming, it would turn into a family reunion event. As for Chen Fan's friends, each of them was extraordinary. Growing up alongside the grandson of the Poison King, the other two were naturally no ordinary people either.
Yu Meishin and Yuziki also had particularly special backgrounds. One Mingyu's background was slightly simpler, but compared to Meng Ling's reclusive family, it was still remarkable. Among the boys in the dormitory, Rong Jinhui was relatively ordinary, apart from Chen Fan. In short, just thinking about it gave Lin Shuao a headache.
Just as Lin Shuao and the principal were optimistic about Chen Fan and his team's way of clearing the challenge, a dean from the support academy raised an objection.
The noble angel's judgment said coldly, "Don't forget, this is the moment when the God of Light selects his chosen ones. Do you really think it's that simple?"
His hands were clasped, fingers long and clean, but his words were chilling. "If you think this is
easy, then your thoughts are far too naive."
Lin Shuao immediately turned into a fierce dog, and the principal quickly grabbed her arm, or else she might have rushed over to shout, "Who said we're stupid?
Are you looking for a fight?" Although Angel's judgment was an 8th-tier support, he wasn't Lin Shuao's support. Lin Shuao didn't care about such things. If she was unhappy, she would confront it directly. Angel's judgment smiled faintly, "If you don't believe me, just wait and see."
The principal, hearing this, couldn't help but glance toward the live stream. They had already defeated several monsters, taking down multiple enemies in succession.
If things continued
like this, they would likely escape soon.
But what if something unexpected happened? Hopefully, nothing would.
The principal silently prayed in his heart.
"I'm a bit tired. How about we find a place to eat first?" Chen Fan
and his team were becoming increasingly efficient.
At first, it took each of them more than half an hour to completely defeat an enemy. Now, the time had been reduced to a maximum of 20 minutes. After clearing out the monsters in the prison, they even went out onto the streets to capture people.
With Lin Shushi, the town mayor, supporting them, their efficiency in capturing, brainwashing, and killing monsters was astonishing.
Who wouldn't praise them with a well done?
However, after a long time, they were indeed a bit tired.
After Chen Fan spoke, Lin Shushi nodded and said, "The things in the secret realm might not be good enough, Brother Fan, you'll have to contribute a bit."
"I know," Chen Fan replied, pulling out various delicacies from his storage bag, including rice bowls, snail noodles, and stinky tofu, everything one could think of.
Because Chen Fan and Yuziki had been supplying the
campus for a long time, especially for the people in their dormitory who ate the most, he had long figured out everyone's tastes.
Before anyone could even speak, the food was already prepared.
This move left the live stream audience stunned, and they flooded the chat with 666 in admiration. The live stream's comments section was buzzing, and during the meal, the most discussed topic was, if I remember correctly, these young people were summoned by the God of Light from the training secret realm at Tsinghua University, which means they were in military training.
Where did they get so much food? I'm from Tsinghua. During military training, I was so hungry I almost ate grass. Even though we had enough energy bars every meal, those things don't satisfy cravings, they just leave your mouth hungry. You're not allowed to eat during military training. I was so hungry I almost died. The food in our support Academy's cafeteria is so good, though. Every year during military training, there are vendors selling food. Didn't you have any?
Our year had especially strict checks, and we didn't have any spatial ability users, so it was particularly miserable.
I'm so jealous of them. But Chen Fan's profession is a musician. Where did he get spatial skills? Could it be a talent? Is Chen Fan dual talented? I finally understand the God of Light's intentions. Now,
the God of Light is so straightforward. He took one look at Chen Fan and immediately summoned him. I don't know about the others, but the Tsinghua University principal must look upset seeing Chen Fan eat all this food.
Right?
I heard the secret realm's spatial walls have been thickened recently.
How did Chen Fan manage it? The principal wouldn't look upset. That old man is so gentle, he might even be on the verge of tears. If it weren't for
Chen Fan being a space merchant, these kids would definitely have had a hard time in the secret realm.
Exactly, the principal has that kind of personality. The people in the livestream had a very accurate grasp of the principal's character.
At this moment, the principal was almost in tears. I didn't expect this child to bring so many hot snacks, and even have a special storage bag. Before the principal could finish, the witch from the combat
Academy raised an eyebrow. So the cold noodles I bought last time were brought by Chen Fan. This kid is really interesting. The Angel of Judgment frowned. Doesn't this violate school rules?
The bald-headed man from the tank
Academy slapped the table, almost knocking over the principal's thermos, and said irritably, Angel of Judgment, do you even have a heart? It's already good enough that these kids can eat in the dungeon. The Angel of Judgment responded coldly, rules are rules. Lin Shueya raised her voice at this moment and directly asked the principal, why doesn't the Angel of Judgment have a name? Why don't you all call him by his name?
The principal scratched his
head, because his name is too long, I can't remember it.
The Angel of Judgment's face darkened, you can call me Adam.
Lin Shueyo almost burst out laughing and mocked, Adam? You think you're worthy of that name? You're just a
servant of the God of Light, not the son of the God of Light.
Adam is the son of God.
The Angel of Judgment raised his head proudly, I am the son of God. Lin Shueya waved her hand dismissively, all right, if you say
so.
The principal was helpless. These two, one was an 8th tier grand support, and the other was a 6th tier genius girl.
Lin Shueya was still very young, and it was only a matter of time before she caught up to the 8th tier grand support, so she couldn't be offended.
Lin Shueya could have directly joined the combat academy, but she had her own plans, so she stayed in the support academy.
Alright, stop arguing. As long as these kids come back safe and sound, I don't care about the school rules, the principal said with a casual wave of his hand.
You may not care, but I do, the Angel of Judgment snorted coldly.
These kids aren't even from your academy. Lin Shueyo
clenched her fists, her teeth almost grinding to pieces.
Looking for trouble, are you? Back then, I personally processed transfer documents for each of them. Among those 10 kids, 9 are split between your academy and the combat academy. Sure enough, the witch's eyes lit up. So that was the document you signed for me last time? Does that mean Chen Fan is one of ours?
The bald-headed man grinned, we have one in our academy too, Lin Shushi.
He's dual academy and wants to become a super tank.
The witch pointed at Lin Shushi in the livestream, who was wielding a large blade and cutting down a monster in just a few strikes.
Look at that momentum, does he look like someone from your tank academy? Stop trying to ride on our fame.
The crowd started arguing again. This time, the principal listened with a cheerful smile and didn't intervene at all.
Only the Angel of Judgment's face was dark. What made him
even more uncomfortable was the constant nagging of the God of Light in his ear. As a follower of the God of Light, he could hear the deity's voice. The God of Light kept saying in his ear, bring Chen Fan to me quickly.
I want to make him my follower.
This child has extraordinary talent and will be of great help to me. The secret realm is nothing to him, he will definitely clear it.
Once he does, he will be my follower. Take him to the Vatican.
I want to make him the strongest among my 12 followers. Few people knew that becoming a deity's follower not only granted a portion of divine power but also carried a small chance of becoming a minor god under the deity's
domain.
If the god of light could cultivate a powerful minor god, he could ascend to become a main god. To be honest, among the 100+ deities who descended to earth, not a single one had become a main god.
And God, the so-called
God of light, was on the verge of becoming a main god. Although the path of cultivating followers into minor gods was extremely arduous, and Chen Fan might even lose his life in the process, the god of light didn't care.
Talented
individuals were never in short supply. If there was one, there would be two, and if there were two, there would be three. Even if Chen Fan died on the path to godhood, it would be an honor, a blessing from the heavens.
Others would envy such an opportunity.
The angel of judgment was one of them. So now, while listening to the nagging of the god of light, he also had to endure the principal and others constantly praising Chen Fan, which made him so
angry that his nose was almost crooked.
It was already quite good that he hadn't ambushed Chen Fan halfway.
Chen Fan and his group had smooth sailing, using the same method to eliminate dozens of monsters. After eating, they continued their efforts. However, just as they killed the 30th monster, a faint golden light suddenly appeared on everyone's body. Chen Fan looked at everyone with a puzzled expression. Who used a skill?
It's not a skill, Wu Zihua said with a terrified expression. It's the blessing of the god of light.
Chen Fan?
To be honest, after entering this special secret realm, Chen Fan had almost forgotten about the existence of the god of light.
He didn't
expect this guy to suddenly show up. Chen Fan's face darkened as he noticed a parchment scroll floating in front of him, visible to everyone. He opened the scroll and read the content aloud. Dear little friend Chen Fan, your
performance has been outstanding.
You and your friends have achieved a special effect with your eloquence.
As a result, the god of light grants you a special skill. Chen Fan was stunned. They could actually gain a skill like this.
At this moment, Yu Mingni closed her eyes and discovered a skill tree in her mental world. Everyone had such a skill tree, and each person's skill tree was different.
Even for the same profession,
the skills would vary. The key lay in each person's unique mental strength, which determined the skills they could learn.
This is a passive skill, Yu Mingni said excitedly, looking at the golden fruit that had
appeared on her skill tree. When she focused her mental energy on the fruit, a detailed description appeared in her mind.
This fruit represented the skill.
I see it too, Suze said with a face full of joy.
But I don't think it's very useful. A passive skill that makes you more persuasive in conversations, what's the point of that? I've heard that joining the God of Light's faction and becoming a missionary can grant you this kind of skill or something similar, Yuziki said with a frown. But becoming a missionary isn't easy, you have to pass an assessment. Hearing this, Chen Fan understood. So, we've all become missionaries. Now,
Wu Zihua shuddered, his face full of disbelief.
Impossible, right? People like us can become missionaries? Rong Jinhui frowned. What's wrong? Don't you have confidence? Even if you don't, you should. Believe in me, right? Are you saying I can't be a missionary?
You were all just spreading negative messages earlier, Wu Zihua, perhaps too shocked, couldn't help but blurt out.
You've all trained to the point where a few words from you can mentally break someone. What do missionaries do?
They provide psychological counseling to help people believe in the God of Light.
But you guys? You directly break people down. Of course, I'm included in this too.
As soon as Wu Zihua finished speaking, he realized he had said too much and quickly added, I know, I'm one of you, which is why I find it so strange.
Weren't we just breaking people down earlier? How does that make us look like missionaries of the God of Light? Could it be that we've encountered a fake God of Light? Wu Zihua found the whole situation too bizarre. Not to mention what
had just happened, which made him feel that his role in psychological counseling was completely unnecessary. These people had such strong mental fortitude and excellent psychological states that they didn't need
counseling at all. It was already good enough if they didn't harm others. Chen Fan thought Wu Zihua made a good point and nodded. Now that you mention it, that does make sense.
But we've already received the rewards.
So it doesn't really matter. Let's just keep going. That made sense too. Overthinking wouldn't help.
Yuziki added from the side, actually, I think the missionary's passive skill is pretty good.
At least for
us merchants, it's a god-tier skill.
Chen Fan immediately thought of Yuziki's merchant passive skill.
It was indeed a god-tier skill, with all kinds of buffs stacked to the max.
The audience watching the
livestream, while skeptical about Chen Fan and his group obtaining missionary skills, also found it reassuring and reliable. When Chen Fan and his group acquired the skill, the image of the God of Light appeared once
again on the giant live broadcast screen in the sky.
The God of Light, with a benevolent expression, looked at everyone and said, "The people in the Dragon Kingdom's secret realm have gained the passive skill of
missionary through their efforts. From today onward, all citizens of the Dragon Kingdom will receive my blessing. The probability of all Dragon Kingdom citizens comprehending skills on their own will increase by 1%. After speaking, the God of Light departed. The remaining people of the Dragon Kingdom cheered excitedly.
Although the reward was only 1%, which wasn't particularly high, given the large population of the Dragon
Kingdom, there would naturally be many who succeeded.
The live broadcast chat exploded with comments. Even though it's just 1%, it's already rare since comprehending skills is inherently difficult.
Chen Fan and
his group are our treasures. If they make it out, they'll definitely be the brightest stars of the Dragon Kingdom. I need to put their photos up in my house.
The rewards from the National Destiny Secret Realm are insane.
I had no expectations before, just hoped they'd return safely, but I didn't expect them to earn rewards too. Chen Fan and the others were even doubting whether the way they gained their skills was legitimate.
I don't think it matters.
My sister was brainwashed by a missionary before. It started with emotional breakdowns, then they claimed the God of Light was the only salvation.
Half of the 100+ gods operate like this, don't they?
Their skill acquisition is only natural. After all, their brainwashing skills are even better than those of proper missionaries. Honestly, when I used to preach for the God of Light, I also broke people down emotionally first before telling them the God of Light was the only salvation.
That's how I got tricked into joining the God of Light's faction.
When will the Dragon Kingdom have its own
God?
If we had one, I'd join immediately. No need for missionaries to brainwash me.
My mom wouldn't harm me, after all.
Chen Fan was unaware that the entire nation had benefited because of him.
He had already forgotten about the missionary passive skill.
With a blank expression, he continued using his skills, searching for the next target.
For them, this was simple. The group was having a great time. But soon, they
encountered a professional challenge. They came across someone particularly difficult to deal with.
When they reached the 80th monster, they encountered someone who gave everyone a headache. This person was mute. In
the small town, he was a beggar. His body was covered in scars, as if he had been burned, with dense wounds all over his face, hands, and feet. His clothes were tattered, and he couldn't speak.
You make me smile. Became even brighter, like the sun, as she appeared before the beggar, but her words were cold. Your life isn't going well, is it?
The beggar shook his head, his gaze firm, as if saying, I'm very strong.
He even gave a radiant smile. Chen Fan, watching from the side, couldn't help but fall silent.
Because of his mental strength, he almost burst out laughing.
Only at the 80th monster, and you're already struggling? Chen Fan couldn't help but comment. Wu Zihua didn't understand. What do you mean?
Nothing, Chen Fan replied with a smile, then instructed Yu Mingni, this beggar is yours to handle.
We'll go find someone else.
Some people needed to be dealt with first, otherwise, the difficulty would only increase. Lin Shushi disagreed. We should take it one step at a time, to be safe.
Chen Fan shook his head. No need. My skill is area-based. Doing it one by one is too slow. Let's deal with the others first.
Yu Mingni rolled up her sleeves and started fabricating lies, even dragging Suze into it. After all, making up stories required seamless
cooperation with childhood friends.
Don't worry, Yu Mingni said confidently, I'll handle it in no time.
You might even see a particularly terrifying monster.
Chen Fan, go find others, but don't forget to keep an eye on me and use your skill on time, or I'm done for.
Chen Fan nodded. Don't worry. With me here, how could you not feel assured? However, there was something he didn't say.
He suspected that the special
rapport between Yu Mingni and Suze might lead them to discover something.
It was just unclear when that would happen. Lin Shushi saw that Chen Fan had already made his decision, and everyone was willing to follow
Chen Fan's lead. He realized his role in the team was actually quite minor. So, he followed Chen Fan's plan and began approaching others, slowly breaking down their psychological defenses. These people were already
blessed with the special favor of the God of Light and had the passive skills of missionaries.
The remaining 19 people were relatively easy to deal with.
A few words were enough to make them mentally collapse and
turn into monsters.
Of course, they had no hesitation in eliminating those who had turned into monsters.
However, the beggar was an exception.
No matter how Yu Mingni and Suze tried to influence him, the beggar's
gaze toward them was always filled with love and hope. This threw Yu Mingni off track.
She initially intended to use negative words to make him collapse and turn into a monster, but as she spoke, she herself changed.
Don't worry, not everyone's life is full of suffering. Your life will get better. I believe you will find the light.
Suze was trying his best to drag the beggar into the abyss of darkness, but Yu Mingni's words abruptly pulled him back. The beggar's eyes welled up with tears, and he was on the verge of crying.
He tightly grabbed Yu Mingni's arm, but he couldn't speak.
His eyes were full of stories, and he could only make simple sounds like ah.
He couldn't express his thoughts.
Suze, seeing this, got goosebumps all over and slapped the beggar's hand away, pulling Yu Mingni away.
He tightly protected Yu Mingni, as if guarding a family member. At the same time, he turned to question Yu Mingni, "What's wrong with you? Isn't this the time to drag him into the abyss?
He should collapse and turn into a monster, so why are you encouraging
him?"
Yu Mingni knew she had been influenced by the beggar's gaze and felt scared inside. Just a pair of eyes had completely changed her decision. I was moved by his gaze, so. She paused, looking at Suze
with confusion and helplessness. "Suze, don't you think the beggar's gaze looks familiar? It seems exactly like Lin Shushi's." Suze reached out and touched her forehead. "Are you running a fever? Why are you saying such nonsense?"
Rong Jinhui, who had acquired the missionary's passive skill, was in a good mood.
Hearing their conversation, he couldn't help but laugh. "What? Aren't you two the best at breaking people mentally? Can't do it this time? Let me give it a try."
Yu Mingni had a strong competitive spirit and would never hand over her task to someone else. "No need, we'll handle it ourselves."
Meng Ling silently glanced at the beggar, then looked at Chen Fan with confusion. "Are you sure?"
His words were cryptic.
Chen Fan nodded, "Pretty sure." "What kind of code are you two speaking?" Even Yu Meixin couldn't understand. Yu Meixin
was a charmer with the talent of observing people's hearts. She had always found Chen Fan hard to figure out, and now there was another person she couldn't read. Meng Ling didn't answer Yu Meixin but instead
asked Chen Fan, "Is it time to start?" Chen Fan shook his head. "He hasn't changed yet, how can we act?"
Their conversation reached Lin Shushi's ears, and he seemed anxious. "It's the last monster.
If we kill it, we can leave. Do we really have to wait for it to change?
The previous 99 monsters proved that Chen Fan's ultimate move has never been wrong.
If that's the case, why not act directly? Why do we have to wait for it to turn into a monster?
This argument made sense, and Suze was already impatient. "Acting now is perfect, I agree.
I really suspect this guy's brain isn't working right. Otherwise, after all we've said, why hasn't he reacted at all? If it were an ordinary person, they would have collapsed long ago, right?"
As soon as he finished speaking, Suze happened to meet the beggar's gaze.
The beggar looked at him. That gaze sent chills down Suze's spine. It was filled with disappointment, despair, and sadness.
Somehow, Suze suddenly felt a tightness in his chest.
Chen Fan nodded from the side. "Then let's act, I'll do it."
With that, Chen Fan and Meng Ling, one on the left and one on the right, directly charged at Lin Shushi, who was watching the commotion nearby. Lin Shushi was completely confused and hadn't reacted yet when he was
pinned to the ground by the two of them.
Chen Fan pressed his knees against Lin Shushi's stomach and punched him repeatedly.
Suze looked bewildered. "What are you doing? Did you take the wrong medicine?" Yu Mengni
suddenly understood but had no time to explain to Suze. She grabbed a whip and charged forward. At that moment, blue tentacles suddenly sprouted from the body of the Lin Shushi being beaten by Chen Fan and the others. The ends of the tentacles, sharp like steel needles, fiercely stabbed toward Chen Fan.
Skill-activated Lin Shushi was pinned down and unable to move.
This reversal was too shocking.
Lin Shuao and Wu Zihua were caught off guard, and the livestream audience was dumbfounded.
"Oh my god, it's the last one, nothing can go wrong."
"Didn't you see that Lin Shushi transformed? I never thought he was a fake." "Didn't they establish a mental connection? How could this happen if they did?"
"Even though they established a mental connection, I heard Chen Fan's mental strength is strong, but he's only a first-tier professional."
"Are we expecting too much from him? I still can't believe it."
The Lin Shushi fighting alongside them turned out to be fake. If they had listened to the fake Lin Shushi and killed the little beggar, they would have been
trapped here forever.
But the little beggar also reacted to Chen Fan's skill.
When he activated his skill, the little beggar was paralyzed too. That's strange. Could there be 101 monsters in this secret realm? Rong Jinhui found the situation too thrilling and exclaimed, "Chen Fan, what's going on? Is Lin Shushi fake? Anyone with eyes can see he's fake." Yu
Mengni, holding the whip, grabbed the little beggar nearby. I think the little beggar is Lin Shushi. His eyes are exactly the same as Lin Shushi's.
I've
known Lin Shushi since we were kids.
I can tell. Then what about the QQ group? Rong Jinhui was completely confused.
Earlier, the map Chen Fan sent, we
could all see the mental strength avatars.
Not only was Rong Jinhui puzzled, but the fake Lin Shushi, who had turned into a monster, was also confused.
The fake Lin Shushi looked up. How did you figure me out? Chen Fan, there's not enough time. Wu Zihua said nervously. Hurry and follow up. Chen Fan
quickly activated another skill and frowned. His skill cooldown hasn't refreshed, and there are still electric arcs on his body.
He's still in a paralyzed state.
Rong Jinhui was puzzled, but he just spoke.
His mouth didn't move, Yuziki observed carefully. It must have been mental communication.
His mental strength is even stronger than Chen Fan's.
Mental strength can gradually improve.
The school's military training also constantly trained
everyone's mental strength.
For example, Chen Fan's mental strength was much stronger than when he first changed professions.
Sure enough, just as Chen Fan
finished using his skill, a voice came from the fake Lin Shushi's body again. How did you figure it out? Mental connection, Chen Fan said decisively.
I established a mental connection with everyone here and left a mental imprint on each of them. The fake Lin Shushi almost burst out laughing. That's
right, this method is like something a child would come up with, obviously crude. But I also disguised myself.
You can see my mental imprint, but you can't see his, right? Chen Fan nodded. That's right. Yu Meishin was completely confused. When you made the mental imprints, I checked everyone.
The imprint you made for Lin Shushi, we all saw it.
That imprint was indeed the character, Double Happiness.
She had observed carefully, and the character was no different from what she saw now.
The fake Lin Shushi, lying on the ground, roared angrily, and his mental strength spread out like a shockwave. Those with weaker mental strength, like Rong Jinhui, covered their ears.
You're bluffing.
I don't accept this.
You're bluffing. The fake Lin Shushi was almost driven mad with anger. He had thought his plan was flawless, but it was seen through by Chen Fan. Your plan was indeed perfect, but I wasn't
fooled.
Chen Fan sighed. When I made the mental imprint for Lin Shushi, I did indeed only write one character.
He paused here, hesitating, then took a deep
breath and continued, but I hadn't written anything in a long time, and I wrote the character wrong.
Moreover, the mental imprint is very small in the mind, so many people didn't notice. You, however, are different.
I don't know your background, but your writing is decent. At least you didn't make a
mistake.
You covered the original mental imprint belonging to Lin Shushi and created a new mental imprint in your own mind.
And your mental strength is stronger than mine, allowing you to disguise it. But I saw through it at a glance.
These words left everyone silent. They are seemingly frozen.
Even the
fake Lin Shushi, who had been beaten by everyone, was stunned. It turned out to be such a strange reason.
If he could still speak, he would probably be spitting blood in anger.
Yu Mingni lashed out with her whip while saying, I have a tacit understanding with Lin Shushi.
I recognized the little beggar's gaze at a glance.
Hearing this, the little beggar nodded vigorously. Meanwhile, Su Zhe no longer dared to look directly into the little beggar's eyes,
especially avoiding eye contact.
Rong Jinhui hit the nail on the head. Even though you're childhood friends, Su Zhe didn't notice at all and even tried to
drag others down with him. Su Zhe looked helpless. Is this my fault? What does it have to do with me?
This guy with particularly strong mental strength
was indeed hard to deal with.
Everyone exerted all their effort and finally managed to take him down.
At the moment the monster died, a huge dialogue box appeared before everyone.
To be precise, it was a scoreboard, identical to the one Chen Fan had seen during the global exams.
Secret Realm.
Participation, National Destiny Secret Realm, Border Town Secret Realm difficulty, Catastrophe level participants, Captain, Chen Fan team members, Lin Shushi, Yu Mingni, Su Zhe, Rong Jinhui, Meng Ling, Wu Ziwa, Yu Meishin, Wen Mingyu, Yuziki. Final score, SSS all professionals, please proceed to the
temple to claim your exclusive rewards.
When the scoreboard appeared, the 10 children almost hugged each other in excitement.
Of course, below the final score was a drop-down menu, which, when opened, displayed the detailed scores of each teammate. The first entry was Chen Fan, Adaptability, SSS Skill.
Talent, SSS Stable Mentality, SSS Output Rating. Chen Fan felt uncomfortable seeing this output rating. Clearly, I controlled every monster, yet you
all snatched kills faster than anyone.
Take a look at Lin Shushi's situation. It might make you feel better. Suze comforted him from the side.
He didn't contribute any output from start to finish, and his output rating is G. A proper combat profession ended up being dragged down by a bunch of support roles. At this moment, the little beggar Lin Shushi finally spoke. After all, they had already left the secret realm and returned to the small dark room.
Suze, you have thick skin, don't you? I hinted so obviously in the secret realm, yet you pretended not to recognize me and insisted on dragging me
into the abyss. Suze felt that if he didn't properly apologize to Lin Shushi, this matter would definitely be held against him for a lifetime. Moreover,
their years of childhood friendship might be severed because of this. So Suze quickly knelt down. I'm sorry, I didn't recognize you at the time and
made you suffer.
Lin Shushi looked at Suze's attempt to act clever and inexplicably calmed down. Get up, stop pretending, speak properly, and don't hug
my legs, it's too undignified.
At this moment, everyone was gathered in the small dark room.
Wu Zihua exaggeratedly took out his phone and snapped several photos of the floating scoreboard in midair.
The scoreboard gleamed with golden light, visible to everyone.
My dad will definitely faint from excitement
when he sees this scoreboard, Wu Zihua said while taking pictures non-stop.
With this, no matter how much trouble I cause in the future, my dad will have to accept it with a smile. Yu Mingyi curiously asked, what if you get a college girl pregnant? Wu Zihua was baffled. What? Rong Jinhui, as if
snapping out of a brainwashed state, brightened his eyes upon hearing Yu Mingyi's words, and then the college girl brings the child to your house.
Chun Fan added, will your dad let you off the hook for this? Wu Zihua thought for a while, he might just make me marry a college girl?
Suze looked helpless. Your dad is really something. I'll go tell my cousins back home to just bring a kid along and claim some inheritance.
Wu Zihua was stunned. For a moment before reacting, I probably wouldn't cause such a big mess. Chen Fan, enjoying the drama, said, what if you brought a guy home? Yu Meixin caught the key point.
Everyone's nature was to love gossip. Rong Jinhui excitedly pressed on, tell us, if you brought a guy home, would your
dad still make you marry?
Wu Zihua felt the conversation was going off track and took a step back. Probably wouldn't cause such an earth-shattering
event, right?
Rong Jinhui waved dismissively, then you're not impressive enough.
Let me tell you, if I brought this photo back, they'd open a whole new page in the family genealogy for me, and the county records would write a special feature about me. Do you understand the weight of that? This made Chen Fan envious. A new page in the family genealogy, what a tempting thought. Wu Zihua's eyes lit up. Yeah, I'll go tell my dad to open a new page in the genealogy for me. From that page onward, my name will be the most prominent. Just thinking about it feels amazing. Meng Ling looked at the group skeptically. Are you guys exaggerating? Chen Fan nodded emphatically, of course not. Besides the SSS reward from the temple, there are other rewards that haven't even been distributed yet.
As he finished speaking, the massive book page in front of him disappeared. Then, everyone heard the mechanical, girlish voice from the temple. Congratulations to the team led by professional Chen Fan for completing the Tier 1 Catastrophe Level Secret Realm Challenge.
In the border town,
due to the team's perfect clearance and outstanding individual performance, earning the recognition of the Secret Realm Spirit, special rewards are hereby granted. The country of Longwa, where Chen Fan resides, will henceforth gain access to the Tier 1 Secret Realm border
town can now be entered for free. The overall difficulty of the Tier 1 Secret Realm border town is reduced by 20% for Longwa. Additionally, a special passage to border town has been opened for Longwa. Specific coordinates are as follows. Chen Fan's guess was indeed correct. And there were even additional rewards.
These rewards were enough to write a glorious chapter in their family genealogy. Rong Jinhui was so thrilled he almost jumped up.
What's going on? There are such generous rewards? This time, we're really going to be famous.
It feels like this secret realm has been moved directly
from the Vatican to Longwa.
Wu Zihua hadn't expected this outcome either. Could it be that clearing a catastrophe-level secret realm comes with such
generous rewards?
Meng Ling, however, was well informed about these matters. Historically, there have been similar cases. As long as a catastrophe-level
secret realm achieves an SSS rating, the rewards are usually very enticing.
Chen Fan's expression turned a bit complicated. So, you're saying we helped
the country reclaim a secret realm, and the difficulty was reduced by 20%?
Meng Ling glanced at him, understanding his thoughts. The country will
definitely give rewards.
Chen Fan squinted. If the country gives rewards, the school shouldn't fall behind either.
But he knew in his heart that there was something even more important: the system rewards. Just as he was thinking this, the system notification sounded in his ear, with a voice carrying an electronic synthesized tone: ding dong, system upgrading, rewards being distributed. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for completing the catastrophe level challenge in Border Town and achieving the highest SSS rating. You're truly amazing. Ding dong, you previously earned a supreme treasure chest from the college entrance exam secret realm but did not claim it. For this clearance of Border Town, you may claim one supreme treasure chest. Ding dong, detecting that you achieved an SSS rating again in this challenge, you are awarded an additional supreme treasure chest with a probability-based drop. Ding dong, summary: the host has obtained a total of 3 supreme treasure chests. Would you like to open them now? When it came to opening treasure chests, even the system's voice was filled with excitement. After all, opening treasure chests not only grants rewards but also allows the system to accumulate points. The more points, the faster the system upgrades. 3 supreme treasure chests, those points are no small amount. With nothing else to do, Chen Fan replied directly, open them. The surrounding companions had already started discussing what to eat later, their excitement evident. After Chen Fan clicked to open the chests, the system quickly prompted, ding dong, congratulations to the host for opening 3 supreme treasure chests. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for obtaining the Earth Immortal Divinity. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for obtaining a ticket to the 6th tier challenge realm, Land of Slumbering Deities. Note, if you achieve the highest SSS difficulty rating, this challenge realm will become your private microworld, indistinguishable from reality, and you will become the master of that world. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for obtaining the Fighter Synergy Badge, 2/10. The first few rewards were understandable. After all, they were from supreme treasure chests, so getting overpowered equipment was normal. But what did this Fighter Synergy Badge mean? Could even the synergy mechanics from Teamfight Tactics be integrated here? The system seemed to see through Chen Fan's confusion and directly popped up a manual in front of him. Of course, only Chen Fan could see it. Fighter Synergy, 2/10, explanation: considered as having 2 fighters in your team. After equipping this badge, you can freely choose which team members receive the synergy. Specific effects are as follows: 2 fighters, 2 members' HP increases by 20%. 4 fighters, 4 members' HP increases by 40%. 6 fighters, 6 members' HP increases by 60%. 8 fighters, 8 members' HP increases by 85%, and every 4 seconds, the next attack deals physical and magical damage equal to 6% of their max HP. 10 fighters, 10 members' HP increases by 125%, and every 4 seconds, the next attack deals physical and magical damage equal to 12% of their max HP. After reading the synergy introduction, Chen Fan had only 2 words: that's awesome. He had obtained a powerful and practical synergy. More importantly, this synergy badge didn't take up an equipment slot, could be worn freely, and was invisible. The most crucial part? There was no limit to how many could be equipped. As long as Chen Fan could obtain them, he could collect and wear these synergy badges without restriction. Chen Fan himself was a musician, and almost all his skills were about providing buffs to others or himself, or creating trouble for enemies. It was normal for him to increase the vitality of 2 random teammates. However, the numerical values in this world weren't directly displayed. Although HP was increased, you couldn't see the specific numbers. But the wristwatch issued by the temple would monitor every professional status in real time and provide corresponding ratings. Even though the exact numbers weren't visible, the buffs were real. Moreover, as long as Chen Fan wore this badge, a buff icon would appear above the teammates' heads. This badge allowed him to freely choose which teammates received the buff. It was practically a win even with a dog on the team kind of feeling. Chen Fan didn't know if he could draw other synergies from Teamfight Tactics in the future, or even different synergies. The temptation was simply too great for him. For instance, right now, what he wanted most was the Lucky Star synergy. But what would the coins produced by Lucky Star turn into in this world? And how could I even manage a losing streak? Chen Fan felt he was thinking too far ahead. After finishing the synergy badge introduction, he turned his attention to the Earth Immortal Divinity. The system claimed this was the most powerful treasure chest, and it actually produced an Earth Immortal Divinity. Didn't the Dragon Kingdom already have gods? Chen Fan could totally create one himself. What should he name it? Just as he was lost in thought,
he noticed the lights in the small room were very bright.
Looking up,
He realized everyone was staring at him. Suddenly, a beam of light appeared above Chen Fan's head, shining directly down on him before he could react. The voice of the God of Light echoed throughout the small dark room and even across the entire Dragon Kingdom. Dear child, you are my chosen, the best of
my followers. Are you willing to accept this supreme honor? Please answer yes.
As soon as the God of Light spoke, the people around him became excited.
Yu Mengni quickly said, Chen Fan, hurry up and agree, this is the greatest reward. Wu Zihua also encouraged him from the side, quickly agree, this is a great opportunity.
Rong Jinhui excitedly picked up his phone to record the scene, the most powerful follower.
A golden, shimmering projection of the God of Light appeared in the air.
Although the God of Light himself did not come, the image was awe-inspiring. Dear child, you are the most
talented person I have ever seen. Your performance in the secret realm is unprecedented.
I am willing to make you my strongest follower, the most elite
among them.
As long as you agree, you will gain supreme authority, different from other followers. Becoming a follower of a god means receiving special
authority granted by the deity. This is a universally acknowledged fact.
And the God of Light personally admitted that Chen Fan would become his most powerful follower, possessing unparalleled glory and strength, and gaining unique power.
The entire livestream exploded with excitement. At that moment, many professional players from abroad flooded into the livestream, each one stunned. What's going on? Even if Dragon Kingdom got a 3-second opportunity, how can it directly cause the suspension of our national secret realm? Ha ha ha, you've been locked out? That's hilarious. It seems the God of Light has deep feelings for Chen Fan. Who knows how long he's been secretly watching him? Why not just let Chen Fan enjoy the secret realm alone? Why bring others along?
I think the God of Light only has eyes for Chen Fan, even granting privileges directly to Dragon Kingdom.
Speaking of which, the Pope of
the Vatican is now furious, cursing up a storm. I even went to the temple to try to help them vent their anger, but I didn't expect the God of Light
to act like this. Is God the same as the God of Light? What does God know?
God only lived for 33 years. In their legends, God was just a young man.
What could he know about worldly matters? Really interesting, the God of Light only lived for 33 years? According to the Vatican's teachings, that's true. Is the Pope considered the God of Light's confidant? Seems so, which means Chen Fan inexplicably replaced the Pope? And the entrance to the secret realm has already been moved to our Dragon Kingdom. Although the secret realm itself hasn't shifted, the entrance has been relocated. This is a special
entrance, and the overall difficulty of the secret realm has been reduced by 20%.
This adjustment is specifically tailored for Dragon Kingdom. This move is just too extraordinary. Chen Fan's family will have to rewrite their genealogy, starting with him. I heard Chen Fan is an orphan, creating a genealogy just for him would be a first. Do you know how tempting it is for people from Fujian to have a separate page in the genealogy? I think it's not just Fujian people, the entire Dragon Kingdom is captivated.
From now on, even if I pee on my dad's shoulders, he'll say I smell great.
Chen Fan must be overjoyed now, he probably never expected to be valued so highly. Little guy, hurry up and agree, this is a heaven-sent opportunity. Although
our country doesn't have gods, we have the most powerful confidant of a god.
This can also grant us part of the god's authority, isn't that great? But I feel the God of Light is being unfair to Chen Fan. Don't forget, when Chen Fan entered the secret realm, everyone thought he was doomed. At that time, the only ones who could help him were a few minor deities. Remember the brown immortal? The God of Light is too shameless, I think Chen Fan shouldn't agree. Chen Fan hesitated for a moment but ultimately agreed. The system's small program reminded him, ding dong, host, quickly agree. Once you
obtain that authority, we can use the Earth Immortal's divine essence to create a true god, one who can wield the real power of a deity that would be a
true god.
Ding dong, just having the Earth Immortal's divine essence isn't enough, the god created wouldn't be a true god.
Without authority, without the support of worldly laws, no one would believe, and there was no power of faith. The mini-program wasn't as intelligent as the system, only able to sense some useful information and analyze it, chattering incessantly without caring about Chen Fan's reaction.
Chen Fan chose to accept, I agree, but I'm
quite curious, what kind of authority will you grant me?
The God of Light smiled more benevolently, of course, the best authority, my child.
Chen Fan couldn't help but praise him.
Although he wasn't good at it, he still tried his best to flatter the God of Light. Of course, you are the greatest, most powerful, and most awesome God of Light in the world.
The authority you grant must be uniquely excellent. This is a global live broadcast. Let
everyone see just how powerful the God of Light's divine power is. The God of Light is truly the number one God in this world.
In truth, Chen Fan's
compliments weren't very varied, repeatedly using a few phrases, but the God of Light was particularly pleased, though it felt a bit odd.
Yu Ming Ni and Rong.
Jinhui, having undergone countless brainwashing training sessions in the secret realm, naturally understood what Chen Fan was doing.
They silently gave Chen Fan a thumbs up.
Though they said nothing, their eyes conveyed a clear message. Daring to use psychological tactics on the God of Light, Chen Fan was
truly impressive. The God of Light, hearing Chen Fan's praise, felt elated.
Originally, he had only planned to grant Chen Fan a minor authority. His interest in Chen Fan was entirely accidental, not because Chen Fan had exceptional talent or high scores, but because of Chen Fan's mastery of missionary skills, especially his brainwashing ability, which was truly remarkable. The God of Light had initially favored someone else, but Chen Fan's unique ability made him change his mind. Thus, he decided to first assign Chen Fan a minor authority. In time, Chen Fan would help the God of Light expand his influence, especially in opening up the Dragon Nation market. The Dragon Nation had the largest population. If all these people worshipped the God of Light,
the daily contribution of faith power would be endless and quite terrifying.
This was what the God of Light valued most, everything else was secondary. My child, the God of Light smiled warmly, from now on, you will gain the ability to bestow blessings, bringing good fortune and luck to others.
The God of Light changed the authority and handed the blessing ability to Chen Fan.
Coupled with Chen Fan's unique missionary skills, he should be able to effectively spread the faith of the God of Light. At this moment, the God of Light's phantom in the sky extended a giant hand, gently stroking Chen Fan's head. The God of Light's fingers were as large as Chen Fan's head. With a light touch on Chen Fan's head, a golden light screen instantly poured into
Chen Fan's mind.
Chen Fan felt like his head was about to explode. If not for his strong mental strength, he wouldn't have been able to endure it.
Ding! Detecting host discomfort, the system will block 50% of the pain.
Chen Fan hadn't expected the system to have this function, and he immediately felt much
happier.
The pain in his head lessened significantly, leaving only a mild ache.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host for acquiring a new skill. He checked the skill tree in his mental sea and indeed found a new skill, Blessing. Blessing, one of the authorities of the God of Light, capable of fulfilling people's wishes within a small range. The God of Light was still quite stingy.
Such a great deity only granted such a minor ability. Fulfilling wishes
within a small range. Chen Fan couldn't even imagine how small this small range was.
Would it be like a certain underground palace, where you're promised wealth, but the next day you get into a car accident and lose a fortune? So, did you really get rich or not? Ding! The host can now merge the blessing skill with the earthly immortal Godhead to create a new deity. You can name it, and this will become your alternate identity. The system rambled on, and Chen Fan only grasped the general idea. But at this moment, the God of Light's blessing wasn't over yet. Although Chen Fan had already acquired the skill, had strong mental strength, and the system had blocked most of the pain, his mental sea was still in intense turmoil. He had to close his eyes and immerse himself in it to feel a bit more comfortable. The God of Light smiled faintly. He was indeed powerful, but not a fool. Chen Fan's praise, though childish, made him feel very pleased. However, while exhilarating, the God of Light deliberately intensified the transmission of spiritual power during the blessing. As a first-tier professional, Chen Fan's spiritual talent was limited. This time, the power of the blessing from the God of Light was stronger than ever before, and the impact of the spiritual force was something an ordinary first-tier professional could not withstand. There was a
99% chance that Chen Fan would be overwhelmed by this immense spiritual power, possibly even fainting on the spot. Worse still, after the blessing, he was
highly likely to become a fool.
At that point, the God of Light could claim that it was Chen Fan himself who requested such powerful strength.
In this world, to gain great authority, one must pay a price. Chen Fan's spiritual power was far from sufficient to support such high authority, so it would be no surprise if he became a fool.
People would only think that the God of Light was merciful, willing to grant authority to a mere thief or robber.
It was just that this thief or robber could not bear the weight of the blessing. Chen Fan deserved it. Thinking of this, the god of light couldn't help but laugh.
But in the eyes of others, this smile appeared as the benevolence of the god of light. Of course, there was still a 1% chance that Chen Fan could endure it and withstand the immense spiritual power. However, at that point, he would be completely stripped of his individuality by the god of light.
While Chen Fan might gain great authority, he would lose himself in the process. He would become a puppet of the god of light, the most loyal servant. And only the most loyal servants could obtain the highest authority.
After all, such authority did not come easily. At this moment, Chen Fan had his eyes tightly shut, with blood continuously flowing from the corners of his eyes and nose.
Initially, Chen Fan's companions were still smiling as they watched him receive the blessing. But when Yu Mengni saw Chen Fan bleeding, she immediately panicked. "Lord God of Light, did you exert too much force?" The god of light smiled kindly, like a benevolent old man with a white beard. "Child, if you wish to wear the crown, you must bear its weight. To become my strongest follower, you must undergo trials. A little injury is nothing, rest for a while, and you'll be fine." Only then did Yu Mengni feel reassured. However,
Yu Meixin still felt something was off. She noticed that everyone else thought the god of light's words made sense, but as a charmer, her intuition told her that this old man was not simple. Yu Meixin silently stepped back, seemingly making up her mind and preparing to act, but was stopped by Meng Ling.
"Are you planning to use the charmer's one-time only skill?"
A charmer has only one chance in their lifetime to unleash their full potential, forcibly charming any target, even a god, but the cost is half their life force, and their realm can no longer improve afterward.
Yu Meixin, skilled at reading
people, felt that the old man was definitely not simple. The god of light's appearance is just his shadow. Even if you use the skill, you can't break
it. Meng Ling, tense but calm, took out a talisman.
Yu Meixin glanced at it, and the talisman was hidden in his hand. She immediately turned her head
away, feeling reassured.
She knew there was a hidden expert in the team, and the 9th-tier talisman prison of 10,000 souls in Meng Ling's hand
was enough to bind the shadow of a god. Just as Yu Meixin and Meng Ling were conspiring, Chen Fan suddenly laughed. This laughter stunned the god of light, and also made Meng Ling and Yu Meixin breathe a sigh of relief. If he could still laugh, it meant there was no major issue. The shadow of the god of light's face darkened slightly, silently increasing the output of spiritual power. Unexpectedly, at this moment, Chen Fan suddenly opened one eye. Only
one eye, but that eye seemed to be filled with starlight, like a massive rainbow spinning and twisting.
The god of light was stunned. Chen Fan asked,
"Great god of light, have you heard of the southern heavenly gate?" His other eye remained tightly shut. That eye shone like a rainbow, but what it reflected was a desolate, gray world. It was trapped by a heavy barrier, with broken walls and ruins everywhere, yet it exuded an overwhelming, suffocating aura. On a broken wall hung a plaque that read, "Southern Heavenly Gate."
Through his spiritual power, Chen Fan clearly saw this scene. The god of light's face showed shock, and a wave of bitterness surged in his heart. Before spitting out a mouthful of blood, he severed his connection with Chen Fan and fled in panic. Poof!
The phantom of the god of light returned to its original body, which immediately spat out a mouthful of blood.
After a long silence,
a sigh echoed through the resplendent hall of the god of light. Impossible. Just moments ago, the god of light had intensified his mental assault on Chen Fan, intending to defeat him directly with spiritual power.
However, the god of light couldn't understand why Chen Fan's spiritual power was so immense, vast like an infinite universe.
The god of light exerted all his strength to suppress Chen Fan, and just as he was about to succeed, Chen Fan
rebounded.
Chen Fan had to tap into every ounce of his potential to withstand the mental attack. At the same time, he caught a glimpse of a memory buried deep within the god of light's mind.
That memory enraged Chen Fan to the extreme.
What appeared before him was a massive, dilapidated door exuding an oppressive aura, shrouded in a thick barrier.
Though the door was in ruins, the remnants faintly hinted at its former glory.
Beside the door stood 9
bizarre entities.
One of them was an eyeball radiating golden light, with golden veins coiling around its pupil in a complex structure.
The golden patterns
on the eyeball constantly shifted, resembling a kaleidoscope in perpetual motion.
Using his spiritual sense, Chen Fan realized this was the true form of the god of light. So, this is what the legendary god of light looks like? Another eyeball had a different color, with black veins. Behind its pupil
trailed numerous black vein-like appendages, swaying as they clung to the shattered door, seemingly absorbing its power.
Besides these 2 eyes, there was
A mist-like entity, a broken sword, a tattered book, a damaged shield, a strikingly seductive woman, an old man with a beard that reached the ground.
And finally, a creature resembling a small mouse.
These 9 grotesque beings clung to the barrier-covered southern heavenly gate, leeching its power like
vampires.
The words Southern Heavenly Gate were engraved on the door. As the 9 creatures continued to drain its energy, the already broken gate became even more fragmented, with small stones around it gradually disintegrating into nothingness. The god of light manipulated the massive pupil, laughing
with excitement. Foolish Eastern deities, now you can only be devoured by us. One day, we will claim the entire divine realm as our own. The eyeball, with black veins, glanced at him and said, "Stop wasting time, just keep absorbing. From now on, you are light, and I am darkness.
In this world, only. The 9 of us are true gods, the rest are worthless." The other 8 creatures nodded in agreement, their excitement palpable.
They emitted strange,
cackling sounds, growing tentacles that clung tightly to the southern heavenly gate.
Even just absorbing one gate is so delicious. I've already gained considerable power. I wonder how many more delectable things are hidden in that resplendent palace.
The god of light savored the energy, his face beaming with joy as golden light began to emerge. The god of darkness, appearing somewhat fatigued and even ready to give up, shifted his posture and said, "This
is exhausting. I think we've taken enough for now.
At least we can deceive those ignorant mortals into becoming our followers.
That shouldn't be too hard." "You're right," the god of light nodded.
Among these 9 so-called deities, the ones truly in control were the god of light and the god of darkness.
The 2 of them, resembling massive eyeballs the size of semi-trucks, dominated the group.
The other bizarre entities dared not speak, or perhaps
they simply had no time to.
These creatures, like vampires, clung to the frame of the southern heavenly gate, frantically draining its essence.
The scene before Chen Fan made his blood boil. He was utterly furious. No wonder the Dragon Kingdom had no true deities. The moment a deity was born in the Dragon Kingdom, they were relentlessly drained by these grotesque beings, leaving their existence uncertain. Chen Fan's lips curled into a faint smile.
"But now, I suppose there is one," he said, merging the small authority granted by the god of light with the earthly immortal godhead in his hand. Then, he closed his eyes. Although Chen Fan performed this action within the system space, invisible to others, but everyone, or more precisely, every person from the Dragon Kingdom, felt a surge of warmth at that moment. It was as if some kind of power emanated from Chen Fan, spreading to everyone and making
it impossible to ignore. Wu Zihua stared at Chen Fan in shock. "Why do I feel like I've gotten stronger? The treatment for the light gods chosen is this. Good."
Rong Jinhui's expression turned serious, and he even made the sign of the cross in front of himself on the spot.
"What do you know? Chen Fan is no longer the same Chen Fan. You can't even call him a chosen anymore." Su Zhe asked in confusion, "Then what should we call him?"
Rong Jinhui replied
firmly, "From today onward, our great Chen Fan is the Pope."
His face appeared in the live broadcast, his tone both righteous and full of confidence.
"Honestly."
Far away in Vaticanus, the light god, who had just returned, spat out a mouthful of old blood upon seeing this scene. The Pope felt like the sky
was falling. It turned out their light god had only gone out to recruit a chosen one, but now even his position had been taken? Was this all aimed at him? Light god, how could you be so foolish?
The Pope thought to himself as he kicked over the Holy Grail in front of the light god.
Meanwhile, the light god was so furious he flipped over, paying no attention to the Pope, his eyes fixed solely on Chen Fan. What had just happened? Why had he been ejected? Of course, none of that mattered now. To the light god, as long as he could rush back in, reappear beside Chen Fan, and turn Chen Fan's spiritual world into ruins, completely crippling him, there was still a chance to turn things around. The light god thought this and acted accordingly. But he found that his avatar could no longer enter the Dragon Kingdom's borders, even though it had been possible before. The light god, now desperate, descended with his true form above the Dragon Kingdom. Yet he discovered a familiar barrier over the Dragon Kingdom's skies. This barrier was nothing short of the light god's nightmare. Years ago, he and 9 other deities had fought above the southern heavenly gate for a long time, barely managing to thin the barrier enough to cling to its weak spot and slowly siphon the divine power from the gate. Honestly, seeing the barrier now enveloping the entire Dragon Kingdom, the light god's first reaction was a sharp ache in his teeth. Moreover, this barrier was far thicker than the one they had gnawed through at the southern heavenly gate back then. Gritting his teeth, the light god rammed into it.
A booming sound echoed above the barrier, and golden ripples spread out. Like waves. At the same time, a line of golden text appeared in the light god's mind. It was written in the ancient seal script of the Dragon Kingdom, which the light god couldn't understand at all. But as the words appeared in his mind, he inexplicably understood their meaning. Ancient land of Huaxia, demons forbidden. This sentence etched itself deeply into his heart. Although the light god couldn't read the Dragon Kingdom script, he immediately grasped the meaning of the words. What is going on? The light god looked utterly confused. The Dragon Kingdom has always been a place we could enter freely, and now you're telling me demons can't enter? Demons? When did I become a demon? What does this even mean? Saying this, the light god soared higher into the sky and then dove straight toward the barrier. But the barrier remained unmoved, and instead, the light god felt as if his internal organs were about to shatter. Not only was there excruciating pain inside, but his entire being seemed on the verge of breaking apart. His divine soul trembled violently, and he even felt his divine core becoming unstable. Closing his eyes, he entered his spiritual world to examine his divine core carefully. To his shock, he discovered a crack on his divine core. This couldn't have been caused by the collision just now, it must have been there before. The light god forced himself to believe. After saying this, he ascended into the sky again and charged at the barrier once more. The barrier still didn't budge. This time, he couldn't even maintain his human form, quickly transforming into a streak of light and retreating to his temple, Vaticanus. The light god's true form was a massive golden eyeball with blood vessel-like patterns. If another deity were to visit at this moment, they would see that his divine core now bore two intersecting cracks, crisscrossing and splitting the core apart. The place where the cracks intersect is still loose. The god of light was in pain all over, feeling as though the entire structure of the divine realm had been altered by something. The Dragon Kingdom had also changed. What is going on? The god of light lay on the bed, his once bright eyes now covered with a layer of dust, staring lifelessly at the ceiling, appearing extremely distressed. The other 8 gods also sensed the anomaly in the Dragon Kingdom. Knowing that the god of light was selecting his chosen ones, they all inquired about what had happened, but the god of light did not respond. The god of darkness, whose form was similar to the god of light, a massive eye, differing only in color, observed the god of light and felt something was amiss. This old guy seems injured. Why not pay him a visit and see if I can take the opportunity to devour him, he thought. If I can devour the god of light, I will possess 2 divine essences, both light and darkness. The more the god of darkness thought about it, the more he felt it was a good idea. After all, among the 9 gods, only he and the god of light shared similar forms and equal status. I'll go see what's wrong with this old fellow. The god of darkness smiled broadly, even bringing along the divine artifact he had collected, ready to deliver a fatal blow. Meanwhile, in the global live broadcast room supported by the temple in the Dragon Kingdom, the scene was as follows. The god of light was blessing Chen Fan. The energy of the blessing was so powerful that Chen Fan fainted. This was entirely reasonable. Coupled with Rong Jinhui's words, the scene became even more convincing. Many people in the live broadcast room were discussing fervently. With less than half an hour left before the broadcast ended, Chen Fan and the others would soon be teleported out. Is it still possible to go to Qinghua? Now, I want to see what this little hero looks like in person. Didn't you already see him clearly in the live broadcast? The image is high definition. Can't you see it? That's not the same. In the broadcast, Chen Fan looks like a paper figure. Do you really want Chen Fan's autograph? Absolutely. I want Chen Fan to sign on my chest, and then I'll never wash this shirt for the rest of my life. I'll frame it and keep it as a collection. You guys are crazy, but I like this kind of craziness. Just kidding, who wouldn't like someone like Chen Fan? But Rong Jinhui is really bold. That said, he's not wrong. Right now, Chen Fan is the god of light's number 1, the most powerful chosen one, practically at the level of a pope. Wouldn't the Vatican refuse to acknowledge this? What the Vatican says doesn't matter, the god of light's acknowledgement is enough. After the blessing, the god of light didn't say much, but we all felt warm all over. Doesn't that say something? What does it say? Isn't it just that he's the most outstanding chosen one? The Pope has done a lot for the god of light over the years. How could the god of light bear to abandon him? Contributions are contributions, but now Chen Fan is the one the god of light truly values. I think the god of light might already be disappointed in the Vatican and is considering shifting his influence to our country.
Exactly, otherwise why would the entrance to the secret realm be set in our country? The Pope seems a bit anxious to go. Check his Weibo quickly. Chen Fan had not yet woken up.
But this did not stop Rong Jinhui and the others from continuing to monitor the situations.
Development.
They all knew that Chen Fan was asleep because his mental strength had been damaged after receiving the God of Light's blessing.
When all 10
people were teleported back, they were greeted by a group of principals and professors whose eyes were moist with excitement. At this moment, they had
returned to the training room they had been in before.
The principals and professors immediately applauded enthusiastically upon seeing them.
Only Angel Judgment clapped hesitantly.
He was unsure of what Chen Fan had actually done.
Although all the people of the Dragon Kingdom felt the warmth of the
God of Light's blessing, that warmth seemed to have little to do with the God of Light himself. Moreover, the God of Light had not appeared again after the
blessing.
Angel Judgment keenly sensed that his connection with the God of Light was becoming increasingly tenuous. If he hadn't firmly believed he was a favored one of the God of Light, the God of Light wouldn't have abandoned all other favored ones for Chen Fan. In the eyes of Angel Judgment, the God
of Light seemed like a scumbag. Precisely because Angel Judgment still believed he was a favored one of the God of Light, he hadn't outright betrayed him.
The feeling Chen Fan gave Angel Judgment was almost identical to the feeling the God of Light gave him.
How could Angel Judgment possibly be happy?
The God of Light was truly foolish. No matter how much he liked Chen Fan, he shouldn't have kicked the Pope out.
No matter how much he doted on Chen
Fan, he shouldn't have let him monopolize all the power and rise to that strange height.
Angel Judgment cleared his throat. Although the 10 of you returned safely, tell me, that skill in the training ground that could infinitely control others, was it released by you? Rong Jinhui, who had been waiting proudly for praise, immediately turned pale upon hearing this. What was this? Settling scores after the fact?
Previously, the principal had been particularly pleased when he saw them complete the secret realm mission.
He had almost forgotten about Chen Fan's infinite paralysis skill and had even selectively ignored some oddities.
If it hadn't been for the fact that all the teachers and students on the map were affected, and if the female demon from the
Battle Academy hadn't sent a distress signal, the principal wouldn't have applied for the National Treasury's artifact.
He had even made a big show of
strengthening the secret realm's barrier.
Now it seemed these measures were somewhat excessive. It turned out it wasn't the monsters of the 9th tier
secret realm causing trouble but a first-tier professional. Rong Jinhui was extremely flustered, fearing the principal would settle scores after the fact.
But the principal had no such intention.
Seeing Rong Jinhui's frightened expression, the principal almost couldn't help but laugh. That does make sense,
the principal said with a smile, glancing at everyone. Except for Chen Fan, who was lying on the sofa without any reaction, everyone else was extremely
tense. He deliberately asked, regarding Lin Shueyao, what punishment do you think those students should receive? Lin Shueyao understood the implication and replied, I think the punishment must be very severe.
Their words carried hidden meanings, and their exchanged glances clearly showed they didn't want
Chen Fan to suffer, and there would even be rewards.
After all, it was already fortunate that these kids could return to school, and there was no need
to pursue past matters further. At this moment, Tu Wenli's voice echoed in the hall, Principal, I report that Chen Fan is the merchant in our training camp.
I don't know what method he used, but he managed to buy food at low prices outside and bring it back. Immediately after, Huang Mao spoke up. This was his first appearance in front of everyone since the cesspit incident.
That's right.
Although we had been eating the food Chen Fan brought and were completely deceived by his superficial tricks, we have finally come to our senses and want to report him now, Huang Mao said furiously.
Upon seeing Huang Mao, Yu Meixin immediately took a step back. Huang Mao actually liked Yu Meixin quite a bit. Joking aside, who wouldn't like Yu Meixin? Yu Meixin was a charming person.
Her charm skill made both male and female students like her.
Regardless of gender, they would eventually be utterly captivated by her.
But when Huang Mao saw her take a step back, he felt uncomfortable. However, the key issue now was reporting Chen Fan.
Huang Mao decided to deal with this matter first.
As soon as he finished speaking, Yu Meixin loudly said, Teacher, you got it wrong.
I'm the one who transported the goods. The principal's mouth twitched. Didn't he see Chen Fan openly take out those delicacies from his storage bag? But what did it matter? These kids were covering for each other.
Yu Mingni stood up. Meixin is delicate, how could she possibly carry those meals?
Only me, only I could have done it. The low price Purchases were my doing, Yuziki said calmly. I'm different from others, I'm a merchant.
Only I could secure the lowest prices.
Huang Mao, I know we sold at high prices, but you can't say that. Back then, you were happily eating, and now you're criticizing after putting down your bowl? Tu Wenli stepped forward to argue. What can I say? We never forced you, and everything we said was true. Students from the 3 major academies can testify. He
turned his head to look at a burly student from the Tank Academy beside him.
Tu Wenli raised his voice and questioned, I remember you. You bought quite a few things from Chen Fan, didn't you?
The student snorted in Tu Wenli's direction, turned his head dismissively, and ignored him.
The principal
smiled and said, You're so sure, but that Tank student didn't help you just now.
Could it be that you're lying? Tu Wenli gritted his teeth, while Huang
Mao rolled his eyes at him, thinking he should never have cooperated with the useless students from the support academy.
Huang Mao stood up and said, Everything I said is true. Not only did I see it, but my classmates and friends saw it too. He even signaled to a few of his lackeys nearby. But before he could finish speaking, Mangling's words left everyone speechless. Teacher, there's no need to listen to them. Starting today, the 10 of us are transferring to Yen University next door. Huang Mao was stunned. Tu Wenli was equally confused. Lin Shueya was even more shocked. What the hell? The principal's face turned red upon hearing this. Mangling, don't say such nonsense. This little matter isn't that serious.
He waved his hand, and several teachers who had been hiding in the shadows immediately rushed out. They quickly tied up the dumbfounded Huang Mao, Tu Wenli, and Huang Mao's lackeys,
gagged them, and swiftly took them away, moving so fast it left everyone dumbfounded.
The principal turned to Chen Fan's team with a bright smile.
We're here today to discuss the school's rewards with you. Whatever you want, just say it. However, the rewards will only be given after Chen Fan wakes up, as he is the team leader. Upon hearing this, Rong Jinhui and Wu Zihua's eyes lit up.
What they wanted most, of course, was their own wives, in other words, their own weapons. To have an invincible weapon, one crafted by their own hands, would be incredible.
If you want weapons, the principal teased,
I can introduce you to a 9th-tier weapon master. Whether it's enhancement or enchantment, you can get it at half price.
Rong Jinhui, before he could get excited, asked helplessly, Can't it be free?
Wu Zihua was so startled that he quickly covered Rong Jinhui's mouth.
Don't say that. Getting half price is already an incredible deal, and you still want it for free?
The principal chuckled and said, Chen Fan might get it for free, considering his
significant contributions.
That 9th-tier weapon master values Chen Fan's luck and might want to take him as a disciple. Indeed, for a weapon master,
luck was crucial. If an enhancement or enchantment failed, the materials and money would be wasted. Who could bear that? Yu Mengni pulled out a blueprint and excitedly showed it off. I want to make this. Her blueprint was very abstract. Yu Meixin stared at it for a long time and asked in confusion, Are you trying to make a plate? Yu Mengni was exasperated. It's an umbrella. Can't you tell?
No, they really couldn't.
Just as everyone was enjoying
themselves, the Pope's call came through, directly to the principal.
The principal was stunned and put it on speaker. The Pope's rough voice echoed through
the hall, Tell your Chen Fan to clarify that I am the most loyal and powerful follower of the God of Light.
He's just a latecomer thief. Not only am
I a follower of the God of Light, but I am also the child of the God of Light.
I am the true Pope. The principal was utterly confused. Are you okay? Chen Fan suddenly spoke, though no one knew when he had woken up.
He spoke in Chinese. Principal, tell him that he's indeed the child of the God of Light, but he's a descendant of a concubine. I, on the other hand, am a descendant of Hong Xiuquan.
Got it? We are the descendants of the legitimate eldest son of the God of Light. The principal was dumbfounded. How did this conversation suddenly involve Hong Xiuquan?
Yu Mengni's eyes sparkled. That's right, Pope. Your ancestors competed with Hong Xiuquan back in the day.
You're heretics, understand? Lin Shueyo rubbed her temples, thinking these kids were really bold.
When it came to the God of Light, one couldn't avoid mentioning the legendary figure Hong Xiuquan. This infuriated the Pope to no end.
Of course, in this world, the secret realms had already descended during Hong Xiuquan's era, although history was slightly different from what Chen
Fan knew. It was largely the same. Legend has it that after Hong Xiuquan's 3rd-tier job change, he joined the Light Gods faction.
As an atheist, he also joined other factions.
To expand his influence, Hong Xiuquan claimed to be the legitimate eldest son of the light god, but was forced to wander due
to certain reasons. He said the Pope at the time was merely the illegitimate son of the light god. Hong Xiuquan also rewrote the scriptures used for the light god's propaganda according to his own ideas, which later became known as the Bible. The version of the Bible rewritten by Hong Xiuquan was not just one volume. To showcase himself and consolidate his position, he completely rewrote the doctrines of the light god. His claims quickly gained support. Although Hong Xiuquan never became a true chosen one of the light god, he possessed divine power, possibly representing another deity. The Pope, at the time, was furious. Taking advantage of this, Hong Xiuquan established the Taiping Heavenly Kingdom, quickly attracting a large number of followers. Although there was some exaggeration in the propaganda, it indeed brought considerable faith power to the light god. Some even believed that Hong Xiuquan had the potential to replace the Pope. After all, the Vatican was too far from the Dragon Kingdom. The Pope sent people to expand his influence and expose Hong Xiuquan's true nature, specifically targeting his falsehoods. However, the chosen ones sent by the Pope were not up to the task. After several debates, the Pope was instead regarded as a heretic. This is why Yu Mingni confidently claimed that the Pope was a heretic. When the news spread, the whole world was shocked. No one expected that the Pope, this useless figure, would lose in a debate and end up branding himself as a heretic. Even the Buddha, worshipped in the Elephant Kingdom, bluntly stated that when choosing a chosen one should never pick someone as useless as the Pope. By the way, the Buddha is the god of order among the 9 great deities. The incident caused a huge uproar, and many even believed the Pope was truly a heretic. Helpless, the Pope had to admit that Hong Xiuquan was the legitimate eldest son. However, admitting it was one thing, Hong Xiuquan might not necessarily acknowledge the Pope. What is an illegitimate son? A child born of a concubine. In those days, concubines were essentially servants. The children of servants were still servants. Why would a noble legitimate eldest son recognize the child of a servant? Of course, Hong Xiuquan eventually died in a secret realm. But recently, the major chosen ones under the light god started fighting, and in a fit of rage, they burned some of the light god's doctrines to ashes. Now, the only doctrine circulating in the light god's temple is the one Hong Xiuquan compiled based on the Dragon Kingdom's situation. This doctrine was brought back after the Pope was forced to acknowledge Hong Xiuquan's status as the legitimate eldest son. In other words, the Pope never truly reviewed those doctrines. To consolidate his position, Hong Xiuquan might have mixed other things into that doctrine. Anyway, Chen Fan had never seen it firsthand. But this was normal. All the above stories had happened in Chen Fan's original world, just without secret realms and the light god. In that world, the light god was called God. In this current world, the Pope of that time was known as the most incompetent waste in history. The Pope has since been replaced, and the previous Pope also died in a secret realm. But whenever Hong Xiuquan is mentioned, the current Pope becomes furious, almost to the point of madness. The Pope was already angry when he saw Chen Fan, especially now that rumors online suggested the light god was very dissatisfied with the Pope and might want to choose a new chosen one. To show sincerity, the light god even directly gifted a secret realm to the Dragon Kingdom. The new chosen one selected by the light god was powerful enough to absolutely replace the current Pope and become the new Pope. So the Pope specifically called, hoping that if Chen Fan could publicly declare his loyalty to the Pope and the light god on Weibo, the rumors would naturally dissipate. However, just as the Pope called, Chen Fan deliberately danced on the Pope's sore spot. Left and right, he mentioned Hong Xiuquan. Left and right, he mentioned heresy. The Pope was furious, clearly on speakerphone, possibly with a translator present. After listening to Chen Fan, the Pope cursed, You monkey from the Dragon Kingdom, how shameless can you be? You thief, have you no shame? Facing the Pope's angry rebuke, Chen Fan responded nonchalantly. Hong Xiuquan was the legitimate eldest son back then, and this was personally acknowledged by your Pope. If not, then return all the doctrines Hong Xiuquan wrote at the time. Those were painstakingly written by our great Hong Xiuquan. After the Pope's translator finished speaking, the atmosphere suddenly fell silent. Damn it! The last internal turmoil had burned all versions of the doctrines to ashes. The only remaining set was the one left by Hong Xiuquan. However, Hong Xiuquan's doctrinal system, used for brainwashing, was a continuation of the Taiping Heavenly Kingdom. Although they could be
Considered followers of the God of Light, they did not worship the God of Light as the supreme deity.
It always felt odd.
But up to now, within the entire
God of Light system, only Hong Xiuquan's doctrinal documents still existed.
The Pope was so furious that he gritted his teeth, unable to utter a word for
a long time.
On the other hand, Chen Fan calmly said, "Old man, you need to understand that now your God of Light acknowledges my identity.
I have already
obtained the authority of the God of Light, and with the help of the God of Light, we will create a new deity together, and I will become the messenger
of that new deity. In front of us, you don't even count as a fart." Chen Fan's words were carefully considered. The current power of the God of Light was immense, having established 9 deities.
If the Dragon Kingdom's deity wanted to rise, it would first face suppression from these 9 deities and other gods joining forces. And what Chen Fan held was merely the divine essence of a terrestrial immortal.
If memory served, terrestrial immortals were
not highly ranked in the hierarchy of immortals in the Dragon Kingdom. The hierarchy of immortals, from lowest to highest, was Ghost Immortal, Human Immortal, Terrestrial Immortal, Divine Immortal, Celestial Immortal. Above the immortal hierarchy in the Dragon Kingdom, there was still the level of gods. However, in this world, gods and immortals seem to have merged. The system stated that this was the divine essence of a terrestrial immortal, so it was called Terrestrial Immortal Divine Essence.
The specific ranking would need to be explored gradually.
Moreover, if a new deity were suddenly announced, it would undoubtedly face suppression from other gods.
But if it were said to be created together with the God of Light, then the pressure would fall on the God of Light.
Furthermore, Chen Fan learned through the system that since he activated the Terrestrial Immortal Divine Essence, the land of the Dragon Kingdom had already prohibited other gods from spying. In other words, Chen Fan could say whatever he wanted without consequence.
The God of Light wouldn't interfere in this matter either.
Chen Fan's thoughts aligned with the current situation of the God of Light.
The divine essence of the God of
Light had developed cracks, and the other 8 gods among the 9 deities immediately went to observe him. If the God of Light truly collapsed, the
8 gods would divide his authority. Now, these 8 gods had no time to bother with Chen Fan.
The Pope, furious, frantically called the God of Light. But the God of Light seemed to have abandoned him, completely unresponsive. The Pope cursed furiously over the phone, "Impossible, absolutely impossible.
The God of Light isn't foolish to this extent. How could he possibly give his authority to a nobody like you to establish a new deity? Absolutely impossible." The Pope's insults were extremely harsh.
The principal directly interrupted him, "Shut up.
You can't even serve your own God properly. How could we serve him? You're jealous and calling to curse people. How shameless can you be?
If you want to know the God of Light's intentions, go ask him
yourself."
After saying this, the principal hung up the phone, his expression serious as he looked at Chen Fan, taking a deep breath.
Is the God of Light really going to divide his authority to establish a new deity? Feeling the principal's strange attitude, Chen Fan hesitated and answered, "Yes, or no." "What do you mean, no?"
The principal seemed to understand that Chen Fan might not want to become a subordinate of the God of Light or was worried about potential side effects of becoming a subordinate.
Thus, Chen Fan planned to create an entirely new deity.
Or perhaps the God of Light truly intended
to support a newcomer in rising.
Lin Shuao, standing nearby, asked with a puzzled expression, "I heard before that the God of Light is very stingy." As she said this, she completely failed to notice the displeased gaze of the Angel of Judgment. The God of Light is so stingy, how could he possibly be
willing to divide his authority to support a minor deity? Could this be fake news? Lin Shuao's face looked somewhat uneasy. No, this must be true. The principal completely ignored Lin Shuao's doubts.
He roughly understood Chen Fan's intentions and knew how to help.
Taking a deep breath, he directly asked, "So, what is the identity of this new god? Does he have a touching story or an exciting legend?" Chen Fan's heart tightened. He had completely forgotten about this.
Originally, he just wanted to borrow the name of the God of Light to establish a god in the Dragon Kingdom first, so that other
gods wouldn't act rashly.
If anyone had objections, they could directly take it up with the God of Light. But now it seemed there were complications. As for where this god came from or what legendary story he had, Chen Fan had no idea. This god, he fell from the sky, born to. Chen Fan rubbed his temples. "Sorry, although I am now the god's messenger, some details still need to be discussed with the god himself."
The principal let out a sigh of
Relief placed a hand on Chen Fan's shoulder and said earnestly, "Then you need to communicate well with the god."
No training this week. At the very
least, I need a 100,000 word biography of the god.
Chen Fan was shocked. 100,000 words? Are you kidding me?
We need to erect a statue for this first.
God of the Dragon Kingdom.
Who knows if the gods from those myths will start appearing one after another in the future.
After assigning the task, the principal left cheerfully.
This kind of bluffing work was, of course, left to the young people, as they had thick enough skin to directly gain power from the god of light and openly establish a god. He wouldn't dare to do such a thing in his lifetime.
The teams you participated in can take a break.
Now, Lin Shuao said with a smile, looking at everyone.
Based on your performance in the secret realm, you can go to the temple tomorrow to claim your
rewards. The school will also give you additional rewards, and you can write a wish list. After speaking, she gently reminded Chen Fan, writing a god's biography is quite difficult. You need to communicate more with the god and write it slowly.
It's best to find a few people to help. A 100,000 word task
was clearly too much for Chen Fan alone. For something like a god's biography, about 10 people would be enough.
After the adults finished their instructions, they left in a relaxed manner.
The principal needed to confirm the god of light's attitude. After all, what Chen Fan was doing sounded too crazy.
Like setting off fireworks, completely absurd. What if the god of light didn't agree? The principal cursed inwardly. If that old guy refuses, I'll take
out the national treasury's artifacts and lead the old guys to take down the god.
The other adults went about their own business. After the teachers
and professors left, Chen Fan and the others looked at each other. Rong Jinhui suddenly burst into laughter.
Brother Fan, what are you waiting for? Take us out to have fun.
Chen Fan looked helpless.
The counselor just said we have a week off, not that we can go wild. I think we should just buy some
ingredients and ask the cafeteria uncles and aunties to cook for us.
That works too,
Rong Jinhui said boldly.
I want a drink, the 53-degree kind. Chen Fan raised an eyebrow. Bold indeed. 2 hours later.
In the dormitory, the only ones still standing were Chen Fan and Wu Zihua.
Everyone else had collapsed.
Meng Ling was drunk, her cheeks slightly flushed. She staggered with small, wobbly steps, and after walking a few steps, she suddenly squatted by the roadside, insisting she was a poisonous mushroom waiting for her destined person.
Chen Fan curiously asked, "What will you do if you find your destined person?"
Meng Ling replied seriously, "I'll poison him with my venom."
Chen Fan thought to himself, Meng Ling was practically Suzai's long-lost sibling.
When Suzai got drunk, he just lay on the ground, mumbling non-stop.
Wu Zihua struggled for ages to drag him back to the dormitory, but when he wasn't paying attention, Suzai somehow ended up in the bathroom, gnawing on half a bar of soap. To be honest, this guy had some strong teeth.
That bar of soap was the most expensive one Chen Fan had bought from the supermarket, only 200 grams but costing 28 yuan, with a rich, creamy fragrance.
If Wu Zihua
hadn't reacted quickly and snatched it back in time, that bar of soap would have been completely devoured by Suzy.as for Rong Jinhui. After drinking, he completely let himself go, making Chen Fan and Wu Zihua feel utterly embarrassed.
They all said I would die in the secret realm? Well, I came back. Alive.
I'll keep drinking, keep flirting with girls.
With me, Chen Fan, here, even the sky won't fall.
Rong Jinhui stood on the steps at the cafeteria
entrance, holding half a bottle of beer in one hand, exuding boldness and confidence.
Usually, he appeared refined and somewhat feminine, but once drunk, he instantly transformed into a full-fledged man.
He even hugged the tree at the cafeteria entrance, jokingly saying, "Hey, girl, did you see that? This is our Chen Fan, truly amazing."
If Chen Fan and Wu Zihua hadn't pulled him away, he probably would have clung to the tree indefinitely.
Wu Zihua was
responsible for escorting the drunkards from the 3 boys' dormitories, while Chen Fan had to take care of the 4 drunk girls from the girls' dormitory. Honestly, Chen Fan felt his task was akin to hell-level difficulty. When Mingyu and Yuzuki were relatively manageable, the 2 young girls held hands, their faces flushed, walking forward obediently after getting drunk.
As long as Chen Fan held on to Wen Mingyu, he could keep them both in check.
They belonged to the type who could still follow instructions even when drunk. Yu Mingyi, on the other hand, was even more troublesome than Rong Jinhui. After getting drunk, she thought she was a monkey and insisted on hanging onto Chen Fan's back. Chen Fan had no choice but to carry her.
His other arm was occupied by Yu Meishin.
Yu Meixin, who was loved by everyone and admired wherever she went, clung to Chen Fan like a pitiful little kitten, utterly
endearing.
But Chen Fan couldn't just focus on Yu Meixin, there were others to take care of as well. Along the way, Chen Fan endured envious stares from passers-by and finally managed to escort the 4 girls to the dormitory entrance. At the door, Wen Mingyu and Yuziki obediently let Chen Fan lead them, while Yu Meixin refused to let go, clutching his arm tightly.
Yu Mingyi, still acting like a monkey, continued to cling to his back. All right.
Stop messing around, Chen Fan thought to himself, feeling like a worried father. After much effort, he managed to calm the 4 girls down.
With the help of the dormitory supervisor, he finally got them all into bed.
Before leaving, Chen Fan pulled the chubby little dragon that had been sticking to him
off his body.
I don't know where you've been eating, but you've gotten so fat. Today, you'll help me out by taking care of them.
Got it?
The little dragon had grown noticeably plumper since the last time Chen Fan saw it. While eating at the cafeteria, Chen Fan had casually summoned the little dragon. As a pet, the little dragon would instantly teleport to him no matter where it was whenever he called. But seeing its current state, Chen Fan was genuinely surprised. This creature had gained quite a bit of weight.
The once elegant and ethereal little dragon, floating in the air with an aura of mystique, now had a bulging belly while hovering. What on earth had it been eating? Whimper?
The little dragon, wanting to continue clinging to its master, blinked
its big, watery eyes at Chen Fan, trying to act cute.
I'll leave taking care of them to you, Chen Fan said, gently patting the little dragon's back, before pushing it into the room, closing the door, and heading downstairs with the dormitory supervisor. On the way down, Chen Fan took out a large bag of snacks from his storage pouch and handed it to the supervisor. Those girls drank too much and might cause trouble in the middle of the night.
Please keep an eye on them.
Oh, young man, you're so thoughtful, even bringing snacks, the supervisor said as she accepted the snacks.
You don't have a girlfriend yet, do you? My niece is a third-year student, very pretty. Would you consider her?
Chen Fan shook his head helplessly.
No need, ma'am. He hadn't expected to be enthusiastically recommended by the supervisor. When he returned to the dormitory, Wu Zihua was struggling to wrestle something out of Su Zhe's hands.
Su Zhe clung to it tightly, as stubborn as a pig during the new year.
Meng Ling was hiding in the dormitory pretending to be drunk.
As Chen Fan passed by, Meng Ling suddenly raised his head, his eyes hazy, but he uttered a surprisingly clear sentence: the chronicles of the gods must
be completely fabricated, right? What do you mean, fabricated?
Wu Zihua heard him and turned around in surprise, but he only managed to say one sentence before returning to subduing Su Zhe and calling Rong Jinhui back from singing on the balcony.
Chen Fan curiously asked Meng Ling, are you drunk? Or not? Meng Ling's eyes sparkled, let me write it.
Chen Fan gently patted him, all right, but finish it and go to sleep, young master.
Are you planning to stay here all night?
Meng Ling shook his head firmly, no, I have to stay.
Why?
I need to guard my little mushrooms.
Meng Ling grinned
mischievously, I am the most poisonous mushroom in the Yunnan forest, with little mushrooms growing all over my arms, body, and back.
Chen Fan sighed. All right, you're completely drunk.
It was all Rong Jinhui's fault for insisting on drinking that 53-degree Feitian Maotai.
The liquor was brought by Lin Shueyo.
Rong Jinhui had just one sip and ended up in this state.
Meng Ling was slightly better, having had 2 glasses. Su Zhe fared a bit better than Rong Jinhui, but he passed out directly.
In the end, only Chen Fan and Wu Zihua remained sober.
Rong Jinhui, though noisy, drank quite a bit besides the Feitian Maotai.
When leaving, he even carried a bottle of beer.
Exhausted, Chen Fan finally closed his eyes to rest.
By noon the next day, everyone slowly
woke up. Wu Zihua didn't even want to recall the chaos of the previous night.
He had been busy suppressing Su Zhe, pulling Rong Jinhui off the balcony,
and coaxing Meng Ling to bed. Yes, coaxing.
Meng Ling stubbornly refused to sleep, claiming he had grown 20,000 mushrooms and needed to be a mushroom.
Daddy!
Rong Jinhui kept singing, and Wu Zihua eventually had to use the soundproof talismans Meng Ling had made and stick them on the walls.
Otherwise, Rong Jinhui's singing would have been enough to attract wolves from outside.
Meng Ling slowly sat up, as if still in a dream.
Seeing Chen Fan getting ready to get up, he suddenly spoke, the god you made up, right? Wu Zihua was shocked. What? Meng Ling stuck several soundproof talismans in a row,
along with some advanced talismans that no one else could understand. He continued, with the temperament of the god of light, he should have killed you
last night, but he didn't.
As for granting you authority and creating a new god, that's simply impossible. The god of light is the most disgusting and
detestable god in this world. What 9 great righteous gods? What a joke. Fully awake now, Wu Zihua couldn't believe he was hearing such explosive news. First thing in the morning. He loved gossip the most. Chen Fan nodded, that's right, I made it up. Rong Jinhui was startled, bro, can you even make this up? Gods are real.
If our family has a god, it's truly a divine blessing.
What if your lie gets exposed? Before he finished speaking, Chen Fan unhesitatingly performed a blessing.
Although this skill had already merged with the divine persona of the Earth Immortal, it still remained on Chen Fan's
skill tree and could be used. How does it feel? Chen Fan asked. Amazing.
Rong Jinhui's eyes lit up. I feel full of energy, even working feels invigorating.
This move of yours is way stronger than the blessings of ordinary followers. Is it the power of an individual god? What aspect is it related to?
Chen Fan didn't answer directly but instead raised his own question. In short, I have a new god, and it's exclusive to our dragon nation.
But because it's newly born, the god's story hasn't been passed down yet.
And I've become this god's messenger, so I can use a portion of divine power to bless you. The direction of the blessing is to enhance personal energy fields, which means improving overall luck.
If the god gains more faith power, the god will also level up.
For now, we can only use the name of the god of light to let the new god appear and first cultivate more believers.
Hearing this,
Meng Ling understood, so the legend of the god is very important. After all, myths about gods are the most effective in attracting believers.
Writing stories isn't hard. Su Zhe rolled up his sleeves, it's simple.
It's best to call those girls over too, let each write a section, just 100,000 words in
total. Chen Fan's eyes lit up, really? Su Zhe wasn't just saying it casually.
While he wasn't great at writing stories, his childhood friend Yu Mingni
was an expert. Because of the hangover last night, the girls in the dormitory didn't wake up until the afternoon. However, they were all in a good mood. After waking up, thanks to a diligent little dragon helping them with various chores. For instance, bringing water for Yumeixin and fanning Yuziki, helping when Mingyu turned over. After all, when Mingyu had been complaining. When Mingyu was usually gentle, but after drinking, she became nagging. Chen Fan
hadn't noticed this before because he had never talked to Wen Mingyu.
If they did chat, it would be her rambling on endlessly. The girls woke up in a similar state to Chen Fan.
But after Yu Mingni learned that Chen Fan needed a story, she specifically sent a message, just wait, I'm the best at this. No one knew exactly how skilled she was. In any case, while Chen Fan was still worrying about the background of the new deity, Yu Mingni had already written
a 20,000-word introduction. Truly talented. How long had it been?
Chen Fan received the lengthy document Yu Mingni sent and turned to his troubled friends, saying, Yu Mingni has written the beginning of the deity's legend.
Want to take a look?
Su Zhe's eyes lit up, fully supporting his childhood
friend. I told you, Yu Mingni is the best at this.
You guys have no idea how amazing she is in this area.
Rong Jinhui looked skeptical. She really wrote 20,000 words in one afternoon?
Wu Zihua confidently opened the document Chen Fan sent, but after reading 2 pages, his face turned pale.
His expression looked like he was trying hard to suppress something. Meng Ling didn't say a word, silently opened the document, and started reading. Meng Ling glanced
at the document, and his face immediately turned heavy. He quickly skimmed through it, then rubbed his eyes. Clearing his throat, he said, I think I'd
better write it myself. Chen Fan looked at Meng Ling and Wu Zihua's reactions, filled with curiosity. What exactly did Yu Mingni write? Could it really be that exaggerated? Why did everyone fall silent after looking at the document?
Even Rong Jinhui, who is usually the most gossipy and lively,
didn't say a word. The entire dormitory fell into an eerie silence. Chen Fan simply opened the document. It read as follows: a long time ago, a powerful deity was born, but he remained in a state of slumber. During this period of slumber, he somehow had 2 children, a boy named Pangu and a girl named Nuwa.
The subsequent content mainly described how this deity, while asleep, had countless children, who then intermarried and produced even more deities.
In
short, it was a vast genealogical family of gods.
Even more absurdly, Yu Mingni had deities of the same gender pairing up to produce offspring, with bizarre reproductive methods described in detail. Chen Fan was utterly shocked after reading it.
To be honest, if Yu Mengni were to write novels professionally, she might be scolded mercilessly for such bizarre content.
Chen Fan hurriedly finished reading, feeling his stomach churn. Just moments ago, the boys were discussing going to the temple to claim rewards. He looked up at the silent atmosphere in the dormitory and said, I think this introduction is just too outrageous.
As soon as he finished speaking, Rong Jinhui dashed to the bathroom like the wind. I can't take it anymore. Meng Ling slowly got out of bed, just in time to see Rong Jinhui rushing past.
Ugh! Without hesitation, Meng Ling grabbed a trash can and started vomiting.
Su Zhe's stomach churned violently too, but with the bathroom occupied, he could only widen his eyes in frustration.
And hold it in. Wu Zihua finally moved away from the computer screen and quickly deleted the file Yu Mingni had sent.
He felt that if he deleted it too slowly, the computer might get
contaminated by the content.
His deletion was swift and decisive, catching everyone off guard.
Chen Fan looked at the dormitory's collective reaction and understood that Yu Mingni's introduction
was truly explosive. Everyone was shaken after reading it. Rong Jinhui had just come out of the bathroom when Su Zhe rushed in.
Meng Ling, after vomiting, seemed slightly calmer. Wu Zihua, who had been holding back, suddenly spoke. Who's going to talk to Yu Mingni about this?
Everyone knew Yu Mingni had a fiery temper, and bringing this up would likely result in a scolding. But Chen Fan boldly took out his phone and dialed her number directly, even putting it on speaker. The phone rang once, and the other side eagerly picked up.
Yu Mingni excitedly said, How? Is it, Chen Fan? How did I do? It should be especially captivating, right? Chen Fan deliberated and said, It's quite exciting, but maybe a bit too exciting. What we want to emphasize is the origin of this great deity. We should talk about how powerful and extraordinary he is, but you can't just randomly make up myths from the Dragon Kingdom. Su Zhe had just come out of the restroom and, hearing Chen Fan's words, couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. Not only Su Zhe, but others also thought Chen Fan was truly brave. On the other end, Yu Mingni said, Regretfully, I wouldn't say I made it up randomly. I just connected the entire Dragon Kingdom mythology. Besides, this deity is fictional to begin with.
Chen Fan rubbed his temples.
Even if you're making it up, it can't be too outrageous. The mythological system of the Dragon Kingdom is already very complete. If you're using Dragon Kingdom legends, you can't mess around. That's amazing.
You could draw on those famous deities from abroad and say that these 9 deities are actually extensions of this new deity of mine.
Although we relied on the help of the God of Light to establish a new deity, this isn't an entirely new deity but rather a kind of return.
Speaking of which, as I'm talking to you, I suddenly got inspired.
I won't say more, I'm going to write now.
The more Chen Fan spoke, the more excited he became, with inspiration flowing endlessly. Not only was he brimming with ideas, but he also ignited Yu Mingni's creative
enthusiasm.
Yu Mingni's eyes widened with excitement as she exclaimed, Chen Fan, you're a genius.
I'm going to rewrite the whole thing right now. After hanging up the phone, Yu Mingni
immediately began writing furiously. She completely scrapped the previous version and started rethinking everything.
In fact, Chen Fan's dormitory wasn't the first victim. The first victims were Yu Mingni's dormitory friends.
After reading all of Yu Mingni's openings, Yu Meixin couldn't help but shake her head.
I never expected you to have this kind of potential.
Even those who specialize in writing seductive stories couldn't come up with such terrible plots,
let alone depict such blood-pumping storylines. Yu Meixin even thought that if Yu Mingni's 20,000-word opening were published, serving 10 years in prison would be considered light. When Mingyu, after gently reading Yu Mingni's text, looked extremely pale and couldn't help but run to the bathroom to throw up. Although Yu Meixin wasn't as dramatic, seeing when Mingyu's reaction left her stunned.
This girl probably has never read those adult novels.
Yu Mingni didn't care about the external reactions at all. She thought it was perfectly normal.
Of course, when Mingyu usually reads things like Dream of the Red Chamber,
how could she have seen any adult novels? Yu Meixin let out a sigh of relief. Yuziki asked calmly, So, you've read quite a few?
Yu Mingni paused her writing and curiously looked at Yuziki.
Haven't you? Yuziki felt like she was about to faint from anger and directly shared a folder. I used to sell quite a few.
300 books in a bundle for just $5, but they're all old files.
I don't update them anymore. Do you want them? Yu Mingni was very interested. Send them to me. Let me see if there are any I haven't read. Hearing this, Yuziki sighed lightly. But where exactly did you get the inspiration for your story? Even the Dragon Kingdom's mythology isn't that crazy.
I referenced Greek mythology and some foreign legends, like those from the Elephant Kingdom, Yu Mingni said excitedly. I found that whether it's Western or Eastern mythology, they often don't care much about logic.
That's true, Yuzuki had to nod. Mythology
inherently doesn't follow logic, but it can't be completely chaotic either.
For example, the opening Yu Mingni wrote. But fortunately, Chen Fan was bold enough.
He dared to propose creating a deity from scratch, but Yuzuki knew he must have some kind of special power that could truly make him a deity.
Perhaps Chen Fan wanted to create an entirely new life form for the Dragon Kingdom.
Perhaps the God of Light had indeed bestowed upon him some kind of divine status. In fact, it was possible for the Dragon Kingdom to create a new deity, but it couldn't become a vassal of the God of Light. To completely break free from the control of the God of Light, it would require strong backing. Just as Chen Fan said, this new deity is not newly born but a
returning god.
Therefore, they must fabricate a very complete mythological story.
Chen Fan is really bold, Yuzuki sighed. He actually dared to take on the task of creating a deity.
Meishin also shared her thoughts. I think he must have a divine spark in his hands, or perhaps the God of Light gave him a path to establish a new deity.
Actually, I can understand his approach. This path is indeed a bit risky. Anyway, let's start by creating the mythology.
Meishin had countless thoughts in her mind, but for now, she could only take the first step. Overall, it was about cooperating with Chen Fan as much as possible. Whether the deity was real or fake was not the point for now.
Chen Fan was the one they truly supported. Apart from
Yu Mingni, who was writing furiously, everyone else was also working hard on their writing. Although Chen Fan had only said a few words, he had actually provided a lot of inspiration to
everyone.
Even Lin Shushi from the Battle Academy was busy writing, as he was also one of Yu Mingni's victims. After reading Yu Mingni's mythological notes, Lin Shushi was so engrossed that he even forgot to eat. The content was incredibly impactful. However, for the sake of balanced nutrition, everyone still ate an energy bar to at least maintain their strength.
The next
morning, as soon as Chen Fan opened his eyes, he received several 1-minute-long voice messages from Yu Mingni on his phone.
Chen Fan felt a bit puzzled. Ding dong, the system upgrade is complete. Did the host miss me?
To be honest, Chen Fan had almost forgotten about the system's existence.
Why did your upgrade take so long? Logically, the system should have been upgraded as soon as I left the secret realm.
Ding dong, because the adorable host opened 3 supreme treasure chests and earned quite a lot of points, I decided to buy some skins.
Chen Fan. Skins?
At that moment, he suddenly saw a lively little white-haired girl in a pink dress jumping around in his mental sea.
Chen Fan asked, "Are you male or female?"
The system's childish voice echoed in his mind. Ding dong, I don't have a gender, but I like girls, so I changed into a few super cute girl skins.
I even have a blue dress. Chen Fan asked seriously. I
opened 3 supreme treasure chests.
Wasn't that enough for your upgrade? You should be at level 2 now, right? Ding dong, I'm at level 3 now.
Because you opened 3 supreme treasure
chests, the main system allowed me to level up again. I now have 2 new functions.
One is to automatically collect all treasure chests on the map every 24 hours, up to platinum level.
Chests. You still need to personally collect diamond and supreme treasure chests. The system had mentioned this before, so Chen Fan didn't mind. What's the other function? Ding dong, the
other is the shop function.
Actually, there are many useless items in bronze treasure chests.
You can sell this junk to me, and I'll convert it into energy points.
Then you can use the energy points to buy items in the shop. Ding dong, what you're seeing now is the level 1 shop interface. After the system's childish voice finished speaking, a large shop interface appeared in front of Chen Fan. However, he could only see the level 1 shop, which had only 5 items. Everything else was grayed out. The 5 items were attribute fruit, pet dog food, random skill book, level 1 to 3, random pet egg, white to blue, and random secret realm material, white to blue. Each item was priced at 100 energy points. Next to the shop was a countdown timer. Does this refresh every 24 hours? And the items change each time?
Ding dong, yes, it refreshes every 24 hours.
If you want to force a refresh, it costs 300 energy points. Chen Fan, do you only collect trash, or just items from treasure chests? Are you calling what I collect trash?
The white-haired little girl in the system jumped around in Chen Fan's mental world,
shouting, I don't collect trash. I only take the items you don't want from treasure chests. Chen Fan nodded. Got it. You only take the useless items from treasure chests. The system.
Felt its image had been damaged. This guy kept bouncing around in Chen Fan's mind, trying to clear his name. But Chen Fan completely ignored him.
Then go out now and help me collect all kinds of treasure chests. How far can you search? Chen Fan asked with a smile. Can you find treasure chests all over the world? Ding dong, host, stop daydreaming. I can only help you.
Search for treasure chests within the Long City area. Ding dong, you can earn points by opening treasure chests to upgrade me.
Once my level increases, I can expand the search range. Globally. Chen Fan swallowed hard.
But he didn't say much and directly sent the system out to act. After dealing with the system, Chen Fan picked up his phone again. Upon opening it, he found that Yu Mingni had sent him 2 more voice messages. The gist was urging him to quickly turn on his computer to receive some files. The new version of Chronicles of the Gods had arrived. This was the second version, still the first 20,000 words. Chen Fan realized that Yu Mingni was truly a workaholic. Writing 40,000 words in 24 hours. If she were writing a novel, readers
would absolutely love her. Unfortunately, the content she produced was a bit of a headache. However, from a certain perspective, it was quite stimulating, and perhaps that's what could captivate readers. Chen Fan quickly finished reading Yu Mingni's second version.
While reading, he cautiously sent the document to his dorm mates and even thoughtfully woke them up. A group of people, now wide awake, began reading Yu Mingni's new work. Rong Jinhui rubbed his face, looking uninterested. Chen Fan, you're so mean.
Suze quietly agreed. Chen Fan, I think you're really awful too. Chen Fan burst out laughing. We're all in this together.
If there's joy, we share it. Honestly, between reading Yu Mingni's work and competing with her, which would you choose?
Wu Zihua was already feeling dizzy and rubbed his eyes. I really don't want to read anymore.
This version may have solved the issue of the god's origin, calling it the return of the king, but the focus is weird.
It mainly talks about the god's domestic trivialities.
And there's all kinds of explicit content.
I think it's even heavier than the first version.
The first version might have been something Yu Mingni held back for 10 years, but this version probably took her 30 years to suppress, and she still had to write it in a roundabout way.
Wu Zihua's evaluation was quite fair.
Although Suze was Yu Mingni's closest childhood friend, even he had to admit Wu Zihua was right. I'll give you a thumbs up.
Should we call Yu Mingni? And tell her this version won't pass either? Wu Zihua quickly shook his head.
No way, Yu Mingni was the most formidable among the girls.
Who would dare provoke her? The sound of Rong Jinhui, dry heaving, echoed in the dorm again.
The others managed to hold it in. After all, they had built up some resistance.
But this early in the morning, who still had an appetite? Who would want to go to the temple for rewards?
They just wanted to lie in bed and rest. Even though they had developed some resistance, Yu Mingni's opening still left everyone feeling utterly poisoned.
Wu Zihua collapsed helplessly onto his bed, staring blankly at the ceiling.
Suze, you.
Be honest, is Yu Mingni your sister? Is she part of your Su family? How can she be this toxic?
Rong Jinhui had just come out of the bathroom and said, Suze might just be physically toxic, but Yu Mingni is a mental toxin.
My mental state is about to collapse.
Although Suze didn't quite understand what Rong Jinhui meant by mental state, he felt Rong Jinhui wasn't wrong. Yu Mingni was indeed a master of mental torment. Even his incredibly strong grandfather
had to avoid her. What do we do now?
Mengling stared blankly at Chen Fan. You make the call.
No problem, Chen Fan nodded. This kind of thing won't pass the review at all. We need to
quickly write our own version.
Otherwise, if Yu Mingni succeeds, my reputation will be completely ruined.
I'm still 4,000 words short, almost at 20,000, Mengling said expressionlessly.
My version should be okay.
Rong Jinhui suddenly perked up. I'm still 16,000 words short, but I think I can finish it by this morning.
We still need to eat lunch, after all. Chen Fan's
face turned pale, his stomach churning.
Don't even mention eating. I haven't wanted to eat for the past 2 days.
At that moment, the dormitory door was knocked on.
Suze opened it, revealing a male classmate. Why aren't you guys going to the temple to claim your prize? Everyone's waiting for the announcement. By the way, Chen Fan, do you still have any snail noodles?
After all, Chen Fan's dormitory had made a significant contribution. Even the principal acknowledged Chen Fan as a space merchant.
Gradually, people started coming directly to Chen Fan to buy things. The deans of the 3 major academies turned a blind eye. After all, it was just a group of kids craving snacks.
With the training camp nearing its end, buying snacks was
no big deal.
Upon hearing the word snail noodles, Rong Jinhui, who never ate them, rushed to the bathroom like a bomb when Chen Fan took out a fresh bowl of snail noodles, starting to
retch. The classmate's face turned sour. Is that really necessary? Just because you don't like it doesn't mean you have to throw up in front of me. Now I don't even have an appetite. Ignore
him, Chen Fan said as he collected the money, his face also looking unwell.
Our dormitory hasn't been feeling great lately.
Did you guys eat something bad? The classmate asked with
concern. Hurry up and go to the temple to claim your prize. Once the announcement is out, we can bask in the glory, maybe even shoot some videos.
Chen Fan handed him the snail noodles.
Thanks for your concern. We'll rest for 2 days and then go.
After closing the door, Chen Fan sent a message to Yumingni, Big sis, this version.
He didn't know how to phrase it.
Afraid of dampening Yumingni's enthusiasm, and even more afraid she'd storm into the dormitory to claw at him. Just as he started typing, Yumingni sent a voice message, full of excitement.
Just now, Yumei-shin gave me a lot of feedback. I think this version isn't good enough. I'm going to rewrite it. Great.
Yumei-shin was truly a lifesaver.
Chen Fan and Yu Mingni's classmate relationship was finally salvageable.
Yu Mingni dove into writing furiously, while Chen Fan and the others quickly completed their first draft, each writing over 20,000 words.
Mental contamination? Chen Fan didn't believe it.
After Yu Mingni read what they wrote, how could she not purify her soul and still produce such a terrible version?
Actually, Chen Fan slightly overestimated himself and underestimated Yu Mingni.
Finally, when everyone was ready with the divine biography, they found a classroom in the training camp to hold a meeting.
Chen Fan opened the window.
The table was piled with snacks, sunflower seeds, watermelon, and a bit of ice cream for everyone.
Chen Fan even pulled an ice cream machine out of his storage bag and placed
it near the classroom. Wu Zihua watched Chen Fan bustling around, looking bewildered.
Isn't this a bit much? Chen Fan fiddled with a transparent glass basin by the window, which was filled with ice water and 2 large watermelons soaking inside. Too much? I think it's perfectly normal.
Rong Jinhui smiled as he helped cut the watermelon, then coolly picked up a slice. Facing the gaze of the Combat Academy students training outside the window, he took a big bite. The Combat Academy students stared wide-eyed.
This was outright provocation. Chen Fan looked at the students training hard outside and couldn't help but laugh. I've wanted to do this for ages. It's not excessive at all. Crunch, crunch.
Initially, they stayed inside the classroom, but later, to watch the Combat Academy students outside, they deliberately moved chairs outside to eat watermelon.
The Combat Academy students couldn't take it anymore. Even their
instructors were on the verge of losing it.
These guys are just...
The instructors had a hint of schadenfreude on their faces, as if waiting for a good show.
Take a half-hour break, but don't leave the field. See that?
The auxiliary academy students are so relaxed, eating watermelon right in front of you.
Can you tolerate that? Show them what you're made of. Let them know. They can't be so carefree in front of the Combat Academy.
The instructors initially wanted the Combat Academy students to snatch the watermelon from Chen Fan's hands.
They knew Chen Fan.
But now, the distance was too far, and even across the field, the instructors could smell the sweet aroma of the watermelon. Not to mention, these guys had chilled it, making the watermelon
scent even more refreshing.
The instructors couldn't bear to keep staring, but based on their clothing and the shimmering spirit patterns on their hands, they confirmed that these people
were indeed students from the Support Academy.
At a command, half of the students from the Combat Academy on the field charged toward Chen Fan's side. They were all shirtless, wielding weapons, and full of aggression. Instructor A said to Instructor B, "This is going to be interesting."
Instructor B nodded, indeed. Instructor C's face darkened. Who gave the order? Didn't you notice that's Chen Fan? Instructor B was shocked. Chen Fan? Impossible, isn't he still summoning the gods? Wait, it really is him. Instructor A panicked. What do we do? The students are already out there, aren't we courting death? Instructor C rubbed his temples. It's fine if they're out there. The students won't attack Chen Fan, but they might snatch all the watermelons. Instructor A was flustered. What's the difference between snatching watermelons and attacking Chen Fan?
At this moment, Rong Jinhui's voice rang out, crisp and loud, "One at a time, these are watermelons that Fan Bro and I chilled together.
They're precious, $500 each, no bargaining. $500 for a watermelon? Is it made of gold? So expensive?" Instructor A was stunned. Who would buy that? Instructor C calmly walked over to them. I would. Don't forget, they're perfect class changers.
Although I don't understand why they haven't gone to the temple to claim their rewards yet, I just feel like being near them brings good luck.
Instructor B immediately followed. Instructor A hesitated for a moment. Wait for me.
If they can bring out such good watermelons, even more generous than the cafeteria chefs, $500 each is no problem.
Chen Fan and the others barely advertised.
When Rong Jinhui said $500, even Chen Fan was shocked. That's way too much. Fan bro, Rong Jinhui tried to appeal to Chen Fan emotionally and reason with him. How is this overpriced?
These are chilled watermelons. Enough arguing, $1,000 for one, I'll take it.
A rough voice suddenly interrupted. The two of them turned their heads in unison to see a 2-meter-tall, tower-like man
standing before them.
Rong Jinhui grinned from ear to ear, coming right up. Just a moment.
Yuzuki pondered for a moment.
I think if we sell them for $3,000, they'd still fight to
buy them.
Yu Mengni was startled. That's way too expensive.
Yuzuki squinted her eyes. Yu Mengni quickly added, being her roommate and siding with her, maybe it's not too expensive?
If you use your skills to sell them, I wouldn't argue. Yuzuki rolled her eyes, because Chen Fan is here. Before Yu Mengni could figure out what she meant, the 2-meter-tall man by the
window said in a deep voice, I don't want you to hand it over. Fan bro, you give it to me. By the way, when are you going to the temple to claim your rewards? It must be a perfect class change. Fan bro, can you sign an autograph for me? I'll enshrine it, and it'll definitely bring good luck. Rong Jinhui was speechless. Stop being superstitious, classmate. He turned to Chen Fan and said, what if I tattoo your name on myself? Chen Fan got goosebumps. Get lost. Got it.
Rong Jinhui agreed cheerfully and pulled out a watermelon from Chen Fan's storage
bag. All the students wanted to touch the watermelon. Chen Fan turned into an emotionless watermelon handling machine.
Yu Meixin stared intently at Chen Fan, her gaze devoid of ambiguity,
filled only with intense competitiveness.
As the class's psychological counselor, Wu Zihua glanced at her and immediately understood the young girl's thoughts.
However, he couldn't quite grasp it. Doesn't this version of Chen Fan make him likable? Doesn't he exude charm? Why is your gaze full of competition? Are you planning to challenge Fan bro?
Yu Meixin licked her lips. I want to see who's more charming. The mindset of an enchanter was indeed unique, clearly driven by innate talent.
The watermelon buying frenzy lasted for half an hour. The instructors finally called the students back.
The students reluctantly looked at Chen Fan and his group, their eyes filled with longing. They wanted more. Chen Fan originally wanted to open the window to make the students across the way envious, but he didn't expect them to be so enthusiastic.
Signing autographs left Chen Fan's hands sore.
Finally, he closed the window, returned to the classroom, and took out his laptop.
Let's start deciding whose divine biography to use as the blueprint.
Hearing this, everyone immediately perked up, sitting straighter in their chairs.
Especially everyone except Yu Mengni.
They all looked at her with anticipation, confident that their divine biographies could impress her and wouldn't be dismissed as absurd works.
Yu Mengni looked puzzled. Everyone began sharing their divine biographies one by one.
Under Yu Mengni's scrutiny, their stories seemed ordinary, without any overly outrageous plots.
However, Yu
Mengni pointed to her latest version and said unhappily, I think every one of your works has flaws.
What flaws? Rong Jinhui couldn't help but ask. Yu Mengni dismissed everyone's efforts. With one sentence, the plots you wrote are all cliches from typical online novels, like male-oriented power fantasies or female-oriented romance fantasies. But what I write is reality.
Only reality can truly create gods.
If you've already conquered everything, why even talk about gods? Isn't being human good enough? Is it that snail noodles aren't tasty enough, or the girls aren't pretty enough? Gods must be humble, care
about the world, and endure setbacks and hardships.
I think I wrote it pretty well. Why do I still have to revise it? I've already cut a lot of details in this version. Fanji said my writing was too exaggerated before, so I revised it. This version should be the final one.
Chen Fan rubbed his temples, reluctantly admitting that Yu Mengni had a strong ability to stir emotions. As she spoke, he found himself agreeing with her points.
Moreover, Yu Mengni's writing was genuinely impressive. She was particularly passionate about this, capable of writing tens of thousands of words in just a few hours. Where could you find talent like that?
When Chen Fan and the others tried writing themselves, they realized how difficult the
task really was. So, you're open to feedback and willing to revise, right? Chen Fan asked cautiously.
Yu Mengni nodded matter-of-factly. Of course.
I know some of my plotlines are indeed a bit exaggerated.
If the principal really builds a
monument for that god and engraves my smutty biography on it, what am I supposed to do? Chen Fan couldn't imagine it and couldn't help but laugh. Rong Jinhui couldn't hold back and burst out laughing as well. Yu Mingni's expression darkened. She
was the type who could laugh at herself but wouldn't tolerate others laughing at her. She still believed that entrusting her with writing the divine biography was the most reliable choice.
The plots you all wrote are too ordinary, no one will remember them. Mine is the only one that works. Chen Fan nodded. Then we'll leave it entirely to you.
To be honest, Yu Mengni performed well during Chen Fan's meetings, but her ideas were too conventional.
Over the next few days, like an
octopus, she quickly churned out the 4th, 5th, and 6th versions based on everyone's feedback and her own ideas.
She kept revising until the 18th version.
Rong Jinhui was at a loss for words, his face pale, his condition so bad that he
had to go to the infirmary for an injection. Of course, accompanying him for injections were Wu Zihua and Chen Fan.
Meng Ling said he would go to the back of the school to find herbs and treat himself, avoiding the injection. Su Zhe, who had just
gotten an injection yesterday, couldn't help but feel nauseous again after reading Yu Mingni's latest draft.
Previously, Yu Mengni had an uncontrollable tendency to turn character biographies into smut.
The details were vivid and deeply moving.
Honestly, if Yu Mengni ever hit a career roadblock, she could make a fortune writing smut. Chen Fan also discovered that Yu Mengni had great potential for writing fanfiction. When she wrote stories, she seamlessly integrated local and foreign
DOTs.
That was her original version. Later, after Chen Fan held a meeting, the 9 of them provided Yu Mengni with all sorts of wild ideas. At this point, the life biographies Yu Mengni wrote began to take a bizarre turn. She started challenging
ethics, even pushing the limits of humanity.
Coupled with her excellent writing skills, her content always drew readers in.
The result?
The side effects were overwhelming. The young lady in the infirmary was quite terrified of these support type.
Ancestors, you're here again? It's not food poisoning, is it? That shouldn't be possible.
While preparing medicine, she complained helplessly. The dishes made by the cafeteria chef, though occasionally strange in taste, could never be
poisonous. What's going on with you all? Could it be an infectious disease?
It seems like 9 people have come to me for treatment.
Chen Fan, pale-faced, waved his hand and said, "It's fine, it'll get better in a few days." The young lady in the infirmary's expression darkened. "No, I have to call the higher-ups. If it really is an infectious disease, that would be a big problem.
For the safety of the students, this was necessary."
Chen Fan didn't respond.
At that moment, Yu Mingni sent a WeChat message, a super long voice note. "Based on your suggestions, I've made the changes.
This should be the final version. Take a look."
Chen Fan stared at the small file, his hands trembling as he held his phone, not daring to open
it for a long time.
Perhaps it was because Yu Mengni's message had pushed his mental state to the brink. These past few days, the system had barely spoken to Chen Fan. The treasure chests he collected 24/7 were mostly bronze, with the occasional silver chest. The items inside were downright disgusting, like 2 Winley stinky socks that hadn't been washed for 3 days. As soon as he opened them, Chen Fan would have the system recycle them immediately.
Honestly, these items were just trash.
The system's recycling didn't yield much energy points either. For example, those stinky socks were only worth 0.0001 energy points. The system also complained that bronze and silver chests barely provided any points, just enough to scrape by. But Chen Fan still encouraged the system to keep roaming around. After all, collecting treasure chests once every 24 hours, even if the items weren't much, occasionally yielded money, and the quantity added up.
For instance, the system could bring back 240 bronze chests in a day.
The money inside would either be 1 yuan or 10 yuan, along with some miscellaneous small materials, which could be considered daily necessities. Tu Wenli complained in the class group chat, saying he'd been unlucky lately, constantly losing things on the ground. Even his socks, unwashed for 3 days and left on the floor, had gone missing. He had no idea who had stolen them.
Chen Fan didn't dare make a sound. Thankfully, the system could recycle these items. Otherwise, he'd be seen as a pervert.
He hadn't expected that the items from the treasure chests would actually disappear in real life. "Open it," Wu Zihua softly reminded him when he saw Chen Fan spacing out.
Chen Fan turned to look at him.
At this moment, Wu Zihua's face was pale, and he looked so weak he was about to collapse.
Chen Fan sighed and opened the document.
Perhaps it was because Chen Fan had been under too much mental pressure and had suffered a lot recently. After reading the document, he suddenly felt that Yu Mingni had finally figured it out. This story wasn't disgusting but was incredibly captivating. Just as Yu Mingni had said, gods are different from ordinary people, gods must endure hardships. So the story was full of ups and downs and very moving. I think this version works. Chen Fan's eyes lit up, and he said excitedly, really, I've tried it. Everyone, take a look. Chen Fan felt like he was a Shinong now. After all, his resistance to poison had become quite strong. Finally, Yu Mingni's divine biography was approved. 10 people had a feast in the cafeteria. Yu Mingni asked excitedly, by the way, what's the name of this god? Everyone in the cafeteria looked at each other. Chen Fan was stunned for a long time. Right, what's the name of this god? Rong Jinhui was dumbfounded. Bro, you're the divine envoy, and you're asking me? Chen Fan cleared his throat and said seriously, yes, I am the divine envoy. Yu Mingni looked at him, knowing full well that Chen Fan hadn't prepared at all, and burst out laughing. You really don't know? Fine, let's come up with a name. I think the invincible supreme overlord of the universe sounds good. What do you all think? Before Chen Fan could speak, Wu Zihua next to him immediately objected. Overlord, that name doesn't sound very fitting. It doesn't sound like a proper god at all. Rong Jinhui rolled his eyes at him. Then let's call it Ginshin. Chen Fan looked puzzled. Why? No matter how exaggerated you get, you can't just directly use the name of someone else's game. In this world, there is also a deity called the primordial god. Rong Jinhui confidently said, isn't it clearly written in Yu Mingni's biography? This god is the return of the king, the first true god between heaven and earth. Later, to empathize with the suffering of all beings, he began reincarnating to save the world, eventually returning to his divine position. That's why he's called the primordial god, meaning the original god. Indeed, Yu Mingni's final version is essentially a fusion of all previous versions. After all, the biography is a full 100,000 words, how else could it be so rich? This one true god reincarnated 18 times to experience the hardships of life. The stories of those 18 lives are Yu Mingni's 18 versions. Simple, efficient, and captivating, with no unnecessary plotlines. All 18 versions were personally supervised and revised by Chen Fan. Who knows how many novels Yu Mingni had read? In these 18 reincarnations, the true god experienced various identities: male, female, young, old, multiple genders, different body types, and even taboo topics all were covered. The stories were exceptionally thrilling. Of course, the detailed content was strictly edited by Chen Fan. This dramatic life journey made the god's divinity even more radiant and awe-inspiring. The original god? Wu Zihua seemed to grasp Rong Jinhui's meaning. But I think it doesn't sound great. Qin Shi Huang called himself the first emperor, so shouldn't we call it the first god? Yu Mingni almost exploded with anger. Shit. God? Why not just call it the toilet god? Yuziki knocked on the table and said coldly, we're eating. Stop talking nonsense. Everyone chimed in, almost making Chen Fan's head explode. 9 heavens mystic god. Supreme elder god. Tathagata Buddha. God. Creator god. Future god. Heaven and earth god. Immovable bright god. Chen Fan rubbed his temples and finally made a decision. Alright, stop arguing. I've decided. We'll call it the god of wealth. Ziki almost choked. The god of wealth? But don't we already have many gods of wealth in Longhua mythology? Exactly. Chen Fan nodded. So what's the harm in having one more god of wealth? But god of wealth doesn't convey the sense of an original god, Rong Jinhui continued to argue. At this moment, Meng Ling supported Chen Fan. Let's just call it the god of wealth. It's catchy, easy to remember, and can attract believers. Plus, our god bestows blessings and helps people gain wealth. Isn't that fitting? Exactly. Chen Fan had mentioned before that for a deity to truly be worshipped, the key lies in the number of believers. In this challenging world, Longhua's deities had yet to truly emerge. To cultivate a new deity, the most important thing was to attract a large number of followers. While the god's biography being captivating was a good thing, what truly resonated with the people of Longhua was the deeply ingrained image of the god of wealth, which would undoubtedly attract a massive following. Honestly, among foreign deities, it seems like there isn't one specifically in charge of wealth. Rong Jinhui tried to recall the gods he knew, though his knowledge was limited. There probably is. Wu Zihua also admitted his limited knowledge, but he hadn't heard of any foreign god solely managing wealth.
Then it's settled. We'll call it the God of Wealth. Chen Fan's idea was unanimously approved. He quickly instructed the system to update
the name in the earthly immortal divine pavilion, and thus, the new God of Wealth was born.
Alright, tonight I'll send the biography to the principal. What happens next depends on how the principal handles it. Tomorrow morning, we'll all go to the Divine
Temple, claim the rewards from our secret realm, and the 10 of us will go for a perfect class transfer together this time.
Chen Fan swiftly arranged everything.
Everyone's eyes sparkled with excitement.
Just as Chen Fan finalized
the deity's name, in the divine realm, the dwelling place of all deities in this world, a golden streak of light suddenly appeared on the creation altar.
A new deity was born, named the God of Wealth. However, only a few minor deities noticed this event, and they didn't pay much attention. After all, their primary concern was how to survive in the divine realm. The 9 deities were all staring at the God of Light at this moment, waiting to see if he would die. As soon as the God of Light died, his divine essence and power would be swiftly absorbed by the other 8 deities. They had no time to care about the birth of a new deity, it was completely irrelevant. The materials Chen Fan and his team had organized were already neatly placed on the principal's desk by the 5th day after the principal had asked Chen Fan to write a biography of the deities. The principal, with a pained expression, frowned as he finished reading the first part about the 18 cycles of reincarnation. Unable to resist complaining, Chen Fan's imagination is truly rich. The ups and downs of the 18 cycles of reincarnation are quite exciting. That was all he could say. The child's imagination was a bit too wild. Which deity could possibly have so many romantic encounters? But when the principal saw the name of the deity, he froze. This is actually the God of Wealth? The new deity born under the support of the God of Light turns out to be the God of Wealth. I remember that in our Dragon Nation's mythology, there are several gods of wealth. I didn't expect the deity Chen Fan wants to create to be the God of Wealth. The vice principal had always thought Chen Fan's claims were somewhat unreliable. Is this really what the God of Light wants us to create? The God of Light held immense power and always considered himself the strongest among the 9 deities. The Western God of Light had a vast following. Of course it's true, the principal said grimly. How can you doubt the God of Light? If you don't believe it, go to the temple and ask the God of Light yourself. The vice principal also had his own deity faction. A third-tier professional must choose a faction. However, his faction was opposed to the God of Light. He worshipped the God of Darkness. To be honest, the vice principal had also communicated with the God of Darkness, and the instructions he received were strange. He was simply told to wait. This did not deny the deity Chen Fan was creating. Thus, the deity Chen Fan was creating was very likely truly approved by the God of Light. The vice principal reacted quickly and nodded immediately. Yes, this must be true. Our Dragon Nation is about to have its own deity. The principal nodded. You're always reliable. Deliver what I've written along with the envelope to the leader of the Dragon Nation. Next, we need to build a statue for the deity. Our Dragon Nation has a large population. If more and more people worship this deity, we might be able to break free from the control of the God of Light. The vice principal's eyes widened. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Didn't we initially say that the God of Light granted us divine power? The principal laughed. Do you really want only one boss above your head? After saying this, he himself felt it was a bit off, considering he was the vice principal's superior. The vice principal found this a tricky situation. He cautiously flattered. I think having one boss isn't bad. If something happens, they can shield me. The principal suddenly burst into laughter. Nice flattery, but you're not sincere. I know what kind of person you are. The vice principal was speechless. To be honest, the current situation was truly headache-inducing. The vice principal was a bit nervous. He worried whether the principal already knew about his previous little schemes. If the principal did know, his position as vice principal might be in jeopardy. Fortunately, the principal didn't say much, only casually asked, Chen Fan and the others should be going for their class change, right? The vice principal's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Yes, they must be going for their class change. Completing the secret realm task so outstandingly, they must be able to receive excellent rewards. They might even achieve a perfect class change and awaken a second talent. Not everyone has the opportunity to awaken a second talent. Some people only achieve this at the 3rd or even 4th class change. But a perfect class change is certain to bring a second talent. Currently, the highest level is the 9th class change. However, not every 9th class change has 9 talents. Some people have more than 10 talents because they obtained temple artifacts that expanded their talent count.
Others don't even have 9 talents because they didn't achieve a perfect class change. Only certain prominent families strictly
require every class change to be perfect.
Lower-level class changes are easier to achieve perfectly, but higher-level ones are much more difficult. Some people delay their transition for a long time, unwilling to proceed in pursuit of perfection.
Chen Fan is very strong, the principal said enviously.
Maybe he can help my sister reach the 9th transition, or even help my family grow along with him. Back then, I put in a lot of effort to achieve a perfect 9th transition.
Although
the principal's words were premature, they were not without reason.
The vice principal was also very excited upon hearing this. In the future, Chen Fan would undoubtedly become someone that all major forces would compete to recruit. Even the vice principal couldn't help but think about introducing his granddaughter to Chen Fan. This is the temple.
Rong Jinhui stepped out of the taxi and tidied his hair. He was wearing a flashy t-shirt and jeans, looking very trendy.
Rong Jinhui
excitedly shouted to the people behind him, "Hurry up and get out, stop dawdling."
Chen Fan said helplessly, "Brother, why are you so excited?
You even went out of your way to use express delivery to buy yourself a new outfit.
In this world, there was even express delivery with exorbitant shipping fees." Chen Fan felt that, apart from this, life here wasn't much different from his original world.
Rong Jinhui was clearly a rich second generation, and their lifestyle was indeed different. That morning, he had ordered clothes, and Chen Fan saw an owl delivering the package.
Yes, the owl was also an assistant to some professional.
It spat out an energy capsule from its mouth, which contained the clothes Rong Jinhui had purchased. "I'm transitioning perfectly, so I need to take photos to commemorate it," Rong Jinhui said proudly, "so I bought a particularly stylish outfit." Chen Fan remembered the amount he spent that morning, having accidentally caught a glimpse of it.
Rich kids are really different. That outfit cost 130,000.
Yuzuki, who was particularly sensitive to money, squinted her eyes.
"Is it a luxury brand? Actually, if I made it for you, it would only cost 1,300. Chen Fan understood. "You're talking about counterfeits, right? Fake luxury goods are indeed cheap."
Unexpectedly, Yuzuki took out a watch and demonstrated a life skill. She was a master-level tailor.
"I'm a master tailor. I can make custom handmade clothes for you. Why didn't
you say so earlier?"
Rong Jinhui's eyes lit up. "Can you sew storage bags? That's a lucrative skill." Yuzuki nodded.
Chen Fan thought to himself that he should learn more life skills in the future. They're cost-effective and practical.
Money was tight.
Meng Ling seemed to see through Chen Fan's thoughts and said from the side, "Actually, we can learn tailoring ourselves and make our own clothes.
Wearing them would be more meaningful."
This statement left Rong Jinhui a bit dumbfounded.
"Really?"
Yuzuki was about to salvage her business when Yu Mingni came rushing over, handing each person a package.
"These are from the temple, for the transition process." Chen Fan was baffled. The temple even distributed these things? That
seemed overly generous. He opened the package and found it full of daily necessities: tissues, wet wipes, soap, and even bathrobes.
To an outsider, it might look like they were going to take a bath. Why is the temple giving out these things? Chen Fan couldn't understand.
To be honest, all the toiletries provided by the temple were high-end brands, not a single cheap item, even better than the toiletry kits provided by Tsinghua.
Not sure.
No one has shared the specifics of the transition
process.
"I searched online for half a day yesterday and found nothing," Wu Zihua said with a frown.
"But most people wear fancy clothes to show off after transitioning."
Rong Jinhui chimed in, "Exactly, that's why I spent all my living expenses
for this month."
Instantly, everyone's attention turned to Rong Jinhui again.
But after glancing at him, they quickly looked away. Rong Jinhui's face darkened. "What's wrong?"
"There are still 20 days left this month.
How are you going to survive?"
Wu Zihua said, half laughing, half crying. "I remember you exchanged your first-level secret realm rewards for credits.
Are you planning to sell your credits?"
Rong Jinhui shamelessly replied, "I'm out of money, but I still have you.
I can mooch off your meals."
His reasoning was so sound that Wu Zihua was left speechless. They were chatting when Yu Mingni couldn't hold back anymore. "Stop dawdling, let's hurry to the temple to claim the rewards."
"By the way, I exchanged the school's National Destiny Secret Realm rewards for credits, 1 million in total. Looks like I can finally get my weapon. What about you guys?"
Chen Fan also chose to exchange for credits, as this would allow him to directly purchase the materials he wanted from the credit mall later.
Moreover, the school's credit mall occasionally offered discounts.
The principal initially wanted Chen Fan to choose a skill book from levels 1 to 3, but after checking the newly launched mall system, which refreshed every 24 hours, Chen Fan noticed that all the skill books from levels 1 to 3 were of golden quality. In this world, skill books were ranked by quality, with gold being the best. So, without hesitation, Chen Fan exchanged his reward for
1 million credits, planning to make good use of the mall's resources in the future.
As they joked and laughed, they arrived at the first floor of the temple and queued up to claim the Level 1 National Destiny Secret Realm rewards using their
ID cards. The rewards were divided into 2 parts. First, a perfect grade potion for Level 1 job advancement. Second, a materials package containing 3 Level 2 profession scrolls and a set of White Temple Level 2 profession equipment. The equipment included a helmet, top, pants, gloves, shoes, and a ring, a 6-piece set known as the Temple Profession Set. The scrolls have a chance to yield golden skill scrolls, Wu Zihua reminded them. I suggest you wash your hands, take a bath, and burn incense before opening them, don't mess it up. You're absolutely right, Chen Fan nodded. They each claimed their job advancement potion. Everyone's potion had a different color and felt unique. When Chen Fan tried holding Wu Zihua's potion, it felt like he was holding something useless, no information was transmitted, and it seemed completely ineffective. But when Chen Fan held his own potion, Chen Fan drank the job advancement potion and immediately felt a surge of powerful energy erupting from within him. He couldn't stop grinning. This is why many professionals must keep grinding secret realms. Only by grinding secret realms can they become stronger. This job advancement potion is for personal use. Only, no one else can use it. This thing was truly fascinating. The 6 of them advanced their professions together and entered the job advancement training room on the first floor of the temple. The room resembled a small hotel, but the doors were not ordinary, they were teleportation arrays. They stepped into the teleportation arrays and were instantly transported to a large room. The room was densely packed with capsule-like small rooms. Each small room contained a bed, a bathroom, and even a bathtub. These small rooms were like capsules in capsule hotels, except they had been moved into this large room. The large room itself resembled a secret realm, with the capsule rooms arranged neatly and stretching endlessly. Capsule rooms with open doors indicated they were unoccupied. Chen Fan and the others spread out and chose 10 adjacent empty capsule rooms. After all, the place was quite empty at the moment. Ron Jinhui excitedly said, when we come out later, we must take a group photo together, wearing our coolest outfits, and post it on social media. What a character! No wonder this guy was willing to spend so much money on clothes. Chen Fan entered his capsule room and, following the instructions, drank the job advancement potion. He collapsed onto the bed almost instantly, barely having time to react. He didn't even have time to say a word before losing consciousness. Everything went black. Before passing out, Chen Fan thought to himself, no wonder no one posts the job advancement process online, no one knows what happens, so how could they record it? When he woke up, he had no idea how many days had passed. The capsule room had no time display. Chen Fan smelled an unpleasant odor on himself and immediately rushed into the bathroom to take a shower. An hour. Looking at his skin, which was now unnaturally fair, Chen Fan slowly stepped out of the bathroom. He put on his smartwatch and let it analyze his physical condition. After a long time, the watch emitted a notification sound. Name, Chen Fan. Gender, male. Age, 17. Profession, second-tier musician. Attribute rating, strength, 22 stars. Stamina, 52 stars. Intelligence, 55 stars. Mental power, 74 stars. Agility, 14 stars. Talents, Talent 1, SSS-level. The duration of all skill special effects is extended tenfold. Talent 2, S-level. All skills take effect across the entire map unless restricted by hostile relations or special map limitations. Talent 3, SSS-level. The cooldown time for all skills is reduced by 80%. Chen Fan? This is way too overpowered. Seeing the absurdly high mental power, Chen Fan was stunned. He had researched perfect job transitions before. Perfect transitions are different from ordinary ones. Ordinary transitions provide fixed improvements to the profession. Perfect transitions, however, determine the degree of improvement based on individual potential. The enhancement depends entirely on personal potential, so everyone's growth varies. Each person's transition experience is unique, and even the same individual may perform differently between this transition and the next. Many factors influence potential, not just physical fitness and talent, but also weather, mood, and even breathing rhythm can affect the outcome of a perfect transition.
Therefore, it is impossible to predict accurately.
But one thing is certain, the attribute boost from a perfect
transition is enormous, incomparable to ordinary transitions.
Especially for Chen Fan, this time he even gained an SSS-level talent.
Chen Fan opened the package rewarded by the temple, which contained 3 second-tier skill scrolls.
He opened them all and obtained 3 golden skill books, Slow, Encourage, and Attack Speed.
In this world, learning skills is not easy. To truly master a skill, one must use mental power to comprehend it bit by bit, just like when Chen Fan first
attempted spatial crossing.
This was a process Chen Fan had to go through.
To be honest, just thinking about it gave Chen Fan a headache.
Last time, his comprehension of spatial crossing was purely accidental, he hadn't feared any difficulties back.
Then,
if he had to do it again, he felt overwhelmed. So, he stored all the skill books in the system space. At this moment, Chen Fan finally heard the long-awaited system voice, Ding Dong, friendly reminder, dear host, your perfect transition
took 1 week.
During this time, I collected 1,722 bronze treasure chests, 499 silver treasure chests, 24 gold treasure chests, and 12 platinum treasure chests.
Would you like to open them now?
Chen Fan was startled to realize he had been asleep for so long. He quickly opened the group chat in his mental link and found that many people had sent him messages.
The chat history showed Rong Jinhui had actually come out on the 3rd day.
He wasn't the first to appear, the earliest was Su Zhe. After Rong Jinhui came out, he waited with Su Zhe and others for a long time but received no news. However, they were very patient. After waiting for a while, more people joined them. On the 4th day, Meng Ling and Yuziki also came out.
By
the 5th day, everyone except Chen Fan had woken up. Everyone was anxious, completely unsure of what had happened, but they took the opportunity to chat with other professionals and learn some information.
Chen Fan's situation was a bit unusual, he still hadn't woken up. In the group, Rong Jinhui asked anxiously, why did your transition take so long? Once the transition is complete, you should come out. Why are you dawdling?
Wu Zihua replied with a laugh, I heard the longer the
awakening time, the stronger the awakened profession and the more powerful the talents. What talents did you all comprehend?
Yu Mingni said happily, as long as it's a perfect transition, you're guaranteed to comprehend new talents.
Honestly, as long as I get new talents, I'm happy no matter what they are. Meng Ling added, it's not that exaggerated. I heard the first talent is usually S-level, and most of the others are also S-level, though there's a chance of getting SSS-level.
Wu
Zihua nodded, that's true. What talents did you all comprehend?
Su Zhe pretended to be mysterious, it's a secret, just wait and see. But I guess everyone has support roles, probably all focused on enhancing buffs.
Wu Zihua pondered for a moment and asked directly, I just want to know, do you still want to team up with Chen Fan?
At this moment, Chen Fan hadn't woken up yet, but the discussion among the group was already lively.
Yu Mingni spoke without hesitation, I don't care what others think, but as for Chen Fan's big strong leg, I'm definitely holding on to it.
Her words were straightforward.
Su Zhe couldn't help but laugh. Like Yu Mingni, he didn't hold back and said directly, are you kidding? With a big strong leg like Chen Fan's, it's hard not to hold on to it. I'm curious, though, if we all enter the secret realm as support roles, will there be extra rewards like in the National Destiny secret realm? Wu Zihua spoke firmly, I've said it before, as long
as multiple support roles team up to enter the secret realm, there will be bonus points.
I've always wanted to do this.
Rong Jinhui squinted his eyes and started gossiping. I remember you signed that betting agreement with the school back then.
Wasn't it because you wanted to form a team primarily composed of support roles?
Wu Zihua admitted frankly, that's right, I wanted to form a team mainly of support roles.
Everyone says support roles are just for healing and buffing others.
The unsung heroes of the team, silently contributing. But support roles are so important, and the country values them highly too.
Why can't we form a team exclusively for support roles? The rewards for support roles in the secret realm are also quite generous.
Yuziki shared her thoughts, actually, you're not the only one who thinks this way.
The school actually supports this idea too.
I looked into the situations of senior students, and many of them support each other and form
support teams to enter the secret realm. Lin Shushi, listening on the side, was speechless, can I still join? I can be your tank. My second talent is S-level, which allows my health to increase tenfold.
Wu Zihua was stunned upon hearing this.
Are you serious about the tenfold health increase? Looks like you'll have to take the steady tank route. A combat role with such a strong bonus is indeed rare.
Most combat roles are quite fragile. As they chatted, Chen Fan suddenly typed a 1
in the chat interface in his mind. Rong Jinhui immediately replied, "Brother Fan, you're finally awake."
We were about to break the door down. Chen Fan groggily opened the capsule room door and found the other 9 people squatting at the door,
waiting for him. However, their way of waiting was a bit odd. They had set up 2 tables for mahjong. The 10 people looked at each other, and the atmosphere was a bit awkward. "Chen Fan, you're finally out. What talent did you comprehend? Why did it take so long?"
Yumeixin immediately put down her cards and looked at Chen Fan excitedly.
Actually, Yumeixin's question was a bit presumptuous. Normally, no one would ask such a thing. Even if the relationship was close, talents wouldn't be casually disclosed unless someone liked to show off. After speaking, Yumeixin quickly realized her mistake, her face turning red. "I was just asking casually, you don't have to answer." She knew that although her own job transition was perfect, it was worlds apart from Chen Fan's. After all, Chen Fan's bonuses were too powerful. Moreover, no one had figured out yet whether Chen Fan's skill that could paralyze a group was a talent or a skill. The duration was also ridiculously long. "It's fine," Chen Fan said casually but didn't reveal his specific talent, "just a minor talent." Yumeixin's question was a bit abrupt, and the atmosphere became slightly awkward. But after Chen Fan's response, the mood immediately lightened. Yumeixin visibly breathed a sigh of relief. Mengling looked at Chen Fan seriously, "Then can I know your mental strength level?" Before Chen Fan could answer, Rong Jinhui had already placed a hand on Mengling's shoulder, laughing as he said. Mengling replied indifferently, "Brother, do you even know who our Chen Fan is? How dare you compare with him?" Mengling was full of confidence, to the point where even Chen Fan felt he was a bit arrogant. Mental strength rating, 50 stars. After speaking, the usually silent Mengling unexpectedly added, "Higher than all of them." Rong Jinhui was speechless. Yes, your mental strength is indeed the highest among us, but I think Chen Fan must be higher than you. Chen Fan chuckled and reported his mental strength rating, 74 stars. Mengling's eyes widened sharply. The others were equally puzzled. "No way, Brother Fan," Rong Jinhui looked at Chen Fan in disbelief, "that's impossible. How could your mental strength be so high? It's almost at level 3. Even higher than level 3, almost level 4, Wu Zihua, who had a deeper understanding of mental strength ratings than Rong Jinhui, explained. Rong Jinhui slapped his thigh, full of confusion, and asked Chen Fan, "Yeah, Chen Fan, why is yours so high?" Wu Zihua pondered and said, "Maybe it's because Chen Fan's initial star level was high, combined with the complex training at school. These trainings have significantly improved our mental strength. But I didn't expect Chen Fan's mental strength to be so exaggeratedly high." At this point, the entire team looked particularly dejected, especially Lin Shushi. Chen Fan even felt like they were about to cry. He stepped back, puzzled, and asked, "What's wrong? Why do you all look like this?" Their reaction was truly strange. Lin Shushi was the first to rush over. If Chen Fan hadn't known he meant no harm, he might have kicked him in the face. Lin Shushi directly lunged at Chen Fan, hugged his leg, and cried out, "Chen Fan, are you going to abandon us?" This statement, combined with his actions, made it seem like Chen Fan was about to ditch them. "Why would you think that?" Chen Fan rubbed his temples, a bit annoyed, and asked, "You'll definitely abandon us. Your mental strength is so high, you'll definitely find stronger teammates. With your level of support, you could easily team up with top students from combat academies." Lin Shushi cried so hard that his snot and tears were all over the place. His sobbing was so pitiful it could make anyone want to cry. Chen Fan looked up and saw his teammates all hanging their heads, looking depressed. "You think I've become stronger and will just leave you all behind?" Chen Fan looked at them, half amused and half exasperated. "Do I seem like that kind of person?" To be honest, Chen Fan was now strong enough to easily clear secret realms even with a few weak teammates. If that was the case, why not find some teammates who could help boost scores? What profession boosts scores the most? Of course, it's support. They had researched that teams with more support roles scored higher in secret realms. If Chen Fan chose a combat profession, the scores wouldn't be as high. "Why would I abandon you?" Chen Fan said confidently, "With you all around, I feel safer." As soon as he said this, everyone looked up at him in surprise. Chen Fan added seriously, "After all, with you, my scores in secret realms are higher. Higher scores mean better rewards for us. Let's not dwell on this anymore. We need to think about which secret realm to tackle next. Find one with a high safety factor, easy to clear, and capable of yielding high scores. In a level 2 secret realm.
If we grind a few more times, we'll be able to reach the third transition. Chen Fan and his team had just completed their second transition, but Chen Fan was already thinking about the third.
Even Wu Zihua, let alone Su Zhe, was surprised and said, "Brother Fan, you're thinking way ahead." Chen Fan was unfazed. Too far ahead? I don't think so.
If you guys don't want to, I can find others, no problem. He spoke with confidence. Lin Shushi, who had been crying uncontrollably earlier, now had no trace of tears on his face.
He turned to Su Zhe and angrily scolded, "Old Su, if you don't want to go, don't take up a spot. I bet there are plenty of girls in the academy who want me to lead them." "Lead your sister." Su Zhe rolled his eyes and said irritably, "I'm telling you, if you keep flirting with girls all day, you'll end up face down on the beach sooner or later." As soon as he said this, everyone around burst into laughter.
Wrong. Jinhui also shook off his gloom and excitedly said to Chen Fan, "In that case, what are we all waiting for?
Hurry up and take a photo to post on social media.
We are the true perfect job changers."
No, Wu Zihua shook his head and said, "We should go to the temple first. They'll issue badges there."
Wear the badge in the most noticeable place. Before he finished speaking, everyone understood his meaning. They quickly went up to the second floor of the temple, a place only accessible to those who had completed their second job change. At the office on the second floor, everyone received their perfect job change badges. The badge for the second job change was green, while the third job change badge was blue. The color of the perfect job change badge varied with each change and could be swapped out.
Most job changers were low-key, especially the older ones.
People like Chen Fan and his group, who were so high-profile, were mostly young.
After putting on the badges, Rong Jinhui excitedly asked the staff to take a photo for them. "Quick, strike a pose, say cheese." The perfect job change badge was incredibly eye-catching.
It was a bright green that was impossible to ignore.
Worn on the arm, it became a striking feature.
Chen Fan initially didn't want to wear something so conspicuous, as it attracted too much attention. He hadn't seen many people flaunting this kind of thing in real life. They were likely exceptions among those who had achieved perfect job changes. However, Rong Jinhui and Yu Mingni thought the look was great and strongly persuaded Chen Fan to wear the badge as well. Chen Fan originally planned to put it away after the photo, but Rong Jinhui convinced him, "We worked so hard for this perfect job change, we should let others see it and prove our efforts." So, Chen Fan and Rong Jinhui, along with the others, pinned the badges neatly on their right shoulders. Under the envious gazes of those around them, they returned to school, found an empty classroom, and began discussing their next steps. Although they had earned the title of perfect job changers this time, none of the 10 were arrogant or complacent.
They were already gearing up for the next perfect job change.
However, to achieve another perfect job change, they would need to score within 3 seconds in the second-tier secret realm.
Wu Zihua estimated that they would need to complete 2 second-tier secret realms to gather all the materials required for the job change. Chen Fan and his group were thinking far ahead.
But their behavior of flaunting their badges and taking photos was uploaded online by someone.
Unknowingly, the matter became a trending topic. The online comments about them were polarized. Are these the lucky ones who cleared the National Destiny secret realm? Truly perfect job changers, every one of them is amazing. Keep in mind, they're all support roles.
Perfect job changes for support roles
are extremely rare, even if it's just second tier. Chen Fan, you're incredible. Mom loves you. Why are you putting yourself in the mom fan category? Chen Fan doesn't have a girlfriend yet. You should be a girlfriend fan instead. Exactly. That's right, Chen Fan, I just want to have your babies. Who hasn't experienced a perfect job change? It's just a perfect job change. What's the big deal?
Plenty of people have done it, but who else flaunts their perfect job change?
Badge like Chen Fan, parading around? Young people are just young people. What's wrong with young people? I like their energy and confidence. Good sons of our dragon nation should be like this. Actually, I also think it's a bit too flashy. Everyone knows you've had a perfect job change. There's no need to be so high profile, right? I don't care what others do, but if I had a perfect job change, even if it's just second tier, I'd wear the badge proudly every day. Yeah, even if it's just a second tier perfect job change, I'd make my family tree dedicate a whole page to me. Your family tree is easy to edit. It's just a perfect job change, nothing special. You all talk so casually, but I don't believe you haven't privately contacted Chen Fan. Don't forget, Chen Fan's talent and skills are incredibly strong. He's a top-tier support. Exactly, this kind of support can make people grow rapidly.
With him in the secret realm, even a dog tied to a leash could
clear it. Why can't I be that dog?
Fools are still arguing online, while smart people have already started reaching out.
Who knows which faction Chen Fan will ultimately join? Is that even a question? It's definitely the military. Most
graduates from Tsinghua and Peking University, 80% of them will join the military.
Not necessarily, some might join state-owned enterprises. The online discussions were getting livelier.
Meanwhile, Chen Fan and his group were gathered in the classroom for a meeting.
Lin Shuiyao informed them that they could officially graduate from the training camp.
There were still half a month left until the camp ended. During this time, they could preview new courses and prepare for the start
of the semester. So, does that mean we don't have to go to the training camp anymore?
Rong Jinhui's eyes were wet with excitement.
Chen Fan, however, was a bit unhappy. What about my business? Yuziki thought for a moment and said, the training camp never allowed outside items to be brought in. Lin Shuiyao directly letting us leave is pretty clear. Yu Mingni was a bit confused. What do you mean? What's so clear? Chen Fan replied helplessly, it's simple, they don't want us selling things inside anymore. At this point, both Chen Fan and Yuziki sighed. Such a good opportunity probably wouldn't come again. However, Wu Zihua encouraged them, don't worry, there will be another training camp next semester. The school will organize collective third transitions for us.
The slots will become fewer and fewer, eventually reserved only for elites.
Third transition?
Rong Jinhui waved his hand and spread a thick stack of materials on the table. This is information
on all second-tier secret realms in Dragon City.
I think we can clear them within this half-month and directly do the third transition when school starts.
Ha!
Wu Zihua looked puzzled. You're not planning to do the third transition right at the start of school, are you?
This idea was too crazy.
Although Chen Fan was strong, it wasn't to that extent.
Rong Jinhui shook his head, disagreeing.
Wu Zihua breathed a sigh of relief. I knew it, no matter how confident you are, you
can't set such an outrageous goal. Yuziki said calmly, I think you're underestimating us.
I believe we can achieve a perfect third transition by the start of school.
Mangling nodded calmly, indeed, a perfect third transition is possible.
You've just grasped your talents, and haven't even mastered your skills yet.
Where does this confidence come from? Wu Zihua was speechless. Yu Mengni retorted, how can you dampen others' spirits? Don't we have our own strength? Is it completely impossible?
Wu Zihua gritted his teeth and said, absolutely impossible. Big sister, stop dreaming about such unrealistic things. Before he finished speaking, Chen Fan interrupted him, I think it's entirely possible.
I just looked at the
materials Rong Jinhui compiled and found that all second-tier secret realms in Dragon City have a very obvious characteristic. Chen Fan was still analyzing when Wu Zihua decisively said, if someone else said we could clear them perfectly,
I wouldn't believe it. But if you say it, I absolutely believe it. Oh wow, your flattery is really loud. Suze couldn't help but laugh.
Wu Zihua did seem a bit like he was flattering, but he wasn't fazed at all. I'm just speaking the truth.
By
the way, Chen Fan, you mentioned the characteristics of all second-tier secret realms in Dragon City earlier.
Tell us about it.
Chen Fan felt a bit awkward and wasn't quite used to Wu Zihua's attitude, but he could only adapt to it gradually. Since Wu Zihua wouldn't change, he didn't say much and continued, the characteristic of all second-tier secret realms in Dragon City is, they're all related to ghosts.
That's right.
When Mingyu, who hadn't said much, spoke up at this moment,
fully agreeing, they're all ghostly scenes, or ancient tombs. I suggest we tackle the ancient tombs. Wu Zihua immediately got goosebumps, his voice hoarse, tackle ancient tombs? Big sister, do you know what ancient tombs are like? Do you know how terrifying they are? There are zombies inside, and zombies have extremely high defense.
For a support team like ours, relying solely on physical attacks won't work, we can't cut through them or defeat them.
Ghosts can only be effectively attacked with magic. Unless we replace Lin Shushi. Lin Shushi looked indignant. Wait, why are we talking about replacing people again?
I think we should go to those puzzle-solving secret realms instead. The mention of puzzles made Chen Fan feel nauseous. He wanted to find a place where he could directly sweep through everything. Sweeping through the ghostly secret realm isn't very effective. After all, ghosts and zombies are immune to physical attacks. If a group of support roles uses physical attacks, they'll definitely be at a disadvantage.
It's actually not that hard, Rong Jinhui said smugly. I've recently mastered a new talent that allows all professions focused on physical attacks to add 20% magic damage to their normal attacks.
Although my control duration isn't as long as Chen Fan's, this magic damage can be a big help.
Normal attacks with magic damage are equivalent to gaining an extra magic skill. Moreover, when dealing with ghosts and zombies, we have another advantage, Meng Ling said seriously. I can draw talismans. I can create a bunch of exorcism talismans to significantly lower the defense of those ghosts and zombies. It sounded like there wouldn't be much of a problem. Wu Zihua
closed his eyes briefly, then looked at everyone and said slowly, alright, these aren't major issues. But there's one more important thing. Rong Jinhui slapped his dictionary, making a loud sound.
Wu Zihua, why are you so long-winded?
You used to be so bold and decisive, but now you talk so much.
Wu Zihua rolled his eyes dramatically.
Rong Jinhui made a face at him but didn't say anything further.
Wu Zihua finally voiced his concern. I think the biggest issue right now is solving the fact that all of you are afraid of ghosts.
As he said this, Rong Jinhui patted his chest.
Are you kidding? A real man isn't afraid of ghosts.
Chen Fan stared at Rong Jinhui curiously.
Really? Then why do you always hide under the blanket? Like an ostrich whenever there's thunder and rain outside, not daring to show your face?
Sigh, yes, I've seen it seen more than once, Suze said excitedly.
Rong Jinhui paused. That's completely different. Chen Fan squinted at everyone and asked, what about you girls? Are you afraid of ghosts?
I'm not afraid of ghosts at all.
Yu Mingni answered confidently.
When Mingyu's voice was as soft as a mosquito's, her hands clutching her skirt tightly as if she wanted to tear it apart. She barely managed to squeeze out a sentence through gritted teeth. I'm not afraid, not at all. Chen Fan thought to himself, judging by her demeanor, if they really encountered ghosts in the secret realm, when Mingyu would definitely
jump in fright. Chen Fan felt a bit troubled. What should we do? How about we go to another province and find a secret realm without ghosts?
Don't be like that, Wu Zihua, not expecting Chen Fan to suggest this, quickly persuaded him.
Here in
Longshine, we have the most comprehensive strategies and protective measures. I've heard that the survival rate for the second-tier ghost secret realm is as high as 99%, all because we have talismans made by the Taoist priests from Mount Longhu.
Meng Ling added, but the talismans made by the Mount Longhu priests might not be as good as mine. Wu Zihua was almost too exasperated to speak, thinking, where does this guy get his confidence?
But since they were buddies, he didn't call him out.
Chen Fan clapped his hands. No problem, let's start here in this classroom.
I'll borrow some equipment from Lin Shueyao, and we can practice our courage by watching ghost movies here first.
Yu Mingni hadn't expected Chen Fan to act so decisively. Yu Ziki squinted and said, I think we can use the school's secret realm cinema. It's much cheaper than outside. You can play any movie you want, and they're all in 3D. I applied to be an administrator there before, so we can even get a 20% discount, she added, habitually thinking about bargaining. That's awesome. Chen Fan's eyes sparkled. 3D movies.
The previously fearless Rong Jinhui suddenly felt a bit regretful.
Chen Fan, how about we look for a safer secret realm outside the province? Brother Wu Zihua saw through Rong Jinhui's fear of ghosts and laughed. What did you just say? A real man isn't afraid of ghosts, right?
Rong Jinhui forced himself to say, I'm not afraid of ghosts.
I'm
afraid of the three-headed hellhound.
Is it okay to be afraid of dogs? What are you afraid of?
The Secret Realm cinema is already booked for today, Chen Fan said, patting the strategy guide on the table.
No one is backing out. Rong Jinhui,
who had been the first to encourage everyone to reach their third transition before the semester started, now felt a bit regretful. Actually, there's no need to rush the third transition.
Can't we just take a break for half a month? Besides, can the ghosts in the secret realm even compare to the ones in movies? Once the sound and music in a movie start, who can handle it? The ghosts in the secret realm have health bars. I'm pretty strong now. As long as there's a health bar, I can take them down.
Chen Fan stared at Rong Jinhui for a long time, then suddenly shrugged. Forget it, let's not play together. Every man for himself. After all, we're all support players. Anyone with a few dogs can clear the level.
Rong Jinhui's
face changed, and he put on a look of heroic sacrifice.
It's not that bad. It's just a ghost movie. No big deal.
When Mingyu mustered her courage, tightly grabbed Chen Fan's arm, and looked at him with determined eyes as if she had made up
her mind. Let's watch the ghost movie. Chen Fan gave Wu Zihua a look. Wu Zihua made an okay gesture. Don't worry, leave it to me. I've already arranged it.
I've gathered the scariest ghost movies from the past 10 years.
Wu Zihua, what kind of ghost movie did you find? It's way too realistic. He's coming, he's coming. I told you, we should have spent a bit more money and gone to the cinema. This kind of movie secret realm is way too intense. What was that just now? I felt something fly past my face, like a ghost kissed me on the cheek. Stop joking, Rong Jinhui. With your face, even ghosts wouldn't want to kiss you. What's wrong with me? I just want to know, what's wrong with me? I think I'm pretty normal. Wu Zihua, this is all your fault. You guys are scared, fine, but why are you clinging to me like this instead of running out of the secret realm? Why don't you cling to Chen Fan? The one speaking was Wu Zihua, who was surrounded by several burly men. Suze was hugging his leg, Rong Jinhui was hiding behind him, Suze was clutching his left hand, and Mangling was holding his right hand. If you ask me, I'd rather hide behind Chen Fan, but can I even manage that? Rong Jinhui said with a face full of disdain. To be honest, Chen Fan gave off a stronger sense of security. After all, Chen Fan's paralysis skill made it impossible for ghosts to get close. This paralysis skill was a side effect of his thunder ability, and ghosts were most afraid of thunder. Chen Fan helplessly waved his hand. He was also covered in girls, not much different from Wu Zihua. Yu Mingni was hugging his leg, Yu Meishin was hiding behind his back, and Wen Mingyu and Yu Ziki were each holding one of his hands. These two brothers in hardship didn't even dare to open their eyes when they saw ghosts. To be honest, the ghost movies Wu Zihua picked were pretty terrifying. The effects in this movie Secret Realm were incredibly realistic. Forget 3D, it was practically surround sound in full immersion. The ghosts seemed like they were about to jump out of the screen. No, it felt like they already had. Chen Fan even felt something sticky fall on his head. Even though it was all fake, he still got goosebumps all over. It was genuinely scary. Chen Fan said helplessly, if you're all too scared, let's just forget it and switch to an easier secret realm in another province. No way. Unexpectedly, the first to object was Yu Meishin, who had been screaming the loudest earlier. What's going on? Chen Fan noticed Yu Meishin's unusual reaction and asked. Yu Meishin shook her head, full of helplessness. I've already posted on my moments about us almost clearing a second-tier secret realm. If we switch provinces, it'll be too embarrassing. She had a point. Not only had Yu Meishin posted on her moments, but Rong Jinhui, the big mouth, had already spread the news. They had even bragged about perfectly transitioning to their new roles. Don't go making random flags, Chen Fan said as he struggled to pry Yu Mingni's small hands off his leg. Sis, where are you touching? Don't grip so hard, I'm about to lose it. Yu Mingni finally let go, embarrassed. But as soon as she did, she turned around and locked eyes with a ghost. Even though it was a pre-arranged movie, the ghosts looked incredibly lifelike, as if they truly existed. The ghost Yu Mingni saw was particularly hideous, a hanged ghost, with a tongue so long it reached its chest. It even smiled at her, its long tongue lightly brushing her cheek. The most ridiculous thing was that when this thing interacted with you, you could actually feel it. Yu Mingni really felt something wet and cool touching her cheek. So, just as she let go of Chen Fan's thigh, she clung back to it, holding on even tighter than before. There's a ghost licking my face. Ah, it's licking my face. Yu Mingni screamed in terror, clutching Chen Fan's leg. Chen Fan was speechless. He really wanted to kick Yu Mingni out. What should he do? After watching horror movies for 3 consecutive days, Yu Mingni, Chen Fan, Wu Zihua, and Rong Jinhui were all so exhausted they could barely function. Their eyes were shadowed with dark circles, and if it weren't for the school's notice, the temple for the deity had already been built, but Chen Fan and the others still wanted to continue their challenge. At first, everyone was so scared. Their voices went hoarse. Now, they were numb and no longer afraid. Whether it was ghosts licking their faces or ghostly shadows surrounding them, they were unfazed. Wu Zihua even suggested pushing their limits over the next few days by trying zombie movies. Ghosts could only scare people, and fear could be overcome. But zombies were different. Chen Fan set a rule: when watching zombie movies, they had to avoid the zombies' attacks. After all, the zombies in the secret realm were real. Being touched by a zombie would result in infection. Fortunately, Wu Zihua had their backs. Even if they got infected, it wouldn't be a big problem. It's just that they looked a bit frightening now. The principal specifically called Chen Fan. Without changing his clothes, Chen Fan rushed straight to the office. When the principal saw the 10 of them, he was shocked and said, "Where have you all been? Don't tell me you went ghost hunting? You all look like you've been completely drained," the principal joked. In truth,
the 10 of them did look like they'd been drained. Their eyes were dull, and no one responded to the principal. Clearing his throat, the principal quickly said, "But you're all amazing, successfully
completing your transitions. Truly impressive.
The biography you wrote earlier has already been uploaded online, and the country even built a temple for the deity.
Now that the temple is open, everyone can go and worship. Do you want to go take a look?" Chen Fan was surprised to hear that the biography was already online and that there was a temple. That fast? The principal nodded. "Of course, it's the first deity to awaken in our country. I hope more deities will awaken in the future. These are all figures from our country's mythology, just thinking about it is exciting. You should go check out the temple. They say it's especially effective." As soon as the principal finished speaking, a system voice rang in Chen Fan's ear. "Ding! Host, place your divine essence in the temple so we can collect faith treasure chests." Chen Fan was stunned. Wu Zihua initially wanted to refuse. She didn't want to face that biography. Although the final version had been edited by Chen Fan to remove the cringeworthy parts, the biography was still terrifying. "We have other things to do. How about we don't go?" Wu Zihua suggested.
But Chen Fan stood up and said, No, I have to go."
Half an hour later, they arrived outside
the temple, where a long line had formed at the entrance. "This is ridiculous," Wu Zihua said in disbelief as she looked at the temple.
Yuziki bowed devoutly toward the temple but still couldn't get in. "We're the creators of the deity. Why can't we go in?"
Rong Jinhui rolled his eyes.
"The deity was created by the god of light. It has nothing to do with you. We just wrote the biography."
Yu Mingni said smugly, "Of course, it's because my biography was so captivating that it attracted
so many people to worship."
Meng Ling suddenly spoke up, "There's already a smut version online."
Everyone was startled.
Normally quiet, Meng Ling was unusually direct this time.
Chen Fan's forehead veins twitched. "A smut version?" Meng Ling, expressionless, said seriously, "Yes, a smut version. And I think the writing is even better than Yu Mingni's." "What nonsense!" Yu Mingni exploded. "Who could possibly write better than me? Who else could write such deeply moving smut? Only I can."
Chen Fan rubbed his temples. "I really don't know where your confidence comes from, but you sure have plenty of it."
Yu Mingni was unconvinced and immediately downloaded the smut version from the internet.
After reading it, she didn't say a word but instead turned to Yumeixin and said, "Yumeixin, look, this version is way more exciting than mine. The details are handled so well, this person must be an expert." Yumeixin originally didn't want to ruin her own image, but
since she got involved in Yu Mingni's creation, her image had been almost completely destroyed.
So now, Yumeixin could only accept her fate, reluctantly taking the phone from Yu Mingni's hand and quickly scrolling through the screen.
"It's indeed much better than your version. Download a copy for me too." Yuziki's eyes lit up. "I want one too."
"Honestly, we wrote it too seriously, and in the end, Chen Fan cut out a lot of content. Even the parts about shipping CPs were gone."
Chen Fan's face darkened. "Stop it. This is something to be submitted to the state. If I write recklessly, won't the state come after me?"
"Actually, I don't think the smut version is a big deal," Meng Ling said seriously and slowly.
"Foreign legends aren't much better either."
Chen Fan rubbed his temples.
"But it can't be too chaotic. I always feel like they're leading me astray." Wu Zihua smiled warmly. "No matter what, the biography is something we revised. What's there to be proud of?" Yuziki glanced at Yu Mingni. "After reading someone else's work, don't you feel like your own writing is a mess? Tweak your version a bit, and we can make an initial version to sell for money." Truly a businessman, the occupational habit was too obvious. Yu Mingni had never thought her biography could make money.
She widened her eyes in surprise.
"This can make money?"
"Don't get the wrong idea." Chen Fan's face was almost covered in black lines.
"What you're doing is spreading. Biography is secondary. The reason it's attracting people is that our deity is the god of wealth." Exactly. "I bet many people didn't even read the biography," Wu Zihua chimed in. "They only know the god of wealth. In Longhua mythology, the god of wealth is in charge of bringing fortune. A god of wealth who brings fortune, how could the temple not be popular?" Wu Zihua gave a thumbs up. "I have to say, Chen Fan is smart. If it were any other deity, it probably wouldn't be this popular. If it were Yulao, the effect would definitely be much worse. Why can't it be Yulao?"
Rong Jinhui said helplessly.
"If it were Yulao, I'd be willing to kneel and not get up. After all, I'm still a virgin."
When he said the word virgin, it felt a bit awkward. After finishing, he noticed curious glances from those around him. Wu Zihua chuckled and patted Rong Jinhui on the chest. You're still a virgin? So, are you willing to lose it? Rong Jinhui looked confused. What do you mean? Are you offering to help me lose it? I know a high-quality club behind the school. How about we chip in and help you out? Suze grinned as he leaned in. Get lost. Get lost. All of you, get lost. Rong Jinhui exploded. My first time is reserved for my future wife, my dear wife. Yu Meishin and the other girls burst into laughter. Rong Jinhui clutched his chest, glaring helplessly at everyone. I'm the kind of person who deserves the purest love. If Yu Lao really exists, I'd be willing to kneel and beg him to grant me one. Chen Fan, both amused and exasperated, said, So do you want Yu Lao to grant you a wife, or do you want to create one yourself? I remember you already spent all the school's points on that weapon prototype. Do you even have money left to date? This time, Rong Jinhui was completely hit where it hurt and couldn't say a word. Though he was wounded, the others didn't. Stop. Wu Zihua said seriously, that's why 99% of the world's problems can be solved with money. The remaining 1% is definitely because there's not enough money. The god of wealth is the most practical deity in this version. Chen Fan added fuel to the fire. Exactly. Rong Jinhui, all you need to do is buy a long, thick incense stick from the nearby stall and place it in the god of wealth's temple. I guarantee you'll strike it rich. By then, you can win over any girl you want. Rong Jinhui looked utterly confused. But I'm already a rich second generation. I don't lack money. Wu Zihua and the money-loving Yuziki said in unison, so what if you're a rich second generation? Rong Jinhui hadn't reacted yet when Ziki directly mocked, the money of a rich second generation isn't yours, it's your dad's. Are you planning to have the girl you pursue in the future directly fall in love with your dad? Wu Zihua nodded in agreement, well said. Rong Jinhui had no rebuttal and immediately left the group to buy incense. Naturally, everyone seized the opportunity to ask him to bring some for them as well. Chen Fan happened to want to use this chance to conduct an experiment, so he encouraged him to buy incense. Ding dong, the system has detected that the host is near the temple. Would you like to enter directly? Chen Fan was queuing when he suddenly received the system prompt and curiously clicked yes. The result left everyone stunned. Chen Fan actually floated into the air, his entire body glowing with golden light. Wu Zihua reacted quickly and immediately knelt down. Welcome, Divine Envoy. That's right, Chen Fan was publicly known as the envoy of the god of wealth. With Wu Zihua taking the lead, the others quickly knelt down as well, turning the scene dramatic in an instant. Rong Jinhui's eyes were moist with excitement. Divine Envoy, you finally arrived, my big brother of fortune. Chen Fan floated in midair, almost falling, muttering to himself, I'm not your big brother. He wondered if everyone who approached the temple would experience this effect. Chen Fan was surrounded by golden light, his entire being appearing calm and serene. The people queuing behind were all stunned. Oh my, even the Divine Envoy is queuing. But the fact that the Divine Envoy could fly directly into the temple upon approaching made everyone envious. Many followed Wu Zihua and the others, kneeling on the ground. Look, it's the Divine Envoy. The Divine Envoy is so handsome. This is the Divine Envoy. Divine Envoy, please bless me with great wealth. I need to burn more incense. This is the first awakened deity in our dragon nation. I thought it would be Pangu, but it turned out to be the god of wealth. The god of wealth is more practical. I need to enter the secret realm immediately. God of wealth, please bless me with fortune. Right, we also need to worship the god of life. Before entering the secret realm, we should worship two gods, one for life, one for wealth. The god of life is from abroad. I'll wait for our dragon nation's god of life to awaken and worship the god of wealth first. Yes, hurry and worship the god of wealth. Chen Fan floated in the air, clearly seeing a wisp of white smoke-like substance emanating from each person. These wisps slowly drifted out of their bodies and converged toward Chen Fan. More precisely, they flowed toward the divine core in Chen Fan's system space. In an instant, the divine core in the system space suddenly emitted a dazzling light, so beautiful that it was hard to look away. Chen Fan's figure gradually disappeared, as if he had been teleported. In fact, that was exactly what happened. He was transported to the interior of the temple. It had to be said, this god of wealth temple, jointly built by the principal and the nation, was truly grand. The God of Wealth statue had a plump face, smooth forehead, and rosy complexion, exuding a peaceful and harmonious aura. The God of Wealth wore a robe that shimmered with golden light and held a large ingot in his hands. On either side of the God of Wealth stood a boy and a girl, adding to the sacred atmosphere. Chen Fan immediately took out the divine core from the system space, but after taking it out, he had no idea how to use it. Ding dong, would you like to embed the divine core into the statue? Sure enough, the system issued another prompt. Chen Fan nodded. The divine core instantly merged into the statue, and the system promptly issued another notification. Ding dong, the divine core has been connected to the host and is now adjusting the statue. You can now configure the statue. Chen Fan was baffled. This statue wasn't even made by him, yet it could be adjusted? But he quickly noticed that the statue's face now bore a slight resemblance to his own. Of course, it wasn't very obvious, just a subtle similarity. The statue hadn't looked like this before. This must be the adjustment the system mentioned. As Chen Fan approached the statue, he noticed a transparent golden screen appear behind it, which he guessed only he could see. The screen displayed blessing skills, with an empty skill slot below. Chen Fan controlled the blessing skill in his spiritual sea with his mind, and sure enough, the skill entered the frame. He even set it to automatic distribution. This meant that every person who came to worship would receive blessings equally. He clicked automatic distribution and then automatic upgrade. The more the skill was used, the more experience it gained, allowing the skill to level up. This applied to both character skills and pet skills. For instance, recently, the little dragon had gained weight, so Chen Fan encouraged it to go out more and practice its skills. According to the pet training guide, if a pet's skills were trained to a high level, the pet might even advance in rank. However, this still required exploration, as there were very few people raising dragons. Chen Fan hadn't found any manuals for dragon advancement yet. For now, he could only explore and progress step by step. After setting up the blessing skill, the statue looked revitalized, as if it had come to life. Just then, a young man walked into the temple, holding a thick stack of scratch cards. God of Wealth, bless me with a big prize. The young man knelt down and prayed respectfully, without paying much attention to the appearance of the statue. The statue immediately emitted a beam of blessing light, which shot straight to the young man's head. Chen Fan saw a white light appear above the young man's head, which then floated back to the statue. At the same time, Chen Fan felt something different in his own body. After the young man finished praying, he began scratching the cards frantically. I won! I won! I won 5,000 yuan. His eyes sparkled, and his joy spread to those around him. People outside became excited. You can really win? I need to go buy some too. Don't get too excited, it might just be a coincidence. I've never won anything in my life, so leave some for me. Honestly, even Pangu isn't as effective as the God of Wealth. The God of Wealth is the most reliable. Why didn't you tell me earlier if it could make me rich? You guys really keep secrets tight. Just in time, my weapon needs enchanting. Bless me to make a fortune in the secret realm. Ding! Host, you can use the program I wrote to check your attributes. Suddenly, a screen appeared in front of Chen Fan. His personal attributes, previously checked via his smartwatch, remained unchanged, but there was now an additional divine attributes section. He clicked to take a look. Inside was a long experience bar. The experience points were slowly increasing. The white light from the young man earlier had added 0.5 points to the experience bar. However, leveling up required 1 million experience points, so there was still a long way to go. Chen Fan recalled that this seemed to be the divine rank of an earth immortal. In other words, the divine rank could be continuously upgraded? Below the experience bar was an option, Open Divine Secret Realm. Divine Secret Realm? What is that? Chen Fan asked curiously. Ding! You can choose to open it or not, but if you open it, you'll need to go down and clear it yourself. Clearing it will grant you the power of faith. All power of faith can be converted into experience, allowing you to upgrade your divine rank and gain stronger divine power and authority. Ding! Friendly reminder, if you accumulate 10,000 power of faith daily, you can receive a faith treasure chest. Ding! The items in the faith treasure chest are random, some good, some bad, but all can provide me with points, equivalent to diamond chest points. As the system continued, it became noticeably excited. Ding! Host, my skins depend on you. Chen Fan sighed helplessly, buy fewer skins and focus on leveling up. He directly clicked to open the secret realm.
After all, whether the power of faith came from believers or from clearing the secret realm himself, it was all power of faith. With each person contributing 0.2 or 0.5 points, it was very difficult to accumulate 10,000 points in a day. But Chen Fan was diligent and still opened the divine secret realm. Ding! Your divine secret realm has been opened. The realm is very simple and can be cleared by one person. Would you like to be transported there? Since the system said it was simple, he naturally didn't doubt it. He directly chose to be transported. However, the system prompted, ding! Sorry, host, transportation failed. You cannot enter the secret realm. Where did you hide the entrance to the secret realm? Chen Fan looked puzzled. I can't transport there, so how am I supposed to clear it? Ding! Don't worry, the secret realm is very simple. If someone from another world accidentally enters, they can also help you clear the level. The main reliance is still on the faith of the people. Chen Fan was curious, how much faith power can be gained from clearing the level? Ding dong, about 100 points. Chen Fan immediately lost interest. Forget it, it's really optional. But he didn't know that the location of this secret realm's entrance was extremely special. It was hidden in the divine realm. The divine realm is an endless space where all gods can build their own temples. Every brick, every tile, every blade of grass, and every tree here must be created with the power of faith. The more luxurious the temple, the more powerful the god. However, on this day, all the gods received a notification: a secret realm had appeared in the divine realm. This news caused an uproar. Which idiot has water in their brain? They actually built a secret realm in the divine realm? Do they expect gods to help them clear it? We all build secret realms in that world. If someone clears it, we can gain faith power. It's best to capture believers and have our own believers clear it for greater benefits. This is the first time I've seen someone so stupid as to place the secret realm entrance in the divine realm. This is absolutely hilarious. Who's there? I can't help but want to enter as soon as I see this entrance. Could this be a secret realm specifically prepared for gods? Don't joke around. A secret realm for gods? Who do you think is the most powerful in the world? Gods. Where could there be something more powerful than gods? I think there's something wrong with your head. We are already invincible beings. Could there possibly be something stronger than us? Stronger than the 9 great gods? Impossible, right? It said that even the God of Light's divine core had cracked before. But the God of Light managed to endure and gradually restored his divine core. After all, he is the strongest among the 9 great gods. The recently recovered God of Light even gave a harsh lesson to the God of Darkness, who had always tried to seize his territory. Now that is a truly powerful God. Ordinary gods could never achieve such a feat. However, even the God of Light would never place a secret realm entrance in the divine realm. Everyone mocks those who place secret realm entrances in the divine realm, but I don't believe none of you have tried. Secret realms simply can't be opened in the divine realm. Yeah, haven't you tried? The secret realm entrance simply can't be placed in the divine realm. We don't have the authority. You two just don't have enough divine power, so you failed. If it were me, I might not succeed either. Then it's strange. Who exactly placed the secret realm entrance in the divine realm? Are we supposed to enter the divine realm? I'm already a god with so many believers. Why would I help someone else clear a secret realm? Secret realms are challenges and opportunities we give to humans, gifts we bestow upon our people. And yet someone placed one in the divine realm? Is this a gift for me? Exactly, I don't know how they managed to do it. So, should we go in? Or not? Why should I accept a gift from someone else? Am I supposed to become their believer? I'm a god. Why should I listen to another god? Let's go, forget about it. This thing must be fake. Although the surrounding gods were full of curiosity about the secret realm entrance, no one could be sure what consequences entering might bring. Would they become someone else's believer? No one knew. But no one was willing to try. It was a joke, they were already gods. Would they really go to such a place? Meanwhile, on Chen Fan's side, the system searched everywhere but couldn't find the location of the secret realm entrance. It could only activate the summoning mode. Since Chen Fan couldn't enter, there would always be a forest or something that could go in and help clear the secret realm. To be honest, the summoning mode of the secret realm was incredibly practical. The system felt particularly clever. When Chen Fan found out, who knows how he would praise it. Chen Fan stayed hidden in the temple,
observing the behavior of his believers. Some worshipped with great exaggeration. Others just casually bowed. But no matter what, they would all receive the blessings of the god. At the same time, Chen Fan could also absorb a tiny bit of faint faith power from
them. Although not much, Chen Fan believed it would definitely increase in the future. After all, once they received blessings and achieved certain effects, they would trust the deity even more. Moreover, this was a deity native to the Dragon Kingdom. Chen Fan was actually standing inside the temple, but no one could see him. He could even observe the subtle expressions on everyone's faces. Quite interesting, Chen Fan said with a smile. However, the faith power each person contributed was too little, usually only a fraction, like 0.2 or 0.8, or even as low as 0.01. Chen Fan muttered to himself, wondering if these tiny numbers were spies sent by other deities. System, I want to leave the temple, Chen Fan said softly as he watched Rong Jinhui and Wu Zihua offering incense and praying to his statue. After all, even though he was standing in the temple now, Rong Jinhui and Wu Zihua couldn't see him at all. Ding dong, alright.
The system's voice sounded, and a flash of white light appeared before Chen Fan's eyes. In the next moment, he found himself standing outside the temple.
Wu Zihua noticed him. Fan, why are you here?
I didn't see you in the temple just now.
Let me tell you a little secret. I think the statue in the temple looks a bit like you.
In fact, Yu Mingni
had also noticed, but she didn't dare to say it. When Wu Zihua mentioned it, Yu Mingni quickly agreed. Yes, I also think the statue looks quite like Chen Fan.
Although it's just
the outline, it still resembles him a bit.
Rong Jinhui was startled. How can this be?
Principal, who allowed the statue's face to be made to resemble Chen Fan? If it accidentally gets exposed.
Before he could finish speaking, Chen Fan hurriedly covered his mouth, afraid he might say something he shouldn't. It's normal for people to look a bit alike, right?
Besides, who knows what that deity looks like?
They just made a statue based on my appearance, and it's already pretty good.
Wu Zihua wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. That's right, looking alike is already impressive.
I just offered a big stick of incense, Rong Jinhui said, his expression a bit complicated.
I feel like the blessings from the statue are
even more powerful than the skills Fan gave me.
He looked at Chen Fan uncertainly. Could I be mistaken?
Chen Fan smiled and shook his head. Don't worry, you're not imagining things. If you don't believe me, go try your luck at the lottery station nearby. Rong Jinhui shook his head. I don't want to try my luck, I just want to know which secret realm we can enter.
I've had enough of ghost movies, I'm sick of them. Everyone laughed at his words.
The brown fairy is a very weak deity.
In some cultures, it isn't even considered a true deity, merely
referred to as a little spirit. It has no great desires and loves living in messy, dirty houses. It helps the owner clean up, making the house tidy, clean, and beautiful.
People believe this kind of deity can bring good luck. And indeed, it does. They are diligent and brave, much like little bees, and they love sweets. If the owner provides them with sweets, they will be even happier. But there is a downside. Because they like messy environments, they gradually transform the house.
Once the house becomes clean and orderly, they leave to find
the next messy place. This kind of deity is somewhat like the snail girl and is very rare. Back when Chen Fan and his team entered the National Destiny secret realm, it was the brown fairy that lent them a small hand.
Although the help wasn't much, it was the best effort the brown fairy could offer. Recently, the situation has been somewhat turbulent.
The light god's divine status was weakened, almost leading to his demise.
When the light god awoke, he found that the other 8 deities were coveting his power and position.
Thus, a fierce battle broke out between the light god and the 8 deities.
The fight shook the entire divine realm, causing the heavens and earth to tremble, almost to the brink of collapse.
After the matter concluded, a mysterious secret realm suddenly appeared in the divine realm.
None of the deities, not even the light god, could establish their own secret realm within the
divine realm.
But now, a mysterious entity had successfully placed a secret realm in the divine realm. All the deities were curious and wandered around the edges of this strange secret realm. They found themselves unable to resist stepping in, but then fear struck them, and they wished they could escape immediately.
Most gods ultimately chose to leave. However, at dusk, this secret realm suddenly erupted with a strange energy.
All the gods were very familiar with this aura.
It was the summoning signal emitted only when the secret realm was activated, releasing immense power.
The weaker gods were instantly drawn into the mysterious secret realm.
Even Zhongxian was pulled in. Oh my old back is about to break. This thing even has A summoning mode? Whose brain is broken enough to dare set up a secret realm in the divine domain? Aren't we gods? Aren't we the strongest beings in this world? How could we be captured by someone else's secret realm? You claim to be the greatest, but don't you know how the gods of light were born? Or how they gained divine authority?
They count as gods, and
so do we? Who's spouting nonsense? Let me tell you, the strongest gods are in the Eastern Dragon Kingdom.
they are the true gods, they just haven't revealed themselves.
Stop talking nonsense. The most powerful is our Buddha.
Yes, your Buddha is powerful, but how did you end up here?
Of course, it's because our Buddha is mighty. It's normal for me to be here.
Stop arguing and figure out how to clear this secret realm.
Don't forget, one careless move in the secret realm can lead to death. Death? Impossible. My soul is firmly held. I Buddha, how could I die? Don't be reckless. If you really die, you'll regret it.
If I, an evil god, can die alongside you righteous gods, I've gained something.
Shut up.
Oh, my, it really is an evil god, the god of death and chaos.
How did you get in here?
I'm long tired of the title evil god. If the god of darkness can become one of the 9 gods, why
can't I, who governs death and chaos, be a righteous god?
The so-called righteous and evil gods are rules set by the 9 gods.
I think they are the real evil gods. They are powerful,
and weren't pulled into the secret realm, while you all have become puppets within it.
Alright, stop arguing. Let's first figure out how to clear this. Zhongxian, what are you doing? What else could I be doing?
This guy sees this place as rundown and definitely wants to settle down, clean up, and willingly act as a maid.
Ah, so Zhongxian likes this kind of thing. The mocking continued.
Zhongxian held a tattered book, neither sitting nor standing. He had heard such ridicule countless times and was long used to it. Cleaning was his nature.
He couldn't quit it. He plopped down on the ground and opened the old book. The environment here wasn't great, but to Zhongxian, it was a dream come true. Because here, he could quietly clean.
Here, he could happily do what he loved. This place looked like a dilapidated classroom. The desks and chairs were in disarray, and the air carried the
scent of dust.
But to him, this was a paradise. The chairs were very old, and the desks and chairs bore small graffiti left by students.
On each desk lay a tattered book. This time, 20
gods were selected to enter the summoned secret realm, ranging from powerful to weak, even including evil gods.
Zhongxian didn't want to think too much.
While the other gods were noisily arguing, he opened the tattered book, and his eyes suddenly widened.
This thing, being able to open a secret realm in the divine domain, was indeed extraordinary. Extraordinary too. The point of being excessive.
The method to clear the secret realm was simple: recite all the text in the tattered book within the secret realm, and once finished, they could leave. The text in the book was written in Shangfan language, a universal language invented by the Eastern gods.
But strangely, not a single Eastern god had awakened.
They all lay within a
massive barrier, asleep in a place untouchable by gods.
It was said that the place of slumber was originally in the divine domain, but after the 9 gods visited it, it began to float,
and eventually drifted to a location no one could see.
Thus, the Eastern gods remained asleep. A group of gods were noisily arguing, while the brown immortal began reciting words from an old book. Great, glorious, beautiful, kind god of wealth, you are the greatest, most beautiful, most radiant, and most powerful deity in this world.
You are unique, unparalleled.
As the brown immortal recited a string of praises in the upper language, the noisy gods suddenly fell silent.
They looked at the brown immortal as if he were a fool.
The passage he was reciting was very long, and it seemed it would take him
quite a while to finish.
However, it must be said that these praises, when spoken in the upper language, sounded particularly melodious. The upper language also contained some ancient expressions, such as unique and unparalleled.
Only the gods
of the Dragon Kingdom were accustomed to using such elegant phrases. Most ordinary gods were completely unfamiliar with them.
To be honest, it sounds quite nice, said the god of death and chaos, who had widened his eyes and couldn't help but
comment, but it feels strange.
Isn't this the kind of thing my followers should say when worshipping me? Of course it's odd.
That foolish brown immortal, once he finishes reciting these words, it means he's become a follower of the god of
wealth. Speaking of which, none of us gods here actually manage money. Isn't the god of wealth something unique to the East?
I heard the god of light cultivated a minor deity, and that's the god of wealth.
He even transferred part of his authority to him. Not just part, I heard the god of light's divine essence cracked because of it. That's how he was able to transfer authority. But I think that authority must be quite significant. Ha ha ha, that's hilarious. The God of Light originally wanted to create a subordinate deity to absorb his followers' faith, but it backfired. The subordinate deity turned out to be much stronger than him. Exactly. This guy wanted to become a supreme god, surpassing the other 8 major gods, but he failed miserably. It's truly laughable. Clearly, this newly born god of wealth is stronger than all of us. And he's using this method to force us to worship him. Why should I comply? Exactly, don't even think about it. Brownie mortal, stop reciting. If you finish, you'll become a slave to the god of wealth, his follower. What kind of god becomes a follower of another god? Are you crazy? How is that even possible? While the gods surrounded the brownie mortal, muttering and grumbling, the brownie mortal had already finished reciting the passage in the ancient upper language. Even the ancient brownie mortal could understand the meaning of those words. However, after finishing, he felt a bit embarrassed, because the words were excessively flattering. Even if he were recruiting followers himself, he wouldn't make them say such overly sentimental things. It was indeed a bit much. Yet, as soon as the brownie mortal finished speaking, a golden beam of blessing light suddenly appeared before him. A small gift package lay quietly in his hands. The package shimmered with golden light and was exceptionally beautiful. The brownie mortal opened it with a puzzled expression. Inside was a currency that could only be traded in the divine realm, a crystal coin. The crystal coin was round, about the size of a soda bottle cap, and exquisitely crafted. It was purple, with an eternal divine flame burning within. Though it was just a small flicker, it was particularly charming. All the surrounding gods instantly fell silent. 10 seconds later, they erupted. Is that a crystal coin? The crystal coin we've been talking about? Yes, it's the crystal coin used for trading. This thing contains the divine source flame, and the flame can provide us with energy. This energy is far stronger than the power of faith. This is the true currency that circulates in the divine realm. Oh my God, this is what I've been saving up for half a year. I went to great lengths to exchange my faith power for just one small crystal coin. Even the righteous gods look down on it. Don't even mention it, especially the God of Light. The God of Light claims that his faith power is particularly valuable, and only 100 units of faith power are needed to exchange for one crystal coin. Bah! It's all faith power. How can there be different levels? I need 10,000 units of faith power to exchange for one. You only need 10,000? I need 50,000. The exchange rate of faith power for crystal coins was originally set by the gods themselves. Great, glorious, beautiful, kind God of wealth, you are the greatest, most beautiful, most radiant, and most powerful God in this world. You are unique, unparalleled in the world. The death god and chaos god, who had been arguing the most fiercely just now, were now reciting these words passionately in an ancient language. They completely ignored the other gods' debates and did not argue with them. The gods who were still discussing stopped their actions one after another. Suddenly, they felt rather foolish. At this moment, all the gods obediently sat at the small tables, opened the worn-out book with devout expressions, and began to read the text aloud with excitement and emotion. Even that terrifying existence had specially added phonetic annotations to the text, lest they couldn't recognize the ancient language and fail to read the beautiful words. The recited voices merged into streams, slowly flowing into the sea. At this moment, Chen Fan suddenly felt a pure force surrounding him. The unified recitation echoed in his ears, the voices rising and falling with emotion. Although he couldn't understand the specific content, he felt as if they were praising him. Since binding with the divine persona, Chen Fan often heard scattered voices. Some were mysterious and cryptic, while others sounded like endless wishes. God, bless me with wealth. God, I pray for favorable weather this year. My son is heading to the secret realm. I hope he returns safely and becomes rich. Chen Fan found these voices too noisy and asked the system to block them. The system explained that these were the voices of believers. It also mentioned that it could block the voices of minor believers, but it couldn't block those who were particularly devout. Now, listening to the unified recitation in his ears, Chen Fan was so shocked that he couldn't speak. This scene was too exaggerated. Could it be that I suddenly gained a lot of minority believers? Chen Fan marveled at the vastness of the Dragon Kingdom. I didn't expect so many believers to worship me. The ancient language sounded like a minority language, and although Chen Fan couldn't speak it, he could understand its meaning. At this moment, the gods in the secret realm excitedly opened the small golden boxes in their hands. There's only one crystal coin. The God of wealth is truly generous. Will this thing really not cause inflation?
The 9 gods control 80% of the wealth.
If each of us gets one crystal coin, even if it causes inflation, that inflation would be too exaggerated.
The rules of the divine realm are entirely dictated by the 9 gods.
Even the exchange of faith power for crystal coins is decided by them. Why? Why is that? Everyone gets one crystal coin, that's fantastic. How many times can this secret realm open in a day? How many times per hour? How many times per minute? Who would bother to painstakingly capture believers anymore?
I declare, I am now a sub-god of the god of wealth, ha.
Don't fight. I am the true heir of the god of wealth.
Speaking of which, most of the minor gods captured in this special secret realm of the divine domain were not wealthy.
In the divine domain, weak gods had no voice.
They had to first capture believers, create various secret realms, and place them in the human world, waiting for humans to challenge them.
This is the rule of the world, which all gods cannot defy.
These secret realms are actually small worlds, even difficult for gods
to enter. However, gods can open entrances and let humans help them retrieve items from the small world's legendary materials.
After the 3rd transformation, humans can join the divine faction and complete tasks set by the gods.
These tasks are all faith-based missions.
Humans provide various materials, and gods grant blessings in return. Even casually crafted small equipment, which is useless to gods, is valuable to humans.
The materials provided by humans are what gods truly need.
These materials can make gods stronger. Once stronger, they can attract more believers, who will help them complete tasks. Weak gods have almost no believers, especially since the 9 gods are also called evil gods.
Who would choose to believe in evil gods instead of righteous gods?
These 9 gods essentially control the entire divine domain. In the divine realm, transactions are conducted using a special currency, crystal coins.
Hidden within the crystal coins is the divine source flame, a fire that never extinguishes, radiating beautiful flames.
The divine source flame can be consumed by gods. It can be understood as a special energy that grants strength to its possessor. The 9 great gods possess unique privileges and supreme authority that others lack, though some of these rights were self-imposed, enough to make all other gods envious. Now, with the appearance of the secret realm brought by Qin Fan, these lesser gods no longer need to struggle
to gather followers. Followers are ranked, and ordinary followers provide very little power of faith.
To develop followers, lesser gods not only have to share a portion of their rights but also waste some energy daily to bestow blessings. For the great gods, this amount of energy is negligible, but for lesser gods, it is a heavy burden.
After all, they can't starve themselves for the sake of followers.
From now on, I'll guard this secret realm, and no one can stop me, said the
god of death and chaos excitedly. I don't know how often this secret realm refreshes, but every time it does, I can get a crystal coin. It's amazing.
I wonder if worshipping the god of wealth properly would also
result in obtaining crystal coins.
Hearing the god of death and chaos say this, the expressions of the other gods immediately became complicated.
They whispered to the god of death and chaos, "Are you crazy? You're a god too. I've never heard of a god worshipping another god. Don't you want others to worship you? Don't forget, you're an evil god."
The god of wealth is a sub-god created by the god of light. The title of evil god was actually imposed on us lesser gods by the god of light.
No matter what, we are opposed to him. Can worshipping the god of wealth really bring wealth?
If it truly can, I also want to find a god of wealth.
But where is this god of wealth now?
He should have already appeared, definitely somewhere in the divine
realm. I've heard he has appeared.
There are over 100 gods in the divine realm, finding him shouldn't be difficult.
Then let's hurry and talk to the god of wealth.
We'll look for him as soon as we leave here.
You're too impulsive. After all, the god of wealth is our colleague.
The god of light was injured, and it seems to be related to him.
His status might not even be higher than ours. Listening to everyone's discussion, the god of death and chaos couldn't hold back. What's going on? Isn't he a sub-god created by the god of light? There shouldn't be any conflict between them, right?
The brown immortal cautiously said, actually, the 9 great gods have never created their own sub-gods.
The god of
light went too far this time, resulting in injury and a crack in his divine essence. Previously, the other 8 great gods gathered at the god of light's temple, trying to seize his divine position. Later, the god of light managed to pull through, and a fierce battle broke out between the two sides. No one doubted the brown immortal's words, as he was often sent by the god of light to clean up, and he himself enjoyed cleaning.
When other gods' homes became dirty, they would
ask him to clean, and although the god of light was strict with him, he would also provide compensation. Thus, the brownie mortal had access to some insider information. The god of death and chaos grew increasingly anxious. I must find that god of wealth quickly. If the god of light restores his divine essence, I need to settle accounts with that subgod first.
These 20-odd gods soon emerged from the secret realm.
But as soon as they stepped out, they saw a circle of gods
surrounding them. These gods looked at them with contempt and even mockery.
The gods summoned through the recruitment mode were mostly of low status. They were either newly ascended gods with few followers or gods who had been labeled as evil
gods by the 9 great gods.
Although they were used to ridicule, being surrounded like this made anyone uncomfortable. At this moment, the 20 gods chose to remain silent. The surrounding gods, however, were not polite. Oh, let me see who is so weak that they let someone else's secret realm easily activate recruitment mode? You must be starving, right? Faced with such a summons, didn't you resist at all? You just let yourselves be captured? I even doubt whether you're gods. Helping other gods as henchmen, how glorious. Fortunately, you didn't die in someone else's secret realm. If you had, our divine domain would have lost face big time. Did you figure out whose secret realm it was when you went in? Or is there something stronger than gods in this world? Faced with questioning and ridicule, the 20 gods still chose to remain silent. However, when they had just emerged from the faith's secret realm, at that moment, Chen Fan suddenly gained 100 points of faith value. The feeling was absolutely exhilarating. He almost couldn't help but let out a small cheer. Luckily, he held back, or this experience would have become an eternal embarrassment, because he was currently having dinner with 9 other people. Beside him, Rong Jinhui was still talking non-stop. I just checked Weibo and found that many people believe in this god of wealth, sharing photos of the temple. Soon, this could form an entire industry chain. To be honest, Wu Zihua was quite nervous at first, especially about the biography of that god, which was entirely fabricated by them. So, he felt that this god was completely fictional. But Wu Zihua didn't know what kind of deal Chen Fan had made with the god of light, as this bizarre biography had somehow created such a powerful god. Wu Zihua had also tried receiving Chen Fan's blessings. Yet he always felt that the blessings from a divine envoy and those from a god were not quite the same. Just now, when worshipping the god of wealth, Wu Zihua also received blessings from the deity. The blessings were evenly distributed among all the worshippers. Wu Zihua felt his entire being filled with strength. I didn't expect this god to actually exist, Wu Zihua cautiously expressed, with a hint of flattery. And I think the blessings from the god are completely different from those given by Chen Fan, the divine envoy. Chen Fan curiously looked at Wu Zihua and casually asked, how are they different? At the same time, Chen Fan checked the system to find out where the 100 points of faith value had come from. The system had previously mentioned that the stronger a believer's faith, the more faith value they could provide. If a single believer could contribute a large amount of faith value, they could seemingly level up, and subsequently provide even more faith value. Outstanding believers could even be promoted by Chen Fan to become his followers. However, Chen Fan wasn't planning to do that just yet. He was more interested in knowing who had contributed 100 points of faith value all at once. The system excitedly informed him, Ding! Host, I've already activated the recruitment mode for your faith's secret realm. I mentioned before that the secret realm is very simple and easy to pass. Once it was full, they contributed 100 points of faith value to you all at once. Chen Fan took a deep breath and suddenly felt dissatisfied with the 0.2 and 0.8 faith values from the temple. Can that secret realm be opened more times? He thought, if it could be opened 100 times a day, the task would have been completed long ago. Ding! Sorry, host, it can only be opened once a day. But if your god level increases, the secret realm level will also rise, and the faith value provided will be greater. If the secret realm spawns near you, you can also clear it yourself. However, I don't know the exact location of this secret realm. Ding! Host, you can also open more treasure chests to upgrade me. Once my permissions are increased, I'll be able to locate the secret realm. Ding! Host, this time the required points are quite high. Chen Fan expressionlessly cut off the conversation with the system. This system was always thinking about upgrading and even wanted to buy skins. Where could he find treasure chests? Usually, the system relied on the traveling frog to bring back treasure chests, most of which were low level and contained mostly junk. Chen Fan simply sold them back to the system for recycling. He hadn't seen a high-level treasure chest recently. Supreme treasure chests were probably only found in secret realms, and even then, they required a 3-second rating to obtain. While Chen Fan was lost in thought, he didn't notice his companion's discussion. The blessings from the temple feel different. Yeah, the effects of the temple's blessings seem stronger
than Chen Fan's. Much more powerful. Next time before we enter a secret realm, we should all go worship at the temple.
Chen Fan finally snapped out of his daze and heard his companion's words, but he didn't offer any explanation. The temple's
blessings seem stronger because the blessing skill has been upgraded.
After all, every believer who comes to worship receives a blessing. Wu Zihua's voice sounded in Chen Fan's ear with a hint of doubt. I heard from those third-tier professionals that not every god grants blessings every time they are worshipped.
Some gods do, while others don't.
Some gods require a certain level of offerings before granting blessings. I heard that after choosing a god's faction, offering value tasks will be unlocked.
Brother Fan, isn't our god of wealth too fair? Granting blessings to everyone isn't particularly beneficial for a god, is it? Chen Fan was confused. Granting blessings to everyone was an automatic skill release
he had set on the statue.
Simply put, continuously using this skill could accumulate experience points and upgrade the skill.
Now, the blessing skill on Chen Fan's skill tree had reached level 2. However, the skill description hadn't changed. It still brought a bit of good luck to people, with no specific values.
But logically, it should be more powerful than before. Not to mention, this skill was directly linked to the statue, capable of automatic release and automatic upgrading.
Of course, this was also thanks to Chen Fan's third talent bonus. Originally, the blessing skill had a cooldown time, but his talent reduced the cooldown by 80%, making it almost non-existent.
Chen Fan looked at Wu Zihua and the others in confusion. Why would granting blessings necessarily harm a god? The god of wealth never mentioned anything like that to me.
Now, everyone was more convinced that the god of wealth truly existed. However, this god of wealth didn't have an
earth-shattering background or dramatic ups and downs. The god of wealth had even asked Chen Fan to help make up stories.
But the god undoubtedly existed, and Chen Fan was undoubtedly the god's messenger. Chen Fan had never explained these things. To them, they had mostly filled in the gaps themselves.
Hearing Chen Fan's question, Wu Zihua was also puzzled. So granting blessings isn't a big deal for the god of wealth? Everyone can receive one? It's nothing, Chen Fan casually made
up a story. You all know, our god of wealth is a newly born god. Even ordinary people opening a shop need to hold big promotions, let alone a god. Wu Zihua's eyes lit up. Then we should go to the temple to worship every day.
The blessings
in the temple feel even more effective than Brother Fan's. He mustered the courage to say this, then carefully observed Chen Fan's expression, afraid of making him angry. But Chen Fan showed no sign of anger. Instead, he encouraged, then, you should wake up early every day or go at midnight to be the first to offer incense for the best effect. In fact, Chen Fan hadn't told them that whether he used the blessing skill or the temple's blessings, the effect was the same. There was no need to explain further. Letting everyone believe the temple was the most effective would encourage them to worship there. This way, Chen Fan could gain more faith points. In the divine realm, within the temple of the god of light, the god of light, panting heavily, glared at the 8 useless fools before him, his expression growing darker.
What? Are you happy to see cracks in my divine core? The god of light stood barefoot in the temple.
The floor, originally paved with white jade, was now covered in blood, a mix of red and black, emitting a foul stench.
The god of light stood in the pool of blood.
Normally, he would never tolerate such an environment. But now, he had no intention of cleaning it, not because he wanted to conserve divine power, but because the mess proved his strength. These bloodstains were his battle achievements, his glory. The god of light walked over to the god of darkness and grabbed the other's head with one hand. At this moment, the god of darkness's head was barely attached by a bit of skin. With a little force, the god of light could tear it off. But he didn't. The god of cracks have appeared in your divinity. We are one, I can feel it. Before the words had even finished, the god of light kicked the head of the god of darkness flying. The last bit of muscle still connecting it to the neck was forcibly torn apart. The head of the god of darkness was directly nailed to the towering pillar of the
god of light's temple. You can't do this to me.
The god of darkness's face turned ashen, but facing the pillar, he couldn't see the expression of the god of light.
We are one, and I am also one of the 8 gods. Don't forget, the 8
gods were established by me. The god of light stood in a pool of blood, his expression indifferent.
Without me, what are you?
The other gods in the temple remained silent. These words were indeed true. The god of darkness hurriedly changed.
The subject: brother, how did your divinity crack? Could it be that there really is something in this world that can harm you?
From afar, the god of life gave a thumbs up to the head of the god of darkness. Although the god of life possessed many forms and had the strongest vitality among all the gods, making him a powerful support, he was currently in the form of an old man with a beard almost reaching the ground. In truth, the god of life was only here to join the commotion. Despite his immense vitality, he had almost no offensive power. In the human world, support roles were rare and highly respected, but among the gods, support was practically useless. The god of life relied on his powerful vitality to heal his
injuries.
His beard gradually turned black, and his form shifted from an old man to a young girl. This was the form the god of light liked the most. The god of life's appearance was not fixed, he could transform into whatever he wished.
Originally, the god of life always roamed the divine realm in the form of a young girl, but a recent whim had led him to take on the appearance of an old man. The god of life's voice became lively and cute, with a hint of childishness. Brother god of light, how did you end up like this? Could it be that there really exists something stronger than gods in this world?
This sudden shift in topic immediately caught the attention of the god of light. Just moments ago, he had been glaring angrily at the 8 gods, but now his eyes narrowed, and his tone turned dangerous. Those damned Eastern. Before he could finish, the god of light seemed to sense something and suddenly disappeared.
The god of life was stunned and quickly chased after him.
After taking just 2 steps, the head of the god of darkness, still nailed to the pillar, roared, "You damn freak!
Don't go off to watch the fun alone, take us with you. I feel like there's something in the divine realm that shouldn't exist."
The god of darkness, afraid the god of life wouldn't take him along, rambled on. Then, his vision suddenly brightened, and he realized he was being held in the arms of the god of life.
Yes, the god of life had directly pulled the head of the god of darkness off the pillar.
Holding the head, he dashed out, completely ignoring the mess of gods left behind on the ground. The other gods exchanged glances, sighed, and closed their eyes to meditate, as they still needed
to recover their divine power and injuries.
The god of light sped ahead, heading straight for a newly appeared temple in the divine realm.
This temple was grand and magnificent, with an unprecedented style. The god of light stood before the
structure, completely stunned. Such an architectural style had never appeared in the divine realm before. However, this style was not unfamiliar to the 9 gods. They had seen it before and had even done many unspeakable things in such
buildings.
If the events of those years were known to the other gods, the 9 gods would undoubtedly become the laughingstock of all. At that moment, the god of light seemed to hear mocking voices flooding toward him like a tide.
"Do you even deserve to be called gods? Look at this pretentious display.
Ha ha, how ridiculous, a bunch of monsters daring to call themselves gods. If you hadn't absorbed the divine power from the Eastern gods' architecture and sealed all the Eastern
gods, the divine realm wouldn't even have room for you."
My goodness, to see a group of monsters sitting on thrones, thinking themselves gods, setting their own rules, what a joke. Monsters are monsters, they should stay where they belong.
Monsters in the divine realm don't deserve the title of gods. What are you, really? Gods? What a joke.
If Chen Fan were here, he would definitely recognize the building in front of the god of light. It was the newly constructed temple of the
Dragon Kingdom.
Designed by the most famous architect in the Dragon Kingdom, it perfectly adhered to the classical architectural style of the nation.
The god of light stared at the ancient-style building in shock. When was this built? How did this thing suddenly appear?
As soon as he finished speaking, he noticed a blade of grass near the temple slightly wriggling. The god of light pulled up the grass and discovered it was actually a small deity from Sakura Kingdom, named Rice
Maiden.
In Sakura Kingdom's mythology, there were said to be 8 million deities, but only a few could truly enter the divine realm.
This Rice Maiden was responsible for overseeing harvests. The god of light grabbed the grass-like deity and sternly questioned, "Speak. What exactly happened? Where did this thing come from?"
The god of life, originally in a female form, often appeared as a woman in the divine realm. When she saw the god of light treating a blade of grass, which was also a goddess, in such a manner, she felt deeply uncomfortable. She hadn't expected the god of light to be so irritable, even bullying a goddess. She quickly intervened, "Lord God of Light, you shouldn't trouble a minor deity.
Why not ask the owner of the temple about what's going on? The temple was right in front of them, so why not go inside and take a look?"
The god of light, holding Rice Maiden, turned stiffly toward the god of life, glaring at her. "Did you not see the appearance
of that building?
You've never seen such architecture because back when you were with us in the land of slumbering gods, you couldn't see it at all, you were blind.
The god of life's expression darkened. However, she agreed with the god
of light's words and turned her gaze toward the temple.
Seeing the upturned eaves and corners, entirely in the Chinese architectural style, she was instantly stunned. Do you see now? Eastern deities are not entirely dormant, the god of light
said grimly, pointing at the temple.
Do you dare to go in and try? The god of life glanced at him in confusion. Have you tried? The god of light squinted.
He wanted to try, but from the towering building, he could feel the aura that had
shattered his divine essence back then.
Even now, the god of light dared not look in Chen Fan's direction. He feared that one glance would bring punishment and cause his divine essence to shatter again. This architectural style was identical to that of the land of slumbering gods back then. How could the god of light dare to investigate himself? But just because he didn't dare to go personally didn't mean he wouldn't send someone else to test it. Of course, I've tried, the god of light said shamelessly. After all, the god of life was here, and there was no evidence to prove whether he had actually tried or not. The god of life cautiously approached the temple, moving like a thief. Initially, he planned to touch the temple's door with his hand. But as he got closer, a strong sense of danger instantly made him shiver. The god of life, as one of the 9 great deities, possessed immense vitality. Although he wasn't particularly aggressive, he was respected by the other deities, partly because of his exceptional sensitivity to danger.
His sixth sense was incredibly accurate. If the god of life sensed danger, it meant there was indeed a problem with that place.
Thus, he dared not take another step closer. But the god of life glanced at the head of the god of darkness in his arms.
The god of darkness looked puzzled.
Suddenly, the god of life realized a profound truth: better a dead friend than oneself.
Without hesitation, he threw the
head of the god of darkness straight toward the temple's door. The head flew directly toward the door of the temple. The god of light was dumbfounded. He couldn't help but give the god of life a thumbs up.
What kind of idea was this? The god
of light muttered to himself, this guy really knows how to play, bringing the head of the god of darkness to join the fun. A deity's head falling off doesn't necessarily mean death, but it's not something to be casually mistreated.
The god of darkness quickly cursed in English at UN %% at UN hashtag.
Then, the head of the god of darkness didn't hit the temple door but collided with a thick barrier outside the temple. The barrier remained completely unscathed, the entire barrier only trembled
slightly, without any damage.
However, the dark god's head was enveloped in a golden current, crackling and burning. In front of the light god, the life god, and the nearby rice maiden, the dark god's head began to rap furiously, cursing, hashtag and
%UN hashtag%.
Then, the dark god's head turned into black ashes. At the same time, the dark god's angry roar and curse echoed, life god, light god, both of you go to hell. The ashes were blown away by the wind, disappearing without a trace, as if they had never existed. The life god and light god stood there for a while, waiting, but no fragments of the dark god's soul emerged from the ashes. The dark god's soul had originally occupied a significant portion of his head, and the remaining soul fragments were likely still within his body. The dark god was certainly not dead, but his soul was severely injured, and the damage
was quite serious. The light god touched his nose. That powerful?
The life god shivered, thinking that if he had personally touched the temple door instead of testing it with the dark god's head, he might
have been the one reduced to ashes.
Light god, you touched the temple door earlier too, why are you unharmed?
The life god asked, bewildered. Am I the same as you?
You useless thing, even with the other 7 gods combined, you couldn't take away my divine essence.
How could I be like you?
The light god retorted harshly, casually tossing the rice maiden from his arms. But as he threw her, he absorbed a significant portion of her divine power, leaving her powerless and speechless when she hit the ground. The life god watched in shock as the light god departed, his figure gradually disappearing from view. At this moment, the life god didn't dare utter a single word of rebuttal. He knew very well that the light god had been lying to him earlier.
He also knew that the light god wouldn't dare approach the temple door.
Perhaps the collapse of the light god's divine essence was due to encountering the legendary Eastern deity. Years ago, the light god had taken the life god to absorb divine power from the slumbering grounds of
the Eastern deity. Otherwise, how could the divine realm and the current gods exist?
Too terrifying, the life god muttered, unsure if he was referring to the light god or the temple before him.
He glanced sympathetically at the rice maiden, who was nearly devoid of divine power and on the verge of dissipating, then turned and left.
As for the temple, neither the life god nor the light god dared to step inside.
Again.
The dark god had demonstrated through his own experience that this was an insurmountable forbidden zone. However, after the light god and life god left, they were unaware that a group of minor gods
was slowly approaching the temple.
The death god and chaos god looked at the temple with puzzled expressions.
What were the light god and life god talking about earlier?
Although I've never seen this architectural
style before, they seem to be discussing some secret. Not sure.
But this temple doesn't seem that scary. I just went inside, said the brown fairy, looking confused.
I even cleaned up and prayed. Inside. Get a grip. You're a god. What are you praying for? Which direction did you pray to? Tell me quickly. Did you get any crystal coins after praying? Upon hearing this, the death god and chaos god immediately became excited. Is the god of wealth inside? Let's make friends. All gods who had entered the secret realm could enter the temple.
However, they didn't find any trace of the god of wealth inside. Perhaps the god of wealth had gone out for a stroll, given how vast the divine realm was. But it didn't matter if the god of wealth wasn't there. The temple contained a statue of the god of wealth.
The statue's
face was identical to Chen Fan's, even more so than the statues in the newly built temples of the Dragon Kingdom. If Chen Fan were here, he would immediately recognize that the statue in the temple looked
exactly like him.
After the light god and life god left, more than 20 gods entered the temple again. They prayed before the statue and began discussing. So this is the legendary god of wealth.
Our country's system doesn't have a god of wealth yet. This is truly impressive. God of wealth is so handsome. I wonder when he'll come to the divine realm.
When he does, I must try to get close to him.
Maybe the divine child we bear will be even stronger. Do you think the god of wealth eats snakes? My true form is a big snake. If he doesn't eat snakes, that's good. I could eat him instead, no matter how thick he is. Why do I feel like you're driving?
Your words just flew past my face out of nowhere. The god of death and the god of chaos remarked, I need to come here often, worship frequently, and collect more
crystal coins.
I hope that secret realm refreshes every day. I'll be the first to enter.
Other gods had similar thoughts.
Some even thought further, if fewer people go, the crystal coins they get will be more.
If 20 gods enter, each gets 1 crystal coin. But if only one god enters, would they get all 20 crystal coins? As long as they can clear the realm, it's fine. It's too easy. It's practically giving them
money, making them feel a bit embarrassed. When the secret realm appears next time, it should have more tasks, said the brown immortal, who felt uncomfortable about taking advantage. I feel like I didn't
earn this money honestly.
I'll tell my followers to start worshipping the god of wealth. Anyway, I don't have many followers, losing a few won't matter.
1 crystal coin is worth so many followers, a certain god calculated secretly. A god burst into laughter. He seemed to agree.
After finishing their meal, Chen Fan and the others began studying the secret realm. They had almost finished watching the horror
movie.
Since they all had perfect job transitions, they could go to the temple to claim a free resurrection item.
This was a mandatory gift from the Perfect Transition Temple. Of course, each of them already had more than 1 resurrection item.
As support roles, they had always been prioritized for national resources since childhood.
No one had ever heard of a support dying in a secret realm. It had happened before,
like during the South Sea battle, but it was rare now.
Now that we have resurrection items, let's pick a secret realm to clear. To achieve a 3rd-tier perfect transition, we need to clear 2 to 3
second-tier secret realms to gather all the materials. Wu Zihua observed the secret realm upgrade situation closely and had collected a lot of information.
2 to 3? Chen Fan's data indicated only 2 were needed, so why 3? We're currently at 2nd-tier perfect transition, but starting from the 3rd tier, every transitioner has a chance to gain a new profession. Wu Zihua included this new profession in his calculations. Chen Fan couldn't help but laugh. Why are you counting that? Don't forget what your spirit pattern is. It's golden. Suze didn't understand. All support roles have golden spirit patterns. What's the problem?
Yu Mingyi said helplessly, so if we have the chance to gain another new profession, even a mutated one, it can only be support.
Support plus support, is that interesting? Wu Zihua insisted, it could be another profession. Chen Fan's eyes lit up, is there a precedent for this? Wu Zihua thought for a long time and shook his head, no. After all, there aren't many support roles that meet the conditions. Let's give it a try.
I heard that combat professions can comprehend hidden support professions during their 3rd transition. Meng Ling, who was knowledgeable about niche
Information said, since combat professions can have hidden support roles, why can't we support roles have hidden combat professions? It was a bit convoluted, but not impossible. Chen Fan took a deep breath. Then we need to clear 3 second-tier secret realms. The first second-tier profession secret realm will give us the number 1 transition potion, the second will give us the number 2 potion. Finally, we'll need to clear one more to get the metal piece. With it, we have a chance to awaken a second profession. Sounds complicated. Chen Fan wanted to try exploiting loopholes. Is there a way to repeatedly clear the same secret realm 3 times, each time achieving the highest score, and then use the results to claim transition materials from the temple? Wu Zihua was helpless. Rong Jinhui's eyes lit up. I've been wanting to say, why doesn't anyone try exploiting loopholes? Because the highest score reward is only given once, Su Zhe said helplessly, but Chen Fan can try, as long as he changes teammates. As soon as he said this, Lin Shushi and Yu Mingni both glared at Su Zi. Yu Mingni nodded in agreement. Yes, I think you're right. This time we'll enter the secret realm with Chen Fan, and next time it's your turn. Su Zhe sighed helplessly. No, we agreed to advance and retreat together. They had agreed to stick together, so how could they switch halfway? So, we need to choose 3 different secret realms, achieve the highest score in each, and only then can we perfectly transition to a new class, Chen Fan concluded, looking at everyone. What are we waiting for? Leave the task of selecting the secret realms to you all. Once you've decided, come find me. It's best to pick ones we can sweep through quickly and easily. Mengling smiled and said, leave it to us, we won't let you down. We'll make sure you're satisfied. After all, they still relied on Chen Fan to navigate the secret realms. Chen Fan was a top-tier support, a rare gem among professions, akin to a giant panda. They were more than willing to assist Chen Fan. Within just a few hours, they had chosen the secret realms. Wu Zihua specifically introduced the first one to Chen Fan. This is the first secret realm we selected. It should be the easiest among all second-tier secret realms, so you shouldn't have any issues with it. The background of the secret realm is this: a woman, in her pursuit of beauty, killed many people. She bathed in their blood, hoping to make herself more beautiful. This woman was a very wealthy countess with a large estate. To maintain her beauty, she killed over 5,000 people, who then turned into vengeful spirits after death. Our task is to eliminate these 5,000 spirits and finally take down the countess. This is a secret realm that can be cleared in one go, with relatively low difficulty. As long as Chen Fan could successfully unleash his skills, it indeed wouldn't be too challenging. Chen Fan was quite satisfied with this secret realm. Let's go with this one. When watching horror movies, they had noticed that foreign horror films were often gory and violent, with bloody and disgusting visuals. They had already trained well in the cinema secret realm before. But when they actually entered the carefully selected secret realm, everyone was stunned. The first place they landed was the terrifying countess's estate. As soon as they touched the ground, even Chen Fan felt a bit overwhelmed and nauseous. Wu Zihua looked puzzled. Hey, this doesn't seem right. Although the secret realm's background is foreign, the entrance is in the Dragon Kingdom. We didn't teleport internationally this time, so why do I feel sick as soon as I arrive? Ding! Congratulations, host, you've discovered a special treasure chest. Chen Fan thought he had misheard. After all, he only knew of a few types of treasure chests. How could there suddenly be a special one? Ding! This is a special plot treasure chest, which might contain something good. Its points are equivalent to a golden treasure chest, which is quite beneficial for you. Ding! Dear host, I've already marked it for you. With a big golden sun. You can't miss it. Ding! Host, this is just a small matter of opening a chest along the way. It really wasn't much trouble, and the system's marking was very clear. Chen Fan looked up toward the countess's estate and indeed saw a particularly conspicuous golden sun above a certain room in the estate. In the center of the golden sun was a cartoon face, crudely drawn but exceptionally bright, and noticeable from afar. Before entering, they had checked the strategy guide. The most luxurious room in the entire estate was located at the highest point of the estate. That was where the countess resided, and was also the biggest boss in the secret realm. The people killed by the countess turning into vengeful spirits weren't actually the strongest. Those who were used by the countess before their deaths remained bound to her even after death. Although she had killed them, they were still under her control. The estate was filled with bloody items, with bloodstains or severed limbs often seen on the ground. The visibility in the estate was poor, with no moon or sun in sight.
The entire estate was shrouded in a blood-red hue, emitting a strong stench of blood that made people uncomfortable, even nauseous. Ugh! This smell is awful. Rong Jinhui, the most particular among the boys, covered his nose and stepped back. One summer, I accidentally let a turtle die. When Mingyu was incredulous, you even managed to kill a turtle? Rong Jinhui quickly waved his hands. That's not the point. The point is, the stench from that dead turtle is very similar to what I'm smelling now. When we go to the secret cinema next time, just activate the taste sensory mode. Su Zhe covered his nose and stepped back. I think we still can't adapt to it. Chen Fan found it unbelievable. How could anyone adapt to this? It's already over the top. Fine, how much more exaggerated do you want it to be? As he spoke, Chen Fan activated a skill, play music. This time, the bell in his hand was slightly larger. With the system's help, he created a model of the Eastern Emperor bell. The details were clearer, but unfortunately, it still wasn't big enough. It looked no different from the bell of a corpse herder. However, as soon as the skill was activated, a nearby floating ghost immediately stood at attention. Electric arcs began to emerge from the ghost's body. That'll do. Chen Fan saw the ghost standing properly and let out a sigh of relief. It seems anything with a health bar can be controlled. After saying this, Chen Fan took out a large machete from his storage bag. This machete had no level restrictions, meaning any class or rank could use it. Such weapons were usually sold by weapon masters. The lack of level restrictions indicated it wasn't of high grade, as professional weapons typically had high-level requirements. However, Chen Fan just wanted to use it to hack away. As he charged forward, he tossed the small dragon that had been napping beside him. Go out and get some exercise, and use some skills while you're at it, Chen Fan said to the little dragon. The dragon joined the monster-grabbing team. Sure enough, this was a secret realm that could sweep through everything. Along the way, Chen Fan and his team fought to their heart's content while chatting non-stop. Wu Zihua looked at Chen Fan's large machete and offered a suggestion. You could make a musical instrument based on the machete. Chen Fan was momentarily stunned. As a secondary weapon, Wu Zihua quickly added. Or you could modify that bell and add an auto-attack function. Look at my fairy wand, it can charge out and attack monsters on its own. It makes it so much easier for me to finish them off. Chen Fan was silent for a second. Makes sense. Actually, Chen Fan's damage output must be really high. Don't forget, the little dragon counts as his too, Lin Shushi said with a gloomy expression. I'm clearly the only combat class in the team, yet my attack power is so low. Not only can I not beat Chen Fan, but I can't even outdo Wu Zihua. What's wrong? Are you discriminating against healers? Wu Zihua rolled his eyes. My wife and I combine our weapons, so it's like having two people. Didn't you want to be a tank? Tanks usually don't have high attack power, right? Lin Shushi fell silent. Are you suddenly regretting choosing the tank route? Su Zhe, rarely seeing Lin Shushi quiet, cast a group poison buff and smiled at him. If you're going to regret it, do it early. Don't misallocate your skill points. Lin Shushi had been feeling a bit regretful. But after hearing Su Zhe's comment, the thought of regret vanished immediately. I'm determined to be a tank. A tank that can both fight and take hits. By then, I'll have so many girls begging to team up with me that I won't even have enough time for them all. Chen Fan rolled his eyes. So that's your plan. You'd better be careful. I heard there are posts on the forum complaining about you. Lin Shushi's face darkened. What are they complaining about? Is it those weak male classmates jealous of me? Rong Jinhui, who loved browsing online gossip, casually replied. No, it's your ex-girlfriend complaining about how much of a jerk you are. Lin Shushi looked embarrassed. I wasn't that much of a jerk, was I? After all, Lin Shushi was childhood friends with Yu Mengni, and she wouldn't badmouth him. But just because she didn't say anything didn't mean no one else did. You. Ziki looked at him with disdain. I heard about it too. You're a player, changing girlfriends 3 times a week. Can your kidneys even handle that? I've got some kidney supplements here that work wonders. Since we're teammates, I'll give you a discount 800 per pill. What do you think? Lin Shushi jumped up. Are you robbing me? 3 girlfriends a week. Chen Fan was completely stunned by the situation in front of him. He remembered visiting the combat academy before, where the students were particularly enthusiastic toward him. He had met almost half the students in that year. If I'm not mistaken, there aren't
That many girls in the combat academy to begin with, right?
Lin Shushi, in such a short time, you've managed to offend all of them?
Chen Fan tentatively asked. After all, that's what the school forum said.
There were posts on the forum specifically warning everyone to avoid Lin Shushi, calling him a scumbag.
Some posts even claimed Lin Shushi had poor character, and those close to him were unreliable, advising girls to stay away. After seeing these posts, Chen Fan's first thought was whether he should keep his distance from Lin Shushi.
At the very least, when forming teams to enter secret realms in the future, they
could avoid drawing attention.
How about disguising yourself when we team up to enter secret realms in the future?
Chen Fan thought for a long time before saying, the way you are now, will definitely end up being wanted.
Suze widened his eyes, slapped his thigh, and said with a disgruntled expression,
no wonder I kept getting rejected when hitting on girls before. Turns out it was your fault?
Lin Shushi looked incredulous. Dude, your flirting methods
are the problem. How can you blame me?
Even with my bad reputation now, I can still successfully flirt. Rong Jinhui added fuel to the fire from the side. Actually, Lin Shushi has dragged down our entire childhood friends group. The school forum explicitly said that anyone who hangs out with Lin Shushi is no
good.
Yu Mingyi glanced at Rong Jinhui and said honestly, actually, in their eyes, all of you are pretty close to Lin Shushi.
However, Chen Fan was still loyal.
At times like this, he didn't think about kicking Lin Shushi out of the team. Instead, he thought about having Lin Shushi disguise himself when they
entered secret realms together in the future. Rong Jinhui, however, shook his head and said, we don't really have any major issues.
That post also mentioned that with someone as strong as Chen Fan as a support, even if Chen Fan were a playboy, people would still accept it.
Wu Zihua initially didn't want to speak, but couldn't help himself in the end. That's because they think Chen Fan is great, not you.
We're all in the same dorm, of course, we're united, Rong
Jinhui insisted on speaking up for Lin Shushi.
Mengling suddenly chimed in, so before entering secret realms in the future, we must dress Lin Shushi as a
girl. Only in women's clothing will he not be recognized. Why does it have to be women's clothing?
Lin Shushi was startled, feeling the topic had shifted
back to him again.
These guys were really something else. I think it has to be women's clothing, Mengling said seriously.
Actually, there's a temple item that can temporarily turn you into a girl. That way, no one will recognize you. Is there really such an item?
Chen Fan, who had just arrived in this
world, hadn't studied temple items in detail. But there were so many temple items that after each secret realm expedition, various items would sometimes drop randomly. Bosses in secret realms would also occasionally drop temple items, much like equipment in games.
These items came in countless varieties.
That's right, Mengling nodded. I saw one at the auction house before.
It was very expensive at first, but later it got cheaper and now costs less than
10,000.
Lin Shushi gritted his teeth and glared at them. You guys are really pushing me to a dead end. As soon as he finished speaking, there was
a loud clang.
A temple item dropped from the ghost they had just killed.
Chen Fan bent down to pick it up and scanned it with his wristwatch. The wristwatch quickly responded.
Ghost's tear, tears shed by a ghost, can be used to craft powerful talismans.
It really dropped a material, Chen Fan said with satisfaction. He casually tossed the item into his storage bag. We'll sell it later and split the money evenly among us. No, Mengling quickly shook his head. These things are all yours. Without you, we wouldn't have been able to pass the secret realm smoothly. Wu Zihua also nodded in agreement. That's the rule. These rewards are all yours. Without your skills, we wouldn't have been able to sweep through the secret realm so easily. Lin Shushi added. From the side, this is a disaster-level secret realm.
The monsters inside are all enhanced versions.
Even a random monster is stronger than the boss of an ordinary secret realm. Chen Fan curiously asked, you guys don't want to share?
Yu Mingyi, half laughing and half crying, said, all of these are yours, including the rewards from the secret realm mission.
If you come across something good, it's yours. It's already great that you're willing to team up with us.
Chen Fan needed high scores to obtain the best job-changing items, so he had to form a support team. In a wild team-up, temple items must be shared if they appear. But now, all the small items belong to Chen Fan alone. Actually, the chance of temple items dropping in the secret realm was very low. However, Chen Fan seemed different. Since obtaining the first Ghost Eye tier, he had successively discovered many temple items, all of which he kept for himself. They started advancing from the outskirts of the manor,
gradually sweeping inward.
Although no one was a professional combat class, their numbers were large. When they opened the score panel, they found that Lin Shushi, the only true combat class, had an attack power that was actually lower than Chen Fan's.
After all, Chen Fan had the help of the little dragon. The little dragon was undoubtedly the team's attack MVP. I didn't expect the secret realm to be so simple, Wu Zihua sighed. Previously, he had caused trouble and owed the school a lot of credits, and now he was so moved he almost wanted to cry.
Chen Fan and his team were getting closer to the special treasure chest mentioned by the system.
They had already entered the manor castle and were climbing to the top floor to meet the countess.
The countess's master bedroom contained the special treasure chest mentioned by the system.
Approaching the boss, Chen Fan
put on the fighter badge he had obtained earlier on his shoulder, which allowed him to designate 2 people in the team as fighters.
To his surprise, he could even choose the little dragon.
So, he selected the little dragon and Lin Shushi as fighters.
After gaining the fighter bond, the entire dragon's aura changed dramatically, and it let out a joyful dragon roar in response to Chen Fan.
Lin Shushi also felt different, and when he measured with his watch, he found a special buff on his head, originating from Chen Fan.
Brother Fan, the skill is amazing. If you think it's amazing, then charge forward. Didn't you want to be a tank? Chen Fan said leisurely. At the school's secret realm center, Lin Shuiyo found out that Chen Fan and his team had entered the secret realm again and was shocked. She even brought a teacher along. The teacher said helplessly, "These kids suddenly cleared the National Destiny secret realm.
The difficulty and score haven't changed, so I think it's normal for them to want to go again." Nearby, a group of students gathered to watch.
Hearing the
teacher's words, they were all envious.
"If I could clear a secret realm of that difficulty, I'd grind it every day." "Yeah, keep improving, shorten the
clearance time, and make sure your name stays on the secret realm leaderboard forever." Every time the clearance time is shortened, the secret realm center sends out notifications, especially in temples across the regions where it can be heard.
That would be so cool. If it were me, I'd bomb the secret realm every day. I'm so jealous of Chen Fan. They say Chen Fan will eventually go solo. Can I get a spot?
I'll pay 1 million for a slot.
Are you kidding? This is the number 1 on the secret realm leaderboard. Even 1 million isn't enough. You can't even afford 1 enchantment with that, right?
That's because I've already enchanted over 30 times. The price gets higher and higher, you know that. I'll pay 5 million for a slot.
Do you think Chen Fan would take me along? Chen Fan is currently in a tier 1 secret realm. He's a top tier expert.
Exactly. The students were all extremely excited, except
for Lin Shuiao, whose expression was somewhat grim. "What's wrong?" someone next to her asked curiously. Lin Shuiao's face darkened. "They're in a tier 2 secret realm." "What? A tier 2 secret realm?" The teacher from the academy thought he had misheard and confirmed again. After thinking for a moment, the teacher said matter-of-factly, "Actually, that's normal.
They've already fully completed their second job change, so it's normal to want to check out a tier 2
secret realm, starting with a simpler one to understand the situation."
If I remember correctly, the tier 2 secret realms in Dragon City are mostly
ghost type. A nearby student nodded.
I cleared my tier 2 secret realm in another province.
Dragon City seems like it's opened a nest of ancient tombs, mostly ghosts and zombies. Tier 3 secret realms are almost entirely zombies.
I'm not afraid of zombies, but I'm scared of ghosts.
Another student chattered. "What? A coincidence, my second tier secret realm is also in another province." Chen Fan and his team are really daring. Lin Shuiyo checked and her face darkened.
Further, they entered the calamity-level Scarlet Castle.
Scarlet Castle? Are they crazy? The teacher's eyes widened in shock. That's no ordinary secret realm. What's wrong with Scarlet Castle?
The students were puzzled.
It's a place where an ancient countess, in pursuit of immortality, killed many
slaves and strangers, eventually turning it into a gathering ground for ghosts. It said there are over 5,000 ghosts inside.
The way to clear it is to kill all the ghosts and the final countess.
Actually, this kind of secret realm suits Chen Fan quite well. The students had seen Chen Fan's national fortune video clearance records.
Yeah, Chen Fan's most powerful skill is group paralysis.
He just stands there paralyzing all the ghosts, and the others can
easily drive stakes to clear the level. I'm so jealous of Chen Fan.
If I had that skill, I could sweep through all the secret realms.
Lin Shuiyo rubbed
her temples and said, "Even so, Scarlet Castle is highly prone to triggering the Heart Demon's secret realm.
They're only at the second transition, their minds aren't mature enough to withstand the trials of the Heart Demon.
Especially in such a difficult Scarlet Castle, the chance of triggering the Heart
Demon's secret realm is almost 100%. If they get lost in the Heart Demon's secret realm, they won't be able to resurrect." At this point, Lin Shuayo hurriedly prepared to report, "This situation must be reported immediately to see if the secret realm can be forcibly interrupted and have them teleported out. Although they'll be weakened for a while, it's better than being trapped in the Heart Demon's secret realm. There are very few mentions of the Heart Demon's secret realm in the second-tier Scarlet Castle strategies on the professional forums, because only high-difficulty Scarlet Castles are likely to trigger it." After saying this, Lin Shueya rushed back, clearly intending to find the principal. The teachers and students of the academy exchanged uneasy glances, saying, "Chen Fan is impressive is true, but he's also too reckless. If they get trapped in the Heart Demon's secret realm, there's no way back. Moreover, the team
has 9 support roles and only 1 combat role. This is probably the collective nightmare of all professors and administrators at Tsinghua Academy.
These kids are just too reckless," the teacher said grimly. "I wonder if there's still time to forcibly interrupt the secret realm." The surrounding students also exchanged glances, not daring to make any conclusions lightly. As soon as this news hit the forums, it caused an uproar. Chen Fan and his team had only been in Scarlet Castle for less than 10 minutes and instantly became a trending topic. On Weibo, people were exclaiming about how reckless Chen Fan was. How bold is this kid to dare do something like this? Tsinghua University needs to step in, these students are getting too cocky. The Heart Demon's secret realm in Scarlet Castle is no joke. They're just kids, the Heart Demons shouldn't be too severe, right? I heard kids have pure hearts. They are still kids, but after all, they're teenagers. Who doesn't have a bit of a dark side? What exactly is the Heart Demon's secret realm? Can someone explain? Simply put, one of the 10 people's heart demons or wild imaginations becomes the blueprint for the secret realm. That person is randomly selected by the system, and the other 9 have to enter their imagination. Only by truly understanding each other can they escape. Otherwise, they'll be trapped forever. So this Heart Demon comes from one of the 10 of them? I heard they're really close, so there shouldn't be any scary Heart Demons. Let's hope so. I thought Chen Fan was so talented that he'd easily reach the 6th or 7th tier, but I didn't expect him to be so reckless, diving straight into Scarlet Castle. Isn't he just asking for trouble? No matter what was being said online, at this moment, Chen Fan and his team had already reached the door of the Countess. Wow, it's huge. Wu Zihua's eyes widened. Chen Fan nodded in agreement, it really is big. In front of them, the Countess was wearing a nightgown. Her curves extremely pronounced, particularly voluptuous. Yu Mingni couldn't help but roll her eyes in exasperation. Is your brain only filled with these dirty thoughts? We were talking about how big the bedroom is, you're overthinking it, Chen Fan said seriously. The Countess's bedroom is indeed the largest room in the castle. Impressive. The girls couldn't help but laugh. Suze shook his head and said, "You guys are too timid. Just saying it's big would have been enough, right?" As soon as he finished speaking, Suze was almost knocked over by a slap from Yu Mingni. Chen Fan pointed at him and calmly said, "To Wu Zihua and Rong Jinhui, see? That's what happens. Let's start the fight." Chen Fan ignored the fallen Suze and directly activated a play music skill. They had agreed beforehand, if they couldn't control the enemy, they would exit the secret realm immediately. Although forcefully leaving a normal secret realm would leave their bodies weak for a few months, it was better than dying. Chen Fan's music skill took effect immediately, and blue electric arcs appeared on the Countess's body. Once she was controlled, everyone got excited. Charge! Take her down! Then, like madmen, they started swinging machetes and bricks. Yes, at some point, Yu Mingni had picked up a brick, and she wielded it with more precision than Chen Fan's machete. They attacked like wild beasts, so much so that even Lin Shushi, who was a combat class, couldn't squeeze into the front line. He shouted anxiously, "Guys, I'm the combat class here. Save me a spot." They fought for over 10 minutes, using every skill they had, but the Countess still wasn't dead. Her recovery speed was too fast. The large wounds Chen Fan inflicted would heal in the next second. "How much longer do we have to fight? My hands are sore," Rong Jinhui complained. "Next time, I need to get a pet to help with the fighting." Just then, the Countess's body suddenly erupted with a red glow, and everyone was violently blasted away.
The Countess floated in mid-air, her entire body radiating a red glow. She tilted her head and stared at them, her gaze exuding a chilling coldness that sent shivers down their spines. Chen Fan and the others all collapsed to the ground, their vision blurred, and soon lost consciousness. It was unclear how much time had passed before Chen Fan finally woke up. He opened his eyes and, to his surprise, the first thing he saw was sunlight. As soon as he spoke, he felt something was off. The words he uttered sounded exceptionally melodious, like the sound of shattered jade, intoxicatingly beautiful. He raised his hand, his fingers crystal clear and even shimmering faintly. Chen Fan took off his pants and exclaimed in shock,
What's going on? Could it be that I've transmigrated again? As a seasoned transmigrator, Chen Fan's first thought was this. Impossible.
He quickly put his clothes back on. The hanfu he wore was ancient and elegant, but it hung loosely on him, as
if it could fall off at any moment.
Holding onto the garment that resembled a bedsheet, he was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan.
This doesn't make sense. If I transmigrated, I should be a handsome man. How did I turn into a woman? Why is my chest so big?
Chen Fan walked a few steps and was already out of breath, leaning against the wall and gasping heavily.
When I first woke up, I thought I had some serious illness.
Just then, he turned and saw an ancient bronze mirror nearby.
The mirror was polished to a high shine, though its color was somewhat yellowed. It clearly reflected his figure, quite different from what was shown on TV. A bearded woman? What kind of world is this? It's too strange. Did I end up in the wrong role?
Chen Fan stared at his face in the mirror, even becoming a bit obsessed, carefully examining himself.
I didn't shave yesterday. As he was indulging in self-admiration, a notification sound suddenly echoed in his mind. It was from the mental connection group they had established earlier.
Only then did Chen Fan realize he hadn't transmigrated but had entered another secret realm. This world contained countless secret realms.
Some secret realms would transform people or make them take on other identities upon entry. But turning into a woman? That's too much. Chen Fan shifted his focus to the chat interface in his mind and found the group messages were flooding in. Rong Jinhui was like a broken record, repeatedly asking, what did I turn into? What did I turn into? Su Zhe sent a screenshot of stockings, though it was unclear if he was the one who sent it. Good news, we've entered a special mini-secret realm. Some major secret realms contain special mini-secret realms, and these mini-secret realms can enhance our attributes. The bad news is, I've turned into a woman. Meng Ling, knowledgeable as always, explained, we've entered the Blood Castle secret realm. At its highest difficulty, it has a 100% chance of triggering the Heart Demon secret realm. We should be in the Heart Demon secret realm now. By the way, I've turned into a woman too. Wu Zihua was shocked. Heart Demon secret realm? Why didn't I find anything about it when I researched? Who didn't tell me? The Heart Demon secret realm is unique. It selects one person from our group of 10 as the blueprint. That person's imagination becomes the core of the secret realm, and we're all inside their mind. Whoever it is, come forward. Chen Fan, having heard of the Heart Demon secret realm before, explained directly. Rong Jinhui asked with concern, Fanji, are you male or female now? I'm female too, thanks. This imagination is terrifying. Have you ever seen a beautiful woman with a beard? Chen Fan replied coldly. The group immediately burst into laughter. What? Mingyu said softly, I've turned into a handsome scholar, still a man. Yu Meishin was more flamboyant, I'm male too, and a charming talent. People throw flirtatious glances at me as I walk down the street. I think I must be a super hottie, and my passive skill seems to be constantly upgrading. I'm the ultimate heartthrob. As an enchantress, being a heartthrob was practically a divine gift, so Yu Meishin was overjoyed. As for Yuziki, there was no doubt he was a man, and a super rich one at that. I'm ridiculously wealthy, ha! My treasure vault is filled with valuables. Everything you could possibly imagine. Speaking of which, we've all started talking, except for Yu Mingni. Could it be that her imagination is too vivid? Rong Jinhui gritted his teeth. Yu Mingni. No wonder I turned into a woman. Lin Shushi also said helplessly, brothers. You all live in high-rise buildings, with no worries about food and clothing. And me? I'm in a small alley, and I'm a woman selling pork. Why didn't she turn me into a girl running a tofu shop? Selling pork, she must have a grudge against me, right? Everyone finally confirmed that it was Yu Mengni's wild imagination causing trouble. To be honest, Chen Fan's expression was also unpleasant. He still held onto a sliver of hope. How could it be Yu Mengni's imagination? I think it must be someone else's. Let me sense Yu Mengni's mental mark. Not long after, Chen Fan posted a picture in the group chat. It showed the location of everyone's mental marks. The men were mostly in the same building. Rong Jinhui noticed the problem. Why are we, men with completely different styles, crammed into the same building? And Lin Shushi is in the building opposite. Lin Shushi looked at the building across with disbelief and confusion. Maybe the building you're in is a brothel. Suddenly, I don't envy you guys at all, ha ha ha. You're laughing a bit too loudly, Chen Fan said helplessly, shaking his head. Meanwhile, Su Zhe was still comforting himself. Don't think like that. Yu Mingni is just a young girl. This is actually a warm and beautiful story. Wu Zihua immediately exploded upon hearing this. Su Zhe, doesn't your conscience hurt when you say that? Do you even deserve to say that? Chen Fan calmly reminded, did you forget that Yu Mengni writes adult novels? With Chen Fan's reminder, the group chat fell silent. Chen Fan thought the group chat had malfunctioned, suspecting his mental power was inaccurate. After all, they were currently inside Yu Mengni's imagination. Chen Fan even wondered if his mental power was faulty. Just as he was doubting, the group chat suddenly erupted with messages. Rong Jinhui was so angry he couldn't speak. Yes, Yu Mengni writes adult novels. The fact that there's no adult content in this story is already a blessing. And you call this a warm story? How much are you sugarcoating your childhood? Friend? Meng Ling's face turned serious. I think we've crossed into Yu Mengni's Divine Chronicles. Which chapter is this? Rong Jinhui said in horror, I didn't finish reading it before I was hospitalized. Did any of you finish it? Chen Fan cleared his throat. I didn't finish it either. Wu Zihua's face darkened. Me neither. Meng Ling, who asked the question, clearly hadn't finished it either. Yu Meixin asked softly, can Yu Mengni see us chatting in the group with our mental power? Chen Fan answered definitively, no, don't worry. Upon hearing that she couldn't see, the messages came even faster. You should know, chatting in the group in this mental space requires mental power. Normally, Rong Jinhui would get tired after saying a few words, but now he was talking non-stop. Rong Jinhui said, back then, I didn't seriously read Yu Mengni's Divine Chronicles. I couldn't take it after 2 chapters. Which chapter did we end up in? Whoever read it, speak up. Wu Zihua, stop joking. Even if someone read it, it would have been the version Chen Fan edited. Ask Chen Fan if he remembers. He definitely doesn't. Chen Fan, I've never seen any brothel-related scenes. Let alone the fact that we've all turned into women. This is too strange. Rong Jinhui shouted, what do we do? Just now, an ugly woman came over and told me to go out and entertain guests. You guys, help me think of something. Entertain guests? With all this commotion, how could they not watch? Actually, Chen Fan and the others didn't need to specifically look for Rong Jinhui. Because as soon as Rong Jinhui's voice appeared in the mental sea, it echoed through the entire brothel like an alarm. What are you doing? What exactly do you want to do? He screamed. I told you, I'm a man. My voice is so deep, how could I be a woman? Even if I lost my bird, I'm still a man. Wouldn't the guests still like me? If you want to offend that guest, then I'll go offend them. I really don't want to go. The ghostly wailing echoed throughout the entire floor. Chen Fan quietly cracked open the door and peeked outside. But he saw that Wu Zihua was already standing across the hall. Although Wu Zihua now appeared as a pretty young girl with her hair tied up, that face was still unmistakably Wu Zihua's. Wu Zihua directly opened the door, boldly looking out with a smile on her face. At that moment, Rong Jinhui was howling upstairs and happened to see Wu Zihua's gloating expression. I want her. I want that silly girl across the hall who's smiling foolishly to go with me, or I won't go even if I die. Rong Jinhui clung tightly to the pillar outside the window, refusing to move an inch. A sharp voice from the madam upstairs rang out, oh my, darling, you really know how to pick. Guests love pears the most, hurry and drag that silly smiling one over here for me. Wu Zihua's expression changed as she quickly scanned everyone in the building, but no one showed themselves. It turned out everyone was secretly peeking through their door cracks, while he was the only one standing openly at the door, caught red-handed. Rong Jinhui, we're so close we could wear the same pants. Wu Zihua threw out this line and quickly fled, agile as a monkey. 5 burly men chased after him but couldn't catch him. Wu Ziao's voice echoed through the building. Rong Jinhui, you heartless scoundrel. Have you forgotten how many times I helped you? When you didn't have toilet paper or chopsticks for meals? I treated you like a brother, and you want to drag me into bed with someone else? Dream on. At a time like this, instead of thinking about helping us escape, you're trying to push me into the fire pit. Wu Zihua, you ungrateful jerk. Chen Fan couldn't help but laugh inside his room. As Wu Zihua passed by Chen Fan's door, he heard the laughter, gritted his teeth, and rushed straight into Chen Fan's room. What the hell? Why are you coming in? Chen Fan asked in surprise. I just wanted to confirm where you were. Now, where's Suze hiding? Wu Zihua said and then hurriedly ran out again. The group chasing Wu Zihua focused solely on him, completely ignoring Chen Fan. Wu Zihua pointed at Rong Jinhui across the hall. Why are you all chasing me? Go after Rong Jinhui. That guy's about to jump off the building. Watching Rong Jinhui's actions, he sighed. Huir, don't be so dramatic. At worst, it'll just be a sore rear end. It's not worth jumping off a building. By now, Rong Jinhui had half his body leaning out over the railing. He realized that by doing this, both those chasing him and those chasing Wu Zihua had stopped, staring at him with worried expressions. Rong Jinhui thought to himself, now I've got everyone under control. If you keep pushing me, I'll jump. He leaned further forward, swinging one leg over the railing. Wu Zihua panicked and tried to persuade him. Huir, stop messing around. If you end up paralyzed in the secret realm, I'll laugh myself to death. His words of persuasion ended with him unable to hold back his laughter. Truly, this was a group of friends who loved joking and bantering with each other. Rong Jinhui's face darkened, thinking, from Wu Ziao's tone, why does it feel like? Rong Jinhui's leg got stuck on the railing, causing him to lose his balance and nearly fall. Although Wu Zihua claimed he didn't want anything to happen to him, he couldn't save him either. He could only run forward a few steps and prepare to catch him, but he was too far away. At the critical moment, Suze suddenly rushed out from the side and firmly grabbed Rong Jinhui's arm. Chen Fan also quickly ran out, and the madam nearby finally let out a sigh of relief. Oh dear, Huir, why are you being so impulsive? Today, you're accompanying the richest man in the city, handsome and adored by beauties everywhere. He even specifically chose you. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. How could you possibly dislike it? Chen Fan froze for a moment. Are you talking about the city's wealthiest man, Yuziki? The madam nodded. Of course, not only is he the most handsome man in the city, but he's also elegant and charming. Having him fancy you is a great fortune. If it's really Yuziki, then there's no problem. Entering this special secret realm, we first need to gather everyone. After all, we have to find a way out. This isn't an ordinary place, it's the Heart Demon's secret realm. You should have said so earlier. Rong Jinhui, after being rescued, laughed particularly happily. If it's Yuziki, of course, I'm willing to go. Especially with more people. I have to bring my brothers along. The madam was torn between laughter and tears. Alright, bringing brothers? Or sisters? Who exactly are you planning to bring? Rong Jinhui conveniently included everyone, not even sparing the girl selling pork at the entrance. Lin Shushi, ? The madam had actually long taken a liking to that pork-selling girl. Though she was strong and even had a bit of a mustache, she looked particularly sturdy. In the QQ group, Yuziki was full of question marks. When did I say I was bringing so many girls? Is everyone really going to stick to me? Obviously. Chen Fan rolled his eyes. Now everyone has to gather at your place. Just wait at the door. Yuziki struggled to walk out of the treasure vault. She knew this was a secret realm, and nothing here was real. No matter how much she liked the treasure vault, she had to gather everyone first. Although the secret realm made the girls feel quite good, there was always something strange about it. Especially since everyone still remembered Yu Mingni's habit of writing explicit stories. Everyone gathered at Yuziki's city lord's mansion. That's right, Yuziki was not only the richest person in the city but also the city lord. Chen Fan and a few others were draped in black cloaks, covered from head to toe, only their heads exposed. No one could see what they really looked like. An ugly daughter-in-law has to meet her in-laws eventually. Yumei looked heroic, even a bit dashing. As the city lord, Yuziki's eyes were fixed on Yumei, her mouth twitching uncontrollably. Yumei, you're really beautiful. Yumei knew she was beautiful, but being praised like this by Yuziki was a first. Handsome, right? I don't even want to go back. I'm practically a heartthrob.
Let me tell you, my passive skill experience has even increased.
That skill only levels up when I receive admiration points from others.
You have no idea how hard it is to gain even 1 point.
Chen Fan, standing nearby, felt a headache coming on.
Big sis, if you want admiration points, wait until we get out of this damn secret realm. I'll farm them for you. Yu Meishin shook her
head. No, it has to be genuine. It's not like I haven't tried with you. How many did you give me? Rong Jinhui, standing to the side, laughed so hard he bent over. Ah, Chen Fan, looks like even you have moments of defeat.
Exactly.
The admiration points you gave me aren't even as much as Rong Jinhui's. Rong Jinhui is such a facecon. As long as I dress up nicely, his admiration points shoot up. But unfortunately, I can only extract a maximum of 50 admiration points per day. Otherwise, my skill would have leveled up ages ago, Yu Meishin said nonchalantly.
Anyway, Yu Mengni is really a great roommate.
Although this secret realm is a bit strange, I think it's pretty nice.
Stop hiding and show us what you look like in women's clothing already. Yuziki curiously sized up Chen Fan and the others, asking uncertainly, after all, you're in the secret realm, so women's clothing must be different.
I've even seen your chat logs.
Did you really turn into girls? Rong Jinhui and Chen Fan both fell silent.
Suze and Lin Shushi looked up at the sky. Wu Zihua suddenly threw off his cloak without hesitation and said, "What's there to be shy about? It's all an illusion anyway. Nothing in the secret realm is real. Your electronic devices don't even work here. If we could actually take photos as souvenirs, I'd accept it as blackmail material." With that, Wu Zihua simply took off the cloak. His figure was so curvaceous that Bot Wu Zihua didn't expect to be stared at like this. He had mustered up the courage to reveal his true self, but now he couldn't handle being scrutinized so intensely. His face was full of frustration as he clutched his chest and asked, "Why are you all staring at me?" Yuziki just gave a strange smile without saying anything and instead turned to look at Chen Fan. After all, Chen Fan and Yuziki had once done business together, and they had done quite well. After they left the training camp, many people missed them. Although they occasionally asked others to help distribute goods, without Chen Fan, the classmates in the training camp couldn't customize their products, and it felt like something was missing. Chen Fan, look how bold Wu Zihua is, just casually revealing himself, Yuziki said with a smile. I think you should be like him, that's the kind of courage worth encouraging. Chen Fan felt a bit uneasy. But I always feel like there's something strange about the way you're looking at me. Even an ugly daughter-in-law has to meet her in-laws eventually. Otherwise, how will you know what might happen? This was Yu Mengni's idea, we should be honest with each other, Yu Meishin said with a cheerful smile to Chen Fan. To be honest, Yu Meishin wasn't particularly interested in the other boys, since they were all in the same class. But when it came to Chen Fan, she definitely paid attention. Chen Fan felt that Yu Meishin and Yuziki's smiles were a bit odd, and he was full of doubt. Did you two discover something? He let his guard down slightly, and Yu Meishin and Yuziki immediately seized the opportunity, pulling off Chen Fan's outer cloak without hesitation. Oh my god! Yu Meishin took a deep breath. It's even bigger than mine. Yeah, at first I thought I was sick, with 2 big lumps hanging on my chest, Chen Fan said casually, almost making Yuziki laugh out loud. Perhaps it was because Yuziki and Yu Meishin's laughter was too mischievous. That Chen Fan had no interest in them at all. These two were clearly up to something. However, Wen Mingyu was a gentle and understanding girl who wouldn't deceive him. So Chen Fan said to Wen Mingyu, "Xiaoyu, I don't trust those two. Can you tell me what's really going on?" Wen Mingyu's face looked a bit troubled, as if she was in a difficult position. But after a while, she finally spoke. Do you want to be someone who knows nothing and muddles through the secret realm, or do you want to know the truth? Chen Fan looked puzzled. Of course, I want to be someone who understands everything. When Mingyu hesitated. But what if the truth doesn't satisfy you? Yu Ziki suddenly chimed in. I really didn't expect this, Wen Mingyu. You usually seem so quiet, but you actually know about these things? Wen Mingyu bit her lip and reluctantly nodded. I've occasionally read about it. I'm probably the only one here who's read all the Divine Chronicles. Written by Yu Mengni. Mengling's expression immediately changed. He flung his cloak aside and stared seriously at Wen Mingyu. So what exactly are we discussing now? Wen Mingyu cautiously observed everyone's reactions, then changed the subject. Have you heard of ABO? Literature? What's that?
Suze looked confused. The only thing I've heard of with letters is that kind, and it only has 2 letters.
This made Wen Mingyu even more bewildered.
Lin Shushi couldn't even bother with his cloak anymore, tossing it aside and covering Suze's
mouth. No, don't think in that direction. Only bad kids think that way. We're all pure. Now tell me, what exactly is ABO? Mangling's face instantly darkened as he pointed to himself. I'm an Omega. Yuziki, Yumeishin, and Wen Mingyu all nodded vigorously. Mangling's face turned pale, and after a long while, he cursed, "What kind of nonsense does Yu Mengni usually read?" Chen Fan felt a pang of unease. He
glanced at the distressed Meng Ling, knowing that this guy had a broad range of knowledge, including some strange topics.
Seeing Meng Ling
like this, Rong Jinhui also realized that this wasn't a simple matter.
I've heard of ABO literature.
It originated from Western fanfiction
and sets up 3 genders in a story: Alpha, Beta, and Omega.
Alpha is typically a strong, aggressive leader.
Chen Fan had heard a bit about it and calmly asked, and then? Alphas are divided into male and female, and in some stories, even female alphas have male
characteristics, Meng Ling said directly.
Wu Zihua looked down at his chest, took a deep breath, and said, "So I'm a male Omega?" "Maybe, one." Mingyu said, "In Yu Mengni's setting, that's indeed the case."
Later, ABO literature developed many genders, and the most complex book
even had 21 types. After hearing this, everyone's expressions darkened.
In the ABO setting, alphas are natural leaders, strong-willed, physically robust, and in control of everything. Omegas, on the other hand, are the weaker group, gentle in personality, physically frail,
and dominated within the system. Both genders exist. However, the scent released by Omegas is irresistible to Alphas. To Alphas, every Omega is incredibly attractive. Betas fall in between, as ordinary people. In Yu Mengni's divine biography, Alphas and Omegas are divided
into male and female, making a total of 6 genders.
But not necessarily. Am I an Omega?
Chen Fan hesitated after hearing this and said,
I think my body is pretty good. I just happened to enter a girl's body.
Yu Mengni's setting might be a bit rough, even making girls grow
beards. It's no big deal, maybe I'm actually a beta. This reasoning made sense. Meng Ling's eyes lit up. Right, me too. Beta. Stop talking nonsense. Can we figure out the situation first?
Lin Shushi was already confused.
The key is, we're now inside Yu Mengni's imagination.
This heart demon's secret realm is designed to make each of us feel particularly satisfied.
If we can't get out, we'll be lost
forever, with no chance of resurrection. So, Chen Fan analyzed seriously, we need to figure out the relationships between us.
Don't you remember Yu Mengni's divine biography? The CP relationships in it are a complete mess.
If we go against it and disrupt the logic of Yu
Mengni's imagination, wouldn't we be able to get out? Meng Ling began to understand Chen Fan's point.
That is, we're staying in Yu Mengni's
imagination. Suppose this imagination is a novel where the male and female protagonists live happily ever after. But if we make the
male lead end up with the supporting female character, it would disrupt the setting of the imagination, and then we could get out.
Chen Fan
was truly brilliant, immediately identifying the key to escape, though it wasn't easy to find.
When Mingyu frowned, but in Yu Mengni's
divine biography, every world has several genders, like now there are 6.
How do we figure out our relationships? That's up to you.
Rong Jinhui said firmly.
Haven't you read Yu Mengni's masterpiece? Yu Meishin disagreed. Even if you've read it, you can't guess what Yu Mengni is thinking. If it's called imagination, it must be the most complex and terrifying relationship network. Chen Fan also had a headache. After all, he had helped Yu Mengni edit her work before and knew how chaotic the novel was. Just thinking about it made his head hurt. How can we disrupt the imagination? Rong Jinhui was still pondering. Yu Mengni's messy stuff definitely has CPs. She likes to pair everyone up, even if the 9 of us end up in a chaotic CP mix. Then how do we disrupt her imagination? Chen Fan agreed with Rong Jinhui.
According to Yu Mengni's style, it would definitely be him and her, endless emotions between them, she loves her, she loves him, a chaotic mix. No wonder reading Yu Mengni's divine biography gave people headaches. It felt like Yu Mengni was playing with a literary style they'd never seen before, with a kind of inexplicable madness. I got it. Chen Fan stopped worrying about genders.
And CPs, the only way to escape Yu Mingni's imagination is a tragic ending. What do you mean? Wu Zihua looked confused. Yuziki patted her leg. That's right. Although Yu Mingni's stories have chaotic CP pairings, they always end sweetly. Every CP ends up happy, like a fairy tale. But tragic endings are different. Tragedies are when CPs who should have been together can't be, or even end up killing each other, leaving behind deep regret. Yu Mingni told me she would never write such stories. She loves perfect, happy endings. Chen Fan spread his hands. Then it's simple, isn't it? Find a character that's not too important but is connected to us, kill them, and we can break this plot. Wu Zihua's eyes widened. Where are we supposed to find someone like that? Rong Jinhui's expression turned serious. If we can't find one, we could kill each other. But the problem is, the one who gets killed might not be able to leave the secret realm. Su Zhe was startled. You really dare to think and say that? I consider you my brother, and you're actually planning to kill me? Chen Fan sighed helplessly. That's why we need to find someone closest to us, preferably someone with a CP connection. When Mingyu, think about whether there's a similar character in Yu Mingni's Chronicles of the Gods. When Mingyu thought seriously for a moment and said, if this plot we're in now is about the legends of the gods, then there's a key character who hasn't appeared yet, the god of wealth. That's easy, Chen Fan said excitedly. We just need to find the god of wealth. Whether they're an alpha or an omega, I think they're more likely an omega. After all, the god of wealth is the protagonist. Rong Jinhui, however, was a bit pessimistic. But where are we supposed to find such a person? Yu Meixin, who knew Yu Mingni's plots all too well, smiled and said, whether it's a handsome guy or a beautiful girl, it should be someone good-looking. Think about the God of Wealth Legend 18 reincarnation stories, and every single one of them featured stunningly attractive people. That makes sense. Let's get to work. Chen Fan waved his hand to give the order. Once Chen Fan gave the command, everyone automatically split into 3 groups. Chen Fan, Rong Jinhui, and Wu Zihua formed one group. Su Zhe, Lin Shushi, and Meng Ling formed another. The girls made up the third team. Their mission was to hunt down all the handsome men and beautiful women. The city was neither too big nor too small, with 3 main streets. Each group took a street. Whenever they spotted a target, they would approach and capture them directly. Yu Mingni's fictional world was different from reality. The law enforcement here was lax. Even if Chen Fan and the others killed people in broad daylight, no one cared. Passers-by turned a blind eye. Chen Fan had just killed a handsome man, whose body lay nearby, blood still fresh. He casually washed his hands and returned to the group, saying, good thing Yu Mingni's world building isn't very complete. If this were the real world, we'd have been arrested by now. Their team was quite diligent, managing to kill 6 people in just a few hours. The bodies lay on the roadside, blood pooling everywhere, the stench of blood thick in the air. Yet no officials showed up. The handsome men and beautiful women on the streets seemed oblivious to the corpses, with some even boldly approaching them. Rong Jinhui pointed at a pretty girl. Don't you think she looks a bit like Lu Feifei? I'll handle this one. Rong Jinhui, who usually had a bit of a cleanliness obsession and even acted a bit effeminate, it feels like all the handsome men and beautiful women in Rong Jinhui's stories have been killed off. Did we get it wrong? Maybe there's no CP related to us at all. Rong Jinhui grew more and more frustrated with the killing, starting to question life itself. Wu Zihua teased him with a smile. Well, there's no other way. We'll just have to turn on each other. We're pretty close, so let me ruthlessly kill you. Rong Jinhui jumped in anger. I'm your best friend. How can you do this to me? Doesn't your conscience hurt? Yuziki couldn't help but laugh. There's no choice, we have to sacrifice you. What else can we do? Rong Jinhui held back for a while and said, actually, I think Yu Mingni's wild imagination is crazy, but the CP she set up related to us is probably a pairing of handsome men and beautiful women. But what if she suddenly gets inspired and pairs up an ugly man and an ugly woman? Chen Fan felt uneasy. So what are you trying to say? Rong Jinhui quickly explained, what I mean is, let's not put all our hopes in one direction. Don't limit ourselves to one type. Let's just kill everyone in the entire city. After saying this, he still felt it wasn't enough. No, Yu Mingni is crazy enough to write divine biographies, and that's her being restrained. Who knows? She might even come up with cross-species pairings in her mind.
Chen Fan, I sincerely suggest we do a complete sweep of this city.
Treat everyone and every animal as monsters and wipe them all out.
Once we clear them out, we'll find the way out.
Oh wow, Rong Jinhui even came
up with this, and his crazy idea actually made sense.
Yu Meixin's face looked a bit grim. Kill everyone?
Since she had turned into a man, elegant and refined, her passive skills in this secret realm had rapidly improved.
If we really have to kill everyone, I suggest we take it slow.
Yu Meixin was reluctant to leave this secret realm.
Rong Jinhui had no fondness for the secret realm, especially since he
had now turned into a woman. Big sis, once we're out of the secret realm, I promise you can farm equipment as much as you want.
Yu Meixin
was indifferent, but, brother, your goodwill doesn't work on me.
If you can make Chen Fan like me, now that would be impressive.
What?
Mingyu frowned.
The young girl usually didn't talk much, but now she spoke her mind. Chen Fan won't like you.
Yu Ziki also nodded. You're using skills to forcibly enhance feelings. Big sis, that's not true love. Chen Fan definitely won't like you.
The three of them started
arguing in the mental space chat group. Chen Fan sighed helplessly. Ladies, I'm still here. Whether I love you or not, can we stop discussing it? We should be thinking about how to get out of here. I think Rong Jinhui's idea makes sense, though it's a bit cruel.
Rong Jinhui argued his case. Come on, I wasn't like this before, but this is a secret realm after all.
The people inside aren't real, let's just treat them as monsters.
Anyway, I'll strike first and wipe out that ant nest. Wu Zihua also supported him. Even passing dogs should
get a slap, and I'll smash the egg yolks nearby.
But honestly, no matter how twisted Yu Mingyi is, she wouldn't write a story about ants and
you. What if?
What if? Rong Jinhui gritted his teeth. She's so creative, she could write anything.
It actually made sense.
After a few seconds of silence, Chen Fan also joined the others in clearing out all living things in the secret realm.
Killing these insignificant characters, especially in adversity, didn't really weigh on their conscience.
Because in Chen Fan's eyes, they weren't even considered people. As they were seriously clearing the area, a bell rang from the distant street.
Ding-ling-ling, ding-ling-ling, the sound was crisp and pleasant.
A pink sedan chair had appeared at some point, stopping at the street corner. Although the figure inside the sedan chair was blurry, the person had an incredibly strong allure for them. Chen Fan and the others even stopped their actions, staring intently at the pink sedan chair.
Rong Jinhui and Wu Ziao's reactions were even more unusual.
At this moment, the two of them looked like wooden statues, completely frozen. Chen Fan was initially drawn to the pink sedan chair as well, but after a couple of glances, he quickly snapped
out of it. How to put it?
Simply put, Chen Fan felt that the pink sedan chair seemed to have a special power that could attract a
person's mental attention.
Rong Jinhui appeared calm as a rock on the surface, showing no reaction.
But in reality, he was screaming like a groundhog in the QQ group. Oh my god, Chen Fan, I think I've found true love. When Mingyu, Yu Ziki, and Yu Meixin were all confused.
After all, the two teams on the other streets had no idea what was happening on Chen Fan's side.
Yu Meixin complained in the group, seriously, what exactly did you guys see?
Just now, when you saw a beauty on the level of Lu Feifei, you all wanted to take her
down immediately. If I remember correctly, it was even Rong Jinhui who personally made the move. Rong Jinhui, what kind of beauty did you see that has you so mesmerized? Your current state is way too exaggerated.
However, Rong Jinhui was usually very gentle with everyone
in the class.
At this moment, he completely ignored Yu Meixin. He kept talking to Chen Fan, signaling with his eyes and patting Chen Fan
on the shoulder. Fanji, when that sedan chair passed by, did you hear music? What music?
Chen Fan looked at him, puzzled.
It
had to be said, the pink sedan chair was indeed very luxurious. There were also many beautiful women nearby scattering flower petals.
The
entire street was filled with the fragrance of petals.
Chen Fan was initially attracted to the pink sedan chair, but it wasn't because of the floral scent or the people inside.
It was because the sedan chair itself emitted something special, like a vortex of mental energy.
This thing could unconsciously draw people in.
Chen Fan's mental strength was relatively strong, so he snapped out of it after a couple
of glances.
But Rong Jinhui and Wu Zihua were completely captivated, as if they had lost their senses.
Wu Zihua just stood there dumbfounded,
without saying a word. Rong Jinhui, on the other hand, was even more exaggerated. Chen Fan felt that he was practically spouting
nonsense now.
Rong Jinhui stared at the pink sedan chair in the distance and said to Chen Fan, "Did you really not hear it? There's an old song that's been echoing in my ears, something like 'Don't step on the flowers by the roadside.'" As he spoke, he even started singing. Chen Fan shook his head helplessly.
That song is indeed pretty old. Suze on the other side was dying of curiosity. What exactly did you guys see? We're coming over right now. Chen Fan quickly replied in the group, "Don't come over, those with weak mental strength won't be able to handle it."
Rong Jinhui and Wu Zihua are already so mesmerized they've lost their minds.
I think the person inside the sedan chair is the one most relevant to us. I'll handle it myself. Hearing this, Suze backed off quickly. "Then you handle it yourself. We'll watch from the side. Don't get mesmerized and cause trouble." Chen Fan thought to himself, what trouble could they cause? At most, it
would just be a bit more troublesome to wake them up afterward. He activated a music-playing skill, and the pink sedan chair, along with the beautiful women nearby, all came to a halt. Chen Fan pulled out a large machete from his storage bag, ready to deal directly with the person inside the sedan chair. But just then, he found his left leg being hugged by Wu Zihua and his right leg by Rong Jinhui. Both of them had infatuated smiles on their faces.
Rong Jinhui, being more talkative than Wu Zihua, said, "Chen Fan, what are you doing? Calm down, that's our future wife. Didn't you hear that old song?"
Chen Fan was at his wit's end.
However, the music-playing skill could be continuously activated. Sorry about this.
The next time he activated the music-playing skill, Chen Fan mentally treated Rong Jinhui and
Wu Zihua as enemies.
With this thought, everything became much simpler.
With one move, Rong Jinhui and Wu Zihua were instantly knocked unconscious.
Because Chen Fan's skill had a wide range, the other members of the team were also affected. However, they found that although their bodies were paralyzed, their minds were still active, especially in the mental world where the group chat was still functional.
Rong Jinhui angrily sent a message, "Damn you, Chen Fan, this isn't over. You stole my wife, and I will definitely get my revenge." Wu Zihua refused to back down. "Why is she your wife? Clearly, she's mine." Yu Meixing curiously asked, "What exactly did you guys see? Has Fan Ji started treating all of us as enemies?"
Suze couldn't help but think, "I really want to take a screenshot to see what you guys are arguing about."
Mengling was more direct. "Explain, what exactly do you mean by fighting over a wife? I really want to visit your street. Is Chen Fan planning to?"
She didn't finish her sentence, but everyone understood her meaning.
Yu Ziki immediately frowned. "Don't say such things. Chen Fan, don't act impulsively. Don't do anything inappropriate in the street." Yu Meixin was also a bit annoyed. "If the opponent is a woman, let me handle it. I'm a handsome guy, after all."
"Chen Fan, if you have the guts, go ahead and see how angry Rong Jinhui gets."
Chen Fan explained with a headache, "I'm not here to fight over a wife, I'm here to kill a monster. There's something wrong with this mental space. There must be a big boss inside."
Yu Meixin finally breathed a sigh of relief, her face full of excitement. "Then hurry up and
kill it."
Rong Jinhui, however, cried out, "Chen Fan, I never thought you'd do this.
That's my wife. How could you kill her?" Wu Zihua was also furious. "What do you mean, your wife? That's my wife.
Stop talking nonsense, it has nothing to do with you."
"But my wife, Chen Fan, you can't kill her either." The two of them were so mesmerized they acted like fools. Suze laughed so hard in the group chat that he couldn't straighten up. "Wu Zihua, you finally got your comeuppance."
Mengling calmly advised, "Wu Zihua, get a grip."
Lin Shushi looked worried. What they're seeing must be related to mental power. Chen Fan has the strongest mental power among us, so he reacts the fastest. Wu Zihua's mental power isn't weak either, but even he's been mesmerized like a fool. That's why we absolutely can't get close. If we do, we'll only hold Chen Fan back.
Chen Fan completely agreed with this assessment. After all, he had already delivered a karate chop to both Rong Jinhui and Wu Zihua, knocking them out on the spot. The two of them collapsed unconscious at his feet.
Chen Fan withdrew
his leg from their vicinity and quickly rushed toward the pink sedan chair. Opening the sedan chair, he was stunned.
If it had been a handsome man or a beautiful woman inside, Chen Fan could have understood. Even if the opponent had a body, he could have accepted it. But in front of him was just a bald, oversized head. No body, just a head. Chen Fan frowned. What is this thing? The big bald head inside the pink sedan chair was also staring at him.
The head couldn't move, and even without Chen Fan's abilities, it seemed incapable of jumping out of the sedan chair. Chen Fan withdrew his powers.
So it's just this thing. He picked up the big head and kicked it into the air. The head flew up and landed heavily on the ground. Its face looked bizarre, and its nose didn't even resemble a nose.
As the music stopped, the big head finally spoke.
It stared at Chen Fan in terror. Who are you? What do you want? I warn you, don't touch me. Do you know who I am? Chen Fan didn't respond, instead delivering another kick to the head.
This time, he didn't kick it into the air. After all, retrieving it would be too troublesome. The previous kick had sent the head flying right next to a wooden stake.
This time, Chen Fan's kick pinned it to the stake. Chen Fan could use his mental power to take photos at any time and even upload them to the group chat in his mental world.
So far, he was the only one capable of this, no one else could replicate it. He used his mental power to snap a photo and sent
it to the group chat. See this? This is the wife Rong Jinhui he keeps talking about. Everyone in the group was dumbfounded. Yu Meixin, full
of disbelief, asked, I can't hear Rong Jinhui and Wu Zihua talking anymore.
Did you knock them out, Fan Ji? Chen Fan nodded. That's right.
I knocked them out, they were in my way. The treasure was hidden in a pink sedan chair. As soon as Rong Jinhui and Wu Zihua saw the sedan chair, they were mesmerized and lost their senses. I always thought Yu Mingni could write such disgusting divine biographies, because her imagination was too rich.
But I didn't expect her imagination to be this excessive. She actually made only one of us 9 feel something, and it's a big head. What exactly is she trying to do? I need to have a good talk with her when I get back. Chen Fan
originally respected Yu Mingni's chaotic creativity, but now he felt she had gone too far.
Although myths and legends are inherently
bizarre, for example, Neza being in the womb for 3 years, Sun Wukong and Tang Sang having to endure 81 tribulations to achieve enlightenment, and some characters in divine myths who were originally murderous evil gods but later became gods blessing all beings. These
are all myths from the Dragon Kingdom.
Though absurd, they still have some traceable logic. Yu Mingni's inspiration came from these myths. Strange but still acceptable. But this time, what she wrote was too outrageous.
She actually made a big head the CP partner. Could this big head be the legendary god?
After all, Yu Mingni's stories always revolved around gods. This big head really isn't good looking.
Some people in the group hadn't approached the big head yet, so their mental state was still normal. Su Zhe was puzzled. Why would Yu Mingni choose such a big head? Could this big head really be a god? Yu Ziki said helplessly, I must have a good talk with Yu Mingni later. Her imagination is too exaggerated. A big head as a god?
Luckily, the country didn't let Yu Mingni participate in designing the statue of the god of wealth. When Mingyu, usually gentle and quiet, couldn't help but speak up this time, if she designed the statues in the
temple, I really don't know what kind of things we'd see.
Mengling directly voiced her thoughts. If Yu Mingni really participated in designing the statues, I wouldn't step into a temple for the rest of my life. God should be dignified and solemn, not have strange appearances.
Right?
This big head was indeed bizarre, and Chen Fan couldn't help but throw a combo of punches at it. But to no avail, as the so-called
god in the secret realm took the beating without sustaining any damage. Chen Fan threw his punches and grinned at the big head in front of him. How can I take you down? The big head finally spoke. Cough, cough. You can't kill me. I am the legendary dark god. The legendary dark god? Chen Fan was a bit dumbfounded. Could it be that the god Yu Mingni wanted to write about in her divine biography? Was this dark god? No wonder the name sounded so mysterious. I really am the dark god. I don't even understand how I suddenly appeared in this secret realm, and I'm still healing.
The dark god trembled with anger. Originally, he thought the life god was a good person, but unexpectedly, at a critical moment, the life god used the dark god's head for experiments.
That newly built structure in the divine realm,
covered by a thick light shield, was clearly a special magic array and definitely not easy to deal with.
The life god actually threw such a big head onto it.
The 9 gods had been to the sleeping place in the eastern divine realm before.
That place, just the golden light
shield outside the southern heavenly gate, took the 9 gods several days of combined effort to create a small breach and enter the outer
area of the southern heavenly gate.
By absorbing the divine power left behind by the Dragon Kingdom's gods, the 9 gods became as powerful
as they are now.
It could be said that their rise to being the top overlords of the divine realm was entirely due to the divine power
they absorbed from the Eastern sleeping place.
That thing was definitely not to be trifled with. It's possible that the newly emerged god in the divine realm came from the Eastern sleeping place. The light god actually sent him to die. It was truly unreliable.
The dark god
thought that once he recovered, he would definitely settle accounts with the light god and the life god.
But the dark god didn't expect that while repairing his body, he would inexplicably enter this secret realm.
He thought he could recover quickly here, but unexpectedly, he encountered a big problem.
Right after meeting, he was beaten up. However, the dark god could sense that the expressionless guy in
front of him should be an ordinary human. The dark god smiled and said, "If you are willing to become my follower, I can grant you some
power.
Young man, I see you have extraordinary potential." As soon as he finished speaking, the dark god received a loud slap across his face.
What did you just say? You want to give me power? What can you give me?
Chen Fan clapped his hands and asked leisurely.
If you want to be my follower, you should show me some respect. What do you mean by hitting me?
The dark god, who currently had no hands, would have covered his face if he did. At this moment, the dark god felt as if his face had turned into a dye workshop, with snot, tears, and blood
streaming all over.
In his entire life, the dark god had never suffered such humiliation, and his voice now carried a sobbing tone.
Chen Fan looked at the big head in front of him, both amused and exasperated, and couldn't help but laugh.
With your ridiculous appearance,
you still claim to be the dark god, one of the 9 gods?
Mengni probably never wrote a story about the dark god.
It was more likely a
god related to the dark god, or just a random name Mengni came up with. After all, at the time, Mengni thought the name Chen Fan
chose for the god of wealth was too ordinary and lacked grandeur.
Chen Fan pondered this and casually asked in the QQ group, "Did you guys
discuss god names with Mengni back then? What name did she want to give that god?" Everyone had forgotten, but when Mingyu, who had a
good relationship with Mengni, said, at the time, Mengni mentioned quite a few god names, holy, dark, great gods, and even something
like Gun Era Dark God.
But that name was suspected of plagiarism because there was a similar name in a cartoon.
Mengni's imagination
was particularly rich, with an astonishingly vast creative mind. She had actually made significant contributions when writing the biographies of gods. When Mingyu always felt that Chen Fan's reaction wasn't without reason, there must be some logic behind it.
To be honest,
when Mingyu was a bit worried that when Chen Fan left the secret realm, he might cause trouble for Mengni.
After all, when Mingyu and
Mengni had a good relationship, or he wouldn't have helped explain.
However, Chen Fan's temper wasn't that volatile. Don't worry, I won't bother Mengni after I leave.
After all, the reason we entered this damned secret realm is due to the special circumstances of the Blood Castle. This statement made sense and served as a lesson for everyone. Yumeixin's face also looked grim as she said, "Next time, before entering a secret realm, we must investigate thoroughly.
If we encounter this kind of situation again, what if we can't get out?"
So, this big head is called the Dark God?
Mengling's focus was indeed different from others. Mengni probably wouldn't write about
the Dark God himself. She likely wrote about a name related to the Dark God, simplifying it in the process. Chen Fan directly shattered everyone's illusions. "I just heard this big head claim to be the Dark God, one of the 9 gods.
Do you think that's credible?" No one believed it.
Mengling said excitedly, "There's absolutely no way the Dark God would personally descend here. The Heart Demon's secret realm of the Blood Castle is based on someone's imagination, and Mengni's imagination definitely wouldn't include the Dark God.
It might
just be a name and have nothing to do with the real Dark God. I suggest you beat him up hard." Lin Shushi also didn't believe it.
"If my
mental strength were strong enough, I'd really want to take a look. I also suggest beating him until he can't move.
If you kill him, maybe we'll be able to get out."
Yumeixin agreed as well. "Brother Fan, don't hold back when you hit him." Chen Fan smiled and stared at the big
head. "Sorry, I love beating up gods the most. You actually claim to be one of the 9 gods? If I accidentally kill you, will I go down in history?"
After saying that, Chen Fan began to give the big head a fierce beating.
To be honest, this big H immediately, a portion of power was granted to Chen Fan.
At this moment, Chen Fan received a system notification, "Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for receiving
the gift of the Dark God's authority, unlocking one of the Dark God's authorities, Night. Ding dong. The Night Authority allows you to
Completely darken a specific area at any time, leaving not a trace of light. Simply put, it's a lights-off skill.
The description was so straightforward that Chen Fan was dumbfounded. What the heck?
The authority granted by the god of light could bestow blessings, but
the dark god's gift turned out to be a lights-off skill?
The dark god noticed Chen Fan had stopped attacking, clearly too shocked.
Chen
Fan also refrained from using his music-playing skill. As the paralysis effect wore off, the dark god quickly said to Chen Fan, "Brother,
I really am the dark god. I can share a portion of my authority with you. You should have received it by now, right?" Chen Fan looked disgusted. "So you're the god who specializes in turning off lights? What use are you?" The dark god's face darkened. His authority was
certainly not limited to this, but he had no intention of handing over his power to Chen Fan. Initially, he only needed a brief rest for his
injuries to recover.
But now, not only had he been sucked into this strange secret realm, but he had also been beaten into this sorry state by the troublesome guy in front of him. The dark god now felt that the wounds on his face might never heal.
He had no idea what to do next. Chen Fan, this greedy fellow, even had the audacity to disdain his authority.
"I can instantly turn any place into night. This is indeed one of my duties," the dark god said with a grim expression.
"However, you are not my follower. If you are willing to become my follower..."
Chen Fan interrupted him directly. "Wait a minute, you said you can turn any place into night.
So, if it's daytime here, you can make it night, right?"
This authority was indeed minor, even the dark god himself admitted it. But this authority was unique to the
dark god.
Though small, it was one of a kind. Just like a mosquito, small as it is, it can still bite.
Ordinary people simply don't have this ability. The dark god argued, although it's just a minor authority, it is still authority.
Chen Fan, with his hands in his pockets,
said, "So can I understand it as, you make a place that was originally daytime suddenly turn into night? In other words, you accelerate the flow of time."
So, this authority to turn a place into night is actually a time authority, altering the speed of time's flow and
mastering part of the rules of time. Chen Fan was quick to infer. What he said even surprised the dark god. What frightened the dark god
even more was that after Chen Fan finished speaking, the authority he had received was no longer just about bringing darkness.
The dark
god felt his authority rapidly draining from his body. It was as if something had disappeared. As if a piece of his divine position had
been lost.
Ding dong, congratulations to the host for comprehending the power of time laws and obtaining divine authority, time control.
Chen Fan said calmly, "No way, just a little bit of enlightenment, and it turned into time control?"
On the surface, he appeared calm, but internally, he was overwhelmed.
That was time control, after all. Chen Fan seemed dissatisfied, but the dark god was even more furious.
The dark god couldn't understand why the authority he had given away had turned into his greatest harm.
He had only given away a tiny bit, so why could this guy in front of him instantly absorb everything? Moreover, Chen Fan could comprehend things the dark god himself had never seen before. How could turning a place into darkness lead to the comprehension of time laws? How could it inexplicably result in mastering time?
The dark god himself didn't possess such divine power. Even the god of light was completely incapable of controlling time. Indeed, some people said they were not true gods. Their status in the divine realm, their ability to dominate and act arrogantly in the divine domain, all stemmed from their entry into the ancient sleeping grounds of Eastern gods. From the Eastern gods, they had obtained a portion of power. Although this power was not much, it was enough for them to use. Enough to make them the strongest gods in this world.
But the dark god discovered that this guy from the Dragon Kingdom was truly clever. Moreover, he could seize even more authority from him. "How exactly are you doing this? What on earth are you?"
The dark god felt his authority being stripped away bit by bit.
Yes, stripped away. Initially, the dark god had only given a small amount of authority.
But that small amount was insignificant, almost negligible. However, the dark god was an exceptionally stingy deity and would never easily hand over his power to his subordinates.
He did have subordinates, but the power granted to the dark god's followers was very limited.
The lights-off skill the dark god had just given to Chen Fan was already considered special treatment, merely intended to make him stop.
In fact, gods could enter the same secret realm as humans. If a god could make humans their followers, these followers would be extremely loyal and could provide the dark god with immense faith. Power.
That was why the dark god had given Chen Fan a tiny bit of authority. But it was just a tiny bit, hardly worth mentioning.
This amount of power was almost negligible. Yet the Dark God would never easily grant greater authority. Chen Fan felt that the Dark God seemed to be very afraid of him, even unable to figure out what kind of existence he truly was. At first, he might have thought Chen Fan was just an ordinary human. Chen Fan squatted in front of the Dark God's massive head, smiling as he gently patted it. The action was neither too heavy nor too light. As a result, the wound that had just started to heal split open again. Blood flowed out profusely, looking quite terrifying. With a smile on his face, Chen Fan said, "It seems you have quite a bit of authority left. Is there more? The one I just used should be one of your authorities. You can actually control time, that's impressive." At this moment, in Chen Fan's eyes, the Dark God was practically a treasure trove capable of bursting out countless authorities. Back then, the Light God had only given him a tiny bit of useless authority. But time control, or rather the understanding of time laws, was the truly powerful ability. In the future, when dealing with monsters, Chen Fan could use music to paralyze them, or even use time control to let the monsters experience the taste of aging. Even immortal monsters would eventually grow old. For these eternal creatures, their greatest fear was not death but aging and losing their beauty. Perhaps entering the secret realm could also yield unexpected rewards. Chen Fan smiled at the Dark God. "After all, you are one of the 9 gods, you must have quite a bit of authority hidden within you. Hand it over." After saying this, he began to use the newly acquired time control authority. The Dark God immediately felt a sense of crisis. Of course, Chen Fan wouldn't be foolish enough to accelerate time for the Dark God. The time control skill could both accelerate and reverse time. He used time reversal, making time go backward, turning aging into youth, turning old into infant. If the Dark God were to become a great demon king in the future, invincible to all, accelerating his time would be courting death. When Chen Fan first used the skill, the system popped up a prompt, ding, detected that the host is using the time reversal skill within time control. Please specify, to what age should the Dark God's age be adjusted? The system actually asked him. Chen Fan, hesitating on how to use it, found the system so helpful that he smiled and said, "Using the god's authority, directly adjust to the time of birth." Ding! Your mental power is insufficient to sustain this. After all, the Dark God is one of the 9 gods, and his divine rank is higher than yours. Friendly reminder, if you can devour his divine rank, you will gain all his authorities. Do you think I don't want to devour him? He only has a head left now, how am I supposed to devour him? Chen Fan said as he turned the Dark God's head, examining it carefully. He even picked up a large machete and measured it against the Dark God's head, saying, "Where exactly is your divine rank hidden? In your brain?" Generally speaking, a god's divine rank was hidden in their dantian. Chen Fan had previously placed his own divine rank in his dantian. Later, following the system's suggestion, Chen Fan placed the divine statue into the temple. However, up until now, only Chen Fan could approach the statue in that temple. Others couldn't even tell that the statue contained a divine essence. At most, they thought the statue bore some resemblance to Chen Fan. To be honest, there were already people online claiming that Chen Fan was the god of wealth because he looked exactly like the deity in the God of Wealth temple. This change had only occurred after Chen Fan had taken people to the temple. So, everyone speculated that Chen Fan might really be the god of wealth, though more people believed he was the divine envoy of the temple. After all, it made sense for a divine envoy to resemble the deity. If he didn't, why would the god of wealth choose Chen Fan as his envoy? Chen Fan himself was a special case, but that didn't mean the Dark God was an exception. It was highly likely that the Dark God's divine essence was hidden within Chen Fan's body. Maybe it's hidden in his head, Chen Fan muttered as he wielded a large machete, sawing at the Dark God's massive head for half a day without managing to split it open. The Dark God only felt his head creaking noisily. If Chen Fan's blade had been sharper, he might have actually split it open. "You'll never obtain my divine essence. You seem to be a god as well. I can sense divine power within you. Return my authority to me." The Dark God's massive head trembled with rage. At this moment, Chen Fan said calmly, "Time control, rewind 10 years. The Dark God suddenly felt himself growing younger. But his eyes were filled with fear because he could feel his authority and some of his divine power flowing out of him. He had become younger, but also weaker. The Dark God reverted to his state from 10 years ago. 10 years ago, he wasn't as powerful as he Was now. Ding.
A large amount of divine power and a small amount of authority have been detected dispersing into the air.
Authority. Represents laws. Would you like to absorb it?
The system's prompt suddenly sounded in Chen Fan's ear. To be honest, receiving such a prompt
left Chen Fan feeling a bit reluctant.
Although he had only rewound the Dark God's time by 10 years, he felt a sharp pain in the center of
his forehead.
All of this consumed mental energy, and Chen Fan's mental energy was currently insufficient.
Why does my head hurt? Chen
Fan rubbed his temples.
Even rewinding 10 years doesn't work? Ding.
Dear host, without a large amount of faith power, that move just
now could have cost you your life.
Your divine essence is weaker than the Dark God's.
Remember that. Chen Fan's expression darkened.
It seemed that faith power could offset some of the damage. He had just established his statue and couldn't afford any mistakes.
Rubbing his forehead, Chen Fan said helplessly, didn't this guy just release some authority?
Then hurry up and absorb it.
He must have released
more than just that, like divine power. Speaking of divine power, Chen Fan felt slightly better.
Can divine power also be absorbed? Ding. No, it cannot.
Divine power can only be cultivated by yourself.
Chen Fan felt a bit helpless. Let's give it a try anyway. Ding. It really won't work.
Divine power is slowly converted by the Dark God using his own faith power.
Your faith power is different and may
even be mutually repellent.
In this case, it's not safe to use it.
In simple terms, the other party's faith power might be toxic.
What? A pity. However, Chen Fan quickly swallowed the Dark God's authority that was floating in the air. What's the use of authority? Chen
Fan was a bit puzzled. The system said it could be absorbed, so it must be absorbable.
But what would happen after absorbing it? Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully devouring the Dark God's authority and obtaining the authority fragment darkness. Friendly.
Reminder, authority fragments will automatically combine into authority as long as you have the relevant fragments, you can
synthesize new authority.
The system's prompt sounded, if you gain insights while synthesizing fragments, the authority you obtain may
evolve into a stronger form.
You've already experienced this once, so I don't need to elaborate.
Another prompt followed, expanding your
authority is a necessary ability for a powerful deity. The power of authority is different from divine power.
Divine power can only be
enhanced through faith, while authority is another kind of power. This time, the system provided quite a few important hints, which were very
useful for Chen Fan. Narrowing his eyes slightly, Chen Fan smiled and said, quite interesting. At this moment, he turned his gaze to the trembling Dark God. The Dark God was utterly panicked.
He had no idea how he ended up here, nor why he encountered a deity who looked
human. Moreover, this deity could absorb his authority power.
He felt that he had just lost a portion of his authority.
These authorities
were originally absorbed by the 9 deities from the land where the Eastern gods slumbered. They were not theirs to begin with, but later, as they took control of the entire divine realm, they gained their own divine power and faith power, which altered their authorities.
The
term authority was actually coined by the 9 deities themselves.
According to the ancient Eastern gods, authority was essentially
the power of laws. Only through the power of laws could deities enhance themselves and gain special divine abilities.
The Dark God, with a mournful expression, asked, what exactly do you want? My divine core isn't in my head, yet you've repeatedly absorbed my authority. Power. Those are my things. I still need to leave them for my followers. My followers provide me with faith power, helping me grow stronger. Can you do that? I just accidentally ended up here. Please let me go, he pleaded. The Dark God didn't know how many more times Chen Fan could use his time manipulation.
But seeing Chen Fan's energetic demeanor, it seemed he could use it several more times.
The Dark God was dumbfounded.
If Chen Fan continued to reverse him, he might regress to the form he had when he first entered the land of the slumbering
Eastern gods, a form resembling a monster.
If that happened, he would lose all his authority and be left with nothing.
If it truly came to that, he would have no place in the divine realm upon his return, not even worth a fart.
Chen Fan smiled at the Dark God, his eyes
narrowing. You know I can manipulate time. If I make you continue to regress, you know what will happen. You'd better think carefully.
The difference between handing over your authority willingly and me taking it by force is significant. In truth, Chen Fan's mental strength wasn't enough to support a second use of his power. If he pushed further, even the communication tools they were using in the
secret realm might fail.
After all, Chen Fan was the team's commander. So, he could only use his words to intimidate the Dark God.
Scaring him even a little would save some effort in a fight.
If you hand it over willingly, I might let you off, Chen Fan said in a tempting tone. But if you force me to act, I'll have no choice but to drain you dry.
The Dark God gritted his teeth and roared, "What's the difference between handing it over and being drained by you? In the end, I'll still lose my authority."
Of course, there's a difference.
Chen Fan's smile was crescent-shaped, his tone particularly convincing.
His face appeared righteous, but his words sent chills down the Dark God's spine. If I act myself, I won't leave you with a shred of authority.
You may be the Dark God, but we're not even on the same level. Some of your powers are useless to me, but for you, they might preserve your status as a deity. So wouldn't it be better for you to hand them over willingly? What do you think?
Who would ever think they had too much law power? Authority was essentially the power of
laws.
After mastering the law of time, Chen Fan felt this even more deeply. Even the Dark God himself couldn't fully control time because
he hadn't comprehended this law.
The Dark God fell silent for a moment.
It seemed he had to make a choice. He had to give up something.
Otherwise, whether it was the first method Chen Fan mentioned or the second, he would lose everything.
He wouldn't easily trust the person in front of him. The Dark God only trusted his own instincts.
Chen Fan had been delayed here for quite a while.
Meanwhile, the group
chat in his mental sea had exploded, mainly because Chen Fan hadn't gone all out against Rong Jinhui and Wu Zihua earlier.
Rong Jinhui and
Wu Zihua had both woken up, but their minds were a bit muddled. After all, the group chat's message history still contained the photo Chen Fan had taken of that big head. Rong Jinhui saw the photo and Chen Fan punching that big head, completely stunned. Why did I hear an old
song when I saw that pink sedan earlier? Who knows? Wu Zihua began to doubt life. Could it be that my aesthetic sense is wrong? I also heard an old song. They were chatting in the QQ group using mental power. Perhaps using too much mental power. Rong Jinhui and Wu Zihua felt their mental energy was more abundant, allowing them to say more. That's right, I heard an old song too. The title is Don't Pick Flowers Outside. Rong Jinhui even sang it out loud. Wu Zihua nodded. My old song is different, it's Sweet Honey. I felt like I could see myself embracing the beauty inside the pink sedan. The two boldly wrote these thoughts in the QQ group. Only after chatting did they realize this QQ group was created by Chen Fan using mental power, and everyone could see it. Rong Jinhui was dumbfounded. Oh no, I actually forgot this QQ group was created by Chen Fan. Everyone can see what I said. I think you're just dumb. Suze finally had the chance to mock. How's Chen Fan doing with that big head?
Stop focusing on aesthetic issues. Maybe your aesthetic sense was flawed from the
start. Nonsense. Wu Zihua cursed. How could it be our aesthetic sense that's flawed? It must be you Mingni's settings that are wrong, or that pink sedan is toxic. You two would rather believe in ghosts than trust your own eyes? Meng Ling was both amused and exasperated.
I don't want to hear your gossip, I just want to know how Chen Fan is doing.
Overall, not bad.
Rong Jinhui thought for a moment and said, that big head got beaten up by our brother Fan for quite a while. Looks like an interrogation.
I think that big head might not be something Yu Mingni wrote, more like an outsider. Wu Zihua hit the nail on the head. When Yu Mingni wrote the divine biography, she even
drew illustrations. She wouldn't draw something so bizarre. Then it might be the Countess of the Blood Castle causing trouble.
Yu Meixin seriously analyzed the secret realm. That's the only possibility. That should be it. Should we go help?
Meng Ling was anxious.
Why is there still no news from Brother Fan? Although Chen Fan had spent most of his mental power using time control once, the divine
rank of this dark god was inherently higher than his, so the mental power consumption was still significant. However, Chen Fan still had
time to glance at the QQ group in his mind. After all, he was the team commander and needed to issue orders to everyone. Don't rush. Let me gather some benefits first. Wu Zihua's eyes lit up. So, Brother Fan, you really encountered a monster sent by the Countess of the Blood Castle? And you can gather benefits?
Then keep gathering, get as much as you can.
Chen Fan was amused and exasperated, not expecting
them to associate it with the Countess of the Blood Castle. Initially, he thought the idea was absurd, but upon further reflection, it
wasn't impossible.
It might really be related to the Countess. After all, the Heart Demon's secret realm is originally a feature of the
Blood Castle.
Chen Fan frowned and said, moreover, this guy claims to be the dark god.
He felt it was necessary to let everyone analyze together what this dark god was all about. Wasn't it said that the dark god was something Yu Mingni drew? Meng Ling asked in confusion.
I just checked, it's one of the 9 deities, the dark god. Chen Fan directly revealed the origin of the dark god, but why it turned
into this, I don't know. What is certain is that the Countess and the dark god are definitely connected. Or rather, this secret realm itself is a divine secret realm. If it's a divine secret realm, then everything makes sense. Wu Zihua nodded in understanding. Rong Jinhui was still confused, his clear yet slightly silly eyes wide open. What makes sense? Why does it make sense? Chen Fan explained, starting from Tier 3, we can choose the faction of a deity. Also, from Tier 3 secret realms onward, all secret realms will have the consciousness of deities present. In other words, these secret realms are places created by deities to attract followers.
Yu Meishin added, don't disturb Chen Fan anymore. The wool of the gods is not easy to pull, and the difficulty of the secret realms involving gods is very high. It's unlikely for a second-tier secret realm to have direct manipulation by a god, but traces of a god might appear.
The NPCs or monsters
we encounter in the secret realm are likely aligned with a certain god's faction, so the Countess should be a follower of the dark god.
Yu Meishin paused. I think it's very likely.
After all, what she does is far from upright and rather dark.
Rong Jinhui could only mutter softly in the QQ group, so the Countess is part of the dark faction, and we've encountered the big boss. That's right. According to Yu Mingni's previous setup, we should have some special connection with this big boss.
After all, both Rong Jinhui and I felt something special when we saw this boss, Wu Zihua finally realized. Meng Ling decisively said, luckily, you two were knocked out by Chen Fan. Now,
you think your aesthetic sense is normal.
If you two had fallen for it, our entire team would be doomed.
Hurry up and finish it off. Leave this broken secret realm as soon as possible.
I still want to see what the dark god is up to, Yuziki said, hands on her hips.
Next time we enter a secret realm, we need to figure out if there are any other special mini-secret realms first. This time was truly terrifying.
While the teammates were chatting through their mental link, Chen Fan finally received a reply from the dark god. I'll give you a few authorities, but you must swear to the heavenly Tao to let me go and not harm me.
The dark god even knows what the heavenly Tao is?
Chen Fan thought this guy was quite trendy. After all, being a Western god and understanding the concept of the heavenly Tao was
absurd. Chen Fan looked the dark god up and down. Are you threatening me?
That look made the dark god very uncomfortable.
Yes, I am.
Threatening you, the dark god said bluntly. After all, I am one of the 9 gods of the divine realm, and you are just an obscure little
god. If I catch you in the divine realm, I'll make you wish you were dead. What are you trying to do? Fight? Your temper is way too aggressive. Can you not hit the face? Hey, don't hit the face.
The dark god originally thought he had completely controlled Chen
Fan and even started threatening him. But who could tolerate Chen Fan's temper? He grabbed the dark god's head and started beating him mercilessly.
The dark god hadn't even reacted before being beaten bloody by Chen Fan. Unable to take, Chen Fan turned to glance at Wu Zihua.
Where's your weapon? Hand it over and give him a good beating. This guy dares to threaten me? Doesn't he see what state I'm in right now? Wu Zihua instantly caught on, his eyes widening with disbelief. What weapon? This guy's just ahead now, and he still dares to mess with you? He's just one of those so-called gods of the West. Here in our dragon country, he's not even worth a fart. A moment ago, Wu Zihua thought Chen Fan was being overly aggressive, that he might have gone too far. But now, Wu Zihua was even more riled up than Chen Fan. He immediately summoned his big wife, a fairy wand that could transform into a human form. The fairy wand turned into a humanoid figure, holding a thick rolling pin in her hands, and without hesitation, she shoved it into the dark god's mouth, jabbing it back and forth relentlessly. The dark god was in so much pain he couldn't take it. Half of his teeth were knocked out by Wu Zihua, the violent maniac. While beating him, Wu Zihua cursed, "You have no idea how serious the situation is right now. You piece of junk, you dare to threaten us? Dream on. If I don't show you what real power looks like today, my time as the psychology monitor will have been wasted." What kind of god do you think you are, huh? Daring to claim you're a god? Threatening us? Let me tell you, now that you're like this and in our hands, you're like a tiger fallen to the plains being. Wu Zihua paused mid-sentence. He was about to say being bullied by dogs, but then stopped himself. If he said that, wouldn't he be admitting that he was the dog? So, he changed his words. Fallen into our hands, you totally deserve it. You're asking for it. If you really knew how to read the room, you wouldn't be threatening us. Threaten us? Then let me show you what real power is.
Rong Jinhui had been scared at first, but hearing Wu Zihua's words about how this guy dared threaten them, he got fired up too.
He was already annoyed at being inexplicably thrown into this heart demon's secret realm, and now this guy had the audacity to provoke him. And this guy was some so-called foreign god who claimed to be the dark god. Rong Jinhui had mocked this dark god before, always wondering why the 9 gods set by the god of light included one with such an evil-sounding name.
The name Dark God sounded more sinister than an evil god, yet he was listed as one of the 9 gods by the god of light.
Why?
Rong Jinhui even speculated that this dark god might be the god of light's twin brother. They were opposites yet coexisted, which might explain why they were both considered part of the 9 gods. Rong Jinhui joined the fight too, and he was even more direct and brutal than Wu Zihua. While Wu Zihua relied on his fairy wand, Rong Jinhui pulled out a pile of skill scrolls from his storage bag. That's right, if Rong Jinhui didn't have much of anything else, he had money. He was a rich second-generation kid through and through. When it came to fighting, he spent money to buy skill scrolls. Seeing Rong Jinhui pull out a forbidden magic scroll used by mages, the dark god was utterly stunned.
These brats really didn't want to let him live. Stop, stop.
Perhaps it was the sheer threat of the forbidden magic scroll in Rong Jinhui's hands that made the dark god finally relent, his face full of fear.
At this point, the dark god's speech was a bit airy. After all, Wu Zihua had knocked out 2 of his front teeth.
Stop hitting me, tell Chen Fan I agree to his terms. That's right, while Rong Jinhui and Wu Zihua were beating the dark god senseless, Chen Fan was sitting leisurely on the side playing on his phone. Even though there was no signal, his phone had offline games.
Wu Zihua, however, wasn't done yet.
He hadn't even used his fairy wand to its full potential. As expected, the weapon was just as aggressive as its owner.
The fairy
wand pulled the rolling pin out of the dark god's mouth with force, then angrily knocked the rolling pin on the dark god's head. The sharp thud echoed loudly.
Rong Jinhui couldn't help but comment, getting hit on the head by a fairy wand with a rolling pin, and it makes such a loud sound?
I bet your head's full of water. The dark god actually somewhat agreed with Rong Jinhui's assessment. If only he had agreed to hand over his authority to Chen Fan.
Earlier, he might have avoided this suffering.
He never expected Chen Fan to be so formidable, daring to challenge even the gods.
What
he truly didn't anticipate was that Rong Jinhui and Wu Zihua, who were with Chen Fan, turned out to be the real ruthless characters.
These 2 were definitely not good people.
Rong Jinhui and Wu Zihua left with a sense of satisfaction.
At this moment, Chen Fan finally appeared before the dark god. Where's the authority? He didn't bother with any pleasantries, diving straight into the matter.
The dark god rolled his eyes dramatically and indeed handed over another authority to Chen Fan, though it was insignificant.
He needed to divert Chen Fan's attention and seize the opportunity to escape. If he continued to relinquish authority, it would start to affect his core interests.
And those core authorities of the dark god were tied to the light god and involved other deities. These were crucial to the dark god and absolutely could not be lost. Chen Fan sensed the authority power emanating from the dark god and quickly had the system absorb it.
As expected, the system immediately notified, ding.
Congratulations to the host for obtaining authority power and comprehending the divine skill, Dark Sentiment. The name sounded somewhat cryptic, but the system promptly
explained, ding. Dark Sentiment can control the emotions of any creature, instantly plunging them into gloom and discomfort. Chen Fan frowned. Isn't this just my control skill? Making people feel pain instantly and manipulating emotions. It can even control any entity, meaning it can influence the mood of gods too? Ding. Theoretically, yes.
So, this skill can throw the target into chaos and despair, possibly even leading them to self-destruction.
Chen Fan raised an eyebrow.
He continued to ponder, as divergent thinking helped him grasp deeper laws. So, if I want someone to feel down, I
can make them feel down? Does that mean I can even make the heavenly Tao emotionally collapse? As long as it's a negative emotion, it's possible? Ding.
Congratulations to the host for comprehending the essence of Dark Sentiment. The divine skill Dark Sentiment has been upgraded to 7 emotions and 6 desires. You can now instill any of the 7 emotions and 6 desires into any entity. 7 emotions and 6 desires sounded even more powerful. Just as Chen Fan was immersed in his comprehension, the dark god was horrified to discover that the authority power within him was
surging uncontrollably toward Chen Fan. Indeed, the authority he had given was minimal. But Chen Fan's comprehension ability was too strong.
The previous lights-out skill had been transformed by Chen
Fan into time manipulation.
Now, he had directly upgraded dark sentiment into 7 emotions and 6 desires. He could make anyone happy or miserable at will.
Even the Dark God himself didn't possess such capabilities.
The authority power of dark sentiment within the Dark God began to flow madly toward Chen Fan, completely out of his control.
Boom! The Dark God's pitch-black head suddenly exploded.
Chen Fan quickly retreated, avoiding the impact of the explosion.
The dark head shattered into powder, scattered by the wind, and vanished without a trace. What was that? Rong Jinhui was
startled, relieved that Chen Fan had reacted swiftly.
What was even stranger was that the explosion seemed to deliberately avoid Chen Fan's position. Otherwise, Chen Fan would have been injured. That's brutal. It's practically self-destruction.
Rong Jinhui stared at the exploded head of the Dark God in shock.
It can even self-destruct? Indeed, self-destruction was extremely rare. Chen Fan looked bewildered. He just ran away like that? Ding!
That's right, he just fled. You took advantage of him too much.
Even the system couldn't help but comment.
The Dark God had originally intended
to give Chen Fan only a tiny bit of authority.
Unexpectedly, Chen Fan's comprehension was so extraordinary that he absorbed most of the Dark God's authority, even understanding powers that the
Dark God himself hadn't mastered.
The Dark God felt utterly aggrieved. Staying near Chen Fan any longer would only lead to being completely drained, leaving him with nothing. He decided to cut his losses
and escape, blowing up his own head to minimize the damage. After all, he had only lost 2 minor authorities.
When the Dark God opened his eyes again, he was clearly back in the Divine Temple, but
he felt his head wasn't sturdy enough, and his vision was very limited. His eyes were even shaking. Yes, shaking.
It was as if his eyes were floating in water, gently swaying with the current.
Before the God of Darkness could figure out what was happening, he saw the face of the God of Life. Sorry, I got a bit excited just now and threw you out like a ball. But don't worry, I'll take good care of you. You'll soon grow a complete head again. To be honest, the protective barriers on those ancient buildings in the Dragon Kingdom are quite impressive. I originally thought it only destroyed your body, at least your primordial spirit should still be intact. But when I was restoring your head, I found your primordial spirit was gone. I'm really sorry for the severe damage to your primordial spirit. A primordial spirit without a head might take a long time to recover, right? The God of Life looked at the God of Darkness with eyes full of pity. But the God of Darkness was still shaken to the core. Pity? That was purely his good luck. Blowing up the part of his primordial spirit in his head was the only way he had to escape. Otherwise, his divinity might have already been completely stripped away by Chen Fan. If it were the God of Light in front of him, the God of Darkness might have confided and shared his experience. But in front of him was just the God of Life, who seemed to understand nothing. The God of Darkness didn't even have the interest to explain. He had no idea what kind of God this was. This God was truly powerful. If this guy appeared in the divine realm, everyone would be doomed. They might be completely plundered by him. Or perhaps he would strip away their divinity and enjoy it gleefully. This was a god from the Dragon Kingdom. Wait, how could the Dragon Kingdom have a god? Could it be that the land of the gods had been unsealed? As for that sub-god created by the God of Light, specifically to grant a title of patron to some little guy in the Dragon Kingdom, the God of Darkness didn't take that so-called sub-god seriously at all. He never considered that the sub-god might actually be Chen Fan. How powerful could a sub-god brought out by the God of Light be? How could it possibly compare to this brutal guy in front of him? Therefore, the God of Darkness believed that Chen Fan was a newly born Eastern deity from the Divine Oracle, and the awakening of an Eastern deity meant that the slumbering Eastern gods might all awaken. If they woke up, what would happen? Would the divine power and authority absorbed by the 9 gods from the southern heavenly gate back then have to be returned? The God of Darkness dared not and could not think further. He was very certain that Chen Fan was a god from the east. Ordinary gods wouldn't mistake it, let alone one of the 9 great gods like him. The sub-god created by the God of Light was called the God of Wealth in the Dragon Kingdom, used to attract fortune. And it was just a sub-god. Could it be this fierce? The God of Darkness felt that if he hadn't reacted quickly this time and immediately faked his death, he might have truly died at Chen Fan's hands. The God of Life was still rambling on the side,
but the god of darkness couldn't be bothered to respond. He closed his eyes and began to recover his strength. Meanwhile, Chen Fan was still explaining to the system, how is it excessive for me to take advantage of the situation? This is normal, isn't it? Anyway, the god of darkness has to recruit followers and grant them some special authority. Since it's going to be given away anyway, what's the difference between giving it to someone else and giving it to me? Chen Fan's logic was strong, and with just a few words, he managed to confuse
the system.
The system, feeling dizzy, said to Chen Fan, "Ding dong, host, keep it up.
You're doing great."
"Not bad, host, this time you've really hit the jackpot."
That statement wasn't wrong. This time, Chen Fan had indeed hit the jackpot.
However, after the god of darkness disappeared, Chen Fan noticed that the secret realm in front of him began to collapse and gradually dissipate. He used his mental power to communicate with everyone. "You can all close your eyes now and prepare to be teleported back.
Once you're back, make sure to give Yu Mingni a good scolding. Clear out all
those strange ideas in her head. Writing all that nonsense caused us so much trouble." Lin Shushi and Su Zhe initially wanted to say a few words in defense of Yu Mingni,
but when they thought about Yu
Mingni's wild imagination pairing up random characters, possibly dragging the two of them into it, just the thought gave them a headache. Forget it, they had to make sure Yu Mingni learned her lesson and stopped writing such inexplicable things. The collapse of the secret realm took less than a minute. When everyone opened their eyes again, they were awakened by a single sentence from Yu Mingni. She was probably the only one who hadn't entered the Heart Demon's secret realm.
How could you write the ending as a tragedy? It should have been a happy ending. My brain is about
to explode, Yu Mingni complained, holding her head in pain.
Chen Fan smirked. Thanks, at least you didn't write any adult content.
Yu Mingni shook her head angrily.
I did write it, but you all killed the character before you got to that part. And you made them so angry they self-destructed. Even tragic novels aren't this cruel. It's a sin. Yu Meishin sighed helplessly. Although my character
had a pretty good time in the secret realm, I have to say your CP pairings are a mess.
No wonder you got struck by lightning. Exactly, when Mingyu, who usually didn't like to complain, chimed in. Luckily, we were quick-witted this time, or we wouldn't have made it out. Tragedies are fine.
Forcing someone to self-destruct is pretty satisfying too, Chen Fan concluded.
Yu
Mingni, you should read more uplifting books and stop writing this kind of nonsense. Turns out, every girl's heart has a bit of darkness. As everyone chatted, Chen Fan noticed the floating countess in midair, who now fell to the ground with a regretful expression. Heartbroken, Chen Fan said to the countess, using the 7 emotions and 6 desires skill from his divine authority.
The
countess tilted her head, looking confused at first, as if she didn't understand what Chen Fan meant. But after he finished speaking, the seemingly aloof countess suddenly sat on the ground and began
to cry loudly, wailing.
This completely subdued her. Rong Jinhui and Wu Zihua were stunned. When they had just come out, they seemed to hear Chen Fan mention this skill.
Could it be Chen Fan's new ability? It was too powerful, it could actually control someone's emotions. However, Chen Fan didn't think it was anything special. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and kill her. If she wakes up and drags us back into that Heart Demon's secret realm, even if it's still Yu Mingni's imagination, we can just go through it a second time. Yu Mingni was furious. You ruined my imagination once, and now you want to ruin it a second time? Dream on.
Chen Fan continued, if it's someone else's imagination, like mine, you might not make it out at all.
Not trying to scare you. He was, in fact, trying to scare them.
Rong Jinhui and Wu Zihua snapped out of it, immediately drew their weapons, and charged at the countess without hesitation. Meanwhile, Chen Fan cheerfully opened the special treasure chest in the countess's bedroom. As for the fighting, that was naturally left to the little dragon. When Chen Fan entered the Heart Demon's secret realm, the little dragon hadn't followed him in. If it had, things would have been chaotic. Ding! Congratulations to the host for opening a special treasure chest. System notification, obtained divine fragment ×1.
Friendly reminder, collecting
a certain number of divine fragments can upgrade your divinity, which is faster than upgrading with the power of faith.
Chen Fan nodded, understanding. This is another way to upgrade divinity. Pretty cost-effective.
After speaking, he casually placed the divine fragment into the system space. After all, it was something obtained from a treasure chest, so putting it in the system space
made sense.
The rewards from the special treasure chest weren't much, and Chen Fan had only opened it casually.
Ding! This time, the Secret Realm clearance achieved an SSS rating. Reward, 1 Supreme. Treasure chest. Would the host like to open it now or accumulate it for next time? Ding.
If you choose to accumulate, you will receive a Supreme Treasure chest next time regardless of the rating. Having experienced similar situations before, Chen Fan chose the first option without hesitation.
Open it now. He agreed readily. Ding. Reward will not be issued at this time and will be accumulated for next time. Chen Fan thought that was fine. However, discussing ratings and treasure chests with the system seemed a bit premature, didn't it? After all, the Countess wasn't dead yet. But he knew in his heart that the Countess would die sooner or later. Not long after, Rong Jinhui suddenly screamed, "Not good, this one can't be hurt again." Everyone stopped what they were doing. They saw a red glow appear on the Countess's body. Everyone remembered that when she entered the Heart Demon's secret realm, the red light had also appeared on her body. Wu Zihua reacted quickly and immediately stepped back. Rong Jinhui hadn't reacted yet. The red light on the Countess suddenly released a repelling force. Except for Wu Zihua, who dodged in advance, and Chen Fan, who was far away. Everyone else was thrown back and heavily slammed to the ground.
Oh my old back.
Rong Jinhui held his waist and sighed helplessly. It feels like it's about to break. He wasn't the only one who thought so. Many others felt unbearable pain.
At this moment, the Countess suddenly burst into tears.
I was wrong. I was really wrong.
I shouldn't have killed so many people for my selfish desires. And trapped everyone in this blood-colored ancient castle, unable to reincarnate forever.
I was truly wrong. I will never do this again.
Her sobs were choked, and her words were unclear, making
it hard to understand without listening carefully. Suddenly, she walked toward the corner of the room.
There was a hidden door there, which she gently pushed open.
Chen Fan and the others curiously looked inside. Behind the hidden door, a faint statue could be seen.
The Countess rushed in, picked up the statue, and smashed it hard on the ground. Indeed, it was the statue of the God of Darkness.
Chen Fan and the others remembered it clearly because the statue's oversized head was too conspicuous.
The Countess, her face full of anger, stomped on the statue and cursed, "It's all your fault.
You're the one who told me to use this method to maintain my youth. Now I understand, after crying just now, what use is eternal youth.
I lost my lover, lost my friends, and even turned their flesh and blood into my pills. The years are long, and only I remain alive. It was you, this damned god, who told me to let their souls accompany me.
But I suffer every day. This place has become a secret realm anyone can enter.
Killing them can gain their souls, but I can never find happiness.
It's all your fault."
The Countess smashed the statue of the God of Darkness into pieces.
The
others had no particular reaction, but Chen Fan's expression became complicated. The Countess was clearly a devout follower of the God of Darkness, perhaps even one of the most loyal.
With the statue destroyed, the God of Darkness was undoubtedly furious. Chen Fan's guess was correct. Although the God of Darkness didn't literally spit out old blood, it was close. The God of Darkness's body was already fragile, especially the head, due to losing part of its divine essence. Now it looked even more like it was about to fall apart. The portion of divine essence in the head became even more ethereal, as if it could disappear at any moment.
The God of Darkness wanted to say something, but due to the significant loss of faith power, no sound could be made. The God of Life looked at the God of Darkness with a face full of panic.
"You don't expect me to help you die, do you? Let me tell you, I have no interest in your God of Darkness's divinity. Your divinity is full of violence and darkness, and I have no interest in it at all. Even if you forced me to accept it, I would find it disgusting."
Normally, the God of Life would never say such things, but now the God of Darkness was too
weak, so he didn't care. "And what are you?" The God of Darkness, angered by the God of Life, weakly retorted. "What audacity, to dare speak to him like that. Don't forget, your divine power was also
something we seized together from the land of slumbering eastern gods.
You're no better." The God of Life gritted his teeth and responded. Back then, the 9 gods had established their foothold
in the divine realm by seizing divine power and authority from the land of slumbering eastern gods. This allowed them to quickly grow into the most powerful gods.
But they hated anyone bringing up that history.
Except for the 9 of them, almost all other gods who knew about it had disappeared. Some were eliminated by the combined efforts of the God of Life and the God of Darkness, while others
naturally faded away over time.
Although the 9 gods had done such a thing, none of them wanted to talk about it.
Now, the God of Darkness suddenly brought it up. What was his intention? "Are you Trying to remind me that divinity wasn't obtained legitimately? Aren't you the same?
The god of life was so angry his teeth itched. Stop bringing up the Eastern gods.
The Eastern gods won't wake up. Ha ha ha. The dark god, perhaps due to a head injury, suddenly burst into laughter after hearing the words of the god of life. Is that so? The Eastern god can't wake up?
The Eastern god has
already awakened.
The god of life immediately recalled that strange building and the indestructible barrier outside. That Eastern god was granted authority by the god of light, establishing a new god, a subgod of the god of light. Just wait, our god of light will soon ascend to become the supreme god.
The god of life firmly supported the god of light. The dark god fell silent, his gaze filled with pity. Do you think I ended up like this just because of that transparent barrier? I'm not that fragile. The Eastern dragon has already awakened. The things we did back then, we will have to repay them.
All of it must be repaid. The dark god suddenly sat up, his face twisted in fury. But the god of life slapped him back down onto the bed, causing him to quickly fall back into a deep
sleep. Stop rambling, the god of life muttered, rubbing his sore hand with irritation.
Truly, he had never encountered such an annoying individual.
However, was the Eastern dragon really about to awaken?
A group of people stared blankly at the countess as she suddenly smashed the statue, tears streaming down like rain.
Rong Jinhui glanced at Chen Fan. Can we still keep killing? As soon
as he finished speaking, Rong Jinhui felt the power of the countess's glare. If she weren't crying so hard she could barely breathe, she would have already lashed out at him.
Chen Fan cleared his throat. Of course, you can regain happiness.
You are no longer bound by the dark god.
The world is vast, and you are free to soar. Don't forget, in this world, you are the true master.
His words were beautifully spoken. At the same time, Chen Fan quietly activated his divine authority skill, 7 emotions and 6 desires, subtly altering the countess's mood.
At least now, she didn't feel like crying as much.
Her tears finally stopped. To be honest, when the countess cried, a pile of ghostly tears fell to the ground.
Chen Fan instructed the little dragon to collect them. The little dragon
moved swiftly, quickly cleaning up the tears on the ground, then floated over with a small basin, diligently catching the tears under the countess's chin. Honestly, this was a bit unreasonable, even
somewhat shameless.
When the countess finally stopped crying altogether, Chen Fan seemed to hear the little dragon sigh.
Without tears, how could the little dragon survive? Without ghostly tears, how could the little dragon complete its master's task?
Chen Fan smiled helplessly.
These pets could be overly persistent at times. If the task wasn't completed, so be it. Before he could say anything, the countess's face showed a hint of relief. You're right. I should pursue freedom.
I was indeed wrong. I shouldn't have trapped these souls here. They should be allowed to reincarnate, to ascend to heaven, rather than staying here with me in loneliness.
Thank you for helping me understand. You've brought clarity to my confused mind.
With that, she waved her hand, farewell, and thank you.
A ball of red light instantly entered Chen Fan's body.
Before he could see clearly what it was, a score panel popped up in front of him. Clearance record score, clearance content, 2nd tier. Secret realm, bloodstained castle, catastrophe level, clearance rating, SSS level, clearance team, team leader, Chen Fan, team members, Lin Shushi, Suze, Yu Mengni, Rong Jinhui, Wu Zihua, Mengling, Yu Meixin, Wen Mingyu, Yu Ziki, detailed score, team leader, Chen Fan, outstanding performance, perfectly completed the task, highest output, achieved SSS level rating.
The comments
were densely packed, with each team member's performance evaluated in detail. At the end, there was also a damage output chart.
Lin Shushi's face turned green after reading it. I'm a combat class. Can't you give me some face? Ranking me 5th?
Chen Fan and his 3 dormitory brothers all made the list. Chen Fan ranked first in output, followed by Suze, Meng Ling, Rong Jinhui, and Wu Zihua at
the bottom.
Lin Shushi, despite being a combat class, only slightly outperformed the girls. The more awkward thing was that her output was actually worse than the merchant Yuziki.
Merchants inherently don't have high attack power. I really don't understand. Lin Shushi looked bewildered, on the verge of breaking down.
I can accept Suze being ahead of me, but why is Rong Jinhui stronger than
me?
Of course, because I've collected a lot of skill scrolls. Rong Jinhui cheerfully pulled out a pile of scrolls from his chest and smiled smugly at Lin Shushi. Lin Shushi was speechless.
So it was all about money. He gave up. There was no way to compete. Chen Fan and the others appeared in the school's secret realm hall.
As soon as they were teleported out, they were blinded by a flash of
White light.
It turned out that reporters, armed with cameras, phones, and other equipment, had their flashlights fully on, creating an extremely exaggerated scene.
You guys are way over the top.
Chen Fan shielded his eyes and shouted, "I'm going blind here."
Lin Shuao said coldly from the side, blinded from crying. You guys went into the secret realm without even telling us. Is the school counselor just for show? Chen Fan felt a bit awkward. We thought the secret realm was simple, so we went in on our own.
It turned out to be pretty simple. We even cleared the calamity level 1.
Lin Shuao raised an eyebrow. Simple? Then how did you pass the Heart Demon secret realm? Yu Mingyi couldn't help but complain. The Heart Demon secret realm used my imagination. They completely ruined my vision.
I was thinking of a happy and fulfilling story, but it turned into a heart-wrenching tragedy.
Chen Fan nodded in agreement. Yeah, we had to do the opposite to get through. It was pretty simple. As they were talking, the secret realm hall suddenly echoed with the temple's announcement. Congratulations to Chen Fan and his team for clearing the calamity level Scarlet Castle, achieving an SSS rating, and fulfilling the Countess's wish, earning her favor. Lin Shuao curiously asked, fulfilling the Countess's favor? What kind of task was that? Chen Fan remained silent.
Rong Jinhui frowned in thought, then laughed and said, I know.
We made the Countess cry. Maybe she likes that kind of style.
Actually, the skill that made her cry was cast by Chen Fan.
Rong Jinhui
had seen with his own eyes how the Countess cried her heart out.
Lin Shuao said, it's a second-tier secret realm.
I'm not too familiar with Scarlet Castle. Chen Fan, inspired, said, we just made her cry, and she suddenly repented.
Maybe it fulfilled some kind of wish.
The reporters and students were busy taking notes, but something about it felt off.
The temple's announcement continued,
leaving even Chen Fan shocked. Due to fulfilling the Countess's wish, Scarlet Castle has transformed into a small world, becoming Chen Fan's exclusive property.
Chen Fan, please proceed to the temple for registration. This news left Chen Fan stunned.
So secret realms could actually turn into private small worlds.
The campus originally didn't have any small worlds. For example, the cinema
secret realm they had visited before was actually a small world. Rong Jinhui's eyes widened, and he hurriedly urged, Boss, go register at the temple quickly. This is your private small world.
Lin Shuao couldn't help but laugh. The small world is already yours, just go register.
I never thought you could conquer Scarlet Castle.
Do you know how many people have died there? Especially in the Heart Demon's secret realm, very few can pass it. By the way, now that it's a small world, you can even negotiate with the Countess to see if she can help those lost in the Heart Demon's secret realm. Release them. She does have that ability. Lin Shuao's eyes sparkled as she said, you could even gain some benefits in the process.
This was the first time anyone had heard of someone being able to release people from the Heart Demon
secret realm. Rong Jinhui was startled. Can they really be released? What if they come out as corpses? What do you mean by that? Corpses? Are you kidding me? Lin Shuao rolled her eyes at him helplessly. The people around them also stared at them.
She couldn't help but pat Rong Jinhui on the shoulder.
Stop talking nonsense. Let's head back to the classroom. I have something to discuss with you all. Rong Jinhui, still confused, nodded. Not long after, they arrived at a classroom.
Lin Shuao led everyone inside, and a special formation was set up outside the classroom. This is a classroom specifically designed for our support department, but in reality, it's a small secret realm.
You can think of
it as a special little world. Lin Shuao thought for a long time before finding the right words.
Can you understand the concept of a little world? She looked at Chen Fan. You should know how to open it. Chen Fan was full of confusion.
After thinking carefully, he vaguely remembered that when he left the secret realm earlier, the Countess seemed to have left something on him. A trace of red light entered Chen Fan's body.
Lin Shuao looked at Chen Fan and confidently
said that he already had the little world of the Blood Castle within him. The others, upon hearing this, looked at Chen Fan with anticipation.
Chen Fan was initially stunned, then fell into deep thought. Rong Jinhui, who had been very
excited, quickly added, Big brother, think carefully.
That little world should be inside you.
I remember the Countess gave you a trace of red light at the end.
Chen Fan nodded. That's true, it seems so. But I don't know where the key is. There should be a key to enter the little world, right? That made sense.
Everyone, who had been excited just moments ago, now became puzzled. However, the confusion didn't last long. Soon, everyone began to brainstorm and propose various ideas.
Yuziki frowned and said, Why don't you check yourself first? Take off all your clothes, and we'll search piece by piece. Lin Shueyo was startled. Sweetheart, are you just saying that casually? You can't say things like that. Yuziki then realized what she had said and quickly coughed. I meant let the guys help you search. I wouldn't help Chen Fan check. Even if I wanted to, Chen Fan wouldn't agree. Yumeixin glanced at Chen Fan. As a charmer, she was very sensitive to emotions. Maybe he would agree. Chen Fan froze, trying hard to hide his thoughts. Yumeixin was truly sharp, even though he had hidden it so deeply, she still noticed. Seeing Chen Fan's subtle reaction, Yumeixin almost burst out laughing. Chen Fan's face turned as red as a ripe apple, and he awkwardly said, let's look for it tomorrow. We just came out of the second-tier secret realm. Counselor, we want to rest for a bit or maybe have some hot pot. Or something. Chen Fan needed time to find the so-called key. He even summoned the system. Ding! The key is in your mental world. You can open it as long as you call for it. However, you need to find a suitable place to set up the teleportation array. It can't be summoned here because this place isn't suitable for placing the array. You need a spacious area. The system explained clearly. Chen Fan briefly explained, and Lin Shueyo also expressed her understanding. Alright, since you just came out of the second-tier blood castle, take some time to rest. The school might replan your development route. You should know that Tsinghua University has a special training plan for every student. Each one is different. So, I suggest that during this period, you absolutely must not enter any second-tier secret realms. This is an order and must be followed. The school will adjust everyone's training plans based on your situation. Don't worry, when the time comes, even if you don't want to go, you'll have to. I'll discuss with the other teachers and try to ensure that you complete your third transition in the first semester of your freshman year. What do you think? What opinions could they have? Both Chen Fan and the others were very satisfied. After all, this was exactly their plan. That's right, we originally wanted a perfect third transition so we could go to the temple to claim the SSS level. Rewards and perfect items, Rong Jinhui said excitedly. Lin Shueyo nodded. I'll do my best to fight for it. You are all excellent students and indeed deserve this. But aside from this, do you have any other requests? Tsinghua has always adjusted training plans based on students' needs. Chen Fan looked at the people behind him and stated his request. I need to team up with them. Our team cannot be split up, at least not before graduation. Are you kidding? If we split up, how can we get an SSS rating? Lin Shueyo looked troubled. I need to discuss this with the other teachers. Her words made everyone's heart sink. The most anxious person wasn't Chen Fan, but the classmates who had always wanted to get close to him. Rong Jinhui exploded directly. Why is it suddenly not allowed? We've always gone into the secret realm with Chen Fan. Lin Shueyo smiled helplessly, but you are all students from the support academy. You're all support roles. At this moment, Wu Zihua used his dual academy status to refute. Who says I'm still support? I'm now a student of the Combat Academy. Back then, they chose dual academies because of their interests. That's right, I'm also a student of the Combat Academy. We must find a support to team up with us. Yumeing's eyes lit up, surprised that these people were so sensible. I'm now a combat major student. Such arguments left Lin Shueyo both amused and exasperated. I'll do my best to fight for it, but don't go overboard. After all, you've all obtained perfect job transfer items. Other students from different majors will be envious and will definitely ask for your help, and it will be paid. Don't worry. Moreover, students from the support academy already have assistance activities, and everyone must participate. For now, I'll help you modify your training plan. Adjusting the training plan wasn't something Lin Shueya could decide alone. She had to take their recent secret realm data, discuss it with 12 professional course teachers, and get signatures from the vice principal and principal before it could be approved. Lin Shueya felt that sending Chen Fan and the others to the training camp was a waste of talent. Clearly, they performed better and deserved a superior training plan. After saying this, she hurriedly left. Chen Fan and the others let out a long sigh of relief. What now? Rong Jinhui asked excitedly. Lin Shueyo is already on vacation. As long as we notify the school, we can go anywhere. Let's go out and have fun. Good idea, Chen Fan nodded. Where should we go? To my house, Yumeixin said decisively. My house is in Longcheng. Is your house fun? Rong Jinhui's eyes lit up. You must have parents at home, right? Is it appropriate to bring parents along to play? Let's decide what to eat first. I think going to Yume Shin's house for a meal might disturb her family. How about hot pot? Chen Fan wanted hot pot and was ready to go alone if no one agreed. Sure, sure. Most of the team was willing to go along with Chen Fan's idea. Whatever Chen Fan said, that was the plan. Although Yume Shin felt a bit dissatisfied, since Chen Fan had already spoken, even if she couldn't bring him home this time, she believed there would be another chance. I'm satisfied with hot pot. Then hot pot it is, Wu Zihua said excitedly. Quick, find a really good restaurant. Yume Shin, you live in Longcheng, right? You should know the best place to eat. Yume Shin put away her little thoughts and smiled. I know a place with great food. You'll definitely like it. Half an hour later, they arrived at a farm near Longcheng. Can we eat hot pot here? This place is an eco-park. Yume Shin, are you sure the hot pot here is good? Chen Fan hesitated at the entrance of the eco-park, unsure whether to go in. The eco-park looked particularly upscale, and it seemed like a small ecological system inside. They even saw cows running on the farm, but these weren't ordinary cows. These cows looked strange, like monsters you'd only see in mysterious secret realms. For example, the cow in the distance had star-like spots all over its body, and its massive head was staring at them intently. I've seen this cow in the illustrated guide. This type of cow only exists in 5th-tier secret realms. We're only at the 2nd tier, no wonder that cow keeps staring at us. Rong Jinhui felt creeped out by the cow's gaze and hid behind Wu Zihua. Chen Fan, however, understood this type of cow, having learned a lot of theoretical knowledge in high school. Although there were countless monsters in secret realms, the secret realm monsters in Longcheng were mandatory content for all high school students. The strange cow in front of them was a must-learn topic at Longcheng High School. The meat of this cow was particularly delicious, and its milk was rich and fragrant. Both bulls and cows could produce milk. Bull milk had a slightly fishy taste, while cow milk tasted better and even had beauty-enhancing effects. More impressively, feeding it to babies could provide comprehensive nutrition, helping them grow stronger. In other words, this cow was very valuable. Every part of it was a treasure, even its manure could be used as feed. Of course, who would eat that was unclear. This cow has poor eyesight. Chen Fan, being a native of Longcheng and having attended Longcheng High School, was well aware of the characteristics of this cow. So it always seems to be staring at you, but in reality, its gaze is unfocused and it doesn't know where to look, which makes it appear silly. Is that so? Rong Jinhui felt a bit embarrassed. I hadn't noticed that before. Chen Fan smiled and said, I didn't know before either. This place looks really upscale. I was originally planning to settle for Haiti Leo. Can we afford to spend at a place like this? Yume Shin waved her hand. Don't worry, I have a gold card here, 50% off. This meal is on me. Sis, I want that mixed dipping sauce with fish mint, Chinese tune, celery, spinach, cilantro, and dandelion, the spicy one. Rong Jinhui started ordering. Chen Fan frowned as he listened to the list of ingredients. Celery and spinach were still normal, but fish mint, Chinese tune, dandelion, and cilantro, what on earth were those? Yume Shin was stunned after hearing this, looking at him in confusion. You plan to mix all of these together to eat? Of course, you have to eat vegetables with hot pot, Rong Jinhui said confidently. Don't you eat vegetables? Chen Fan expressed his stance. Vegetables are a must, but not in such a strange way. How about we get a 9-grid hot pot, and Rong Jinhui can have 1 grid all to himself. As they spoke, the group had already entered the manor. This manor was truly thoughtful. Inside, there was an ecological garden, a fruit orchard, a dedicated entertainment area with computer games, and of course, a hotel. Yume Shin booked a room for each of them, all single rooms equipped with computers. Let's have a great time today. This place is pretty nice, Yume Shin said, holding the card. This meal is on me. Chen Fan, don't hold back. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have qualified to enter the 2nd-tier secret realm. You deserve this. Chen Fan nodded, not holding back at all. He knew very well that if he hadn't brought these people along, binding with students from the Combat Academy to enter the secret realm would have cost him a fortune. Successfully clearing the 2nd-tier secret realm was a rare opportunity, with people willing to pay millions to get in. So this time, Chen Fan was truly generous. Rong Jinhui took the initiative. If we get a 9-grid hot pot, it might be inconvenient for you all. Just get me a separate pot. Chen Fan found Rong Jinhui quite sensible. Getting a separate pot is the smart choice. You're really something. Rong Jinhui nodded and recommended his favorite dish again. Fish mint with dandelion is really delicious. Cilantro is just a garnish. Brother Fan, why don't you give it a try? Such a sincere invitation left Chen Fan a bit overwhelmed. Forget it, no thanks. To be honest, Rong Jinhui's taste was quite unique. When the dishes were served, both Wu Zihua and Su Zhe had complex expressions. Meng Ling was even more decisive, directly distancing herself from Rong Jinhui, clearly ready to bolt for the door. Rong Jinhui looked distressed. Even if you don't like it, don't be so harsh on me, okay? When Mingyu, usually not much of a talker, couldn't help but say, the fact that we're sitting in the same private room, eating these vegetables, is already pretty good. Exactly, Chen Fan joined in the fun. If it were my old temper, you'd have been kicked out long ago. Of course, Chen Fan was just joking. Rong Jinhui quickly said, I'll hold onto the boss's thigh tightly and never let go. To be honest, this place was indeed nice. Whether you wanted hot pot or something else, it had everything. The only downside was the price. Being a bit steep, although Chen Fan didn't pay the bill and the menu didn't show prices, it was clear that the food they ate was made from ingredients sourced from the secret realm. Anything from the secret realm, regardless of its stage, was very expensive. Chen Fan suddenly blurted out, can we open a similar manor ourselves? I have a bit of a wild idea. Now that we have a small world, we could find specialties in it and open a small manor. What do you think? Chen Fan's idea was good, but it wasn't easy to implement. Of course, we'd first need to confirm if the things from the Scarlet Castle are edible. When he said this, everyone was stunned for a moment. Yu Meishin reacted quickly, covering her mouth as she laughed, you're right. If the things from the Scarlet Castle are edible, that would be quite something. Eat zombies? Su Zhe said excitedly. That's the Scarlet Castle, full of ghostly creatures. Wouldn't everything there be poisonous? Su Zhe was most interested in poison. Corpse poison was still poison. Wu Zihua sighed helplessly, unable to understand Su Zhe's train of thought. I can understand extracting toxins from zombies, but saying you want to eat zombies? That's just too weird. Old Su, Yu Mingyi said earnestly, I don't mind you eating other things, but if you want to eat zombies, I advise you to think twice. That stuff can't taste good. Lin Shushi, though focused on eating, as a student of the Combat Academy, consumed much more energy than students from the Support Academy. Besides that, the food here was truly delicious, making it hard to resist taking a few extra bites. The issues you're talking about are just too ridiculous. Who would eat zombies? Someone couldn't help but laugh and refute. Pets. Maybe some pets like eating zombies? We could grind zombies into feed, Su Zhe said seriously, though it sounded like a joke. At first, Chen Fan thought Su Zhe's words were absurd. But now, it seemed Su Zhe made too much sense. This guy was simply a genius. Chen Fan gave him a thumbs up. You're amazing. The day ended in laughter and joy, with smiles on everyone's faces. They even booked separate rooms, one for each person. That night, they set up 2 mahjong tables and took turns playing several rounds. They played until midnight, only stopping when they felt tired and returned to their rooms to rest. They didn't play mahjong all night because the secret realm exploration during the day had already been exhausting. Kids their age weren't particularly addicted to mahjong. Everything went smoothly, and they even had a little drink that night. After finishing mahjong, everyone went back to their rooms to rest. Yu Meishin sent Chen Fan a WeChat message, I want to talk to you. In fact, Yu Meishin had come with a mission. Her father wanted to discuss a business deal with Chen Fan and had specifically asked his daughter to make the introduction. Along the way, Yu Meishin had been thinking about how to bring it up. Finally, she had the chance that night. Unexpectedly, Chen Fan didn't give her the opportunity because he didn't reply at all, likely falling asleep as soon as he lay down. Yu Meishin sighed and could only helplessly lie back in bed. The next morning, when Chen Fan woke up, he felt a bit strange. He habitually touched his chest. Something felt off. Why did this feeling seem so familiar? He froze for a moment, then suddenly remembered that during his time in the secret realm, he had entered a heart demon realm based on Yu Mingni's imagination. In that realm, he was forced to play the role of a woman. At the time, he felt like there were 2 large lumps hanging on his chest and thought he was sick. Just now, lying down, that feeling had returned. Could I have entered the secret realm again? Chen Fan spoke, but the voice he heard wasn't his own, it was Yu Meishin's. Chen Fan? Chen Fan. He quickly ran to the mirror and looked at himself carefully. Sure enough, as he had suspected, he had become Yu Meishin. Am I really Yu Meishin? He pinched himself, and it hurt. It was exactly like you. Mei Xin. System, where are you?
Chen Fan was completely at a loss about what was happening and could only turn to the system for help, hoping it had a
solution. Ding dong, I'm here. What's going on with me now? Have I entered the secret realm again? Why am I here? This isn't my room, and this isn't my body. Chen Fan was full of questions. Ding dong, scanning in progress. Ding dong, scanning complete. Ding dong, your body has swapped with you. Mei Xin's.
Now, Mei Xin's soul is in your body, but because I am bound to your soul, I followed along. Your professions are also soul-bound, so you can still use your own skills, while Mei Xin can use her enchantress skills.
Ding dong.
Since Mei Xin's enchantress skills modify the body, your current body now has an extremely high charm value.
Walking down the street, you'll have a very high turnback rate. This is good news for you. Chen Fan was dumbfounded. System, what's wrong with you? How is this a good thing? Are you a machine? Can you even distinguish between good and bad? His mindset was completely thrown off by the system. To be honest, this system was indeed a bit impressive. Ding dong, dear host, here's how I see it. You've now swapped into Mei Xin's body, and Mei Xin is an enchantress.
One of the enchantress's talents is the ability to attract attention, with an exceptionally
high charm value. Your previous body didn't have this advantage. In other words, you now have an additional talent. Isn't that a good thing? Ding dong. The system itself has no body and cannot understand the differences between bodies. To the system, male or female doesn't matter. Your current stats are quite good, especially with the added special skill. Chen Fan actually felt that the system made some sense. What a strange situation. Stop with the nonsense. How did I end up like this? Chen Fan almost got sidetracked by the system's words. Ding dong. Because when you came out of that second tier secret realm, the Countess gave you a special gift. That's the only explanation. To undo this state, you'll need to go to the small world and find the Countess. Chen Fan had originally planned to rest for a while before exploring that small world. They also wanted to finish exploring the other second tier secret realms first before dealing with the small world, thinking they might acquire more small worlds in the future. Exploring small worlds was very troublesome and could take years. If they were willing to hand it over to the state, things would be much simpler. Once handed over, the state would handle all exploration tasks, but the state would take the majority of the profits. Of course, Chen Fan and his team would still receive some compensation, though not as much as before.
Chen Fan felt that the second-tier secret realm wasn't very valuable and might as well let the state study it slowly.
In the
future, when higher-tier secret realms turned into small worlds, it would be more worthwhile to hand them over to the state. There were many private small worlds, most of which were low-tier, with very few high-tier ones. Just as Chen Fan thought, such matters were better left to the state. It must be the Countess forcing me into the small world, which is why she gave me this special spell.
Chen Fan's eyes widened. He hadn't expected the Countess
from the second-tier secret realm to have such abilities, being able to easily swap people's souls.
Just as Chen Fan was pondering, there was a knock at the door. Without much thought, he opened it.
Standing at the door was his own body, or more accurately, his original body.
Looking at his own body, Chen Fan felt strange. He was tall, while Mei Xin was a bit short.
To be honest, I look pretty handsome from this angle, Chen Fan said, a bit
narcissistically, blurting it out. Mei Xin's face darkened. Big brother, do you understand what's going on now?
Mei Xin looked at him helplessly, her eyes
sly. This isn't the time for that. Hurry up and let me in. Chen Fan nodded and pulled her into the room.
They closed the door, completely unaware that
someone outside was eavesdropping.
Outside, Rong Jinhui quietly opened a crack in the door, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he watched Chen Fan
and Mei Xin enter the room. Holding his phone, he secretly told someone, "I've got big news." Early this morning, Chen Fan went to find Mei Xin and even entered her room. "What?" The first to reply was Wu Zihua. "What nonsense are you spouting so early in the morning, dragging us into the group?" Turns out it's big news. Did they really go into the same room? Meng Ling hurriedly urged Rong Jinhui, "What are you standing there for? Quickly go to the door and eavesdrop. What exactly are the two of them talking about?"
Rong Jinhui replied calmly, "Big brother, isn't it inappropriate for me to stand
at the door and eavesdrop like this? What if Chen Fan finds out and doesn't take me into the secret realm next time?"
Su Zhe looked puzzled. "That's
strange.
The two of them have never had any sparks. Yumei, as a charmer, often hints at Chen Fan, but he never reacts.
Why is he suddenly taking the initiative today?
Rong Jinhui said excitedly. Yumei was so happy that she pulled Chen Fan inside.
Looks like we're about to witness the first couple. Here. That's great. I'm looking forward to the drama. Su Zhe rubbed his hands and laughed. Should I add some love catalyst for them? Lin Shushi's eyes lit up. Whoa, you've learned that skill? Why didn't you use it earlier to help your buddies? Do you even need it? Su Zhe scoffed. From elementary school to university, when have you ever stopped? This is for two clueless people. Using it on you? The girls at Tsinghua University would be doomed. Wrong. Jinhui didn't idle around, he even pulled a few girls from the dormitory into the group. Not only that, but he immediately renamed the group to 3 bold characters, strategist group. Yuzuki raised an eyebrow and sent a confused voice message. What does this mean? Rong Jinhui excitedly recounted everything he had just seen and concluded. Chen Fan and Yumei are definitely dating. Or maybe they've just started and aren't very familiar yet. We need to help them, we're all their strategists. You girls are the strategists for the female side, and we're the strategists for the male side. The strategists need to cooperate to ensure their relationship goes smoothly. Judging by their behavior, they clearly don't understand dating, so we need to take the lead and charge forward. Omitting Rong Jinhui's passionate strategist motivational speech spanning 10,000 words. Honestly, Rong Jinhui was more excited about gossip than anyone else, feeling like he was practically Zhuge Liang. Meng Ling and Wu Zihua were also willing to play the role of strategists. After all, this was a big deal for Chen Fan. While Rong Jinhui was speaking passionately, Yumei and Yuzuki fell silent. Yuzuki hadn't expected to receive such explosive news early in the morning. No wonder Yumei insisted on arranging separate rooms for everyone yesterday. I was foolishly persuading people to let the girls share one room and the boys another, so we could book just 2 rooms and save a lot of money. I was so naive. Yuzuki looked frustrated. Seriously, who doesn't like Chen Fan? Is Yumei the only one who likes him? As a charmer, Yumei constantly thinks about how much others like her and always talks about wanting to win over Chen Fan. The girls in the dorm all thought Yumei wouldn't succeed because Chen Fan had never responded to her advances. If there was any chance, it would have happened long ago, maybe even on the first day of school. But Chen Fan had never taken Yumei seriously. Yuzuki even felt that she had spent more time with Chen Fan than Yumei. In the special secret realm of the Blood Castle, Yumei had hinted that every time she tried to win over Chen Fan, she failed. When they entered the Heart Demon's secret realm, Yumei transformed into a graceful young man, becoming a heartthrob and feeling absolutely amazing. They seemed completely unrelated, so how did they suddenly get together? Seriously, if I had known earlier that Yumei and Chen Fan were together, I would have confessed long ago. Is it over just like that? Yuzuki felt a pang of regret, thinking it was such a shame she hadn't acted first. At this point, she didn't even want to look at the group messages anymore. Every time she opened them, it felt like being pricked by needles. If only I had been more proactive. If only I had known. Chen Fan liked assertive girls. Men really do prefer women who take the initiative. This saying is absolutely true. Yuzuki was so frustrated she pounded her chest and finally stormed into the bathroom to take a shower. Meanwhile, when Mingyu stared at her phone screen, watching Rong Jinhui's impassioned speech in the group chat debates about whether or not to be strategists, suddenly, a tear fell onto the screen. She was startled and reached out to wipe it away. Staring at the tear on the back of her hand, when Mingyu felt helpless, wanting to cry but unable to speak for a long time. How could he suddenly be with Yumei? I know I'm not as passionate and outgoing as Yumei, when Mingyu said tearfully, her tears streaming through her fingers. However, her sadness only lasted for about 10 minutes. She opened her swollen eyes and whispered, if you've truly chosen her, I'm willing to help you, willing to be your strategist. After adjusting her emotions, when Mingyu picked up her phone again and started giving Rong Jinhui advice, wondering if the two strategists could help Chen Fan and Yumei get together, Yumei also felt a significant emotional gap. She hadn't expected Chen Fan, who had always shown little interest in Yumei, to actually be with her. However, unlike when Mingyu, she didn't cry, nor did she get angry like Yuzuki. She was simply stunned by the news, sitting on her bed and staring blankly at the wall. At that moment, she received a message from Su Zhe. The message contained only a question mark.
Suze was her childhood friend, they had grown up together, and he understood Yu Mingni's
thoughts very well.
Suze knew Yu Mingni had feelings for Chen Fan, but now that Chen Fan and Yu Meixin were together, two single people alone in a
room, could they really just be chatting? Suze certainly didn't believe it.
He knew Yu Mingni must be feeling uncomfortable, so he sent a question mark.
Yu Mingni quickly replied, "It's fine. If they're sincere, I wish them well. Being a strategist is no big deal.
Sis has plenty of experience with high school relationships, being a strategist is a piece of cake."
Suze replied speechlessly, "Sis, where did you get high school relationship experience? You were the boss back then. Do you really think your little bit of experience can guide others in relationships?"
Yu Mingni immediately retorted, "Dating and being
the boss are actually quite similar. Back then, plenty of my underlings were dating, and I gave them advice. Why can't I be a strategist?" Suze held
back for a while before finally replying, "No wonder your underlings always failed in their relationships, it was all because of your advice."
Yu Mingni,
who had been feeling down, was instantly cheered up by his comment. She picked up her phone again and joined the strategist group chat.
The only ones not added to the group were Chen Fan and Yu Meixin, who were pacing anxiously in their room.
Chen Fan explained the system analysis.
"When we left, didn't the Countess shoot a red beam of light at me?
If I remember correctly, you were the closest to me at the time, and that beam contained the key to
opening the small world.
The Countess might have guessed that after obtaining the small world, we wouldn't immediately explore it but would likely go
to other secret realms first."
Although Yu Meixin found this reasoning absurd, she also felt a sense of sweetness in trouble.
"So we have to enter the small world first.
To swap our souls back, we need to find the Countess.
So what do we do now?" Chen Fan said matter-of-factly, "We absolutely can't let anyone find out."
Seeing Yu Meixin's confused expression, Chen Fan quickly explained, "Anyway, we'll soon enter the small world, find the Countess, and
resolve the soul-swapping issue.
Until we switch back, we must maintain the status quo and absolutely not let anyone know."
He concluded solemnly, "Do you want others to find out about this?
If word got out, Rong Jinhui, with his big mouth, would definitely spill the beans, and soon the entire Qinghua
would know."
Actually, as Chen Fan said this, Yu Meixin's face showed a smile instead. She even nodded happily, "Don't worry, I definitely won't leak this."
As if joking, who would want to tell others about something like this?
Yu Meixin considered this her little secret with Chen Fan.
A secret like this, who
would casually share it? Moreover, during this period, she could have close contact with Chen Fan, and it would be completely legitimate.
Who knows, over
time, the two might actually develop feelings for each other. By then, her skills could improve rapidly, and more importantly, she genuinely liked
Chen Fan. With such an opportunity, how could she let it slip away?
Yu Meixin even hoped their time in the small world could be extended indefinitely, allowing for more moments alone together. She was quite grateful to the Countess. If it weren't for her using such a special method, Yu Meixin would never have had this fresh experience.
"Let's leave it at that for now," Chen Fan frowned.
"I heard those guys still want to mess around today.
This afternoon, we'll take them to the small world."
After so many strange events in the morning, Chen Fan felt that both he and Yu Meixin needed time to sort things
out. Yu Meixin cautiously asked, "Can I stay in your room during this time? I'm a bit scared." If the two of them were together, those guys definitely wouldn't dare to disturb them, and might even think they were dating.
This way, Yu Meixin wouldn't have to face those crazy guys.
You know, the guys in the dorm were completely uninhibited around Chen Fan. Chen Fan was unanimously recognized as their boss, and sons wouldn't hold back in front of their father.
Rong Jinhui and Wu Zihua often clung to Chen Fan's arm and sucked enthusiastically,
thinking about the guys in the dorm, especially since
there were still quite a few snacks in her storage bag. Those guys would definitely be relentless. Now that Yu Meixin was in his body, if she were bullied by those guys, it would be too embarrassing. Chen Fan felt that this body swap was a disaster caused by his own carelessness. If he had kept his distance from the Countess at the time, he might have avoided it.
A young girl like Yu Meixin would definitely be scared.
"You'll stay with me, and until we switch back, don't separate," Chen Fan decided decisively.
"And these stockings, can I not wear them?"
Chen Fan grabbed the clothes on the bedside table, especially the long stockings. His face contorted. "These things are designed to torture people.
Don't you feel they're uncomfortable to wear?" Yu Meixin couldn't help but laugh when she heard him complain so seriously. "If you don't want to wear them, then don't." I'll find you some long pants and ask the hotel manager to buy them. Actually, Yumei hadn't expected such a special situation. Normally, she dressed very ladylike and loved wearing little dresses. Stockings were a must-have, and she always carried 2 pairs in her bag since they were so easy to snag. But Chen Fan definitely wouldn't like that kind of outfit. Chen Fan really couldn't stand wearing stockings. Although he was now in Yumei body, wearing her clothes made Yumei feel like she was dressing herself, as if playing with a doll, or even like playing a dress-up game. It's pretty good, just wear it like this. Mei ordered takeout for Chen Fan and also asked the delivery guy to buy him a suitable set of clothes, as she knew her own size well. Alright then. After changing into a short-sleeved shirt and long pants, Chen Fan felt much more comfortable, definitely freer than wearing stockings. Just as Chen Fan was about to leave, Yumei stopped him. Chen Fan thought she wasn't quite used to it and said to the maid behind him, "If you're not comfortable, just stay in the room. I'll go out to eat by myself." "No way, the food must be ordered from outside. Just tell the others to go eat. I'm different, I have allergies, and you need to do skincare. You can't just go out like this." Yumei was particularly strict with Chen Fan. Chen Fan looked puzzled. "What skincare? I just washed my face and brushed my teeth." After swapping bodies, Chen Fan had indeed stayed in Yumei room the whole time, so, naturally, he had washed his face. "You didn't even use facial cleanser. How did you wash your face? Show me." Yumei spoke with a serious attitude. Since it involved her own body, she wasn't careless at all. It was the first time Chen Fan had seen her so stern, especially since she was using his body to speak, which felt strange. Without thinking much, he walked to the sink, turned on the faucet, scooped some water with his hands, and randomly rubbed his face. Ah, splash. Chen Fan quickly scooped some cold water with both hands and splashed it on his face. Without even drying his hands, he shook them off and wiped his face. Yumei stared in shock. "Look, I'm done washing." Chen Fan demonstrated simply, "If it's not enough, I can wash again." "Stop washing." Yumei took a deep breath. Thankfully, the person in front of her was the one she loved most, otherwise, she would have wanted to punch him or find someone else to love. "Let me help you wash." She was getting anxious. "Big brother, that's my body. Can you take better care of it?" Chen Fan really couldn't understand how he wasn't taking care of it. He never washed his own face twice, but this morning, he'd already washed it 4 times. And still thought it wasn't enough. "Look at my face, feel yours. Isn't it smooth? I wash like this every day, and I don't even get pimples." "What's that? On your forehead?" Chen Fan pointed at a red pimple on Yumei forehead. To be honest, Chen Fan's face was indeed smooth and delicate, like tofu, without a single blemish. Yumei felt his skin and was almost stunned. How could someone who washed their face so casually have such good skin? But for Yumei, that wasn't the most important thing. She stared at the pimple on her forehead. "Why do I have such a big pimple? Could it be from eating hot pot before? That's the only possibility." As she spoke, she hurriedly took out a pile of skincare products from the cabinet. "Sit down, I'll apply some. For you." The bottles and jars were so numerous they made one's head spin. "Do you really need so many? Why not ask Wu Zihua to treat it? Maybe he can make the pimple disappear." Chen Fan said this, but in his heart, he thought Wu Zihua was like an all-purpose nanny. Despite his complaints, Chen Fan obediently sat down and let Yumei apply the skincare products. The two of them stared at each other, and the atmosphere became a bit awkward. Chen Fan quickly tried to find a topic. "What does this stuff do? It's cool and feels pretty nice. Can it get rid of pimples quickly?" Yumei expression was serious, as if having a big pimple on her face was the end of the world. Suddenly, she pressed Chen Fan into the chair and started applying a bunch of products on him. Chen Fan asked, "Why did you wash my face earlier?" Yumei replied, "To keep it fresh." Chen Fan complained, "But your lotion is so oily. My face is already oily. Even though you avoided the pimple area, my face already has oil. Washing it clean and then applying oily lotion just makes it oilier, doesn't it?" Yumei was momentarily speechless. Then, she even forced Chen Fan to wash his hair. After washing, she treated his hair like a doll's, applying hair oil to the ends. Chen Fan couldn't help but complain, "I really don't get it. You said my hair was oily and insisted on washing it. I didn't even have time to eat my breakfast delivery. Now you're applying this hair oil. Why?"
Yu Meixin, flustered by his string of questions,
snapped, "No need for so many whys. You're in my body now, so of course, I have to take good care of it. Tonight, I'll help you shower. Close your eyes."
Yu Meixin was usually gentle, but this was the first time she'd been so irritable.
Chen Fan was startled and nodded obediently. Okay. After that, Yu Meixin became even more impatient.
Probably because she was in Chen Fan's body, she no longer had her usual reservations.
After eating, practice yoga. With me.
Take a shower at noon, and use the aromatherapy and specific body lotion I prepared.
Eat less meat and more vegetables.
As she spoke, she
noticed Chen Fan looking at her with a pitying expression and couldn't help but ask angrily, "Why are you looking at me like that?" Chen Fan cautiously said, "Is your daily life always this strict? Practicing yoga after every meal? But I didn't do anything yesterday. When exactly did we switch bodies?" Yu Meixin thought for a moment.
"It should have been while we were sleeping, but I did practice yoga before bed."
Chen Fan's expression changed. "Oh, so you didn't skip a single day?" Yu Meixin nodded.
"You're in my body now, so you have to maintain my figure. I'm a charmer, my body is very important.
That pimple also needs to go away quickly."
Chen Fan was a bit speechless. "The pimples came from you eating hot pot, how is that my fault?"
Yu Meixin
directly shoved the ointment into his hand. "I didn't apply any other skincare products on the pimples.
Apply this every 3 hours, got it?"
This irritable, yet serious version of Yu Meixin was something Chen Fan had never seen before.
He could only nod obediently.
The two were busy in the room, flustered and overwhelmed, while outside the door, Rong Jinhui was also anxious, almost barging in to eavesdrop.
In fact, outside the hotel room, a group of people was peeking through the door.
Rong Jinhui pressed close to the door, listening for a long time, then chuckled, "I think Chen Fan is pretty reliable."
The two of them seemed to be chatting happily, even applying ointment. Wu Zihua's imagination ran wild, and he exclaimed in surprise, "They were that intense last night?"
Meng Ling, who lived next door to Yu Meixin, shook her head, "Impossible, I didn't hear anything."
Yu Mengyi patted Wu Zihua on the head. "What are you thinking? They weren't even together last night." Yu Ziki, upon hearing Wu Zihua's comment, felt a bit disappointed, but after hearing Yu Mengyi's clarification, she rolled her eyes. Although Yu Ziki and Wen Mingyu tried to convince themselves, even wanting to wish Chen Fan and Yu Meixin happiness, reality clearly had many complicated stories.
It's great if there are feelings involved, and even better if they can grow old together. But hearing Wu Zihua say they were together last night and it was intense made them feel a bit uncomfortable.
Now, with Yu Mengyi's explanation, both Wen
Mingyu and Yu Ziki looked at Wu Zihua differently, clearly finding him less agreeable.
Wu Zihua, still rubbing his head, looked confused. "Really? Then, what's that ointment they're applying to each other? It's not mosquito repellent, is it? This morning, they didn't eat with us but had the kitchen make a separate meal. What do you think they were doing in the room?"
"There's definitely something fishy going on," Wu Zihua said, getting more excited. Which only made Rong Jinhui more excited.
Rong Jinhui loved gossip.
"They might be coming out," Meng Ling, with her sharp hearing, immediately identified
the direction.
After speaking, everyone quickly hid in another room, leaving a small gap to secretly observe what Chen Fan and Yu Meixin were up to.
The one who came out was Yu Meixin.
But to everyone's surprise, while it looked like Yu Meixin on the surface, it was actually Chen Fan.
Yu Meixin was wearing high heels.
She was as beautiful, elegant, and composed as ever, but her walking posture was strange.
Like a gorilla wearing high heels for the first time, she walked with a limp.
"She walks worse than I do." Rong Jinhui stared at Yu Meixin's back, utterly speechless. Is this the new seductive
walking style? The legendary ancient lady's walk? Wu Zihua, utterly confused, stuck his head out to look. Yu Meixin couldn't see them and was walking toward the end of the hallway.
Her walking was so awkward it was hard to watch.
Wu Zihua glanced and nodded. This is a variation of the ancient lady's walk.
Except her legs have turned into O-shaped legs, which looks a bit awkward, but the small steps are quite similar.
Yu Mengyi stepped out. "Should I go ask what's going on?"
Just as she stepped out, Rong Jinhui grabbed her, his face looking uneasy. "Don't alert them.
Let's study this carefully in the room first."
As he spoke, Yu Mengyi noticed Yu Meixin walking back, and she quickly darted back into the room in fright.
Right after, Chen Fan came out of the room. Chen Fan looked impatient and shouted at Yu Meixin, "There are cameras in the hallway. Do you want to leave a black mark in history? Come back, your walking is so ugly. Just wear slippers instead."
Yumei nodded like a little wife but was indeed struggling to walk, holding onto the wall. "Help me." Yumei, afraid Yumei might fall, quickly went over to support her, almost dragging her back into the room.
The group in the other room was getting anxious. Rong Jinhui pounded the wall, incredulous. Was that Chen Fan yelling at Yumei just now? How come I've never seen such a fierce Chen Fan before?
Although he wasn't interested in Yumei, she was usually gentle. Yumei also felt her good impression of Chen Fan was about to shatter. She thought, if she walked as slowly as Yumei, it must be because her shoes didn't fit, and Yumei must be the same.
Actually, Yumei
just wanted to test the shoes, which was perfectly normal for a beautiful woman. But Chen Fan was so impatient that he suddenly pulled her back.
No way. Yumei suddenly stood up and strode toward the door. I have to rescue Yumei.
Their business is their own, we don't even know what's going
on. Suddenly interfering might just make us a laughingstock.
Rong Jinhui quickly stopped her, not letting her go out.
But the strong girl wasn't so easy to block.
Yumei pushed Rong Jinhui aside and knocked forcefully on the door next door. Inside, Yumei was staring at Chen Fan with a face full of frustration.
Your feet are already blistered, just change into slippers. I think walking in slippers would be more comfortable. The way you walked just now didn't look like a girl at all. Chen Fan nodded, thinking it made sense. Alright, I'll wear slippers then. Just as he was speaking, there
was a loud knock at the door, as if Yumei was about to break it down. Chen Fan and Yumei exchanged glances, and Yumei quickly darted into the bathroom, leaving Chen Fan to answer the door. After all, in others' eyes, this room belonged to Yumei, and Chen Fan was living in her body. Chen Fan opened the door, but before he could say anything, Yumei grabbed him and dragged him out.
Chen Fan was utterly confused.
Yumei, full of
concern, inspected Chen Fan from head to toe.
Of course, in her mind, she thought Chen Fan was Yumei, but her actions still made Chen Fan feel
uncomfortable.
After all, no one knew the two of them had swapped bodies. Standing there, Chen Fan felt like Yumei was some kind of rogue who had suddenly
appeared, staring him up and down incessantly.
He covered his chest and took a step back.
What are you doing? Being a rogue? Who's being a rogue? I'm worried about you, Yumei said anxiously.
Tell me, you suddenly let Chen Fan into your room, and early in the morning, you haven't even eaten.
When you came out just now, he was so mean to you, wasn't he? I really didn't expect Chen Fan to be like that. I thought he was impressive and reliable. If his personality is so bad and his emotions so unstable, I'm worried he might hit women in the future. You'd better stay away from him and not date him. Chen Fan? Chen Fan smiled bitterly inside. This felt like being slandered out of nowhere. Seeing Yumei not responding, Yumei became anxious,
grabbed her shoulders, and gave her a hug. Don't worry, I'll stand up for you. Yumei was always protective of her best friends and dorm mates.
I didn't expect Chen Fan to be like that. I'll go confront him right now. Chen Fan stood there dumbfounded, and upon hearing Yumei say she was
going to confront Chen Fan, he quickly tried to stop her.
You've misunderstood. I had something to discuss with him this morning. It's not as messy as you think. We're just a pure male-female relationship. Unexpectedly, Yumei looked at Chen Fan with an expression full of mockery and understanding, casually saying, you already said there's a male-female relationship, and you still dare to call it pure? Chen Fan? If you're lusting after his body, just admit it. Who doesn't know what you're thinking? Yumei said calmly. I used to think about it too, but seeing how you treated Chen Fan just now, I think this guy might have violent tendencies. Be good, we can't want a man like that. Chen Fan? This conversation was getting more and more nonsensical. Was Yumei really lusting after him? How did he suddenly become a violent man? Before Chen Fan could react, Yumei's best friend intervention mode had already been activated. Is this how girls talk to each other? After being bombarded by Yumei, Chen Fan was a bit dazed but finally came to his senses and said helplessly, alright, stop talking. Right now, I just need to be with Chen Fan. Don't overthink it, things between us aren't as complicated as you imagine.
He originally wanted to explain properly, at least to clear his name.
But seeing Yumei's strange expression, he simply gave up. Anyway, that's it. After lunch, we'll go to Little World this afternoon. Chen Fan promised me. After speaking, Chen Fan
felt his phone vibrate, as if someone had sent a message.
Although Chen Fan was currently using Yumei's body, the phone was still his. That's it. Chen Fan hastily ended the conversation.
After leaving that sentence, he went straight back to his room. At the door, Yumei had been waiting, afraid
he might accidentally reveal their secret. As soon as Chen Fan entered, Yumei immediately pulled him inside, her movements sneaky. This scene was clearly seen by Yumei. Chen Fan's phone rang. It was a WeChat message from Wu Zihua. If you really don't know how to date, we can give you some advice to help you and Yumei have a sweet time together. But you can't treat her like this. How can you yell at a young girl like that? Our business doesn't need your interference.
Having just been scolded by Yumei, Chen Fan had no patience left. He grabbed his phone and replied with a voice
message.
Although Yumei knew Chen Fan was currently using her body, she didn't stop him. Yumei's voice wasn't quiet, so Yumei heard everything
clearly.
It seemed everyone had misunderstood, but this matter couldn't be revealed to outsiders, so the misunderstanding had to continue.
Wu Zihua listened to the voice message, his eyes widening, because the voice came from Yumei's mouth.
Since the sound was on speaker, everyone in the room heard it.
Rong Jinhui clapped his hands and laughed. Did you hear that? That was one of the little games couples play. Why are you meddling? Wu Zihua frowned. If Chen Fan were really good at dating, he would have had a girlfriend long before entering Tsinghua University.
There's no way he'd wait until now.
And remember, Yumei is a charming girl who attracts any guy.
But every time she interacts with Chen Fan, she hits a wall.
What does that tell you?
It tells us that Chen Fan doesn't know how to pursue girls at all, so he needs us strategists to help.
I need to find a chance to talk to him properly, but now that Yumei is controlling Chen Fan's phone, I can't intervene. There's definitely something off about their current situation. Yumei, who had just come in from outside, heard this and sneered impatiently. This is just how they get along, right? Maybe we shouldn't interfere at all. Wrong.
Jinhui smiled slyly at Yumei. You specifically talked to Yumei earlier.
What did she say?
Yumei is completely love-struck and insists on
being with Chen Fan.
There's nothing I can do about it, Yumei said through gritted teeth. I think Chen Fan being so harsh is really strange.
Maybe it's just a tone issue. It didn't seem that obvious to us earlier, Rong Jinhui analyzed contentedly while munching on snacks.
First of all, it's clear.
They're dating, no doubt about that.
We need to play our role as strategists.
Even if they say they don't need us, we can't take that seriously. Wu Zihua nodded. That's the issue. Just because they say they don't need help doesn't mean they actually don't.
Both of them, Yumei and Chen Fan, clearly
don't know how to date.
Meng Ling sighed. I thought Yumei would know, but it turns out she doesn't either.
Whether what just happened was one of their little games or something else, their relationship definitely has issues. Yuzuki, listening to everyone's analysis, suddenly felt a sense of responsibility.
I think we should help them.
That makes sense, Rong Jinhui agreed. Suze nodded. Exactly. Meng Ling, I support it too. The Strategist Alliance became even more united after witnessing Chen Fan's impatience with Yumei. By the way, Yumei told me we're going to explore Little World this afternoon.
She seemed especially happy when she mentioned it. Yumei added. Rong Jinhui clapped his hands. It seems Chen Fan still
has hope.
Although his attitude is a bit off, at least he's willing to. Being able to take his girlfriend into this newly opened mini-game world is
already pretty good. Should we go with them? When Mingyu hadn't reacted yet. We're the strategists, of course we have to go. Otherwise, how much trouble could these two cause?
Rong Jinhui shook his head in frustration. Whether it was the Strategist Alliance or the Body Swap Alliance, even though they were only separated by a wall, they had already set their goals and even planned their afternoon.
But plans couldn't keep up with changes. Yumei's cousin showed up. Why did your cousin have to come at this time? And insist on treating us to lunch? Chen Fan was anxious.
Although the two had swapped bodies and looked no different on the outside, anyone familiar with them could tell something was off at a glance.
Those unaware might even think they had gone mad.
If the cousin caused a scene because of this, took Chen Fan back, and gave him a thorough scolding or even performed some ritual, that
would be a big problem. The possibility of a ritual was even higher.
The professionals here, especially the Taoists and monks, were not like the ordinary
Taoists in Chen Fan's world.
They were certified experts by the temple.
If they really performed a ritual, Chen Fan wouldn't be able to handle it.
Although the Countess hadn't explained how she made their souls swap, if a ritual were performed, Chen Fan's soul might be forced out by these Taoists. If his soul were expelled from his body, it would be a huge problem.
No one could predict what might happen. Seeing Chen Fan visibly panicked, Yumei wasn't exactly calm either. She said, although it's a bit dangerous, there's no need to be too nervous. My cousin is pretty dumb, he won't notice. My cousin is here because this farm is actually our family's property. Chen Fan gasped, your family's property still needs you to manage it and even pay half the money? That's just how it is with a big family business. I'm not the sole heir, and I'm also a girl, Yumei said helplessly. Paying money is normal. I just didn't expect that when I swiped the card here, my family would find out and send this idiot over. He's probably here to meet you and talk about something. Then we definitely have to go together, Chen Fan said, suddenly clear-headed when it came to the agreement. Yumei covered her mouth and laughed, no problem. Yumei cousin was quite handsome, at least with a good physique. It was hard to understand how people from the same family could differ so much, as if their genes had suddenly mutated. He was 1.92 meters tall, overly muscular, with particularly large muscles. When the cousin appeared, he smiled warmly at Yumei and even wanted to hug her. But Yumei was actually Chen Fan, and there was no way Chen Fan would let a man hug him, it was too gross. So he smiled and declined. However, the cousin shook hands with too much force. Ouch, that hurts. Yumei couldn't help but cry out. The cousin looked confused, why such a big reaction? Chen Fan covered his face, feeling extremely embarrassed. Ding! If it were you, host, you might have already gripped back. Our body isn't made of soft clay. Yumei had never experienced such pain before, and tears were almost coming out. Seeing this, Wu Zihua, filled with a sense of justice, immediately got angry. He pulled Yumei over and healed her hand, noticing it was red. Didn't you see the spiritual patterns on her hand? Such a precious support, and you treat her like this? You big brute, who would still want to team up with you? In the bustling farm hall, whether it was the staff or the customers, everyone who saw this scene looked at the cousin with disdain. To be honest, the cousin did have some ulterior motives toward Chen Fan, but upon hearing that his beloved cousin was with Chen Fan, he couldn't hold back his temper. He wanted to test Chen Fan's physical strength, but he didn't expect that with just a light squeeze, Chen Fan's eyes would water. Almost like a delicate little girl. I didn't control my strength just now, it really wasn't on purpose, the cousin said softly, cautiously as if coaxing a child. Today, it's my treat. Order whatever you want to eat. Standing at the doorway was too conspicuous, and many people around were already expressing dissatisfaction with the eldest cousin. He also felt he couldn't hold on and suggested changing locations. The others didn't say much, since he suggested changing places, they agreed. Wu Zihua stayed protectively in front of Chen Fan the entire time, afraid that the eldest cousin might act out again. After all, everyone knew how precious support roles were in Longhua. Even if some female support roles were frail, people could understand. Now, seeing this big guy bullying a male support role, no one could stand it. The eldest cousin led a group into a private room. Following him were two burly waiters with serious expressions, clearly not ordinary staff. These two were specifically responsible for protecting support roles. If anything happened to a support role in the manor, it would be a big deal. They wouldn't let this reckless guy bully a support role. They were the protectors of support roles and would never let them suffer. At the long dining table, the eldest cousin sat at the innermost position. Boys sat on the left, and girls on the right. Hey, bring out the top-tier menu from your place, the eldest cousin winked at the waiter. The two waiters froze. The so-called top-tier menu was actually an internal code for the Yu family. They hadn't expected this big guy to be the young master of their manor. The manor was truly unlucky to have such a young master. After this job, they planned to resign. There was no future working under someone like this. Since it was the young master's code, the two waiters had no choice but to comply. Chen Fan was curious. What was the top-tier menu? When the menu was brought out, he was dumbfounded. What kind of gibberish was written on it? Chen Fan couldn't recognize a single word, it was all written in seal script. Each character looked both familiar and unfamiliar, making it impossible to guess and easy to get wrong. Was this their so-called top-tier menu? It seemed like this manor didn't want to serve guests. How could they run a business with a menu that customers couldn't understand? What Chen Fan didn't know was that the Yumei family had a unique heritage, training in reading seal script from a young age. Most of their ancient texts were written in seal script. To Chen Fan, these characters weren't entirely foreign,
but it was like suddenly switching from simplified to traditional Chinese characters. While traditional characters could be guessed, guessing seal script correctly relied purely on luck. Chen Fan decided not to rely on luck.
He closed the luxurious menu, took a deep
breath, and smiled at the eldest cousin beside him. Having navigated the world in Yumeishin's body for so long, he had picked up some tricks. At this moment, he deliberately used a grating voice to say, "Eldest cousin, are you really planning to treat us to everything today?" This voice made Yumeishin, hidden within the body, widen her eyes in shock. She never expected such a grating voice to come out of her own mouth. Her expression mirrored Chen Fan's earlier reaction when he suddenly heard his body exclaim, "Ouch, that hurts." A mix of shock, disdain, and awkwardness, completely unable to believe she could make such a sound. The girls familiar with Yumeishin were also stunned. As a master of allure, making such a grating sound was practically self-sabotage.
But the eldest cousin smiled warmly. "Yes, I'm treating today. Order whatever you want." "Have you forgotten about our childhood?" Chen Fan interrupted him, his gaze firm. "Do you have ninth-tier ingredients?"
The eldest cousin froze, a bad feeling creeping into his heart.
Yumeishin's expression suddenly changed, and she spoke rapidly. "What ninth-tier ingredients do you have?"
The waiters exchanged glances.
Ninth-tier ingredients were extremely
rare and never casually offered to guests. They were nearly impossible to buy.
The eldest cousin gritted his teeth.
The Yu family had always favored males over females, and girls had little status. Although he wasn't the most valued in the family, he didn't want to lose face in front of Yumeishin.
Gritting his teeth, he said, "What are you waiting for? List all the ninth-tier ingredients." He had ulterior motives for Yumeishin.
This time, he had specifically come to find her, intending to buy a bargaining chip from her that could help him compete for the family inheritance, no matter the cost. First, he had to appease the young lady. Second, he couldn't let her discover the true value of this chip and had to successfully deceive her. Therefore, the eldest cousin agreed to all of Yumeishin's requests without hesitation. The waiter was in a difficult position but had no choice but to start searching
for ninth-tier dish names.
However, Chen Fan interrupted, "No need to list them all, just these.
I want dragon tendon noodles, and it must be the tendon
from the body of a ninth-tier Inglong, not an old one. I can tell the difference.
It must be under 200 years old.
The dragon tendon noodles must use
the middle section of the Inglong's tendon, which has the best toughness and elasticity.
This is just the noodles. I also want a parrot with the tenderest meat from a ninth-tier secret realm barbaric bull to make fragrant beef noodles, beef dragon tendon noodles.
Additionally, I need a bottle of monkey wine brewed in the ninth-tier secret realm, and a ninth-tier secret realm three-legged golden toad, made into dry pot frog.
It must be under 50 years old. When the golden toad grows older, it likes to eat treasures, and I don't want to find gold ingots in my food while eating."
At this point, everyone at the table couldn't help but laugh. Wu Zihua looked at Yumeishin with admiration in his eyes.
Although he couldn't figure out what kind of grudge she had with his eldest cousin, judging by her ruthless approach, the grudge must be significant. The real Yumeishin smiled faintly and said nothing.
She understood what her eldest cousin was scheming.
He thought the whole world was full of fools, yet he believed himself to be the smartest.
What a daydream! He deserved to be completely outplayed by Chen Fan.
Yumeishin didn't have much affection for that patriarchal family.
She had been suppressed too much as a child.
Even now, despite her achievements, in the eyes of her elders, her only value was to be used for marriage alliances.
Chen Fan seemed to be developing well now.
Her father said that if she could marry Chen Fan, it would be a good thing.
But Yumeishin didn't want to tie her feelings to interests.
Although she knew whether Chen Fan liked her or not was his business, she only wanted pure emotions and didn't want to become a tool for marriage.
Alliances, nothing more.
Chen Fan deliberately read the menu in a coquettish voice, striking various poses, which made Yumeishin laugh in exasperation. She even reminded Chen Fan, the older the monkey wine, the better. It should be around 200 years old to be fragrant enough. By the way, besides dragon tendon noodles, we can also order some phoenix tail. I remember there's a type of ingredient called Nine Heavens Phoenix in the ninth-tier secret realm. Its meat is particularly good and tastes best when stewed with mushrooms. The eldest cousin's face was full of shock. He hadn't expected his little sister to be so ruthless.
He reacted quickly. "That's enough, stop ordering. We can't eat that much with so many people."
Chen Fan curiously asked,
"Too much?
This is just one person's portion.
Just order one portion for me, the rest of you can order for yourselves. The eldest cousin's expression slightly eased.
Chen Fan handed the menu to Rong Jinhui beside him, signaling him to order. Rong Jinhui silently gave a thumbs up, his face showing a hint
of peculiarity. Sorry, although I'm also a second-generation rich kid, I haven't eaten any ninth-tier ingredients before. I'd really like to try them. Give me the same portion as him.
The monkey wine should be over 200 years old.
The eldest cousin's face turned green. Wu Zihua had already guessed the general situation. Apart from Chen Fan, who here wasn't a second-generation rich kid? Su Zhe was even from the Su family. Although the Su family was no
longer in Longcheng, their reputation here had been prominent back in the day.
Many aristocratic families had wanted to curse them in the middle of the night. The eldest cousin definitely wouldn't dare to offend them. But it's just some ingredients, these ninth-tier professionals farm them in the secret realm every day and can harvest quite a lot. So if the eldest cousin was unwilling, it was definitely his problem. When the menu reached Wu Zihua, he casually added for the two people ahead of him, "You Meishin, Rong Jinhui, aren't you afraid of gaining weight? Eating so much meat, I'll take the liberty of ordering 2 cold dishes for you. Same for my portion."
The eldest cousin grew increasingly anxious, sensing that he was about to go bankrupt. Before he could speak, Wu Zihua quickly continued, "I remember there's a particularly strange place in the 9th level secret realm called the Mushroom Secret Realm, which is the favorite of Yunnan people. Every year when it opens, all 9th level professionals from Yunnan go in, even the support ones without exception, using 9th level green hand mushrooms to make a pot of fresh mushroom soup, then adding a 9th level cucumber salad to replenish hydration. For the girls, the other side dishes are the same as those two. I also want soup and cucumbers." Wu Zihua really knows how to order. With every sentence he said, the muscles on the face of the eldest cousin twitched. It was truly painful to watch. At this moment, Lin Shushi was grinning mischievously. While Chen Fan's side was much simpler, he directly pointed at Wu Zihua next to him and said, "Same as him." Su Zhe pointed at Lin Shushi, "Same as him." Meng Ling quickly added, "I suggest 500 grams of dragon tendon noodles, preferably 2 servings. Although we are all support, the consumption is still significant." The eldest cousin's expression began to turn strange. The waiter nervously stared at the eldest cousin. The eldest cousin took a deep breath and finally said, "Bring it all." And then there were the girls. As for the boys, these few big eaters were beyond words, but the girls should have smaller appetites, right? It wouldn't cost much. Bankruptcy was still far away. When the menu reached Yu Meishin's hands, she didn't add much, simply following Meng Ling's suggestion, 2 servings of dragon tendon noodles, the rest the same as theirs, and they also need 2 servings. As soon as she finished speaking, the people in front all gave approving nods, secretly giving a thumbs up. The eldest cousin gently looked at the Yu Meishin beside him. "Sister, do you really need 2 servings as a girl?" Chen Fan raised an eyebrow. "Who said that? I need to replenish my body too. I want it too." Oh, and there was Little Dragon. So Chen Fan secretly released Little Dragon. Although Chen Fan and Yu Meishin had swapped souls, Chen Fan was using Yu Meishin's body but could still use the pet space. However, when Little Dragon came out, it was a bit confused, not understanding why it was in front of this pretty sister. Chen Fan directly grabbed Little Dragon. "There should be top-tier pet food here, right?" The food for pets was nothing compared to what humans ate. Eldest cousin, quickly call the waiter. "Don't just stand there, take Little Dragon away and arrange top-tier pet food for him." Chen Fan patted Little Dragon's head. "Eat more, eat freely, don't hold back." Little Dragon, though a bit puzzled, was bound to Chen Fan's soul, not his body, and quickly understood his master's intentions. "Rest assured, master, the task will be completed." The eldest cousin originally thought girls wouldn't order as fiercely as boys, but unexpectedly, the girls were like gluttons, even ordering 2 bowls of mushroom soup. After all, this was the specialty of the 9th level mushroom secret realm, extremely delicious. Most of Yunnan's secret realms were mushroom secret realms. In other places, secret realms sometimes appeared in recruitment mode, but Yunnan's secret realms had never done so. Those delicious and accessible low-level secret realms were crowded every year. In the world before Chen Fan's transmigration, Yunnan's mushrooms were unbeatable in taste, but there was one downside: they were prone to causing poisoning. Even locals sometimes couldn't distinguish between poisonous and safe mushrooms. The mushroom secret realm was different. The ingredients dropped by monsters there, no matter how strange or brightly colored, were non-toxic. And they were exceptionally delicious.
Not only did Yunnan people
love them, but people from other provinces also wanted a share.
Yunnan's mushroom secret realm was the only secret realm that was almost completely
harvested to the point of disappearance.
The first level and second level ones were even worse. Some first level secret realms that had just appeared were completely picked clean.
Then they would enter a closed period, reopening only a year later.
Such secret realms were rare not only in the Dragon Country, but even worldwide.
They opened only once a year, and whether it was first level or ninth level, people scrambled for them.
Moreover, the fresh wild
mushrooms dropped in the mushroom secret realm could significantly enhance a person's physical and mental state.
Yunnan people had good physiques, and there were the most ninth-level professionals. All support professionals in the Dragon Country, once they reached the third or fourth level, would be sent to Yunnan.
The mushroom secret realm was relatively simple, with a lower mortality rate compared to other secret realms. As long as you keep fighting
monsters and leveling up, that's all that matters. Moreover, in Yunnan's mushroom secret realm, there are special bonuses. As long as you team up with a
local from Yunnan, your strength feels like it's been given wings. Not only is it hard to die easily, but clearing the level becomes much easier.
After
some discussion, the girls decided to order 2 bowls of mushroom soup. They also added some supplements for the boys.
The eldest cousin's face twitched. He hadn't expected this group to actually order food.
The waiter, holding the eldest cousin's card, looked at him awkwardly and said, "Young master, the credit limit on this card isn't enough to cover the cost of all these dishes. If you don't pay, we really can't serve the food." The entire farm was owned by the Yu family, and while the young masters and misses could get discounts here, it was just a discount.
Want to eat for free? No way, unless you're the one calling the shots in the Yu family.
The eldest cousin, of course, knew this, and with a grim expression, he pulled out another card. But when the waiter tried to take the card, he held onto it tightly. The waiter, being strong, snatched the card away and rolled his eyes twice.
"I'll go swipe the card for you now."
The sound of the card being swiped was quite loud, and Rong Jinhui deliberately asked, "What's wrong?"
"Can't pay? Need me to help?" Suze nodded as well. "My family isn't short on money either."
After all, being from the Poison King family, their wealth was substantial.
But dining and dashing? That would anger the Poison King, and an entire village or city would suffer. The eldest cousin's gaze was resolute, showing no regret. No, it's just a meal. How much could it cost?"
Chen Fan looked at his expression, his face turning green. It seemed this meal wouldn't come
cheap.
Rong Jinhui and Suze laughed but said nothing. To them, this amount of money was nothing. However, they were quite curious. How did Chen Fan, an
orphan, know so much about ninth-tier ingredients? He could even point out their pros and cons and the best parts to eat. This was no ordinary knowledge, and it certainly hadn't been shown on TV.
But they didn't dwell on it too much, since they were all dorm mates.
After ordering, no one paid attention to the
eldest cousin, not even Chen Fan, who, with Yu Meixin's appearance, was chatting enthusiastically with Rong Jinhui. Yu Meixin had already decided not to bother with him anymore. Chat if you want, mess around if you want. Even her tone had changed, and she couldn't help but wonder how many times Yu Mengni would mimic her in the dorm later.
This would definitely be a lifetime of black history.
Yu Meixin thought with some despair.
However, the mushroom soup was truly delicious.
So delicious that it made everyone forget their troubles. Yu Meixin even managed to put all those messy thoughts behind her. During the meal, the most awkward and difficult person was Yu Meixin's eldest cousin. From start to finish, he tried to join Chen Fan and the others' conversation but never found an opportunity because their chat was too fast-paced, and the topics shifted too quickly. Everyone had turned into foodies, leaving no time to care about such details. Even though Chen Fan and Yu Meixin had swapped bodies, no one noticed. As they chatted, the topic turned to the mushroom soup. Chen Fan said the mushroom soup was excellent and suggested, "Why don't we go to the second-tier secret realm in Yunnan and give it a try?" As soon as he said this, everyone froze and looked at him. Because, in their eyes, the person who said this was Yu Meixin. Rong Jinhui cleared his throat and said, "Meixin's idea actually makes sense, but this isn't something we can decide on our own. I do want to go to Yunnan, though.
The second-tier secret realm there is relatively simple. It's just about picking mushrooms.
Plus, we can easily gather a big bag of fresh mushrooms.
Whether We sell them or ask the cafeteria auntie to cook them into dishes. It's a great idea.
As he said this, Rong Jinhui's gaze unconsciously fell on Chen
Fan. Only then did Yu Meixin realize that she currently looked like Chen Fan. She quickly nodded. I have no objections. We can definitely go to Yunnan to challenge the second-tier secret realm. The atmosphere at the table instantly became lively. Chen Fan suddenly realized that having Yu Meixin's face was actually quite inconvenient. He needed to quickly go to the small world and resolve the body-swapping issue.
That countess was truly a scammer. She
gave them the small world but still managed to take a cut. We'll head to the small world this afternoon.
Chen Fan urgently gestured, and Yu Meixin, facing Chen Fan, said, no need to wait for Lin Shueya, I have something to take care of first.
Lin Shueyo had originally planned to assign them a task to
explore a small world. After all, the small world was very important to them. If it contained special resources, it could be developed, which would be beneficial for future growth. If they couldn't develop it themselves, they could hand it over to the country and collect some taxes.
All right.
Rong Jinhui had intended to rest for a few more days, but it turned out he had to head to the small world that afternoon.
He asked, should we bring some local specialties for the countess?
As soon as he said this, Yuzuki's eyes lit up.
What kind of things are usually found in ghost-type small worlds? What should we exchange with them? How about Taoist talismans from the east?
Wu Zihua shivered and shook his head in disagreement.
Mangling's expression
was complicated. Ghost-type small worlds are usually filled with ghosts and zombies.
If you bring talismans to trade, it's practically like being a living king of hell. Chen Fan disagreed slightly. It's not that exaggerated. Our talismans aren't all for combat.
Some are used to nurture ghosts, and
they might like these things. Western ghosts have never seen Eastern talismans.
Yuzuki glanced at Yu Meixin with satisfaction, surprised that she, who seemed like a mere pretty face, actually had such insight.
You're right, that's exactly what I meant. Then shall we take a stroll in the afternoon? And go in the evening? We should at least bring some local specialties. If we can trade on the spot, then let it be a trade, Yu Meixin responded. Quickly, facing Chen Fan. Yuzuki raised an eyebrow. Why not see who has the better business acumen? Yu Mengni was stunned. Speaking of business acumen, I think you're the best among us.
Lin Shushi rubbed his hands eagerly. Not necessarily.
Business acumen is sometimes inherited, not entirely dependent on profession.
Merchants have some advantages in trading, but that doesn't mean they'll always win. Lin Shushi actually argued with Yuzuki, which
surprised Chen Fan.
Suze, as Lin Shushi's close friend, stabbed him in the back. Bro, I heard from your dad that your business talent is a complete mess, almost driving him to his grave.
Who said that?
Lin Shushi's face darkened, and he angrily retorted, if I hadn't stopped my dad in time during that deal,
our family would have suffered a huge loss.
I rely entirely on intuition, so I think my business sensitivity is very high.
As his childhood friend, Suze knew the truth.
Lin Shushi's so-called business sensitivity was actually because he failed to pursue the other party's daughter, leading his dad to
abandon the collaboration.
However, this turned out to be a lucky mistake, helping the family avoid a major disaster. Since then, Lin Shushi believed he had exceptional business talent, as if he possessed a uniquely sharp intuition. Yuzuki, however, couldn't understand what Lin Shushi meant by this
uniquely sharp intuition.
She only felt that Lin Shushi had the audacity to directly challenge her, which was quite bold.
Even Chen Fan hadn't dared to
do so, as Chen Fan was widely recognized as a business expert by Yuzuki.
All right. Yuzuki nodded and said, then we'll start stocking up at 4 in the afternoon. Each person can bring goods worth up to 10,000 yuan, no more. Submit your receipts, no cheating. Then we'll enter the small world together and trade with the native residents there. Whoever earns the most money will be the winner. Chen Fan raised an eyebrow. What about the prize?
Rong Jinhui found it troublesome but was somewhat interested. He wondered how they would convince the natives to buy their goods once they entered the small world.
Yeah, what about the prize?
Yuzuki thought for a moment and then said firmly, the prize is this admission ticket.
The winner, the first place, can have it.
She took out an admission ticket from her family's restaurant and slapped it on the table. This admission ticket is valid for 1
month, allowing you to eat at my family's restaurant as much as you want.
The restaurant's ingredients are particularly good, even better than what's in
front of you. Eat however you like, and I'll cover the cost.
Chen Fan finally understood, if you win, you'll get an admission ticket to your own family's restaurant,
which doesn't mean much to you. If you lose, you'll have to eat like a glutton for a month. You're organizing this competition to improve a certain skill of yours, aren't you? Merchants are a special support profession, and Chen Fan wasn't quite sure how to improve it. After all, this profession is so rare that even the textbooks barely mention it. They have their own heritage. That's right, I just want to improve my skills. Competition is the best way to enhance skills, and that's the essence of us merchants, Yuzuki said with a smile. Do you dare to compete? If my dad finds out I beat a merchant, he'll definitely hand over the family assets to me. Of course, I'll compete, Lin Shushi declared on the spot. The others didn't object either, simply focusing on buying and selling goods. With a goal in mind, everyone ate faster, leaving the eldest cousin unable to get a word in. The eldest cousin had thought the girls would be a bit more reserved, but to his surprise, they ate like starving wolves. Before long, they cleared the table of all the food and rushed out directly. Before leaving, they greeted the eldest cousin to make him feel better. But the eldest cousin didn't say a single word to Chen Fan from start to finish, nor did he get a chance to share his thoughts with him. In the end, he could only grab his younger cousin. Yumeishin, who was close to Chen Fan, can you introduce me to Chen Fan? I want to book a spot in the 4th tier secret realm. 4th tier? Chen Fan was puzzled. We're only going to 2nd tier ones right now. Big brother will definitely clear the 4th tier, maybe even in 3 seconds, the eldest cousin said confidently. Chen Fan was moved by his confidence. I'll try to talk to him. I can pay, the eldest cousin's eyes sparkled. While you're at school, you can have him learn more skills to buff teammates. Musicians have a wide variety of skills. I don't understand why he only learns control skills, and apparently, he hasn't learned any other skills yet? Chen Fan squinted. One skill is already very powerful. That's blind worship. The eldest cousin sighed. A true musician isn't like that. Fine. Learning a few more skills isn't a big deal, right? Chen Fan thought it wouldn't be difficult, just a matter of spending more mental energy. But for now, the most important thing was to visit the small world first. Chen Fan casually responded to the eldest cousin and quickly returned to his room. As soon as he entered, he saw Yumeishin already waiting for him. What did my eldest cousin say to you? He said he wants to reserve a spot in the secret realm and claimed I could clear it in 3 seconds. I really don't know where he gets his confidence, Chen Fan replied simply. Yumeishin couldn't help but laugh. Actually, a lot of people have high hopes for you. But you've only learned one control skill. If you learned a few more, you'd be even more impressive. As she said this, she worried that Chen Fan might be upset. After all, he didn't need to learn other skills right now. He could even clear the blood castle in 3 seconds. Still, reminding Chen Fan not to get too arrogant was necessary. Arrogant people often suffer big losses. I know, but learning skills isn't something that happens overnight. This isn't a game where you tear open a skill book, pat your head, and suddenly know it, Chen Fan nodded. You still have to attend classes. The school had many methods to help support professions master skills faster. After all, school hadn't even started yet. Yumeishin suddenly realized that they hadn't started school but had already cleared 2 secret realms, both with high scores of 3-second completions. Such a start was an impressive achievement anywhere. They even managed to acquire a small world. So, there was no need to rush. Yumeishin, who had been a bit worried earlier, relaxed after hearing Chen Fan's words, and instead began looking forward to the upcoming competition. Where do you plan to get your goods? Yumeishin asked curiously. We're competitors now. Chen Fan waved casually. I'm not telling you. Yumeishin couldn't help but laugh. Alright, competitor. I'll come to your room later. Since swapping bodies, their relationship had grown closer. Previously, Yumeishin always kept a polite distance from Chen Fan. Her gaze toward him always carried a desire to get closer, but she ultimately maintained boundaries. Chen Fan didn't stand on ceremony and went straight back to Yumeishin's room. As the afternoon arrived, everyone gradually left the eco-energy facility, each finding their own way to procure goods. Chen Fan, however, was more direct, using the Temple City's teleportation array to instantly transport himself to the Iwu small market. Every city had a temple, even small towns. Some large villages also had temples, but smaller villages had to rely on nearby towns. Temples were not man-made, they suddenly appeared in this world. Along with the temples, various secret realms also emerged. When Chen Fan arrived at the Iwu small market, he even saw the unique secret realm there. Similar to the
Mushroom Secret Realm in Yunnan, these secret realms appeared for limited periods.
The unique secret realm of Iwu's small market occasionally dropped some trinkets.
These were all created by the temples, like miscellaneous goods.
However, humans could not replicate temple-made items.
These tools were highly
sought after. Spending 100,000 yuan on temple goods might only get you one item.
Back when Chen Fan was doing business in the training secret realm, he had acquired quite a few storage bags. Now they came in handy, as he filled them with goods. Soon, everyone mysteriously gathered at the manor. This was something Chen Fan had discussed with them from the beginning.
This time, going to the small world, I'm definitely going to make a fortune. Rong Jinhui said excitedly.
Brother, hurry up and open the entrance to the small world. Yu Meixin exchanged a glance with Chen Fan, then mustered her courage and
said, I need Yu Meixin to come with me into the room to study.
You all wait outside, it won't take long. With that, she quickly pulled Chen Fan into
the room. Outside, Rong Jinhui was dumbfounded. Is he okay? His face is so red, and at a time like this, he pulls Yu Meixin into the room. What on earth is he planning to do? You're overthinking it. Chen Fan isn't that kind of person, Yu Mingni coughed. What else could he be doing? He's obviously figuring out how to open the small world. Maybe even Chen Fan doesn't know where the key is. Red face? You must have seen it wrong. Wu Zihua also found Chen Fan's behavior odd.
He had noticed it during their meal with his older cousin but hadn't said much.
Meng Ling, however, raised an eyebrow.
There's a secret between Chen Fan and Yu Meixin, she said with certainty.
Wu Zihua thought Meng Ling was about to reveal something significant, but all she said was, isn't it obvious? Anyone can see there's something going on between them.
I'm not saying they're in a relationship, I'm saying they have a secret, Meng Ling said, rolling her eyes at her companions.
Where are your brains? She mocked. Su Zhe couldn't hold back. Then go ask them. Do you think Chen Fan will tell you? Right now, he only has eyes for Yu Meixin.
They're not just up to something, they're way too clingy.
Too clingy, indeed. If they're not dating, I wouldn't believe it even if you beat me to death.
But for them to just go in there and leave us outside, that's too much.
You. Magni stomped her foot in frustration. Just as the group outside was about to explode, they suddenly felt a wave of special energy emanating from the room. Any professional could sense it.
Before they could react and were about to barge in, the door suddenly opened.
The one who opened the door was Yu
Meixin, but it was actually Chen Fan.
Alright, the entrance is set up in this room. This entrance can be retracted, but for now, it'll stay here. Won't it get lost? Yu Mingni asked, puzzled. It won't, Chen Fan quickly explained.
Seeing the strange looks from the group, he remembered the body swapping situation and hurriedly added, Chen Fan said so. Once we all enter the small world, he can take the teleportation array with him.
Next time, just tell him the coordinates of where you want to go.
That's a great feature, Rong Jinhui's eyes lit up.
In the future, if we encounter danger in a secret realm, we can directly hide in the small world, change the coordinates, and escape safely.
Even Yu Meixin herself hadn't thought of this, let
alone the others. Everyone praised Rong Jinhui as a genius.
Chen Fan, now in Yu Meixin's body, rubbed his temples and said helplessly, in theory, yes, but in practice, it can only move within the secret realm and only to locations on the same map.
Everyone was stunned, staring blankly at the Chen Fan. On the bed,
Wu Zihua's eyes showed disappointment. He hadn't expected Chen Fan to change so much after getting into a relationship, completely controlled
by his wife.
Everything was decided by Yu Meixin, while he just sat by the bed watching the show, utterly absurd.
Yet Chen Fan himself hadn't realized it. Alright, go in quickly.
Once inside, go straight to the countess.
Give me the school's coordinates. Although it was Yu Meixin speaking, Wu Zihua still handed over the coordinates. Rong Jinhui glanced at the coordinates Wu Zihua provided. Is this our school? Are you kidding? Of course, it's our school. Where else would it be? Wu Zihua said nonchalantly, this is the most hidden grove in our school. Hearing this, everyone fell silent. With this location, the next time they exited the small world, they could return directly to the school. Following Chen Fan's instructions, they entered the teleportation array one by one. This time, there was no dizziness. After everyone had entered, Chen Fan went in last and then put away the teleportation array. The second to last to enter was Yu Meixin, so their actions didn't attract attention. Everyone's gaze was drawn to the blood-red castle before them. Wu Zihua exaggeratedly looked around and even took out a camera to take pictures. Is this still the Blood Castle? Where exactly have you brought us?
From a distance, the castle's outline still resembles the Blood Castle, but the color has changed. This should be the castle's original appearance. The true small world, Chen Fan said after careful observation. He was quite satisfied with the scenery before him. Chen Fan had originally planned to turn the small world into a tourist attraction, opening it to the entire Long Nation and charging admission fees if the small world was suitable for such an opening. However, if the small world remained as it was before, full of blood, ghosts, and zombies, few people would want to visit, making it pointless to open. The current situation was just right. The group headed toward the Blood Castle. Before long, they returned to the manor. The door was still opened by a zombie, but this time it appeared polite and was even wearing a little dress. I remember last time we came, these zombies weren't wearing dresses. Who bought it that spotted dress? It's so ugly, Lin Shushi couldn't help but complain. The zombie turned back and bared its teeth at Lin Shushi. It's baring its teeth at me. Does it want to hit me? Lin Shushi looked frustrated and hid behind Chen Fan. If I were it, I'd want to hit you too, Yu Meixin couldn't help but retort. It's wearing a dress now and is probably very happy. Why are you still saying such things? Lin Shushi looked puzzled. Chen Fan, when did you become like this? Just wearing a dress makes you happy? What are you even thinking? Yu Meixin, already feeling guilty and afraid of being recognized, was completely terrified by Lin Shushi's comment. Could it be that she had really been found out? Chen Fan quickly pulled Lin Shushi aside. I think Yu Meixin is right. Stop complaining. If the Countess sees you're unhappy, it might cause trouble. Lin Shushi gave him a strange look, sensing something was off. After all, everyone had been supporting each other these past few days and had built a good relationship. Even if Chen Fan and Yu Meixin were dating, it wouldn't be this exaggerated. You go up first, with the little girlfriend I picked for you, a voice suddenly whispered in Chen Fan's ear. There was no need to guess, it was the Countess. A little girlfriend I picked for you? What on earth was that? Chen Fan grabbed Yu Meixin and said, the Countess said she wanted to see us. We'll go up first, you all wait here. Without giving the others time to react, he took Yu Meixin upstairs. The remaining people stared in confusion at the direction Chen Fan had left. There's definitely something going on between those two. Rong Jinhui said through gritted teeth. How could they just leave us here and go up on their own? Wu Zihua nodded but said nothing. He had already figured it out. Chen Fan and Yu Meixin had swapped souls. Since Chen Fan wasn't saying anything, Wu Zihua wouldn't bring it up either. No evidence, and a bit embarrassing. Chen Fan appeared in front of the Countess with a smile, his attitude very friendly. At least, the smile on his face never disappeared. When he went upstairs with Yu Meixin, Chen Fan's anger was obvious. Even the Countess herself felt that Chen Fan wasn't really angry with her. So, how about it? Am I smart? I already noticed the feelings between you and this little girl, so I let you experience what it's like to switch bodies. The Countess said, wearing a blue long dress with an exaggerated hem that swayed as she walked. Chen Fan's expression was cold. Enough. We've experienced enough. Now quickly switch us back, or don't blame me for taking action. Don't be so harsh, the Countess said, curiously staring at Chen Fan. I think your little girlfriend might not want to switch back so soon. There's something between you two. Do you know what meddling in matchmaking means? Chen Fan said coldly, not noticing the dim look in Yu Meixin's eyes when she heard this. Chen Fan only wanted to regain control of his body as soon as possible. If Yu Meixin stayed in his body any longer, someone would eventually find out. Besides, Yu Meixin's walking posture had already become very feminine. Seeing his own body walking so awkwardly made Chen Fan feel very uncomfortable. Why are you still angry? Your emotions are so strange. Shouldn't you be happy? The Countess seemed a bit puzzled by Chen Fan. Chen Fan stared at the Countess intently, as if he could see through her thoughts. The Countess's expression faltered slightly. She coughed and waved her hand, saying, I just wanted you to come to this little world sooner. I have a task to give you. This is only a secondary secret realm. I'm afraid you'll leave as soon as you clear it. If I can't see you again, I'll go crazy. Yu Meixin's eyes widened upon hearing this. Wasn't this a confession? The Countess's voice carried a hint of allure, far more enchanting than Yu Meixin, who was supposed to be a seductress. What exactly do you want? Chen Fan asked coldly, like a robot devoid of any sense of romance.
The Countess looked at him helplessly. As you can see, I finally awakened and broke free from the control of the Dark God to become the ruler here. So, I want to fall in love. Chen Fan was stunned. After hearing the Countess's words, he casually found a place to sit down. He poured himself a cup of tea from the table but didn't drink it because it smelled of blood. He feared drinking it might cost him his life. You want to fall in love? Chen Fan nodded. So you did all this? Switching us back and forth. Just switch us back. Whoever you fancy, I'll help you matchmake. Our team members are particularly skilled in this area. Even if they weren't skilled, he had to say they were. At critical moments, any means that could be used had to be used. The Countess's eyes sparkled as she looked at him curiously. You don't find me troublesome? Depends on what your little world has, Chen Fan said casually. You know, my world is different from yours. The Countess was intrigued. Then do you know the relationship between our world and yours? Parallel worlds? Chen Fan wasn't sure. This was his first time encountering something like a small world. Something like that, the Countess said with a casual wave of her hand. Let's switch. You back first. The Countess truly did whatever she wanted. Without any warning, Chen Fan and Yumei were switched back before he even had time to react. Regaining control of his own body made Chen Fan very happy. The feeling was truly amazing. Closing his eyes and opening them again, the perspective had changed. However, Yumei, sitting on the sofa, began to retch. Could you at least give a heads up before switching bodies? Switching suddenly makes me feel awful. Look at this young lady's mental strength, it's not as strong as yours. Your mental strength is high, so there won't be any reaction, the Countess interjected, explaining casually. Her expression turned cold as she said, my world isn't much different from yours. The only difference is that we've already chosen a faction. We've experienced what you're going through now. Let me give you a piece of advice, never choose any god lightly. What do you mean? Chen Fan's heart tightened. Deities are not good things. Our entire world became subservient to the Dark God, and as a result, the whole world changed. The Countess's face was pale, but she wore a faint bitter smile. Looking back now, we were so foolish. Yumei, being clever, understood the Countess's words but had her own perspective. What if we had deities on our side? Local deities might be better, but they must be extremely powerful, otherwise, it would still end badly. Our world also once had many secret realms. The appearance of temples was just the first step for deities to start vying for control of this world, the Countess said, not elaborating further. I can't tell you more, or my world will collapse. The only thing you must remember is, never choose a deity's side lightly. There are many nations in your world, right? Once half of them choose a particular deity, your world will become that deity's domain. That's when the second phase begins. I can tell you this, once the second phase starts, it's like stepping into hell, with no way back. Although the Countess didn't explain everything clearly, she had already said as much as she could. Chen Fan's face darkened. If he remembered correctly, the faction of the God of Light currently had the most followers. Some nations worshipped their own deities, choosing to believe in their own gods, like the Dragon Nation. But some nations had long regarded the God of Light as the one true God, and the God of Light had indeed provided them with much help. The God of Light's influence was currently the strongest. Chen Fan and Yumei exchanged a glance, their thoughts aligning. The Countess had given them enough warnings. She stretched lazily and said, that's all I'll say. Chen Fan, I really want to fall in love. I've already kidnapped someone. Chen Fan obediently asked, falling in love is simple. Tell me, who did you kidnap? The Countess, being who she was straightforward and carried a certain commanding presence. If she fancied a handsome man, she would simply kidnap him. You kidnapped him yourself? Yumei found the idea of personally abducting a future romantic interest unbelievable. In such a situation, anyone with a shred of dignity would never agree. The Countess shook her head. Of course not. I had my zombie subordinates do it. He's in a room on the second floor of the Blood Castle. I called you here to hear your advice how to meet him and make him fall in love with me. Chen Fan and Yumei exchanged another glance. Chen Fan quickly came up with an idea. Wait here. I'll find the most creative person to help you come up with a plan. Soon, everyone gathered in the Countess's small room. After the girl's meticulous efforts, the Countess's previously intimidating face and makeup were completely transformed. Now, she wore a light blue floral dress, having removed the hoop skirt of medieval nobility, and looked like a delicate little white flower. This was Yumeishin's handiwork. I feel like I'm not the same as before, the Countess said. Chen Fan was watching Yumeishin busy herself when Rong Jinhui suddenly appeared behind him, startling him with a sudden comment. Chen Fan looked indifferent. What's different about me? You're overthinking it. In truth, helping the Countess pursue love was simple. Everyone helped her put on beautiful makeup and arranged for her to rescue the man she had kidnapped. Fortunately, when the Countess had abducted him, she hadn't revealed her true appearance. At least the man didn't particularly dislike her and even saw her as a pitiful, helpless girl. Even though it was the Countess who had kidnapped him, she now became the hero saving the damsel in distress. Together with the handsome man, she escaped the Blood Castle, creating a scene that resembled a romantic elopement. Along the way, none of the zombies or ghosts dared to approach them. Chen Fan and the others followed the Countess and the man to a small town outside the Blood Castle. This small world now belonged to Chen Fan, and he held the map in his hands. The Countess and Chen Fan jointly managed the operation of the entire small world. In a way, they were its administrators. Though it sounded a bit strange. The Countess completely fell in love with this feeling of appearing outwardly delicate while secretly harboring sharp edges. How long do you think her relationship will last? Yuzuki asked, watching the Countess happily running in the distance. That man is definitely not a good person, Yu Mingni suddenly interjected. How can you tell? Yumeishin asked curiously. Don't tell me it's just your intuition? Yu Mingni had her own way of judging and said discontentedly, earlier, when we pretended to be bad guys chasing the Countess and that man, didn't you notice something odd about him? When he saw us, he even winked at us. That was strange. Even Yumeishin, a master of charm, hadn't noticed the man winking. How did Yu Mingni figure it out? If the Countess finds out there's something wrong with that man, what do you think she'll do? Rong Jinhui said with a mischievous look. Should we explore this world or keep watching the drama unfold? Do you have that much free time? Helping the Countess with her love life is almost done, the rest is up to her. I think this town is quite interesting, let's take a stroll first. Chen Fan walked leisurely, heading straight for the town's trading area. Clearly, since this place was so different from his original world, he wanted to see what the local specialties were like. Indeed, the small world where the Countess resided had a distinct Western medieval style, both in architecture and the clothing of the people. On the streets, Chen Fan walked carefully, keeping an eye on the ground. Watch where you step, don't step on anything dirty. Yu Mingni almost gagged. Could you have mentioned this important detail earlier? Su Zhe said with a mischievous tone. I heard that medieval nobles were afraid of stepping on dirty things, so they invented high heels. While this made some sense and was a known fact, Yumeishin still frowned and said, stop talking about it. Su Zhe's focus was a bit odd. I remember seeing you at the hotel before, walking in high heels. It was so awkward, like you'd never worn them before. How come? You're walking so steadily now? Wu Zihua quickly covered Su Zhe's mouth. He's just bored and looking for trouble. Yumeishin's glare could kill. She shot Su Zhe a sharp look and said coldly, oh really? You seem pretty idle yourself. So, is this a magical world? Chen Fan's imagination ran wild, jumping from medieval times to a magical world. Are there really mages here? Our world already has all kinds of professions, so mages wouldn't be surprising. But if this really is a magical world, it wouldn't be that interesting. We already have plenty of professional skills in our own world, Rong Jinhui said, somewhat disappointed. I wonder if the skill books I picked up at the market can be sold. Why not try setting up a stall at the market to find out? Yuzuki said excitedly. They said you can set up a stall as long as you have a number card. They had already planned to compete, so this naturally caught their attention. Chen Fan led the group to the market management office to get number cards. The market was large, and not all stalls were rented out when they arrived. As long as they got a number card, they could set up a stall. However, they had to return the number card and pay rent when closing the stall. Chen Fan and his group didn't have to worry about that, as he was authorized by the Countess. The Countess had even left a teleportation array mark on Chen Fan's body. After using the teleportation array for the first time, the mark turned into a beautiful little stamp, which Chen Fan kept in his storage bag. Chen Fan took out the stamp, and the management office staff respectfully issued number cards to all 10 of them, saying these were the best spots in the market. Moreover, their stalls were free of charge. However, the number cards were not consecutive but scattered. Zeki raised an eyebrow. Let's see who's better then.
Lin Shushi was full of confidence. I'll definitely beat you, this is no challenge at all.
Su Zhe. Didn't forget to tease, some people better not get scolded by their dads when they go back. Chen Fan didn't rush to set up a stall. For him, understanding
the market first was more important. After getting the number card, he went straight to browse the market. He discovered that the market was mostly selling books, various parchment scrolls and books densely filled with writing. Chen Fan stopped at a stall that looked decent. He picked up a book, slowly opened it, and found it full of complex spells and patterns.
Unfortunately, Chen Fan couldn't understand a single word.
He put the book down and flipped through a few others. Then he found one he could understand a little. Although the book still contained mysterious text and patterns, when he broke down the words, Chen Fan still couldn't grasp their meaning. But as he read the book, he felt his mental energy being drawn in, and he became completely
immersed.
In just a few minutes, he seemed to see a vast starry sky and many strange images. The stall owner suddenly interrupted, "You're a support,
aren't you?
Magic-based supports are rare. I noticed you've been staring at books for other professions for a while.
You supports can only read books for
your own profession to learn skills."
So these were skill books? Chen Fan curiously asked, "How much is this skill book?"
"I'll give it to you," the stall owner lazily turned over and pointed to a pile of books identical to the one in Chen Fan's hand. "I've got over 80 of these here.
This skill book is the cheapest.
If you want to buy, it's best to buy 100 at once. I'll pack them up for you for 1 silver coin."
Chen Fan didn't have any silver coins.
"I don't have silver coins or any money from here.
What can I use to trade?"
Chen Fan said directly.
The stall owner's eyes lit up. "Then I need to see what you've got."
Chen Fan took out a flashlight, loaded it with batteries, and turned it on to show the stall owner.
"My goodness, what kind of magical tool is this?" The stall owner's eyes sparkled. "You can use it anytime, anywhere? It doesn't consume magic power? I didn't see you use any magical energy."
Chen Fan nodded and showed the batteries to the stall owner. "It only needs these batteries.
If you want to trade, I can give you a few more. Without batteries, it won't work."
The stall owner immediately understood. These batteries can store electric magic energy, truly amazing.
"I'll have my electric magic friend try them later.
Give me a few more batteries, my son can use them for reading." In the end, the stall owner spent 30 silver
coins to buy Chen Fan's flashlight, and the batteries were 5 silver coins each.
He bought 10 batteries. So Chen Fan sold the entire set and earned 80
silver coins. The stall owner pointed to all the skill books at his stall and said, "Pick whatever you want, or I can pack them all for you." But the skill books in the market are all basic ones. If you want to learn advanced ones, you'll have to go to the temple to buy them. Chen Fan nodded.
The stall owner continued, "But the skill books in the temple are all dark-based. Only the market has books for other types."
"That's because this is the territory of the Dark God.
The temple's function should be similar to the temples in Chen Fan's original world. The Countess had mentioned before that their progress
was slower than this world's.
This world also used to have temples and secret realms. Later, this world chose the Dark God, and everything changed
completely."
The stall owner was now staring at the flashlight, completely fascinated, but he didn't dare to openly take it out, only secretly covering it.
While looking at it, "This light is so beautiful. You know, it didn't used to be this dark here." Chen Fan was confused. "Isn't it this dark because it's nighttime now?"
"This isn't nighttime, kid, this is daytime.
Nighttime is even darker, you can't see anything. This is the Dark God's territory. How could he let you see light?" The stall owner smiled bitterly. "You must be an outsider, right? We rarely see outsiders here, unless they're messengers sent by the Dark God."
At this point, the stall owner curiously examined Chen Fan. "You don't have the aura of the Dark God on you.
Who exactly are you? How did you end up here?" Chen Fan didn't say much. "Anyway, when you see light in the future, you don't need to be so cautious. Maybe soon, this place will return to normal, no longer a place where you can't see anything in the darkness." The stall owner just smiled without responding, instead nervously
looking at Chen Fan and saying, "It's fine for you to say these things, but don't tell outsiders. Also, don't sell that glowing magical tool to others
anymore.
The people here are all followers of the Dark God. They like darkness and won't appreciate something so bright."
Chen Fan didn't say much and
directly took 10 copies of every skill book the stall owner had. Surprisingly,
the stall owner gave them all to him for free. These books are free. Thank you for bringing precious light.
My youngest son needs to read, and without light, his eyes are almost blind. Chen Fan found it hard to imagine that.
This place was so dim. And it was daytime. So dark, yet it was daytime? He noticed that besides skill books, the stall also had various items used in temples. Most of these items were not of the dark attribute, nor did they belong to the dark element in terms of properties. Moreover, they were all very cheap. Could it be because they chose the dark god? Chen Fan pondered. Because they chose the dark god, items of other attributes became worthless, so they're sold cheaply. But not everyone would want to choose the dark god, right? Surely, they like light and yearn for it. I feel like if I brought a batch of kerosene lamps to sell, they'd definitely be more popular.
As Chen Fan thought about this, he returned to his stall and quickly displayed small
commodities from Iwu, patiently waiting for customers.
His stall was filled with colorful little toys, some of which even sparkled, sure to be loved
by children.
He also displayed some snacks, like instant noodles, bubblegum, and spicy strips. There were still many goods in his storage bag that he hadn't taken out yet. He wanted to first observe if these items had a market. It didn't take long before a crowd surrounded his stall.
However, this group wasn't there to buy anything, they were followers of the dark god.
He's really bold, daring to bring such colorful things here. By the dark god, things
that emit light shouldn't appear here. Doesn't he know the dark god punishes those who possess light magic tools? I think the dark god's punishment will come soon. Why wait for the dark god? The enforcement team will be here any moment. They're coming. The people from the temple won't let him go. He'll definitely be hanged. Chen Fan was utterly confused. If you're not here to buy anything, you can leave. He was impatient with the people
constantly talking about him and simply hung the small seal given by the countess on his wrist.
Ordinary citizens recognized the seal and immediately panicked. What's going on? How does he have the administrator's seal? Could it be that the administrator has betrayed us? All the rules back then were set by the administrator, and no one could defy them. Why is he different? Yeah, why is he the exception? Or has the administrator been replaced? If the administrator has been replaced, does that mean we no longer have to worship the dark god? I've had enough. That dark god gives us nothing and makes our lives so miserable. Do you want to die? How dare you say such things? Alright, stop arguing. If you want to know if he's the administrator, just ask him directly. Someone in the crowd suddenly came to their senses and pointed at Chen Fan, asking, "Are you really the administrator?" Yes, Chen Fan admitted directly. I am the administrator.
The god we worship has changed.
The crowd erupted. What do you mean by changed? I knew it. Our administrator would eventually get fed up with the dark god.
Honestly, even if it means going to war with the dark god, we're willing.
Our biggest mistake
all these years was believing in the dark god.
The dark god is terrifying. But who do we worship now?
The dark god is one of the 9 gods.
If we're changing faith, it must be the god of light.
Yes, only the god of light can rival the dark god.
I bet it's the god of light. It must be the god of light. Absolutely the god of light.
Everyone was ecstatic, feeling that they had finally become followers of the god of light. They endured the torment of the dark god for thousands of years, and now they finally stood up. Chen Fan, however, had a complicated expression. Are you saying that you all have lived for thousands of years? As soon as he said this, the crowd immediately became wary.
Chen Fan asked again, and some people began to quietly slip away. Something was off.
Chen Fan took out a seal and coldly looked at the crowd. You should know the significance of this seal.
Having this seal means I am the manager and ruler here.
My word is law. If I want someone dead, they will die.
Answer my question. Chen Fan no longer cared about business. He needed to figure out what was going on in this small world.
Among the crowd, there was even a glimpse of Yu Meixin.
She walked over worriedly, wanting to see what was happening.
Chen Fan used the seal to suppress the crowd, and they quieted down.
After a long time, someone cautiously stepped forward. That person glanced at Chen Fan and carefully asked, "Will you destroy us?" The original manager must have been replaced. You must be an outsider with a god.
Your god must be stronger than the dark god here, which is why you have the authority to change our faith.
Am I right? Chen Fan frowned. After you began worshipping the god, everyone became immortal, correct? Is this the power granted to you by the Dark God? The crowd responded. In a flurry, yes, the Dark God gave us immortality, making us undying. That was the benefit he gave us back then. But we feel that this kind of life is too painful.
Exactly, repeating the same things every day, the same pain, living like machines. I think the Dark God feeds on our negative emotions
and energy.
The pain we've endured for so long has all turned into his energy.
Stop saying more. Although this is just speculation, it's true. The Dark God is nothing like a god, he's more like an evil god. I even suspect he's not one of the 9 gods we worship. How could a god people revere be like this?
Amid the discussions, Chen Fan almost pieced together a complete story.
From now on, you no longer need to worship the Dark God. You can worship my god.
I am the messenger of the god of wealth.
As soon as Chen Fan spoke, a faint golden light began to emanate from his body. The golden
light surrounded him, making him appear both radiant and benevolent.
Even Yu Meixin was stunned. This gentle light even brought an unusual calm to the
hearts of charmers, leaving them without any desires. You must understand, for a profession like a charmer, certain desires are essential. Without desires, their skills would be greatly diminished. A charmer who maintains a pure and desireless state all day is practically useless.
But when Yu Meixin saw Chen
Fan enveloped in holy light, she felt no desire at all. Instead, she thought that having any desire would be a defilement of Chen Fan.
It felt like a sin.
Not only did Yu Meixin feel this way, but the small seal in Chen Fan's hand, which symbolized authority, also carried a binding force for the residents.
Here,
when Chen Fan took out the seal, everyone felt as if a mountain was pressing down on their shoulders. Their gazes toward Chen Fan immediately
changed.
They involuntarily knelt before him, as if they were seeing their god, as if they were seeing the entire world.
They automatically began to
pray, and the golden light from Chen Fan's body flew toward them.
Fortunately, Chen Fan was prepared.
He quickly took out a god of wealth statue he had
custom ordered earlier at a small market in Iwu. Do you see this?
These are the statues of the god.
Take them back and worship them every day, and you'll become wealthy.
Our god of wealth focuses on prosperity for all. As long as you worship this statue, your luck will improve.
Whatever you do, your returns will multiply.
As long as you sincerely worship and light the incense properly, that's all you need to do.
Do you know what incense is? Chen Fan
even patiently explained, taking out sticks of incense from his storage bag, leaving Yu Meixin completely dumbfounded. Not only her, but Yuziki, hiding
in the corner, was also completely shocked. Can it even be done this way? This is practically cheating, right? Chen Fan, at least have some shame. Directly promoting gods, selling statues and incense, this is too much, isn't it? Yuziki didn't expose Chen Fan in person but instead sent a message in the group they had created.
This group wasn't in their spiritual sea but on their phones. After all, using the spiritual sea group consumed too much mental
energy.
Although they were all support types with strong mental power, it still felt exhausting.
Moreover, even though they were in a secret realm,
this secret realm had turned into a small world. Chen Fan was the manager of this small world. In this situation, it felt no different from the outside world, so they could chat directly on their phones. This was the special feature of the small world. It could connect to the real world and even access the internet, though the signal was slightly weaker. The small world was like an auxiliary space to the real world.
As for Chen Fan
looked at this underdeveloped place in front of him and secretly calculated, if the country could build a power grid here, it would definitely make a lot of money. What puzzled him even more was that the skill books here were so cheap they were treated like trash, with no one paying attention to them.
On the phone,
the QQ group exploded because of Yuziki's comment. Rong Jinhui said, I brought some underwear to sell and found that everyone here wears black
clothes.
I thought such a gloomy place wouldn't have any nice styles, so I specifically brought some with northeast floral patterns.
But I didn't expect selling statues to be even more popular. Suze added, why didn't I think of selling statues?
This way, we can also promote the god of wealth from our
Dragon Nation.
I wonder how many people are in this small world. These could all be believers of our god of wealth.
Wu Zihua said, I brought talismans and talisman paper that I learned to make from a Taoist priest. They can be used to ward off evil. There are so many zombies and ghosts here, and surprisingly, I've sold quite a few. Yu Mingni asked, Big brother, are the talismans you drew really effective? When Mingyu also doubted, only real Taoist priests can draw talismans. Can you do it? Wu Zihua laughed, of course I can. Isn't it just spending some mana? I'm a healer, I can restore health and mana.
Drawing talismans is just a side job, like how you guys learn tailoring and alchemy.
Chen Fan also praised, I didn't expect you to be so clever.
Yu Mingni expressed concern about proselytizing. We're promoting the god of wealth from the Dragon Nation, but this place originally belonged to the
Dark God. Won't the people from the temple come after you? Chen Fan didn't respond, but Yu Meixin added, Chen Fan is now the manager here, the boss of
this world. Who would dare disobey the boss?
Chen Fan's statues and incense were selling exceptionally well. Almost everyone bought them, including the shiny toys he had brought from Yiwu's small market.
These toys had batteries inside and could emit colorful lights. Such lights had never appeared on this land ruled by the Dark God. Even though it was daytime, the outside was still gray and gloomy, as if it hadn't seen sunlight in a long time.
Just as
Chen Fan finished selling his goods, a voice suddenly came from behind, I didn't expect you to be doing quite well. He turned around and saw that it
was the Countess.
She was still dressed in pure white, looking just like a delicate white flower.
The people here didn't recognize her at all. You're here? Chen Fan greeted her with a smile and curiously asked, how did it go? To be honest, Chen Fan felt like a matchmaker. The Countess said helplessly, it's just so. You all said that if I saved him, he would follow me wholeheartedly. Isn't this the hero saving the beauty trope? Chen Fan nodded.
He had carefully examined that man's face before and felt he wasn't a bad person and probably wouldn't do anything shameless, though he wasn't too
confident in his face-reading skills.
The Countess stretched out her fair, delicate hand and waved it. Look at these beautiful hands.
That man actually asked me to do his laundry.
His old mother and sister also asked me to do laundry.
Why should I? Just because they have thick skin? Chen Fan was stunned, completely unable to understand. You mean, the first time you met, during the hero saves the beauty moment, that man asked you to do laundry? His mother and sister treated you the same way?
Chen Fan frowned, full of doubt. The Countess repeated what she had just said.
She clearly hadn't been in many
relationships, as she cautiously asked, do you think
I shouldn't have come back in the first place? Chen Fan was baffled. Who do they think they are? Why should they make you do their laundry? Can't they do it themselves? Are their hands broken? The Countess, hearing this, waved her small fists angrily. Exactly. That's what I thought too. Why should I have to do their laundry? Chen Fan nodded.
There are plenty of men here, but there are even
more where I come from.
I don't know how many people live here, but back home, there are 4.2 billion men.
What did you say? The Countess's eyes sparkled. 4.2 billion?
Yes. Before Chen Fan could finish, Yuziki suddenly chimed in, 4.25 billion.
Right, that's an accurate number, Chen Fan agreed.
So there's no need to stress or fixate on a few unworthy people.
You can completely find someone else.
The Countess looked Chen Fan up and down,
and suddenly said, then what if I want to choose you? Chen Fan was stunned. Yuziki blurted out, no way. How old are you? Do you even realize? You could be his great-great-grandmother. The Countess's expression darkened slightly. Chen Fan quickly explained, no, it's not that. I'm still just a kid. Back home, still in school. I can't be with you. The Countess finally smiled, studying Chen Fan. I didn't expect you to be so bold, daring to promote the god of wealth in the Dark God's territory. But didn't you already destroy the Dark God statue? Chen Fan asked, confused. If it's destroyed, shouldn't this no longer be the Dark God's territory?
There are still temples of the Dark God here, and his envoys reside in them.
These envoys are fanatical, even I can't control them, though I am nominally the ruler here.
The Countess looked at Chen Fan with great interest.
Guess how many people from the temples want to kill you right now? Chen Fan coughed, goosebumps rising. No way, right?
They've lost contact with the Dark God, they have no
reason to act so arrogantly.
Besides, he had blessings in various divine skills. Even if the Dark God himself appeared, he could handle it, let alone
those temple envoys. Chen Fan hadn't intended to be so confrontational. He just wanted to use his power to promote the god of wealth and let the people of
this small world know of his existence.
But things weren't going as smoothly as he'd hoped.
The rules of this small world were truly strange.
Chen Fan's
mind was filled with thoughts of how to replace all the temples and statues here with those of the god of wealth. Where is the most important temple?
Here? Chen Fan asked the Countess. I want to challenge it. The countess's eyes were full of curiosity. I can sense the divine aura on you. You must also be an envoy of a god. But don't forget, the dark god is one of the 9 great gods, incredibly powerful. Even if you're an envoy of that god. I've never heard of the god of wealth from the Dragon Kingdom. Is your god new? You know all the gods reside in the divine realm, right? I think your god of wealth will eventually be killed by the dark god. The dark god is not to be trifled with. The countess wanted to persuade Chen Fan further. She actually quite liked this ruler. Although she had destroyed the dark god's statue, the temples still stood, and the envoys hadn't left. If Chen Fan recklessly confronted them, he might run into trouble. It's fine, we're just going to take a look. Chen Fan stood up. The items on the stall were almost sold out. He turned to Yuziki and said, the initial capital was 100,000. I made a total of 13,000 gold coins, which is the currency here. Help calculate how the others are doing later. Yuziki couldn't help but laugh and cry. Brother, is this really the time to be counting such small amounts of money? Aren't you going to the temple? We'll all cheer you on. As soon as you use your skill, we'll rush in and directly dismantle the divine envoy's arm. She wasn't afraid at all. With a leader like Chen Fan and his powerful skills, they treated this place like a secret realm for farming monsters. Chen Fan nodded and did not refuse. After all, Wu Zihua, a strong healer, was very useful, and Lin Shushi, a combat class student, could serve as a tank. However, Chen Fan and the Countess didn't know that what the Countess had just said was actually playing out in the divine realm. The Dark God had barely caught his breath and reassembled his body. When the Dark God opened his eyes, the first thing he saw was the mocking smile in the eyes of the God of Light. How are you so useless? You once wanted my divinity, but ended up having your head used by the God of Life to smash the protective barrier. Now look at you. Anyone who didn't know better would think you were dead. The Dark God flared up immediately. Can you be reasonable? I didn't just use my head to smash the light barrier, I also encountered that Dragon Nation deity. The God of Light burst into laughter. Brother, what you encountered was merely an envoy of the Dragon Nation deity. I don't even understand how you ended up in that secret realm, but I don't feel sorry for you at all. You deserved it. If we weren't of the same origin, I wouldn't even bother with you. Dark God, do you realize you were almost killed? Oh, by the way, the God of Light pointed to the map in the Dark God's room. The map was densely covered with stars of various sizes, all shrouded in a black glow marked with a Dark God's insignia. These stars represented the worlds under the Dark God's control, whose faith continuously provided him with power. Guess what I recently discovered? The God of Light pointed to one of the stars on the wall. Although your insignia is faint, you can see it yourself, right? One of the stars suddenly emitted a golden glow, dazzlingly bright. Isn't that my territory? How did it become someone else's? The Dark God's eyes widened. The God of Light nodded. That's right, it was your domain, but now it belongs to someone else. I've never seen this golden glow before. Can you guess? Who's behind it? The Dark God felt that the God of Light's attitude was strange. He was still very weak and even suspected that the God of Life's aid was fake. Why hadn't he fully recovered yet? Could it be that the God of Life hadn't actually saved him? Get rid of that glowing golden star for me. Even if it can no longer provide you with faith power, it cannot be allowed to exist. You can even make that small world disappear entirely, the God of Light whispered in the Dark God's ear, his voice laced with temptation. Before the Dark God could respond, the God of Light slapped him across the face. With just the right amount of force. If you can't handle it, I'll take half of your divinity. Why? The Dark God retorted angrily. The God of Light stood up, pulled a white handkerchief from his pocket, and slowly wiped the hand he had just used to slap the Dark God. Among the 9 deities, we don't keep dead weight. You and I are of the same origin. But if you can't even protect this, what right do you have to be a god? What right do you have to share the same origin as me? The God of Light continued to berate him relentlessly. It took the Dark God a long time to recover. He had experienced that terrifying secret realm. Even if he told the God of Light, the latter would never believe him and might even mock him. The two of them were indeed 2 sides of the same coin. Light and darkness could never be separated, which was why, even though the God of Light proclaimed himself the leader of the 9 deities, he still allowed the Dark God to remain one of them. Many evil gods believed that the Dark God should belong to the camp of evil gods. But the Dark God did not. To give the Dark God a special status,
the god of light had even emphasized the necessity of the dark god's existence. In fact, from a certain perspective, the god of light was the dark god, and the dark god was the god of light. They were brothers, inseparable parts of each other. This also explained why, whenever the god of light's divinity was damaged, the dark god would inevitably appear. As long as he devours the divine essence of the god of light, he will become the world's only super god. He might even evolve into a supreme god. Becoming a supreme god is the ultimate dream of all deities. Stop arguing, the god of darkness said with a gloomy expression. I lost a world that believed in me, and I'm not panicking. Why? Are you? He collapsed onto the bed, casually glancing at the god of light beside him. His older brother had always been straightforward, never scheming. In other words, a naive and simple-minded man. Just leave. I need to rest. If you really want to kick me out of the 9 gods, then go ahead. Better yet, let all the gods know that you and I are one and have never been separated. Then let's see what those evil gods will do, whether they can pull you off your throne. The god of darkness spoke lazily. The god of light was infuriated. He grabbed the god of darkness by the collar with one hand, as if grabbing a stray dog, and threw him directly in front of the wall of faith. I'm doing this for your own good. Reinfect that world and make it your faith. Again, it's not hard. Go do it. The god of light's face darkened. The god of darkness slightly moved his fingertips, and the power of darkness wrapped around a golden orb. The god of light's eyes were filled with desire, which puzzled the god of darkness. The power of darkness entwined the golden orb, but the orb emitted a dazzling light. A divine aura, both familiar and unfamiliar, spread from the orb. The divine aura rippled like water, forming thin, water-like blades that swept outward, slicing through space. Not far away, a delicate statue collected by the god of darkness was severed, and even the god of light was injured at the waist. The god of darkness glanced at the god of light. Sure enough, the expensive fabric around the god of light's waist bore a bloodstain, and his upper and lower body seemed misaligned. The god of light froze, clutching the wound at his waist, trying hard to realign his body. If he failed, his powerful regenerative ability might cause his body to heal crookedly. The previously quarreling god of darkness quickly stepped forward. Lie down, I'll help you realign. If you heal unevenly, it'll affect me too. If you heal wrong, I'll have to saw you open and let you heal again. The god of darkness seemed concerned about the god of light, but while realigning him, he pinched his brother a few times, likely leaving bruises. What was that just now? The god of light asked in confusion. Divine aura, brother, the god of darkness replied, slapping the god of light on the chest. The impact caused the newly aligned body to misalign again. The god of darkness, being a perfectionist, reassembled his brother's body. After waiting for over 10 seconds, he finally got it right. At this moment, the god of darkness lazily glanced at his own waist. A previously uninjured spot now bore a red mark, mirroring the god of light's recovery. It was a scar left by the divine aura of another god. For a deity, such a scar should have disappeared within a day. To think there's a god bold enough to occupy your land of faith, and so powerful? What kind of god is this? Why haven't I heard of them? The god of light was panicked. This god of light valued his power and status above all else. Currently, he was the ruler of the entire divine realm. But what if another ruler emerged? His position would be in jeopardy. He would never let that happen. The god of darkness lazily raised an eyebrow. Dear brother, haven't you tried it yourself? You even want to take my land of faith. Don't you want to reclaim one from me? You've been urging me to try, just to see if I get burned too. I wasn't just burned. I can tell you with certainty that the one who took my land of faith is the god of wealth. From the Dragon Kingdom. That golden, radiant divine power is his. I'm too familiar with his aura. You want me to fight him for it? I can't win. The god of darkness lay lazily on the ground. It's just one land of faith. I have thousands, I don't care at all. The god of light said nothing, but his face darkened. Saying he didn't care was obviously a lie. They were one and the same, and he knew his brother too well. But there was nothing they could do. Are the gods of the Dragon Kingdom really this powerful? I heard that the god of wealth is a collective entity, and that country has several gods. Of wealth, the god of light, who had some understanding of the mythology of the Dragon Kingdom, said, but the god of wealth is definitely not the strongest god in the Dragon Kingdom. There must be even more powerful deities. So what do we do? The god of darkness cast a cold glance at him. Don't
Forget what our essence is. Light? After being high and mighty for so many years, do you really think you become a god? We've devoured quite a lot. We can't devour the gods of the Dragon Kingdom, but we can devour the ones from the West. Greek mythology, the mythology of the Elephant Kingdom, the mythology of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom, even the mythology of the Kimchi Kingdom will do. In the land of the sleeping gods, there are a bunch of Western gods still in slumber. I happen to have an appetite, I'll pick a few to taste. And this divine realm right now, only minor gods are awakening. If you're willing, you can devour them too. How else can we confront the gods of the East? It had to be said, the god of darkness had some wild ideas. That he could even come up with such a plan was astonishing. Chen Fan was surrounded by ordinary people who had followed him out of the trading place. He waved his hand, and the group rushed into the temple like madmen. Smash the statues! Chen Fan commanded. The countess looked utterly shocked. She had just felt the blessing of a deity, the grace of the god of wealth. It was actually quite laughable. What the countess couldn't tolerate the most was that, despite worshipping the god of darkness for many years, she had never received a similar blessing. In truth, the god of darkness had bestowed blessings, but his blessings were peculiar. What he gave the countess were zombies and ghosts surrounding her, making the blood-red castle more terrifying and also enhancing her power. But the world the countess inhabited at the time was merely a secret realm, one that was constantly invaded by outsiders, causing her resentment to grow heavier and heavier. The god of darkness, in turn, continuously absorbed the resentment and negative energy from them. In a way, the countess and her kind were like energy sources for the god of darkness. They kept providing him with power, while the blessings he gave them were almost negligible. What are you daydreaming about? Chen Fan's voice suddenly rang out. The countess's face darkened. Is your Eastern god of wealth always this generous? Generous? You call this generous? Even Chen Fan felt a bit stingy himself. It seemed like he had always been deceiving people. Chen Fan felt a faint sense of guilt. As long as people were willing to worship the gods, light a stick of incense every day, and place some good food in front of the statue, they could take it back 2 hours later. It was really just a ritual. As long as there was sincerity, they could receive the blessings of the gods. Of course, if one personally worshipped the statue, it would be even more effective to visit a temple in the Dragon Kingdom. But given the current circumstances, it wasn't feasible. After all, Chen Fan wasn't sure if this small world was safe or suitable for fully launching operations in the Dragon Kingdom, so he had to put it on hold for now. Being praised for his generosity by the countess left Chen Fan feeling a bit flattered. You used to worship the god of darkness. What benefits did he give you? Chen Fan asked curiously. The countess looked at him with a complicated expression. Are you really a divine envoy? Do you know what the god of darkness's envoys told us? Worshipping the gods is our duty and obligation. Only truly devout believers can receive the blessings of the gods, and those people are incredibly powerful. Just casually worshipping and receiving blessings? That's absurd. Your gods are way too generous. Chen Fan said helplessly, now it's your gods here. Don't forget, it's already been replaced by our dragon kingdom's god of wealth, so you can't mix with the god of darkness anymore. I'm looking forward to it, the countess said excitedly. The god of darkness not only rarely blessed us but also took a lot from us. Every year, we had to work for the gods. Work for the gods? Doing what? Was there any compensation? Chen Fan's eyes widened. The countess began gathering more people to destroy the temples of the god of darkness. Since the god of darkness was no longer their deity, these temples had to be demolished. Only in this way could they once again worship the god of wealth and establish a new temple dedicated to the god of wealth. If they didn't first demolish the temple of the dark god and directly move the eastern god of wealth in, it would be unfair to the god of wealth. The best solution was to rebuild. The countess arranged for several fierce zombies to help the people demolish the temples, leading them to destroy them one by one. This world had more than one temple. These zombies would normally frighten people, but now everyone was full of strength. It was long overdue to tear down these temples. Such greedy gods were not needed here. I'll take you to see the god's mine, the countess said. After arranging everything, then left with Chen Fan. The others followed as well. Yuziki still wanted to investigate the specialties of this small world. She had heard that there was actually a mine belonging to the gods here, where everyone had to mine for the gods, which was simply unbelievable. Ziki was still guessing what kind of ore was being mined in the mine and why the gods valued it so much. Why did the gods need ordinary people to mine? For them instead of doing it themselves? The Countess said calmly, the gods mine. I don't even want ordinary people to go in and mine. I originally
planned to let zombies and ghosts do the mining since they never get tired.
Even capitalists would be moved to tears upon hearing this. Using zombies and ghosts for mining was indeed feasible.
As the Countess said, they were perpetual motion machines.
But you can't do that, Chen Fan interrupted the
Countess sharply, his gaze piercing. Because these zombies and ghosts are servants granted to you by the Dark God.
You can't use the servants granted by the Dark God to mine, you can only use your own people.
The servants given to you by the Dark God are also a kind of blessing.
Although it was hard to
understand, and even Chen Fan found the Dark God stingy, he had to admit that this was the Dark God's way of thinking. Rome Jinhui looked puzzled.
Really?
Such a beautiful lady, yet she's surrounded by a bunch of zombies who don't do proper work.
Dealing with ghosts and not being able to use these ores. For mining, why did your world choose a dark god in the first place?
This isn't a god at all, it's practically a monster.
Chen Fan had always had this question.
He said, actually, I've always found it strange.
The name Dark God doesn't sound like anything good. Why isn't it considered an evil god? Su Zhe raised his hand in agreement. I think so too.
The Countess smiled helplessly. It seems your world hasn't encountered deeper secrets yet.
The Dark God is one of the 9 gods.
Whether they are evil or not isn't judged by evilness but by their power and status.
If the Dark God is so powerful, why do they still need humans to mine? Can't they use divine power to mine directly? Chen Fan was even more curious about what kind of ore this was. He
speculated that the ore might suppress divine power.
Not entirely sure, the Countess admitted.
Our mine produces this type of stone in abundance. As she spoke, the Countess removed a bracelet made of red gemstones from her hand and handed it to Chen Fan.
The gemstone bracelet looked beautiful.
What was more special was that the gemstones emitted a unique energy that could enhance the power of faith. When Chen Fan took the bracelet, he felt the energy within it flow into him, as if his own power of faith was also growing. At the same time, he understood why gods couldn't mine personally.
Ordinary people had to mine because this type of ore absorbed the aura and faith power of people and amplified it. If a person's original faith power was 1, after mining this ore, the faith power stored in the ore could become 2 or even 3.
This way, the Dark God could gain more faith power.
This stone is amazing, Chen Fan marveled.
For gods, it's a treasure.
But for humans?
Yuziki snatched the bracelet from Chen Fan's hand, examined it carefully, and told the Countess, this type of ore seems to be usable for crafting equipment. The energy inside it is very peculiar, it seems to boost people's confidence.
And might even bring good luck.
As a merchant, Yuziki has a skill called Sharp Eyes, which allows him to make a preliminary judgment about the
attributes and uses of unknown objects.
However, his experience is limited, and his knowledge is not broad, so the information he can discern is quite
restricted.
Take it to a professional institution for testing, and you'll soon figure out what this thing is, Chen Fan said, gripping the bracelet tightly.
He softly asked the Countess, can you give me this string of stones? The Countess blushed and quietly agreed, yes. The group arrived at the mine. The
environment of the mine was worse than Chen Fan had imagined.
Since you're the manager, can't you make life better for these miners? Chen Fan said,
looking at the dark and damp mine with pity. The miners here look so emaciated, as if you haven't given them enough food. In fact, the Countess hadn't expected the situation to become like this. Her face darkened as she said, I don't know why it's like this.
I actually don't have time to manage them. Do you know?
Most of my consciousness is occupied by hatred. You need to understand, before this place became a small world, it used to be a true secret
realm. I have to fight against those outsiders. Where would I find the time to deal with these trivial matters? I don't even have time for romance.
The Countess spoke with grievance. A woman without time for love, truly tragic.
The Dark God is indeed a troublesome existence. Chen Fan understood that talking
about this with the Countess wouldn't help, as she had been enduring all along. Chen Fan had finally regained some sanity after leaving the blood-red
castle and could go out for a stroll.
Otherwise, he would have continued being the boss of that blood-red castle, constantly being killed or attacked by outsiders, with no time to deal with miscellaneous matters. Don't let them mine anymore, Chen Fan said helplessly.
Let them go back and rest.
The god of wealth doesn't need those stones at all. What the god of wealth truly needs is everyone's sincere faith. People only need to worship the
Statue.
You can keep these stones and trade them with people from my world for money, Chen Fan added, noticing the confusion in the Countess's eyes had
significantly lessened.
The Countess looked at Chen Fan seriously.
Thank you. The god you brought is truly powerful. Yuziki curiously asked, if
we hadn't brought the god, you've already terminated your contract with the dark god.
Wouldn't that be a good thing for you? Yu Mengni also found it strange. Without the control of a god, your land and world should be doing well. Actually, gods are sometimes just products of people's faith, and they might not even exist. It's the rituals that turn them into gods. As expected of a screenwriter, her mind was full of ideas. Chen Fan nodded. I don't
know why you're thanking me, but I'll accept your gratitude. By the way, on my way here, I saw some strange trees growing by the roadside, with particularly large fruits hanging on them. And inside these fruits were skill books. Chen Fan felt that talking about faith was too awkward, so he decided to change the topic. After all, he had indeed seen these trees with skill books hanging on them. The system had also told him that these trees would make it very happy because the fruits hanging on each tree were like blind boxes. For the system, opening blind boxes and collecting treasure chests all day was the source of joy, and it could earn quite a few points.
However, the skill books inside these fruits might not give the system any points. Chen Fan's
topic shift was too obvious, and Lin Shushi looked at him with some confusion. When I first arrived, I also saw many trees with large fruits hanging on
them, but I didn't expect the fruits to contain skill books. Are you making this up? How is that possible?
They are indeed skill books, the Countess first clarified the mystery of the large fruit trees and then added, whether it's an evil god or another minor deity, I am grateful for any that can sign
a contract with my world.
I've had enough of the dark god for a long time, but if we rashly remove him without another god to replace him, we'll face
the wrath of the dark god. Even if the dark god doesn't cause trouble, other gods will target this vacancy. But we don't even know who they are, what they're called, or what they do. That would leave us completely passive.
The Countess spoke clearly, and Chen Fan finally understood.
However, Yu Mengni was still worried. So the dark god really won't cause trouble?
After all, the faith of the entire world has changed.
The Countess looked at Chen
Fan, her gaze growing increasingly firm, filled with admiration. That's why I said, you've brought a powerful god. Your god of wealth must be particularly formidable. Having spent so much time with them, the Countess even began to talk about their traditions. If the dark god wanted to cause trouble, he would have done so already. His absence means he was defeated by the god of wealth.
Maybe he was even beaten badly. The Countess's speculation had no
evidence, but it left Chen Fan stunned. If Chen Fan were truly that powerful, it would be great. However, the fact that the dark god hadn't come to cause trouble yet, could it be because he was seriously injured? Last time they clashed, Chen Fan had gained quite a bit from him. Perhaps this time, the dark
god knew his domain of faith had been taken and could only endure without taking action. Now that it belonged to Chen Fan, he wouldn't dare come. At this moment, Chen Fan felt everything was unreal, as if the dark god was completely fake. After all, the opponent was one of the 9 gods. How could he be so weak? Previously, Chen Fan hadn't figured out how the dark god had suddenly appeared before him. It seemed they hadn't taken enough advantage of him. This time,
the authority and power gained earlier weren't particularly strong, and Chen Fan felt that as a god, the dark god must have other means. Some core abilities hadn't been obtained yet.
But now, the dark god didn't dare to come. How boring.
Chen Fan walked through the mine, his mind constantly
thinking about how to gain more benefits from the dark god.
The Countess suddenly remembered something. You just mentioned that the large fruits on the
tree contain skill books, but those are just ordinary fruits.
We have a divine tree here, and it can grow skills for gods.
This news immediately caught everyone's attention. Rong Jinhui widened his eyes and said, isn't it said that becoming a god is very difficult? Even if humans reach the 9th tier, they can't become gods. Humans have limits. Are god skills that easy to obtain? Su Zhe frowned.
Everyone instinctively looked at Meng Ling. Why are
you looking at me? Meng Ling was confused. I'm not a god, and I've never heard of this.
But gods definitely have their own skills.
I've heard that each god's authority and power are different, like the god of wealth's skill is blessing.
As soon as these words were spoken, Su Zhe licked his lips.
If the god of wealth's skill is just blessing, how does he fight the dark god?
You two are both thinking in the wrong direction. Yu Mingni's gaze was
sharp.
If there really is a tree that can produce skills for gods,
the gods would definitely fight over it. But such skills wouldn't be particularly powerful. Guessing won't help. Chen Fan turned to the Countess. Does your world still have such trees? Wouldn't the gods directly uproot them? The Countess frowned. I'm not entirely sure. It might be because my world is special. This kind of tree can only grow here and nowhere else. Even for gods. This tree takes about 10,000 years to mature. Her words seemed incomplete. Chen Fan suddenly understood and tentatively asked, is there a way to accelerate its growth? The Countess nodded, yes. It was certainly not good. Otherwise, she wouldn't have shown that expression. What method? Everyone wanted to know, and Yumeixin couldn't help but ask. Irrigated with the blood of the most devout believers, the Countess's eyes flashed with anger. It sounds absurd, but in our world, those who worship the Dark God will have a progress bar appear above their heads. When the progress bar reaches 200, they become the most devout believers and can receive a small gift from the Dark God. As she spoke, her eyes were filled with anger and mockery. That pitiful charity made our people so happy, and I was very happy at the time too. This kind of charity allows the people to become undead after death. They don't truly die, they gain eternal life. Sounds impressive, doesn't it? The Countess began speaking more casually, but in reality, after death, the people turned into zombies or ghosts, becoming beings that live forever in darkness. The Dark God is very good at brainwashing. He told his followers that this kind of eternal life was paradise. But I don't think becoming a zombie or ghost is a good thing, especially zombies, living such a strange existence forever. Ghosts have it even worse, never able to find release. But at that time, my people and I were deeply brainwashed. We thought this was the highest honor, and we loved this so-called honor the most. For countless days and nights afterward, our people watered those divine trees, but all the fruits of the divine trees were taken by the Dark God. These divine tree fruits came in many types, the worst were white fruits. Only the red fruits could bring miracles, and the purple fruits were considered decent, granting humans powerful skills. So here, human skills were the least valuable. Moreover, because we worshipped the Dark God, only dark attribute skills were valued, while other skills were disregarded. This was the specialty of our place. The Countess, having spent considerable time with Chen Fan and the others, naturally knew what they were looking for. In this world, skill books were the most valuable, followed by minerals. After the Countess finished speaking, Chen Fan and Rong Jinhui's eyes immediately lit up with excitement, a reaction that was obvious to everyone. I know what to trade with the country now, Chen Fan nodded with a smile. Directly offering this small world to the country will definitely bring the greatest benefits. Exactly. Rong Jinhui immediately agreed. Share it directly with the country, but we need to negotiate a good price. Get Lin Shuiyao to help with the negotiations. Chen Fan had already pinned his hopes on Lin Shuiyao. At this moment, Chen Fan realized that his exploration of the small world was 100% complete. After becoming the manager of the small world, he automatically received the exploration task, without even the right to refuse. The exploration of the small world is basically complete. After saying this, Chen Fan noticed the Countess giving him a strange look. Pleasure working with you. He still extended his hand for a handshake, but the Countess snorted coldly and ignored him. Chen Fan was puzzled. Did I do something wrong? After leaving the small world, the teleportation array was set to the coordinates provided by Wu Zihua. Wu Zihua had said that these coordinates were definitely within Tsinghua University, and in a very hidden location on campus. The first to come out was Chen Fan, who needed to stabilize the teleportation array first. After stabilizing it, he found himself standing in a small forest within Tsinghua University. If it weren't for the nearby buildings, he would have doubted whether he had come to the right place. Who would have thought Tsinghua University had such a secluded spot? Where exactly is this? The second to come out was Su Zhe, looking confused. Rong Jinhui whispered like a thief, are we still in Tsinghua? When Mingyu, being more meticulous, confirmed the coordinates and said, we should still be here. But as soon as the young girl stepped out, her face suddenly turned red. Chen Fan thought to himself, what's she blushing for? At that moment, he heard a commotion coming. From the bushes, a man and a woman were talking. The woman said, so annoying, stop it. The man replied, relax, no one ever comes here. Chen Fan's eyes widened, and the others perked up their ears. Rong Jinhui even took out his phone, determined not to miss this gossip opportunity as a seasoned gossip enthusiast. Chen Fan had a bad feeling. Sure enough, a pair of underwear suddenly flew out of the bushes, almost hitting Chen Fan in the face. Everyone dodged in unison, then cautiously stared in that direction, afraid to make a sound. The woman urged, "Hurry up, stop dawdling." The man said, "Wait. Something feels off." The bushes rustled again. Chen Fan saw a blonde head emerge from the bushes. It was the blondie from the training camp. Their eyes met. The blondie let out a scream. The woman beside him was also startled and screamed. Chen Fan quickly got dressed, ready to leave. The blondie stared at Chen Fan in terror. But Chen Fan didn't know how to greet him, feeling that anything he said would be awkward. Rong Jinhui, however, was very straightforward, directly greeting the blondie and even taking a photo. "Hey, blondie." Wu Zihua couldn't help but laugh out loud. The blondie was bound to be traumatized. Rong Jinhui's move was too ruthless. The blondie clearly hadn't expected there to be others nearby, and they were all his enemies. The conflict between these people hadn't been resolved yet. Sunlight filtered through the tall trees, shining on the blondie's face, making even the fine hairs visible. His eyes were full of fear and disbelief. At that moment, a golden magic circle suddenly appeared beside the woman, clearly a student from the Combat Academy. The magic circle flashed, and the woman disappeared instantly. The blondie looked down at the spot where the woman had vanished, reaching out in vain to grab her, but caught nothing. He looked up, his gaze meeting Chen Fan's playful eyes and Rong Jinhui's camera flashing wildly. The blondie let out a miserable scream and fainted. Chen Fan had intended to say hello, but the other party fainted directly. He spread his hands and said helplessly, "I didn't do anything. Him fainting is his own business, nothing to do with me." Wu Zihua almost burst out laughing. "I heard that in that small forest near Tsinghua University, some students do things that aren't very honorable. I always thought it was just a rumor. After all, it's Tsinghua University. Didn't expect there to be some truth to it. Unbelievable." As Wu Zihua spoke, everyone burst into laughter. Suddenly, a shadow darted out of the bushes in a panic, accompanied by a few cat meows. Everyone froze. After a moment, they burst into laughter again. But the laughter quickly stopped, because Chen Fan's teleportation array hadn't been retracted yet. At this moment, the Countess, who had been staying in the small world, unexpectedly came out with them. As soon as she appeared, she snapped her fingers. The teleportation array Chen Fan had just set up instantly collapsed. The golden teleportation array shattered into countless fragments, slowly converging on Chen Fan's chest before finally disappearing. Chen Fan was stunned. "Why did you come out?" The Countess said calmly, "Weren't you planning to sell me to your country? Can't I come out to discuss the terms?" Chen Fan felt something was off about her words and quickly explained, "I can't fully develop the small world on my own, and I'm not handing it over entirely. I'm just transferring the trading rights to the country." The Countess's eyes lit up. "So, you can visit me often?" Chen Fan nodded. "Yes. Then if I come out early to accompany you, is there a problem?" The Countess's lips curled up, as if she had found a treasure. Chen Fan was speechless. Whatever she said seemed reasonable. He could only head back to the school dormitory with her. However, the Countess could only enter the girls' dormitory, so she ended up going back with Wen Mingyu and the others. Back in his dorm room, Chen Fan wanted to have a proper talk with Lin Shuao about the Countess. He made several calls, but Lin Shuao didn't answer. What's going on? Chen Fan was full of doubt. With the calls unanswered, he had no choice but to send a message. Lin Shuao still didn't respond. Chen Fan had hoped Lin Shuao could help him contact the country to handle the small world matter. But so far, Lin Shuao hadn't reached out to him, leaving Chen Fan feeling a bit disappointed. The next morning, Chen Fan went straight to Lin Shuao's office. Unfortunately, she wasn't there. Instead, he saw a new teacher in her place. When this strange new teacher turned his back to Chen Fan, he raised his hand, or more accurately, he raised an arm that looked like an octopus tentacle. Wow, the tentacle waved back and forth in front of Chen Fan, and he couldn't help but think of the grilled squid he had eaten last night, swallowing involuntarily, wondering what it would taste like if this kind of tentacle were grilled on an iron plate. What are you thinking about? Chen Fan's imagination lingered on the image of tentacles sizzling on a hot iron plate, slightly curling and emitting an enticing aroma. The octopus in a suit across from him, who was acting gentlemanly and polite, was clearly displeased and sprayed a mouthful of seawater onto Chen Fan's face. Snapping back to reality, Chen Fan looked at the suited octopus with a puzzled expression. Who are you? I.
The octopus adjusted its glasses with a tentacle. Am your teacher Lin Shuiao's pet. I'll be substituting for her for a few days.
You can call me Octopus. Teacher.
Non-summoner professionals could only have one pet, but they could have many servants. Pets were usually their most important companions, so it
was best to choose a powerful one.
Chen Fan hadn't expected the petite Lin Shuiao to have a large octopus as her companion, let alone one wearing a suit.
Seeing this large octopus, Chen Fan couldn't help but think of Squidward from SpongeBob SquarePants. Octopus teacher. Chen Fan's expression turned. Strange. When will Lin Shuiao be back? Not sure.
Octopus teacher shook his head, the gentleman's top hat on his head sliding around.
He steadied it with a tentacle.
But she told me that to prevent your team from slacking off, starting today, your formal lessons begin.
But isn't the semester not even started yet? Chen Fan was dumbfounded. Was the fun over already?
Yes. Octopus teacher nodded. Technically, you still have 10 minutes of rest. But in 10 minutes, I expect to see your entire team in the classroom. The classroom he referred to was the room where Lin Shuiao had previously gathered them to discuss matters. 10 minutes later, Chen Fan led his entire team into the classroom. They watched as a large octopus flipped through books
and began teaching them. Rong Jinhui's mouth hung open, almost dropping to the floor. What is going on? An octopus is teaching us? Am I seeing things? Chen Fan replied expressionlessly, unfortunately, you're not.
But why this is happening, I have no idea either.
Stop daydreaming. Today's lesson
is about how to quickly learn skills, Octopus teacher said, pulling a skill book out of his bag with a tentacle.
I'll teach you a magical method. It's a bit painful, but you'll definitely learn it. Everyone immediately sat up straight.
Octopus teacher continued, take out a skill book and coat it
entirely with the mental slime labeled item number 334 from the temple.
Then tear the book into pieces and eat it.
You'll fall unconscious, and when you wake up, you'll have learned the skill in the book. This is the fastest and most effective learning method.
It sounded strange.
Even stranger was that the mental slime was entirely blue.
Books weren't particularly appealing to begin with, and coating them in blue slime made them look even more disgusting.
Eating them, wouldn't that upset your stomach?
Octopus teacher looked at everyone with a serious expression.
First, open the golden skill book issued to you by the school. Each person's golden skill book is unique, and the content inside is randomly generated. It's a temple item. Once opened, coat it entirely with the blue slime and eat it all. Don't worry, it tastes pretty good, I tried it myself. Hurry up and finish it. Don't waste it. Otherwise, I'll have to take action.
The aura Octopus teacher exuded was that of a 6th-tier powerhouse, leaving Chen Fan and the others completely outmatched. However, as Octopus teacher finished speaking, Chen Fan glanced at the small black box in front of him and froze. Was this the legendary talent cultivation
program of Tsinghua University? Did everyone have their own unique training plan? And this was how they learned? Though it was hard to believe, Chen Fan still opened the golden box.
Inside lay a skill book titled Soul Tremor.
You must be kidding. Just from the name, Chen Fan could tell it was an offensive skill.
For a musician, offensive skills were incredibly rare and precious, practically a treasure. Without hesitation, Chen Fan coated the book with
the blue slime and began eating it. The blue slime seemed like some kind of mental stimulant, enveloping the entire book.
When the pages were torn open, a malt fragrance wafted out, making it feel as if he was holding a loaf of bread rather than a book.
Chen Fan initially thought the taste would be
ordinary, but to his surprise, as soon as he took a bite, the sweet malt flavor exploded in his mouth, filling it completely with a rich and sweet taste.
This was actually quite delicious. Chen Fan never imagined that one day he would learn skills by eating books.
The comprehension methods taught at the training camp weren't this fast. This was clearly using special items from the temple.
Truly amazing. What the heck, why is this so spicy? Wrong.
Jinhui, after applying the blue slime, took a bite and almost spat it out.
Octopus teacher moved swiftly, with 4 or 5 tentacles sliding across the
ground, one even hanging on the window, moving like a giant spider to reach Rong Jinhui in an instant.
The 7th tentacle unhesitatingly wrapped around Rong Jinhui, sealing his mouth tightly.
Rong Jinhui couldn't spit it out and had no choice but to swallow. After swallowing, his eyes turned red, and tears streamed down his cheeks. Octopus teacher's actions left everyone stunned, especially seeing Rong Jinhui crying from the spiciness.
Do you need my help? Octopus teacher asked gently.
The bound Rong Jinhui shook his head desperately, even causing the seventh tentacle to sway along with him.
However,
Octopus teacher wore a charming smile, his old-fashioned gentleman's hat tilting slightly, and his 16 eyes gleamed with excitement.
He whispered, "Don't
worry, child, I'll help you quickly grasp the skills in this book." After speaking, the seventh tentacle released Rong Jinhui, but the eighth and third
tentacles pulled his mouth open from above and below.
Rong Jinhui's mouth was forcibly pried open, and the fourth tentacle tore the skill book into
strips, beginning to feed them into his mouth.
Whether he could swallow or not, he had to. In the end, Rong Jinhui rolled his eyes and finished the entire book, his mouth swollen like a sausage. Just after swallowing the book, Rong Jinhui's eyes rolled back, and he fainted.
Octopus teacher looked at the
scene with satisfaction. Although his mental strength is average, it will take 5 days to digest this skill book completely.
If he were to learn it on his own, it would take him a month. This is the simplest method.
Octopus teacher raised his 16 eyes to look at the others.
Does anyone else need my help?
The crowd was speechless. In early autumn, at Tsinghua University's Auxiliary Academy, the 12th food stall in the cafeteria was famous for its cooking skills. A loud shout echoed through the hall. "Boss, I'll have braised octopus, grilled octopus, braised octopus balls, steamed octopus, and both spicy and clear soup octopus, one of each, please.
The ingredients I just gave you are from the ghost hand octopus in the second tier secret realm.
I hope you can make satisfying octopus sashimi for me.
We need to eat to our heart's content,
especially the octopus tentacles. Make sure to handle them well, and it'd be best to add some fresh spicy seasoning." Rong Jinhui had initially said this casually,
but standing at the cafeteria
window, looking at the kind cafeteria lady, he somehow began to ramble on and even started pulling things out of his bag. Before long, he had taken
out 12 octopus corpses from his bag.
These octopuses were perfectly preserved, looking as if they had just been bought from an auction house.
Octopus teacher had been teaching for 2 months.
These 2 months were nothing short of a nightmare for Chen Fan and Rong Jinhui. Chen Fan thought his mental strength was strong enough that Octopus teacher wouldn't torment him much, but it turned out that precisely because of his strong mental strength, his body could quickly digest skill books, making him a particular target for Octopus teacher's care. In just 2 months, Chen Fan had eaten 50 skill books. He had read all the first-tier and second-tier skill books. Almost all the skill books found in Tsinghua University's secret realm had been consumed
by Chen Fan.
Among these skill books, whether gold, white, or green, good or bad, useful or useless, Chen Fan had to digest them all. After finishing these 50 skill books, Chen Fan still had to spend time practicing combos. Actually, this wasn't difficult for him, as his talent made skill cooldowns particularly short and controlled durations particularly long. At first, Chen Fan was full of curiosity and enthusiasm for these skills, but after being tortured by 2 months of cramming-style teaching, he now got a headache just looking at a skill book.
Rong Jinhui's mental strength wasn't as strong as Chen Fan's.
During this time, he also suffered a lot, managing to consume only 10 skill books in 2 months.
Due to his insufficient mental strength,
every time he consumed a powerful skill book, he had to sleep for a long time to digest it, so he didn't consume many, but it was still excruciating. Over these 2 months, no one in the team was fully awake. Whenever someone woke up, Teacher Octopus would use its tentacles to stuff a skill book into
their mouth, muttering as it did so, "This is for your own good. You must have survival skills in the secret realm. No matter what kind of skill, you never know when it might come in handy. This mental slime from the temple is very precious. It took a lot of effort to get it, so don't waste it." During this period, everyone was not only physically tormented but also mentally crushed. It was pure psychological torture. However, Teacher Octopus's torments soon came to an end. The bottle of magical mental slime was finally used up. "This stuff is too precious. Next time Lin Shuai gets more, I'll come back to help you cram again." Teacher Octopus casually tossed the empty jar aside, giving everyone a break. "By the way, after your break, you'll start the assessment." Teacher Octopus's face lit up with excitement. "That's when I'll evaluate your progress. If you fail the test, don't even think about having a winter break. Punishment awaits." Even winter break was at stake. So, on the first day of the break, Rong Jinhui mysteriously gathered everyone in the cafeteria and ordered a large table of dishes made from octopus. Chen Fan didn't stop him from spending lavishly but quietly ordered a bowl of beef noodles for himself and sat on the side to eat. Across from him was Suze. Suze held his favorite tomato potato beef brisket rice, looking at Rong Jinhui with amazement. How can he even eat that? He was genuinely puzzled. Yu Mingni, sitting next to Chen Fan, nodded obediently. Honestly, now whenever I see anything related to octopus, or anything that looks like an octopus, I feel utterly disgusted. I can't help but think of that bottle of blue mental slime. Just thinking about it makes me nauseous. These things have almost become a psychological shadow for me. Chen Fan deeply resonated with this sentiment. However, Rong Jinhui soon returned triumphantly with those ingredients. He excitedly approached everyone and laid out the ingredients one by one. Don't you want to eat more? When Mingyu covered her mouth and quickly ran out. Wu Zihua's face also looked bad, but to be honest, he didn't have the same strong reaction to octopus as when Mingyu. Queer, Wu Zihua said with a dark expression, you can enjoy these things yourself. We'll pass. I'm allergic to seafood. The others also expressed that they had no appetite. Only Rong Jinhui, holding a large octopus, ate with great relish. The break was only a few days, and the assessment was approaching. Chen Fan found this school experience surreal, as it was entirely cramming-style teaching by Teacher Octopus. He had never seen any other professional teachers. Wu Zihua, was your previous school experience like this? It felt like they were completely different from others. Students in other support professions had proper schedules and teachers. Only their 10-person team was special, not even having time to attend the freshman ceremony. Wu Zihua frowned as he recalled, when I repeated a grade before, there was indeed a special team. Their training content was completely different from ours. That team had to complete national tasks in their freshman year. He slapped his thigh and said excitedly, I get it. We must be the chosen ones. Wu Zihua's words carried a hint of chinibyu. Chen Fan's mouth twitched. Alright, I get it. It seems even Wu Zihua doesn't know exactly what happened. A few days later, the assessment officially began. Octopus teacher led everyone into a special training room, a place specifically designed for combat training at Tsinghua University's Battle Academy. Alright, Octopus teacher said with an exaggerated smile on his face, let's begin. Use all the skills you've learned to attack me. Seeing Octopus teacher's face, everyone felt a bit nauseous. Many unpleasant memories instantly surfaced in their minds. Even Chen Fan had a strong reaction. But upon hearing this, Chen Fan paused for a moment. Are you sure? Octopus teacher nodded. Go ahead, I'll grade you. Chen Fan and Wu Zihua exchanged glances. Chen Fan was the first to unleash his skills. Octopus teacher initially intended to give feedback, but he froze in place. At this moment, Chen Fan pulled out a swana. As a musician, this was his most powerful weapon. Chen Fan gripped the swana with both hands and brought it to his lips. Although he was a musician, he didn't understand music theory or know how to play. He relied solely on brute force. Taking a deep breath, the swana emitted a piercing sound, as if it could shatter eardrums, soaring straight into the sky. Golden battle patterns spread out from his body in waves. The teammates' faces changed drastically, and they quickly took earplugs out of their storage bags and stuffed them into their ears. Actually, this could only block the sound, not prevent damage. They weren't affected by Chen Fan's paralysis skill because they were on the same team as him. But Octopus teacher was on the opposing team, so he couldn't shield himself from the damage caused by the sound. He froze in place, purple electric arcs jumping across his body. Octopus teacher initially tried to counterattack, but he was completely suppressed by Chen Fan's skill. The control duration shouldn't be too long. Although the opponent had a perfect class transition, he was only at the second transition stage. How much trouble could a second transition cause? However, 1 second passed. 2 seconds passed. A minute passed. Cold sweat appeared on Octopus teacher's forehead. The kid opposite him seemed to have no other moves besides continuously releasing infinite paralysis skills. No, that wasn't right. He did have other moves. Octopus teacher saw the 10 people in the team slowly approaching him, each with a sinister smile on their face. Wu Zihua smiled and said, Teacher, this was your request. I feel a bit bad using all the skills I've learned from so many skill books on you, but there's no other choice. Meng Ling said, drawing her weapon. Chen Fan picked up the swana. I have to say, the skills you taught us are really powerful. Octopus teacher? Next, Chen Fan continuously unleashed those 50 skills. Octopus teacher was dizzy one moment,
paralyzed the next, jumping in place at one point, and then shaken by an earthquake, unable to sit still.
From start to finish, he couldn't release a single complete skill. Chen Fan and his team's attacks were intense and relentless, lasting for over an hour, until the giant octopus completely disappeared before their eyes. Rong Jinhui's heart tightened, and he quickly asked, "Did we kill someone?" "Idiot, that was just a phantom." Yu Meixin had already figured it out. "Wrong." Jinhui's eyes widened. "Did you just insult me?" "No," Yu Meixin denied firmly. However, Octopus Teacher's move was indeed effective. It seemed this octopus had long sensed the Archon Fan. Was shocked. "She's a 6th tier expert. Does being 6th tier mean nothing can happen?" Teacher Octopus said painfully. Chen Fan remembered hearing that Teacher Octopus was Lin Shuiyao's pet. Pets could sense their owner's condition. Teacher Octopus's pain was evident. "What can we do?" Chen Fan asked directly. "You need to work hard to grow," Teacher Octopus said with a grim expression. "Wait for Lin Shuiyao to return. But before that, are you willing to participate in the PK competition? It might delay your vacation time. Get stronger? Grow?" Chen Fan fell into deep thought. What are the rewards for the PK competition? Wu Zihua frowned, appearing more practical. Teacher Octopus waved his 8 tentacles excitedly. "You agreed, that's great." "Chen Fan? I didn't say I agreed." But Teacher Octopus was very happy. "I've signed you up. The competition schedule will be sent directly to everyone's wristwatch, and the deadline is before the new year," Teacher Octopus said excitedly. "The spoils you win can help you quickly improve your strength. The PK competition has a points system, and you can exchange points in the points store for whatever you want." "All right. A 3rd-tier secret realm isn't something you can easily pass with just basic skills. I hope you all put in more effort." Teacher Octopus nagged for a long time. Chen Fan and Rong Jinhui both looked serious. They thought they could go home after the assessment, but now they had to participate in the PK competition. When would this end? Chen Fan glanced at his competition schedule. His PK match was in 3 days. After finishing his words, Teacher Octopus left. Chen Fan helplessly looked at Wu Zihua. "What do you think is going on?" Wu Zihua was also confused. "I'm not sure, but I think participating in the PK competition might be to help Lin Shuiyao. Otherwise, Teacher Octopus wouldn't have suddenly said that." This guess was even stranger than Teacher Octopus asking them to join the PK competition. 3 days later, Chen Fan stood in the PK arena. The Qinghua PK arena was a special secret realm. It looked like a tournament stage. When Chen Fan's information synced to the arena, he heard various discussions around him. "A freshman, and from the support class, how did he get up here? You can get a lot of treasures in the PK competition, but a freshman actually dares to compete with us? So bold." Outstanding freshmen sometimes enter the PK competition early, but they're always from the combat class. When did the support class become so impressive? Could it be a system error, throwing a support class player in here? "I'm so jealous of whoever gets to fight him." 3 points. "Are you all stupid? A freshman from the support class making it into the PK arena, could this person really be useless? Maybe he's a hidden expert. Let's wait and see." Chen Fan listened to the noisy voices, took a deep breath, and waited for his opponent to enter. Before long, a burly man appeared on the other side. He was muscular, holding a large sword, and after glancing at his number tag and the stage code, he looked puzzled. To be honest, he didn't understand why he was here either. The guy across from him looked incredibly weak. The burly man showed a sly smile, like an old chrysanthemum swaying in the wind. "After all these years, I've finally met a good opponent. This will be an easy win." Chen Fan nodded without saying much and pulled out a swana. This swana was a treasure from the temple, much louder than an ordinary one. The sound of the swana shot straight into the sky, piercing like a blade scraping against everyone's ears, instantly making the surrounding people dizzy and disoriented. Chen Fan's skill was limited to the stage area, so people outside couldn't hear it. He was a musician, but not yet a professional one. The swana's sound was like sawing wood, hoarse, unpleasant, and pressing against everyone's eardrums, as if someone was scraping a long sword inside their heads. The burly man on the other side was immediately paralyzed, stunned, and dazed. Then he was hacked to death by Chen Fan's pet dragon. The burly man's body pixelated and slowly disappeared. The people in the secret realm were all replicas, not real entities. After death, their bodies would completely vanish. The audience, who had been mocking earlier, all fell silent. "This is Support? This is still support? What does this have to do with support? The burly man on the other side was utterly dumbfounded. The burly man didn't manage to finish a single sentence before collapsing. His opponent was completely under control the entire time. Being controlled was bad enough, but the key point was that this guy's playing was particularly awful. The audience outside the ring suffered as well. Various voices could be heard from the crowd. Just moments ago, they were talking about how weak Chen Fan was, but now they were all discussing how strong he was. What's going on? How can a support class be this powerful? I'm speechless. This is like using cheats. People like him should be banned. Who let him? Are you kidding me? Is it really this easy for a support class to beat a combat class? That guy is so pitiful. He didn't even move and still had to endure Chen Fan's sound attacks, not to mention being hacked to death. Is this really a freshman? A support class? I always thought support classes were weak. Looks like I was wrong. By the way, when is Chen Fan going into the secret realm? I want to tag along. Chen Fan himself didn't say much, only letting out a sigh. Outsiders thought he was cold and aloof, but in reality, he had been forced into participating in the arena matches. He wouldn't have come if it weren't for that octopus insisting on dragging him in. Next, Chen Fan said indifferently, clearly impatient. 4 hours earlier, Chen Fan hadn't wanted to participate in the arena matches at all. To him, it was meaningless. The outcome was already predetermined. Among his peers of the same level, no one could defeat him. Even if they had divine artifacts, no one could withstand the onslaught of Chen Fan's 50 skills. But the octopus had tears in its eyes, its 8 tentacles tightly wrapped around Chen Fan's legs. Please, our Lin Shuao is gravely ill. She entered a 5th-tier secret realm and has been in a coma ever since. She needs a special item that can only be exchanged with arena points to serve as a medicinal catalyst to wake her up. I'm just an octopus, I can't participate in the PK tournament. Please help me. If all of you work together to earn points, as long as you gather 100,000 points, you can exchange them for the medicinal material. I heard you want to forge a super powerful weapon called the Eastern Emperor Bell? I can help you and provide the materials. Thinking of the pitiful octopus, Chen Fan could only sigh helplessly. In truth, he was more curious about what kind of secret realm Lin Shuao had entered. It was only a 5th-tier realm, and theoretically, a 6th-tier professional could clear it with ease. Yet Lin Shuao had been forced to exit prematurely. A 6th-tier professional retreating from a 5th-tier secret realm, who would believe that? But it was true. The other 9 people who went in with her didn't fare much better. After returning, Lin Shuao fell ill. It wasn't just the aftereffects of forcibly leaving the secret realm, she had also contracted a rare disease. According to the octopus, this illness was the reason she hadn't woken up. They needed help. Since it was Lin Shuao, it was only natural for Chen Fan to agree to help. After all, she was his advisor. Thinking about her situation made Chen Fan even more irritable and impatient. In the eyes of outsiders, Chen Fan had become a cold-blooded god of death, taking down one opponent after another. It was like the saying, no one escapes the bell toll of death. Chen Fan fought alone in the PK arena for 210 matches, from morning until noon, averaging 2 minutes per match. This earned him the nickname, The Undertaker. At Tsinghua University's PK arena, the sound of a suona could be heard intermittently. The sound made it clear that the opponent never had a chance to relax. Whatever musical theory knowledge Chen Fan had, he made the so-called king of instruments sound like firecrackers, loud and erratic, completely unstable. Though the sound was unstable, the effect was consistent. Every time the suona blared, a life was taken. Even though those who died in the PK arena could be revived without any aftereffects, passing students couldn't help but cover their ears. The sound was simply unbearable, like a demonic melody that no one could escape. That was a senior from the 3rd year combat class. I heard his abilities were incredible, especially his defense. I also heard he spent a fortune forging that divine weapon, his wife, no less, and yet he died so quickly? That's nothing. Did you see the last guy? He was built like an iron turtle, tough as steel, and even he was killed by one of Chen Fan's tunes. When did the support class produce such a monster? Chen Fan, haven't you heard of this name? He's quite famous among the freshmen, but I didn't expect him to show up in the PK arena, and he's this strong. With this level of combat power, he wouldn't even need teammates in the secret realm, right? Don't say that, I'm still counting on Chen Fan to lead us into the secret realm. With him, we wouldn't die at all.
I'm so envious of his teammates. I heard they're all from the support class.
He's so powerful, yet he brings support class teammates into dungeons. What a waste of talent.
Of course, support class teammates are indispensable for any team.
Keep your voice down, he's looking at you.
Chen Fan won over 100 consecutive matches, and no one dared to challenge him anymore.
He could only regretfully step down from the arena and move on to challenge other arenas.
When no one challenged him, he could challenge others. Especially the top players on the Chen Fan's Swana sounded like a swarm of wasps bombarding the ears, sharp and piercing, as if it were about to pierce through one's soul and skull. The entire melody lacked any softness or rhythm, consisting only of endless high notes, showcasing the performer's astonishing lung capacity. The black-robed man suddenly charged at Chen Fan, but upon hearing this grating sound, his steps faltered, nearly causing him to stumble. The black-robed man revealed a look of surprise, not expecting someone to play the Swana in such a ghastly manner and still manage to activate a skill. For any professional to activate a skill, they must accompany it with the corresponding action.
Musicians must play a tune.
Rhythm masters must beat drums.
Healers must perform healing gestures. Yet Chen Fan, with his Swana playing skills, could actually activate a skill? Unbelievable. However,
Chen Fan himself was also surprised his control skill had failed. But this surprise lasted only a moment. Chen Fan had more than one control skill. During this time, Teacher Octopus had taught him many new skills, and he now had a variety of control techniques. The Swana's sounds suddenly soared. Chen Fan once again demonstrated his incredible lung capacity to the audience, unleashing a destructive sound that no human should be able to produce from the small body of a Swana. Each note felt like a small knife scraping against the eardrums, neither
harmonious nor beautiful.
Everyone felt a stinging pain in their ears, a pain that seemed to penetrate to the bone.
The black-robed man resisted Chen Fan's paralysis skill. Unexpectedly,
Chen Fan also had skills for dizziness, fear, confusion. Finally, one of the control skills took effect, soul tremor. In fact, when Chen Fan learned this skill, he found it strange. It didn't seem like a soul tremor at all. Being hit by the skill was more like a social death. Accompanied by the destructive sound of the Swana, the hood of the black-robed man fell off completely due to his exaggerated movements. He had always kept his head down, wearing a mask, but now the mask slipped halfway, revealing an unfamiliar face.
A typical Western
face, with a high nose bridge, deep-set eyes, and emerald green eyes filled with anger and despair.
The effect of soul tremor was to make a person tremble. With the unbearable sound of the Swana in his ears, the black-robed man couldn't help but start dancing in awkward, clumsy disco.
Chen Fan had no rhythm, and the black-robed man's dance was chaotic, but
the scene was shockingly intense for the onlookers. This was because soul tremor caused a person's vitality to drain rapidly while dancing. The black-robed man in front of them danced
frantically, performing movements so difficult they seemed impossible, one moment lifting his left foot to his shoulder, the next touching the back of his head with his right foot,
followed by a sudden leap into an impossible folding motion. Crack, crack, crack.
His bones slowly fractured under these extreme movements.
The process was slow, first one fracture,
then another, and possibly even a third, which would result in a comminuted fracture. His entire body was so dark that no blood could be seen, but over time, a trail of crimson
footprints began to appear on the ground.
He was like the cursed red shoes from the legend of 1374, dancing and dancing, desperately moving until he died.
Even though he was injured, he couldn't stop.
Initially, the audience had all been covering their ears. But upon witnessing this scene, they forgot about the piercing sound of the Swana, removing their earplugs and staring in shock. My God, this is too cruel, absolutely too cruel.
How can Chen Fan be so heartless? Just standing there, letting someone dance themselves to death? It feels just like that ancient curse of the red shoes. This is terrifying. How could someone like this get into Tsinghua? Where did you cowards come from? This is the PK arena. Can anyone actually die here? And this guy doesn't even have a name, yet he's wearing God-tier equipment. Doesn't anyone find that suspicious? God-tier equipment? What are you talking about? That black cloak. Didn't you notice how many control skills Chen Fan had to use to subdue him? That cloak can negate negative effects in the PK arena. It's sold in the shop, but it can only be used in the PK arena and costs 1 million points. Think about it, who could possibly save up that many points?
I know that guy, he's a graduate student.
What's the point of coming here to stir up trouble? Indeed, it's pointless. You call Chen Fan cruel just because upperclassmen bully underclassmen? If you really have a point, don't hide behind black cloaks and come here specifically to bully people.
I just think you guys are sometimes really inexplicable, even stirring things up.
But Chen Fan's Swana definitely needs practice. I'm almost hallucinating now.
The black-cloaked man danced and eventually collapsed in front of Chen Fan. To be honest, the scene was quite terrifying. But when Chen Fan saw the body fall, a mosaic immediately appeared, and the shattered blood mist bloomed like blood flowers. The dispersed blood mist turned into fine white threads, scattered away, and transformed into a cloud of white mist a meter or two away, finally disappearing completely. The scene was eerily similar to the MVP settlement screen in a game.
Chen Fan instantly lost the sense of reality of killing someone. Instead, it felt like he was playing a game.
Once he treated it as a game, it no longer seemed scary. He saw his score increase by over 100 points and
realized the opponent wasn't a wealthy player. So he appeared impatient. Next,
the black-cloaked man disappeared without saying a word. But as soon as Chen Fan said next, another black-cloaked man appeared in front of him. This one had different colored pants, a different height and build, clearly not the same person, but likely from the same organization,
as their outfits were too similar. Is this never-ending? Chen Fan really disliked these black-cloaked people.
He had seen this type of cloak before in the exchange shop. It cost 1,000,000 PK points to redeem and could partially immunize against negative effects, though not entirely. Each cloak purchased had different immunities to negative effects.
Every time
he encountered a black-cloaked person, Chen Fan had to rack his brain and retest his skills.
It was truly annoying. The sound of the Swana rang out again, and the audience was dumbfounded. How many black-cloaked people are there?
I think these black-cloaked people are deliberately making things difficult for Chen Fan, clearly targeting him.
These cloaks are already extremely hard to obtain. When did our school have so many of them? It must be the upperclassmen. Who hates Chen Fan this much? Chen Fan must be trying to exchange for some material in the arena. If he had said so earlier, we could have just traded with money, right? Trading with money is so boring. Chen Fan, what material do you want? Just say it, spend a night with me and it's yours. What the heck? Your tastes are way too heavy. Listening to Chen Fan play the Swana for one night, can you even survive the next day? Your brain really doesn't work. Just one night listening to the Swana?
Chen Fan fought against more than 10 black-cloaked people in a short period of time.
Moreover, the cloaks worn by
these black-cloaked people were all different, with varying immunities. Their heights and builds were also diverse.
After fighting over 10 rounds, Chen Fan's mouth was numb. So, he put away the Swana and switched to a small bell. The audience was so happy they almost cried. He finally gave up the Swana, thank goodness. Although the Swana is a good instrument. For musicians, if you can't play it well, just don't play it. It's actually not a big deal, at most it's just unpleasant to hear. This little bell doesn't look like a temple artifact. Could it be something he made himself? Then its damage must not be as strong as before. He must rely on the Swana to control his opponents. Isn't it his innate talent that controls them? If it's innate talent, why not always use the bell instead of the Swana?
Standing on the stage, Chen Fan listened to these discussions and also felt that using the bell was more suitable. The Swana, while flashy and a fierce instrument, was powerful when played, but after a long time, even with his good lung capacity, it was exhausting.
Ding-a-ling! Ding-a-ling! The sound of the bell echoed across the arena.
Earlier, when Chen Fan played the Swana, it felt like as soon as he covered the cloth, people would collapse.
The sound
of the bell, however, was more like the eerie feeling of encountering a corpse driver at midnight.
Some even began to doubt Chen Fan's origins. Was he really not from Shenzhen? Ringing the bell was much simpler.
Chen Fan fought tirelessly, although each cloaked figure could only give him a little over 100 points. Small amounts add up, and it was enough.
The battle continued until noon before stopping.
During this time, Chen Fan switched through several instruments, but all of them produced noise.
Either it was the unpleasant sound of a melodica or the even more grating sound of a flute. His opponents not only suffered physically but were also mentally tormented. The audience couldn't bear it either, and eventually, no one was left watching Chen Fan's battle stage. Octopus Teacher dragged his exhausted body out of Lin Shuiao's house. Lin Shuiao was seriously injured, and many doctors were treating her. It was Lin Shuiao's idea to have Chen Fan and the others participate in PK matches. She needed to find something for them to do, otherwise, they might head straight to the secret realm.
However, Lin Shuao did indeed need a certain material from the PK arena as a medicinal ingredient.
The news of her injury absolutely could not reach the school, nor
could she seek help from it, because the person who hurt her was from the school? Lin Shuao suspected there was a traitor within the school. She wouldn't let this matter go until it was
thoroughly investigated.
Octopus teacher said to Lin Shuao with an excited expression, "Don't worry, your students are all working hard to earn points for you now.
They've mastered the skills I taught them very well.
Even if they go to a second-tier secret realm now, there won't be any problem." He continued, "I'll connect you to Tsinghua University's PK arena
right now so you can see how they're performing in the matches."
Lin Shuao's lips curved into a faint smile.
"Of course, these are the kids you taught. I'm confident in them. I
specifically selected those skills based on each individual's characteristics, making them particularly suitable."
As soon as they opened the tablet, the scene on the screen left them both stunned. Chen Fan was playing an arrow, and the sound came out intermittently.
The music had no rhythm, no beauty, and was so grating that it was unbearable.
Each note seemed to
torture the listener's ears, and the sound was so coarse it felt like it was destroying the world. Although the arrow in Chen Fan's hands was ordinary, the sound he produced was like a
disaster. Lin Shuao asked in shock, "Did you teach him this instrument too?"
In fact, Octopus teacher had put a lot of effort into Chen Fan's unique identity as a musician, teaching him
hand in hand.
Later, he discovered that Chen Fan was more effective with a suona, as its loud sound could boost morale. However, he had also given Chen Fan various temple instruments, which Chen Fan was now using randomly, though the sound was rather unpleasant. Octopus teacher quickly explained, "Of course not.
I'm not that bad. He must have learned it somewhere
else. Although it sounds awful, the skill effects are pretty good." Lin Shuao pointed at the screen, at Chen Fan's opponent wearing a black cloak, and said, "These cloaks can only be exchanged for 1 million points and are only usable in Tsinghua University's PK arena. These people are clearly trying to make things difficult for Chen Fan."
Octopus teacher was furious.
"Making things difficult for Chen Fan is making things difficult for us.
Who did this? It must be the same person who set you up in the secret realm. I'll investigate the mastermind right now." With that, he stormed off angrily without waiting for Lin Shuao to speak.
Lin Shuao shook her head and picked up the phone to make a call.
Even while on the phone, she couldn't help but gently stroke Chen Fan's face on the tablet screen. Suddenly, Lin Shuao spat out a mouthful of blood.
But the blood was dark green, with tiny, foul-smelling worms wriggling inside.
A nearby doctor immediately approached and said worriedly, "The antidote will be ready soon. I'll give you a strengthening injection for now." Lin Shuao
wiped the green blood from the corner of her mouth with a grim expression.
"This is a plague from a 5th-tier secret realm. I didn't expect it to be this severe. The secret realm has also undergone a mutation, and it seems it will soon enter recruitment mode." She sighed. "If someone can clear it before then, the recruitment mode can be suppressed, but that's no easy task.
Even someone as skilled as her, a 6th-tier expert, had failed.
This secret realm was truly difficult to deal with."
The doctor comforted her, "Don't worry, with so
many people in the Dragon Nation, there will definitely be a way."
At lunchtime, the 10 companions finally gathered together. Rong Jinhui, the gossip enthusiast, had thoroughly
investigated everything about Lin Shuao.
Rong Jinhui said, "I really didn't expect that Lin Shuao, even at Tier 6, still has to work for the school and take on tasks.
Logically, she shouldn't have gone to the Tier 5 secret realm.
But it's said that the person who entered the Tier 5 secret realm is a relative of one of the school's vice principals.
The school
received a distress call, so they had to send someone to help.
Lin Shuao is an outstanding combat professional, so she was sent as well. But the Tier 5 secret realm they entered had a major problem. That Tier 5 secret realm has already reached a critical danger point, with too many casualties. It's said that one of the secret realm bosses inside mutated. In
fact, the boss's strength has already reached Tier 6, and due to its special abilities, the entire Tier 5 secret realm has become extremely dangerous.
Recently, anyone who goes in is basically walking to their death. Other than making the secret realm even more terrifying, they don't seem to serve any purpose. So now, that Tier 5 secret realm is extremely dangerous and could activate the conscription mode at any time. Our country rarely sees such high-level secret realms activating conscription mode. The last time was in the South Sea.
Now the country is frantically recruiting top talents, hoping to suppress the Tier 5 secret realm with overwhelming combat power. After all, when suppressing a secret realm now, they can directly send in Tier 6 or even Tier 7 professionals.
If conscription is activated, the unlucky ones will be the Tier 5 professionals. Rong Jinhui explained everything he knew in detail.
The people at the dining table were unusually quiet, and the air was filled with a heavy atmosphere.
Everyone knew how terrifying conscription mode was. No wonder the
teachers and professors had been so tense recently. Wu Zihua rubbed his temples. In any case, the Tier 5 secret realm is still far from us.
Rong Jinhui nodded. That's right.
Meishin was visibly upset.
But if conscription mode really activates, Yuziki found even the ribs in her hand tasteless. If it really activates, someone will definitely get hurt.
Although this matter had little to do with them after all, with their current strength, they couldn't even enter a Tier 5 secret realm. Just mentioning it left a heavy feeling in their hearts.
The atmosphere grew somber, and worry was etched on everyone's faces. The country would certainly not let the Tier 5 secret realm spiral out of control and would definitely find a way to suppress it.
But whether it could be suppressed was something no one could guarantee. This was a matter of national security. As they were discussing, a figure suddenly
squeezed into their midst.
They were sitting in the school cafeteria, where the tables and chairs were fixed, with the chairs bolted to the ground. There was only a narrow gap between Rong Jinhui and Wu Zihua, but the person forced their way in, pushing the two aside.
What are you doing?
Rong Jinhui, with his fiery temper, asked angrily, but the words got stuck
in his throat.
He froze for a long time, unable to react. Chen Fan, on the other hand, was seeing Rong Jinhui like this for the first time.
He looked up and met the gaze of the dean of the support academy, Angel's Judgment.
This guy was particularly concerned about his image and would always spread his 6 wings and wear a specialized combat mask, making his face
completely unrecognizable.
During training camp, he might take off the mask, but otherwise, he was like a fully armed archangel. His combat suit was so tight it seemed welded to his body. Facing him now, Chen Fan still couldn't tell what he actually looked like. Instead, Angel's Judgment's exaggerated sunglasses reflected Chen Fan's face.
Chen Fan raised an eyebrow, feeling no goodwill toward the support academy dean. What do you want?
I heard everything you just said, Angel's Judgment said in a voice that sounded somewhat gentle.
But Chen Fan felt that this gentleness hit a trap, a completely unexpected one. And then? Wu Zihua asked. He looked at Angel's Judgment with some confusion, though he didn't like him much. After all, this guy had been holding back the support academy for 2 years. When it came to Angel's Judgment, his most obvious trait was that he would never get up early unless there was something in it for him. That he is also a teacher, but he doesn't have many students, and Wu Zihua doesn't have a good impression of him either. The 5th tier secret realm is very special.
I remember Chen Fan's skills are also quite unique. Weakening the blood energy in the draft mode is a task that our Dragon Nation must accomplish.
In other words, we need to
clear the 5th tier secret realm at the critical point as many times as possible to control the blood energy inside.
This way, the terrifying situation in the draft mode won't occur again. Angel Judgment tried to explain,
but Hua always felt like he was making excuses.
Chen Fan raised an eyebrow. So you're saying you want me to enter that 5th tier secret realm with 5th tier professionals? Are you kidding me? As soon as Chen Fan finished speaking, Yuziki immediately retorted, he's only a 2nd tier professional. Even if he has a perfect 2nd tier transition, he doesn't have the ability to go into a 5th tier secret realm. He'd die easily. He's a support, so he won't die easily. By then, there will definitely be many
5th tier combat professionals protecting him.
Who says a 2nd tier transition can't enter a 5th tier secret realm?
Actually, it's possible, but it's very dangerous for lower tiers, and
they could easily lose their lives. However, in that secret realm, you can revive after dying. I have a special revival item here. Angel Judgment took out a golden revival item from
his storage bag and placed it on the table. To be honest, it was the first time Chen Fan had seen a golden revival item. This kind of revival item has no side effects after use. Angel Judgment said seriously, looking at Chen Fan.
If the 5th tier secret realm really enters draft mode, many people will die. I heard the nation is forming a team to enter. Our Tsinghua University will also form a team, led by an 8th tier professional this time. So rest assured, with so many high tier professionals present, the blood energy will definitely be suppressed. Moreover, if lower tier professionals participate, it will greatly increase the score for suppressing the blood energy. Maybe you only need to participate once to stabilize the entire 5th tier secret realm.
Angel Judgment talked for a long time, and it sounded like there was no problem.
But Chen Fan's biggest trait was that he was never swayed by any moral pressure.
Angel Judgment had been rambling on, just to tell Chen Fan, whether he wanted to or not, he had to go to the 5th tier secret realm.
The 5th tier secret realm is no joke. I'm not stupid.
Chen Fan finished his meal, casually pushed the plate aside, and looked exasperated.
Savior? Not interested. An 8th tier professional is already going in, so why can't a 9th tier professional go? Among so many experts, is there really no one with skills similar to mine? It's just a control skill, right?
Why do I, a 2nd tier, have to charge
into a 5th tier boss? Don't try to guilt trip me. I have no intention of doing this, Chen Fan said coldly, turning to leave. Angel Judgment frowned.
Child, this is a great
undertaking for humanity. It's everyone's responsibility. You shouldn't refuse.
Chen Fan ignored him, kept walking, and left without looking back. Who had time to listen to this moral
preaching? If Chen Fan reached the 5th tier, he might consider it. But asking him to go to a 5th tier secret realm now? Was Angel Judgment out of his mind? Even with protection, Chen Fan wouldn't risk his life.
There's no way Chen Fan would agree to this. I wouldn't either, Yumeixin couldn't help but say as she watched Chen Fan leave.
Is there some conflict between you two? She felt like something was off.
Yumeixin was best at reading people, and she could sense something strange with just a glance. Child, how could I have any selfish
motives? Angel Judgment's face carried a kind smile.
My child was a common phrase among the gods under the light god, similar to how Westerners refer to God as the Father.
His fixed
expressions and phrases made all the gods behave similarly.
Seeing Angel Judgment's overly gentle smile, Yumeixin couldn't help but get goosebumps. That expression just seemed off. I'm done eating. I'll head out first.
Yumengni signaled to Yumeixin, indicating that Angel Judgment was clearly acting strange and it was best not to speak in front of him.
To be
fair, Yumengni could be quite sharp sometimes.
I'm done too.
Yumeixin suddenly woke up, casually threw the plate aside, turned around to leave, but was stopped by Angel Judgment. Angel Judgment looked at her with a face full of kindness, which made Rong Jinhui feel a chill down his spine, his hair almost standing on end.
What are you trying to do? Yumeixin
was held back, and the scene before her suddenly changed. She had been in the cafeteria, but now she was on a lush green meadow, under a blue sky with white clouds, a gentle breeze
brushing her face.
Yumeixin was completely stunned.
Rong Jinhui found Angel Judgment strange and couldn't help but loudly question, what exactly are you trying to do? We're all students of the Auxiliary Academy, and you're the dean. What do you want from us? Are you even the dean? Are you an imposter? Wu Zihua also reacted, stay away from us. We won't go anywhere. We don't want to. We don't want to listen to your nonsensical reasoning. We have our own thoughts.
As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Fan suddenly appeared and picked up
Yumeixin in his arms.
Turning around, he held Yumeixin in a princess carry, giving Angel Judgment no chance to react, and directly carried her away.
Yumeixin had been immersed in the
illusion created by Angel Judgment, but being held by Chen Fan jolted her awake, her face flushing with a hint of shyness. Coming to her senses, she tightly held onto Chen Fan with one hand, quickly breaking free from the special environment created by Angel Judgment.
Angel Judgment was stunned.
He hadn't expected Yumeixin to break free like this.
Originally, he
had targeted Yumeixin because she was a charmer, deliberately causing her trouble. He hadn't anticipated that she would escape with Chen Fan's help.
In the following days, Chen Fan
and the others followed Octopus Teacher's arrangements and went to the PK arena to earn points. For Chen Fan, earning points in the PK arena was incredibly easy, almost without challenge. Because of Chen Fan's relentless point farming, all the professionals at Tsinghua University resisted him desperately. Chen Fan had already won 1,000 consecutive matches without anyone defeating him, becoming the target of speculation about who could beat him.
Tsinghua University's PK arena had a special rule: the more consecutive wins, the higher the points. If a streak holder was defeated, they would lose more points. After all, the reward points for streak holders were taken from the defeated opponents. Chen Fan had actually already found the medicine Lin Shueyao needed, but there were still many items in the PK arena that interested him, so he decided to stay there. He farmed points for 3 consecutive days. For 3 whole days, Chen Fan didn't go anywhere else, staying in the PK arena and winning over 1,000 matches.
As his streak grew longer, the opponents he faced became stronger.
But for him, it was no big deal, just a matter of spending more time.
Moreover, dying in the PK arena had no consequences, so Chen Fan felt no psychological burden.
When he reached his 1200th
win, a new opponent appeared before him, wearing a special black cloak. Chen Fan had seen this cloak many times before. It was a special item that could be exchanged for in the PK arena, capable of immunizing various abnormal statuses.
However, this time, the opponent's black cloak was slightly different from the ones he had seen before. The black cloak worn by the
opponent had shimmering golden edges, making it particularly eye-catching. Besides the golden edges, the cloak was embroidered with mysterious runes, giving it an especially powerful
appearance. The audience below, upon seeing the opponent wearing this cloak, immediately began mocking. No shame at all? Using the legendary invincible cloak against a rookie newbie? Invincible cloak? Are you kidding?
That thing costs 10 million points to buy and grants 30 seconds of invincibility when activated. I don't believe anyone at Tsinghua University could accumulate 10 million points, and even if they did, they wouldn't waste it on such a useless item.
But it's 30 seconds of invincibility. How could it be useless? It can't be used outside, so isn't it just for show?
Chen Fan listened to the audience's discussion and shook his head helplessly. Just because he had won 1,200 matches in a row, was he being
looked down upon like this?
The opponent even used an item worth 10 million points, which they called a useless thing. Of course, Chen Fan didn't believe for a second that those points were earned by one person. Over the past few days, his team members had been fighting in the PK arena and were already familiar with the points system.
Points in the PK arena could be traded. The materials to buy herbs for Lin Shuya were pooled together by the 10 of them, with Chen Fan contributing the most.
After all, he had won so many consecutive
matches, so naturally, he had more points. Moreover, Chen Fan's fighting speed was much faster than Wu Zihua's.
Although Wu Zihua also had a fair number of consecutive wins, his matches took a long time because he relied on slowly draining his opponents by healing and restoring his energy. In the PK arena, the most frustrating opponents were healers and support players. They had a variety of tactics, either sealing their opponents or continuously healing and restoring energy, making it impossible for their opponents to hold out.
Fighting against a healer was extremely painful. The cloak purchased for 10 million points could only be used in the Tsinghua University PK arena and couldn't be taken outside, so many people thought it was useless. Although the 30 seconds of invincibility it provided was impressive, very few people were willing to spend so many points on such a chicken rib item. The person wrapped in the black cloak appeared particularly arrogant, activating the invincibility mode directly in front of Chen Fan. No matter what moves Chen Fan used to attack, they had no effect.
During these 30 seconds of counterattack time, the audience below the stage all thought Chen Fan was done for and would definitely be defeated by his opponent.
However, neither
Chen Fan nor the audience expected that the person in the cloak, who had activated invincibility, didn't attack.
Instead, they just stared coldly at Chen Fan. Do you think your stare can scare me to death? Chen Fan looked puzzled, unable to understand why the other person didn't make a move during their 30 seconds of invincibility. You've probably heard that the 5th-tier secret realm is about to go out of control, right?
A 5th-tier secret realm in Longwei is about to enter recruitment mode, and your advisor was seriously injured.
Inside, the person in the black cloak suddenly said, Angel's judgment?
Chen Fan looked at him suspiciously.
Ever since he refused Angel's judgment, Chen Fan's life had been anything but peaceful these past few days.
Angel's judgment kept sending him messages, filled with moral coercion, which Chen Fan had no interest in dealing with.
He simply blocked them. Not just Chen Fan, but his entire team did the same. It was just too annoying. So, hearing these familiar words, Chen Fan frowned and asked. The person in the black cloak froze for a moment. It was clearly Angel's judgment, but they didn't directly admit it. Instead, they looked at Chen Fan seriously and said, You should know what will happen once the 5th-tier secret realm enters recruitment mode.
I know, Chen Fan nodded.
But I'm only a 2nd tier. But your skills are incredibly powerful. Your talent is crucial for the entire instance. These special items are particularly effective. We can use them to protect you, ensuring you won't suffer any harm.
Even if you die, you'll be resurrected without any negative effects, the other person
said, speaking at length.
During the 30 seconds, they almost never stopped talking.
Chen Fan was so bored he was about to fall asleep. He just wanted to wait for the 30 seconds to end and then slap the other person away. You could have spent your time on more meaningful things. Why waste it in the PK arena?
That golden item guarantees no negative effects after resurrection.
I've explained this much.
And I don't understand why you won't go, Angel's judgment continued, talking endlessly. In truth, Chen Fan was someone with a strong rebellious streak. If it was something he was interested in, he
would have already found a way to dive in.
But because Angel's judgment kept pressuring him, he felt uncomfortable instead.
Why should he?
There were plenty of powerful people in this world, so why were
they fixated on him? What had he done wrong?
I'm only a second-tier transfer, and you're forcing me into a fifth-tier secret realm.
I don't know what you're after, but it's definitely not something
good, Chen Fan said coldly. You're the dean of the support academy, but I've never seen you act like a dean.
You're way too boring. Their conversation was clearly heard by the audience. The audience's reaction was even more direct. Golden resurrection items aren't good things. They're just bullying Chen Fan because he's only a second-tier transfer. If Chen Fan were a fifth-tier job changer, do you think he would directly knock you out? He mentioned the golden resurrection item, so what?
I heard it's the most powerful resurrection item, with no side effects after revival.
Isn't that great? The golden resurrection item is man-made, while ordinary resurrection items are issued by the temple. Do you think there's no difference? Can someone explain what's the deal with the golden resurrection item?
On the surface, it seems to have no side effects, but there's actually a big problem. After using it, the difficulty of advancing in job levels doubles in the future.
Really? Is that even possible? It's true. Check it yourself, there are real cases online. The first 6th-tier professional who used the golden resurrection item was told by temple staff during his advancement that because he
had used the item, his promotion difficulty was much higher than others. He almost had to use a perfect job-changing item to advance normally, otherwise, he would have been stuck at his level forever.
No
matter how special Chen Fan's skills are, if the assistant dean forces him to use the golden resurrection item now, he's only at the 2nd tier, and there's still a long way to go for him to advance. This would practically ruin him.
I don't get it. Why does the 5th-tier secret realm have to involve a 2nd-tier professional? It's always been high-level professionals going in before. Why is the dean so fixated on Chen Fan this time?
I've been annoyed with this Angel's judgment for a long time.
How dare he act as the assistant dean? No matter what the assistant dean said, Chen Fan stuck to his decision and refused to go.
Chen Fan also knew that after the incident, a post suddenly appeared on the school forum, subtly discussing whether he should enter the 5th-tier secret realm. It unexpectedly garnered responses from many passionate students, all claiming they would be willing to climb mountains, cross rivers, and risk their lives for the country.
But unless the knife cuts into your own flesh, you'll never know how much it hurts. Teacher Octopus specifically sought out Chen Fan. We saw that post on the school forum. Don't rush in recklessly. Don't listen to that assistant dean. Stop talking nonsense. What does the 5th-tier secret realm have to do with you? Are you crazy?
These past few days, Lin Shueyo specifically asked me to train you all to improve your survival
rate in the 2nd-tier secret realm.
I know you've always wanted to complete a perfect job change in the 2nd-tier secret realm, but both Lin Shueyo and I are afraid you'll die in there.
We don't even dare let you enter the 2nd-tier secret realm. How could Angel's judgment possibly send you straight into the 5th-tier secret realm? Is he out of his mind? Don't believe a word he says, not a single word. Leave the rest to Lin Shueyo and me.
Lin Shueyo, as your counselor, is still alive and kicking.
It's not his place to meddle with you. Lin Shueyo's defense of Chen Fan surprised him. He had thought Lin Shueyo and Angel's judgment were on the same side, but he didn't expect Lin Shueyo to directly oppose Angel's judgment for his sake. It was said that Lin Shueyo, despite being ill, went to confront Angel's judgment. The two argued fiercely, and in the end, Lin Shueyo even drew her spear.
Fortunately, the principal intervened to mediate, preventing a fight.
The forum posts were also completely deleted.
In this world, support roles were already scarce.
Expecting a support to directly enter the 5th-tier secret realm was simply wishful thinking. No matter how powerful the support skills were, it wasn't worth taking such a huge risk. The school would never let Chen Fan take that risk, which left him feeling quite disheartened. Why don't we just go straight into the 2nd-tier secret realm? Wu Zihua, who had learned many skills, said confidently. We're not who we used to be.
We can totally pick a 2nd-tier secret realm to enter.
Lin Shueyo is sick right now, so we can't discuss
The small world matters with her for the time being, but we can prepare for other things first.
Then let's go straight into the second-tier secret realm. I don't want to deal with this over the new
year, Suze suggested directly.
I recommend choosing one of those zombie-fighting tomb types.
That makes sense, even Meng Ling agreed. So, while the outside world's opinions were at their peak,
Chen Fan and his group entered the second-tier secret realm without hesitation. This time, it was a tomb exploration in the second-tier secret realm. There wasn't anything particularly special about this secret realm.
After entering the tomb, it was either fighting zombies or heading toward fighting zombies. Fortunately, the zombies could understand and hear Chen Fan's shocking swana sound.
Whenever Chen Fan played the swana, all the zombies in the ancient tomb couldn't help but start dancing. This was Chen Fan's latest skill, making people dance crazily, even to the point where their own parts fell off. Previously, Chen Fan had tested it in the arena. As soon as people heard the swana sound, they couldn't stop dancing, their equipment fell off, and some even broke bones or danced themselves to death. At first, Chen Fan felt a bit guilty, but after killing many in the PK arena and seeing the dead revive later, he got used to it over time. It was even more effective against zombies. Since zombies
had stiff joints and usually hopped as they walked, Chen Fan's music made them dance non-stop, which was a nightmare for them. You could hear the zombies' bones cracking and falling to the ground piece by piece. The zombies had expressions of madness and joy on their faces, dancing while breaking themselves apart. Suze held a talisman in his hand, which he had specifically bought before entering the
zombie dungeon, claiming it would make killing zombies easier when stuck to them. But unexpectedly, the zombies couldn't even get close to them. Instead, they danced themselves into destruction.
Suze turned to look at Chen Fan, who had a blank expression on his face. To make things easier, Chen Fan deliberately played the swana in an extremely unpleasant way, making everyone feel their scalp tingle and
their eardrums ache.
Being your enemy is really unlucky, Suze said with a bitter smile.
Chen Fan replied, half laughing, half crying, when you use this skill in the PK arena, doesn't anyone curse you?
He nodded. Of course, they curse me, and quite harshly too.
You Ming me, busy killing zombies, responded. Who cursed you? Whoever curses you, I'll curse them back. What right do they have to curse you? Chen Fan smiled helplessly. Right, they don't have the right. Let's finish killing quickly and head straight for the big boss. With Chen Fan around, no matter what boss they fought or what secret realm they ventured into, things were much easier. The next secret realm, let's go to Yunnan, Rong Jinhui suddenly suggested, with tears sliding down his cheek. Last time's mushroom soup
was really amazing, Chen Fan agreed. But I heard the first and second tier secret realms in Yunnan are particularly sought after.
Can we even get one? That was the real problem. Yunnan's situation
was entirely different. The first and second tier secret realms could yield small mushrooms, which were incredibly delicious, non-toxic, and highly appealing to the people of Yunnan.
As a result, these secret realms were often overcrowded and fiercely competitive.
To make matters worse, the refresh of these two tiers was random.
Let's figure out a way to find a secret realm. That mushroom soup last
time was so good, I'm craving it like crazy, Rong Jinhui complained.
Why is it that all we have here are zombies?
Maybe it's because our city used to have a lot of zombies, Wu Zihua pondered for a moment and said, I heard that before secret realms appeared, zombies were discovered in reality, which was pretty scary.
Chen Fan smiled helplessly. If you want mushrooms, let's vote on it. Out
of 10 people, 6 voted to go to Yunnan to find a mushroom secret realm.
Rong Jinhui gossiped, I don't really understand what that angel judgment is thinking, but he definitely controls public opinion. When we come out of the secret realm, we might run into him. So what if we run into him?
Yu Meixin, just thinking about angel judgment, felt her anger rise. He's a support, we're also support. Supports should understand each other, but what did he do? Does he deserve to be a teacher? Yu Meixin had almost been controlled by angel judgment last time, and her heart was full of rage.
Chen Fan
nodded, I always feel like he has some hostility toward me, but I really don't know why.
He's definitely jealous of you, Wu Zihua said bluntly. Don't forget, angel judgment is also one of the light
God's people, but you're the light God's favorite, even creating a sub-god specifically for you. At this point, Wu Zihua was smug and couldn't stop praising Chen Fan. Chen Fan was helpless, knowing in his heart that things weren't that simple, but he wouldn't mention it to anyone. However, Wu Zihua's words did remind him. The angel judgment might indeed be jealous of him, after all, in others' eyes. Chen Fan was the favored one of the god of light.
Jealousy shouldn't be the case, right? Meng Ling said doubtfully. Chen Fan and the Angel Judgment are both people of the God of Light. Since they are, there's no reason to rank them higher or lower, they should be about the same. Chen Fan didn't respond, his expression calm, as if they weren't talking about him. To him, none of this mattered. The secret realm mission progressed slowly as they chatted. Eventually, the group reached the deepest part of the ancient tomb. According to the guide, there should be a super powerful zombie here, over 2,000 years old and extremely ferocious. This should be the place, Wu Zihua said, holding a flashlight and walking at the front, with Lin Shushi closely following behind, responsible for protection. If danger arose, Lin Shushi would raise his large shield and rush to the front to block it. This was Lin Shushi's greatest role in the team. After all, he had always wanted to be a tank. Yes, this should be it, Lin Shushi agreed, having also read the guide. They had now arrived at a spacious area, about several hundred meters high. No one knew how the ancient tomb was constructed. They emerged from a passageway into a wide plaza. The plaza resembled a football field, arranged in a tiered structure, descending gradually from high to low, finally converging at the lowest point. At the lowest point stood a particularly tall platform, surrounded by nearly vertical stairs. Coffins hung around the platform, with a black coffin placed at the top. The black coffin was covered in intricate red patterns, which shimmered faintly from a distance. The biggest boss is inside that coffin. But we need to be extremely careful going down the stairs and must not activate those statues, Wu Zihua, the only one who had seriously studied the guide, explained. He said this secret realm was very simple, as long as someone understood the guide. He wasn't wrong, the previous paths had indeed been straightforward, where encountering zombies simply meant slashing them. The zombies they had faced were slow-moving. Coupled with Chen Fan's soul tremor, these zombies became even clumsier. Chen Fan had initially planned to use his Suona, but upon hearing that the surrounding statues must not be disturbed, he was puzzled. Why can't we scare these statues? What exactly are they? Don't you know? Wu Zihua glanced back, coughed, and explained, I'm the only one who read the guide. These statues are actually zombies. Once activated, they'll swarm us. We need to carefully descend and then climb up that high platform to open the coffin. Chen Fan nodded, thinking it made sense. The surroundings were tiered, layer by layer downward. Each tier of stairs was about 4 to 5 meters wide, lined with terracotta warriors, roughly the size of real people. Of course, there were gaps between the terracotta warriors, allowing people to pass through. This gave Chen Fan and the others some relief, but they still cautiously navigated through the terracotta warriors, afraid of making any noise that might disturb them, which would cause big trouble. Everyone moved lightly, their hearts in their throats, not daring to relax for a moment. Fortunately, they could communicate through the mental channel in their minds. Chen Fan had named this channel QQ Group, and everyone could transmit messages in their minds as if chatting. In a group, Rong Jinhui couldn't help but say, I've been as careful as possible. What if we accidentally activate one of the statues? Wu Zihua responded helplessly, you're already talking in the mental channel, can't you walk more carefully? Do you have to activate a statue to be happy? I was just joking, not serious, Rong Jinhui quickly corrected himself, afraid Wu Zihua would think he was stupid. Chen Fan said nothing. As they walked, they suddenly heard Yu Mingni complain, Chen Fan, can you stop secretly squeezing me? Chen Fan was indeed walking behind Yu Mingni, but for safety, he carefully kept his distance to avoid touching the terracotta warriors. He hadn't expected that despite his caution, Yu Mingni would still say this. Big sister, Chen Fan responded helplessly before the words were finished. Yu Mingni interrupted, who are you calling big sister? Chen Fan coughed helplessly, feeling speechless inside. He said, I didn't call the wrong name, but could you please turn around and take a look? There's about a meter between us. How could I possibly squeeze into you? As soon as he finished speaking, both Chen Fan and Yu Mingni froze. Their eyes met, and then they simultaneously turned their gaze to the terracotta warrior beside them. Chen Fan wasn't sure if it was just his imagination, but he felt that the corner of the terracotta warrior's mouth seemed to lift slightly. Seeing the terracotta warrior's faint smile, Yu Mingni felt a chill down her spine. She immediately reacted and slapped the terracotta warrior directly. I can't believe you've turned into a terracotta warrior and still act so lecherously. The stone on the terracotta warrior's face began to crumble. Yu Mingni realized she had acted impulsively. Chen Fan was caught between laughter and tears. Wu Zihua's face was full of panic, and Rong Jinhui was visibly startled. At this moment, Meng Ling lowered her voice and said, don't be so loud. What if you activate all the terracotta warriors? Chen Fan shrugged helplessly and said nonchalantly, if they activate, they activate. We're dealing with a disaster-level secret realm. Experience from ordinary secret realms won't help us here. Hearing this, Wu Zihua's face darkened. What do you mean?
I mean, instead of being overly cautious, we might as well take the initiative, Chen Fan replied. As he spoke, he suddenly picked up a suona and began to play. The sharp, grating sound of the suona instantly filled the air.
Chen Fan had no knowledge of music theory and played terribly.
While playing, he shouted to his companions, climb up to the high
platform first. I'll catch up right away.
Don't just stand there, run.
Hearing Chen Fan's words, Rong Jinhui's pupils contracted. Run, Chen Fan urged.
At this, everyone seemed to snap out of it and
desperately ran toward the central high platform. After driving everyone away, Chen Fan calmly sat down and continued playing the unbearably awful suona tune. As Rong Jinhui ran, he complained, Boss, what kind of nonsense are you playing? Can you consider our feelings? We're not your enemies, you know.
While playing the suona, Chen Fan replied through the telepathic channel, I'm playing two tigers.
It's so simple, can't you tell?
Mengling was on the verge of breaking down.
Big brother, what does this tune have to do with two tigers? When Mingyu, who was kind and sweet, listened carefully and
encouraged him through the telepathic channel, I can hear it.
Chen Fan is definitely playing two tigers. Yu Ziki looked incredulous. When did you go deaf? Wu Zihua, not wanting to dampen Chen Fan's enthusiasm, said, actually, I think Chen Fan is doing pretty well. Stop being so critical. For someone who hasn't formally learned an instrument, this is already impressive. After all, who would have thought that mastering the musician's skill would require actual instrument training? It was truly demanding.
Everyone had reached the vicinity of the high platform.
Looking back, the terracotta warriors standing on the steps hadn't launched an attack.
On the contrary, as Chen Fan's suona played, the thick stone on the terracotta warriors began to fall away, revealing their true forms.
Inside the
terracotta warriors were zombies, and they looked incredibly fresh, as if living people had been coated in clay and fired into statues. They were completely different from the zombies the group had
encountered before.
The previous zombies were either hideously deformed or had been dead for so long that their joints were too stiff to move. But now, as Chen Fan continued to use soul vibrations, these zombies, though shedding their stone shells, remained motionless. They obediently stood still and, following the sound of Chen Fan's suona, began to dance. These zombies were entirely different from the ones they had encountered before. The earlier zombies had stiff joints and struggled to move, let alone dance. The sound of bones cracking was a constant accompaniment, as if providing a percussion track
to Chen Fan's music. But these zombies were different.
Their joints were more flexible, and they danced with great enthusiasm, even performing moves impossible for humans.
However, even for the living, Chen
Fan's tune would likely cause fractures, let alone these zombies. Although these zombies looked fresh, they were not popular under Chen Fan's command. When they danced, their joints made cracking sounds,
as if keeping rhythm.
As they danced, bones even fell to the ground.
Chen Fan used soul tremor for over an hour, finally shattering all the surrounding zombies into bone fragments. His companions were stunned. At first, Chen Fan played the suona to set the mood.
Later, he got too tired and switched to drumsticks, pounding the ground randomly without rhythm or order.
He even became too lazy to move,
only tapping the ground lazily when refreshing his skills.
Each tap was accompanied by a shout of 80.
The heavy drumstick hitting the ground made him shout involuntarily.
With Chen Fan's shouts, the
zombies surrounding the coffin finally collapsed, turning into white bone powder.
At this moment, Yu Mingni, who had run away earlier, returned. She realized that staying with Chen Fan was safe, no need to flee, and she could even enjoy good food. So, she specifically brought Chen Fan some fruit. What were you thinking? Bringing so much food to the secret realm? Chen Fan asked, puzzled. Of course, because with you in the secret realm, we can rest assured, Yu Mingni admitted.
I knew from the start that with your help, everything would be much easier.
So, I brought plenty of food as gifts for you. Naturally, Chen Fan didn't hold back. After all, constantly using skills was indeed exhausting.
His companions also helped kill some zombies. Initially, Chen Fan had asked them to leave, fearing they might get in the way or be entangled by zombies. In such a secret realm, being scratched by a zombie could lead to corpse poison infection, which would be a big problem.
According to Meng Ling, the Boss inside the pitch-black coffin was very difficult to deal with.
But after Chen Fan stabilized the situation, his companions, feeling idle, decided to help kill zombies.
To be honest, these controlled zombies were easy to handle. Surrounding the black and red coffin, Chen Fan fell into deep thought. How should we fight next? There's no strategy online for a Tier 2 catastrophe-level secret realm? Wu Zihua was sitting next to the coffin, pulling out his phone to search. As he searched, he said, "Are you kidding? Who would willingly enter such a catastrophe-level secret realm? No one but us would dare." That made sense. Chen Fan waited for Wu Zihua and Rong Jinhui to find results. Fortunately, there was some scattered information online. Wu Zihua read aloud while looking at his phone. Someone said the strength of the final boss in the coffin is related to the surrounding terracotta warriors. Rong Jinhui added, "But we've almost killed all the terracotta warriors." Chen Fan nodded. "Indeed. They're all cleared out. So, what's next?" Wu Zihua quickly found the answer on his phone, then just open the coffin directly. Once the coffin is opened, kill the boss without hesitation. If all the terracotta warriors are truly cleared out. The online strategy says they only managed to clear a quarter of them, and it took a long time. Wu Zihua said proudly, "We're different. We didn't spend much time at all." That was a fair point. Chen Fan waved his hand, "Then let's open the coffin." "Wait," Suze stopped everyone, his face looking grim. "We can't rush to open the coffin. I need to stick these talismans on first." Wu Zihua looked puzzled. "What's the use of sticking talismans? If you're brave enough, you should stick them directly on the boss's forehead. That way, controlling it would be easier." Suze helplessly pointed to his own nose. "Do you think I have that ability?" Clearly, he didn't. Chen Fan tapped his drumstick. "Don't worry, I'm here. I'll help you control it immediately." "Wrong." Jinhui suddenly shouted, "This boss seems immune to control. We can't fight it at all, only talismans can control it. Regular skills are completely useless." Chen Fan frowned. "Impossible, right? This is just a Tier 2 secret realm. How could there be a monster immune to control? Sounds a bit far-fetched." Rong Jinhui pulled out his phone. "That's what the forum says. I'm the school forum administrator. I can find this information easily. The boss has something like a lid on its head, and that thing makes it immune to control." Wu Zihua suddenly laughed. "I remember there's a purification skill that can remove that lid effect. I can give it a try." Chen Fan asked, "Is that lid a status effect or an item?" No one could answer. Yu Mengni worriedly asked, "What should we do next?" When Mingyu frowned, "How about retreating for now? After all, it's just an ordinary secret realm. Retreating wouldn't cause any loss." Chen Fan sighed, "We've come this far, we can't just give up like this." Yu Mengni interrupted. "Chen Fan, do you even know what "we've come this far" means? Don't say it again in the future." Chen Fan was exasperated. "Then what should we do? There's only this boss left. Let's give it a try. If we lose, we'll retreat. Wu Zihua can purify, we have to try." He glanced at the group. "If you're too scared to try, you can leave now, it's no big deal. But leaving now might mean never having the chance to enter the secret realm with Chen Fan again, which would be considered betrayal. If they stayed, they'd face an extremely difficult boss, and someone might get hurt. However, they were all students from the support academy, and the school placed great importance on support roles, having already issued resurrection items to each of them. So far, no one had used a resurrection item. "Let's go for it." Wu Zihua made up his mind. "Let's start the fight directly and see if we can control it. I think that lid is a status effect, not an item. If it's an item, we can just remove it." He looked at the others. "What do you think? If you feel it's not safe, you can still leave now. There's still time." Rong Jinhui stuffed his phone into his pocket, his tone firm. "For disaster level challenges like this, very few people can clear them. Even if someone does, it often takes a lot of time, and they still have to deal with the terracotta warriors in the end. Now, Chen Fan has already helped us deal with all the terracotta warriors. This is the best opportunity. Are we really going to give up like this? Are you truly willing to accept that? I don't care what others think, but I will never give up." His attitude was clear, unwavering, even eager to face the greatest challenge. Suze nodded in agreement beside him. "Me too, I won't back out. Let's give it a try. At worst, we'll use a resurrection item. After using a resurrection item, there will be a period of weakness, but that's okay. Once the weakness period is over, the next semester will start, and we can fight again." This analysis made a lot of sense. Chen Fan also nodded. Almost everyone agreed to this special action. Even Lin Shushi didn't object. You support guys aren't afraid, so what do I have to be afraid of? Stop dawdling, let's open the coffin already. Everyone unanimously agreed.
Maintain formation, Chen Fan reminded, as survival was the most important thing.
Opening the coffin to fight the boss was already unusual, and they were likely to encounter an extremely powerful enemy that could threaten their lives. But at the same time, there were also rich rewards. As Chen Fan said, since we're here, let's see it through to the end. With this belief, they quickly opened the coffin.
Lin Shushi was the first to open the coffin, assisted by Wu Zihua and Rong Jinhui, with Suze and Chen Fan also helping.
Chen Fan
prepared to strike the drumstick to release a skill, while Suze held a stack of talisman papers, which had cost a lot of money and were said to suppress zombies.
They actually worked somewhat. When
fighting the terracotta warriors earlier, Chen Fan noticed that the zombies showed obvious aversion to Suze, seemingly unwilling to approach him. Whether it was due to Suze's special bloodline or the effectiveness of the talismans, no one could figure it out.
Are you ready? Chen Fan asked softly.
Ready,
Suze took a deep breath. The group simultaneously opened the coffin. As soon as the coffin
was opened,
Suze immediately stuck a talisman on the zombie's forehead. He didn't even see how the zombie stood up or what it looked like, sticking the talisman without hesitation. Chen Fan quickly
struck the drumstick, but the word immune appeared on the opponent's body, and the skill had no effect.
However, Wu Zihua reacted quickly and immediately used the purification skill the IT might be due to
the talisman, as the zombie's movement slowed down, but it became noticeably more irritable, almost jumping out of the coffin. After this commotion, the zombie stood in the coffin, trembling uncontrollably.
Is it my talisman working, or is it Chen Fan's skill taking effect?
Suze stared at the zombie, full of doubt.
Wait, this is actually a female zombie? Zombies being male or female is perfectly normal, Wu Zihua said as he directly tore the talisman off the zombie's face. Before Suze could scold Wu Zihua, the latter pointed at the zombie's face, full of confusion. I can understand everything else, but can someone tell me why this zombie looks exactly like Lin Shuya?
Suze was furious when he saw the talisman destroyed, but when he got a clear look at the zombie's face, he froze.
Not
just him, Chen Fan also couldn't make sense of the situation in front of him.
What is going on here? This zombie really does look like Lin Shuya.
Chen Fan stared at the zombie's head, filled with
questions. Wu Zihua used his skill to completely control the zombie, finally making his control magic effective. Even the simplest control spell allowed Chen Fan to clearly see a blue current of electricity coursing through the zombie's body. As long as this blue arc was present, the zombie remained paralyzed.
The zombie's joints were already stiff and its movements slow, and now, under the paralysis, it
stood motionless for a long time.
However, as the arc of electricity danced across the zombie's body, it was evident that its skin was being scorched black by the lightning.
What was even stranger was
that this zombie, hiding in the coffin, emitted no foul stench, not even a hint of blood. In fact, it could be said that the zombie exuded a peculiar fragrance. It was very fragrant. But when Chen Fan's
electric arc scorched the zombie's skin, the fragrance became even stronger, so much so that it made people want to take a few more whiffs. Wu Zihua couldn't help himself.
If his mind hadn't been filled
with strange thoughts, he might have blurted out, "Wait, why am I smelling a sweet fragrance? Why do I feel like this lightning-scorched zombie actually smells delicious?" These three questions struck
a chord in everyone's hearts, as they all felt the same way.
Everyone was puzzled. Why was this happening? Chen Fan was equally confused. He glanced at Wu Zihua. Not to that extent, but my skill is working. We need to figure out why this person looks exactly like Lin Shuya. Could this be Lin Shuya's corpse? Lin Shuya entered that Tier 5 secret realm. Could it be that she died once? Died once
implied that she had died in the secret realm and then used a resurrection item to come back to life. In such cases, a corpse would typically be left behind in the secret realm.
However, this wouldn't
be a real corpse, but rather a symbolic representation like a shadow, a pile of dirt, or a heap of ashes.
Moreover, this so-called corpse would carry some of the deceased's items or money. To Chen Fan,
this was reminiscent of video games. When a character dies, they leave behind a corpse with their equipment.
Early role-playing games indeed had such mechanics. Chen Fan remembered playing a game where,
after a character died, their body, still equipped with gear, would remain, while the character entered a soul state.
In this state, the character couldn't revive immediately, their soul would be transported
elsewhere, and they had to run back to their corpse to resurrect. This was called corpse running.
Many early RPGs had this feature. Now, Chen Fan felt that the Secret Realm's mechanics were somewhat similar to corpse running, leaving behind a body. But who said the corpse had to appear in the Tier 5 Secret Realm? It could also show up in a Tier 2 Secret Realm. Could there be some kind of illusion around here?
Chen Fan thought this idea was too far-fetched and immediately dismissed it, proposing another explanation instead. The other party is disguising themselves as someone we know.
Through illusions, just to confuse us.
Chen Fan's analysis was logical, at least in Yuzuki's opinion, who found it very convincing. While everyone was discussing, the zombie suddenly spoke.
What are you all talking about? I really am Lin Shueao. No one expected the zombie to be able to talk.
What shocked Chen Fan even more was that, despite the zombie being completely stiff under his control, it
could still speak. Truly unbelievable.
After speaking, the zombie stared at everyone intently. I really am Lin Shueao. You've got it wrong. I'm not that boss. Chen Fan pointed at the zombie and couldn't
help but analyze. Look, isn't this illusion way too realistic?
Wu Zihua started to believe, but I think that person looks exactly like Lin Shueao. The height is about the same, and Lin Shueao is our
counselor.
If it really is her, she should know some things about us.
That made sense. So the boss called out everyone's names one by one, and surprisingly, didn't get a single one wrong. Then, the boss turned to look at Chen Fan and directly said, Chen Fan, you came to Tsinghua because I insisted.
At first, you didn't want to enroll at all, you wanted to become a combat professional.
But now you've been in the support specialization for a long time and haven't even gone to the combat academy. It's almost New Year. Have you completed your combat academy coursework? You initially enrolled in dual academies, don't forget that. Chen Fan? It really seemed like Lin Shueao. After all, only Lin Shueao knew they had enrolled in dual academies.
Even Octopus Teacher had mentioned recently that they
should learn skills, which actually included combat academy coursework. Their PK matches in the PK arena were also part of the combat academy coursework, not just helping Lin Shueao gather medicinal materials. Helping the counselor gather medicinal materials? That was strange to begin with. With Lin Shueao's status, the school would surely give her preferential treatment or arrange for someone else to help. Why would she ask them to do it? But the fact was, Lin Shueao had indeed asked them to gather medicinal materials. Why are you in the coffin? This is a second-tier secret realm. Chen Fan looked at Lin Shueao in front of him, full of confusion, unsure if what the boss said was true. If this really was Lin Shueao, then who was the one outside? If the one outside was fake, then the recent skill learning, PK arena matches, and using points to exchange for medicinal materials, these strange arrangements didn't seem like something a real counselor would organize. In any case, something felt off everywhere.
Chen Fan thought this, and the others felt the same. Their expressions were all grim.
Wu Zihua glanced at Chen Fan in a daze, and Chen Fan looked at Lin Shueao in the coffin, tentatively asking, what you said is something everyone knows. Now, tell me about myself. The Lin Shueao in the coffin turned to glance at Wu Zihua. You repeated a grade twice. The first time was because you sacrificed yourself to help someone else. The second time was because that ungrateful person's father caused trouble, forcing you to repeat a grade. Afterward, this incident made you shut yourself off and never approach women again.
Wu Zihua was utterly shocked.
Even more shocked was Rong Jinhui. You said this had nothing to do with women, that you weren't in a relationship? You've been hiding such a big secret from me. What a loss for me. Wu Zihua was exasperated. How did my story become your gossip material? I don't want you to know about it. Seriously, at a time like this, still thinking about gossip. Chen Fan and Yumeixin exchanged a glance.
Yumeixin gently shook her head. As a charmer, Yumeixin had a unique ability to observe and judge human behavior. After looking around, she increasingly
believed that the person in front of them was indeed Lin Shueao.
However, Chen Fan secretly used his divine skill, 7 emotions and 6 desires.
He triggered Lin Shueao's emotions to erupt, making her cry uncontrollably, forcing her to reveal who she really was.
Lin Shueao suddenly began wailing, unable to speak coherently, tears streaming down her face. She covered her face with both hands, looking extremely distressed, sitting in the coffin and crying so hard she could barely breathe. Wu Zihua was most afraid of girls crying. Although Lin Shueao was a bit older, she was still beautiful.
She was still a young woman. Wu Zihua was startled. Stop crying. Why are you crying? Explain everything clearly. Chen Fan used 7 emotions and 6 desires to make Lin Shuiao cry, while simultaneously
applying another emotion to her.
he wanted Lin Shuiao to feel extreme guilt.
He intended to use this intense emotion to make her reveal the truth.
He layered guilt, sadness, sorrow, and loss, but Lin Shuiao kept insisting, I really am Lin Shuiao.
The reason you can see me in this second-tier secret realm is because the 5th-tier secret realm I entered is also Tomb Raider.
The scenes in these 2 secret realms are the same.
Tomb Raider is a special secret realm that spans from the 2nd tier to the 8th tier and is already very mature.
The 5th tier Tomb Raider is on the verge of losing control and is about to enter recruitment mode.
A super powerful boss has appeared inside, and that boss has even leveled up, almost reaching the 6th tier.
Those who die turn into terracotta warriors.
And the more terracotta warriors there are, the higher the boss's level becomes. My teammates and I managed to injure that boss, not kill it, just severely wound it.
But that damned boss escaped. Right under our noses. I never expected to be pulled into darkness.
That boss disguised itself as me and escaped from this world, from this secret realm, inheriting everything of mine.
The more Lin
Shuiao spoke, the sadder and angrier she became, her voice filled with grievance and pain.
Chen Fan and Wu Zihua exchanged glances. Wu Zihua said in shock, this sounds too unbelievable, completely impossible. If the boss from the secret realm escaped, wouldn't the instruments in the secret realm hall react? Are the people inside and outside the secret realm the same?
Chen Fan replied matter-of-factly.
They are the same. The Countess ate with us for 3 days, did you see any alarms go off anywhere? Rong Jinhui muttered, but the Countess is from a small world. This completely overturns my understanding. Is she really Lin Shuiao? Why would she appear in the 2nd-tier secret realm? Why? Lin Shuiao herself was also puzzled, and Chen Fan couldn't figure it out either. Stop thinking about it. Even I don't know why I'm here. But I really am Lin Shuiao.
As she spoke, she grabbed the watch on Chen Fan's wrist.
Every student at Tsinghua University had a watch. The watch could scan and display
the student's status and the skills they had mastered. Lin Shuiao picked up the watch and scanned her own wrist. The watch indeed displayed information. Ding dong, detected information of Tsinghua
University faculty member Lin Shuiao. She turned to the stunned students and said, see?
I can verify my DNA, I can scan myself, there's no way the one outside could do this. As she spoke, tears streamed down her face, her expression full of sadness, guilt, and grievance.
Her demeanor didn't seem like she was lying. At first, Chen Fan was still a bit hesitant, but after hearing her words, for some reason,
that hesitation vanished completely, and he even felt that what she said made a lot of sense. After all, even the watch could verify her identity.
Wu Zihua pulled Chen Fan aside. They didn't attack
for the time being, but Chen Fan kept a vigilant eye on Lin Shuiao, watching to see if she would take the opportunity to attack someone. If she attacked anyone, it would prove that she wasn't the real
Lin Shuiao. Everything would be fake.
However, as Chen Fan and Wu Zihua whispered to each other, they clearly saw Lin Shuiao cautiously looking at Yu Mengni beside her and even chatting with the other girls.
The girls found Lin Shuiao's current state strange because she was still wearing her clothes from outside.
The zombies they had fought along the way were all dressed in ancient clothing.
But the Lin Shuiao lying in the coffin was dressed differently.
The Lin Shuiao in the coffin was wearing modern clothes, her favorite red dress. At first, Chen Fan was very skeptical, but now he felt increasingly
uneasy, as if something was off. Could this really be Lin Shuiao? What exactly had she experienced in the 5th-tier secret realm?
Wu Zihua was thinking the same. Do you feel like the Lin Shuiao in
the coffin looks so real? Could we have made a mistake?
Chen Fan was also filled with doubt.
Should we confirm it more carefully? We can't be too hasty. Wu Zihua cautiously said to Chen Fan, what? If what she's saying is true? As the two were discussing, Rong Jinhui suddenly interjected, are you guys crazy? This kind of thing is absolutely impossible. We've never seen anything like this before. Wu Zihua rolled his eyes, that was before. Who knows if something like this could happen now? No one can say for sure. Yuzuki joined in, I think she looks exactly like Lin Shuiao, there's no difference at all. See, even Yuzuki says so, Wu Zihua said as if finding an ally. Why don't we verify it again?
If there really was an issue, she would have acted against us long ago.
How would she have time to chat here? This argument made sense.
Chen Fan gave Yuzuki a look, you guys go and ask her clearly.
I'll think about how to verify it. Wu Zihua, however, disagreed, what is there to think about? It's obvious that she's Lin Shueyao. Yuziki retorted, you just said to verify it, and now you're suddenly so sure? Don't tell me you've been controlled by her? Of course not. Wu Zihua coughed, I just think that if it's true, we can't keep pressuring her. We need to figure out what's really going on. Think about it, if the Lin Shueyao in the coffin is real, then what is the one outside? That thing is still at Tsinghua University, wouldn't it affect the school? Wu Zihua was worried about this. You guys go ask first. Chen Fan was considering whether to summon the Countess. Although this was a secret realm, there was no rule against opening the small world. Ask her clearly. You also know some of Lin Shueyao's special information, it's all in the wristwatch. Or we could directly contact the Lin Shueyao from that world.
Just contact Octopus Teacher directly, Rong Jinhui quickly suggested. After all, Octopus is Lin Shueyao's pet.
We can't contact that octopus, Wu Zihua disagreed.
I also don't recommend contacting the Lin Shueyao from the real world, there's no need to bother with that fake one. Just see what both sides say, isn't that the way to distinguish the real from
the fake?
Chen Fan said with a smile.
That makes sense. Rong Jinhui immediately walked toward Lin Shueyao.
As everyone gathered around the coffin, Chen Fan quietly summoned the small world and called out.
The Countess. The Lin Shueyao surrounded by the group noticed this scene. What's going on? You can actually open the small world entrance in the secret realm? When did you activate it? Did you go in? Didn't I tell you to wait for the official talent cultivation plan before dealing with the small world? Yuziki was surprised upon hearing this. How do you know all this? Lin Shueyao said helplessly, so, you still don't believe me? But I really am Lin Shueyao. But there's another Lin Shueyao in the real world. Tell me, which one is the real one? Yuziki couldn't help but reveal the fact that another Lin Shueyao existed in reality. That one must be fake. That thing is definitely the big boss of the secret realm. If that guy has entered the real world, it will definitely do something. Lin Shueyao said anxiously, you must believe me.
At this moment, Chen Fan approached with the Countess.
The people around automatically made way for them. The Countess looked Lin Shueyao up and down, a faint
smile appearing on her lips. How interesting, this is the first time I've seen something like this.
The Countess's words immediately drew everyone's attention. Chen Fan quickly asked, so is she really Lin Shueyao?
She is, the Countess answered firmly, but then added, however, she is neither someone from your secret realm nor the boss of the secret realm.
Her current situation seems like she was forcibly placed here. Only by entering a disaster-level secret realm could one possibly encounter her.
There's still an element of luck involved.
Consider yourselves lucky, otherwise, you wouldn't have been able to meet her. The Countess explained in detail. However, Chen Fan was still uneasy. Are you sure? If you come out with me and see the fake Lin Shueyao outside, can you tell them apart?
They look almost identical and know nearly the same things. While Chen Fan was summoning the Countess, his companions were already surrounding the Lin Shueyao in the coffin, asking her numerous detailed
questions. Yu Mengni even asked about Lin Shueyao's underwear size.
As a charmer, Yu Meixin, who often interacted with Lin Shueyao, had long been perceptive of her specific details.
The charmer profession is particularly sensitive to beauty-related attributes, even capable of estimating specific values by sight. If the two were truly identical, the charmer's abilities would essentially be useless. Currently, the information of the two was completely consistent, even the knowledge they possessed was nearly identical. So how could they be distinguished? Can't you see it? The Countess pointed to her own eyes. People like us have specific values in the secret realm, and I can see them with my eyes. If someone like me comes out of the secret realm, our bodies are digitized by the gods. In your terms, it's like becoming an NPC in a game. After digitization, we can see each other's information, including health bars and specific values above our heads, the Countess explained seriously. So that's how it was. To be honest, even Chen Fan hadn't thought of this. Digitization? Mangling's expression turned serious. Countess, I remember you said that your world was chosen by the gods. Our current version hasn't reached that stage yet. If we choose the gods, does that mean we'll also become someone else's secret realm? Yes, the Countess answered straightforwardly. In my world, digitization wasn't called digitization at first, we called it the descent of the gods. At the beginning, we were quite proud, thinking that being chosen by the gods was an honor. But over time, we stopped thinking that way. Now it feels like we're not even as good as the gods' slaves, and we were better off before being chosen.
Chen Fan and his group had already witnessed the changes in that small world. Moreover, under Chen Fan's leadership, they had altered the faith there. Henceforth, they could only worship the god of wealth created by Chen Fan. In fact, worshipping the god of wealth wasn't bad. Unlike the greedy, dark god, the god of wealth truly brought blessings, which was also part of Chen Fan's design. More importantly, the people of the small world brought Chen Fan a significant amount of faith power, which was already worth it for him. Then as long as we take you over there, we can figure out what's going on with the one outside, Yuzuki said excitedly. Let's go, don't just stand there, let's head back quickly. Rong Jinhui said enthusiastically, this is big news. By then, we can take the Lin Shueyo from the secret realm, capture her and figure out what kind of monster she is. Maybe we can even study her, he added. Hearing this, the Countess immediately felt uneasy. Are you planning to study me too? We're talking about the fake Lin Shueyo outside, she's definitely a monster, Rong Jinhui quickly explained. After speaking, he added, don't worry, we won't touch you. The Countess immediately hid behind Chen Fan. If you want to study someone, I don't have the ability for that. I'll resolutely push Chen Fan forward. Chen Fan couldn't help but laugh. If you're going to sell me out, just sell me out. Resolutely sounds a bit off. The atmosphere became a little awkward. Although they said they were going out, Chen Fan turned to look at Lin Shueyo and said, you're now considered the boss of this secret realm. According to the rules here, only by defeating the boss can we obtain the job transfer item, and it's a perfect job transfer item. Can you give us a rating? Preferably a top-tier rating. Chen Fan quickly added, we've already taken out all the terracotta warriors, and all the ghosts and monsters in the tomb have been killed by us. Lin Shueyo shook her head helplessly, how could I have that kind of ability? The Countess smiled, why don't you look around, or check your storage bag, or search the tomb? There should be an item that can rate them. Otherwise, you'll end up being killed by them. However, as the secret realm boss, you won't truly die. Before long, you'll resurrect and take the original boss's place. Honestly, this is the first time I've seen this, it's quite interesting. As the Countess spoke, Lin Shueya's expression grew darker. What on earth was going on? In truth, Lin Shueya wasn't sure how she ended up here, but since the Countess said so, there must be something wrong. She carefully searched and finally found a rating panel. Right in front of Chen Fan, she gave him a 3-star rating. Chen Fan was so happy he almost jumped up. Rong Jinhui even tried to take advantage of the situation. Counselor, we're all your subordinates, right? Could you go to other secret realms and raid us? We want a perfect third transition. Lin Shueyao's face darkened helplessly, you're overthinking it. I don't have that kind of ability. Chen Fan was a bit disappointed too. It's okay, this is already pretty good. After all, the moment Lin Shueya wrote the rating, Chen Fan's system began calculating rewards. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 2 supreme treasure chests. Since you previously saved 1 chest, you now have 2. Would you like to open them now? The system's sweet voice rang out, and Chen Fan didn't hesitate. Open them. Wasn't this the moment he had been waiting for? Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a perfect 9th-tier job change potion. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a perfect divinity. Ding! The host's luck is off the charts. Would you like to use these 2 items now? Chen Fan? Chen Fan! This was too unbelievable, straight to max level? It felt a bit unreal. But since the rewards were here, Chen Fan didn't waste any time and immediately drank the 9th-tier job change potion and the perfect divinity. Closing his eyes, Chen Fan felt the surging power within him. At this moment, Rong Jinhui looked at Lin Shueyo eagerly. Teacher, besides these 2 items, there's one more thing you forgot to give us. It was Lin Shueyo's first time being a boss, so she had no idea what was going on. Fortunately, the Countess was there to guide her, explaining how to proceed. Hearing Rong Jinhui's words, she looked over in confusion. What else? Rong Jinhui smiled and said, there's one more very important thing, the small world in Tomb Raider. Last time, the Countess handed over control of the small world to us. Wu Ziwa's eyes lit up, and he said excitedly, yes, the power of the small world is crucial. Lin Shueyo couldn't help but laugh. Do you think the control of the small world is that easy to obtain? Yuzuki shared her opinion. Isn't it because we achieved an SSS rating and combined it with our own strength that we qualify to gain control of the small world? Isn't this something we deserve? This group of kids had come this far without encountering much resistance. Lin Shueyo shook her head helplessly. You're oversimplifying it.
Just because you got an SSS rating doesn't mean you can automatically gain control of the small world. As the temporary boss of Tomb Raider, I haven't even found where the switch is. The Countess added from the side. Actually, you can look for it. As long as you find the divine statue that controls everything in Tomb Raider and destroy it, you'll gain dominion over the Tomb Raider world. Then you can transfer this power to your students. However, it's not a complete transfer. Your current identity can be fully transferred to them, whereas I only shared a portion of it back then. The Countess's words left Lin Shueyo surprised. So there were so many complex rules behind all this. Lin Shueyo searched for Chen Fan's figure in the crowd, thinking to herself that only he might be able to help her solve this problem. Where is Chen Fan? I need to talk to him about this. When everyone saw Chen Fan, they were stunned. He radiated a golden light, his entire being transformed, and his aura completely changed. Brother Fan? Wu Zihua called out hesitantly. Chen Fan gently waved his hand, and suddenly, a flash of light streaked through the pitch-black ancient tomb, flying toward him. Chen Fan caught it in one swift motion. Everyone clearly saw that Chen Fan was holding a pitch-black infant in his hand. The infant was crystal clear, as if carved from some special mineral. Its face was full of terror, and before Chen Fan could act, it cried out loudly, "No, spare me. I'll give you my faith value, this world." But before it could finish speaking, Chen Fan crushed it with one hand. The black transparent fragments scattered like sand from his hand, bouncing as they hit the ground. However, with a gentle wave of his hand, the fragments instantly vanished without a trace, as if they had never existed. Lin Shueyo felt a certain restraint on her body suddenly lift, as though a heavy burden had been removed. At the same time, she fainted to the ground, and everyone was transported out. As Lin Shueyo closed her eyes, she saw Chen Fan lightly wave his hand, and in the void, a black palace seemed to collapse in an instant. The divine realm was completely overturned. The palaces of the 9 great deities suddenly crumbled, their exquisite structures turning into ruins in an instant. These 9 deities, once the most powerful among all gods, now disappeared entirely along with their palaces, reduced to dust. Above the divine realm, a floating palace that had remained hidden for a long time slowly emerged. The palace was grand and magnificent, adorned with intricate carvings and paintings, exuding an imposing aura. Its architectural style was identical to the newly appeared god of wealth temple within the divine realm. All the gods in the divine realm were stunned, feeling an overwhelming divine power emanating from the floating palace. They saw a figure appear in front of the palace, and the aura was one they had felt before. It was the legendary god of wealth. The figure stood before the palace and gently waved his hand. The palace doors slowly opened, and an incomparably powerful aura instantly swept out, shaking the entire divine realm. From the depths of the divine realm, one mighty god after another emerged from the mysterious palace. Although they had never met before, their divine power was extraordinarily strong. Smiling, they all bowed to the god of wealth. "Thanks to you, young friend. If it weren't for your appearance, we wouldn't have been able to come out so quickly. God of wealth, you've truly brought glory to us, huh? This is the aura of the supreme god. Who would have thought that among us gods of wealth, there would be someone so powerful?" Chen Fan raised an eyebrow slightly. "Well, if you come to worship often, I might even get some rewards." This was the power of the supreme god. No one doubted his words. With the appearance of the new god's palace, the entire divine realm underwent a massive transformation. Most notably, the secret realm suddenly disappeared from Chen Fan's original world. In his world, the towering temples in every city also vanished, as if they had never existed.